Chapter 1. Rebirth. Fu Lian had perished, yet fate had granted her a second chance at life. Sitting dazedly on the ground for an extended period, Fu Lian gradually came to terms with this extraordinary reality. She let out a soft gasp, tears welling in her eyes, her delicate face resembling a white lotus drenched in rain, evoking a pang of compassion from onlookers. With trembling hands, she wiped away her tears, her heart exulting at the thought that she would no longer be condemned to the grotesque existence of a hideous, tattered zombie. Considered a formidable ability user, it was absurd that she had unwittingly morphed into an abominable zombie, only to be swiftly dispatched by someone's blade before she could even grasp the peculiarities of her undead form. Truly, such a rare treasure, as she could not be so easily obliterated. As she marveled at the benevolence of the heavens, an eerie silence enveloped her surroundings, prompting Fu Lian to instinctively raise her gaze, her expression abruptly shifting. At the cave entrance, a tall figure emerged, striding purposefully toward her, silhouetted against the light. With a cigarette perched between his lips, one hand held a lively little zombie, while the other bore a plump duck. Trailing behind him was a horde of zombies, his languid demeanor suggesting a rather pleasant mood. His strikingly handsome figure seemed to align with the shadowy figure that haunted Fu Lian's mind. In the twilight of the apocalypse, the wise referred to this as the age of demons. He was that very demon, and upon her first encounter with him, he lounged regally among the throng of zombies, lazily propping his chin upon his hand. His emerald eyes glimmered with a haunting chill, the dim surroundings cloaked in darkness, ominous clouds swirling above, sending birds into a frenzy, while a crimson haze suffused the fog-laden air. With a mere gesture, Fu Lian, a frail and pitiable zombie, found her head severed, rendered motionless, unable to utter even a hoarse cry for help. All because she had dared to gaze upon this vile individual. Fists clenched, she gritted her teeth, fixing her gaze upon her would-be executioner. After a moment, she was struck by a sense of wonder. The man before her still bore that exquisite countenance, yet his aura was entirely transformed. Though cloaked among the zombies, he exuded an air of ease, his vacant eyes tinged with warmth. Do not blame Fu Lian for her naivety. In the apocalyptic world she inhabited, such formidable beings were akin to deities. Rumor had it that he was reclusive and aloof, consorting with zombies, and while breathtakingly handsome, he reeked of decay, a scavenger of carrion. He called the undead his home. A sudden, muffled thud erupted, stirring clouds of dust, prompting the crowd to cover their mouths and cough. Fu Lian, too, shielded her face and turned away, but the dust was particularly acrid, causing her to cough painfully. In that moment, a flood of alien memories surged into her mind, prompting her to clutch her head. The handsome man, backlit, took note of the commotion, casting a languid glance in her direction, his voice resonating in the stifling air. Does anyone know the whereabouts of Dr.S? A profound silence ensued. The man smirked, his piercing gaze sweeping the cave, and the crowd bowed their heads, akin to schoolchildren caught under the scrutiny of a strict teacher. He coughed discontentedly, and the assembly trembled collectively. This band of cowards had genuinely amused him. He lifted a leg and playfully kicked the rear of a zombie, resembling a well-behaved child, causing it to yelp and tumble into a nearby woman, who instantly quivered and screamed in anguish, her shrill cries echoing throughout the cave. Fu Lian was jolted awake by the commotion. She looked up just in time to meet Lu Zhan's gaze. His brow arched as he beckoned her with a casual flick of his finger. Remaining composed, Fu Lian blinked, preparing to speak when suddenly, a man dashed forth, standing before Lu Zhan, his expression frantic as he fumbled to produce a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, mumbling inaudibly. Thanks to his timely intervention, Fu Lian could now assess her situation with clarity. It was evident that she had been reborn, and in the era of the apocalypse, in the presence of the formidable Lu Zhan. Remarkably, this body belonged to Fu Lian, the younger sister of Lu Zhan's fiancé, sharing the same name. Inheriting the original's memories, Fu Lian recognized that she had indeed encountered the original owner before. Unfortunately, this original had also met a tragic end at Lu Zhan's hands. As the saying goes, seize the opportunity while it lasts. Having been granted a second chance, Fu Lian was resolute in preventing history from repeating itself. Witnessing Lu Zhan's blades strike her down, annihilating her family and friends, she vowed to eradicate this demon before he could wreak havoc again. Lu Zhan examined the paper, pondering for a while before finally asking, "Is this all?" The man scratched his head, hesitating before nodding. "Yes, that's it, brother-in-law." Fu Lian exclaimed, her eyes glistening with urgency and surprise as she pushed through the crowd, rushing toward him. In that moment, her heart raced with the thought, "You cannot leave." Should he depart, their next encounter would be shrouded in uncertainty. It was imperative for her to stay close to Lu Zhan, seeking an opportunity to strike. Upon hearing her call, Lu Zhan paused, seemingly contemplating the appropriateness of the title. After a lengthy moment, he turned, discarding the zombie in his grasp, his expression indifferent as he regarded Fu Lian. "Brother-in-law, do you not remember me?" Fu Lian feigned delight, joyfully clutching at his sleeve. "It's truly astonishing to encounter you in this apocalypse." Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her animated lips as he replied slowly, "Who are you?" Fu Lian cast her eyes downward, feigning tears, and reproachfully glared at him, pushing against his shoulder. Lu Zhan remained unmoved, coldly observing her. Fu Lian resembled a pitiful jester. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. Embracing this philosophy, Fu Lian continued to weep, pouring out her heart. "Alas, my sister has departed, as have our parents. Now I'm all alone in this apocalypse, and to encounter a familiar face is a rare delight. Brother-in-law, how have you fared in this world?" Wiping her tears, she discreetly assessed him from the corner of her eye, internally scoffing at the thought that he could be anything but well off, being the most powerful figure in this apocalyptic realm. She then raised her hand, revealing the cracked lines upon it, sighing, "It has been so difficult for me to survive alone in this world." Perhaps years of anxiety had rendered this once naive girl vulnerable upon seeing someone she recognized. Lu Zhan pondered her identity for a while before a flash of realization crossed his mind. Gradually extending a finger, he said, "Lian Lian?" Fu Lian beamed with joy, quickly enveloping his finger with her hand, her eyes shimmering with delight. "Brother-in-law, you remember me?" Fu Lian, the eldest daughter of the Fu family, Fu Yu, was indeed Lu Zhan's fiancée before the apocalypse. He had a vague recollection of this smiling woman, but her sister? Perhaps he had seen her a few times at most. Feeling irritated, Lu Zhan cast a cold glance at Fu Lian. "Do not call me brother-in-law. It brings bad luck." Not far away, a rugged vehicle stood parked. Noting his disinterest, Fu Lian wiped her eyes and began to sob dramatically. "Brother-in-law." Recalling his disdainful expression, she abruptly ceased, stifling a sob before resuming her pitiful weeping, a sight that would evoke sympathy from anyone who beheld her. As she walked and wept, seeing that Lu Zhan truly ignored her, she grew anxious, her voice strained as she unexpectedly blurted out a startling "brother." Having uttered it, she was immediately taken aback, clamping her hand over her mouth. Noticing Fu Lian clutching his sleeve desperately, looking up at him with wide, innocent eyes, her brows formed a pitiable frown. Lu Zhan swiftly dislodged her hand, causing her to nearly tumble to the ground. Fearing that he would indeed escape in the vehicle, she disregarded her awkward posture and quickly opened the back door, crouching down to squeeze inside. According to reason, facing the enemy who had sought to take her life, she should have been filled with trepidation, trembling in fear. Yet, whether it was his inscrutable demeanor or the fervor for revenge burning within her, Fu Lian found herself not only emboldened but also audaciously unafraid as she sat calmly in his vehicle. After a prolonged silence, a chill ran down her spine, prompting her to slowly lift her gaze. She beheld Lu Zhan standing against the light, his tall stature emanating an overwhelming presence. He leaned slightly, resting a cigarette between his fingers on the windowsill, exhaling smoke towards Fu Lian while casting a casual glance at her flushed cheeks. He made no haste to drive away, merely asking in a tone devoid of urgency, "Do you know who I am?" Fu Lian clutched the seat, her warm face pressed against the cool leather of the headrest, gazing into Lu Zhan's eyes with a purity and clarity that was disarming. "I know," she declared. "Hmm?" The man emitted a low grunt, his tone deepening. Fu Lian, understanding instantly, puffed up her chest and chimed confidently, "Brother." Her face? Alas, it was devoid of expression. This declaration amused Lu Zhan, causing him to straighten up, a deep yet joyful chuckle escaping him. "Don't go claiming relatives, little one." Fu Lian fell silent, her eyes wandering. The landscape was engulfed in swirling yellow sand, with only a solitary concrete road stretching endlessly before them, the vehicle stranded in the middle. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed figures peering out from a cave, some clutching a plump wild duck, curiously glancing their way. The wild duck was one of the edible fowl in this post-apocalyptic world. Fu Lian fixated on the rotund creature for a moment, swallowing hard, before turning to find Lu Zhan's gaze fixed upon her. Embarrassed, she lowered her head and softly inquired, "Brother, where are we going?" Lu Zhan discarded the cigarette, but, remaining silent as he climbed into the vehicle, turned the key, and ignited the engine. The off-road vehicle emitted a couple of growls, spewing out a cloud of yellow smoke before surging forward. Seeing the man engrossed in driving, Fu Lian felt a wave of relief wash over her. She slumped back in her seat, lightly patting her flushed cheeks, letting out a long sigh, her heart involuntarily cursing, finally aboard the vehicle. Chapter 2. A Kill. As Fu Lian rested in the back seat, observing her surroundings, she couldn't help but admire Lu Zhan's vehicle at a robust off-road beauty. The Mercedes-Benz G65 AMG, renowned as the most powerful all-terrain vehicle in the world, appeared to have been custom-modified, looking even more impressive. The vehicle was magnificent, yet the man was anything but virtuous. Reflecting upon Lu Zhan's ruthless rampage during the latter days of the apocalypse, a deep-seated hatred welled up within her. Uncertain of their destination, Fu Lian pondered, realizing that Lu Zhan was likely wandering aimlessly. What had he mentioned earlier? Dr. S. What business did he have with Dr. S? Lost in thought, she couldn't help but voice her curiosity. A confrontation? Fu Lian dismissed the notion. Dr. S was a scientist specializing in zombie virus research, having developed numerous vital medications to save humanity, a true humanitarian. Yet, even this dedicated scientist had fallen victim to Lu Zhan's merciless blade. Lu Zhan, you possess no heart. Recalling the fate of her friends and family, all perished at Lu Zhan's hands. The flames of vengeance surged anew within Fu Lian. She swore she would not rest until this fiend was vanquished. Clenching her teeth, she discreetly grasped the hairpin in her hair, its sharp tip resembling a blade, capable of piercing flesh. This was a powerful survival tool belonging to the original owner of this body. She stealthily positioned herself behind Lu Zhan, pretending to casually let her hairpin fall, allowing her long, dark hair to cascade down. Gathering her hair, she clutched the pin tightly in her hand, rubbing it thoughtfully. It was an ebony hairpin, one end fashioned into a swirling cloud shape, the other end sharp and elongated, encased in wood. When disassembled, it revealed a silver needle-like tip that glimmered coldly in the sunlight, stained with spots of dried blood, clearly a weapon honed over many years. Fu Lian focused intently, her gaze fixated on Lu Zhan's long, pale neck, her lips parched. If only she could seize the moment, swiftly thrusting the pin into his artery, causing a fountain of blood to erupt. Then, she would retrieve a small blade and ruthlessly stab his chest. Coughed at a slight cough from the front startled Fu Lian, causing her to glance up and meet her own haunting reflection in the rearview mirror, momentarily taken aback by her own chilling visage, a wave of fear coursing through her, her palms growing clammy as she gradually placed the hairpin on the seat. Her hand was slick with perspiration, her breath quickening. After a moment, she feigned nonchalance, absent-mindedly polishing the silver-tipped hairpin, her heart racing had he noticed. Stealing a glance at the composed man driving, she exhaled silently. Surely, he hadn't detected her intentions? Lu Zhan suddenly called out, the single syllable hanging heavily in the air, his cool, gravelly voice resonating ominously in Fu Lian's ears. Startled, she replied hesitantly, just as the off-road vehicle screeched to a halt. Lu Zhan pulled the handbrake, turning slightly to regard the still trembling Fu Lian. "Get out and eat. Okay, brother." Fu Lian nodded in a daze, making a move to open the door, only to be halted by Lu Zhan's sudden intervention. "What are you thinking? You are Fu Lian, correct?" Lu Zhan lit a cigarette, speaking slowly. Fu Lian nodded. "How old are you?" 18, she replied, her gaze darting around, noticing they had arrived at an abandoned gas station, with a small convenience store ahead, where a few wandering zombies lurked. Hearing the commotion, the zombies pressed against the glass door, their hands reaching out from the gaps. Moaning incomprehensibly, Fu Lian shrank back, pointing hesitantly, her expression betraying her fear as she stammered, "Zombies." Lu Zhan cast a fleeting glance, nodding with casual indifference. 18, of age now. Fu Lian crossed her arms defensively. Without lifting his eyes, Lu Zhan fiddled with the handle and knife in his hand. "Now that you're an adult, speak properly. Don't act like a child. Where's your courtesy?" Fu Lian felt a surge of frustration, yet Lu Zhan remained oblivious, continuing to smoke. The haze filled the air, making her dizzy. Reluctantly, she waved her hand to disperse the smoke. "Brother Lu Zhan, smoking is bad for your health." Lu Zhan paused, irritation flashing across his face. He abruptly tossed the half-finished cigarette aside, muttering something under his breath before yanking open the car door and stepping out. He grabbed the gas nozzle, lazily gesturing toward the group of zombies. "Go fetch something to eat." Momentarily taken aback, the zombies ceased their cries and quietly shuffled away. Even after witnessing his abilities in the cave, seeing them up close now was impressive. Fu Lian couldn't help but feel envious. Why couldn't such powers belong to her? In this apocalypse, those with abilities were a rarity. In a small base of about 100 people, there might be 2 at most, and having even one was considered treasure. Those with abilities not only possessed superior physical capabilities, but were also less susceptible to infection, though Fu Lian felt that most powers were rather useless. But this infernal Lu Zhan was an exception. How delightful! Fu Lian now had yet another reason to eliminate him. Spotting a steaming bowl of instant noodles resting on the ground, she hurried over to pick it up. Lifting the lid, she slurped at the noodles, exclaiming, "Oh, there's even electricity here. Otherwise, how could there be hot water for noodles?" It was no longer the early days of the apocalypse. Most regions and cities had long been without power. Even she hadn't enjoyed a warm meal in ages. Lu Zhan nodded. "This gas station is still operational." Fu Lian glanced around. There must be someone looking after it. Lu Zhan shook his head. "I've checked thoroughly. There's no one." Fu Lian sipped her soup, finding it rather mystifying that a vague sense of foreboding tugged at her. Yet seeing Lu Zhan calmly enjoying his meal, she chose to dismiss her unease and innocently indulged in her noodles. Once again seated in the vehicle, they observed the zombies clinging to the glass doors of the supermarket, their mournful cries echoing as they lined up, raising their hands in a farewell gesture. Finding it amusing, Fu Lian waved back, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the grotesque creatures. Lu Zhan cast a sidelong glance and succinctly remarked, "Childish." The off-road vehicle roared to life and sped away. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted in, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Fu Lian wrinkled her nose and looked up, seeking the source of the scent. Her gaze fell upon the tall walls beside the gas station, adorned with towering branches and clusters of petite purple flowers, reminiscent of umbrellas. A wave of regret washed over her as she realized these seemingly ordinary flowers were known as drunken fish grass, possessing a mild toxicity. They serve as an excellent ingredient for concocting a soporific with a mere pound capable of incapacitating an adult for an entire day. With this knowledge, how could one fear failing to vanquish Lu Zhan? Fu Lian clenched her teeth, silently vowing to remain vigilant in the future. Chapter 3. Women prior to the apocalypse. The intoxicated fish grass was cultivated as an ornamental plant, adorning the lush greenery alongside highways and roads, serving to reduce noise and dust. However, in the aftermath of the world's collapse, its tenacity led to an explosive proliferation, obstructing transportation. Furthermore, its toxicity intensified, rendering the entire plant anesthetic and effective against the undead. Consequently, it was extensively harvested and cultivated as a means of defense against zombies. In this instance, the intoxicated fish grass was meticulously nurtured within high walls, suggesting a deliberate and artificial cultivation. Fu Lian pondered, when suddenly Lu Zhan turned his head and dashed into a barely noticeable narrow path amidst the drunken fish grass. A multitude of purple blossoms erupted against the glass with a crisp sound as Lu Zhan accelerated, crashing through with fervor. Before long, the view before them opened up to reveal a lengthy, expansive thoroughfare, remarkably well-preserved, where driving felt as effortless as a fish in water. It had been ages since Fu Lian had encountered such a smooth road. As they rounded a bend, a disheveled woman sprang forth, her hair wild and her demeanor frantic. Instinctively, Lu Zhan slammed on the brakes, but the woman leapt directly onto the windshield, her pale, bloodied face pressed against the glass, startling Fu Lian with an unmistakable jolt. Fu Lian let out an unreserved scream. "Help, help!" The woman sobbed, desperately pounding on the glass, her expression fraught with anxiety as she glanced back. Something was pursuing her. Fu Lian made a blind guess that it was a zombie. Lu Zhan, with a stern expression, paid no heed to the woman's plea. Instead, he engaged the gear and released the clutch, appearing ready to drive away. In a panic, Fu Lian seized his right hand, her eyes brimming with tears of fear, pleading for salvation. Before Fu Lian could finish her words, she received a cold glance from Lu Zhan. She sniffled, lowered her head, and spoke softly. She appeared quite pitiable. What remarkable skills! Fu Lian couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement, yet she did not forget to open the car door, beckoning the woman to hurry inside. The woman appeared utterly terrified, scrambling into the vehicle like a frightened shrimp. Which esteemed family's daughter is so well protected? Fu Lian pondered, rubbing her nose. After all these years in this post-apocalyptic world, one would think she would have developed some resilience. As Fu Lian was about to pull the car door shut, a sudden wave of nausea washed over her. The woman exuded an overpowering stench of decay. Until now, she hadn't noticed it, but at this moment, Fu Lian was determined to keep her distance. She discreetly pinched her nose and fled from the vehicle. The number of zombies was not substantial, and Lu Zhan swiftly concluded the skirmish. Straightening his collar, he approached, noticing Fu Lian's hasty exit, his mind filled with suspicion. When Fu Lian beheld him, she was filled with unexpected joy, rushing over with tears streaming down her face, her expression one of accusation. "Lu Zhan, come and be the villain. Drive this woman away." Lu Zhan, unhurried, lifted his gaze. Beneath the hazy sunset, his handsome visage seemed to be enveloped in a halo of divine light, his tall figure standing as majestic as a mountain. He uttered, the intonation rising at the end, suggesting he was in good spirits. Fu Lian sniffled, pulling him aside and whispering a hint that it was rather unpleasant. Lu Zhan did not respond, instead turning his face to look. Fu Lian followed his gaze and discovered that the woman had already alighted from the vehicle, clutching a large bag and cheerfully waving at them. She appeared somewhat unhinged. Lu Zhan stroked his chin, gesturing to Fu Lian. "Look." Fu Lian blinked, a picture of vulnerability. Lu Zhan, with an expressionless demeanor, echoed Fu Lian's earlier plea for help. After uttering those words, he cast a fleeting glance at Fu Lian before turning to stride towards the vehicle. "Fu Lian, where has your steely heart gone? Were you not just observing with a cold gaze? What pretense is this?" Fu Lian, filled with indignation, reluctantly followed suit. She had no intention of truly driving the person away, so she took the passenger seat, making every effort to distance herself from the woman. The woman wiped her face and, with a hint of subservience, settled in behind Fu Lian, expressing her gratitude. Thank you all." Fu Lian forced a smile, insisting, No, it's unnecessary." Sensing that the woman might discern the underlying implications, Fu Lian gently added, "It's getting dark. It's unsafe outside." The woman nodded, placing her black backpack on her lap, holding it tightly, her bright eyes scrutinizing the two individuals. Fu Lian perceptibly noticed that the woman was trembling. Thank you both. Please, to my home," she stammered, her voice heavy with breathlessness as she pointed toward a row of quaint villas not far ahead. "There." Fu Lian followed her gaze to the roadside, where a serene lake lay, its surface reflecting the faint silhouettes of buildings across the water. The woman smiled, her delicate hands flailing nervously before her, clearly unable to rein in the erratic movements of her limbs. Yes, no food, she stammered. "Do you live alone?" The usually silent driver, Lu Zhan, suddenly spoke, his voice low and frigid, causing the woman to flinch in surprise. Instantly, she curled up, clutching her head, resembling a timid turtle, muttering incoherently to herself. What a tragic fate, this poor woman. In Fu Lian's eyes lingered a trace of compassion, and she no longer seemed to disdain the foul odor that clung to the woman. Instead, she rummaged through a drawer and retrieved a piece of chocolate. The woman repeatedly shook her head, burying her face in her oversized bag, her hands swiftly searching within. After a considerable time, she slowly lifted her head, a faint look of bewilderment gracing her features. Fu Lian dared not look any longer, her eyes brimming with tears. She tugged at Lu Zhan's sleeve, feeling a profound sense of pity for the woman. She had been so ravaged by the apocalypse that she resembled a mere shadow of her former self. Perhaps before the cataclysm, she had been a gentle and virtuous lady, blessed with a beloved husband and adorable children, living a peaceful life and resting at sunset. Yet now, she seemed deranged, starved, and it was conceivable that one day she would perish in her stupor, succumbing to hunger, cold, or worse, consumed by her own past. Lu Zhan remained silent, offering not even a glance. Fu Lian pouted. Indeed, he was a formidable tyrant, cold and unyielding, his heart as hard as stone. The off-road vehicle gradually entered a quaint residential area, and Fu Lian inquired where the woman resided. The woman did not respond, her gaze fixed vacantly on the outside scenery. The vehicle continued deeper until it reached a two-story house with a fenced yard, marking the end of the road. The yard was overgrown with weeds, amidst which sat a medium-sized doghouse. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicle, a dog emerged from within, its round eyes glinting with an eerie green light under the headlights. Its body was a mass of taut muscles, and it bore a gaping maw from which viscous drool dripped. As it moved, the clink of chains echoed ominously. This was a zombie dog. How could anyone possibly keep a zombie dog? Fu Lian was taken aback, while the woman next to her began to babble incoherently, suddenly flinging open the car door and dashing out. Hey! Fu Lian barely had time to react before she saw the woman shaking her bag as she walked, spilling out chunks of decaying flesh. She picked up a piece and hurled it into the corner of the yard, immediately capturing the attention of the zombie dog, which lunged forward with a howl. After completing this act, the woman bounced back to the vehicle and knocked on the window, signaling them to disembark. Lu Zhan was the first to step out, with Fu Lian closely following, her gaze towards the woman subtly shifting. She actually kept a zombie dog. Fu Lian felt a sudden chill. The putrid flesh harbored the zombie virus. Prolonged consumption could lead to becoming a zombie. Although the woman appeared dazed, she still resembled a human, which made her presence unsettling. With such thoughts, Fu Lian couldn't help but distance herself further from her. Are you afraid? Lu Zhan walked ahead, while the woman behind him, who constantly wept and wailed, pressed against his back, making it difficult for him to ignore her. Fu Lian bit her lip, immediately clutching his arm, instinctively leaning against him. Brother Lu Zhan, I'm so scared. The sun had just set, and the night descended, casting a shroud of lifeless gloom over the silent building. The woman led them up the external staircase to the second floor, warmly urging them to take a seat on the only sofa in the house, igniting the solitary small lamp on the coffee table. This household has electricity, Fu Lian pondered, drawing a connection to the normally functioning gas station. She wished to speak, but the woman seemed wholly absorbed in her own world. After handing them a shriveled apple, she hurried into the kitchen, and soon the fragrant aroma of garlic and scallions wafted through the air. She truly intends to entertain us well. Fu Lian leaned in, feeling a slight release of the tension that had been constricting his throat, and began to engage in casual conversation with Lu Zhan. However, Lu Zhan paid him no mind and instead proceeded to unlock the inner door. This door separated the staircase, serving as the essential passage from the second floor to the first. The lock was intricately secured, clearly indicating something was amiss. Just as Lu Zhan's hand reached for the lock, a loud thud echoed from within, as if someone was forcefully trying to break through the door. Fu Lian hurriedly sidestepped, exposing the armored soldier behind her to the open air. A good blade is indeed a good blade. What purpose does it serve against me? Fu Lian, keenly aware, crouched down just in time to evade the soldier's stealthy attack. She then pivoted, reaching into her bosom to retrieve a diminutive knife, no longer than a finger. The knife was genuinely small, reminiscent of a pocket-sized tool for sharpening pencils. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback, leaving her in a state of distress. Lu Zhan, with his hands clasped behind him, sheathed his knife and, upon noticing the toy knife in Fu Lian's hand, furrowed his brow slightly. He then offered her the kitchen knife he held. The woman had already fled the crime scene the moment Lu Zhan brandished his weapon, leaving the living room momentarily occupied by just the two of them. Fu Lian grasped the handle of the knife, its blade smeared with traces of blood and bits of flesh, glinting coldly under the dim light. She deliberately brandished it toward Lu Zhan, a fleeting thought crossing her mind, to seize the opportunity to slay him. If successful, it would be fortuitous. If not, she would merely feign a contest. Without hesitation, Fu Lian's probing gaze sharpened, and she raised her arm, intending to strike Lu Zhan. He deftly evaded her attack, prompting Fu Lian to pursue him relentlessly. A flicker of surprise flashed in Lu Zhan's eyes, which soon ignited a spark of interest. Suddenly, he extended his claw-like hand, targeting her vital points. And in the blink of an eye, he had reversed their positions and seized Fu Lian by the throat. Fu Lian hurriedly bent down and attempted to evade. But in the next moment, he found himself ensnared, unable to move. The fierce moves from earlier seemed like fleeting shadows, and in scarcely a second, Fu Lian was vanquished at his hands, suffering a crushing defeat. Lu Zhan, displaying a disinterested demeanor, merely licked his lips. Is this all? Fu Lian, despondent and tearful, lamented without a trace of guilt. You don't even give me a little consideration. Lu Zhan remained silent, yet abruptly turned away, his gaze directed towards the kitchen. The kitchen was an outdoor balcony-style structure, enveloped in transparent glass, with a door leading into it flanked by corridors on either side. As Fu Lian attempted to raise her hand for a stealthy strike, Lu Zhan swiftly lifted his arm and snatched the kitchen knife from her grasp. Fu Lian's right hand froze in the air. She sniffled and followed Lu Zhan's gaze, observing nothing but the busy silhouette of a woman and the tightly shut door. Instead, a sound of collision echoed from the inner door once more. She pressed her ear to it, yet heard nothing. Turning around, she noticed Lu Zhan standing at the corridor, twisting open the door on the left. He illuminated the room within, yet remained motionless for an extended moment. Fu Lian approached to take a look, discovering that the room was both narrow and spacious. A large, soft goose-down comforter adorned the bed, and a massive wedding photograph was displayed at the head of the bed. The photograph had yellowed with age, marred by scratches from the elements, rendering the figures unrecognizable. A faint, delicate fragrance pervaded the room, forming a stark contrast to the faint, foul odor wafting from the kitchen. Fu Lian yearned to continue watching, but Lu Zhan abruptly shut the door, exhibiting an air of disinterest. He then turned towards the door on the right, and as soon as he grasped the doorknob, he heard the woman enthusiastically exclaim, "Eat, eat." It was indeed a lavish dinner, if one could overlook the putrid stench emanating from the steaming dishes, a scent that even the spices could not mask. Observing that the two were reluctant to partake, the woman took up her chopsticks and began to eat. After a couple of bites, she cried out fervently, urging them to join her. The foul odor of rotting flesh, a consequence of her long-term consumption, was enough to suffocate anyone in its proximity. Fu Lian feared an unexpected transformation in herself. Although she was accompanied by the formidable Lu Zhan, she felt no dread of losing control. However, witnessing such mutations in others was akin to observing a grotesque circus of zombie-like creatures, eliciting no desire and, upon reflection, repulsion. Suddenly, she recalled the descriptions of Lu Zhan in that nefarious tome, the consumption of carrion, the dwelling in graves. She had nearly believed those accounts, but now, upon encountering a person who truly indulged in decaying flesh, she realized that such tales were merely fanciful musings, not to be taken as truth. Contemplating this, Fu Lian raised her gaze to Lu Zhan. Beneath the dim glow of the small night light, his features were shrouded in shadow, yet his chiseled profile remained strikingly handsome. A captivating sight, in stark contrast to the disheveled woman devouring carrion. The devilish allure of Lu Zhan's visage triumphed effortlessly. As if sensing Fu Lian's scrutiny, Lu Zhan, who had been quietly seated, slightly turned his head to meet her gaze. He paused momentarily before lazily rising and beginning to meander around the dwelling. The space comprised 3 rooms, one to the left, 2 to the right, and a central living area. He opened the front room on the right. Casting a cursory glance within, the woman remained indifferent, engrossed in her meal. It was only when Lu Zhan reached a small room at the right-hand corner that she exclaimed, pointing her delicate fingers. She—yes, Lu Zhan paused briefly, beckoning Fu Lian with a gesture. Come, have a look at your room. The woman approached willingly, unlocking the door and allowing Fu Lian to squeeze past her. This room was the only one secured with a lock. As Fu Lian contemplated this, her gaze fell upon the interior. In stark contrast to the spacious room on the left, this chamber was genuinely minuscule. The door was small, the floor space limited, scarcely larger than a palm. Within, there was merely a bed, so cramped that she could nearly touch the ceiling with a simple kick. However, Lu Zhan did not appear to be merely inspecting a room. He was evidently searching for something. Remarkably, no one had guided him here. Yet he navigated the twists and turns with precision. What seemed like a mere stroke of luck was perhaps something far more deliberate. Fu Lian raised her heart and began to observe intently. However, the room was truly too small. Apart from a bed, there was nothing of interest to behold. Unless Fu Lian's gaze shifted towards the space beneath the bed. At that moment, a woman emerged, decisively closing the door behind her. With a beaming smile, she beckoned Lu Zhan to proceed forward, leading him to the entrance of the adjacent room. Yours. Fu Lian followed behind, wearing a look of grievance. She did not wish to reside in the small cottage. Lu Zhan kicked open the door, and Fu Lian beheld the soft, pristine bed and the neatly arranged furnishings within. Unable to suppress her astonishment. You can stay here, Lu Zhan stated slowly, without raising his gaze, before turning to walk toward the smaller room. The woman immediately grasped his arm, shaking her head in protest. Ignoring her, Lu Zhan strode into the small room and slammed the door shut behind him. Having just removed his outer jacket, he cast his eyes towards the space beneath the bed and slowly extended his hand. Yet, a knock resounded from the door, and with a hint of irritation, he opened it. Fu Lian stood at the doorway, clutching a blanket timidly, filled with trepidation. How could one not feel apprehensive? Setting aside the eerie nature of this house, living alone inevitably breeds anxiety, especially at such a late hour. It seemed the perfect moment to eliminate Lu Zhan. In times of peril, they would confront challenges together. In the absence of danger, she would create it herself. Fu Lian. Lu Zhan called her name. Fu Lian lowered her head timidly. Lu Zhan gazed at her for a while, then suddenly chuckled mischievously. Do not be afraid, he said, turning to the side and gesturing for Fu Lian to enter. Lift your head. Fu Lian raised her eyes and locked a deep gaze with the zombie dog across the small room, its eerie green eyes glimmering. The creature, noticing her stare, opened its crimson maw, revealing its menacing white teeth, still glistening with remnants of recently consumed putrid flesh. Ah, Fu Lian's heart raced. Wait, there are iron bars and glass. What is there to fear? Damn that Lu Zhan for scaring her. She gritted her teeth, tossing the blanket she held onto Lu Zhan, feigning a panic-stricken attempt to push him away. Lu Zhan remained unfazed, calmly kicking aside the blanket draped over him. With a steady hand, he deftly extracted the hairpin from Fu Lian's hair, swiftly opened the window, and plunged the pin into the skull of the zombie dog, delivering a fatal blow. After accomplishing this, he withdrew the hairpin, scrutinizing it thoughtfully, and remarked, quite effective indeed. Fu Lian exhaled, on the verge of relaxing when she suddenly felt a constriction around her ankle. Looking down, she beheld a withered emerald green hand tightly grasping her ankle. In a split second, she raised her other foot and aimed a swift stomp towards that hand. To her astonishment, the hand exhibited no fear. Instead, it seized the opportunity to pull her forcefully, causing Fu Lian to lose her balance and tilt precariously. She quickly grasped Lu Zhan's arm, her eyes glistening like water. Brother Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan crouched down, his long arm reaching beneath the bed, and swiftly yanked out the creature that had attempted to ambush Fu Lian. Chapter 5. Uniform, it was yet another little zombie. How many zombies had that woman raised? Reflecting on her initial arrangements and actions sent a chill down Fu Lian's spine. She had even contemplated feeding her to this zombie. With this thought, Fu Lian clenched her fist in displeasure and struck the zombie's head with considerable force. At the moment of impact, her expression cracked slightly. Ordinary zombies had heads as fragile as watermelons and as brittle as eggshells. Fu Lian grinned and rubbed her hands together, noticing the hollow eye sockets of the zombie, whose cold green gaze was fixated on her. Upon catching her glance, it curled its lips into a slight, disdainful smile. Clearly, this was a second-rate zombie. Fu Lian was taken aback. What was this creature? She had never encountered anything like it in her 2 lifetimes. However, her attention swiftly shifted to Lu Zhan, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. He raised his hand and pressed it against the zombie's head, applying pressure until the skull caved in slightly. Such strength? Fu Lian felt a wave of dismay wash over her. Gradually, she came to the realization that in this second life, she was not the formidable ability user Fu Lian she once was, but rather an ordinary, utterly defenseless woman. Was this the cruel jest of fate? The weight of despair settled heavily upon her. Observing her plight, Lu Zhan kindly offered her a hairpin, reassuring her that it was quite useful. "Thank you," Fu Lian replied, accepting the pin and wiping the blood from the zombie's body before slowly raising her gaze, her face obscured by her hands as she lamented her own helplessness. Unbeknownst to her, her words seemed to provoke the zombie, which suddenly surged with ferocity. A powerful mental force pierced her mind, causing a sharp pain to throb at her head. Almost immediately, that overwhelming mental pressure receded like a tide. She glanced up and saw Lu Zhan seemingly engaged in a battle of wits with the zombie, grappling with it on a psychological level. Fu Lian turned to push the door, only to discover it was firmly locked. She had no choice but to turn back and found Lu Zhan with his eyes tightly shut, drenched in sweat, while the zombie appeared to be in a daze, as if it had lost half its soul. Suddenly, the zombie let out a piercing scream, its momentum surging, causing beads of sweat to form on Lu Zhan's forehead, each one rolling down like pearls. Fu Lian initially intended to pierce the neck of the zombie, but her movement came to a halt. She removed the ebony, revealing the silver needles concealed within, and cautiously approached Lu Zhan step by step. The zombie had captured the majority of his attention, presenting a rare opportunity. Fu Lian pondered, her movements momentarily pausing. The two were evidently at an impasse. Should she take the life of Lu Zhan, she would inevitably confront the terrifying and formidable zombie endowed with psychic powers. Such a predicament would plunge her into peril. What, then, would be the meaning of killing Lu Zhan? Though she possessed a noble spirit and harbored concerns for the world, she still valued her own life. Fu Lian felt an involuntary hesitation within her. She furrowed her brows in contemplation, ultimately gripping her hairpin tightly and thrusting it fiercely towards the zombie's neck. Having been granted a rare second chance at life, she understood the value of her existence. While she could devise a long-term strategy to deal with Lu Zhan, her demise would leave her with nothing. Fu Lian did not anticipate that the conclusion would unfold in such a manner. Witnessing Lu Zhan's lips stained with blood and knowing he was at the end of his strength, she dared not linger any longer. She swiftly searched for an escape route. Surrounded by walls, there was only a door and a window available, yet the door was securely locked, leaving the window as her sole chance for egress. The window was pitifully small and barred with iron, but she could only place her hopes upon it. Positioned directly opposite the door, the confrontation between the two men effectively blocked her only means of escape. Fu Lian exerted herself to squeeze through the narrow gap. As she climbed onto the windowsill, a chilling voice from behind her broke the silence, questioning incredulously, "What is happening? What earth-shattering turn of events has transpired in the few minutes I was unaware?" Fu Lian surveyed her surroundings, her eyes wide with astonishment. Noticing Lu Zhan's unwavering gaze upon her, she hastily leaped down to stand beside him and sweetly exclaimed, "Lu Zhan, I knew you would be all right." After uttering those words, she indignantly kicked at the zombie, muttering under her breath, "That's what you get for opposing us. Deserved it." Her loud proclamation elicited a chuckle from Lu Zhan, who was amused by her feigned bravado. He rummaged through his pockets only to realize he had forgotten his cigarettes, his expression dimming slightly as he proceeded to rub his temples. Fu Lian hurried over on tiptoe to assist him, saying, "Lu Zhan, you are truly remarkable." However, Lu Zhan evaded her touch and instead kicked the zombie at his feet, urging it to move and open the door. What are the chances that a newly infected individual possesses such formidable mental strength to contend with Lu Zhan? Could it be that the being before him is, in fact, a supernatural entity? Fu Lian pondered for a moment, yet found it perplexing. If it possessed such strength, why then did it hide within the confines of a woman's abode? It could have easily devoured her long ago. Fu Lian contemplated as she observed Lu Zhan gradually lower himself to retrieve a photograph from beneath the bed. It depicted a family of three, a man, a woman, and a dog. Truly, it was an image of harmonious happiness. Her gaze sharpened slightly, then shifted towards the zombie. As a bold yet terrifying thought crossed her mind. "Do you know who you are?" "Ah, it seems he is not an ordinary zombie. Indeed, he is of a different kind. He possesses not only intelligence, but also memories and humanity." Reflecting on the wedding photo from earlier and the current image of the family, Fu Lian hypothesized, could he and the woman be a married couple? Therefore, he refrained from calling her to open the door. wishing to conceal from her the fact that he had succumbed to becoming a zombie. However, a zombie of this caliber is inherently not weak, endowed with mental prowess. They even exhibit a degree of aggression. Why, then, would he send a frail woman out as bait? Fu Lian was perplexed. Her gaze fixated on the sorrowful eyes of the zombie, momentarily lost in her emotions. As she lowered her head, she noticed Lu Zhan retrieving a bone from beneath the bed once more. He tossed the bone at his feet and remarked, "Is this for you?" With a cold smirk. Lu Zhan ruthlessly kicked the zombie, commanding, "Open the door." When the zombie remained motionless, he coolly asserted, "You already knew." The male zombie paused, staring at the bone for a moment before slowly turning around to knock twice on the door. The door swung open swiftly, and upon witnessing the scene within, the woman seemed to deflate as if all the air had been sucked out of her. Her gaze became vacant as she fixated on the zombie. You have changed." Sobbing, "All of you have changed." Then, her attention shifted to Fu Lian and Lu Zhan. Seeing that they were unharmed, she suddenly appeared utterly terrified, bursting into tears with snot and sobs. The zombie whimpered but dared not move, casting furtive glances at Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan tucked something into his embrace and turned with a cold smile, striding towards the exit. He paused momentarily near the woman and disdainfully uttered, "If you lack the means, do not even think of harming others." Fu Lian did not dare to linger and hurriedly quickened her pace to match Lu Zhan's stride. As she walked, her gaze remained fixed on him. After Lu Zhan descended the stairs, a zombie suddenly lunged forward, seizing the woman in its grasp. Fu Lian focused intently on his profile, only to observe him subtly shift his eyes. Upon noticing Fu Lian's stare, his previously tender expression morphed into a fierce countenance, and he viciously bit through the woman's neck. Fu Lian was startled and hurriedly ran away. Lu Zhan had already opened the car door, and she quickly called out, diving into the back seat. Recalling the earlier scene, Fu Lian was still in a state of shock. She suddenly remembered that the zombie had been subdued by Lu Zhan. She slowly turned her head, and in the silvery light of the dark moon, the man appeared utterly indifferent, solely focused on driving. The night was fraught with obstacles. Yet this residential area was unusually devoid of any zombies, likely due to the man having cleared them out while he was still alive. Fu Lian stifled a yawn, her eyelids heavy with sleep. Squinting through the misty haze, she discerned two zombies standing stiffly beside the dilapidated shack, resembling butlers awaiting their master. Adjacent to the shabby dwelling, a large shed opened towards the inner lake, providing a perfect concealment for the ostentatious and incongruous off-road vehicle. Chapter 6. Double Kill. Fu Lian squinted her eyes as she observed Lu Zhan's vehicle entering the greenhouse. Occasionally, a few bloodshot-eyed zombie fish leaped upon the shimmering surface of the lake. The sound of water splashing echoed eerily in the still air. She rubbed her eyes, lazily turned over, and comfortably nestled herself against a row of seats. Suddenly, a chill swept in, rousing her from her drowsiness. She licked her lips and lifted her gaze, only to find a thin blanket tossed over her face. She pushed it aside and looked again. Lu Zhan's tall and robust figure had settled into the last row, cradling a coat in his arms, letting out a sigh as he lay down. Upon noticing Fu Lian's gaze, he paused slightly, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Did I wake you?" Fu Lian sat up, shaking her head. She stretched languidly and softly sighed. That zombie was truly terrifying. "Did you have a nightmare?" Lu Zhan replied, adjusting his coat and expressing his apologies. In the air, only the faint sound of Fu Lian sniffing could be heard. Lu Zhan furrowed his brow, mistakenly thinking she was on the verge of tears, and coldly said, "Next time, stay in the car." "No," Fu Lian vehemently rejected, biting her lip as she called out, "Brother Lu Zhan." The man responded lazily. "How did you manage to subdue that zombie? You were incredible." Upon hearing this flattery, Lu Zhan, who had initially approached with a singular purpose, found himself unexpectedly reacting. Fu Lian bit her nails, inwardly lamenting that she had finally reached the question she wished to ask. "How do you know it is there?" she inquired. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Fu Lian pressed on. "I shall not perish." Fu Lian found herself momentarily choked, her toes instinctively digging into the ground as she crafted a metaphorical fortress, utterly oblivious to the melodramatic nature of her own words. "Aren't you in search of Drive-S? What compels you to seek him?" The man rolled over, showing no sign of disturbance. "A fight, perhaps?" The last time you mentioned Drive S, it was in the context of a brawl. Oh, does Brother Lu enjoy fighting? Fu Lian continued to inquire. She held her breath, standing still in the darkness for a lengthy moment before slowly removing the hairpin from her hair and approaching Lu Zhan. Could it be? Fu Lian tentatively raised her hand, and the shadow indeed let out a menacing growl, confirming her suspicion. It was truly a zombie. Fu Lian felt a sense of speechlessness. She ceased her movements, while Lu Zhan behind her sat up. Fu Lian felt a surge of emotion, quietly weeping as she lamented the presence of zombies that kept her awake. In the darkness, she could not discern the man's expression, but she bit her lip as Lu Zhan crouched down and offered her the last available seat. She obediently squeezed in, clutching a small blanket and curling up in the corner, playfully threatening, "Let them eat you first." The sound of the man's steady breathing filled her ears as she gazed at the alert zombies in front of her, cursing the man who slept soundly ahead. She tried to muster her spirits, but despite her efforts, the zombies showed no sign of letting down their guard, instead causing Lu Zhan to awaken several times. For he was a light sleeper. Realizing that she could not act during the night, Fu Lian, feeling disheartened, tucked away her hairpin and lay down to sleep. It was not that she did not remain vigilant around Lu Zhan, but given her current abilities, he could dispose of her with the greatest of ease. Thus, keeping her guard up around him seemed unnecessary. After a night of deep slumber, she awoke at dawn. After addressing her basic needs, Lu Zhan discovered a well behind the dilapidated house. He fetched some water and roused Fu Lian. They both washed up briefly, consuming a can each before embarking on their journey once more. "Where are we headed?" Fu Lian asked, her voice lacking vitality due to the poor sleep she had endured the previous night. With this thought in mind, she cast a mildly displeased glance at Lu Zhan. Oblivious to her gaze, he simply pulled out an empty bottle from his pocket and tossed it into Fu Lian's lap. Fu Lian was in a flurry, trying to catch the small, empty bottle that floated in the air. After a while, she finally managed to steady the tiny container. It was about a finger's length, and the bottle bore an X symbol, resembling a product without any labels or information. She examined it from various angles, yet failed to discern any floral design. Turning her puzzled gaze towards Lu Zhan, hoping that the owner of the bottle could provide some enlightenment. Lu Zhan glanced at her and replied, "No impression? What impression should I have?" Fu Lian was increasingly perplexed. She pondered thoughtfully, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. "Oh, cough syrup?" Lu Zhan cast her a silent glance, speechless. Fu Lian continued to gently stroke her head, finally managing to untangle a few coherent thoughts from the chaotic memories of the original owner. She pointed at the X and declared the pill. What's it all about? The transformation pill. Previously, someone had come to promote this item, claiming that consuming one would lead to a complete metamorphosis, bestowing extraordinary abilities. How remarkable! As she spoke, Fu Lian's eyes glimmered with regret. Alas, I am but a pauper, unable to afford such extravagance. Lu Zhan sneered. Thank goodness you are poor. What am my poverty? Fu Lian blinked. Lu Zhan cast a fleeting glance at her, and, in a rare moment of elaboration, transformed into a zombie-like figure. Fu Lian straightened up, instantly comprehending his meaning. Are you suggesting that the male zombie was caused by this entity? Lu Zhan nodded. Where did you hear this news? Fu Lian inhaled sharply, scrutinizing the sinister potion before her, a serious expression crossing her face as she uttered 3 words, Qingyan Town. The off-road vehicle came to a sudden halt with a creak, and Lu Zhan retrieved a map from the compartment, studying it intently. Fu Lian leaned in closer, her small finger tracing a spot to the south, declaring here. Qingyan Town was not far from their current location. In fact, the fishing village they occupied was adjacent to it. However, in the tumultuous landscape of the apocalypse, the whereabouts of the herbalist remained a mystery, making their journey to Qingyan Town a mere gamble of fate. After an hour of travel, they arrived at their destination. In just a few short months, what was once a sparsely populated Qingyan Town had transformed into a desolate city overrun by the undead. Under the blazing sun, a few wandering corpses meandered aimlessly. The vehicle's horn echoed through the lifeless town, injecting a semblance of vitality into the oppressive silence. The two roamed the town, attempting to attract attention through sound, hoping to uncover any signs of life. Yet, after a thorough exploration, aside from a vehicular accident that crushed a few wandering corpses, they found nothing. Fu Lian strained her neck to gaze outside, yet her attention momentarily halted as she passed by an elementary school. This institution was enshrouded by towering trees and overgrown weeds, had it not been for the intact stone plaque bearing the school's name at the entrance. Fu Lian might not have recognized it. Half of the buildings had collapsed, filled with students clad in faded blue uniforms, their vacant eyes resembling those of little zombies. As a vehicle drove by, they uniformly turned their heads to observe. She rolled down the window slightly and peered closely. On the only standing teaching building of Qingyun Elementary School, a tattered red banner hung limply, fluttering in the gentle breeze, swaying softly. Fu Lian discerned with great care and discovered that 3 prominent English letters, SOS, were inscribed above. Someone was calling for help. Fu Lian hurriedly signaled the vehicle to stop, gesturing for Lu Zhan to take a look. Lu Zhan lazily raised his eyes, glancing at the words above, yet his interest remained decidedly lacking. Fu Lian furrowed her brows, her voice soft and gentle. "These are the flowers of our motherland. Can you truly bear to harm them?" As she spoke, she rubbed her eyes, preparing to squeeze out a few tears to enhance her performance. However, Lu Zhan remained unmoved. Yet, he seemed to sense something, suddenly turning the car around and slowly heading towards Qingyun Primary School. Fu Lian initially believed her words had taken effect, sitting up straight with delight. However, the vehicle became stuck and immovable. The two had no choice but to abandon the car and proceed towards the quiet and mysterious Qingyun Primary School. Chapter 7. Qingyun Primary School. Lu Zhan surveyed the area in front of the vehicle and discovered that a long vine had inexplicably grown, entangling itself around the front wheels. He raised his gaze and noticed beneath the towering tree at the entrance of Qingyun Primary School a thick, verdant vine that loomed high and long, enveloping the gate. Once the vine ensnared the wheels, it ceased any further movement. He drew a small knife and, with a few swift strokes, severed the withered branches of the vine, only to witness new tendrils sprouting forth and re-entwining themselves relentlessly. Frowning, he decided not to expend further energy on this obstinate vine and turned his attention towards Qingyun Primary School. Fu Lian wandered at the entrance, clutching her pocket knife, feeling as though she could find no place to rest. The towering, dense vines obscured her view of the interior. However, judging by the remnants of broken walls she had glimpsed from the car, it was likely that the place was teeming with pale-eyed, ghostly little zombies. The vines had grown cunningly, sealing the entrance tightly and leaving the little zombies with nowhere to escape, creating a natural barrier. Behind her, a man's voice was faint. Fu Lian turned to see him toss a knife toward her. She hurriedly raised her hand to catch it, and upon opening it, she discovered a blade as dark as ink, adorned with an elegantly dancing butterfly, adding a touch of grace to its appearance. Fu Lian swung the knife lightly, its handle as soft as down, while the blade sliced through the air with a sharpness that captivated her. She had not anticipated that there could be such a feminine touch in the realm of combat. "Brother Lu Zhan," Fu Lian exclaimed, rushing towards him with eager eyes. "Is this a gift for me?" "Not a chance," he replied coldly, dismissing her with 2 curt words, before fastening 3 long blades to his back and striding towards the right side of the grand gate. "Over there is the entrance." Fu Lian pointed toward the entangled gate, offering a friendly reminder. Lu Zhan remained silent, continuing his forward march. Fu Lian scratched her head and obediently followed him. At the corner of the wall stood a tall, straight tree, its trunk pressed firmly against the wall, while thick vines curled around it, rendering the concealment in this area significantly weaker. Lu Zhan tentatively tossed a pebble, and upon hearing no response, he cautiously approached. In this apocalyptic world, one must exercise utmost caution even with the serene, verdant flora. Complacency could prove perilous. After all, one could never truly ascertain which tree, blade of grass, or flower might have harbored some sort of sentience. With determination, Lu Zhan wrapped his arms around the tree trunk, deftly using the wall to propel himself upwards. He surveyed the situation within before turning his gaze back to Fu Lian, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. "Don't underestimate me," she retorted confidently. "Climbing trees is my specialty." Fu Lian held her head high with confidence, while Lu Zhan chuckled softly before leaping down. It was only when she climbed back up that she realized something was amiss. It wasn't the sheer number of zombies below that troubled her, but rather the fact that the wall stood 3 meters high. She was no supernatural being. A jump from such a height could very well result in a broken leg. Lu Zhan, who had already descended, effortlessly dispatched the few zombies with his knife, then turned his gaze towards Fu Lian. Fu Lian immediately admitted defeat, huddling pitifully against the wall, her eyes pleading for his help. Before she could utter a word of desperation, Lu Zhan slowly extended his hand toward her. Fu Lian, with unreserved grace, leapt lightly towards him. The man effortlessly embraced her waist, and as Fu Lian rested against his chest, she felt the firmness of his muscles and the heat of his body, which left her dizzy. However, that sensation was fleeting. Lu Zhan soon released her. His brow furrowed as he spoke in a low voice, noting the peculiarities of the zombies in this place. Fu Lian blinked and began to examine her surroundings alongside him. This area was near a staircase, where the iron railing opened up and several stone bricks were laid beneath a few thresholds. The bricks were fragmented and concealed the dust, which mingled with mud, extending all the way to the towering wall. The earthen ground was overrun with weeds, adorned with blooming blue morning glories. The delicate flowers swayed in the breeze, releasing a faint, refreshing fragrance. Fu Lian gazed at them for a while, and an indescribable, joyful sentiment welled up within her heart. "Do not look." Lu Zhan patted her back, raising his small military knife with a grave expression. The two sides remained locked in a standoff. Lu Zhan's brows were tinged with mild impatience as he charged forward, the silver blade glinting in his hand, swiftly entangling himself within the horde of zombies. He exhibited no fear of being bitten at all. Fu Lian was astonished by his reckless fighting style and recalled his extraordinary abilities. Could it be that he was entirely unafraid of being bitten? She silently scoffed at the thought, then cautiously raised the butterfly knife in her hand, swiftly severing the head of an approaching zombie. After dispatching a few, she sensed something amiss. These zombies had no intention of engaging with the land warriors, but were instead advancing directly towards her. What on earth? As she once again struck down a zombie's head, she noticed the creatures were launching themselves out of the encirclement of the land warriors, while the number of zombies converging before her continued to swell, making it increasingly difficult for her to fend them off. Without hesitation, she turned to flee. The response to her retreat was the relentless roars of the smaller zombies in pursuit. The Qingyun Primary School was adorned with various robust poplar trees, their stoutness reminiscent of pencil shafts, facilitating Fu Lian's escape. Yet, if a few larger branches were to obstruct her path, her life might very well be forfeit. Fu Lian was on the verge of tears, yet she could not cry. "No, I am aware that his abilities are extraordinary, but must you all persist in bullying me? I had only dared to step into this zombie-infested Qingyun Primary School, relying on Lu Zhan's powers. Yet unexpectedly, his abilities proved ineffective. How infuriating!" Fu Lian reflected on her experience, having circled the campus once, with an incessant stream of pale-eyed, green-clad little zombies joining the pursuit, leaving her in tears. The determination of everyone trying to eliminate her was genuinely moving. After this exhausting lap, she felt more fatigue than after an 800-meter run. Her body was drenched in sweat. Her breath came in heavy gasps, and each step felt leaden, leaving her utterly drained. This frail body was a significant burden, and Fu Lian was relying solely on her indomitable survival instinct, having long since reached her limits. Fu Lian, overwhelmed with joy, rushed forward. Lu Zhan stepped aside to let her in, deftly wedging his long knife against the iron bars to prevent them from being breached. He swiftly drew the curved blade from his mouth, wielding both weapons as he charged towards the oncoming horde of zombies. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Lu Zhan moved through them as if harvesting chives, cutting down wave after wave without pause. Occasionally, a few stragglers managed to slip through, but they were promptly dispatched by Fu Lian's blade. Fu Lian felt parched, her vision darkening, while her nerves remained taut, ever vigilant for any lurking dangers. It seemed as though her life was approaching its conclusion. She placed a hand upon her chest, where her heart throbbed with painful intensity. Soon, the small zombies ceased their assault, merely standing at a distance. Fu Lian lifted her gaze, sensing that each of them was fixated on her, as if she were a succulent morsel. Fu Lian trembled, her eyes brimming with tears, nearly kneeling to bow before the crowd. Suddenly, a chorus of cries pierced the air. Startling her, she gazed in astonishment as the horde of zombies moved their lips, seemingly engaged in a conversation. Amidst the cacophony, she strained to listen, eventually discerning their desperate calls for a teacher. "Teacher, it hurts so much. Teacher, please don't hit us anymore." The little zombies wailed, their cries echoing with despair. Several headless corpses, trembling in response to their haunting pleas, began to rise, methodically attempting to reattach their severed heads. Alas, the dislodged heads had long since become unattainable, and after numerous futile attempts, they resignedly cradled their heads in their arms. Clad in identical attire, it was uncertain whether the heads they clutched belonged to them. Each one held a head, creating a grotesque tableau. Lu Zhan, taken aback, slowly withdrew a handkerchief, meticulously wiping the blade in his hand. The scene was undeniably chilling. He contemplated rushing forward but hesitated, wary of Lu Zhan's formidable prowess, remaining rooted in place, torn in indecision. What concern is it of mine? Do not mistakenly identify a teacher. Chapter 8. Class noticing Fu Lian's stunned silence. Lu Zhan continued to polish his long knife and advised, "Teacher Fu, it is time to conduct the lesson for the children." Fu Lian inhaled sharply, taken aback by an unprecedented situation that was utterly beyond her expectations. Her petite face flushed a deep crimson from the exertion of running, and her round eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed helplessly and anxiously at Lu Zhan. However, Lu Zhan merely cast a fleeting glance her way before diverting his attention, persisting in his prior discourse and imparting lessons to them. His tone bore a certain rigidity, resonating as though he were issuing commands. Fu Lian exhaled softly, still unable to comprehend the situation. However, at that moment, she could only comply with his instructions. To her astonishment, the horde of zombies actually nodded in agreement, their voices rising in a childlike chorus. "Good teacher." It was rather reminiscent of elementary school students. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow, observing as the zombies obediently ascended the stairs in an orderly fashion. And then he turned to remind her to inquire about the whereabouts of the living. Fu Lian suddenly understood, clearing her throat and adopting a teacherly demeanor. "Where are the living people here?" The little zombies paused, and Fu Lian immediately shrank behind Lu Zhan, only to see the little zombies collectively raise their hands and point northward, their voices trailing off as they uttered canteen. After saying this, she swiftly descended, with Lu Zhan lazily following behind, his hands clasped behind his head, truly embodying the role of a teacher. They were meant to be obedient. Fu Lian feigned innocence. "Wait." She quickly intervened. "Finding people is urgent. Don't let these distractions delay us." Lu Zhan hesitated for a moment before reluctantly straightening his posture. As they passed by a classroom building, they noticed it was filled with zombies. Fu Lian leaned in to look, only to find the little zombies turning their heads in unison, their pale pupils fixated on her. Lu Zhan shook his head. He suddenly halted, seemingly sensing something. After a while, he opened his eyes. This elementary school has a unique magnetic field, quite intriguing. He then yawned, his words betraying a lack of enthusiasm for the peculiar school. Fu Lian gently touched her nose and slowly inquired, "You seem rather disinterested in this matter." Though phrased as a question, it bore the certainty of a statement. Fu Lian, unable to contain her curiosity, tentatively inquired, "What piques your interest?" After posing the question, she speculated to herself, "Perhaps fighting?" Lu Zhan cast a cold glance in her direction and replied, "What business is it of yours to inquire about my preferences?" As Fu Lian wiped the sweat from her brow, her gaze collided with his. In that moment, his expression seemed to convey a silent message. "Do not think you can pry into my affairs or entice me. I am not easily deceived. Who would be interested in knowing you?" Fu Lian exhaled softly, falling into silence. The two of them quickly arrived at the cafeteria. "Who are these people?" Could that group of little zombies be deceiving me? Fu Lian murmured quietly. Lu Zhan then gripped his knife once more, gradually making his way toward the food counter. Before he could reach the window, a hurried female voice called out, "Hello." Fu Lian followed closely behind, catching a glimpse of a fleeting white figure reflected in the glass. She exhaled in relief and called out, "Hello. I'm currently not in a position to offer my assistance. Might I implore you to make a trip to the 17th floor of the Science and Education Building?" The Science and Education Building? Fu Lian mused, turning to glance at Lu Zhan, only to find him appearing indifferent and somewhat preoccupied. "Is the highest building." The woman's voice was particularly clear and gentle. "I'm teacher Sue from this establishment. There are 3 children there who have gone without food for several days." As she spoke, her tone grew slightly somber. "I came to the cafeteria in search of food, but inadvertently found myself trapped here. I kindly ask for your assistance." By the end of her plea, a subtle layer of desperation and concern tinged her voice. She truly is a remarkably gentle teacher, still so devoted to her students even at such a time. Fu Lian sighed, feeling an inexplicable sense of affection and trust towards the unseen female teacher, and without a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced to her plea. Lu Zhan remained silent throughout, and upon witnessing Fu Lian turn to leave, he followed her. The tallest building, the very one from which Fu Lian had glimpsed the distress signal while in the off-road vehicle, stood out prominently. Initially overlooked during their earlier run, it now appeared starkly incongruous amidst the surrounding dilapidated structures, resembling something almost new in comparison. Fu Lian bit her lip, noticing Lu Zhan suddenly quickening his pace, and hurriedly followed in small steps. She could only wonder how many days the children had gone without food. She hoped they were all right. Upon arriving at the Kuyu building, she was confronted with the sight of the tightly shut door, which left her feeling somewhat perplexed. She leaned to the side, hoping to catch a glimpse of a few zombie figures within one of the classrooms to summon their assistance, but found the interior impeccably tidy, devoid of any little zombies. With her head bowed in contemplation, she sought a strategy. Unable to gain entry, Lu Zhan, noticing her daze, inquired. Fu Lian hastily directed a pleading gaze towards him. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow, slowly approached, and examined the slightly rusted lock. Suddenly, with a forceful grip, he wrenched the lock apart with sheer strength. "Impressive." Fu Lian silently gave a thumbs up, generously extolling praises. "Brother Lu Zhan, you are truly remarkable." "Indeed, Brother Lu Zhan is the strongest in the world. Your boyfriend prowess is absolutely max." However, Lu Zhan did not respond. Instead, he inquired, "Do you really believe her?" Fu Lian widened her eyes and instinctively spoke. "Shouldn't we trust her?" Lu Zhanchao hesitated, gazing at her for a moment before slowly shaking his head. That woman was not a zombie. He could not articulate why, but her tone did not seem disingenuous. Yet, he felt an inexplicable strangeness. Fu Lian bit her lip, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer as she swiftly ascended the stairs. The Kashue building was eerily vacant, isolated from the other floors. Fu Lian glanced around, finding not a single zombie in sight. Lu Zhan followed closely behind, exuding an air of leisurely calmness. After climbing just 2 flights, Fu Lian found herself utterly exhausted, leaning against her knees, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, while the pain in her chest intensified. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan stood beside her, composed and unhurried, patiently waiting. "You should go and take a look," Fu Lian urged him. Yet, Lu Zhan remained unmoved. Fu Lian raised her brows and locked her gaze with his. Soon after, she noticed his thin lips slightly parting. "Benefits? Benefits? Very well. Shall I deliver a punch?" Fu Lian raised her fist, while Lu Zhan remained motionless. "What are you trying to do?" she wondered, pondering where she might have offended him for him to hold a grudge over such trivial matters. What a lunatic, she thought, gritting her teeth. Seeing him still idly standing there, she suddenly felt invigorated, as if her aches and fatigue had vanished, as she hastily resumed her ascent up the stairs. After reaching the 3rd floor, Fu Lian sat on the stair landing, fanning herself with her hand. She was utterly exhausted. Today had been filled with laborious tasks. This body of hers seemed utterly useless. Not only was her chest aching, but she was also gasping for breath as if she might expel her lungs. Her vision clouded with stars. With a resigned tone, she spoke, her voice unusually soft. "Good brother, my esteemed elder brother, I implore you." Casting a sidelong glance, she noted Lu Zhan's inscrutable expression as he slightly curved his lips and took a step upward. Fu Lian sat there with her arms crossed, taking a considerable amount of time to regain her composure. She placed her hand on her disordered heartbeat, pondering whether there was something amiss with her body. As she organized her thoughts, she realized that her frail constitution was primarily due to years of hunger and exposure to the cold, resulting in a weak spleen and a chilled stomach, which rendered her incapable of engaging in vigorous exercise. Chapter 9. Searching for a person you bear a striking resemblance to someone. Fu Lian was lost in thought while waiting for him, when suddenly she heard Lu Zhan's deep voice resonate. Lu Zhan descended, inexplicably displeased, and stated, "It's dead." Upon seeing Fu Lian's disbelief, he gestured with his hand, prompting 3 zombies to descend from the upper floor, one of which dragged along a disfigured body. This. Fu Lian blinked her eyes, a hint of regret crossing her face. "Then let us depart." At this moment, Fu Lian had rested sufficiently. She cast a casual glance at the few zombies and remarked, "What did you just say?" "Like what?" "It's nothing." "Oh." Fu Lian chose not to dwell on it, swiftly dismissing the minor incident from her mind. However, she couldn't help but wonder, how is it that the children have become like this? Yet that female teacher is still alive? Lu Zhan lifted his gaze, a hint of surprise flickering across his expression. Is this question truly so peculiar? Fu Lian was perplexed. Yet suddenly a flash of insight struck her. Wait, I have never even seen that female teacher. Why should I trust her based solely on her word? Could it be that the teacher has ulterior motives? A chill crept through Fu Lian as she pondered the nature of this strange ability. Just moments ago in the cafeteria, she inexplicably found herself believing her entirely. Reflecting on it now, there were numerous red flags. Lu Zhan smiled. "I thought you were kind-hearted and innocent." In essence, he called her foolish. Having been led astray by the eccentric teacher and subsequently mocked by Lu Zhan, Fu Lian felt a pang of sadness. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Lu Zhan, reproaching him, "You could have at least given me a heads up, brother Lu Zhan." Lu Zhan glanced at her flushed eyes, but remained silent. Meanwhile, Fu Lian's concern grew. "Do you think she intends to lure us into this building to harm us?" As she spoke, she ventured a bold hypothesis. What if those zombies on the 17th floor are not ordinary zombies, but something far more formidable? They could be waiting for us to walk into their trap, only to pounce on us. And what if she locks us inside this building? As Fu Lian's imagination spiraled into the absurd, even lifting her leg in an attempt to dash away, Lu Zhan grasped her arm firmly. "What are you afraid of?" He drawled lazily. "Aren't I here?" His words provided an overwhelming sense of security, yet they also weighed heavily on Fu Lian's heart. A memory from her past life resurfaced. Her dear friend Ami recounting the tale of the Moo flower. The Moo flower, purple and trumpet-shaped, resembled a gigantic morning glory. Its fragrance was intoxicating, adept at ensnaring both men and women, drawing them to consume it, only to be devoured in turn. It thrived on blood and was notoriously vicious, a veritable demon flower. The scent of the Moo flower was so potent it could travel 1,000 miles. If it were indeed the Moo flower, it would not be without its dangers. Fu Lian was perplexed, yet in an instant, she found herself on the first floor with Lu Zhan. The entrance stood wide open, contrary to her apprehensions of confinement and lockdown. The two stepped outside, and nothing seemed amiss. Could it be that her nerves had gotten the better of her? To the cafeteria, Lu Zhan spoke, taking the lead. He cast a fleeting glance at her, his expression tinged with impatience. "You're too slow." "Oh," she thought, feeling the sting of his disdain for her pace. It had taken them an eternity to extricate someone. "If you're so capable, why don't you take charge?" Fu Lian felt indignant. She wished to argue a few points. However, she recalled that this individual would eventually become a world-destroying demon, his heart not inherently virtuous, and that his presence here was not by his own volition, nor did he have any obligation to accompany her. Contemplating this, Fu Lian could not help but feel dejected, realizing her own weakness. Noticing her despondency, Lu Zhan furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing that his words had caused her distress. He took the initiative to console her, saying, "It is not your fault. It is simply that you are too weak." "Thank you. I truly feel comforted," she replied. The cafeteria was quite lofty, and the side door was equally tall, with two antiquated glass windows perched above. After a brief wait, a sudden waft of fragrant aroma enveloped her, prompting her to instinctively cover her nose, though she inadvertently inhaled a small amount. Immediately thereafter, the sound of shattering glass echoed in the air. Fu Lian raised her gaze and witnessed Lu Zhan tumbling out through the two glass windows of the door, crashing to the ground from a considerable height. Furrowing his brow, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, the two curved blades in his hands stained with crimson. After expelling the blood, he, as if unfazed, mustered his strength and slowly rose to his feet, making his way back towards the side entrance. Fu Lian was taken aback. What manner of creature could have inflicted such harm upon him? She momentarily set aside her concerns and hurriedly followed, turning down a narrow path. Before her eyes lay branches coiled like serpents, and at the center stood a colossal moo flower, reminiscent of a pine. The flower's mouth faced the two, revealing a white form within. It was that female teacher. The teacher screamed, her body swiftly dissolving into a pool of thick liquid. Truly, the moo flower lived up to its fearsome reputation. With a serious expression, Fu Lian raised her butterfly knife. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan had already sprung into action. He swung his curved blade, deftly slicing at the encroaching tendrils while advancing with determination. With a decisive strike, his long knife swept through the air, a chill trailing behind it as he forcefully severed the thick flower stem. The enormous bud rolled over, coming to rest at Fu Lian's feet, and the foul, viscous pus within the flower's core spilled forth in abundance. Fu Lian endured the foul stench and raised her arm to cut through the petals. She noticed that Lu Zhan's waist and legs were entwined with branches, covered in numerous sharp barbs that scraped against the skin, leaving trails of blood droplets. Yet, he remained oblivious to the pain as he plunged the blade into the earth, severing the flower's roots. The roots emitted a soft whimper before hastily retreating, vanishing into the soil. With the crisis averted, Lu Zhan leaned against the bar, gasping for breath, his blood-stained eyes fixed on Fu Lian. "Are you gravely injured?" he inquired. Sensing the danger had passed, Fu Lian exhaled deeply and slowly approached him, her dagger subtly revealing its blade. Lu Zhan noticed her slight movement, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Struggling to maintain his stance, he aimed his weapon at Fu Lian. "You intend to kill me. You are on the brink of collapse," Fu Lian declared, her face set with determination as she lunged forward with the knife. Now was the perfect moment. With a mischievous grin, she struck with urgency and ferocity. Observing Lu Zhan's weakening state, his movements sluggish and stiff, she seized the opportunity, exhaling as she charged, thrusting the butterfly knife toward his chest. Lu Zhan's face reflected disbelief as he coughed up blood, his body gradually disintegrating into ashes. Fu Lian's eyes widened as she slowly watched everything before her blur and then gradually regained clarity amidst the swirling mist. Yet, her thrust of the blade was intercepted by a hand that caught it with unwavering strength. "Do you wish to kill me?" The low, husky voice gradually crystallized. Yet to Fu Lian's ears, it resonated like a demonic whisper. Had he not just been fatally pierced by her blade? Who was the owner of this voice? Bewildered, her brow furrowed, and in a daze, she was abruptly pulled from her reverie by a pair of enormous hands. She floated weightlessly in the air, her vision enveloped by a haze of white fog. Fu Lian stood dazed, resembling a mere shell of a person, unaware that she had lost control over her own body. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan felt the dagger being drawn from his chest by the person before him, yet not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound, which was stitched tightly, swallowing all harm. He focused on the figure suddenly bursting in from the side door, intent on slaying him. Lu Ro, stepping closer with each passing moment. The person before him was not his sister Lu Ro. She had already perished, and all this was but a figment of his imagination. He knew this truth, yet found himself irresistibly drawn to her, yearning to behold her one last time. However, The Lu row before him, after a failed attempt, began to panic, her words tumbling out in a disordered frenzy, screaming in madness. Brother Lu Zhan, I'm sorry, but who caused my death, the death of our parents? You deserve to die. You are my nemesis. Why don't you perish? Return my parents to me. Ugh, I don't want you as my brother. I don't care for you. After a frantic tirade, she gripped the dagger once more, aiming it at Lu Zhan, her body slightly hunched. Every ounce of her strength focused on the hilt as she lunged forward. Lu Zhan's once warm gaze turned cold. He sidestepped, catching her hand from behind and applying just enough pressure to redirect the blade towards her own neck. Lu Rose struggled desperately, the weight of the man behind her pressing down, her delicate wrist gripped painfully, causing her to plead in a soft whimper. Brother Lu Zhan, it hurts, it hurts. Please stop. Lu Zhan raised his chin slightly, his gaze from above icy and heavy. He released her grip, but immediately raised the dagger again, pointing it directly at her. Brother Lu Zhan, can you truly bear to kill me? Lu Rose's voice trembled and grew hoarse, yet the man before her remained as stoic as a statue, his actions revealing his stance. In that moment, he gazed at her with a complex expression, laden with nostalgia, but not truly seeing her as Fu Lian. Instead, he seemed to peer through her flesh and bones, traversing time to glimpse a soul that had long since departed. Chapter 10. The truth, everything that had just transpired was evidently an illusion. At this moment, she found herself standing in the cafeteria, surrounded by blue morning glories, resembling a miniature paradise of moo flowers. Both she and Lu Zhan were ensconced within this surreal scenery. Lu Zhan brandished a knife towards her, and fearing to make a rash move, she softly inquired, "Are you injured?" In an instant, Lu Zhan's gaze turned frigid. He swung the knife and severed the blood-soaked bouquet of paradise blue flowers behind him. The flowers erupted in a spray of crimson, and then a piercing scream echoed forth, the gentle, clear voice of Teacher Su. At this moment, Fu Lian comprehended everything. She hurried to follow, and before she could utter a word, the female voice turned to her in desperation. "Save me. I do not wish to die." Upon hearing this, Fu Lian furrowed her brows and scolded sharply. "You led us into the education building and conjured illusions to put us in peril. Why should I save you?" Tian Tang Lan trembled, her bulb quivering as she began to weep, her cries hauntingly melodic, heavy as a tolling bell. Unadorned by artifice, her sorrow was palpable, resonating deeply within the hearts of those who listened. In an instant, the scene shifted, transporting the two to the entrance of the campus. A female teacher clad in white approached gracefully from a distance, her skin pale and translucent, veins visible beneath the surface. In her arms, she cradled a blooming Tian Tang Lan, gently soothing a small boy who was weeping. With another shift, they found themselves in the principal's office, where a young girl sat opposite the rotund principal, her expression one of innocent curiosity. The principal chuckled as he extended his hand, but suddenly, the white-clad teacher burst into the room, swiftly snatching the girl away, leaving the principal's face clouded with grimness. The principal stood there for a moment, fists clenched, before he exited, pushing the door open. The perspective widened, revealing a bustling cafeteria where numerous individuals had gathered. Lu Zhan remained motionless, his figure silently vanishing, while Fu Lian, unaware, continued to follow the principal into the dining hall. Inside, an array of vegetables and meats lay scattered about, the refrigerator humming busily. Yet the cacophony from a serving window drowned out all else. The principal's gaze darted around before he seized a kitchen knife, charging toward the white-clad teacher who was battling a zombie at the window. The teacher was struck forcefully, stumbling back, her head colliding against the balcony where Tian Tang Lan was nurtured. Blood dripped from her wounds into the earth, each drop slowly seeping into the parched, dusty soil. Tian Tang Lan swayed delicately, stretching silently, while from the window, 3 children peered from the 17th floor of the education building, wide-eyed, witnessing the tragic demise of a life. Meanwhile, the principal wore a sinister smile as he gazed at a little girl cowering in the corner, protected by the white-clad teacher. Dressed in a vibrant red robe with 2 little buns atop her head, the girl trembled, her innocent face glistening with tears. Suddenly, she lunged into Fu Lian's embrace. Sobbing uncontrollably, "Teacher Su, I'm so scared." Fu Lian momentarily froze as the little girl, tears still glistening on her cheeks, plaintively exclaimed, "Teacher, you hide here every day and do not play with Arya. Have you forgotten her already?" As she spoke, the girl suddenly raised the bowl in her hand, proudly declaring, "Arya can now skillfully wield her powers." With that, she produced a grain of rice from her bosom and placed it into the bowl. In an instant, the grain sprouted and, within mere minutes, transformed into a stalk of rice, its stem gracefully bending as it lay quietly in the small bowl. "Look," she said, lifting the stalk with joy and twirling around gleefully. Then she once more embraced Fu Lian, gazing up, and in that moment she discerned the truth. You're not Teacher Su." With her eyes scanning the room, she caught sight of Lu Zhan, bloodied and battered in the corner, and with a scream, she dashed outside, shouting, "Bad people! You are bad people!" Fu Lian quickly grasped the little girl's hand. "Arya? Your name is Arya, isn't it?" With a gentle voice, Fu Lian slowly crouched down to meet the gaze of the little girl. The child stared blankly at Fu Lian's face, gradually nodding her head. She extended her dirty little hand to touch Fu Lian's face, and upon noticing Fu Lian's lack of reaction, she let down her guard once more and broke into a blissful smile, saying, "Sister, you are so beautiful." Arya, upon hearing this, blinked her eyes and nodded enthusiastically, her joy palpable. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Lu Zhan, who was observing them with a furrowed brow. Startled, she quickly nestled into Fu Lian's embrace and whispered, "Who is he?" Arya nodded again, continuing to lie in Fu Lian's arms, peeking at him with one eye, convinced that Mr. Lu must surely be a mathematics teacher. Fu Lian was taken aback, then smiled. "Why do you say that?" Arya leaned in mysteriously and whispered in her ear, "He looks rather fierce." Fu Lian smiled brightly and turned to look at Lu Zhan. "Brother Lu Zhan, the child said you are fierce." Lu Zhan lazily lifted his gaze, sheathed his long knife, and took a step toward the exit. "It's getting late. I must be off." Fu Lian hurriedly followed, glancing around but failing to spot the figure in white she had seen at the window earlier. The eerie female voice seemed to have vanished without a trace. She hesitated for a moment, and it was her companion, Arya, who first voiced her concern. "Where's Teacher Su?" As soon as he spoke, Fu Lian shot him a warning glance, causing him to pause and close his mouth. "That's a lie." Arya's voice was muffled. "Teacher Su said he would stay here with me." Gripping Fu Lian's shoulder tightly, Arya anxiously added, "Fu Laosher, why don't you stay here with me? It's very dangerous outside. Enough with the nonsense." Before Fu Lian could respond, Lu Zhan, standing before them, suddenly interjected with a cold voice. "It's even worse to be out in the dark." Arya, startled, bit her lip and fell silent. Fu Lian bit her lip, silently cursing this man for his heartlessness. He was so harsh even toward children. No wonder he had become a world-destroying villain, all alone and forlorn. He deserved to remain unmarried. The three of them walked in silence, and along the way, they were unexpectedly surrounded by blooming heavenly blues. The delicate buds swayed gently, and the soft breeze carried with it a fragrant whisper. Fu Lian gazed for a moment, her mood inexplicably brightening. She looked at the imposing figure of the man before her, observing as he suddenly bent down to pluck a blue heaven flower. Yet in his hand, the flower wilted and decayed almost instantaneously. He made a soft clicking sound with his tongue and continued striding forward. The sun hung low in the western sky, signaling the end of the school day. Groups of white-eyed, green-clad little zombies wandered toward the square. Concerned that Arya might be frightened, Fu Lian hurried to shield her view. However, Arya evaded Fu Lian's hand, struggling fiercely. "Teacher Fu, put me down." Fu Lian, feeling helpless, was concerned that her movements might cause her to fall, so she quickly bent down and gently placed her safely at her feet. As soon as Arya descended, she immediately rushed towards the pale, blue-clad little zombie. Fu Lian, startled, feared for her safety and hurriedly called out to Arya, "Arya, do not run about recklessly." Fu Lianwei was taken aback, suddenly understanding everything upon recalling the various events that had transpired. The ethereal blue, infused with the will of Teacher Su, had merged into a singular entity, permeating the school and giving rise to bizarre phenomena. However, she harbored little malice towards herself and Lu Zhan, the two outsiders. Even the illusion of mutual destruction that ensued ultimately came to an abrupt halt at a critical moment. She was merely tenderly safeguarding the surviving child. As this thought crossed her mind, Fu Lian's eyes brimmed with tears. Noticing Lu Zhan continuing forward, she hurried to his side and grasped his sleeve, preventing him from advancing any further. "Why are you crying?" Lu Zhan halted, casting a sharp glance in her direction, his tone laced with irritation. "Brother Lu Zhan, why are you so fierce?" Fu Lian rubbed her eyes. "I'm just deeply moved. Teacher Su is so gentle." As she spoke, recalling Lu Zhan's earlier words about death, she hesitated and quietly inquired, "Did you truly kill her?" Enveloped in her own illusions, she remained unaware of Lu Zhan's intentions. Lu Zhan's brows furrowed, a derisive snort escaping his lips, brief yet contemptuous. Fu Lian remained silent, merely pouting as she cast a complex and profound glance at Lu Zhan. Chapter 11. Poisoning. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan had already taken long strides towards the exit. As the group reached the entrance, they glanced around, observing the bare and pristine walls, devoid of any support, and slick with mossy corpses. The presence of the young girl made climbing the walls rather inconvenient. Drawing his long knife, Lu Zhan approached the door, preparing to carve a path through. At that moment, broke free from Fu Lian's grasp and eagerly rushed forward, her voice sweet and tinged with pride. "I'll do it." With arms outstretched, she commanded the vines to part, creating a narrow passageway. As raised her head, seeking praise, she suddenly let out a sharp scream, clutched her head, and promptly fainted. Fu Lian tenderly cradled her in her arms. The little one was likely experiencing such a considerable exertion of her abilities for the first time, unable to withstand the backlash. Fu Lian contemplated this as she gazed ahead. At that moment, Lu Zhan had dashed forward with remarkable speed, the narrow passage showing signs of inward collapse due to the loss of control. Fu Lian had no time to ask further questions as she rushed forward with in her arms. The vines grew increasingly narrow, with sharp branches brushing against her body. She felt herself being constricted by the encroaching tendrils from all sides, causing a rising sense of tightness in her chest and an ominous feeling of suffocation creeping into her mind. Fu Lian gritted her teeth and suddenly quickened her pace, aiming to break free from the obstruction. However, she was taken aback as a pair of large hands unexpectedly reached out from the front, seizing her arm and forcibly pulling her out from the clutches of the vines. The moment she emerged, the vines swiftly closed in tightly behind her. Fu Lian let out a sigh of relief, raising her eyebrows to observe the furrowed brow of Lu Zhan, who was gazing towards the off-road vehicle. A man, seemingly sensing something from behind the car, poked his head out, startled upon seeing the crowd. With a guilty expression, he recoiled and immediately sprinted towards the residential area. Though not tall, his peculiar proportions made him resemble a large, round ball awkwardly balanced on short legs, rendering his run particularly comical. However, before he could take more than a few ridiculous steps, a horde of zombies suddenly emerged from the residential area, their gaunt faces twisted with hunger, exposing their black, decaying mouths as they lunged towards him. He let out a terrified scream and quickly changed direction, dashing towards the three individuals. "Help me!" Lu Zhan, however, paid him no heed, as if he were mere striding purposefully towards the off-road vehicle. Upon reaching the driver's side window, Lu Zhan paused slightly. The entangling vines on the ground had all been severed by the man, each fragment charred with scorch marks. Moreover, the window bore evident scratch marks, indicating it had been forcefully struck. He intended to steal the vehicle. Lu Zhan cast a disapproving glance at the short-legged man and raised his hand, prompting the man to feel a surge of hope, believing Lu Zhan would rescue him. To his dismay, in the next moment, Lu Zhan kicked him aside and commanded, "Be ruthless." He was issuing orders to the zombies. The short-legged man stumbled, realizing the gravity of the situation, and quickly pivoted to head towards Fu Lian. However, he found Fu Lian already brandishing a short blade, her small tiger teeth exposed as she innocently smiled at him. "Wise ones, keep your distance from me." She was cradling rendering her incapable of assistance. A true man acts decisively. Seeking help from a frail woman is no mark of manhood. Fu Lian quietly thought to herself, harboring no intention to offer assistance. Observing Lu Zhan's expression, she discerned that this batch of zombies was under his command, which further solidified her resolve to refrain from intervening. This individual, lurking like a cunning dog, scurried away upon sighting people, revealing a guilty conscience. Who could know what unscrupulous deeds he might be engaged in? TSK. Neither of these two could be deemed virtuous. The short-legged man muttered silently, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. He swiftly extracted an object from his pocket and ferociously hurled it at the feet of Fu Lian and Lu Zhan. The slender bottle shattered upon impact, revealing the black wood that lay sprawled on the ground. It promptly leaped aside with a chuckle, shaking its leg while turning to enjoy the spectacle. However, as he caught a glimpse of the unfolding drama, his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment. Instead of immediately turning feral to attack the two, the horde of zombies instead drooled and obediently handed the object to Lu Zhan. The remaining zombies continued their relentless pursuit of him. Cursing under his breath, he concealed a growing apprehension in his gaze and swiftly mounted a bicycle, pedaling away with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan had been examining the piece of black wood for an extended period, unable to discern its significance. He presented the black wood beneath the mouth of a nearby zombie, which coincidentally caught the copious drool cascading from its maw. The zombie howled, its mouth agape, its features contorting grotesquely. Yet as it neared Lu Zhan's outstretched hands, it became cautious, delicately grasping and biting away at the piece of black wood. The sound of chewing reverberated, and the black wood was swiftly swallowed. Immediately thereafter, the zombie's body stiffened, trembling uncontrollably, its head tilting as it spasmed. Its once vacant eyes now brimmed with blood vessels, fixated intently on Lu Zhan before it. Fu Lian approached, standing a short distance away, observing with keen interest. Having a cramp? She inquired, raising her hand to shield her forehead and squinting her eyes. It looks quite terrifying. Lu Zhan merely raised an eyebrow, casually kicking aside the Parkinson zombie before opening the car door and getting in. Fu Lian swiftly opened the rear door, gently placing Arya inside before entering the vehicle herself. Just as she closed the door, she caught sight of the Parkinsonian zombie lunging at the window, ravenously drooling, its bloodshot eyes fixated on her. After a moment, it revealed an eerie smile. Fu Lian let out a startled scream, her tearful eyes pleading for help as they turned towards Lu Zhan. He cast a brief glance, started the vehicle, and left the peculiar zombie behind. After driving a considerable distance, the strange creature had faded into a mere black, and Fu Lian finally exhaled, furrowing her brow as she clutched her heart. Brother Lu Zhan, don't you think its condition resembles that of a transformation pill? Lu Zhan, focused on the road, responded nonchalantly, not necessarily. He then added, that man was not a zombie before. Fu Lian understood that he was referring to the person from a small villa. However, her intuition suggested that this matter was inextricably linked to the X serum. As she contemplated, Lu Zhan abruptly halted in front of a two-story villa. This area, situated in the town, was characterized by its extensive network of roads, with shops closely packed together, making this residential building appear particularly out of place. Fu Lian lifted her gaze and observed that the grand entrance stood wide open, revealing a spacious area within. To the right, against the wall, there was a heap of clutter, while to the left, a staircase hugged the wall. Lu Zhan alighted from the vehicle and approached, pushing the partially rolled iron gate aside, allowing the off-road vehicle to enter. It seemed he always devised clever methods to conceal his luxurious car. Fu Lian pressed her lips together and turned to embrace the still unconscious Arya. At that moment, Lu Zhan had already opened the car door. Extending his hand towards Arya, his voice low as he said, I'm here. Fu Lian did not hesitate. She promptly alighted from the vehicle and began to survey her surroundings. With Lu Zhan present, there was no need to worry about the threat of zombies. She first ventured into the kitchen, where she discovered several unopened packets of high-gluten flour and a bag of regular flour. The house was still equipped with gas, and she excitedly twisted the knob, igniting a small flame. This was indeed a remarkable find. She rushed back outside, her large eyes sparkling with delight. Lu Zhan, we can cook noodles soon. The prospect of a warm meal filled her with joy, a simple pleasure that brought her happiness. Lu Zhan remained largely indifferent, merely lifting his gaze lazily before pointing toward a particular spot. Eggs. Wow, we can have eggs too. Fu Lian's eyes brightened as she dashed out, reverently picking up an egg, cradling it in her palms, planting a gentle kiss upon it, and affectionately rubbing her cheek against its smooth surface. With her eyes closed in bliss, she declared, "Let us have egg pancakes for dinner." Her voice was sweet and soft, genuinely thrilled about the evening's meal. Lu Zhan seemed to be somewhat affected by her exuberance. His previously furrowed brow softened, and a faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "All right." Fu Lian's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness as a sudden idea struck her. If she could locate some toxic vegetables, wouldn't it be the perfect opportunity to poison him? Without hesitation, she meticulously searched the surroundings and discovered an abundance of timber stacked within the house, indicating that the family had previously made a living through wood transportation. However, the wood had succumbed to dampness, with most of it now decayed. Initially, she held little hope, recognizing the daunting challenge of killing Lu Zhan. It would be no small feat. Suddenly, she noticed a piece of rotting wood with mushrooms growing on it. It was a type of amanita, with yellow caps and brown stems, appearing innocuous yet possessing potent toxicity, one of the deadly mushrooms known to only a few. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she realized that Lu Zhan was nowhere to be seen, likely having taken area upstairs to rest. Without delay, she dashed to the kitchen, donned gloves, grabbed a broken bowl, and concealed herself in the corner to begin harvesting the mushrooms. "I know, but how could you possibly know?" Fu Lian bit her lip, halting her movements, tears welling in her eyes as she looked up at Lu Zhan, who loomed above her. In a soft, aggrieved tone, she expressed her desire for mushrooms. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow and abruptly kicked over the porcelain bowl beside her. He then strode to the back seat of the car, retrieving a black bag and tossing it at her feet. The bag rolled and came to rest at Fu Lian's feet. Confused, she pointed at the bag and asked, "What is this?" "I don't wish to eat anything. I merely want to see you perish." Fu Lian sniffed, removed her gloves, and unfastened the black bag, revealing indeed a sack full of mushrooms, albeit all dried. They would suffice for a decent soup. Contemplating this, she inquired further, "Is there any corn?" Lu Zhan then retrieved several ears of corn from the cardboard box. The husks were still moist, clearly indicating they had not been stored for long. Fu Lian hesitated before speaking, wishing for some meat to enhance the flavor of the mushroom and corn chowder. Lu Zhan remained silent for a moment before chuckling, revealing a hint of greed. "Indeed, how could I poison you if you weren't distracted?" Fu Lian bit her lip, her expectant gaze fixed upon Lu Zhan as she softly chided, "Lu Zhan, brother, please go outside." Lu Zhan straightened up and retrieved a substantial piece of freeze-dried meat from the cardboard box. "All right." Fu Lian felt a twinge of disappointment. He then grasped the bowl containing the poisonous mushrooms, along with the decayed wooden gloves, and tossed them all outside. The porcelain bowl, overwhelmed by the burden, shattered with a crisp sound upon the cement path. The toxic mushrooms landed squarely on a patch of corpse moss, causing it to wilt instantly, leaving a sizable barren area. Fu Lian felt as though her heart was shattered and barren. Yet, she could not allow her emotions to surface. Gritting her teeth, she clapped her hands, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes, while her words flowed forth with a gentle charm. How remarkable that brother Lu Zhan could discern that it was a poisonous mushroom. Truly impressive. Today, her brother inspired an unparalleled sense of security within her. Lu Zhan remained silent, effortlessly grasping the rolled-up iron door. With his tall stature, he required no elevation to pull it down with ease, effortlessly sealing away the malevolence lurking outside. That evening, the group gathered joyfully to enjoy a steaming and sumptuous dinner. Arya was particularly elated. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had not savored a proper meal. Each day had been a struggle, surviving on a mere grain of rice. Consequently, she devoured 2 large bowls of fine noodles in one go, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Fu Lian, concerned that she might overindulge, firmly instructed her to cease eating. Reluctantly, she paused, her eyes fixated on the two individuals before her. After a moment's contemplation, she cradled her bowl and spoke. "Teacher Fu, my family has a plethora of chickens and ducks and a substantial piece of land. When the time comes, I shall ask my parents to prepare some chickens for you." At this juncture, Fu Lian suddenly pondered the matter of Ya's belonging. She subtly turned to Lu Zhan, conveying her thoughts through her gaze. It was evident that Lu Zhan did not grasp her intent and merely inquired with a hint of indifference. "Are your eyes twitching?" Fu Lian had no choice but to shift closer to him, her voice barely above a whisper. "Shall we take Arya to Wuyo village? Such a small child, all alone in this apocalyptic world. How pitiful." As she drew near, a subtle, sweet fragrance enveloped him. Lu Zhan instinctively leaned back, posing a nonchalant counter-question. "How do you know her parents are still alive?" Fu Lian blinked. "So, shall she accompany us?" Lu Zhan chuckled. "Another little useless one has arrived?" Fu Lian, feeling indignant, held the bowl, lifted the noodles, and exclaimed with irritation, "You're still eating the noodles made by that good-for-nothing." Lu Zhan, smiling without uttering a word, continued to lower his head and savor the noodles. He relished the fruits of her labor with a sense of unwarranted satisfaction. After taking a slurp, he offered a comment. "The taste is quite decent." Seeing him evade the topic, Fu Lian felt a twinge of unease. She glanced at Arya, who was engrossed in playing with her bowl, and quickly devised a reason to send her away. Then, she resumed her discussion with Lu Zhan. "Brother Lu Zhan, let's go. Please," she urged, but he remained indifferent. With her watery eyes glistening, an idea sparked in her mind. She bit down on her chopsticks, pondering that perhaps there might still be some news to uncover in Wuyo village. Just as she was speaking, Arya burst in, clutching a piece of blackwood. "Teacher Fu, this is the ink tree from our village. You won't find it anywhere else. Have you been to Wuyo village and met my parents?" She leaned eagerly against Fu Lian's leg, her eyes filled with anticipation. "How are they doing now? Are they eating well?" Upon hearing this, Fu Lian formulated a plan. Perhaps Lu Zhan would indeed venture forth for that peculiar piece of blackwood. A smile crept across her face as she gently caressed Arya's little head. "Do you miss your mommy and daddy, dear?" Arya nodded vigorously, her thoughts evidently consumed by them. As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes, and with a pitiful expression, she covered her eyes and wept. "I want my mommy and daddy." Suddenly, Arya's eyes sparkled, and she shrank back a little, slowly turning her gaze toward Lu Zhan. "I never said I wouldn't take you." Lu Zhan interjected suddenly, halting Arya's approach. He had been aware of the potential complications that might arise upon entering Qingyun Primary School. For him, this was of little consequence. However, such thoughts darkened Lu Zhan's expression momentarily. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, rising to ascend the stairs. Fu Lian smiled gently, observing the little girl, Arya, who looked both joyful and helpless as she gazed at her. Unable to resist, she pinched Arya's soft little face and said, "Be good, Arya. Why not go thank Teacher Lu?" With tears brimming in her eyes, Arya nodded obediently and hurried toward Lu Zhan. "Teacher Lu," she called out, steadying herself on her tiny knees. After a moment's effort, she managed to extract a small seed from her diminutive glass bottle. She carefully tucked the glass bottle away and opened her palm, revealing her chubby little fingers cradling the inconspicuous seed nestled between them. Taking a small step back, the seed suddenly sprouted, transforming into a delicate flower known as Heaven's Blue, resting gently in her palm. Arya picked up the flower and offered it to Lu Zhan, too timid to meet his gaze. Lu Zhan lowered his eyes, observing her silently. Gathering her courage, Arya clenched her fist, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Teacher Lu, this is a token of my gratitude." With that, she performed a formal bow and swiftly turned to dash away, her hasty movements causing her to stumble. She lost her footing on the last few steps and tumbled down. Just as she was about to cry out in pain, she caught sight of Lu Zhan still standing there, his gaze fixed on her. Startled, she disregarded her discomfort and limped toward the kitchen. Seeing that the flower had not wilted, he perceived a clue and, his gaze deepening, turned silently to ascend to the second floor. Chapter 12. The creature Lu Zhan had a remarkable talent for selecting residences. This building was remarkably well preserved, even boasting a water supply. Apart from the absence of electricity, it was nearly perfect. After a quick wash, Fu Lian, having lulled Arya to sleep, stepped out of the room, feeling somewhat fatigued. Her clothing had been torn by vines, stained with traces of blood, rendering it unwearable. Thus, she sought attire from the original female occupant's wardrobe. The wardrobe was filled with casual wear, and she casually selected two pieces, a plain white t-shirt for the upper half and sharp, practical cargo pant for the lower half. Not for the sake of aesthetics, but rather for convenience. Once dressed, she secured a butterfly knife at her waist and proceeded toward the front room. The door was ajar, revealing a large window where Lu Zhan sat, one leg bent and lazily resting on the sill while the other dangled loosely, tapping against the ground. A cigarette was perched between his fingers on the bent knee, smoke swirling around him, creating a haze that enveloped his figure. In his other hand, he held the flower of heaven's blue, his flawless profile slightly bowed, eyes half closed as he examined the bloom. Sensing her approach, he lifted his chin, revealing his half-lidded eyes, which now emanated a faint green glow. Moonlight cascaded down upon him, enveloping him in a sacred luminescence, rendering him breathtakingly handsome. Fu Lian tightened her focus, instinctively reaching for the butterfly knife at her waist. In this state, she resembled a formidable demon from the apocalyptic aftermath. One could hardly predict that in the next moment, he might charge forward and sever her delicate head. Fu Lian, still haunted by lingering fears, gently touched her neck, her fingertips cool to the touch, sending a shiver through the warm pulse that throbbed like a drum. After completing these actions, his gaze shifted toward her, and the enigmatic green in his eyes had vanished without a trace. Fu Lian slowly approached, her voice soft and gentle, resonating sweetly and thickly in the empty room. "Lu Zhan, are you still awake?" "I cannot sleep," Lu Zhan replied, his voice low, evoking boundless imagination as the moonlight enveloped everything in a warm glow. Fu Lian approached him, her brow furrowed with concern. "What if you fall while sitting by the window?" Her words were laced with warmth, yet her eyes sparkled with cunning as she contemplated the situation. This building had 2 stories. Even if she were to push him, he would not meet his demise from such a height. Besides, he was an extraordinary being with a robust physique. He might very well leap back up and retaliate with a punch. Indeed, that was a risk she could not afford to take. Fu Lian sighed deeply. For 2 consecutive nights, she had failed to find a suitable opportunity to eliminate him. How had she, Fu Lian, ever become so ineffectual, even with extraordinary abilities? Victory was not guaranteed. With a profound sense of self-awareness, she exhaled a heavy sigh. Reflecting on this, she could only continue to follow his lead and inquired, "What troubles your sleep?" Lu Zhan ignored her, his gaze fixed on the flickering ember of the cigarette in his hand. His expression was as still as water, laden with melancholy, reminiscent of the time at Qingyun Primary School when he brandished a knife, his eyes a complex tapestry of anguish and turmoil. Surely, the person capable of evoking such emotions in him must be his Achilles heel? Fu Lian moved a stool and sat by the window, pondering the matter of hallucinations. Speaking of which, Lu Zhan lifted his eyelids and turned his gaze towards her. "Do you wish to kill me? Whom have you been listening to?" Fu Lian instinctively retorted. After speaking, she tightened her palms and felt a thin layer of sweat, an unwelcome dullness settling in her heart. She believed she was concealing her emotions well. Had it not been for that hallucination amplifying her feelings, she would not have acted so impulsively. Brother Lu Zhan was clearly pointing a knife at me. Fu Lian bit back, tears cascading down her cheeks, her lips trembling as she fought to suppress her fear. As she spoke, she wiped her tears with the delicate back of her hand, raising her arm, causing the wide sleeves of her coat to slip down. Her slender arms, almost devoid of flesh, were marred by numerous fine scratches inflicted by creeping vines. The apocalypse had not toughened her skin, but had rendered her increasingly fragile. Fu Lian mused, pinching her little arm, which yielded only a thin layer of skin. Lu Zhan remained silent, his gaze fixed on her movements, until he eventually turned his head to gaze out at the full moon. He raised his head and took another drag from his cigarette, carelessly tossing the butt downward. The cigarette but traced a graceful arc in the air before plummeting straight down. "Damn, who is so malicious?" A sudden commotion erupted from downstairs, with angry shouts echoing. "Who is throwing all these shards of porcelain? It's murder." Just then, a dull thud resonated from below, prompting Lu Zhan to squint as he looked down. Fu Lian also stood up, pressing against the glass to gaze downward, where she could discern only a sprawled figure and a bicycle askew on the ground. This scene belonged to the short-legged man who had hurled the blackwood earlier that day. The man's palms and arms were abrasively scraped, and a shard of porcelain had lacerated his wrist, causing droplets of blood to seep forth. Struggling to rise, he suddenly noticed an unextinguished cigarette lying beside him. Cursing under his breath, he deftly picked up the cigarette and brought it to his lips, trembling slightly as he inhaled deeply, savoring the moment as he exhaled a plume of smoke, blissfully declaring it to be a fine smoke. After finishing, he held the cigarette between his teeth and lifted his gaze. Bathed in the moonlight, he vaguely recognized Lu Zhan, languidly seated by the window, and Fu Lian, whose features appeared distorted against the glass. His brow furrowed, and he muttered a curse under his breath before he proceeded to steady the nearby bicycle. Fu Lianwei was taken aback. Why was he wandering outside at such a late hour instead of finding a place to stay? As she turned to observe Lu Zhan beside her, he suddenly moved. With a swift motion, he extended his long legs out the window, perched himself on the ledge, and with a powerful push of his right hand, leapt down gracefully, landing firmly before the man. The man, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and his head tilted, was idly shaking his leg, ready to utter a few words, when Lu Zhan abruptly approached and threw a punch at him. The fist loomed larger before the man, whose pupils dilated in terror, leaving him frozen in place. The punch merely grazed the side of his face. The force of the wind sweeping past him extinguished the embers of his cigarette, a plume of black smoke escaping from the corner of his mouth. Almost immediately, a chilling, agonized scream erupted from behind him. After delivering the blow, Lu Zhan disdainfully glanced at him, grasped the fabric of his shoulder, and flung him aside with a cold remark. "Don't be a nuisance." Though his actions were brutish, his figure soared through the air with remarkable grace, landing softly in a secure corner. The short-legged man rolled on the ground, covered in dirt, and, as he rose to unleash a torrent of curses, his expression shifted drastically upon spotting the approaching monstrosity. Trembling, he could not utter a word and immediately turned to flee. The creature, however, would not let him escape. A sinister smile crept across its face as its spindly, bamboo-like arm elongated grotesquely, stretching like rubber to grasp the man's arm, pulling him closer. The night air was pierced by the man's desperate scream, which seemed to invigorate the creature. Its other hand reached out, enveloping the man's face in a suffocating grip, constricting from head to neck. The air soon thick with a foul stench of urine from the man's panic. This gruesome act transpired in a mere 2 seconds. Lu Zhan's brows furrowed. The audacity of killing before him was a blatant affront, a provocation. Chapter 13, Assistance. Yet, in his haste, he realized he was unarmed, leaving him with no choice but to draw the short knife he always carried. The blade, a deep charcoal gray, was adorned with intricate patterns, and its hilt bore several ominous, eye-like engravings. This was his trusted dagger, the ghost blade. Bending slightly at the waist, he lunged forward, the blade flashing with a chilling gleam, and with a swift, precise stroke, he severed the elongated rubbery arm. The monster turned its head, now directly facing the residential building, allowing Fu Lian to finally discern its horrific visage. Its eyes were a blood red, its face covered in grotesque, decayed viscera that writhed and twisted unnaturally, occasionally revealing its horrifying core, a mass of bloody, grotesque clumps that were utterly repulsive. It seemed to sense Fu Lian's probing gaze, slowly lifting its head to meet her eyes. A familiar, sinister smile curling on its bloodied face. The zombie from earlier in the day. Fu Lian's pupils constricted, and darkness engulfed her vision, plunging her into a chaotic void, where she heard a voice echoing mine. Fu Lian felt a sharp pain in her head as she clutched it tightly. What was this? You are mine. That voice echoed once more, piercing in her mind from all directions, causing her head to throb violently and sending her crashing to the ground, curling up in a fetal position. It was only after the pain subsided that Fu Lian managed to grasp the window ledge, pressing herself against the wall. her body slick with a thin sheen of sweat, her lips pale as parchment. The ghostly white figure had vanished from the window, and the monster's gaze shifted back to Lu Zhan. Though his arms had been severed, he bore no anger, merely lifting his arms gently. Soon, the severed limbs grew back, even thicker and more robust than before. This was somewhat troublesome. Lu Zhan pondered as he raised his small knife once again to attack. However, the monster clearly wished to avoid prolonged engagement, deftly dodging several strikes before feigning movement to distract Lu Zhan and darting towards the short man. What could be so enticing about him? The thought flitted through his mind as the monster moved with alarming speed, leaving Lu Zhan no time to contemplate further as he thrust his dagger forward once more. The short man, fighting off nausea as he removed the flesh wrapped around his face, suddenly saw the creature lunging at him again. His eyes widened, instinctively rolling and crawling to the side to evade the monster's attack. Barely escaping the creature's strike, he exhaled deeply, noticing Lu Zhan rushing towards him, and hurriedly rolled behind him, seeking protection from the next blow. Lu Zhan, with a cold expression, seized the monster's outstretched arm, yanking it forcefully to close the distance between them. He then swiftly reversed his grip, plunging the knife into the creature's chest. The monster let out a ghastly laugh, glancing at the dagger embedded in its chest, as its intestines writhed and swiftly mended the wound. Ineffective. An immediate understanding dawned upon Lu Zhan. He calmly withdrew the blade, severing the creature's arms once more as he aimed for its eyes. Those eyes were decidedly unusual, perhaps a vulnerability. Sensing the threat posed by Lu Zhan, the monster abandoned its mocking grin, leaning back to evade, its blood-red eyes popping out of their sockets and rolling to the ground, only to be crushed underfoot in the next instant. Instead of hearing the sound of the eyeballs shattering, a rustling noise arose, and in the following moment, the blood orbs scattered from the creature's body, revealing pairs of blood-red eyes opening wide, gazing unblinkingly at Lu Zhan. From the hollow sockets, new eyeballs were generated. The creature laughed sinisterly, filling the air with layers of its gleeful sounds. Lu Zhan smirked, a spark of determination igniting within him. This was intriguing. His long-dormant warrior spirit surged to life, and as he gripped the ghostly blade, a silent wave of spiritual energy enveloped the multi-eyed monster in an instant. Lu Zhan, brother. Now! A sudden voice rang out as two curved blades plummeted from the second floor. She lacked the strength to direct them towards Lu Zhan, and they fell straight down. Nearby, a terrified individual scrambled to retrieve one for self-defense. However, Lu Zhan was swifter. In the next moment, he sidestepped, quickly sheathing the ghostly blade, and caught the knife handles mid-fall, leveraging the force of their descent to draw both blades. He then rolled back, kneeling on one knee, gripping the knives behind him, his gaze fixed intently on the multi-eyed monster. The creature wasted no time, extending its arms once again to launch an attack on the exposed short man. Fu Lian could no longer bear the sight. This fool should hurry and leave, only dragging everyone down. She raised her fist, speaking fiercely, "Leave quickly. Do you wish to die?" Yet, her petite and delicate frame rendered her threats rather ineffective, instead appearing somewhat endearing, catching Lu Zhan's attention with a slight glance. The short man, witnessing the monster being obstructed by Lu Zhan, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Noticing that the creature was thoroughly entangled with Lu Zhan and no longer paying attention to him, he seized the opportunity to make his escape. Fu Lian disregarded him and turned her gaze towards Lu Zhan. With her brows furrowed and fists clenched, her face was filled with anxious concern. "Brother Lu Zhan, come on, you can do it. It would be splendid if both of you could suffer equally." She mused gleefully, imagining herself reaping the benefits of their struggle. She even contemplated applauding their duel on the spot. After observing the battle for a while, she propped her head on her hand, thinking she ought to grab some sunflower seeds to munch on while watching. At that moment, she heard the clash of blades. Turning her attention, she saw Lu Zhan suddenly bring his twin blades together, fiercely plunging them into the creature's chest before swiftly retracting his weapons, crouching down and slicing through its knees. The creature's legs stood for a brief moment before yielding limply to either side, yet a pair of eyes emerged from the gaping wound, gazing hauntingly at Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan surged forward once more, his movements becoming a blur as he relentlessly pressed the attack. The beast, now deprived of its legs, could only drag its body backward and retreat. This creature is no match, Fu Lian thought to herself, frowning in judgment. She blinked, realizing that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Feeling a touch of boredom creeping in, she stifled a yawn. As her eyes narrowed, tears welled up. But in the next instant, a grotesque, bloodied face loomed before her. She froze, watching as the monster burst through the window and seized her, attempting to drag her upwards. You can fight all you want, but why involve me? I'm merely a spectator here. Fu Lian reacted swiftly, attempting to evade his onslaught. Yet, being merely an ordinary individual, and with the proximity too close, she found herself ensnared in an instant. The multi-eyed creature displayed a triumphant smirk, leaping onto the rooftop and extending its arms to reach even greater heights. She endeavored to push away its limbs, but the continuously flailing tendrils felt slippery and repulsive, clinging to her skin as if tiny mouths were greedily sucking at her flesh. It was exceedingly nauseating. Fu Lian no longer touched it. Instead, she reached for the butterfly knife at her waist, only to discover that her waist had been firmly encircled by him, rendering the knife ensnared within the solid grip of his flesh. Fu Lian was taken aback and instinctively reached to grasp the eyeball on his arm. However, before she could exert any force, the eyeball sprang forth, rapidly blinking as it leaped onto her arm. It was streaked with blood, trailing behind it the vivid blue and red veins, fixating its gaze upon Fu Lian in a manner that was both terrifying and eerie. Fu Lian let out a startled cry, flinging the eyeball that was perilously close to her away. For reasons unknown, the creature suddenly slackened its grip, and she then witnessed a glint of cold light soaring towards her, precisely severing the monster's arm. As Fu Lian found herself devoid of support, a sensation of weightlessness surged through her mind, distorting the scene before her into elongated vertical lines. Her eyes widened in alarm. She struggled helplessly in the air, her limbs flailing in a desperate plea for salvation. Yet only the emptiness of space met her grasp. Despair seeped into her heart. Was she to perish in such a theatrical manner? No, she implored, with wide, tear-filled eyes reflecting an ardent will to survive. She discerned a figure approaching through the haze. Amidst her tears, which glimmered like beads suspended in the air, mirroring the tranquil moonlight, the figure gradually came into focus. It was Lu Zhan. He was scaling the wall, and as he drew near, he leaped forward, extending his arms to catch her as she plummeted. In a swift motion, he drew a knife, thrusting it against the concrete wall, the blade emitting a sharp hissing sound. Though he could not halt their descent, he managed to lessen the force, granting them a moment to breathe. Beneath them lay an outdoor air conditioning unit, adorned with a lengthy commercial sign and a large window. Lu Zhan leveraged himself against the wall, and propelled by the force, they both landed atop the air conditioning unit. The monstrous entity roared and pivoted, raising its arms to launch another attack. Lu Zhan effortlessly sidestepped. The creature then crawled closer, clinging to the window ledge and bellowing at them in fury. Without hesitation, Lu Zhan tightened his grip around Fu Lian's waist and thrust his knife forward with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, the creature's mouth gaped open, its arms dangling limply from the ledge, while its insides ruptured, transforming into a cloud of blood mist that gradually dissipated into the air. After delivering the fatal blow, Lu Zhan quickly embraced Fu Lian, bounding left and right until they finally reached the ground. Although the immediate danger had passed, Fu Lian remained tense, her senses heightened, aware that something was still watching her. With a tightening feeling in her chest, she turned to her right. Chapter 14. Worthlessness. As Lu Zhan touched down, he released his grip around her waist. Fu Lian unsheathed the butterfly knife from her belt, guided by an instinctive awareness, and slashed backward. Her movements were swift and decisive, executed with the speed of her body's reflexes. A red figure charged at her from behind, and their velocities were such that it appeared as if the red figure willingly collided with her knife. As they neared the point of impact, a wave of heat enveloped them, the air warping, not due to warmth, but the sheer velocity which intensified air friction and generated thermal energy. In this rapid context, both Fu Lian and the red figure seemed to be racing in slow motion. The target of this swift motion was none other than the sudden appearance of the red figure, which intercepted the bizarre entity, capturing it within its grasp. With a swift motion, Lu Zhan picked up a plastic bottle from the ground and, with a clatter, trapped the red figure inside. The creature reacted instantly, spinning in a frenzy, attempting a 360-degree collision, but ultimately slumped at the bottom of the bottle. Lu Zhan shook it slightly, confirming that indeed, it was the multi-eyed creature's crimson eye. Nodding in acknowledgement, he held the plastic bottle in his hand. The red eye squinted, its blue veins thrashing angrily behind it, presenting a peculiar sight, reminiscent of a small beast with a large head and a lightweight body. Fu Lian had yet to comprehend why Lu Zhan intended to capture her when he spoke first, remarking on her perceptiveness. As he stepped closer, his gaze fell upon her with a detached intensity, as though appraising her, yet seeing nothing at all. You should not be so weak. Indeed, she should not be so feeble. However, the acute awareness of imminent danger she had just experienced was, in truth, a manifestation of desperation. She was acutely aware that she had not yet regained her former strength. In the apocalypse, the ordinary individual finds themselves beset by a multitude of helplessness and dissatisfaction. She neither belittled herself, nor could she tolerate the feeling of being forced to rely on others, especially when that individual was her sworn enemy. Her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Strength to become stronger, to achieve unparalleled might. This fervent belief ignited within her like a blazing fire, consuming every fragment of her rationality and thought. Though the blood mist dissipated swiftly, it could not outpace the eager noses that stirred restlessly. The air was so still that one could hear a pin drop. In the midst of it, the sound of flaring nostrils punctuated the silence. The short man observed a gaunt, skeletal group of monsters before him, poised for action, when suddenly the creatures howled and dashed off in a different direction. Wiping the beads of sweat from his pale face, he fell to the ground with a thud, shaking his head with a sense of self-satisfaction, taunting the retreating monsters. "Come on, you bunch of cowardly wretches, bite me. Why have you fled? Come, come, come. Your grandfather is right here." He extended his arm, his expression brimming with arrogance. "TCH, is this the fearsome monster that makes people tremble in Qingyan town? In my view, it is nothing remarkable." He prattled on, puffing his nostrils in disdain, just as one creature turned back mid-stride. His swagger faltered instantly as he glanced sideways. The creature approached him unsteadily, having lost its legs, its withered arms clawing at the ground in a laborious crawl, moving at a pace reminiscent of a tortoise. Its pallid, sunken visage instilled a profound fear in the short man. He could not help but emit a series of frantic cries, scrambling away as though his very life depended on it, embodying sheer terror. Moreover, Lu Zhan's confident demeanor regarding Arya's situation instilled a subtle sense of reassurance within her. Guided by Lu Zhan, she began to regard her true capabilities with greater seriousness, and as thoughts of strengthening herself occupied her mind, she sighed repeatedly along the way. "Brother Lu Zhan, if I were not weak, would I not be considered strong?" Fu Lian had not the slightest awareness that her question was futile. She merely pondered in silence how she might become stronger. "You wish to grow stronger?" Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow. He clasped the plastic bottle to his chest and spoke with keen interest. "There are ample opportunities." Fu Lian raised her head to gaze at him, only to encounter a hasty group of 3 monsters. These creatures were not as repulsive as the multi-eyed beasts, yet they were certainly not a sight to behold. Each one resembled a mere skeleton, moving with a peculiar gait that was both forward-leaning and rear-arching, producing a clanging sound reminiscent of rattling bones. Had they forsaken living beings altogether? Fu Lian was taken aback. "Am I not human?" After taking a few steps, just as she brushed past, the foremost skeleton suddenly grasped her shoulder. Fu Lian, already wary of these peculiar skeletal figures, immediately shook off her hand and sidestepped, her fingers clutching the creature's shoulder, intending to throw it aside. However, the skeleton ignored her entirely, its bony arm purposefully reaching for the soldier beside her. Meanwhile, the other 2 zombies seized the opportunity to ensnare Fu Lian, preventing her from diverting her attention. In a swift motion, she tossed the bottle into the air, causing the skeletal creatures to immediately look up, eager to snatch the small plastic vessel. The camaraderie they had just exhibited vanished as they collided with one another, desperately vying for the bottle. The sound of their bony contact echoed chaotically in the stillness of the night, resembling a cacophony of a lively concert. None of the creatures yielded to the others, sending the bottle careening in all directions until it ultimately landed in Fu Lian's embrace. Fu Lian clutched the plastic bottle, instinctively distancing herself from the battlefield. She glanced at Lu Zhan, only to find the area deserted, a chill spreading through her heart. Where has everyone gone? They were just here. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and Fu Lian looked up to see Lu Zhan, having climbed the wall, perched at a window. He was leaning forward, beckoning to her. Oh no! There was no time for further questions, as the bone creatures, having failed to seize the plastic bottle, were now glaring with fury and charging toward her with a deafening roar. Fu Lian, sobbing and running forward, murmured, "Brother Lu Zhan, why have you abandoned me and fled?" Lu Zhan cast her a surprised glance. Was this not an opportunity presenting itself? What opportunity? Oh, perhaps it was unnecessary to be overly considerate of her. Her spirit remained resilient. She thought to herself, increasing the distance with a few more strides, taking the chance to scrutinize the skeletal remains surrounding her. Each one, now with bloodshot eyes and gaunt faces, radiated an insatiable hunger for sustenance. Though their cries were filled with fervor, they lacked the extraordinary abilities characteristic of the multi-eyed creatures. It was uncertain whether their hunger had rendered them too dazed to harness any powers, or if they had simply never possessed such abilities. Fu Lian analyzed the situation as a limping zombie staggered towards her. However, due to its uneven legs, it lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. In its pitiful state, it still reached out in an attempt to seize a plastic bottle, only to have its bony fingers snag on her waistband, nearly pulling down her trousers. Do zombies possess a lecherous nature as well? Fu Lian glared, her anger flaring as she raised her foot and delivered a vicious kick to the zombie's face, sending it tumbling across the ground. This method of combat was rather unscrupulous, and Lu Zhan watched with great interest, a smirk creeping onto his lips. He turned his gaze toward another bald-headed zombie, only to witness it opening its mouth in a grotesque gesture of devouring, which made his heart clench, prompting him to call out from behind. As Fu Lian reacted in the moment, the other two zombies exhibited remarkable coordination. The leading zombie and the limping one seized the opportunity to grasp one of her legs, momentarily immobilizing Fu Lian. Fu Lian exerted herself to evade the attacks, bending left and swaying right. Yet standing still as a target inevitably meant she would be struck at some point. Moreover, she had to remain vigilant against the two menacing figures lurking at her feet. Just as it seemed she would be struck with a solid blow, Lu Zhan sprang into action. A gust of wind swept past the spot where he had been seated, stirring up a cloud of dust, and he vanished without a trace, reappearing before the bald corpse in a series of swift movements. He deftly intercepted the assault of the bald figure. Upon making contact with its ribcage, he felt an uncontrollable tremor coursing through him, as if struck by 1,000 tiny needles of electric shock. While the sensation was not painful, it significantly hampered his movements. However, being an ability user with a robust physique, he knew that had it been Fu Lian, she would likely have suffered severe burns. With a decisive stroke, he severed the hand of the bald corpse that clutched its rib, charging directly toward its crimson eyes. The eyes flickered twice before abruptly extinguishing, along with the excruciating electric shock that had pierced his lungs. He spoke softly, discarding the now crumbling remains of the corpse, and turned to Fu Lian. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Lian freed herself from her bindings, nodding in understanding. In a matter of moments, the two skeletal figures were likewise vanquished. After the demise of the three skeletal corpses, a faint rustling sound filled the air. Lu Zhan glanced around at several concealed spots without taking action. Such insignificant pests were beneath his notice. They were on an entirely different level compared to the multi-eyed monstrosities. Fu Lian rotated her wrist and kicked at the scattered debris on the ground. Lu Zhan regarded her briefly, then skillfully snatched the plastic bottle from her hand, sensing a discrepancy in her strength. Fu Lian was puzzled, gazing at Lu Zhan with misty eyes. He pointed a finger and pressed it against her shoulder blade, causing a sudden, piercing pain to shoot through her bones. Fu Lian squinted and instinctively recoiled from his touch. Lu Zhan withdrew his hand, directing his gaze forward, his steps measured and deliberate, despite the strain on his shoulder. Be careful. Mind the possibility of fractures. Fu Lian, filled with skepticism, glared back. Is that really necessary? Noting her disbelief, Lu Zhan offered no further explanation. You may test it for yourself. She dismissed the idea of testing it. Rubbing her shoulder and exhaling deeply, she acknowledged that she had indeed regained a semblance of her former dexterity. Brother Lu Zhan, what other issues do you think I have? Fu Lian wielded her butterfly knife, gesturing with it. Someone as esteemed as you, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid, could impart invaluable wisdom with just a few words. Despite her being both inept and chatty, her words were undeniably melodious. Lu Zhan pondered briefly before pointing out a few more of her missteps. Fu Lian nodded modestly, cheerfully showering him with extravagant praise. Lu Zhan remained impassive, and after a while, Fu Lian spontaneously ceased her flattery. After a moment's pause, she spoke again. Brother Lu Zhan, how are you so formidable? Her sultry tone was laced with a hint of complaint, as if she harbored some deep-seated dissatisfaction. Is there a problem? Lu Zhan replied haughtily, then abruptly paused, noticing Fu Lian's despondent demeanor. He gently reassured her, I too have once been a weakling. Yet, when you call me a waste, it stings far more than being deemed weak. She still held a grudge over his earlier remarks during their meal. Lu Zhan fell silent, rendered speechless. Fortunately, Fu Lian seemed indifferent to his response. The two meandered along the path under the cool night breeze. I have a sister who is also a little waste, a light, airy statement suddenly floated through the wind. Fu Lian raised her head and noticed him pressing his lips together, as if it were not he who had initiated the conversation. Yet, this sudden opening of dialogue, which was abruptly cut off after only half a sentence, left the listener in an uncomfortable limbo, caught in a state of discontent. Fu Lian observed for a while, noticing that the man had indeed fallen silent. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, what comes next? Nothing. Nothing? What does that mean? Is he dead? Or has he simply exhausted this topic? His reticence was exasperating. Could he not express himself with a bit more vigor? Such disjointed exchanges were truly suffocating for the listener. She had never encountered anyone who made conversing feel so burdensome. Lu Zhan, are you truly like this? Fu Lian gave a thumbs up. Lu Zhan, perplexed, lowered his head and asked what? It's nothing. I just wanted to compliment you. Lu Zhan pressed his lips together, acknowledging that her words were indeed quite sweet. Fu Lian scratched her head, feeling perplexed by the disjointed conversation. But where is she? Yet, she vaguely sensed that Lu Zhan kept her close, not only out of profound confidence in his own abilities, but also relying on this sister. She would surely be pleased. After pondering for a moment, Fu Lian awkwardly remarked, as long as my brother is living well, I am content knowing she is in the heavens. This attempt at comfort was indeed rather poor, far inferior to her usual spontaneous praise. However, flattering someone and offering solace are inherently different. Fu Lian was not inept with her words, yet she always harbored a sense of trepidation when it came to comforting others. She feared not only saying the wrong thing, but also that her words would bear no fruit. In that moment, she felt anxious and strained, desperately trying to articulate her thoughts. As she stepped out of the alley, a cold gust of wind blew against her, clearing her mind somewhat. She shivered, her voice becoming ethereal as it mingled with the wind. Lu Zhan, I suppose I can consider myself half your sister. Lu Zhan paused, then chuckled. What kind of sister do you think you are? He raised his gaze casually, the full moon shining brightly overhead, casting a cool silver light upon them. I certainly do not possess a useless sister like you. One more or one less makes no difference. Why are you being so stingy? Fu Lian retorted with a huff. At this point, he smirked, a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Do you wish to be a corpse? That is not what I meant. Fu Lian exclaimed inwardly, chiding herself for even attempting to comfort him. Chapter 15. Wuyo Village that night. Another soul was not faring well. The short-legged man had somehow procured a car, pursued closely by a throng of skeletal corpses. After navigating a path littered with broken porcelain, he skillfully avoided the debris, and for a moment, his vehicle seemed to hold its own against the relentless horde. Yet his triumph was short-lived. Suddenly, the car jolted violently and came to a halt. The short man frantically pressed the clutch, but the vehicle remained stubbornly unresponsive. Seriously? You're going on strike now? He kicked the car in frustration, only to find his foot met with a metal surface, causing him to howl in pain. Fine, you're as unyielding as a dead pig. Clenching his teeth, he glanced at the rearview mirror, where the undead drew ever closer. They offered him no respite. One by one, they rushed towards the car, surrounding it like a pack of wolves closing in on their prey, their hollow eyes searching for him. Fortunately, he had locked the doors, buying himself some time. Bah, a bunch of rotten bones, he grumbled, ignoring the pain in his foot as he attempted once more to start the ancient vehicle. But the car sputtered and protested, refusing to budge. As the number of zombies outside swelled, his anxiety intensified. After a relentless struggle, he detected a hint of burning and, in despair, curled himself into a ball, trembling as he crawled beneath the car. Out of sight, out of mind, he mused, believing it a prudent strategy. The skeletal corpses, seemingly invigorated, intensified their assault, pounding against the vehicle with increasing ferocity. The glass began to shatter, the cacophony reverberating painfully in his ears. The short man whimpered, burying his head deeper. Anyone witnessing his cowardice would be inclined to laugh. Lacking both skill and courage, he was merely wandering aimlessly in this perilous world, courting death. This was not a realm of chivalry, but rather a savage apocalypse that devoured everything in its path. Thunder rumbled ominously, and the glass, under the relentless assault, began to succumb, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. With a few more blows, it would surely shatter, allowing the undead to invade. Yet suddenly, the corpses began to emit strange, startled cries, retreating as if swept away by an unseen tide. Silence enveloped the surroundings. After a brief pause, the short man cautiously emerged, squinting into the distance. The horizon was tinged with a pale glow, and through the narrow gaps, the first light of dawn illuminated his face. He exhaled slowly, his eyes lost in the faint morning light, murmuring, "It's dawn." Lu Zhan awoke, glancing at the frantic eyeball, trapped within the plastic bottle nearby. His expression unreadable. This creature had previously been calm, but now it seemed to be in a frenzy. He did not wait long. Soon the horizon brightened, the white clouds swelling, and before long, the first ray of light pierced the skyline. That light, cutting through layers of mist and obstructions, finally reached Lu Zhan's bedside, illuminating the bottle. The red eyeball within seemed to sense its impending fate, ceasing its frantic assaults against the bottle walls, staring vacantly at the distant sun, which was gradually transformed into a pool of blood under the stark, cold light. He slept soundly until the sun climbed high in the sky, the aroma of Fu Lian's breakfast wafting up from 3 floors below, before he finally stirred, propping himself up. He took the bottle, now merely containing a shallow pool of blood, and descended the stairs, coincidentally encountering Fu Lian, who was on her way to call him. His hair was tousled from sleep, and his clean shirt bore creases, a button missing, revealing a swath of taut skin and a hint of collarbone. He appeared disheveled and dazed as he greeted her with a languid morning. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback by his foolish appearance. "Morning." Lu Zhan nodded lightly, tousled his hair, and offered her the bottle. "Huh?" Fu Lian initially failed to comprehend, but upon taking the bottle, she realized it contained the eyeball. "Where's the eyeball? Has it turned to blood? What did you do?" she questioned, pointing at the bottle. Lu Zhan looked at her, perplexed. Fu Lian tilted her head in confusion, wondering what she had done. "You don't know?" she asked, perplexed. "How had it come to this?" Lu Zhan walked towards the kitchen, aware that this object should not be exposed to sunlight. Fu Lian was suddenly enlightened. No wonder the bright daylight was devoid of. The kitchen door was abruptly swung open by Lu Zhan, revealing the little girl Arya, who was eavesdropping with a small bowl in hand, her wide eyes peering curiously at Fu Lian. Lu Zhan paid her no mind and strode directly into the kitchen. Arya, however, had no intention of lingering with Teacher Lu. She hurriedly squeezed out and sidled up to Fu Lian, whispering with a mischievous air, "Teacher Fu, what clandestine matters were you discussing with Teacher Lu?" As she spoke, she slurped a mouthful of noodles, her curiosity piqued. "What were you two up to?" She couldn't quite catch the conversation, only managing to piece together a few fragmented words. Yet her expression revealed that her conjectures strayed far from the truth. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback, and before she could respond, Arya cheerfully chimed in, "It's best for children not to meddle in adult affairs, I understand." Fu Lian observed her playful expressions, reminiscent of a mischievous child, and found it utterly absurd. Nevertheless, she chose not to dwell on the childish antics. With that thought, she made her way to the kitchen. After breakfast, Fu Lian packed the leftover noodles and eggs into the car. The group, now fully prepared, resumed their journey. Lu Zhan, having procured a map of Qingyun town from somewhere, confirmed their direction and set off towards Wuyo village. Wuyo village, part of Qingyun town, is one of its most remote hamlets, nestled at the foot of Qingyun mountain, characterized by its backwardness and poverty. The mountains are rich in forests, and in the aftermath of the apocalypse, some trees have mutated, giving rise to an array of bizarre species. Moreover, the ancestral home of the Mo family resides here, and the allure this entity holds for zombies leaves one pondering whether Wuyo village is a place of hope or despair. Perhaps it has, like Qingyun town, succumbed to desolation, reduced to a ghost village where only a few ailing zombies drag their feeble bodies through the narrow alleys. Fu Lian, unable to bear revealing the truth to Arya, remained silent, while Lu Zhan, unburdened by such reservations, candidly laid bare the situation as soon as they entered the vehicle. The young girl, despite her tender age and lack of comprehension, sensed the underlying tension, her restlessness evident as she sat unusually still throughout the journey. The route was flanked by vast fields of wild yellow grass and haphazardly planted crops. Occasionally, the gentle murmur of a stream could be heard, prompting the lively movements of fish, while the waterways, choked with overgrown vegetation, impeded their passage, costing them precious time. However, upon veering off the main road and into a narrow path, a picturesque scene unfolded before them. Neat, verdant ridges of farmland and well-maintained irrigation channels painted a bucolic landscape. In the distance, stately cypress trees stood sentinel in the lush mountains, exuding an ethereal charm. The orderly rows of modest red brick houses with white walls emanated an industrial elegance and beauty, gradually unveiling the veil that masked the faces of the onlookers. As the trio drove forth, they did not appear as wanderers of a post-apocalyptic world, but rather as visitors to a charming rural retreat. Flanking the village were fertile fields, the crops within thriving and vibrant, straining to catch a glimpse of the outside world. A narrow road, barely accommodating the passage of a vehicle, wound its way through, leading to a grand iron gate. Hanging askew from the gate was a wooden sign, upon which the characters for Wuyo village were inscribed in bold, elegant calligraphy. Arya, sitting upright throughout the journey, could not contain her excitement upon reaching their destination. She tugged at Fu Lian's sleeve, exclaiming, "Teacher Fu, look, it's bye-bye." Fu Lian followed the gaze, and behind the grand entrance lay a row of wooden pathways, flanked by two luminous white trees. Their branches sparse, yet their trunks stood tall and gaunt, swaying gently in the breeze as if welcoming visitors. The door lock had been violently dismantled by Lu Zhan, and the group cruised into the village in their luxurious vehicles, swaying slightly as they progressed. Along the way, the doors of households remained tightly shut, each home secured with locks. A tattered branch at the entrance bore a line from which a few garments were hung. These clothes, freshly laundered, were neatly strung on hangers, appearing pristine and white, unlike the faded yellow hues typically seen on items exposed to the elements for years. A few homes adjacent to the walls had enclosed yards, cultivating an array of peppers and vegetables, all meticulously tended to. In summary, this place did not seem abandoned. Yet, not a single zombie was in sight. Aya, biting her finger, glanced at Fu Lian, yet her words were directed towards Lu Zhan, indicating, "My home is just ahead on the left." After crossing the embankment and making the left turn, Lu Zhan soon heard Arya softly exclaim, "We have arrived at my home." This was the only house that remained unlocked. Once the vehicle was parked, Arya eagerly hopped out, calling out Mommy, Daddy, in a chorus of excitement, her little legs swiftly carrying her through the doorway. Fu Lian, apprehensive of potential dangers inside the house, promptly followed. Upon reaching the doorway, she was met with a pungent and acrid stench, likely a concoction of poultry excrement, decaying vegetables, and moldy food. Fu Lian unwittingly took a deep breath, nearly retching. It is uncertain how that little girl managed to endure and rush in. Perhaps her nose was blocked. Fu Lian covered her nose as she stepped inside. A long table stood prominently in the center of the room, with a circular area in the middle that appeared oddly pristine. On the central wall hung a massive cow's skull, and the gray-white walls were stained with dark red hues. Everywhere else, the heads of various poultry adorned the walls, with pig heads and dog heads among them, the pig heads being the most numerous. She observed this peculiar decor with curiosity and noticed that Lu Zhan had already opened the back door and walked into the courtyard, prompting her to follow hastily. He seemed indifferent to the bizarre wall embellishments. Upon entering the small courtyard, they found a well dug in the center and behind it, a thatched hut from which the occasional clucking and quacking of chickens and ducks could be heard. It appeared that domestic fowl were being kept here, suggesting someone resided in the area, though their whereabouts were unknown. Fu Lian leaned in closer for a better look, startling the chickens and ducks, which erupted into chaos. Confirming that they were confined within the thatched hut, relying solely on humans for sustenance, Lu Zhan turned and glanced down at the well, questioning its existence. Arya shook her head, feeling more at ease at home and less restraint around Lu Zhan. No, it wasn't here before, she replied. As she leaned over the stone edge of the well, gazing at her reflection in the water, she mentioned that her father had indeed wanted to dig a well, suggesting it might have been constructed later on. Lu Zhan nodded, and Fu Lian joined him, unable to discern anything unusual. The group then explored a nearby room before preparing to ascend Qingyan Mountain. Prior to the apocalypse, there had indeed been capitalists aiming to develop Wuyo Village into a tourist attraction, enclosing the small hill with iron railings and establishing a single entrance, complete with a mountain path that required a trek on foot. The pathway was relatively clean, indicating frequent visits, while the surrounding area was dense with towering, lush trees, leaving little room for rest. After testing for safety, they began their ascent. As Fu Lian climbed, she marveled at the verdant trees, now transformed by industrial embellishments and post-apocalyptic mutations into bizarre shapes resembling figures in laughter, golden ingots, or lotus-sitting deities. She found it all amusing and murmured to herself, wondering where the ink tree could possibly be. "Ms. Fu, are you looking for the ink tree?" Arya inquired, nibbling on her fingers and bouncing excitedly ahead. "I know where it is. Follow me." Without further ado, she crouched and darted into a thicket, disappearing from sight. The two quickly followed, treading through thorns without knowing how long they had walked, until they finally pushed through the thick foliage and emerged into an area overrun with tall weeds. Arya spun around, puzzled. Where's the ink tree? Lu Zhan emerged slowly, surveying the surroundings with a slight frown. "Sister Fu, it's too quiet here," she remarked. "Indeed," Lu Zhan replied, suddenly producing a piece of blackwood stored in a bottle and tossing it onto the ground not far away. His bold action startled Fu Lian, who quickly pulled Arya to her side. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the forest remained eerily still. Was it possible that there were no zombies here at all? "Arya, are there other places where ink trees grow?" Lu Zhan inquired. Arya shook her head, stating that they had always grown here. Although unique, ink trees were seldom cultivated due to their tendency to attract pests and creatures. With no clear direction, Fu Lian scratched her head, while Lu Zhan seemed to sense something and continued upward. The group pressed on until they reached the entrance of a cave. Lu Zhan entered first, with Fu Lian pulling Arya closely behind. After a few steps, darkness enveloped the cave completely. Lu Zhan produced a flashlight, directing its beam into the depths of the cave. A shaft of light illuminated the walls, revealing something that sent shivers down their spines. The walls were covered in the remains of fowl, their bodies blackened, resembling grotesque creatures with numerous eyes, their forms crawling with grotesque tendrils that glimmered ominously in the light. The tendrils twitched as if stretching, occasionally revealing their core, as if yawning and stretching in slumber. In that moment, each lay there with eyes closed, seemingly at peace in their eerie repose. Fu Lian, filled with trepidation, covered Arya's mouth, refraining from uttering a sound. Lu Zhan observed for a moment before turning to leave. As he brushed past, Fu Lian grasped the hem of his garment, imploring, "Shall we not address this matter?" Lu Zhan paused, momentarily bewildered. He then made a gentlemanly gesture, inviting her to proceed. Opportunities are best suited for those who are prepared. After noticing Fu Lian's lack of movement, he pondered that since they were now in a state of slumber, any action would be futile. The night would be the most opportune time to act. He glanced at Fu Lian, his eyes gleaming with approval as he succinctly remarked, "A splendid idea." Subsequently, he continued on his way, leaving Fu Lian to ponder her existence. "What are you imagining over there?" she thought. Moreover, wouldn't it be more delightful to seize such a favorable opportunity for oneself? She had no desire to engage in a confrontation with the repulsive sausages. The mere recollection of those grotesque sausages clinging to her, sucking at her skin, sent shivers down her spine. After the trio exited the small cave, they pressed onward, having reached the midway point of the mountain. Amidst the forest, they stumbled upon a quaint little fountain, its crystalline waters cascading into a petite artificial lake. Clinging to the rocks around the lake, wisps of ethereal mist wafted through the air, and in the distance, a small temple emerged from the swirling clouds. Gazing from the lakeside towards the temple, Fu Lian discerned the faint outlines of bustling figures through the stone window cracks. So, there are indeed people here. Fu Lian's eyes sparkled as she craned her neck to peer into the distance. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed, "Who are you? And what brings you here?" Chapter 16. The villagers. It was truly a splendid reunion. Arya dashed into the embrace of a rugged middle-aged man, nuzzling against him before inquiring, "Where are my father and mother? Why haven't I seen them?" "Arya?" The crowd buzzed with excitement, and a woman's voice pierced through the chatter with a sharp cry. Arya turned and softly called, "Sister He." It really is Arya. The villagers' attention shifted to the two of them. They all donned silver belts adorned with seashells, their heads crowned with peculiar skull caps. But the hat of the burly man at the forefront was distinct, embellished with horns on either side. As everyone observed Fu Lian and her companion in silence, it was not until the leader expressed his gratitude that the villagers approached with cheerful eagerness. The villagers, lacking formal education, still honored the respect held by the older generation for the teaching profession, bowing deeply in thanks and greeting the two. Lu Zhan remained indifferent to the crowd, while it was Fu Lian who engaged in lively conversation. Noticing her approachable demeanor, the villagers began to speculate, gossiping. Are teacher Fu and teacher Lu a couple? What gave that away? Fu Lian laughed awkwardly, her smile rigid. "We merely coexist on this journey of survival, not as you might imagine." The others jeered, grinning broadly, each wearing an expression of feigned understanding. This left Fu Lian somewhat exasperated. "What exactly did you comprehend?" Sister He, with her booming voice, nudged Fu Lian's side, reminding her, "The girl has already clarified, yet you continue to make a ruckus." Afterward, she patted Fu Lian's hand, exclaiming, "What a truly lovely young lady. She resembles my daughter-in-law. My son is no longer a child. It's time he sought a wife." Teacher Fu, should you not find it unappealing? A middle-aged man, with a rather worn appearance, joined in. "Why would one overlook such a fine match next to you for your son of modest stature? Dream on." Fu Lian was bewildered as to how the conversation shifted to attacking Sister He. She hurriedly stepped in as a peacemaker. After all, Sister He was merely a loving mother, yearning for her son to find a wife soon so that she could hold her grandchild in her arms. Just as the words left her lips, an unexpected silence enveloped the surroundings, and all eyes turned intently towards Fu Lian, causing her heart to race with unease. Before she could utter a word, the stillness was abruptly shattered by a wailing cry. "Wah! Wah! Where are my mommy and daddy?" Fu Lian's heart was gripped by a premonition, and a look of compassion involuntarily crossed her face. It was highly probable that Arya's parents were no longer among the living. Before Arya could dwell too long on her sorrow, Fu Lian found herself unable to pay heed to her fleeting emotions, for they had arrived at the entrance of the temple. As they drew closer, she realized that what was writhing within was not a throng of people, but rather a grotesque display of severed heads. Each head hung down from the temple's roof, and when a gentle breeze brushed by, they appeared from a distance, like shadows of fervently worshippers engaged in a lively ceremony. Fu Lian, perplexed by the profound implications, observed as the village chief retrieved a sizable, bloodied piece of flesh from his bag and placed it solemnly upon the altar at the temple entrance. The others promptly knelt, bowing their heads in reverence before the gruesome display of severed heads that filled the room. This was a ritual of human sacrifice. In her past life, she had indeed heard tales of certain regions where, in hopes of favorable weather and divine protection, such offerings were made to beseech the gods. Yet, to whom were they appealing with these severed heads? Surely not to the spirits of the deceased. Wait, the spirits of the deceased. Fu Lian's expression tightened at the mention of the corpse spirit ritual. She glanced back at the villagers, her gaze transformed. The ritual had been ongoing for over half an hour, with the sun now high in the sky, marking noon. Fu Lian stood by, her stomach growling with hunger. She could not help but tug at the sleeve of the person beside her, brother Lu Zhan. Do you have anything to eat? It was not that she was truly unable to withstand the hunger. She merely sought something to pass the time. Lu Zhan rummaged in his pocket and handed her a piece of candy. The candy, having been stored for a while, had melted into a gooey mass, the wrapper adhering to it. Fu Lian slowly peeled off the wrapper, trying to alleviate her boredom. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan remained standing, attentively listening and observing the villagers' ceremonial gathering. A little girl nearby, noticing his intense focus, could not help but beckon him to crouch down. This ritual will last for over an hour. Lu Zhan remained silent, simply gazing at the girl, who blushed under his scrutiny, coyly cradling her cheeks. The shell bracelet on her wrist jingled softly. These shells belonged to the previous villagers, now transformed into zombies and hung by the village chief as a punishment for harming the villagers and violating village rules. As she spoke, she glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before leaning in to whisper a few words to Lu Zhan. His brow arched slightly, revealing a flicker of interest. Do you often come to pay your respects? Lu Zhan listened intently, nodding in gratitude. The little girl, seeing him prepare to rise, wished to converse further, disregarding any notions of propriety, and quickly added, that girl as parents, they were the ones missing a few days ago. The little girl shook her head. Before Lu Zhan could inquire further, her mother noticed her indiscretion and pinched her sharply, causing the girl to press her lips shut, too timid to speak again. Lu Zhan chuckled softly and stood up straight. Fu Lian, having been bored and eavesdropping on their exchange, noticed his movement and hurried over, perking up her ears. What's going on? Fu Lian smiled mischievously, nodding obediently, while suppressing her curiosity, yet her mind was awash with thoughts of her own. The villagers' strange and sinister behaviors reminded her of a certain arcane method, one that was cruel and bloody, lacking in humanity, yet could be exploited to her advantage, providing her with the opportunity to dispose of Lu Zhan. Considering his assistance on several occasions, she could devise a way for him to meet his end with a semblance of dignity. It was not that she was devoid of compassion. Rather, Lu Zhan's demonic persona had already taken root in her mind. Could one truly cast aside past grievances simply because a demon had offered aid in a moment of need? Fu Lian has been unable to forget the ruthless coldness with which he severed the head of this stranger with a single stroke of his sword. Moreover, he did not save her out of kindness. It was solely for the sake of his sister, not for Fu Lian herself. As they descended the steps, the village chief carried Arya, stopping at her doorstep. Arya was the first to break free, lifting her small face to ask calmly, Uncle, you said you would tell my parents where they have gone after coming down the mountain. The village chief's expression turned pained as he furrowed his brow, casting his gaze to the ground. He turned slightly, his fists clenched tightly, his entire body beginning to tremble, the pig-shaped ornament around his neck swaying with his movements. He closed his eyes in sorrow, the wrinkles around them deepening, and uttered, They have gone. Another burly man nearby wiped away his tears, saying, They have gone to a blissful realm. Arya, do not be sad. They are very happy there. However, the village chief's wife, a maternity nurse, could no longer bear to witness this and hurriedly approached, embracing Arya and gently wiping her tears while soothing her. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The village chief cast a sharp glance around before continuing. We are all from the same village, and Arya is a child we have all watched grow up. We cannot allow her to live alone in the future. The silence persisted. Fu Lian was taken aback. Instinctively, she raised her gaze to observe Lu Zhan's expression, only to find his countenance austere and tense, the corners of his lips curling into a chilling smirk, just as their eyes met. That gaze seemed to mock her pitiful kindness. Moments earlier, the image of Arya enumerating names like reciting a menu was still fresh in her mind. But in the blink of an eye, everyone had fallen into a silence so foreign that they appeared not to recognize the child. The night nanny, unable to bear it any longer, bellowed. Just a moment ago, Arya still called you all uncle and aunt, uncle and auntie. How can you treat her so callously? Especially in these trying times? No family wishes for an additional person to seek shelter, yet Arya is just a little child. A voice attempted to interject, but as the gaze of the crowd turned towards it, the words dwindled into a mere whisper. Arya continued to weep, her cries growing ever louder, starkly contrasting the somber silence that enveloped the others. Fu Lian could no longer bear it, and impulsively tugged at Lu Zhan's sleeve. Lu Zhan glanced down, raising an eyebrow. Do you wish to stay here to look after Arya? No, As if anticipating her words, Lu Zhan lifted his gaze and ceased to acknowledge her. Just as Fu Lian was contemplating her next move, he suddenly rushed forward, snatching Arya from the hands of the maternity nurse and cradling her in her arms. Arya is staying with me. As she spoke, she tenderly kissed Arya's forehead. Be good. Sister, he is now all alone. From now on, Arya and sister, he will rely on each other, all right? The farcical dispute over Arya's guardianship came to a close, and Fu Lian sighed in relief. She approached to exchange a few words with Arya, but was abruptly halted by the village chief. You two shall stay here tonight. He gestured towards Arya's home. With a sudden smile, he lowered his head, covering his lips with his hand, his gaze cold and damp, as if it were a tangible presence gliding over Fu Lian. His tone was imbued with a peculiar childishness. Once you come, you cannot leave. Otherwise, I shall consume you. After uttering this ominous proclamation, he sauntered away, leaving Fu Lian perplexed by his retreating figure, thinking to herself how absurdly theatrical the village chief had just appeared, sending shivers down her spine. Yet, it also stirred a flicker of doubt within her. According to her recollections, though the corpse spirits were indeed brutal and savage, they would protect those who worshipped them. Yet she had never witnessed a scenario where outsiders were coerced into offering reverence. After all, the more worshippers there were, the more severed heads would be required as offerings, which was not a lucrative arrangement for the villagers. What, then, was their intention in keeping them in Wuyo village? Unable to unravel this intricate relationship, and faced with the uncertainty and peril that loomed ahead, Fu Lian decided to dismiss any thoughts of provoking the corpse spirits alongside Lu Zhan. If certainty could not be ensured, there was no need for reckless actions. Once inside, Fu Lian promptly shut the door behind them and sidled up to Lu Zhan with a charming smile. Brother Lu Zhan, what did that little girl say to you during the ritual just now? You truly do not know? Lu Zhan raised his brow, skeptical. How could I possibly know? Fu Lian exclaimed, her wide doe eyes filled with astonishment, her mind racing with unease. Surely, nothing ominous was afoot? Yes, Lu Zhan nodded, finding a chair to sit upon, lazily propping his head up. Have you ever heard of corpse spirit offerings? Fu Lian swallowed hard, her perspective on Lu Zhan shifting after the toxic mushroom incident. The existence of the corpse spirit priest was something he was aware of. It was entirely normal. As an ability user, her knowledge of such matters was also quite ordinary. However, now reborn into this frail and unremarkable body, her awareness of these events felt exceedingly peculiar. Thus, Fu Lian anxiously crouched beside him, her voice soft and pleading. Brother Lu Zhan, please don't keep me in suspense. What could I possibly know? In the apocalypse, I barely have enough to eat or a place to rest. I hardly have the energy to listen to these obscure tales. Lu Zhan lifted his gaze to observe her, noting her pale complexion and the glimmer of tears reflecting her fear. He swallowed hard, gradually straightening his posture, and then suddenly let out a low, mocking laugh. The notion of the corpse spirit priest was truly laughable. Fu Lian looked on in confusion. Lu Zhan extended a finger, his eyes filled with derision. It's non-existent. How could there be any beings to rescue the wretched souls struggling in despair? What exists are merely predatory wolves and tigers drawn by the scent of desperation, wishing only to devour this group whole. As he spoke, his voice carried a chilling undertone, piercing and cold, striking at the hearts of those around him. Fu Lian instinctively wanted to retort, but then she recalled her role as the frail and ignorant one. Thus she quelled her thoughts. Biting her lip, she lowered her gaze and timidly murmured, "Brother Lu Zhan, please do not be like this. It frightens me." As she spoke, she bowed her head even lower, shrinking in fear as she leaned against his chair. Then with a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "So, are there man-eating beasts here?" Lu Zhan's eyes were half closed, his expression bearing a touch of chill. His voice, deep yet soft, reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I will ensure your safety." The notion of being unable to protect even a single person, allowing a beast to challenge his authority, was utterly inconceivable to Lu Zhan. The constraints of the weak only served to accentuate his strength. Chapter 17. The campfire. The Wang family resided in 4 rooms. To the left was the main room of the host family, while the smaller room on the right was presumably the chamber of his second daughter. The remaining 2 rooms comprised a kitchen and a guest room. Fu Lian chose the small room of area, while Lu Zhan opted for the guest room. No sooner had they settled into their respective quarters than Lu Zhan was summoned away by the villagers, leaving Fu Lian alone at the Wang residence. It was well past noon, and Fu Lian's hunger was insatiable. Her first instinct led her to the kitchen, a cramped space filled with the pungent aroma of smoked raw meat. A full array of butchers' knives hung against the inner wall, a testament to the household's trade of slaughtering fowl and selling meat. The village still relied on the most primitive of stoves for cooking, and Fu Lian struggled with igniting the fire and heating the pot, nearly choking in the process. Just as she tossed a ladle of water into the pot, Auntie arrived with Arya, noticing the thick smoke billowing from the kitchen, and rushed in with a flustered demeanor. "Oh dear, Teacher Fu, you have never worked before, have you?" Auntie coughed and exclaimed from the doorway. "You needn't fuss over this. There will be a bonfire party later. Save your appetite for the delicious treats." A bonfire party? Fu Lian, having just covered the pot, hurried out upon hearing her words. She had not forgotten about the slumbering monsters of meat and poultry. Were they not creatures that roamed the night? "Indeed, don't trouble yourself," Auntie continued, pinching Arya's cherubic face. "Isn't that right, Arya? The bonfire party in our village is always lively." Arya, lost in her thoughts and mourning her parents' passing, did not respond. Auntie sighed, wiping her eyes, lamenting the poor child. The smoke in the kitchen thickened, making it difficult for Fu Lian to keep her eyes open. She pulled the 2 of them back, asking, "Is the bonfire party a regular occurrence?" Auntie hesitated before replying, "Not really. It has only started happening weekly recently." Upon hearing this, Fu Lian recounted her encounter with the monstrous sausages to Auntie. Skeptical, Auntie shook her head. "That cannot be. We have never seen anything like that." "How can that be?" "Those monsters were formed from the flesh of the ink tree, which holds a great allure for zombies. I heard from Arya that the ink tree is a local specialty." As she spoke, Fu Lian pondered on the peculiar trees around, but noticed she had yet to see the famed ink tree. She inquired about it, but Auntie suddenly darkened her expression, adopting a cryptic demeanor. "Do not listen to her nonsense. There's no such thing as an ink tree here." "But enough. Do not speak further." And he interrupted coldly, her mood shifting rapidly. "I came to deliver the deity to you. Be sure to bring the idol to the bonfire party later." With that, she turned on her heel, guiding Arya out with a firm grip on her head. Fu Lian was taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor, falling silent. It was not until Sister he exited the room that she ventured outside. As she passed through the main hall, she noticed a bull-headed jade mask placed upon the previously pristine circular space of a long table. Fu Lian rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the deity statue. "Have you also summoned the gods? I've heard they can manifest." Lu Zhan waved his hand dismissively, carelessly placing the bull-headed and jade-faced statue on the table. He then ventured to the back seat of the car, retrieving 2 containers of instant noodles. Grabbing one, he tossed it towards Fu Lian. "Are you hungry?" "Absolutely famished," Fu Lian replied, pouting in a pitiful manner as she clutched the noodles and headed towards the kitchen, where the water should be boiling by now. The two sat at the table, slurping their noodles, the water scaldingly hot. Fu Lian puffed her cheeks, blowing on the noodles. "What do they summon you for?" Lu Zhan shook his head. Lu Zhan frowned, saying nothing further. Fu Lian observed that he did not appear to be lying, which only heightened her astonishment. Could it be that the village chief summoned him merely for the sake of this statue? "Ah, yes, there's a bonfire party in the evening, inviting us to join." Lu Zhan was taken aback, his expression clearly aligning with her thoughts. They still dared to host an outdoor bonfire gathering despite the nocturnal presence of that monstrous creature. However, he was typically unflappable. The surprise on his face vanished in an instant, and he nodded in agreement to the proposition. Fu Lian once again recounted the matter concerning Ant-He to him, receiving the same information in return. The villagers remained silent about the ink tree, perhaps perceiving it as an ominous entity that attracted the undead, thus choosing to avoid discussion. Fu Lian pondered the rationale, finding it implausible. A heavy cloud loomed over her, and she felt perplexed by the various peculiarities of Wuyo village. The uncertainties here were manifold. As dusk approached, dark clouds gathered under the blue sky, and Ant-He came to knock on the door, inviting them to the evening gathering. Fu Lian and Lu Zhan emerged simultaneously. She held a statue, while Lu Zhan carried nothing. Fu Lian stood beside the statue, clutching it tightly. "Why don't you take it?" Lu Zhan scoffed, haughtily retorting, "Do I need this trinket? Then I shall forego it as well." Fu Lian pretended to toss it away, but was halted by Lu Zhan. "Let's first assess the situation." Fu Lian, feeling reluctant, passed the statue over, saying, "Here, you hold it." Lu Zhan complied and took it, shaking it a couple of times, exposing Fu Lian's ulterior motive. "Is it too heavy for you?" Fu Lian gently massaged her wrist and, upon hearing, immediately softened her tone, conceding, "Indeed, brother Lu Zhan, you wouldn't be one to disregard delicate sentiments, would you?" Thereafter, Fu Lian found herself subjected to the peculiar and scrutinizing gazes of the villagers. Initially perplexed, it was only when the village chief expressed his ire that she comprehended the situation. Her hands bore no idol. This minor upheaval soon subsided. Yet Fu Lian distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. At that moment, the bonfire party commenced, with everyone forming small circles, swaying and singing in unison. She mingled amongst them, awkwardly attempting to keep rhythm. Once the group dance concluded, the villagers raised their idols and encircled the already roaring bonfire. Subsequently, a few robust men donned grass skirts and danced beside the flames, while the women sang heartily in accompaniment. Although Fu Lian could not comprehend the words, she felt a unique connection to the local customs and traditions. Upon the completion of the dance, the village chief addressed the assembly, stating that the celebration was primarily to honor the return of Arya and to express gratitude for the assistance rendered by Lu Zhan and others. He then offered sincere prayers and blessings to the deities. Everyone raised their hands and bowed their heads, reciting ancient prayers to the gods. Thus, the bonfire festivities officially commenced. The celebration was divided into 2 fire pits, a massive one, atop which rested a colossal pot roasting a plump pig, and a smaller fire pit where a group of women busily prepared food. Fu Lian observed for a moment when suddenly a small plate was brought over, adorned with several dark red fruits. Fu Lian glanced over and saw Arya. Arya sniffed and sat down beside her. "Teacher Fu, have some fruit," she said, taking one and taking a bite. "It's quite sweet." Fu Lian retrieved one and, with her teeth, lightly punctured the skin. Having just consumed instant noodles, she felt quite full and could not eat anything else. "Arya, come here." Before long, someone called her name. Arya responded and carefully placed the fruit platter in front of Fu Lian before sprinting away. Fu Lian placed the plate before Lu Zhan, asking if he would partake. "It is quite sweet." Lu Zhan glanced at the pristine fruit in her hand and shook his head. Fu Lian set down the plate and continued to observe the flurry of activity among the group. Soon, several women approached, serving an array of dishes, all consisting of meat, steamed and boiled, including chicken, duck, and pork. The meat was devoid of any seasoning, appearing slightly pale, which left Fu Lian devoid of any appetite. Unable to contain her curiosity, she leaned closer to Lu Zhan and inquired, "Brother Lu Zhan, what are they up to? Aren't they the least bit afraid of the monsters?" Lu Zhan sat there, drowsy, and upon hearing her question, he did not lift his gaze, choosing instead to continue dozing off. Fu Lian could only sit there in solitude, boredom enveloping her. Perhaps it was due to the absence of the idol that the crowd no longer displayed their previous enthusiasm. After some time, not a soul paid her any heed. Occasionally, someone would beckon her to eat, and she would respond with a nod and a cheerful smile, only for them to return to their own affairs. Strangely, no one shifted. Everyone remained seated, holding their breath in anticipation, with only the faintest whispers of conversation drifting through the air. When Fu Lian inquired about the situation from a nearby woman, she was met with indifference. Fu Lian touched her nose and suddenly stood up. The people around her immediately turned their gaze towards her. The village chief, seated opposite, immediately darkened his expression and barked, "What are you doing? No, you must stay here." His domineering decree left Fu Lian feeling discontented, igniting a rebellious spirit within her. Defiantly, she retorted, "I am not a villager. Why should I obey you?" Even before she could unleash her defiance, a nearby woman abruptly yanked her back down, glaring fiercely. "You better not ruin this divine banquet." Is this the reverence of the ignorant towards the divine? In their eyes, the sacred and inviolable deity bears no relation to her. Moreover, in this chaotic era, where is the divine? That is but a specter of death. Fu Lian felt aggrieved, but chose to remain silent. She intended to seek out her brother, the Marine. With a hint of grievance in her eyes, she approached him, her gaze tinged with concern. "Are you all right?" Fu Lian gasped, startled as she gently probed his nose, sensing the faintness of his breath. Her right hand slid downward, resting upon his neck, leaning in subtly. Her long hair veiled much of her view. To an outsider, they appeared entwined in a tender embrace, exuding an air of intimacy. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Fu Lian's hand had found its way to the throbbing artery in his neck, and with but a slight exertion, she could easily extinguish his life. Fu Lian's thoughts surged uncontrollably, yet she refrained from immediate action. Lowering her head slightly, she ensured that no one outside was observing her. The man lay with closed eyes, appearing docile and harmless, causing her to hesitate. Even if it was for her sister, he had once saved her life. In the midst of so many watchful eyes, she found herself wavering. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, the man suddenly opened his eyes wide. A dim light flickered within them as he swiftly grasped Fu Lian's eager right hand. Squinting slightly, he coldly inquired if she harbored ulterior motives. However, it was acceptable. At least he did not suspect her intentions of taking his life. Fu Lian blushed, pushing him away. "You fell in by yourself. I'm just curious about what's happened to you." Lu Zhan looked up in surprise. "You can't be." "I'm not." Fu Lian's expression was one of flustered denial. Then, feeling both shy and irritated, she added, "And you, Lu Zhan, should refrain from actions that provoke unnecessary thoughts." Lu Zhan was amused, laughing so hard he could barely stand upright. "Stop laughing." Fu Lian covered her face, feeling utterly embarrassed. Lu Zhan propped his chin on his hand. "What did you do before the apocalypse?" Fu Lian looked up and said, "I have not yet graduated. However, I am preparing to study broadcasting and hosting." "What a pity," Lu Zhan remarked softly. "Why not become an actor? What is so regrettable?" Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow. "It is a pity that it is a worthless major." Fu Lian baoted inanju. The bonfire party continued into the deep of night. Fu Lian had held her discomfort for most of the night, and it was only when dawn began to break that the village chief allowed her to attend to her needs. He also insisted that 2 women accompany her, leaving one to wonder whether it was for protection or surveillance. Fu Lian was led by them to a makeshift toilet shelter, enclosed by tattered cloths, with a breeze seeping in from beneath, brushing against her face. On the ground lay a worn ceramic basin. The facilities were indeed quite rudimentary. Fu Lian, in a state of both distress and embarrassment, hastily concluded her actions. Just as she was fastening her trousers in preparation to leave, she heard a faint rustling sound, as if something were gliding across the concrete floor. Startled, she quickly donned her garments and lifted the curtain, only to find the space before her utterly vacant. However, the rustling noise behind her grew increasingly pronounced, accompanied by a sensation of warm breath brushing against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Suddenly, warmth enveloped her, and Lu Zhan stirred slightly, his eyelids fluttering open, his voice low and hoarse, as if he had just awakened. What had he encountered? She was unsure, yet an inexplicable fear gripped her. At that moment, she felt as though she were under the piercing gaze of a venomous observer. Upon hearing Lu Zhan's voice, she instinctively drew closer to him, clutching the hem of his clothing, trembling uncontrollably. Lu Zhan rubbed his forehead, having been kept awake by the restless energy of the villagers throughout the night. As dawn broke, the villagers settled somewhat, yet Fu Lian's distress resurfaced. It was truly exasperating. With a sigh, Lu Zhan refrained from expressing his irritation, commenting nonchalantly that this was hardly a peaceful situation. Fu Lian rubbed her eyes with lingering trepidation, embellishing the peculiar incident she had just experienced. Lu Zhan, with his eyes closed, occasionally nodded to indicate his attentiveness to her account. Fu Lian spoke until her throat was parched, and upon concluding her thoughts, she took a sip of water, only to find it filled with impurities. Lu Zhan, don't you relish a good brawl? This should certainly pique your interest. Let the fight commence. It would be splendid if both sides were to suffer equally. Fu Lian had come to terms with her own inadequacies. She did not aspire to surpass Lu Zhan in strength, but rather sought to seize any opportunity while she improved herself. Time was of the essence, and to avoid prolonged uncertainties, eliminating Lu Zhan swiftly would be preferable. No potential opportunity could be overlooked. Lu Zhan lifted his eyelids slightly to glance at her, recognizing the opportunity before him, and thought to himself that he might as well let her have it. No, Fu Lian replied, awkwardly waving her hand. Noticing Lu Zhan's indifference, she huffed petulantly, I can't handle this. Lu Zhan, thoroughly disrupted from his slumber, rubbed his temples and released a fragment of his mental energy to investigate. Yet, he found himself collapsing once more into Fu Lian's embrace. This marked the second occurrence that day. Lu Zhan, now alert, pondered the situation. The first instance could be deemed coincidental, but the second was undoubtedly not mere chance. He lifted his gaze, scanning the dilapidated restroom, where a fleeting white shadow had just passed. However, he could distinctly sense that the obstruction to his mental energy was not caused by this peculiar apparition. Amused, he contemplated the hidden treasures within this carefree village. Chapter 18. Night assault. A sudden, piercing crow of a chicken startled Fu Lian, prompting her to sit upright instinctively, her hand instinctively moving to the dagger at her waist. Lu Zhan, weary, squinted his eyes. The creature's mental power was formidable. Though he was uninjured, a profound sense of fatigue enveloped him. In truth, this was the first time he had encountered an adversary in the realm of mental energy. Groups of people wandered in twos and threes, with Fu Lian staying close to Lu Zhan. The dawn at the foot of the mountain was shrouded in mist, and the chilly wind brushed against them, dispelling even the deepest of drowsiness. The wooden and stony path glistened with morning dew, soaking Fu Lian's garments and clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Yet, the remnants of that bizarre night were far from over. Upon arriving home, Fu Lian was immediately enveloped by a pungent odor reminiscent of aquatic decay, far more intense than any scent she had previously encountered in the dilapidated restroom. Unlike the repugnant stench of excrement, this aroma was a disturbing blend of foul water and a strong fishy essence, a nauseating yet oddly captivating fragrance. Fu Lian found the smell surprisingly tolerable. Perhaps she had become somewhat immune to the strange odor after prolonged exposure. Realizing this brought tears to her eyes, as she felt manipulated by the foul stench. Ah, so that was it. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan seemed oblivious to the scent, walking straight in and even conducting an investigation of the inner courtyard. The state of the courtyard was far more severe than they had anticipated. All the poultry had vanished, and the ground bore only a few scattered bloodstains. More prevalent were the chaotic feathers of chickens, geese, and ducks, along with an abundance of excrement and remnants such as blood, intestines, and organs spilling from the bellies of the birds. Fu Lian was taken aback by the situation before her. Had it not been for the villagers gathering to hold a bonfire party, the unfortunate souls facing the monster's assault tonight would have been the two of them. However, with Lu Zhan's combat prowess, it was uncertain who would truly be the unfortunate one. "It's a snake," Lu Zhan declared, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Fu Lian instinctively retorted, "Don't they have the protection of the corpse spirit? How could they possibly be troubled by snakes?" Lu Zhan stood casually with his hands in his pockets and asked, "What are your thoughts on this corpse spirit priest?" Noticing Fu Lian's silence, he pointed to the rocky wall of the well and thoughtfully explained, "Though it is referred to as a priest in essence, it is merely a clever ruse of the unembodied zombie virus. However, it differs from ordinary infectious viruses in that it has developed intelligence through evolution. People commonly refer to it as a corpse spirit. Initially, the corpse spirit is exceedingly weak. To survive, it must rely on the sustenance of other living beings, often imposing conditions to protect its benefactor. The residents of Wuyo village nurture this bull-headed corpse spirit, establishing a symbiotic relationship for the purpose of communication and information exchange. The corpse spirit selects one individual from its benefactors to act as a liaison, who is referred to as the divine resonator, as the spirit deems itself a deity. As the divine resonator becomes inhabited by the corpse spirit, they gradually succumb to the influences of the zombie virus, leading them towards zombification. Meanwhile, as the corpse spirit grows stronger, its avaricious and tyrannical nature becomes apparent, slowly devouring the very beings that sustain it. Fu Lian was undoubtedly aware of the brutal and sanguinary nature of the corpse spirit ritual. With her gaze lowered in contemplation, she acknowledged that the village chief was indeed the god resonator. However, everyone held him in high esteem, looking to him as their leader. Yet this seemed incongruous. As a being that was half human and half corpse, the god resonator would typically be met with ostracism from the community. Fu Lian's eyes widened in sudden realization, and her mouth seemed to move uncontrollably as she continued to speak. The divine speakers often find themselves alienated, ostracized by others, and haunted by the specter of the undead, frequently meeting a swift and silent demise. Yet, if the people wish to continue receiving the protection of the undead, they must once again present a divine speaker. In this manner, the specter grows increasingly powerful through their offerings, while the number of benefactors dwindles. Once all benefactors have perished, the specter will select one individual as its vessel, devouring their mind to reside within and manipulate their actions. The so-called protective contracts are merely cruel and heartless ruses devised by the undead. Their true target is, in fact, everyone. The village chief is acutely aware of this, which is why he has employed certain methods to restrain the specter, the cost of which likely includes these poultry. The ritual of the undead. Lu Zhan lightly chewed on these 4 words, recognizing the astuteness of the villagers' calculations. Fu Lian did not comprehend his meaning, tilting her head in confusion. "What scheme?" Lu Zhan chuckled softly. "Tell me, what would happen if one were to simultaneously worship 2 corpse spirits? Surely they would come to blows." Fu Lian exclaimed, raising her fist. "Wait, why 2 corpse spirits? Could it be that there is an issue with the bonfire gathering?" As Fu Lian pondered, a sudden realization struck her. There was a crucial detail she had overlooked during the earlier farce involving the bullheads. They each possessed a bullhead at home, yet insisted that she take all of them away. This was exceedingly peculiar. However, if this action was not solely due to the protective qualities of the bullheads, but rather to obscure the bull-headed corpse spirit from view, it raised further questions. The corpse spirit, akin to a zombie virus, required a host. Without one, it was but a mere sludge. It could only attach itself to objects to unleash its spiritual energy, yet due to the unique nature of its virus, not all items were suitable for parasitism. In Wuyo village, the medium for the corpse spirit was precisely the bullhead. Without it, the other spirit could freely indulge in the poultry within the home. Fu Lian found herself astonished by Lu Zhan's bold conjecture, while simultaneously feeling a sense of disbelief. Impossible. How could one simultaneously worship two corpse spirits? That is far too audacious. Moreover, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. One must emerge victorious. Can Wuyo village truly remain uninvolved? Fortune favors the bold, Lu Zhan slowly articulated. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a foul, fishy odor that caused Fu Lian to squint her eyes. In the distance, she faintly heard the water well in the courtyard creaking ominously. Instantly alert, she considered the possibility that the corpse spirit might be lying in ambush for them. Fu Lian hurriedly turned to see that it was Lu Zhan, who was stirring water with a wooden stick. "What are you doing with the water?" she inquired. "Bathing," Lu Zhan replied succinctly. In such a solemn and tranquil moment, he remained remarkably composed, even preparing to bathe and retire for the night. Well, she too wished for a bath, as she inexplicably endured an entire night awake, her body protesting with fatigue. After Fu Lian expressed her desire for a bucket as well, she yawned and leaned to the side. The bucket was swiftly hoisted up, swaying precariously, its depths unfathomable. The crimson-painted wooden vessel rendered its contents indistinct. Upon closer inspection, the two were horrified to discover it was a bucket of blood. Lu Zhan, sensing something amiss, quickly bent down to peer into the well. He caught a glimpse of shimmering white scales darting past, prompting him to seize the jade-faced bovine statue resting beside the well and hurl it into the bloodied water. With a resounding splash, the jade figure created a tremendous spray, succumbing to the resistance and vanishing into the depths of the well. Fu Lian was terrified by the blood in the well, while Lu Zhan merely frowned with mild disdain, realizing that bathing was no longer the priority at that moment. Fu Lian is filled with countless questions, yet no one is there to provide her with answers. Fu Lian dared not sleep alone, insisting on sharing a room with him. Lu Zhan, initially reluctant, could not ignore her tearful and distressed demeanor. Ultimately, he conceded and surrendered the bed to her, retreating to Ya's room to carry back a small cot, which he positioned by the door. His towering frame was hunched upon the diminutive bed, and thus the two of them quietly drifted into slumber. Fu Lian had initially shaken off her weariness, brimming with words she longed to express. Yet, inexplicably, the moment her head touched the pillow, darkness enveloped her, and she succumbed to a sweet slumber. The two of them slept soundly, lost in dreams until the veil of night descended. Though Fu Lian enjoyed her restful repose, she was abruptly stirred by a strange, sticky sensation creeping slowly over her skin, beginning at her ankle, gliding up her calf, past her knee, and nearing her thigh. This peculiar itch brushed against the dulled nerves of her dreams, prompting her to curl up, releasing soft, cat-like breaths. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, and her delicate brows knitted together, indicating she was ensnared in a terrifying nightmare. Yet soon, she began to murmur, her hands clenched tightly, her expression fierce. With a sudden gasp, Fu Lian opened her eyes. The slimy sensation retreated with a hiss, and she sat up, her face a blend of confusion, helplessness, and hidden dread. Centered around her bed, the pristine floor of the guest room was littered with small snakes, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. The serpents writhed, making their way determinately toward her bed. Before long, a cerulean snake had once again slithered up. It fixed its gaze upon Fu Lian, its tail as fine as silk, swaying joyfully as it approached her with an air of playful intent. Fu Lian instinctively recoiled, yet the more she retreated, the closer the small snake advanced. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself pressed against the wall, while the little green snake relentlessly pursued her. In its flattened, serpentine visage, Fu Lian even discerned a mocking grin. The thin, penetrating chill emanated unmistakably from it. Fu Lian immediately stood up, swiftly drawing the butterfly knife that had long been poised for action, and with precise accuracy, she struck down the approaching green serpent's head. Without hesitation, she hastily opened the narrow window beside the bed, forcing herself through the tight space with frantic urgency, driven by the fear of the relentless swarm of serpents pursuing her. With both feet pushing against the frame, she propelled herself outward, only to tumble to the ground in a chaotic and hurried manner. She landed right before a pair of cold, vertical pupils. The owner of those eyes was a colossal white serpent, its massive body coiling upon the ground. Fu Lian found herself sprawled against its silver-white, pillar-like form. As the vertical pupils glimmered with a ruthless golden light, scrutinizing the frail Fu Lian as if she were a mere corpse. Indeed, having narrowly escaped the depths of terror, she now faced the gaping maw of a monstrous snake, a sight that could instill cardiac arrest in any mortal, potentially leading to madness and utter despair. This sensation of dread loomed perilously close, only to drift away in the next moment, for she witnessed the giant serpent opening its foul, gaping mouth towards her. She realized with horror that she was on the brink of being devoured. Fu Lian's heart raced as she exerted all her strength to crawl aside, narrowly evading the giant serpent's assault. In an instant, a pale figure appeared before her, and she found herself clasped around the waist by Lu Zhan, standing not far from the colossal snake. Lu Zhan pressed his lips together, his expression inscrutable, showing neither joy nor anger. And he had no time to assess Fu Lian's condition as he remained tense, fixated on the monstrous creature. The small snakes in the room emerged like a swarm of bees, slithering forth to gather behind the giant serpent, each one flicking its tongue toward the pair. The standoff resembled a powerful demon king poised to conquer a city, rendering the isolated Lu Zhan particularly small and helpless. Amidst this charged atmosphere, Lu Zhan's low, disdainful laughter echoed, declaring, "You cannot overcome me." The giant serpent hissed, its gaze dark and menacing as it fixated on Lu Zhan. With a swift motion, its massive tail lashed out, but Lu Zhan effortlessly sidestepped it, still composed and unruffled while holding Fu Lian. Although he appeared unscathed, Fu Lian felt herself spinning, disoriented and on the brink of nausea. Why must she, a mere mortal, be caught in this divine conflict? She felt utterly despondent, nearing her limits. The battle raged on fiercely, with no one acknowledging her plight. The giant serpent continued to target her, forcing Lu Zhan to frequently shift positions to protect her, which only exacerbated her dizzying sway in the air. It was truly adding insult to injury. Fu Lian embraced Lu Zhan's arm, as if riding a thrilling roller coaster, feeling as though she had reached a pinnacle in life. Due to her predicament, Lu Zhan could only fend off the giant serpent with one hand, which, while preventing him from falling into a disadvantage, nonetheless restricted his movements and prolonged the confrontation. In a bid to resolve the situation swiftly and liberate herself, Fu Lian gritted her teeth and drew a butterfly knife from her waist. As the serpent swept its tail towards her once more, a surge of determination flooded her mind. Everything around her seemed to slow, and she perceived each writhing snake as if it were severed from the whole, each possessing its own form and vulnerability. In that moment, Fu Lian felt an exhilarating unity of body and spirit. Seizing this extraordinary sensation, she hurled the knife with force, the blade slicing through the air with remarkable speed, deftly evading the approaching tail and striking true at the serpent's vital point. The creature had fixated its attention on Lu Zhan, underestimating Fu Lian as a mere weakness. Completely unprepared for a sudden counterattack, the serpent's negligence allowed her to succeed, although she had merely pierced the skin, revealing a glimpse of flesh beneath. The vital point was no trivial matter. Taking advantage of the serpent's momentary distraction, Lu Zhan swung his long knife with precision, swiftly stripping away a layer of skin from the serpent's iron-like tail. Without hesitation, he thrust the blade deep into the tender flesh exposed by his previous strike, blood oozing forth as the knife penetrated through to the other side. The giant serpent writhed in agony, and in a moment of desperation, it commanded the smaller snakes to surge forth. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of serpents, Fu Lian and Lu Zhan found themselves ensnared and hindered. Seizing the opportunity, the giant serpent plunged into the well, quickly submerging into the depths of the murky water. The smaller snakes retreated swiftly through the crumbled walls of the inner courtyard. Lu Zhan, momentarily taken aback by Fu Lian's unexpected strike, opened his mouth to speak just as she wriggled free from his grasp and fell to the ground with a dull thud, curling up in discomfort like a shrimp. Despite her distress, she forced herself to crawl towards the well, tilting her head and retching violently. Meanwhile, the giant serpent, lurking in the water, was doused with a torrent of filth, and the sinister figure soon leaned down to launch a mental assault against it. With a pained cry, the serpent hastily fled. Lu Zhan, lips pressed together in disappointment, felt a surge of frustration and anger. It had escaped. No one dared to elude him. It was doomed. Yet, as he contemplated the serpent's blood spilling like pearls, he paused. This was an extraordinary serpent, not merely a corpse snake. Could it be that the village of Wuyo worshipped not only a bull-headed spirit, but also this serpent? An extraordinary snake was certainly not a suitable ally. Fu Lian had already rinsed her mouth, her entire being languidly pressed against the well's wall, silent and sorrowful, merely hugging her arms as she wept in a pitiful and melancholic manner. What happened? Lu Zhan inquired softly. Fu Lian shook her head, tears cascading down uncontrollably. Lu Zhan bent down to observe her. The wound was severe. A compliment from the formidable Lu Zhan in this post-apocalyptic world was no mere flattery. It held significant weight. Yet, she remained silent. Lu Zhan squatted beside her, both of them braving the chilly wind by the well. The night was serene, the moonlight illuminating the surroundings with a gentle glow. After a while, Lu Zhan felt the cold creeping in, but Fu Lian remained motionless. When he nudged her, he realized she had fainted, collapsing to the ground under his gentle push. A faint blue-white light appeared on the horizon, yet the night lingered, revealing a pale figure sprawled on the ground. Unfazed by the darkness, Lu Zhan's deep green eyes glimmered with an eerie light as he gazed at the woman before him. Fragile and shattered like porcelain, she lay unconscious, oblivious to the biting cold, her shoulders lightly curled inwards, her legs drawn up to her chest, helplessly lying on the ground. She was beautiful, akin to a wilting rose, its vibrant hue fading amidst the mist, resembling a delicate flower in the dim night, exuding a haunting beauty. Lu Zhan felt a sting in his eyes as he beheld her. He lowered himself, his hand brushing against her slender, pale neck, mirroring the intimate closeness Fu Lian had once shown him by the campfire. His entire body pressed against hers, his movements both graceful and chilling. He gazed down at her serene profile, his heated breath warming her face as he tightened his grip around her neck, feeling the fragile pulse beneath his fingers. As delicate as a flower's petal, Lu Zhan's breathing grew heavier, and he let out a low chuckle, pondering whether she harbored feelings for him or wished to bring about his demise. How could anyone possibly like him? Many desired his death. After all, he was often regarded as a demon by the world. His brow furrowed, and he lightly traced her soft cheek with his fingertip, the flesh bunching together, accentuating her pale, rosy lips as Fu Lian's innocent face turned toward him. He regarded her with a disdainful indifference, a tempest of dark emotions swirling in his gaze, wishing he could manifest them and obliterate the woman before him. Yet, he ultimately did nothing. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her, lifting her gently and departing from the guest room. "I shall see how you intend to kill me," Lu Zhan mused coldly, a hint of exhilaration coursing through him at the thought. No one could kill him. He had always been confident in that. Not even the formidable doctor, whom he had encountered, posed a threat, much less this insignificant creature. Chapter 19. Exorcism. The following noon, Fu Lian awoke. Just as she began to rise, she was met with the sound of a fierce argument outside. Shaking her head to dispel the lingering fear in her mind, she was met instead with the horrifying sight of a vertical pupil, vivid and unsettling, as if it were right before her eyes. Fu Lian suppressed the fluttering in her heart and turned to get out of bed, intending to venture outside to partake in the lively atmosphere, while simultaneously diverting her attention. As she stepped out of her room, she encountered Lu Zhan, who was standing at the doorway, drying the damp tips of his hair. His shirt hung loosely, exposing a significant portion of his well-defined chest muscles. Quite impressive, Fu Lian swallowed hard, discreetly averting her gaze. Lu Zhan shifted slightly, emanating a potent aura of masculinity, accompanied by a faint chill of moisture, indicative of a recent shower. Fu Lian paused in her motion to leave and glanced at him again. "I would like to take a shower as well." Lu Zhan, with his eyes half closed, did not lift them. "Wait a moment, the water has yet to heat." In this moment, he bore no resemblance to the cold and ruthless demeanor he had displayed towards Fu Lian last night. In fact, he appeared surprisingly gentle. Yet, he had always been this way throughout their journey, sparing in words but attentive in detail. Fu Lian harbored no doubts and nodded slightly. Lu Zhan lowered his chin, preparing to turn and enter the house. Fu Lian once again grasped the corner of his garment. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue gleaming in his eyes. Fu Lian gazed at the entrance, oblivious to his expression. Let's take a look. The voice held a certain familiarity. Lu Zhan did not decline and followed her outside. Fu Lian pushed open the door and glanced towards the source of the commotion. It was the home of Sister He. A throng of people stood clustered at her doorstep, quietly parting to create a small space in the midst of the argument between two individuals. One was undoubtedly Sister He, while the other was a man of slight stature, with a crew cut, his tattered clothing stained with blood. He stood with his back turned to the onlookers, his narrow shoulders and broad waist accentuating his underdeveloped, short limbs, reminiscent of a cowardly, short-legged man. The villagers gasped in astonishment, turning their attention back to the two figures. Sister He glared at them, her eyes briefly scanning Lu Zhan's slightly open collar, before unleashing a torrent of invective upon the short-legged man. He sway, you wasteful, good-for-nothing. Don't spew nonsense without using your brain. They're the saviors of area, while you're nothing but a spineless coward. The fervor in He Sway's voice escalated, his entire body trembling like a dilapidated sieve, shaking violently under a gentle tap. The villagers, already perplexed by how the two had managed to escape from the maw of the enormous serpent, began to murmur among themselves upon hearing He Sway's claims. Fu Lian was taken aback by He Sway's sudden accusations. Although their initial encounter was less than pleasant, it was undeniable that Lu Zhan had saved his life. Rather than expressing gratitude, how could he turn the tables in such a manner? Do not speak nonsense. Brother Lu Zhan clearly saved your life. Save your life? He Sway let out a shrill laugh, his shrewd eyes narrowing. He callously dragged the girl, Arya, who stood at the threshold of his home, and thrust her into the spotlight. Arya attends Qingyun Primary School. Everyone knows that. With so many zombies at Qingyun, how could they possibly rescue anyone? Arya stood there in a daze. Teacher Fu carried me out. Everyone at school is very nice. They don't bite. Don't bite. Those three words detonated like thunder in the hearts of the crowd. How could zombies possibly refrain from biting? He Sway claimed he could control the undead. Could it truly be the case? Soon, someone shouted, last night, I saw the divine serpent go to their house, yet they didn't die. That is the divine serpent. Why did the divine serpent visit their abode? Who doesn't know that the divine serpent is always compassionate and gentle, only hunting when there is bloodshed? Another man in blue hesitated, his gaze slowly shifting towards Lu Zhan. Bloodshed, bloodshed. How could an ordinary person exude the scent of blood unless they are a merciless demon? Demon, He Sway proclaimed loudly, showing no fear of the monsters in Qingyun town. Why? Because he is not human. He is a demon. Demon, echoed the man in blue. These two words, absurd yet effortlessly rooted in the minds of the crowd, painted their faces with terror and dread, while their words grew increasingly harsh. Expel him. He Sway raised his fist and shouted once more. Yes, expel him. Fu Lian desperately tried to defend herself, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. Frustrated, she turned her gaze towards Lu Zhan. Brother Lu Zhan, how could they act in such a manner? If it weren't for you, who would know whom that serpent intended to devour? The villagers, upon hearing her words, exchanged peculiar smiles. The benevolent serpent, why would it consume you and spare us? This was akin to the questions posed to those violated, where everyone wonders, why did he target you and not others? What a ludicrous rationale. Moreover, that colossal serpent was far from merciful and docile. It was a savage beast. How could one discuss humanity with a creature of the wild? Had these individuals lost their senses, as if kicked by the serpent itself? Fu Lian was rendered speechless. Lu Zhan gazed at her, observing the flush of anger on Fu Lian's delicate face, which appeared vibrant in his eyes. A faint smile curled upon his lips as he admitted, Indeed, I possess a nickname that befits a devil. Fu Lian was certainly aware of the situation. However, this did not justify the villagers' baseless accusations. If it weren't for Lu Zhan, she would have long been devoured by the many-eyed monster. Filled with indignation, Fu Lian found it futile to reason with the villagers, preferring to retreat into the house with Lu Zhan. Unexpectedly, a foul egg was hurled at her, striking her just as she turned to grasp Lu Zhan's hand, effectively making her the unwitting target. The soft sound of the egg shattering was followed by an acrid stench spreading across her back, echoing like thunder in her mind. Fu Lian was already incensed by Hisuebai's treacherous actions, and now her fury could no longer be contained. Her predatory demeanor unexpectedly struck fear into the hearts of the villagers, who, filled with righteous indignation, pressed their lips together and gazed at her with piercing eyes. Wait a moment, what was she doing? Why was she standing up for the notorious Lu demon? Fu Lian suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Yet it was too late for regrets. With a resolve that belied her anxiety, she pressed on. Brother Lu Zhan is a wonderful person. Please do not speak ill of him. However, her earlier commanding presence had diminished considerably due to this unexpected interjection. Just as she finished speaking, a mocking reprimand echoed from behind her. Lu Zhan had taken action. With no room for explanation, he directly confronted the individual. Fu Lian was taken aback. You, Lu Mo, are still the same Lu Mo, brother Lu Zhan. What are you doing? She called out, attempting to thwart a suffocating act of murder. Lu Zhan's gaze softened, and a faint smile graced his lips, a smile that carried a hint of cruel coldness. His voice, slow and deliberate, echoed, I'm merely doing what a demon ought to do. Each word tightened like a noose around the neck of the man in blue, whose groans grew increasingly agonizing. Stop it, boomed a deep voice. It was the village chief. Lu Zhan glanced over, instinctively loosening his grip. He then cast the villager aside, as if discarding refuse. The villagers remained silent, their heads bowed in subservience, obediently echoing the chief's words. The chief turned his gaze toward them, his eyes glinting like a serpent's. With an odd smile, he remarked, You ought to thank me, in that slightly pretentious tone. Fu Lian's eyes widened slightly, and she was convinced that this was certainly the work of a corpse spirit. What was the corpse spirit's intention in leaving behind Lu Zhan? Was it attempting to diminish the power of another corpse spirit? Fu Lian was lost in thought. Brother Lu Zhan, you just terrified me. Are you truly intending to take his life? Sitting on a small stool, she cradled her face with a sigh, gazing up at the imposing Lu Zhan. I refuse to believe it. Brother Lu Zhan is so kind, so gentle, and has saved me on numerous occasions. He could never genuinely wish to kill him. As she spoke, she tugged at Lu Zhan's wrist with a pleading expression. Brother Lu Zhan, please say something. Yet, Lu Zhan remained there, motionless. Fu Lian, with tearful eyes, expressed her indignation, exclaiming that they simply did not recognize your worth. They are all wicked. Am I good? Indeed, Brother Lu Zhan has saved my life. Fu Lian tilted her head and cautiously leaned against Lu Zhan's arm. Seeing that he did not reject her, she embraced him, embodying a naive and trusting demeanor. How wonderful it is to have Brother Lu Zhan. I need not worry about anything. Is that so? Lu Zhan lowered his gaze and regarded her. Yes, it is. Fu Lian replied earnestly, her eyes wide with sincerity. Lu Zhan smiled faintly. Casting a glance towards the kitchen, he casually remarked that the water should be boiling by now. Oh, it doesn't matter if I take a bath later. Fu Lian waved her hand dismissively. My current concern is Brother Lu Zhan. He must be feeling quite upset upon hearing their accusations. No, I must stay here to accompany Brother Lu Zhan. That is unnecessary. Fu Lian had more to say, but she heard Lu Zhan let out a low, raspy laugh that was tinged with delight, his eyes reflecting the same amusement, entirely unclouded by any lingering resentment from the earlier incident. She let out a quiet sigh of relief and tentatively ventured, So, Brother Lu Zhan, you didn't truly intend to kill him, did you? You wouldn't randomly take a life, would you? Fu Lian inquired, her eagerness for an answer palpable, as it pertained not only to Lu Zhan but also to herself. What kind of expression is that? Don't think that just because you saved me, I owe you anything. How infuriating. Fu Lian gritted her teeth. Indeed, it is best to eradicate a demon in its infancy. The smoke curled languidly in the guest room, where Lu Zhan leaned against the headboard, mindlessly consuming one cigarette after another. His gaze was vacant as he retrieved a bottle of heaven blue from his pocket, which emitted a faint glow. Squinting, Lu Zhan suddenly envisioned the smiling face of his sister, Lu Ro. His eyes softened, and even his breathing became a touch lighter. Knock! Knock! A sound echoed at the door. Instinctively, Lu Zhan concealed the glass bottle and turned his attention to the door. Fu Lian cautiously opened a crack, revealing a beaming smile that radiated warmth. She raised the bowl she held in both hands and gently inquired, "Are you hungry?" Lu Zhan remained silent. Rising to his feet and accepting the noodle she offered, he swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse. "It's too little. There's more in the pot," Fu Lian exclaimed, stepping into the room with a small stool in tow, bringing in her own bowl of noodles. The freshly cooked noodles released steam, and Lu Zhan took the utensils she handed him, methodically lifting a chopstickful. Fu Lian discreetly observed him, and upon seeing him take a bite, she immediately leaned closer and inquired, "How's it taste?" Lu Zhan remained silent, merely continuing to lift a chopstick, rather abruptly and eagerly stuffing a generous mouthful into his mouth. Fu Lian glanced over, then lowered her head to savor the first meal of the day. The two of them silently finished their noodles. Lu Zhan delicately wiped his mouth with a napkin and slowly spoke. "Fu Lian." She replied, "The knife." Fu Lian gently touched her butterfly knife. Although she had stabbed the giant snake last night, its tough skin and thick flesh had left a small nick on the blade's tip, which caused her considerable distress for quite some time. Lu Zhan effortlessly took it from her and placed it into his pocket. Fu Lian glared. "Where's my knife? Surely you, a grown man, cannot be so petty?" As if sensing Fu Lian's unspoken thoughts, Lu Zhan began to explain. "This knife is rather impractical." Without further comment, Lu Zhan rose and, after a brief moment, returned to her an identical butterfly knife. Fu Lian opened the sheath and gazed at the sword, which appeared as if it were brand new. The chipped corners seemingly vanished. A hint of surprise flickered across her face as she broke into a joyful smile, the delicate light shimmering in her eyes. How incredibly capable her brother Lu Zhan was. The serpent would return this evening. Lu Zhan looked at Fu Lian, his dark, polished eyes glimmering softly, and he calmly instructed her to take good care of herself. Fu Lian nodded slightly, carefully tucking the butterfly knife into her waist. In the afternoon, Mrs. He came to apologize for the incident involving He Sui, her words laden with hope that the formidable Lu Zhan would show mercy and not hold a grudge, sparing him a life. Ultimately, she acknowledged, albeit reluctantly, his identity as a demon. Lu Zhan remained unresponsive, and in the end, Fu Lian sent her away with a complex expression. That night, neither of them slept. Silently seated on the bed, occasionally glancing at the window to assess the situation outside, Lu Zhan maintained an extraordinary calmness, seemingly unaffected by the events of the day. He did not inquire about Mrs. He, yet Fu Lian was aware that he had heard everything, word for word. He merely feigned ignorance, and Fu Lian could not bring herself to initiate a conversation that would stab at his heart. The two sat in silence, enduring until the deep of night. Yet the serpent never came. Fu Lian found herself struggling to endure, stifling a delicate yawn as her little head bobbed gently. The night was enveloped in an eerie silence, amplifying even the faintest sound of breath in her ears. Unusual occurrences often strike when one is most relaxed and unguarded, and it was evident that the moment had arrived. A creaking sound pierced the oppressive stillness of the night, shattering the tranquility and unleashing a torrent of anxiety within the hearts of the two. Fu Lianxiang gathered her spirits and sat up, following Lu Zhan to the entrance. Through the jagged gaps of the wooden door, she glimpsed a diminutive figure bathed in a faint glow outside. Clad in a small red cloak, her little cap bobbed up and down as she passed by the doorway. Suddenly, Lu Zhan flung the door open, his long arm extending to pull the strange little girl into the room. Chapter 20. Fireworks in the split second the door closed. A jagged, blood-stained tail was caught within. Lu Zhan exerted considerable strength, forcing the door against the tail, which curled in pain from the added pressure. The owner of the tail, seething with a fierce, howling rage, charged towards them. It was the giant serpent. Lu Zhan cast a subtle glance at Fu Lianxiang. Fu Lian instantly understood. To protect oneself and to safeguard area, everything rests upon me. He had never before bestowed upon her such a reassuring gaze, leaving Fu Lian momentarily astonished. Yet her heart felt inexplicably at ease. The sense of security he emanated was truly silent, yet extraordinary. Fu Lian's expression was grave as she quietly retreated to a corner of the room, tightly clutching Arya in her arms while her hand firmly grasped the Jade Bull's head statue. Just as Lu Zhan stepped out, the two within the room were suddenly beset by a change in circumstances. Arya abruptly spoke, her silver teeth mercilessly sinking into Fu Lian's hand. The mark appeared instantaneously, causing Fu Lian to gasp in pain, yet she remained resolute in her grip on the idol, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, her demeanor surprisingly composed. She meticulously studied the person in her embrace. Arya's eyes glimmered with a faint, eerie light. Having ventured out alone that evening, she bore an unsettling aura that was difficult to articulate. It was evident that she had become ensnared by something sinister. Fu Lian, fearful of alarming the serpent in the grass, dared not act rashly, allowing the biting to continue. Soon, faint traces of blood began to seep from the back of her hand. On Arya's youthful visage, a delight that belied her tender years blossomed into a joyous smile. Subsequently, she extended her delicate tongue, silently and greedily beginning to indulge, as if savoring the most exquisite delicacy of the mortal realm, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. This was evidently the moment when her nerves were at their most relaxed. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Lian raised her arm and delivered a swift blow to the back of her neck. The sound of teeth clashing echoed sharply, and the peculiar girl in her embrace tilted her head and fell into a deep slumber. Fu Lian gently placed her onto the bed, tucking the covers around her, and then carefully placed the jade-faced ox head into her palm. Only then did she slowly rise and approach the door, peering through the narrow crack to observe the bustling scene outside. Fu Lian held her breath, captivated by Lu Zhan's understated yet ferocious combat style. She began to meticulously observe each of his movements, every precise strike evoking a deeper sense of awe and trepidation with each passing second. As a formidable figure in the apocalyptic realm, his prowess stemmed not only from his rare and formidable abilities, but also from his robust physique and fluid martial arts skills. Each muscle, imbued with strength, and every explosive action was nothing short of extraordinary. In contrast, Fu Lian found herself lacking. Aside from her usual composure in crisis, she felt unable to match his calmness and acuity. The urgency of dizziness and fear tightened her nerves, unleashing a primal force that resonated from the depths of her soul, a tremor that fused her spirit with her being. After much contemplation, her mind remained a blank slate. Fu Lian, undeterred, gazed intently at the two combatants entangled outside, her right hand gripping the butterfly knife, trembling slightly. She yearned to partake in this battle. It is only amidst the tautness of heightened nerves that one can enhance their vigilance and strength, and thus grow more formidable. Without hesitation, she resolved to act. Fu Lian tightened her grip on the dagger, stealthily observing her surroundings. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she swiftly departed from the doorframe and deftly scaled the backyard wall, positioning herself precariously atop the crumbling structure. There, she locked eyes with the poised green serpent resting on the roof. Indeed, this monstrous serpent had accomplices. The night air was crisp and cool, gently tousling the loose strands of Fu Lian's hair. The moonlight, hazy yet translucent, cascaded down, resembling reflections upon a frozen surface, casting a faint yet dazzling glow. This illumination was sufficient for Fu Lian to discern the ominous, emerald-hued serpent amidst the predatory night. The flat visage of the serpent bore a mocking grin as it flicked its forked tongue, gliding slowly toward Fu Lian. Fu Lian took a deep breath, gently lifted her foot, and stepped onto the azure and white tiles of the rooftop. The delicate sound of friction crept into her consciousness. The green serpent hissed twice, suddenly spitting forth a stream of viridescent venom. Fu Lian deftly sidestepped, but unexpectedly, another spray of venom came hurtling towards her. She lowered her body, curling into a ball, and rolled steadily to the left, evading the concentrated assault of toxins. The serpent swiftly altered its trajectory, continuing to launch its venomous attack. There was undoubtedly something amiss about this venom. Fu Lian remained vigilant, maintaining an acute state of concentration to confront the peril. Fu Lian was truly exasperated. Once more, she deftly evaded the onslaught of the green serpent, stepping forward in an astonishing and uncanny manner, thereby narrowing the distance between them. The serpent's alarm bells rang out, prompting it to retreat immediately. However, Fu Lian would not allow it to escape. Gripping the hilt of her blade with determination, she raised her hand forcefully, the exposed edge of the blade slicing upward against the serpent's abdomen. The serpent writhed in agony, rapidly flicking its tongue in preparation for another assault on Fu Lian. She granted it no opportunity, swiftly pivoting her arm and accurately severing the creature's head. Poison pooled in its throat, and its round, verdant eyes fixed intensely on Fu Lian, gradually dimming to a pallid hue within mere moments. Just as the battle concluded, Lu Zhan leaped onto the rooftop, catching sight of Fu Lian in her moment of triumph. A slight smile graced his lips, his eyes reflecting a piercing and chilling light. "Apologies for the delay," he remarked, as the colossal snake's head emerged slowly from the eaves, its golden vertical pupils glistening with cunning and mockery. Yet, upon witnessing the falling green serpent upon the rooftop, he abruptly halted. "Oh, so this is the assistant you had lying in wait. My apologies, it seems I have inadvertently dispatched it." Fu Lian scratched her head, suppressing her fear as she offered a naive and harmless smile to the colossal serpent. At the moment, the giant snake erupted in fury. She took off, running frantically towards her brother, Lu Zhan. "Brother Lu Zhan, please save me," she cried out, her voice filled with desperation. Fu Lian wept loudly, the immense serpent instilling a profound sense of terror within her. In an instant, her heart brimmed with a vengeful fervor. Internally reveling in the chaos, she urged, let them fight, before dashing to the side of the silently smirking Lu Zhan. How curious it was that fear could coexist with such audacity. Fu Lian's dog timidly crept behind him. "Brother Lu Zhan, do your best. We seek not for excessive gains, but rather for a mutual downfall. Yet, given that this green snake is so feeble, can this giant serpent truly prevail?" Fu Lian's eyes glinted with skepticism. Fortunately, eliminating the Marine Corps was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. The more familiar he became with their combat tactics, the more confident he would feel in executing his plans with precision. However, it was undoubtedly preferable to act swiftly. "Great Serpent, muster your strength and press on." Fu Lian swallowed hard as she watched the two combatants entangled once more. However, the white serpent was evidently nearing its limits. Despite its efforts to persevere, it teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet, regardless of its state, the colossal creature, merely standing there, exuded a formidable presence that compelled others to look up in awe. The giant serpent deftly maneuvered its head, narrowly evading a lethal strike from the ground warrior, its eyes betraying a complex and troubling awareness of its dire predicament. Suddenly, a spark ignited within its once dull gaze as it realized something significant. Once more, it dodged the ground warrior's onslaught, stealthily elongating its body, secretly gathering its strength while casting its gaze towards the distant bank of the river. There, within a spacious courtyard lavishly adorned, the lights blazed as brightly as day. The surroundings appeared to ripple like flowing water, and in the tranquil night, all lurking dangers and undercurrents seemed to dissipate. In an instant, the illuminated courtyard came into view, with red lanterns hanging at each corner, and a jade cow head statue placed at every position, arranged haphazardly as if mere trinkets of little significance. Within that bustling courtyard, a group of men congregated around a table, seemingly engaged in a serious and profound discussion. Not a single woman was present in Wuyo village. Women and children held little knowledge or voice, with all power and decisions firmly in the hands of the men. The man in blue sat at the center, his expression grave. "There is something I must share with you all." A voice in the crowd yawned. "What is it?" The villagers were accustomed to rising early. By this hour, it was likely around 4 o'clock. A noxious, putrid scent wafted through the air, causing a few to gag involuntarily. "What is this?" they gasped. The true form of the bull-headed deity, the man in blue declared, surveying the crowd with solemnity. Just days ago, I witnessed it attempting to devour the village chief. What a dreadful intention. If it weren't for the divine serpent, we would have remained blissfully ignorant. I know some of you have previously received the protection of the bull-headed deity and trusted deeply, which is why I took the liberty of gathering you today to unveil the truth. We must unite against this foe. The crowd exchanged glances and one voiced a question. If so, why doesn't he, the village chief, completely abandon the bull-headed deity? Why does he still frequently ascend the mountain to worship? Because it is vile, cunning, and shameless. If we were to forsake it, the wrath that would ensue is something we cannot bear. And what of the divine serpent? Was it not reported that it attacked someone yesterday? It targeted outsiders, not us. Besides, do you not find that group of outsiders suspicious? The man in blue smirked, then mysteriously inquired, what kind of suspicion? He can control corpses and is unafraid of the monsters in Qingyan town. Most importantly, he survived in the presence of the divine serpent. He whispered, as if uttering a forbidden secret. Does this imply he is as powerful as the divine serpent? A dark-skinned boy questioned, grinning foolishly. The man in blue silenced him with a forceful blow to the boy's head. Fool, what is the divine serpent? It is a deity. If it cannot be vanquished by the gods, can it truly be called human? Such beings cannot be considered formidable. Oh, the dark-skinned boy exclaimed loudly, nodding and giggling, demon, demon. He then scampered off, dancing joyfully, while his father hurried to restrain him, admonishing him to cease his nonsensical chatter. The man in blue shook his head in disapproval, disdainfully remarking, Brother Zhang, bringing a fool along is one thing, but do not jeopardize our purpose. His tone was stern, yet the contempt ignited the boy's defiance. He broke free from his father's grip and pushed the man in blue with all his might, causing him to topple off the bench. Enraged, the man clambered to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at the boy's father, unleashing a torrent of insults. As the father remained silent, the man's words grew increasingly biting, prompting the dark-skinned boy to charge forward in fury, intent on retaliating. The boy, young and strong, quickly overpowered him, delivering blows to his head while nearby villagers rushed to intervene, inadvertently inflaming the boy's stubbornness, escalating the chaos. The man in blue lay on the ground, his cheek bruised and swollen, as countless hands reached out to assist him, yet he remained motionless, his mind in a daze. Suddenly, a pungent, fishy odor filled the air. Squinting, the man in blue beheld a colossal figure materializing before him, its white scales glimmering against his skin, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, paralyzed by an innate fear of such enormity. A snake! It's a snake! Sweat beaded on his forehead as he recognized the creature before him, but no words escaped his lips. In his ears, the dark-skinned boy's excited calls rang out, demon, demon. Then, with a resounding crash, the boy's cries ceased, leaving only the haunting wails of terror, cries of pain, and desperate pleas for help echoing in the air. The divine serpent. How could it be? How could it harm them? They are devoted servants. It must be a demon. The demon has taken control of the divine serpent. It can command corpses, so commanding snakes is no surprise. In the distance, Lu Zhan grasped Fu Lian by the shoulder, leaping onto the roof of the courtyard in mere breaths, releasing her as he gazed down at the chaos unfolding below. His handsome face, marked by indifference and a hint of irony, surveyed the scene. Slowly, he raised his hand, channeling his mental energy to manifest as an ethereal white dragon, surging forth like a torrent to attack the white serpent. Your opponent is me. The giant serpent let out a mournful cry, sweeping its massive tail towards him. Lu Zhan effortlessly evaded the strike, pulling Fu Lian to safety before drawing his blade and navigating the chaos of overturned tables and chairs to stand at the serpent's feet. The serpent writhed, attempting another sweeping attack, its tail striking with ferocity, whipping up a violent wind that distorted the air around it. In an instant, it had consumed several people, regaining a modicum of strength and vigor. Fu Lian turned over and approached a table surrounded by chairs. Clutching a small knife tightly in her hand, she fixated on the enormous serpent, akin to a nocturnal beast, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, a large hand grasped her leg. She lowered her gaze and, Peering through the disarray of furniture, beheld a bald man. "Help me. I do not wish to perish." Fu Lian glanced over and inquired, "What has become of your corpses?" The bald man swallowed hard and gradually lowered his head. Fu Lian surveyed her surroundings. The jade-faced bull heads had been utterly shattered, releasing a foul, purulent liquid, with faint traces of blood still visible on statues. Defeated, she sighed. Her gaze fell upon the colossal serpent, which was desperately seeking refuge under the onslaught of the ground troops. The serpents summoned by the giant snake, once loyal, suddenly turned against their master, striking at the giant with ferocity. The immense creature writhed in agony, its body marred by numerous deep and shallow wounds, reminiscent of unsightly holes burned into a blank sheet of paper. The giant snake was no match for the ground forces. Fu Lian felt a slight shock. Just how formidable was this ground commander? Suddenly, the giant serpent let out a piercing cry, a blinding golden light erupting from its body, enveloping all in a brilliant golden veil. After a brief moment, the colossal snake vanished once more. There seemed to be plenty of escape routes. Fu Lian cast a casual glance at the chaotic courtyard, her gaze eventually landing on Lu Zhan, who was returning from a pursuit, his expression somber. He approached her in a few strides. Fu Lian quickened her pace. "Brother Lu Zhan, how are you?" "I ran," he replied, his tone tinged with slight displeasure. The sky was painted in hues of deep blue, while a shroud of misty blue gloom loomed ominously above the crowd. All eyes were fixed on Lu Zhan, their expressions betraying no emotion. Only a dark-skinned boy, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, flailed his arms and chanted, "Demon! Demon!" He was swiftly silenced by his father, plunging the air back into a stifling silence. No words were exchanged, yet the palpable fear and shivers in their gazes unmistakably revealed their sentiments. "Demon! Demon!" Each individual seemed to silently scream. Their trepidation towards Lu Zhan's formidable power led them to resort to slander, defamation, and contempt. Lu Zhan's chiseled features were sharp and narrow. Even his usually languid and indifferent eyes now stained with a primal ferocity. Blood from the giant serpent still marred his cheeks. He dryly licked his lips and slowly inquired, "How many died?" His voice was chilling, sending shivers down spines. Lu Zhan frowned in displeasure. 3 or 4. Fortunately, he had held back, severely injuring the giant serpent, which would render it unable to attack for several days. Otherwise, those few would have been consumed, allowing it to rise again. Fu Lian hugged her arms, as a loose garment was draped over her slender frame by Lu Zhan. Before she could fully grasp the situation, he had already grasped her shoulder and leaped once more, deftly navigating the stone pillars and railings, vanishing amidst the debris of the rooftop. Fu Lian shrank her neck, evading the fierce wind that swept towards her, her heart sinking slightly. This was an aberrant serpent, not a corpse snake. Had the villagers forged a pact with such a creature? This was certainly not a prudent course of action. The spirit of the deceased, in its nascent weakness, required sustenance from humans to survive. Though cruel, it provided a fleeting sense of security, allowing for a few more days of existence by invoking the spirit. However, the aberrant serpent, being a mutated entity, possessed sufficient strength and had no need to rely on human sustenance. Its initial move toward symbiosis was likely born from fear of the formidable protection offered by other corpse spirits. Clearly, the colossal serpent was exceedingly cunning, toying with the villagers while relishing the benefits of devouring their offerings, suppressing the strength of rival corpse spirits, yet failing to honor its promises. It was bloodthirsty and cold-hearted, caring not for the villagers' plight, ready to strike them down without a second thought. Yet, this group of villagers, once secure in the embrace of the corpse spirits, remained blissfully unaware, lost in their self-spun dreams, rejecting all outsiders while heralding the beast as their king. Chapter 21. The weeping wind, the dawn's early dew pierced through the chill. In the blink of an eye, Fu Lian returned to the Wang family. Yet the direction of Lu Zhan silently informed her that the night was far from over. Houses and trees whizzed past her like shooting stars, and as she tightened Lu Zhan's coat around her, a wave of emotion washed over her. In her previous life during the apocalypse, Amidst the chaos of zombies and material scarcity, there were still occasional moments of exquisite food and fine wine. But ever since she had followed Lu Zhan, each day had become a relentless struggle between life and death, punctuated by the occasional spine-chilling suspense and action. Fortunately, having endured the ravages of the apocalypse, her psyche had hardened, rendering her more resilient than most. Otherwise, she would have surely succumbed to fright and become a mere fool. Being the subordinate of a formidable leader was no easy task. Fu Lian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Fu Lian pondered sorrowfully, when would her good days arrive? In other words, when would that scoundrel of a soldier finally meet his demise? The dense woods loomed ahead, and as she passed by, branches laden with a chilling aura brushed against her. The morning mist seeped in her collar, causing Fu Lian to draw in a sharp breath. Cold? As Fu Lian was on the verge of erupting, the sound of a man's voice permeated the air. Turning her gaze, she beheld him clad in a thin garment, already permeated by the chill, clinging closely to his physique, subtly revealing the taut contours of his muscular form. Damn! A scourge like Lu Zhan ought not to be allowed to exist in this world. They had arrived. In hushed tones, the two individuals descended upon the rooftop. The houses of Wuyo village exuded the saccharine scent of industrial sweeteners, all constructed from the same mold, rendering the decor and arrangement of this residence indistinguishable from that of the Wang family. The sole distinguishing feature was the inner courtyard, which was sealed off entirely. Devoid of windows, grass huts, or poultry. A well was also present here. Fu Lian spotteteya. She was outside the wall, her body pressed against it, huddled beneath a window, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. At that moment, a slender serpent gradually emerged from the well. Its entire body was pristine white, resembling a giant snake in every aspect except for its eyes. It twisted its slender form, slowly raising its rounded head to confront the person before it, appearing as if in conversation. What do you say? That is unacceptable. Besides, did we not agree from the very beginning? I would provide food for you, sustaining you, in exchange for your promise not to harm anyone from the village. The village chief's voice trembled with fear, yet retained a robust strength. But look at you. You have continuously targeted those two teachers over the past few days. You claim they do not belong to the village, and I turn a blind eye. Now, you audaciously escalate your demands, insisting that I offer the villagers to satisfy your gluttony? The serpent hissed, flicking its tongue, its head resting lazily atop its sinuous body, exuding an air of languor and disdain. What? Even if I did steal the Wang family's cow totem, thus depriving them of the protection of their ancestral spirits, it was you who consumed it. It has nothing to do with me. Wang family? Arya's parents? Fu Lian took a deep breath, astonished by the malevolence of the village chief's intentions. She raised her head and observed Lu Zhan, whose brow was furrowed in deep contemplation, momentarily pausing. Could it be that only the village chief, as the divine messenger, was capable of hearing this? Suddenly, a peculiar chill slid through the air, and in an instant, Fu Lian's senses sharpened, the voice of the white serpent resonating in her ears with amplified clarity. Were it not for your meddling, could they have met their demise? The white serpent cackled, continuing, that bull-headed creature has long coveted your form. Last time it attempted to act upon its desires, I intervened. Now, bereft of my protection, do you truly believe the bull-headed one will spare you? The village chief was drenched in sweat, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. The white serpent let out a light snort, seemingly aware of his stance all along, and softly seduced. Surely, you wish to avoid death. The villagers have always held you in high esteem, venerating you as a deity. The village chief's voice grew somewhat stiff. Ah, indeed, I appreciate your promotion and preaching. This white serpent, true to its nature, possessed a razor-sharp tongue, effortlessly puncturing the hearts of men with just a few words. Fu Lian was taken aback, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had never anticipated that the village chief would indeed deceive the villagers to serve two brutal individuals for the sake of his own life. And what are the deaths of those two members of the Wang family? They were all fellow villagers. How could the village chief commit such a heartless act? Fu Lian's heart burned with anger, yet she observed the village chief also clenching his fists, his expression one of undeniable fury. He had been provoked by the mocking words of the white serpent. However, the white serpent remained indifferent to his demeanor, continuing, "I saved your life, did I not? Is this how you treat your benefactor?" The village chief grew increasingly tense, and Fu Lian initially believed he would rise in defiance. To her surprise, he suddenly exhaled, his entire being deflating like a punctured balloon. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and, trembling lips betraying his distress, finally acquiesced. "Very well." Fu Lianwei was taken aback, a peculiar anger rising within him. Did he truly consent to this? Was he intent on endangering the entire village? It was evident that, much like the Wang family, he had coerced the village chief into stealing the cow's head, allowing the great serpent to seize the opportunity to feast. These two were indeed partners in crime. Despite the indignity suffered by the cow's spirit, Fu Lianwei felt no pity. It was not a virtuous being, merely competing with the serpent for sustenance. As for the village chief, he was naught but a foolish tool. The dialogue between the village chief and the serpent persisted, with the chief clutching his sleeves, his voice trembling. "I have a condition. You must protect me and my wife." The white serpent dismissed the chief's plea with a scoff. "It depends on my mood." This statement struck the village chief like a weighty anchor, forcing him to bow his head in a pitiful and desperate plea. "She is pregnant. I beg of you." Just as he spoke, a faint sound of sprouting emerged. Fu Lianwei glanced down to find Arya reaching out her hand, while the surrounding flora spiraled into uncontrollable growth. Before she could utter a warning, the white serpent thundered at the village chief. "Dare you betray me?" A piercing scream shattered the air. It was the village chief. When she looked again, all she beheld was the serpent's mouth, still clutching the chief's foot, his toes curled and thrashing in a desperate struggle. With a slight widening of its jaws, the white serpent swallowed the village chief whole, its belly bulging like a balloon, the outline of a human form still visible within. Writhing, it belched, its tongue flickering towards Arya's direction. With a clang, a knife fell before the serpent. Lu Zhan leaped in a courtyard. Before he could act, the serpent suddenly shimmered with golden light, attempting to leap into the well. A voice resonated from within the house. It was the village chief's wife, the midwife. She stood at the entrance to the inner courtyard, her voice tinged with fear and surprise. "What are you doing in my home?" Lu Zhan ignored her, swiftly reaching out to seize the fleeing serpent, but it abruptly coiled itself, narrowing down and slipping from his grasp to the ground. Uncertain of Lu Zhan's actions, the serpent fell to the earth, thrashing violently, twisting itself into a tangled mass. It then arched its back, retching forth a mixture of blood and mucus. Its sharp teeth glimmered, stained with remnants of crimson. Subsequently, it expelled the village chief, who rolled away, curling into a corner. After ejecting the chief, the serpent appeared considerably lighter, casting a venomous glare at Lu Zhan as they became embroiled in another fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Fu Lianwei had seized the opportunity to descend from the rooftop during the fray, covering Arya's mouth and pulling her aside. "What are you doing here?" Arya's face was streaked with tears, her lips pursed in defiance against Fu Lianwei's grip. "Let me go. I want to kill Uncle, to avenge my parents." "You are too young to seek vengeance." Fu Lianwei firmly held onto her small frame. Yet, Arya, undeterred, writhed with frantic energy, striving to break free from his hold. Fu Lian furrowed her brows tightly and delivered a sharp slap to Arya's backside. Arya stiffened, tears streaming down her face. "Arya, teacher Fu understands your sorrow. Yet you are still young, with many paths ahead of you. Your parents have passed away, and while you may seek justice for them, it need not be through such means." Arya lowered her head, her voice tender, yet startling, to Fu Lian. "Then how should I express it? We are in the apocalypse, devoid of law, morality, and even humanity. No one cares about these matters, and no one will ever know. Even if I commit wrongdoing, there will be no police to apprehend me, no accountability to bear." "Who told you all this?" Fu Lian inquired, but Arya merely shook her head and suddenly smiled. "Teacher Fu, do you know how I survived at Qingyan Primary School?" After the demise of Teacher Su, the school was still under the shadow of a malevolent principal. Yet the imposing, robust, middle-aged man had vanished, leaving only the little girl alive. This is a world that devours without a blink. No one taught her these lessons. Yet the child had long grasped their harsh truths. It is cruel, yet undeniably real. Fu Lian found herself at a loss for words. Yet she steadfastly held on to Arya's hand, imploring, "Arya, do not act impulsively." Arya struggled fiercely, overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down her face. "I will regret it if I do not." The two engaged in a prolonged contest of wills. However, being younger, Arya soon succumbed to Fu Lian's strength. With her head bowed, tears cascaded onto Fu Lian's hand. "Teacher Fu, I am truly grateful to you, and to Teacher Lu for giving me hope. You cannot imagine my joy when I emerged from there. I thought this meant I could finally see my parents again. Father, mother." Arya sobbed, her voice hoarse. Fu Lian's heart ached as well. It is indeed a cruel act to reveal to a child the identity of the murderer of her own parents. "Who brought you here?" Fu Lian gently inquired, cradling Arya in her embrace, soothing her with soft words. Arya, in a moment of defiance, wiped her tears and snot onto Fu Lian, replying, "It was the bullhead." "I see." Fu Lian understood. Fu Lian closed her eyes briefly and slowly rose to her feet. Arya nestled in her embrace, persistently pleading, "Teacher Fu, please let me go." She was still so young. Fu Lian's eyes turned red. "Arya, have you ever considered that you are too young to contend with them? What if you were to perish? Besides, with so many people present, even if you survive after taking a life, how will you continue to exist in this world? Your parents surely wish for you to live well." Arya shook her head, her voice beginning to choke with emotion. But my parents are innocent. They should not have to die." Fu Lian grasped Arya's hand, taking a deep breath. The village chief truly deserved his fate. Driven by selfishness and a fear of death, he had caused the demise of Arya's parents, and now he sought to sacrifice the villagers to the great serpent. Fu Lian gently patted Arya's little head and spoke softly. "Teacher Fu can assist you, but you must not act recklessly on your own. Do you understand?" "Teacher Fu." Arya looked up in slight surprise. In Fu Lian's clear and translucent eyes, there seemed to be a mist. Arya gazed deeply into that haze, slowly yet resolutely nodding in affirmation. With the certainty of her answer, Fu Lian climbed through the window into the room, taking Arya's hand and leading her inside. This was the bedroom, furnished with a large bed and a small table. On the wall opposite the bed hung a bow, while a quiver filled with about 10 wooden arrows rested neatly on the table. Fu Lian's eyes brightened as she unceremoniously seized the bow and arrows. She took hold of Arya's hand and opened the door, revealing the postpartum caregiver sprawled helplessly on the ground at the entrance of the corridor. Fu Lian carefully observed and noticed that her abdomen had slightly protruded, though her clothing was particularly loose, making it difficult to discern at first glance. She let out a soft sigh before stepping forward and deftly striking her at the nape of her neck, rendering her unconscious on the ground. Subsequently, she dragged the woman onto a blanket, considering her pregnancy and frail constitution. Lying on the cold ground could lead to discomfort. After completing these tasks, she turned her gaze towards the small courtyard. Within the courtyard, Lu Zhan and the white serpent were engaged in a fierce battle. At that moment, the white serpent had revealed its true form, its large and corpulent body occupying the relatively spacious inner courtyard. The walls and a corner of the roof were violently battered by the serpent, with stones and debris cascading down like a waterfall before Fu Lian's eyes. Fu Lian, composed and resolute, drew forth her bow and arrow. She squinted one eye, her muscles taut as she pulled back the string, producing a whispering sound of friction. In an instant, she released her right hand, and the poised arrow shot forth with great force, striking the colossal serpent in its belly. The beast let out a pained howl, its golden eyes filled with a mix of agony and fury, directed towards Fu Lian. Fu Lian pressed her lips tightly, maintaining a composed demeanor as she drew her bowstring once more, releasing another arrow. This arrow was aimed directly at the serpent's terrifying golden eyes. The colossal serpent immediately summoned a swarm of smaller snakes to obstruct her, but this feeble resistance was swiftly dismantled by Lu Zhan, who launched his attack from the side. In a state of panic, the serpent hastily turned its head to evade, yet the arrow struck fiercely at the corner of its mouth. It pierced at an angle into its oral cavity, which was frail, creating a gash from which blood flowed profusely. Enraged, the giant serpent raised its head and thrashed its tail furiously, seeking to sweep Fu Lian off the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Lian leaped aside, narrowly avoiding its onslaught. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan, capitalizing on the creature's momentary distraction, plunged his knife forcefully into its serpentine body, landing a direct hit. His timing was impeccable, and his movements swift, leaving Fu Lian utterly astonished. Though she was reluctant to admit it, in that moment, she and Lu Zhan indeed exhibited an uncanny synergy. This tactic of luring the enemy while distracting it for a sneak attack seemed as if it had been rehearsed countless times. The serpent's hide was tough and thick. The blade did not penetrate deeply but stripped away a layer of its skin. It roared in fury, and once again, golden light erupted from its form. It attempted to flee. Fu Lian felt a tightening in her chest and drew her bow again, this time aiming for its vital point, its 7-inch mark, precisely where Lu Zhan had inflicted his wound. Just then, Fu Lian noticed Lu Zhan smirking coldly as he slightly raised his arm, causing the giant serpent to wail. The golden light gradually dimming and even beginning to recede, flickering between visibility and obscurity, suggesting an ominous trend of vanishing into nothingness. Remarkable. As Fu Lian was poised to release her arrow, an unexpected blow from behind caught her off guard. The arrow veered off course, aimlessly soaring away, nearly striking Lu Zhan, who was focused on battling the enemy ahead. Meanwhile, the colossal serpent broke free from its restraints, swiftly turned, and plunged into the well, disappearing from sight. Chapter 22. Exile with a fierce kick, Lu Zhan dispatched another villager who charged at him with a raised club. He then gathered the weakened Fu Lian into his embrace, casting a brief glance downwards to ascertain her condition. Fortunately, she bore no injuries. Fu Lian was struck on the head. The blow was delivered with great force, and at that moment, she felt as though her entire world was spinning. Lu Zhan pinched her philtrum, rousing the dazed Fu Lian from her stupor. "Are you all right?" As Fu Lian opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of a stick swinging toward her once more. Lu Zhan deftly evaded it, gently ruffling her hair with his large hand, his mental energy silently infiltrating her nerves. "Does it hurt?" Fu Lian took a moment to collect herself, shaking her head in bewilderment. "Am I really as tough as an iron-headed child? How is it that I haven't been knocked out?" "Brother Lu Zhan." Upon seeing the worried gaze of Lu Zhan, Fu Lian instinctively leaned into his embrace, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed by pain. Yet in truth, it was not as bad as it seemed. Gradually becoming aware of her surroundings, Fu Lian reached up to touch her head, her fingers brushing against that large hand, Lu Zhan's large hand. Fu Lian felt somewhat dazed, not yet comprehending the situation, her hands still resting on his shoulders. When Lu Zhan released her, she instinctively leaned in once more. "Get a room, you shameless couple. Please be mindful of your surroundings," a voice interjected, dripping with sarcasm. Fu Lian slowly turned her gaze, landing on Yisui. Lu Zhan cleared his throat and gently nudged her. Fu Lian, realizing the moment, released her grip around his neck. The villagers before them clutched various implements, hoes, clubs, and shovels, led by Yisui, all of them regarding the pair with predatory intensity. Arya lay unconscious in Hisa's embrace, a victim of an unseen assailant. Yisui leaned in to check the pulse of the midwife, his head almost touching her face, then pressed his hand against her abdomen before intending to head outside to assess the village chief's condition. However, before he could reach his destination, the village chief suddenly opened his pale eyes wide, his bloodied mouth advancing towards him. Though the creature was a variant of a serpent, its mutation was yet another manifestation of the zombie virus. Startled, Yisui fell to the ground. Fortunately, after spending several days in Qingyan town, he had gained some combat experience. Despite his fright, he maintained a defensive posture with the stick in his hand. The zombie let out a few growls, but abruptly ceased its attack, slowly crawling to Lu Zhan's feet, prostrating itself with an air of reverence and submission, as if singing a hymn of allegiance. The villagers, witnessing this bizarre scene, collectively gasped in astonishment, instinctively taking a half step back. They tightened their grips on their weapons. staring at Lu Zhan with a mix of fear and aversion. "Look, I told you he is not human. He is a demon," exclaimed Yi Sui. "Drive the demon away. He is not welcome here. Just last night, I witnessed him commanding the serpent. He controlled our divine serpent and consumed several villagers," stammered a man clad in blue, trembling with fear. Before Fu Lian could voice her rebuttal, a voice intervened with swiftness, belonging to none other than Yi Sui. "No, it couldn't be. How could not be? Just yesterday, at our former employer's place, so many witnessed the event." The man in blue, noticing Lu Zhan's silence, raised his voice slightly. A murmur of agreement arose among the villagers present at the time. The courtyard had been crowded, and in the ensuing chaos, many had sought refuge or fled in all directions, too close to the turmoil to comprehend the fight. Survival was their only concern, leaving the specifics unnoticed. Though the details remained unclear, it was indeed true that the monstrous serpent had claimed several lives, and Lu Zhan had been present during those harrowing moments. Thus, the villagers instinctively echoed the man in blue. His singular voice had become an authority among the crowd. Eyes wide with fury, they brandished their weapons at Lu Zhan. No one dared to step forward, nor did anyone wish to utter a word in his defense. Each individual bore a fierce countenance, as if Lu Zhan were a villain of the most heinous sort. Lu Zhan, however, chose not to speak in his own defense, regarding the gathering with a cold indifference. "Get out." His silence was misconstrued as guilt among the crowd, which only served to embolden their outrage, their voices rising with indignation. "Are you mad? If it weren't for brother Lu Zhan last night, you would all be finished." Fu Lian retorted vehemently, unable to contain her frustration. "It was only after your arrival that the serpent began to prey upon the innocent." Fu Lian scoffed. "What of the Wang couple? How did they meet their demise?" The villagers displayed expressions of sorrow intertwined with indignation, declaring they willingly offered themselves to the serpent deity, had it not been for their sacrifice. "We would never have received the protection of the divine serpent." Fu Lianwei was astonished by the village chief's explanation. Alas, the village chief had succumbed to the fate of a zombie. It seemed that the true cause of the Wang couple's demise would be buried with him. However, as Fu Lian's gaze swept across the crowd, she noticed a peculiar expression on Yi Sui's face. Without pausing to ponder further, she continued, "Are you aware of the true intentions behind your worship of the bull head and the divine serpent? While you regard them as deities, they perceive you merely as sustenance. You are nothing more than their indulgence." At the mention of the bull head and sustenance, the villagers' expressions shifted dramatically. Fu Lian smiled faintly, suggesting that if they were to beseech them now, perhaps they might show mercy and spare their lives. A fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in the eyes of the man in blue as he cast a scornful glance at Fu Lian. "What are you, an outsider now? Get out, get out. I demand you leave Wuyo village at once." Fu Lian did not anticipate that her words would significantly incite their resistance. One by one, they brandished their belongings, determined to drive them away today. Fu Lian had persistently endeavored to elucidate her position to everyone, yet not a single soul paid heed. In fact, her words only intensified their disdainful glances towards the duo, as if she had desecrated their ancestral graves and brazenly danced upon them. "Fu Lian, enough. Let us depart." Suddenly, Lu Zhan, who had remained silent, grasped her sleeve, his gaze unwavering as he strode towards the Wang residence. "Brother Lu Zhan, they are misunderstanding you. How can you just walk away like this?" Fu Lian struggled, but Lu Zhan's grip on her wrist was unyielding, his strength formidable. "Go," he uttered tersely. The Wang residence was not far, and soon Lu Zhan had pulled her into the off-road vehicle. Fu Lian sat in the passenger seat, surrounded by villagers who had brought spoiled vegetable leaves and rotten eggs from their homes to hurl at them. The vehicle was besmirched with repugnant yellow goo on the windows and everywhere else. Each mouth spewed venomous and indifferent words, leaving Fu Lian feeling a profound sense of discomfort and helplessness. Why did no one believe them? Fu Lian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she sat dazed in the off-road vehicle. The vehicle emitted a harsh creak, angrily scraping the ground as if to defend its owner. It then surged forward with haughty grace, akin to an arrow, its swift acceleration nearly causing Fu Lian to strike her head. She turned to glance at the driver's seat, where Lu Zhan's expression was strikingly calm, even somewhat numb. Startled, she instinctively reached out, grasping his wrist. "Brother Lu Zhan, do you often endure such treatment?" Her delicate, porcelain-like hand radiated warmth, seemingly transmitting heat to him in an unending flow. Lu Zhan cast a fleeting glance at her hand, remaining still, while his eyes flickered toward her. "What of it?" he replied, his voice low and steady, as if engaged in a casual conversation. Yet, it was only later that Fu Lian realized the more placidly he spoke. The darker and more perilous his inner world became. This was the prelude to an impending storm, though she did not comprehend this at the time. Receiving no answer, he exhibited slight displeasure, abruptly halting the vehicle. The inertia was significant, causing Fu Lian to lurch forward once more, nearly striking her head again. The air grew still, with only the sound of her racing heartbeat echoing in her ears amidst the speed of the car. Lu Zhan leaned forward slightly. His towering figure sat there, exuding an imposing presence that felt suffocatingly intense. Fu Lian gazed with doe-like eyes, bewildered by his sudden proximity. She instinctively touched the dagger at her waist. Retreating in a flurry, her back gently pressed against the glass, her slightly parted, rosy lips exhaling a delicate breath. The warm air flowed in the confined space between them, and Fu Lian felt that every breath she took was imbued with his potent and fierce scent. The interior of the vehicle was exceedingly cramped, and she resembled a cornered, fragile creature. Lu Zhan, Lu Zhan. His visage remained as enchanting as ever, yet it bore a raw ferocity. Fixated on her, as though she were an inevitable prey, a sense of dread enveloped Fu Lian. She felt paralyzed by fear, rendered speechless except for the utterance of his name. "Fu Lian, look at me," Lu Zhan murmured in a husky tone. She seemed so diminutive, and his towering, robust form enveloped her entirely with the slightest of inclines. The air surrounding Fu Lian was imbued with the essence of Lu Zhan. She instinctively turned her gaze, only to discover that his eyes, dark and profound as ink, possessed the power to envelop her entirely with a single glance. He leaned in closer, their faces nearly touching, and Fu Lian was overwhelmed by the potent scent of his virile masculinity, igniting a fervent heat throughout her body. Lu Zhan exhaled heavily, his voice whispering in her ear, "Why you care about me?" Fu Lian found himself at a loss for words. His voice was profoundly suppressed, as if striving to crush all traces of pity and charity. Yet he remained rigid in an attempt to restrain his emotions. Yet paradoxically, there was a softness to it, laced with an alluring coaxing. It was reminiscent of a fierce beast, deliberately retracting its claws to lower the vigilance of its prey. Fu Lian shook her head, yet words eluded her. "Ha!" Lu Zhan chuckled softly beside her, gradually lifting his body. He meticulously adjusted his attire, adopting a demeanor of restrained indifference as he sat upright. Once more, he ignited the engine, and the vehicle resumed its journey. Fu Lian has finally found her voice. Yet, she remains at a loss for words. Her ears flushed crimson. "Mother!" Fu Lian screamed internally. "Lu Zhan has committed a foul. He is enticing me. Oh no!" Fu Lian secretly cast a glance at him, only to find his expression serene and unmoving as a mountain. How could this person be so composed? Fu Lian was displeased. How could you be left here, troubled and distressed, all alone? It was utterly unfair. In the depths of her heart, Fu Lian wept silently, covering her face with her hands. Meanwhile, Lu, who was driving with utmost seriousness, observed her every subtle movement through his peripheral vision. Noticing this, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, as the faint brutality in his eyes receded, replaced by a gentle warmth of pleasure. "Fu Lian." She peeked at him through her fingers. "Have you been up all night? Are you tired?" Lu Zhan inquired, pressing a switch that reclined the passenger seat until it lay flat. He rubbed his brow and added, "Get some rest. I will wake you when we find accommodation." With that, he casually twisted open a bottle of water and took a few swigs, the slender, pale column of his neck revealing the subtle contour of his Adam's apple in plain view. Fu Lian lay on the flattened chair, furtively observing the alluring movement of his Adam's apple, feeling an involuntary swallow of her own. Suddenly, a light blanket was draped over her face. She quickly wrapped the small cover around herself, inhaling the masculine scent that belonged to Lu Zhan, becoming momentarily entranced. To be fair, setting aside all other factors, it was indeed difficult for anyone to remain indifferent to Lu Zhan's striking visage. Yet, this man was the very executioner of her fate. In the future, he would bring about her demise with a mere snap. Torn between the allure of beauty and the instinct for self-preservation, Fu Lian unhesitatingly chose the latter. Amiba. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Fu Lian closed her eyes, murmuring prayers in her heart. After a while, her heartbeat gradually steadied. Fu Lian exhaled softly, gradually easing her tension. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes widened in realization. She sat up, recalling her promise to Arya to help her seek vengeance. The colossal serpent had yet to be vanquished. Perhaps we should postpone our departure for a few days? As she mentioned the serpent, Lu Zhan's gaze sharpened, turning icy and resolute. He coldly declared it must die. The serpent's previous escapes had incensed him. He vowed not to rest until it was slain. Lu Zhan's haughty demeanor and formidable strength were not to be trifled with. Fu Lian nodded gently, reclining comfortably as she continued to clutch her little blanket while stealing glances at him. In a soft voice, she urged, "You should rest early as well. You stayed up all night." Lu Zhan swallowed, casting a fleeting glance in her direction, yet remained silent. To Fu Lian, it seemed he had no intention of acknowledging her. She stifled a small yawn, turned over, and drifted into a drowsy slumber. When she awoke once more, she discovered that Lu Zhan had somehow found a path, leading them back up the mountain. The vehicle was now parked amidst a thicket of weeds, and Lu Zhan lay down, eyes closed in deep slumber. The sky had darkened again, and the erratic schedule of the past few days had completely inverted their sleeping patterns. Fu Lian adjusted the small blanket in her arms, instinctively reaching for the butterfly knife at her waist. Lu Zhan was fast asleep. This was a perfect opportunity. Fu Lian gazed intently at Lu Zhan's serene visage, nervously swallowing hard. "Lu Zhan, brother," she softly attempted to call out. To her surprise, Lu Zhan murmured in his sleep, startling her. Lowering her head, she tried to discern his words. However, just as she leaned in, Lu Zhan awakened, an unfortunate timing that left Fu Lian feeling quite embarrassed. The two exchanged glances, and Fu Lian appeared to be on the verge of stealing a kiss. Her demeanor indeed suggested intentions far from innocent. How would Miss Fu explain herself this time? Lu Zhan chuckled playfully, crossing his arms with an air of amusement. "Not much to explain," he said. Fu Lian feigned calmness, clearing her throat. With such beauty before her, how could she remain unperturbed? She spoke with a semblance of seriousness, then swiftly raised her hand to shield Lu Zhan's face, reproaching him with feigned distress. "Sir, would you kindly refrain from perpetually tempting me?" Lu Zhan pushed her hand away and sat up, smiling. "Tempting you? Pray tell, who is truly the one being tempted?" Fu Lian gazed at the cold smirk adorning his face, her expression momentarily stiffening. She forced a couple of dry laughs, but her countenance abruptly shifted as she pointed behind Lu Zhan. Chapter 23. The poultry monsters. Upon the glass of the off-road vehicle, several poultry monsters crawled, their blood-red eyes fixated menacingly on the two occupants within the car, and their grotesque mouths gaped wide, revealing sharp fangs within. The poultry monsters howled, their bloodied intestines writhing with frenzied excitement, while the flesh within their mouths slithered and writhed, creating a frothy accumulation at the corners of their maws due to the rapid movements. This was the back mountain. The inhabitants of Wuyo village remained oblivious to the existence of these monsters, yet their presence was undeniable. Fu Lian bit her lip tightly, her fingers brushing against the butterfly knife at her waist. She deftly leaped into the back seat, securing the quiver upon her back. "Brother Lu Zhan, what should we do? Should we charge out?" Fu Lian whispered, gripping her bow and arrows with determination. Lu Zhan cast a glance outside. There were numerous monsters, and they were perilously close. If they opened the door, it would be difficult to ensure Fu Lian's safety. He shook his head, suggesting they wait a little longer. Wait for what? What if they break in? Fu Lian furrowed her brow, filled with concern. Lu Zhan gazed at the monsters outside, lost in thought. "Tell me, why do you think they aren't heading towards Wuyo village?" even with the protection of the corpse spirits. It seems improbable that these creatures would not covet the people of Wuyo village. Or perhaps something else is drawing them away? Fu Lian swiftly comprehended the situation as she steadied her breath, confronting the monstrous beings outside the vehicle with an unwavering resolve. The modified off-road vehicle, belonging to Lu Zhan, was evidently an ideal mode of transportation for survival in the desolate wilderness. No matter how fiercely the creatures battered against it, the vehicle remained impervious. Within a mere 3 minutes, the creatures, unable to find a way in, retreated of their own volition. In the darkness, illuminated only by the pale glow of the moon, Fu Lian observed, albeit indistinctly, the retreating figures. Lu Zhan, possessing an acute awareness of the creature's movements under the night sky, gauged the optimal distance and timing before signaling Fu Lian to exit the vehicle. The pair ventured into the woods, treading softly upon the yielding earth and resilient grass stems, meticulously lowering their steps as they stealthily followed the creatures ahead. The monsters moved with remarkable speed, and Lu Zhan gripped Fu Lian's shoulder, urging her to keep pace until they arrived at a hauntingly familiar location, the cave. The area was teeming with avian monstrosities, numbering around 100, all congregating around a central figure, a bovine head emanating a faint green luminescence. The avian creatures, with their mouths agape, frantically tore at the bovine head, which trembled violently as the green light dimmed progressively. A sudden realization washed over her. No wonder the colossal serpent only terrorized Wuyo village at night. The presence of this horde of monsters diminished the power of the bovine spirit. It seemed that the giant serpent had not entirely subdued the bovine entity. Abruptly, Fu Lian felt herself plummeting into a sea of green phosphorescence, surrounded by ethereal will-o'-the-wisps drifting through the air, while a sinister aura emanated from the ground. "Help me," echoed a voice, neither distinctly male nor female, resonating from all directions, piercing the depths of her soul. In a haze, Fu Lian sensed her spirit engaging in a dialogue with the eerie voice. However, the forced communication was far from pleasant. Her head throbbed, and she felt her entire being tremble under the weight of the disembodied sound. Fu Lian cradled her head, instinctively crouching down as she struggled to resist the strange sensations suddenly flooding her mind, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. It was only when the verdant expanse in her mind dissipated that she exhaled heavily and gradually rose to her feet. However, the intense communion of souls had drained her vitality, causing her to squint and sway unsteadily, nearly toppling over once more. Lu Zhan steadied her. In the haze of her surroundings, Fu Lian realized that all the grotesque avian creatures had vanished. The sheer number of monsters had resulted in an explosion of crimson mist upon their defeat, which lingered stubbornly in the air before them. Fu Lian was somewhat bewildered. She extended her finger and asked, "Where are the monsters?" "I have slain them," Lu Zhan replied, licking his lips. "So soon?" "There were hundreds of them. Moreover, each appeared quite vigorous, not at all inferior to the multi-eyed creatures." "Brother Lu Zhan," Fu Lian exclaimed in astonishment, her body weakening as she nearly fell to her knees before him. Lu Zhan instinctively took a step back, a complex expression crossing his face as he regarded Fu Lian. "There is no need for such grand gestures. You may feel deeply moved, but it is entirely unnecessary to go to such lengths." Fu Lian did not truly intend to kneel. She was merely astounded by Lu Zhan's formidable prowess. Lu Zhan consistently found ways to reshape her perception of powerful individuals. As the peculiar sound faded away, her mind gradually cleared, and she pondered aloud, "Did I just hear someone calling for help?" Lu Zhan's gaze immediately fell upon the solitary cow's head on the ground, its green light having long vanished without a trace. He approached to pick it up, suddenly coming to a realization, his expression turning somewhat grave. He looked at Fu Lian, only to find that she was looking at him as well, and together they spoke in unison, "Wuyo village." The cow's head, the spirit of the cow's corpse, and the giant serpent, all elements were intertwined. This cow's head was evidently the vessel of the cow's spirit. It had been trapped here, able to break free during the day, yet at night, it was vulnerable to attacks from the monstrous poultry. Today, by a twist of fate, Lu Zhan had assisted it in overcoming the poultry monsters, and now its destination was undoubtedly the villagers of Wuyo village, from whom it had suffered greatly. Fu Lian quickly boarded the off-road vehicle, which emitted a creaking sound as it roared through the woods like a ferocious beast. She gazed out at the shadowy forest, a sense of unease washing over her. Tonight, the giant serpent was likely to unleash a massacre, leaving the villagers to place their hopes on the efficacy of the contract's secret method against the corpse spirits. Otherwise, it would result in a brutal slaughter on both sides. The vehicle sped along, and the two remained silent, with Fu Lian feeling an acute tension as she clenched her fists, her eyes fixed intently on the dim, dark road ahead. Suddenly, Lu Zhan's hand trembled slightly, causing the vehicle to swerve as they passed over an unseen obstacle, the sound resonating loudly. Lu Zhan ignored it, his hand still shaking as he retrieved a glowing glass vial from his pocket. It contained paradise blue, yet the substance within was visibly withering, rapidly transforming into a withered remnant of a flower. Fu Lian could even detect a faint scent of decay emanating from it. Her eyes widened in alarm as she snatched the vial from Lu Zhan's hand, cradling it gently in her trembling palms. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she struggled to speak. "Arya, something has happened, hasn't it? This paradise blue, born from Arya's extraordinary abilities and perpetually blooming due to her, was now wilting, heralding the tragic fate of that pure, innocent girl." Fu Lian bit her lip tightly, tears cascading down like beads. "I had promised to avenge her. How could it come to this? She was still so young. Her life had barely begun." As soon as the words left my mouth, Fu Lian heard the off-road vehicle let out a sudden roar, accelerating even faster. The mysterious forest outside blurred into fragmented vertical lines before her eyes. Lu Zhan was speeding. Realizing this, Fu Lian lifted her tear-filled gaze, her watery, dark eyes widening in shock as she looked at Lu Zhan. Was he also concerned for that little girl? Fu Lian recalled that day in Wuyo village when he calmly and indifferently stated that indeed there were those who referred to him as a demon. Her heart ached sharply. They all feared the demon, yet the demon possessed a tender heart. Fu Lian dared not ponder further. 10 minutes later, the two returned to this land. At this moment, Wuyo village was adrift in a sea of blood and despair. The deeper they ventured, the more trepidation gripped Fu Lian's heart. During their first visit, the place had exuded a serene tranquility, as though the myriad sufferings of the apocalypse were utterly disconnected from it. However, now blood stained the surroundings, and many once stately and pristine villas lay shattered, exposing half of their interiors, where disarray reigned and entrails lay strewn across the floor. Blood flowed in rivulets, carving a river upon the uneven ground. This sanguine stream, in a silent yet palpable manner, formed the lifeblood of Wuyo village, weaving its way chaotically like a spider's web. Through the windshield, they could see in the distance a colossal serpent lifting its head, its massive form undulating as it crawled upon the earth, devouring the helpless, wailing villagers. Even the moon was suffused with a crimson hue. Lu Zhan drove towards the Wang residence, where the serpent lingered. Next door, Sister He's home had suffered the destruction of half its wall, revealing the bedroom within. There, he sway, in tattered clothing, huddled in the corner of the bed, clutching her arms and curling her short legs tightly against herself. Fu Lian immediately spotted Arya standing before him. Arya was clad in thin garments, her complexion pallid, and her once beautiful large eyes were nowhere to be seen, replaced by ethereal emerald orbs that shimmered under the chilly moonlight. Fu Lian immediately disembarked, raising her bow and releasing an arrow that struck the giant serpent. She then intended to rush over to Arya's side to inform her that Teacher Fu had arrived and would not go back on his word. However, Lu Zhan grasped her wrist, his voice remaining remarkably calm. "That is not Arya. No, I refuse to believe it," Fu Lian insisted, turning her gaze towards Arya. "Arya, Teacher Fu is here. He will avenge you. So please do not do anything foolish." Hearing Fu Lian's voice, Arya evaded the serpent's attack and tilted her head to look at Fu Lian, offering a slight, childlike smile. "Come over and help me, or else I'll get eaten." The tone conveyed an unmistakable playfulness. Fu Lian suddenly regained her composure. This was the spirit of the bull-headed corpse. She narrowed her eyes and drew 3 wooden arrows, aiming at the colossal serpent. With a swift whoosh, the arrows flew from the bow, propelled by her profound regret and fury, intertwined with her unbearable anguish. Akin to a meteor shower hurtling toward the giant serpent, the arrows were aimed directly at its eyes. However, for reasons unknown, the serpent suddenly twisted its body. The slight movement, seemingly under some unseen control, resulted in the arrows striking fortuitously at its heart instead. The serpent's chest bore scars from prior wounds sustained during the land battle, allowing the arrows to pierce its scarred flesh with unsettling ease, driving deep into its heart. The colossal serpent writhed in excruciating pain, and as it thrashed, Fu Lian beheld another figure upon its back, a towering presence wielding a long blade, relentlessly hacking at the serpent's body. Like Wu Gang tirelessly cutting the jade tree, each strike found its mark. Wounded in the heart, the serpent was defeated, crumbling under the relentless assault of the land forces. It strained to deliver a final blow before succumbing, but as it raised its tail, it let out a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground like a mountain. The dust kicked up by the fallen serpent filled Fu Lian's nostrils, prompting her to cover her mouth with her hand and cough desperately. Fu Lian painfully closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she discovered that Lu Zhan had already taken action. "Brother Lu Zhan." Fu Lian hurriedly ran over to halt Lu Zhan's raised arm. Though her strength was insufficient to impede his attack, Lu Zhan surprisingly ceased his movements. He possessed countless ways to extricate himself from her grasp, yet he chose to remain still. His blood-stained gaze fixed upon her, he reiterated with solemnity that it was not Arya. "I understand, but it resides within Arya's body." Fu Lian bit her lip, pondering if there was any means to compel it to emerge. Lu Zhan fell silent. Fu Lian felt a sense of despair as she clutched Lu Zhan's wrist tightly. With determination, she insisted, there must be a way. The bull-headed corpse spirit chuckled ominously. "Indeed, there is a way." Fu Lian hastily glanced over, pondering what method could be employed. The corpse spirit extended its finger, directing it towards Lu Zhan, declaring, "I desire him." This statement seemed laden with ambiguity, prompting the corpse spirit to reveal a cold smile as it added, "I seek his body." The implications of this statement grew even more convoluted. After observing Lu Zhan's somber expression for a moment, the spirit's demeanor shifted abruptly, its finger now pointing at Fu Lian. "You will suffice as well." As it spoke, Fu Lian suddenly plummeted as if she had lost all weight, plunging once again into the abyss of the corpse sea. Before her lay a verdant expanse. The dense, putrid aura of decay surged violently into her nostrils, reminiscent of famished beasts drawn to succulent flesh. A triumphant smile graced her lips as she surged forward, only to be abruptly seized by a pair of unexpectedly large hands. A torrent of overwhelming heat surged into her mind, sharp and forceful. In agony, she closed her eyes, and the mysterious darkness before her gradually faded. Upon reopening her eyes, she found Lu Zhan gazing at her with a complex expression. "Fu Lian?" he inquired. Fu Lian murmured, rubbing her head. "What just happened to me?" "You were under the control of the corpse spirit," Lu Zhan replied, clearing his throat while placing a hand over his chest. There was a palm-shaped imprint on his chest, the mark a dark green hue, indicative of corpse moss. For ordinary individuals, infection with the zombie virus would lead to complete transformation within a minute. Thus, although corpse moss is one of the initial manifestations of the zombie virus, it also serves as a skin condition exclusive to those with certain viral resistances. Infected individuals develop green scales upon their skin, resembling bark that adheres to the body. Fu Lian was not particularly worried about him. He was so strong that he could hardly be harmed by such trivial matters. However, she could not simply ignore the situation. Fu Lian spoke up. "You're injured. Are you all right?" Lu Zhan shook his head as he gazed at the unconscious Arya on the ground, realizing that the corpse spirit had fled. Fu Lian crouched down to feel the breath of Arya, exhaling in relief, yet her brow furrowed in disdain. They had not even engaged in battle, and yet it appeared so timid. Lu Zhan cast her a peculiar glance. She was formidable, her mental prowess on par with his own. Moreover, her spiritual energy could materialize, capable of inflicting genuine harm to the physical form. Lu Zhan's gaze fixated on the wound upon his chest, lost in contemplation. Regrettably, he cannot be bested. He had inundated her with an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy, and her ethereal form could scarcely endure, likely leaving her with little time left. This woman, audaciously placing her hand upon his chest, evoked a subtle change in Lu Zhan's expression. "What are you doing?" he inquired, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Fu Lian, initially intending to inspect his injuries, found herself once more thrust into the bizarre otherworld, but this time, rather than being forcefully dragged and abruptly plunged in, she seamlessly melded into it as if nature itself had softly enveloped her. A wondrous sensation coursed through her being. Through their contact, she glimpsed an inferno. The sky was shrouded in a dismal gray, with dark crimson blood surging forth. Yet, where her touch lingered, the blood was tinged with a delicate shade of green. Fu Lian's senses sharpened in an instant, and she noticed her tiny paw resting rather inopportunely on Lu Zhan's chest, as if it were entirely natural. "TSK. The bond between this couple is truly profound," he remarked. He casually adjusted his attire and approached, cradling the unconscious Arya in his arms. "I apologize," he said, clearing his throat awkwardly, his discomfort palpable. "What? Why are you apologizing?" Fu Lian inquired, puzzled. "I did not intend to drive you away before. Wuyo village is not as it appears on the surface. It is quite perilous here," he replied, his tone somewhat indifferent. Fu Lian sensed his despair and unease. However, she never anticipated that things would ultimately evolve into such a state. He spoke heavily, then suddenly chuckled. "Do you all think the villagers are foolish and ignorant? As dim-witted as can be? Haha, I think so too. After all, everyone desires to survive. No one is more noble than another." He fell silent, nodding and shaking his head in contemplation. "I wish it were that simple, but leaving cannot free us from the corpse's spirits. It is a curse, a terrifying curse. Ultimately, we shall all perish." His voice was strained and filled with fury, and at last he bit his lip and turned his head away in despair. "You all should leave. Is there truly no way to resolve the corpse spirit's ritual?" Fu Lian inquired softly. The air grew quiet for a moment, and no one spoke. Lu Zhan, with a calm demeanor, finally spoke, "Is undoubtedly doomed." "Really?" Fu Lian expressed her surprise. Yet, Lu Zhan said no more and turned directly towards the off-road vehicle. "Is that true?" he asked incredulously. Just as she finished her question, Lu Zhan swiftly pulled her into the vehicle. He pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared to life, causing the off-road vehicle to lift its proud, dark head. "Wait!" He rushed over, tapping on Fu Lian's window. "Are you trying to inquire about Mo Shu?" Chapter 24. The Research Institute Mo Shu? Lu Zhan halted and turned to look. Fu Lian hurriedly opened the car window, while he tightened her embrace around Arya. Indeed, the ink trees were no longer found in Wuyo village. At the onset of the apocalypse, a group of individuals clad in white research uniforms had uprooted the ink trees from this place. Where did they take them? Fu Lian pressed for answers. Hisui shook her head and replied, "However, I heard my mother mention that there was a laboratory behind Qingyan Mountain. It is likely that the staff from there were the ones who removed them." Fu Lian nodded, a sweet smile involuntarily gracing her lips, and naturally began to speak. "Hisui go, thank you." Before she could finish her words of gratitude, the car window abruptly ascended, swiftly obstructing Hisui from entering. Fu Lian gazed out of the rising car window, her eyes meeting the grim and unyielding face of Lu Zhan. His hawk-like gaze collided fiercely with her watery eyes upon the glass. What could Lu Zhan be contemplating? Fu Lian looked over in perplexity, noticing that the man in the driver's seat was increasingly tense in his jawline. What had dampened his spirits this time? Fu Lian blinked her eyes and softly said, "Brother Lu Zhan, we have found a clue about the ink tree." Lu Zhan remained silent, his expression impassive as he started the off-road vehicle, which roared to life and sped away in a huff. It was quite late. Where could they possibly be heading? Why not just settle down for the night here? Lu Zhan snorted coldly. "What? Do you wish to continue this conversation?" Fu Lian scratched her head, momentarily lost in thought. "By the way, why are you driving so fast? Let's continue our conversation," Perhaps we might uncover some additional clues. Just as she spoke, they arrived at a fork in the road. The vehicle was already speeding, and there was no sign of reducing its velocity. Lu Zhan gripped the steering wheel tightly, flooring the accelerator as he sharply turned the wheel. The entire off-road vehicle swayed violently, emitting a creaking sound as it skidded from one side of the road to the other, drifting several meters. As if one half of the body might be flung out. It felt akin to an exhilarating race car competition. Fu Lian's body tilted, nearly causing her limbs to separate. In a state of panic, she grasped at the air, ultimately managing to clutch onto Lu Zhan's elbow, preventing herself from sliding off the passenger seat. Who has provoked him? It is utterly perplexing. Fu Lian's secretly scolded. Just then, she heard Lu Zhan's cold laughter. Your brother certainly has many. Oh, did I provoke him? Oh my heavens! Are you still jealous over this matter? Fu Lian was delighted. You are my brother too. Brother Lu Zhan. You won't be angry just because I called you brother, will you? Seeing that Lu Zhan ignored her, she cupped her face and pleaded, Brother Lu Zhan, why are you upset? Suddenly realizing that she had been playing the role of a little fan in front of him, Fu Lian's cheeks flushed, and she feigned a pout. Brother Lu Zhan, you wouldn't have developed feelings for me, would you? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan abruptly halted the car, rolling down the window as a gust of night wind rushed in. His expression was serious and indifferent, his voice as cold as the penetrating night breeze. Get out. But where am I supposed to go in this desolate place? Fu Lian wept softly, expressing her remorse. I was wrong. I should not have let my pride cloud my judgment and jest at your expense. You are the master, and you are indeed correct. A soft sob escaped her lips. Lu Zhan chuckled coldly, akin to a specter in the dead of night. His hoarse voice gradually resonated through the darkness. You have followed me. He extended his slender finger, gently tapping her chest, and in a muted tone added, I am the only brother you have. Fu Lian nodded repeatedly. Next time, Lu Zhan leaned against the car window, his brows furrowed as he gazed at her, resembling a languid yet formidable beast. Just do not follow me anymore. Fu Lian continued to peck like a chick. Lu Zhan let out a faint, satisfied grunt and restarted the off-road vehicle. Fu Lian let out a sigh of relief cautiously. TSK, this is merely a colleague, yet the desire for control is so overwhelming. Fu Lian was taken aback. If someone were truly to be with him, what would become of it? Fu Lian instinctively shrank her neck in trepidation, reluctant to delve deeper into her thoughts. The little monsters of Qingyun town were utterly disregarded by Lu Zhan, with a mere flick of his sleeve. The creatures hastened to embark on the path to the underworld. Having accomplished this, the two were finally able to enjoy a restful slumber. The research facility on the back mountain was a matter of mere words. Lu Zhan and his companion drove in circles through the mountains, searching tirelessly yet failing to locate even a hint of the lab, let alone any semblance of scientific debris. Fortunately, neither of them was one to succumb to defeat at the slightest setback. After days of searching, they finally caught sight of the dome of a white cap on the outskirts of a lush thicket. The sight of that small dome brought Fu Lian immense joy. Yet Lu Zhan felt a slight apprehension. He raised his gaze to a nearby tree, its branches lush and verdant, adorned with a hint of golden sheen, exuding an air of opulence. He slowly disembarked and approached, and finding the tree non-threatening, he deftly climbed it like a monkey and swiftly retrieved a bird's nest. Fu Lian believed that he had come to terms with it, and resolved to no longer be wary of the existence of the alien trees, intending to procure some bird eggs for a modest feast. However, upon descending from the tree, Lu Zhan discarded the bird's nest without hesitation, merely retrieving an object from within it. Fu Lian leaned in to take a closer look. It was a miniature camera. Curiously, she held it in her hands and examined it from various angles. The charming, innocent face was starkly exposed to the lens, across the chasm of distance and time. On the other side of the camera, a man with blood-red eyes and disheveled hair stared intently at the screen, a delightful smile curling upon his lips, as if he had just been discovered. As the camera shifted, Lu Zhan's face came into view. Both men sat upright, and had it not been for the barrier of the screen, one might have believed they were engaged in a face-to-face conversation. In an eerily synchronized manner, they spoke in unison. Take me to the Research Institute. Surprised by this uncanny phenomenon, a black snake slowly emerged from beneath the research table. Its pitch-black scales glimmered subtly under the glow of the screen. The man crossed his arms, casually propping one leg over the other, and said, "I await your arrival." He raised a finger to stroke the head of the small black snake beside him, teasingly remarking, "Ah, little one, you have yet to witness the fate of your dear sister." As he spoke, he tapped on the computer, causing the screen to flicker and darken, revealing footage of Lu Zhan and others slaughtering a snake. The graphic imagery continued until blood splattered, at which point he abruptly hit pause, rewinding the footage to a scene illuminated by daylight. The setting remained in Wuyo village, where a pot had been set up next to the massive serpent's carcass, flames roaring beneath it. The onlookers, primarily women and children, since the men had perished in battle against the giant snake, watched with bated breath, their eyes fixated on the pot. A man in a blue outfit, brimming with excitement, stood at the forefront, his head held high, exuding an air of superiority as if ready to deliver a grand speech. Though the footage was initially silent, the spectators appeared so engrossed that it felt as though they were present, listening to the blue-clad man's lofty discourse. Our deity has fallen. Yet, the divine is merciful and compassionate. It feels shame for its transgressions, and, in light of this irredeemable sin, has bestowed upon us its most treasured possession. This item, once a symbol of its singular glory, is now a gift to us, its devoted and humble servants. This item is none other than itself, its body filled with power and divinity. This is the most precious treasure we can receive from the divine, a jewel that every survivor deserves. Now I, with these filthy yet utterly loyal hands, shall share it with you all." He rambled on, his excitement palpable, his lips trembling, nearly losing his balance as he solemnly completed his ritual. He believed that by consuming the divine serpent, he too would gain godlike powers. After all, it was Adam who gained enlightenment by partaking of the forbidden fruit. He yearned for the ultimate authority, oblivious to the fact that the impending apocalypse and the divine power he covets are one and the same. The source of it all is the zombie virus. This serpent must not be consumed. Yet on that day, not a soul intervened. The blue-clad man pressed his lips together, producing a broken spoon to ladle a portion into each cracked bowl on the ground. The assembled crowd waited anxiously, predominantly composed of women and children, as the men had succumbed to the battle with the colossal serpent. Ah, but there are still some who have not arrived, he suddenly recalled, thinking of the He family, who were disloyal and unworthy. Even if they showed up, he would ensure they received no share of the divine serpent's soup. His mind raced with indignation, thankful that he had hidden away in the basement at the first sign of trouble. Otherwise, he would surely have met his end. His gaze darted to a young girl at the front, the daughter of old Lu, merely 15 years old and exceptionally lovely, even more so than his own wife. Greedily, he thought to serve her a generous portion of soup first. Little Lu, taken aback, accepted the bowl of serpent soup, saying, "Thank you, uncle." The blue-clad man smiled wickedly, but suddenly halted his actions. Just then, a woman in white, her pale fingers resting on the keyboard, appeared by his side. "Fong Mingcheng, it's time to eat," she said, furrowing her brow. "Why are you still watching this? You've seen it several times already." Fong Mingcheng chuckled, pressing the play button once more, declaring it never gets old. The footage resumed, depicting the blue-clad man in animated motion, while the woman in white accelerated the playback, transforming the scene into a whirlwind of activity. The crowd drank the soup and began to gather, engaging in conversation. The blue-clad man led the downcast little Lu into a secluded corner, where he placed his greasy hand on her shoulder. She remained motionless. Elated, he continued his advances, peeling away their barriers like layers of an onion. Just as he was about to indulge, a drop of blood splattered onto his abdomen. He looked up to see little Lu's terrifying, bloodied mouth as she sank her teeth into his neck. He stared wide-eyed, collapsing to the ground. Little Lu pounced upon him, feasting on his warm flesh. The festive atmosphere transformed into a battleground of carnage. Fong Mingcheng watched in delight, as gleeful as a child, laughing as he seized a woman beside him, passionately kissing her lips. Fu Lian and Lu Zhan were tirelessly searching for their destination. The white round hat in front, was merely a small signpost. Fortunately, with the warning from the miniature camera, both were acutely aware of their surroundings. After spinning in place for quite some time, they noticed that the cameras were subtly clustered around a specific area. This area was clearly their intended destination. After a series of maneuvers, they finally arrived at the entrance of the research institute. It was an ordeal more grueling than the journey to the west. At least the pilgrims on that quest faced tribulations, whereas they had nothing but the scorching sun, leaving them drenched in sweat. Fu Lian and Lu Zhan alighted from the vehicle, shouldering their weapons as they approached the research institute. It was only upon reaching the entrance that Fu Lian realized there was a reason for their inability to locate it. The institute was concealed underground, with merely a transparent dome above, refracting light in such a way that the internal workings remained hidden from view. The dome exuded an aura of advanced technology, and Fu Lian could only vaguely recognize the solar panels adorning its surface. Not long after their descent, a transparent elevator gradually ascended from the left expanse. Inside stood a gentleman clad in white, exuding an air of sophistication and smiling graciously. His hair was cropped short, and his slender, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with warmth. His smile, particularly charming, revealed a profound elegance that seemed to illuminate his features. He was clearly a man of mirth, as the corners of his lips had not faltered since he laid eyes on the two travelers who had come from afar. Fu Lian observed him silently. The man appeared to be amiable. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be a member of the research institute, though the reason for his presence here remained a mystery. "Hello," Fong Mingcheng greeted with a smile, extending his hand and ushering the two inside. Lu Zhan regarded them with a frosty gaze, prompting Fu Lian to sheepishly approach and grasp his hand. "Hello." The man's hand was icy, and their contact was fleeting. Fu Lian could distinctly sense that the man before her was not focused on her. "Welcome," he said. "I am Fong Mingcheng, a researcher here." Lu Zhan lifted his eyelids, pulling Fu Lian, who was about a step forward behind him. "Lu Zhan." Fu Lian tilted her head behind Lu Zhan and cheerfully introduced herself. "Hi, I am Fu Lian." Lu Zhan firmly pressed down on her head. Fong Mingcheng discreetly cast a glance at Fu Lian before continuing to speak to Lu Zhan, saying, "It is truly a pleasure to meet you." He pressed a button for the elevator, which displayed 3 floors, the ground level and 2 below. This research facility was rather small. It had been a long time since anyone had visited. Since the apocalypse, I once thought humanity had faced extinction. If I were the last person on Earth, it would be a profound tragedy. As Fong Mingcheng spoke, the elevator arrived. He stepped out first, leading the two of them outside. "My wife has prepared a sumptuous dinner. She is quite delighted by your arrival." The "you" here evidently referred to Fu Lian. Fong Mingcheng deliberately glanced at Fu Lian as he spoke. Lu Zhan raised his chin, obstructing Fong Mingcheng's gaze, and stated, "We are merely passers-by, seeking a bit of information before we depart. What is it you wish to know?" Fu Lian was aware that some scientists possessed a rather irritable temperament, and given that they were on someone else's territory, she feared that Lu Zhan's forthrightness might provoke Fong Mingcheng. Thus, she hastily interjected, expressing that she had no intention to offend. If it was inconvenient to disclose information, then it was perfectly acceptable to refrain. However, she added that it was of no consequence. A deeper smile graced Fong Mingcheng's face. "Dr. S, do you know where he is?" Lu Zhan pressed forward with unwavering determination. "Are we not here to inquire about Emoshu?" Fu Lian blinked. Yet this was a research institute, and he was indeed in search of Drive S. So his inquiry was not entirely out of place. "I do not know," Fong Mingcheng replied with a smile. This location had indeed served as one of Dr. S.'s research stations, though it had been abandoned by him for many years. Subsequently, it was acquired by Hive Corporation, which embarked on studies concerning animal genetic behavior, diverging significantly from Dr. S.'s original topics. His words were impeccably guarded. Given that he was searching for Drive S, he should possess some understanding of the latter's research, which primarily focused on this very site. Fong Mingcheng nodded toward his own head. Was this apocalyptic calamity somehow connected to him? Lu Zhan's gaze narrowed slightly. "Your inquiries are rather numerous." Fong Mingcheng chuckled, his look towards Lu Zhan laden with deeper implications. "I apologize for my curiosity. I have been feeling rather isolated, and thus..." I may have overstepped. I certainly do not wish to impede your work." Fu Lian let out a soft hum, perceiving that this Dr. Fong frequently interacted with high-ranking political figures. Upon the arrival of the two, his first thought was of a national commissioner. The arduous search for the research institute was evidently driven by those of national stature seeking confidential documents. Ordinary individuals had neither the motive nor the capability. It was understandable why Fong Mingcheng held such views. However, he perhaps overestimated a certain individual's significance. Lu Zhan might possess that level of capability. From what she had observed, he was exceptionally skilled, effortlessly wielding control over zombies to annihilate a small base. Yet, the state would undoubtedly hesitate to assign such a perilous task to someone capable of manipulating the undead. As for herself, she was merely an observer. "Sigh, I am but a useless being." A personal note: the scale and definition of the bases are primarily categorized by population size. Under 10,000 constitutes a small base, 10,000 to 50,000 a medium base, and above 50,000 a large base. Chapter 25. Experiment. In the subterranean level, there was but a solitary corridor, narrow and flanked by tightly shut doors. As they traversed the passage, a row of incandescent lights hung above, casting a cool yet bright illumination. Upon turning a corner, they arrived at the kitchen. The space was indeed modest. With the addition of 2 more people, what had seemed a reasonably spacious kitchen now felt somewhat cramped. The table bore a modest array of dishes, 4 or 5 plates, 3 vegetarian and 2 meat dishes, all appealing in aroma and appearance. Though these were mere home-style dishes, they stirred Fu Lian's appetite. After years of subsisting in a post-apocalyptic world, it had been ages since she had enjoyed a proper meal. Fu Lian arched her brows, her eyes sparkling as they met those of a woman, his wife. She was not conventionally beautiful, yet she exuded an undeniable charm. "This is my wife, Lu Qing," Fong Mingcheng said, wrapping his arm around her waist. They exchanged a knowing smile, a silent camaraderie and affection flowing between them. Lu Qing's cheeks flushed slightly as she buried her face in his chest, wishing to spare the guests any embarrassment. Fong Mingcheng laughed heartily, leaning down to seek her lips, and they kissed passionately, completely oblivious to Fu Lian and her companion. However, Fu Lian remained unperturbed, nonchalantly taking a seat at the dining table and savoring a sip of the water from the tall glass before her. In the next moment, she set down the glass, scrunched her face, and stuck out her tongue, exclaiming how spicy it was. Lu Zhan also took a seat, casting a casual glance before refilling her glass, removing the one that held liquor. To her embarrassment, Fu Lian, having never tasted alcohol before, took a sip of the water, grimacing at the unpleasantness of the liquor. Perhaps influenced by the sweet atmosphere of the couple, Fu Lian's offhand remark, in the dim light, radiated a delicate charm, more striking than flowers. Lu Zhan discreetly sipped his drink, lowering his head slowly. The couple settled beside them, with the woman perched on his lap. Rather too intimate, Fu Lian thought to herself. Her gaze shifted, and she caught Fong Mingcheng's penetrating stare, causing her heart to skip a beat. Instantly, she smiled brightly, sweetly complimenting, "You two are so affectionate." Lu Qing bit her lip, glancing over, while Fong Mingcheng expertly introduced, "This is Fu Lian. Little sister Lian is truly beautiful," Lu Qing said, playfully covering her mouth. Her eyes fixed curiously on Fu Lian. Fu Lian generously showed her, completely focused on her meal. "The dishes made by Sister Lu are absolutely delicious. This plain cabbage soup is simply exquisite." Meanwhile, Fong Mingcheng engaged in conversation with Lu Zhan. "How is the country, if I may ask?" Lu Zhan smirked, "Without a home, how can one speak of a nation?" Fong Mingcheng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Mr. Lu, you are quite the comedian." Lu Zhan smiled faintly, seemingly aware of the question he wished to pose. "He is indeed well. Did he send you?" Lu Zhan cryptically shook his head. Yet, amidst their brief exchange of pleasantries, Fu Lian discerned an air of peculiarity. Regardless of whether Fong Mingcheng had previously belonged to a national research group, it was evident that he was now isolated and vulnerable. Perhaps he had remained here since the onset of the apocalypse. The more he feigned ignorance of worldly affairs, the more suspicious he became. If this place was so safe at the outbreak of the apocalypse, why were there no other researchers to be found? Furthermore, the facilities here, electricity, water supply, and equipment, were all in pristine condition, capable of utilizing miniature cameras to survey the surroundings, and a wireless network remained functional. He possessed the means to contact the outside world. If he were indeed a member of the National Research Group, it would be inconceivable for him not to reach out for assistance, to share information and data. Yet he chose to remain here, shutting himself off from external news, undoubtedly concealing something. Perhaps it was connected to the MO tree. Could the monsters have originated from his hand? If so, the anomalies in Qingyun town would be inextricably linked to him. Fang Mingqing swiftly labeled Fu Lian as a potential threat. Upon reflection, Fu Lian couldn't help but marvel at the depth and meticulousness of Lu Zhan's thoughts. He had deftly maneuvered through the conversation, leaving her feeling like an enigma cloaked in mist, while the title of a special envoy rendered her interlocutor hesitant to act impulsively. Fu Lian pondered, her gaze inadvertently shifting between Fang Mingqing and Lu Zhan. After locking eyes with Lu Zhan in a profound exchange, she feigned ignorance and offered him a playful smile before resuming her meal. "Mr. Lu, I am most willing to cooperate with your endeavors, yet I have a modest request." Their conversation continued. Lu Zhan glanced at him, a fleeting smile gracing his lips, yet he acquiesced. "As you can see, I have no desire to entangle myself with the outside world." Fang Mingqing spoke as he gently embraced Lu Qing's waist, his eyes brimming with deep affection and devotion. A testament to his willing submission. Was all his emotional restraint merely for the sake of one woman? Fu Lian widened her eyes in astonishment, marveling at this enchanting love. Suddenly, she recalled the romantic verses that circulated during her previous life in the apocalypse. A beautiful dream cherished by every young girl amidst the despair and suffering of a desolate world. To seek a solitary island and pledge devotion to one person. The apocalypse represents desolation, a hellish existence. Yet you alone are the tranquility and haven within my heart. I will reside eternally in the city that is solely yours. You are my destiny, my sunshine, my air, the singular essence upon which I relinquish all else to survive. Sigh. Fu Lian bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears, as her imagination conjured a million words of a breathtaking love story where Fang Mingqing forsakes everything for Lu Qing. And the two remain forever in this beautiful little world they create together amidst the apocalypse. How delightful! Fu Lian's heart roared with excitement, feeling regret for her previous prejudice against Fang Mingqing. Stealing a glance, she saw Fang Mingqing delicately offering a piece of meat to Lu Qing, who took a bite, pouted, and frowned, pushing the morsel back toward him. Fang Mingqing pinched her slender waist and gently coaxed, "You're too thin. Eat more." Lu Qing stubbornly turned her head away, prompting Fang Mingqing to sigh indulgently, and, without a hint of disdain, popped the piece of meat into his mouth. Lu Zhan feigned indifference, a fleeting glimmer of irony flickering in his eyes. He lifted his chin, raising his glass toward Fang Mingqing, remarking, "I do not wish to intrude upon your intimate world." Fang Mingqing smiled, clinking his glass in response. As he raised the cup to drink, Lu Qing stopped him, her eyes reflecting a hint of shyness. Her delicate hand resting on his pure white sleeve like exquisite warm jade, forbidding him to drink. Fang Mingqing paused, playfully biting her lip before setting down the cup, laughingly chastising, "You always have to meddle in my affairs." Although his words were teasing, his expression radiated happiness. Fu Lian felt a pang of jealousy. She bit her chopsticks and took a large mouthful of rice, blissfully unaware of Lu Zhan's deep and cold gaze. After calming the woman in his arms, Fang Mingqing turned his attention back to Lu Zhan, resuming their earlier discussion, stating, "All I need from you, Mr. Lu, is to conduct an experiment." Once dinner concluded, Fang Mingqing led Lu Zhan to a room, informing him that it was his designated space. Fu Lian chose a nearby room. After the two departed, Fu Lian inspected her quarters thoroughly, finding no issues, and then prepared to seek out Lu Zhan. After a considerable wait, Lu Zhan finally opened the door. Fu Lian noticed the luminous screen on the wall, displaying Fang Mingqing's face, illuminated with a soft, radiant glow as he appeared to be in a state of faintness. They seemed to have been engaged in a private conversation. Upon seeing her, Fang Mingqing offered a faint smile and promptly turned off the screen. Fu Lian hesitated, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue, as Lu Zhan turned slightly to allow her entry, positioning himself at the edge of the bed while meticulously polishing his tang sword. The previous two curved blades had tragically fallen in battle, leaving him with but this final longsword. Lu Zhan, she began, and at the sound of her voice, his indifferent gaze shifted towards her. Fu Lian sat on the edge of the bed, the bedding a plush mess, forming a soft circle that cradled her petite figure. "How blissful they are," she murmured softly, propping her chin on her hand. Lu Zhan offered no response, merely letting out a faint scoff, revealing his disdain and skepticism towards the affectionate couple. Fu Lian, unwilling to relent, was about to pursue the matter further when she noticed Lu Zhan furrowing his brow and speaking in a deep voice. "Listen." Fu Lian held her breath, hearing nothing at all. Just as she was about to voice her confusion, a faint sound of chewing echoed within the room. The subtle whispers grew more pronounced in Fu Lian's ears. Lu Zhan cast her a glance, conveying a silent message through his eyes. Fu Lian quietly rose to her feet, drawing a butterfly knife from her waist. She proceeded towards the source of the sound. With a swift motion, she seized the small creature from the corner in the palm of her hand. Fu Lian furrowed her brow at the sight of a mouse, a rather plump mouse. Is the research institute so affluent that even the mice are well-fed and robust? It is quite surprising to see such a well-nourished creature in a room that appears so immaculate and devoid of human presence. How could a mouse exist here? Fu Lian felt a tightness in her chest, her fingertips exerting force as she sought to crush the rat with deft precision. However, the threat of death provoked the creature, which squeaked in agitation, its filthy fur instantly shedding to reveal a grotesque, flesh-like skin beneath. In an astonishing display, the rat's flesh expanded, and it clamped down fiercely on Fu Lian's hand. She felt an overwhelming suction at her fingertips, as if the blood coursing through her veins was being summoned, rushing madly towards the tips of her fingers. The rat screeched, its eyes glowing with a sinister crimson light. With resolute determination, Fu Lian swiftly drew a small knife to sever the creature's head. The fleshly rodent leapt away with a sharp thud, landing on the pristine white wall. Almost immediately, a chilling, paralyzing sound of gnawing echoed from all directions, sending shivers down their spines. The lights extinguished abruptly, revealing a colossal digital countdown projected onto the wall. Its cold glow strikingly luminous yet not harsh in the enveloping darkness. The display read 1 o'clock, 00, with each second ticking away. Instinctively, the two drew closer together. The soldier positioned himself protectively, encircling Fu Lian in his embrace. Fu Lian was on the verge of tears, wondering how it came to be that there were not just one or two, but so many. Fu Lian rubbed her eyes and muttered, "I detest mice." Taken aback by her unexpected declaration, Lu Zhan expressed a slow apology, remarking that this was indeed a splendid opportunity, a chance to grow stronger. As he spoke, he swung his tang knife to deflect the ambush of a flesh-eating mouse. "I thought you would enjoy this." "What?" Fu Lian was bewildered. Lu Zhan swiftly dispatched another flesh-eating mouse, declaring, "This is the promised experiment." "Oh." Fu Lian finally understood, yet her spirits remained dampened. There was no time for further discourse. As the frenzied horde of mice surged forward, Fu Lian raised her arm and wielded her blade, swiftly dispatching a rodent that charged towards her. Following closely behind was a family of flesh rats, 2 adults and 2 young, surging forward in relentless succession towards Fu Lian's face. Fu Lian exerted herself to fend off the onslaught. Although the flesh rats were diminutive and agile, their intellect was lacking, and they swiftly met their demise beneath Fu Lian's blade. With the demise of each flesh rat, clusters of crimson mist erupted, resembling exquisite and ethereal mushroom clouds. Drifting gracefully through the air, Fu Lian let out a sigh of relief, believing that this was the end. Little did he know, the blood mist began to silently coalesce, transforming into a dense and inextricable shade of crimson. The crimson mass swelled and revealed a grotesquely gaping maw, its jagged fangs flexing rhythmically with each opening and closing of that sinister mouth. Fu Lian swung the knife, and the large mouth instantly dissipated, transforming once more into a wisp of mist. She was taken aback, her round pupils reflecting the figure of the large mouth drawing nearer with frantic urgency. Lu Zhan extended his hand, raising his arm to grasp. The mist dispersed again, and Lu Zhan's hand vanished into the ethereal fog. Fu Lian retreated a few steps, just in time to witness the mist coalesce once more. This time, however, it converged directly upon Lu Zhan's hand, where sharp fangs protruded, piercing through his palm. The fangs were tightly and densely entwined, resembling malevolent spirits that ensnared his hand, biting down so fiercely that not a single drop of blood could seep through. It was utterly bizarre. What on earth was this entity? Fu Lian furrowed her brows and swung the dagger once more. As the smoke dissipated, the sharp fangs remained clutched in her hand. She reached out and pulled Lu Zhan, and together they retreated hastily, increasing the distance from the blood mist. Yet unbeknownst to them, a hidden wisp of blood mist lurked behind, stealthily inching closer to their backs. In a sudden strike, it transformed into a dagger, aiming a vicious stab at Fu Lian's back. With a clang, it was met with resistance. Lu Zhan's broadsword. The mist momentarily turned, glancing at the man who had unexpectedly thwarted its attack. His demeanor was calm and indifferent, like a statue. Lu Zhan's gaze upon the blood mist clearly indicated that it would soon be rendered lifeless. This was the disdain of the strong, and the blood mist could not help but tremble. A wave of frustration washed over her. Indeed, with dangers ahead and behind, it seemed that Fang Mingcheng wished for their demise. Foiled in its ambush, the blood mist swiftly dissipated, merging into a singular entity, now enraged and charging at Fu Lian. Fu Lian reasonably suspected that they were targeting her simply because they deemed her an easy target. She felt compelled to raise her voice in protest against this group that bullied the weak, yet feared the strong. As Fu Lian cursed and grumbled, she clumsily evaded the onslaught of the blood mist. Both sides resorted to underhanded tactics. Fu Lian danced nimbly from side to side, dodging the blood mist, which occasionally morphed into vapor to counter her maneuvers. Lu Zhan remained silent, observing the fray, only intervening at crucial moments to shield Fu Lian from fatal strikes. While he watched passively, Fu Lian bore no resentment towards Lu Zhan's actions. Strength is not attained overnight. It requires prolonged training and practical experience to achieve greatness. In this apocalyptic world, it is a realm for the formidable. Regardless of the circumstances, she would never relinquish her pursuit of strength. After successfully thwarting another lethal blow, Lu Zhan's interference finally incited the wrath of the blood mist, which opened its ghastly maw and surged towards him like a fierce wind. Fu Lian hurriedly glanced over. This blood mist was neither touchable nor approachable, and with her abilities, she could not resolve it. However, she also unearthed some of her own deficiencies and issues. Her physical constitution was indeed rather frail. The timer on the wall ticked down to 0:56:34. In less than 5 minutes, she was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. If she were to continue fighting, she could only resort to hiding behind her brother Lu Zhan. Yet, how would brother Lu Zhan contend with this seemingly indestructible blood mist? Fu Lian bit her lip, and then she saw Lu Zhan raise his hand. The blood mist suddenly swelled like a balloon and erupted violently. It produced a sound akin to a loud pop, reminiscent of a flatulence. The blood mist, which Fu Lian found utterly impossible to contend with, dissipated in an instant. Fu Lian was utterly astonished, unable to restrain herself as she clapped her hands together in applause for his overwhelming display of power. Lu Zhan seemed to sense her admiration, a proud smirk gracing his lips as he lazily crossed his arms, exuding the demeanor of a true master among the elite. Fu Lian smiled ingratiatingly, but suddenly darkness enveloped her vision, and she clutched her chest, her body going limp. Chapter 26. Lu Qing. Lu Zhan's expression changed slightly as he rushed forward to support her. Fu Lian gasped for breath, her small face contorted in agony. Upon seeing Lu Zhan's eyes, which were both restrained and profound, she could not help but reach out to grasp his collar. Her voice, rendered hoarse by the tightening of her heart, pleaded, "Brother Lu Zhan, it hurts." "Where does it hurt?" Fu Lian found herself at a loss for words, helplessly clutching his collar, her delicate brows knitted together, her eyes shimmering with tears. It hurt. She was in pain. The agony tormented her, and her voice, barely a whisper, conveyed each word with a fragile breath, as if she might cease to breathe at any moment. The notion of death lingered, a single word rendered so cold, yet it held within it countless innocent, sorrowful souls. It chronicled Lu Zhan's past, his struggles, his vulnerabilities. The numbers on the wall continued to flicker, the sounds of chewing persisted, while flashes of lightning and thunder exploded within Lu Zhan's mind. He was lost in thought, his gaze suddenly chilling. He stooped to embrace her, declaring, "I will take you away." It was no fault of hers that this affliction went unnoticed. Even the hospital struggled to discern it. Fu Lian, the original owner, had been pampered before the apocalypse, oblivious to the impending hardships. Now, she faced a dire lack of sustenance, her body unable to receive the necessary nutrients, and various issues began to manifest. She was all too familiar with this ailment. Fu Lian closed her eyes, tears welling at the corners, reluctant to unearth the buried memories. Lu Zhan tightened his arms, his lips pressed into a thin line, turning to glance at the door, only to find it locked from the outside. Both were trapped within this space, and faintly, she heard the sound of bones being gnawed upon. Without hesitation, Lu Zhan raised his foot and forcefully kicked the door, bending the iron barrier with just a few strikes. Meanwhile, the flesh rats, undeterred, peeked out, illuminating the darkness with their crimson glow. Before they could launch an attack, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Countless flesh rats emitted a crisp, crackling noise, akin to bursting light bulbs, as blood mist enveloped the area in an instant. Lu Zhan remained unfazed, continuing to assault the door, while the blood mist swelled ominously, expanding until it reached a critical point, culminating in an explosion. The sound echoed in Fu Lian's ears, reminiscent of a mere flatulence. She tugged at Lu Zhan's collar, and he looked down at her, his eyes dimly flickering with an ethereal fire, veins bulging at his temples like coiling serpents. His visage bore an uncanny resemblance to a specter. Fu Lian forced a smile despite her discomfort, assuring, "I'm fine, just need a moment's rest." Lu Zhan exhaled in guilt, murmuring an apology. As he spoke, he continued to kick the iron door, relentless and stubborn. His concern for her was palpable. Even his hands, laden with sharp thorns, deliberately avoided any contact with her. Time trickled by, and the imposing figure embracing her remained resolute, fervently assaulting the door. He toiled tirelessly, expending great effort, all in a desperate bid to lead her to safety. His polished shoes were torn, his feet numb with pain, yet his assault on the door showed no signs of waning. Instead, it grew increasingly fierce. Behind him, a myriad of grotesque, sausage-like creatures surged forward, rushing at him in overwhelming numbers, filling the room with an unimaginable tide. Yet, as they approached, one after another, they transformed into clouds of crimson mist, each accompanied by a series of loud, flatulent sounds. Despite their relentless efforts, the creatures failed to breach the mere meter of space between the two of them. This was a testament to the terrifying strength of his extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, Fu Lian needed only to nestle quietly in his embrace, requiring no action, no thought. He became her steadfast haven, a sanctuary of safety amidst chaos. Fu Lian's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. Given that this was a laboratory, the door must have been forged from adamantine, nearly impossible to breach. Why then this unwavering obsession? She was oblivious to his thoughts. Yet a subtle pain twisted within her chest, spreading like a creeping numbness throughout her being. Perhaps, regardless of who this individual was, he would harbor a sense of guilt, desperately striving to extricate someone from the confines of a scientific prison. And now, that someone happened to be her, Fu Lian found herself reluctant to bring harm to him, to the person he had become in this moment. Time slipped away unnoticed, until that formidable and resilient iron door finally yielded to his relentless assault, cracking wide open. His polished shoes were reduced to tatters, crumbling into dust, revealing the robust, crimson feet beneath, marred and bleeding. He had not been harmed by any monstrous entity. Yet in his fervent attempt to rescue her, he had injured himself. Yet Lu Zhan felt nothing, as if the bloodied feet were not his own. He cradled Fu Lian and gradually emerged through the gaping breach, standing at the threshold of the shattered iron door. The sounds of chewing within the room faded as the two departed, and the needle-like teeth he once wielded vanished from his grasp, leaving behind the entire holographic simulation to recede into the distance. Only the blood trickling from his feet continued to flow, tracing a path down the arch of his foot. Lu Zhan, brother you. Before Fu Lian could finish her words, she noticed Lu Zhan's silence, his expression terrifying. Instinctively, she halted her speech, staring at him in a daze. He was alarmed by his recent inexplicable loss of control. Faintly, he heard the culprit nestled in his embrace, calling his name. So soft, tinged with timidity, it was the very source of his irrationality. How absurd! Merely the thought of her demise had caused him to lose his composure, abandon his intellect, and commit foolish acts. Intolerable. Lu Zhan tilted his head, assuming a defiant posture, and suddenly let out a cold laugh, admonishing himself not to be overly sentimental. As he spoke, he cast a dispassionate glance in her direction, his gaze starkly conveying to Fu Lian that she was merely a substitute, a replacement for his sister. Do not be beguiled by this man's false warmth. Not a single word of consolation was offered. Fu Lian was astounded, for it seemed that no woman could rival his skill in changing expressions. As the door swung open, the lights illuminated the room, and a luminous screen appeared on the wall. It was a message from Lu Zhan. She had not encountered a living soul in quite some time, and wished to engage in conversation with Fu Lian. Fu Lian was perplexed and filled with pent-up frustration. It was not directed at Lu Zhan. He was unworthy of her ire. Rather, it was this cursed ailment that severely hindered her sword-drawing speed. Consequently, Fu Lian promptly extended an invitation to Lu Zhan to visit her. During the wait, her heart gradually settled. Fu Lian let out a gentle sigh of relief. Lu Zhan arrived swiftly, and Fu Lian joyfully welcomed her into the room. Fu Lian was particularly loquacious, while Lu Zhan spoke with subtlety, and the two engaged in a remarkably cheerful conversation. Sister Lu, speaking of the surname Lu, I recall a certain superstar named Lu Zhan. Fu Lian teased with a playful expression. Indeed, I am her younger sister. At that time, he was quite fond of my sister, Lu Zhan replied, her gaze lowered, exuding an air of refined grace. She wore a nightgown, still perfumed with the lingering scent of her shower gel. As she bowed her head modestly, hints of spring were barely discernible, yet Fu Lian caught sight of the faint scars upon her skin. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Lu Zhan was referring to Fong Mingqing. Fong Mingqing harbored affections for her sister, yet found himself entangled with her instead. The implications of this statement were indeed profound. Fu Lian was left utterly speechless. To think that the gossip from the entertainment industry could somehow connect to the main subject was truly unexpected. Lu Zhan smiled softly, and then turned to Fu Lian, saying, I have seen you before. Seen me? Fu Lian immediately racked her brain, struggling to recall where she might have encountered her. She awkwardly chuckled and scratched her head. At your sister's engagement banquet. She and her fiancé were on stage, and you presented them with flowers. You were stunning, truly unforgettable. I remembered you at a glance. However, Lu Zhan chuckled, lowering her gaze to remove the ring from her hand. You seemed a bit unhappy that day. Now I understand. Congratulations. Lu Zhan, Fu Lian's sister's fiancé, was now together with Fu Lian. Your statement carries quite a weight of information, Fu Lian remarked incredulously. How absurd. Fu Lian aurait de clarifier. Yet Lu Zhan simply laughed, teasing her. How could I remember such details so clearly? As she spoke, she casually tilted her body, leaning against Fu Lian's shoulder, her gaze languidly fixated on the ring in her hand. Lu Zhan had passed away. She died in the apocalypse, in a manner as ordinary as any common person. Truly, it was quite unremarkable. Fu Lian was perplexed as to why she insisted on emphasizing this point, yet she heard Lu Zhan continue. He doesn't believe it. The he here evidently referred to Fong Mingxin. Sensing Lu Qing's melancholic mood, Fu Lian tenderly reached out and embraced her. Lu Qing took the opportunity to rest her chin on Fu Lian's shoulder, her voice tinged with chill. "He forced me." Fu Lian was taken aback for a moment, tightening her embrace around the woman in her arms. The lady, clad in scant attire and bearing a gaunt physique, prompted a realization within Fu Lian. A contented woman could not possibly appear so emaciated. Little did she expect that after merely a few moments of indulging in their fictional couple, the protagonist would confide in her. "Your house has collapsed." Oh dear. Avoid delving into fictional romances. Misfortune may ensue. Fu Lian felt a profound sadness, tears welling up for Lu Qing's expressions of grievance and pain. "I do not wish to impose upon you." Lu Qing smiled faintly, gently pushing Fu Lian away. "Yet, I hope you might assist me. Help me eliminate Fong Mingxin. I loathe him. To share a bed with a spouse, yet find every night filled with disparate dreams," left Fu Lian gasping. She found herself speaking, her voice a mere whisper. "How can I assist you?" At the end of the corridor on the second basement level, behind a dark door, lay Fong Mingxin's research domain, one he had never permitted her to enter. Yet, she was aware that it housed the zombified Lu Qing. He truly engaged in studies on animal genetic behavior. However, their presence here was also to obtain the research materials of Drive S. Within these walls were the preliminary reports regarding the extraction of substances from the MO tree and the B2CDKL5 virus. According to Dr. S.'s scholarly articles published in the Science Weekly, he posited that initial studies suggested the first-generation virus could potentially reverse cerebral palsy and other neurological disorders, perhaps even revitalizing the deceased Lu Qing's brain. "He is mad. He will not spare me, nor my sister." In the research room at the end of the corridor lay all of Dr. S.'s materials. Take a left. In the corner, there is a black safe. The password, I surmise, is Lu Qing's birthday, 0822. You may take everything. There exists a colossal display screen at the center with a button requiring a red pupil password. To forcibly unlock, it would take time and trigger an alarm. I need your help to disable the alarm system. After listening to her, Fu Lian nodded slowly. Tears of gratitude sparkled in Lu Qing's eyes as she tightly grasped Fu Lian's hand and continued vehemently. "That contains a lethal dose of the X-agent, which he developed on his own. The so-called transformation pill was previously tested in Qingyan Town, and it proved to be a failure. However, this agent possesses an exceptionally high purity, capable of delivering instant death. I need it. I require the agent he personally crafted to eliminate him." She rambled on, and just as her words faded, the wall-mounted screen suddenly flickered, revealing Fong Mingxin's smiling face. Both women were taken aback. "Aching, it's good to find you," Fong Mingxin remarked, his gaze sweeping across the room. When it lingered on Fu Lian, a sinister current surged beneath his seemingly gentle demeanor. Lu Qing instinctively tensed, shielding Fu Lian behind her. Fong Mingxin observed this with a faint smile, his expression serene. "Aching, there's no need to be so anxious. I'm merely here to inform you that I have some matters to attend to. You should rest for a while." With that, he prepared to turn off the screen. "Wait," Lu Qing exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice. "Are you reluctant to part with me?" "Yes." Lu Qing gradually calmed her emotions, revealing a coy smile. Her voice deliberately soft. "Where are you going? Is it that dark place again? I won't allow it." All right, I won't go," Fong Mingxin replied indulgently, gazing deeply at her, greedily inhaling the moment. "Aching, I miss you so much. I'll finish up quickly, and we will see each other soon." As he spoke, the screen went completely dark. The two women remained tense for a moment before Fu Lian rose first. "Let us go. This is the perfect opportunity." Lu Qing bit her lip and nodded vigorously. The two quietly exited the room. The elevator doors stood wide open, revealing a pitch-black rectangular void that beckoned like an enticing abyss. Fu Lian followed Lu Qing into the elevator. Lu Qing, overwhelmed with anxiety, raised her delicate, translucent fingers, which trembled slightly as she pressed the button for the second basement level. The elevator doors slowly closed before them, the blurred silver surface reflecting their figures. The gap between the doors split Lu Qing's delicate, pale face, rendering her as if she were a ghost cleaved in twain by an axe. Fu Lian felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. The air was eerily still, and suddenly there came two metallic clangs. Clenching her fist, Fu Lian noticed that the elevator had stopped at the second basement level. She exhaled, and as the elevator doors opened, a sliver of light spilled into the confined space. Yet, before her lay an expanse of impenetrable darkness. Fu Lian instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Qing's hand. Lu Qing soothingly patted her, and the two of them walked out hand in hand. Lu Qing switched on a flashlight. As Fu Lian followed the beam of light, she was startled by the sight of a long, bloody tongue before her. With the flickering of the flashlight, she surveyed her surroundings. The same corridor, the same tightly closed doors, yet here the walls of the rooms were transparent, exposing everything within in stark nudity. Just as Fang Mingsheng had described. He studied the genetic behaviors of animals, and thus this place housed a variety of creatures. Regardless of the species, they all shared a singular characteristic. Their bodies were grotesquely mangled, covered entirely by repulsive, slimy tendrils. Upon seeing living humans, these tendrils sprang to life, eagerly writhing and slithering, pressing against the glass walls, drooling in anticipation towards the two women. The tendrils, distorted by the glass, resembled exposed human brains, provoking a visceral discomfort in onlookers. Lu Qing, evidently accustomed to such sights, pulled Fu Lian along resolutely towards the black iron door at the end of the corridor. Note: the B2C-DKL5 virus is the zombie virus. Chapter 27. Alarm. The squelching sounds of the flesh tendrils echoed ominously in their ears. As they ventured deeper, more of these grotesque creatures grew increasingly agitated and ravenous, violently battering against the transparent glass. The muffled thuds reverberated in Fu Lian's mind, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She recalled Lu Qing's earlier admonitions from within the room. The alarm system was located in the central chamber, teeming with the flesh tendril monsters who feared light. Inside the laboratory, there was a light switch. Once I enter, I will activate it, and the creatures will momentarily lose their capacity to attack under the intense illumination. Seizing the opportunity, we can burst through the door and dismantle the alarm system. Fu Lian surveyed her surroundings and, in a room on the middle right, indeed spotted a black box adorned with a flashing yellow light. It seemed to be an alarm device. Fu Lian paused at the entrance and nodded at Lu Qing. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing brushed her fingers over the red button of the flashlight, ready to activate the destructive device. With that, she pressed on ahead. Fu Lian gazed at her silhouette from behind. Her slender back was resilient, yet each step was taken with deliberation. Perhaps Lu Qing was acutely aware that once she crossed that threshold, both she and Fang Mingsheng would be unable to coexist harmoniously. Fu Lian concentrated and noticed that the noise of the door slamming to her right had diminished significantly. Turning her head to observe, she realized, having previously focused solely on locating the device, that there lurked a colossal creature within, a seemingly unremarkable black serpent. The serpent raised its head, its massive form occupying a significant portion of the ground, its round, gleaming eyes fixed intently upon her. The faint sounds of agitation filled her ears, and as Fu Lian glanced down, she discovered that the glass wall of the serpent's chamber, adjacent to the corridor, was besieged by frantically thrashing flesh mice. She licked her lips, parched, recalling vividly the flesh mice she had encountered earlier in the combat room. The relationship between snake and mouse was akin to that of cat and mouse. How could they coexist in the same chamber? Fu Lian was perplexed as the black snake, noticing her stillness, lazily flicked its tail and rested its head upon its body once more. It yawned widely, and in a sudden, swift motion, it captured a small mouse in its jaws. The little creature struggled fiercely for a brief moment before being devoured whole. The snake continued to consume several more, finally satisfied as it flicked its tongue and gradually closed its eyes, feigning slumber. Its movements were so rapid that Fu Lian could scarcely discern its actions. Moreover, she noted that it did not annihilate all its prey. Instead, it spared a few, conveniently pairing them by gender. This snake displayed an awareness of sustainable practices, exhibiting an unexpected degree of humanity, so contrary to the instincts of ordinary animals. Fu Lian tightened her focus, gradually comprehending the rationale behind the installation of the alarm system in this location. I stepped inside. Ahead, Lu Zhan's voice floated like a breeze. Fu Lian nodded slightly, and with a creaking sound, her frail figure vanished, leaving her alone in the dim and narrow corridor of the second underground level. Her heart began to race, instinctively tightening her lips in a gesture of vigilance. Time trickled away slowly, with only her solitary presence in the desolate hallway. The air was thick with the reverberations of various sounds echoing like thunder, yet none captured Fu Lian's attention or heightened her alertness. Suddenly, a faint yet jarring sound of friction pierced the oppressive atmosphere, infiltrating Fu Lian's ears with precision. It was the sharp rasp of a cold iron blade scraping against the ground. Following closely was the weary shuffle of footsteps. A sense of danger compelled Fu Lian to tense every muscle in her body. She raised her flashlight and turned to look behind her. The beam of light landed upon a pair of enormous eyes, stained with tears of blood, twisted into a malevolent grin. The pitch-black surroundings rendered his massive form partially visible in the feeble glow. The interplay of light and shadow was masterfully deceptive, as a triangular bandage obscured much of his figure, leaving the rest shrouded in an unfathomable darkness, a sight far more disconcerting than complete exposure. Fu Lian swept the lamp around, attempting to gauge its shape and physique. It was a figure entirely ensconced in bandages, rendering gender indiscernible. However, judging solely by the tall and robust stature, one might classify it as male. Fu Lian assumed an aggressive stance, yet the giant, upon locking eyes with her, appeared even more exhilarated. My! Fu Lian heard his garbled calls, akin to the wails of tormented spirits. Fu Lian held a lamp in one hand and tightly gripped a butterfly knife in the other. Her heart raced due to the oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. This time, she was devoid of the protective presence of Lu Zhan and had to rely solely on her own strength. Fu Lian gently caressed her chest, where her heart raced tumultuously, and the once tranquil area began to throb with a faint ache once more. She could not engage in vigorous activity. She had to devise every possible means, employing her dexterity and skill to achieve swift resolution. Fu Lian slightly bent her body and saw the bandaged monster charging towards her, its iron arm raised. The enormous cleaver poised menacingly above her head. Fu Lian sidestepped, narrowly evading the blade as it struck the ground, cleaving a profound chasm into the earth with astonishing force. The machete became ensnared in the concrete, and only after exerting considerable effort did he manage to extricate it. His immense stature and tremendous strength rendered him somewhat cumbersome and unwieldy. Fu Lian did not intend to confront him head-on. Pressing her lips together, she seized the moment as he turned with the blade, swiftly bending down to strike at his waist with her dagger. The bandages were severed in an instant, revealing the grotesque, fang-filled flesh beneath. The exposed mass of flesh was particularly large and robust, its gaping maw not merely crimson, but a row of densely packed, needle-like teeth. In one swift motion, it devoured her whole. Her knife was gone. Deprived of her weapon, all that remained at her grasp was a solitary flashlight. The bandaged man offered her no time to react, delivering a merciless kick with his foul, pus-dripping foot squarely against Fu Lian's chest. Fu Lian felt a sudden constriction in her chest, and in the next moment, she was forcefully hurled against the glass. She coughed, her blood surging, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Fu Lian wiped her hands and fixed her gaze intently on the bandaged creature across from her. She felt for the red button on the flashlight, just as she was about to press it. The sound of electricity crackled twice, and the glaring white incandescent light overhead flickered, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Fu Lian squinted to shield her eyes from the blinding light that induced temporary night blindness. The cries of the monsters echoed around her. The exposed portion of the bandaged man's waist transformed instantaneously into a pool of crimson liquid, and her blade was drawn forth, trailing along the thick, viscous blood. Fu Lian rushed forward, deftly seizing the butterfly knife, and with a few swift motions, sliced through all the bandages encasing the man, exposing him to the blinding light. He then swiftly turned towards the central room, ready to open the door, only to find the black snake gazing at him with an air of calm composure. It languidly flicked its tongue, utterly unfazed by the piercing brightness. Fu Lian's movements came to a halt. The bandaged man's kick had injured her internal organs, leaving her uncertain of her ability to confront him. Nevertheless, even so, she resolved to muster her courage and give it a try. Fu Lian's gaze was sharp and resolute, her attention wholly absorbed in her thoughts, as everything around her seemed to decelerate. She rediscovered the sensation of unity between her spirit and soul. Yet this time, the fervent desire for survival and victory surged within her, rendering this feeling even more pure and vibrant. Everything before her faded into oblivion, and within the misty haze of her vision, there existed only the elusive shadow of a serpent, its hue a pale azure. Strike it down. The thought flashed through her mind, and the pale serpent's shadow began to contort. Were there any onlookers present, they would witness the bizarre and incredible sight of a black snake raising its head, not with an air of haughty superiority, but rather in a state of asphyxiation. It found itself inexplicably unable to breathe, despite its desperate efforts to open its mouth. Something within its mind obstructed its actions. An invisible force had ensnared its brain, thus governing its every move. The serpent writhed in desperation, its violent thrashing finally rousing the still-dazed Fu Lian. She blinked, and the sight of the struggling black snake flickered before her, reminiscent of thunder striking in the night, at times illuminating as brightly as day, and at others plunging back into darkness. The light was nearly extinguished. Time was of the essence. Fu Lian had no time to ponder. She swiftly opened the door and rushed inside. The light flickered and ultimately vanished, plunging the world once more into darkness. Only a stark beam of light remained steadfast, casting its glow upon the wall and illuminating the ominous black box. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Lian pressed the button, and a sudden gust of wind swept in from behind her. Alert! She swiftly turned to the side, only to find a massive arm thrusting towards her. The great blade in hand struck precisely where she had just stood. Meanwhile, the once pallid beam of the flashlight instantly transformed into a crimson hue, casting a sinister scarlet glow nearly a meter long upon that arm, severing it cleanly. Blood gushed forth, the flesh splitting apart, and even the sturdy fangs were rendered in two. Only the large hand remained firmly gripping the cleaver, which, having lost its support, nearly fell and struck its own foot. Fu Lian was astonished. The flashlight possessed such formidable lethality. She quickly regained her composure, advancing towards the black box to dismantle it, and subsequently switched the flashlight back to its normal mode. However, the dire consequences wrought by the crimson beam could not simply be undone by turning it off. The glass that had severed the bandaged man's arm shattered. Fortunately, the light beam originated from below, and the fractured area was merely a gap in the upper glass wall. The bandaged man, having lost an arm, became increasingly enraged. He raised his remaining hand to seize a nearby cleaver and charged once more at Fu Lian. Simultaneously, the broken glass cascaded down, striking the bandaged man's head with a forceful thud. His skull, as solid as iron, remained unscathed, though his head sustained no injury. The glass shattered, creating a crisp sound accompanied by a muffled thump. Wherever Fu Lian's brilliance reached, it shimmered with sharp shards of glass, scattering in all directions and spreading over a vast area. Inevitably, she would be affected, especially since the monsters lurking beyond that wall were also advancing towards her. The black serpent had already perished, and the diminutive flesh rats had long since dissolved into blood. Here, her only adversary was the bandaged man. At this moment, the neighboring entities were also poised to intervene. In a moment of decisive action, Fu Lian swiftly opened the door, seizing the opportunity while the bandaged man was momentarily distracted by the shards of glass. She took a bold step forward, intent on fleeing to Lu Qing's room. However, unbeknownst to her, the bandaged man was not to be trifled with. He brandished his machete behind him to fend off the approaching creature, then extended his large hand to grasp her shoulder, forcibly turning her around. Immediately thereafter, his massive hand sought to capture her smaller one, clearly aiming for the flashlight. Fu Lian found himself overpowered, his wrist twisted painfully, unable to suppress the instinctive release of his grip. The flashlight consequently slipped into the hands of the bandaged figure. The creature, with its blood-red eyes, fixated on Fu Lian, glaring intensely as if its eyeballs might burst forth. Following this, it pressed the red button, unleashing a crimson glow that illuminated the surroundings. Fu Lian kicked aside its left hand, the flashlight beam illuminating upwards, shattering the glass overhead in an instant. Without the flashlight, continuing the fight would lead to inevitable demise. Gritting her teeth, she disregarded all else and summoned her strength to flee in that direction. She exerted every ounce of her energy, her speed swift and her heart pounding violently in response, the rhythm so intense it brought her pain. Clenching her jaw, she arrived at the dark doorway and banged on it forcefully. Lu Zhan, open the door. Fortunately, the flashlight's beam was only a meter long, allowing her a momentary lead. In her wide, terrified eyes, the grotesque yet clumsy figure of the bandaged man was reflected. Rather than pursuing Fu Lian immediately, he wielded the flashlight, casting it around the glass doors, brutally shattering the corridor-esque glass barriers. Each shattering sound rang out, crisp and jarring, echoing in Fu Lian's ears like the howls of malevolent spirits. Accompanying these sounds were swarms of grotesque, gluttonous creatures, their eyes glowing red and drool dripping from their mouths. Fixated hungrily on Fu Lian, there appeared to be hundreds, if not thousands of them. Fu Lian was utterly terrified, her body drenched in sweat, her hair clinging to her cheeks as if it were a withered hand extending from the depths of hell. She pressed her back against the black door, trembling uncontrollably, a chill coursing down her spine. Regret washed over her. She should never have agreed to assist Lu Zhan with this task. Fu Lian, on the verge of tears, realized that this was evidently not the moment for her to indulge in her whims. She closed her eyes, attempting to rediscover the extraordinary sensation of vanquishing the black serpent. The strings in her mind tightened once more, growing increasingly taut, poised to unleash their potential. Just as Fu Lian was on the brink of regaining that feeling, the black door suddenly swung open, causing her to lose her balance as she tumbled heavily into the laboratory. The black door closed behind her with a finality. Fu Lian nearly stumbled, but Lu Zhan offered her a steadying hand. "Thank you, are you all right?" Fu Lian sighed, suppressing the discomfort in her chest as she took a seat on the nearby chair. In stark contrast to the pitch-black subterranean level, this place was brilliantly illuminated, almost blinding. Fu Lian squinted her eyes, silently surveying the research laboratory. It was rather compact. To the left, there was a door, firmly shut and seamlessly integrated with the wall, almost imperceptible upon a casual glance. In the center stood a grand surgical table, upon which rested a computer. Lu Zhan was engaged in some operation on that very device. Fu Lian approached and picked up the black safe mentioned by Lu Zhan. She touched the combination lock and began to input the password. The prompt indicated an error. She entered it once more, yet remained incorrect. Fu Lian furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is your birthday?" Fu Lian glanced around, but found no clues, her gaze once again settling on the safe. Lu Zhan's birthday, that was not it. Suddenly, a spark lit up her eyes as she recalled Lu Zhan's acceptance speech upon winning the Golden Rooster Award before the apocalypse. She had expressed that her life had been filled with hardships, arriving in this world with nothing but a burdensome younger sister. As she uttered those words, her eyes reflected both disdain and affection. This was a glory uniquely hers, yet she wished to share it with her sister. Reflecting on this now, Fu Lian could only sigh at the profound bond between the two sisters. On the day of the awards ceremony, Lu Zhan had remembered her sister, even extending heartfelt gratitude towards her. For that day was none other than her sister's birthday, November 12th. Fu Lian re-entered the code 1112, and the safe clicked open. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind, her gaze becoming more intricate. Inside the safe lay numerous items that failed to pique her interest. She casually rummaged through them until she uncovered a distribution map of Dr. S's research facility. Considering it might prove useful, she tucked it into her bosom. However, the serene and comfortable days were short-lived. Fu Lian soon caught a whiff of something burning. A knot formed in her stomach as she turned her attention to the other computer beside Lu Qing. The screen displayed the current status of every room on the underground second level, through the cameras positioned near the ominous black door. Fu Lian was met with a hellish scene. All the grotesque, sausage-like monsters had been unleashed, their blood-red eyes frantically fixated on the black door. Among them, the one closest to the portal was unmistakably the bandaged man, wielding a flashlight as he desperately scorched the door with crimson light. As if sensing her gaze, the horde of grotesque creatures turned their heads, their bloodthirsty, menacing eyes locking onto Fu Lian from afar. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback, as the scent of burning grew increasingly pungent. Chapter 28, Outbreak. Lu Qing, they're almost here. Are you ready? We must leave at once. Fu Lian's voice was tinged with urgency, yet the woman before her remained ensconced in her own realm. Fu Lian continued speaking as she rose to her feet, anxiously searching for a way to escape the research room. Suddenly, she heard Lu Qing exclaim in delight, "We've done it." Fu Lian gazed over. The display screen on the operating table illuminated brightly, then gradually parted to reveal its contents. As it fully unveiled, both of their expressions froze in disbelief. Inside, there were no vials of medicine. Instead, there was merely an enormous red button and a crimson velvet box. A deception. All of this was a ruse. Fu Lian retrieved the box and opened it, discovering it contained a thick stack of papers. Randomly, she drew out a sheet, which turned out to be a love letter penned by Lu Qing to Fong Mingqing. Lu Qing's elegant and meticulous handwriting conveyed the tender affections and careful sentiments of a youthful girl enamored with her beloved. It was also the most precious and solemn treasure entrusted to her beloved. What more was there to comprehend? Between the two of them, there was never a third party involved. Lu Qing was merely an outsider. But what of her demise? Fong Mingqing insisted that Lu Qing had followed him in search of supplies, leading to her untimely death. Yet, all of this was his narrative, woven with his own words. Who could possibly discern the truth? Suddenly, Lu Qing trembled as she retrieved a blood-stained note from her bosom, inscribed with 5 words, "Beware of Fong Mingqing." This was the sole remnant her sister left before departing. Lu Qing had always believed her sister sought to warn her of Fong Mingqing's perverse nature as a medical doctor, a realization she had come to grasp profoundly. However, what if Lu Qing's death was merely a fabrication of his claims? In that moment, Lu Qing understood everything. Lu Qing had recognized Fong Mingqing's true character and feared for her safety, thus perpetually obstructing his advances. Lu Qing had been infatuated with Fong Mingqing, believing they were meant to be, but upon realizing that Lu Qing was her sister, she resolved to step aside. Yes, it was that very day. Fong Mingqing sought her out, and she evaded him, expressing her intention to leave them and reside at another base. Lu Qing had made the decision to withdraw, to embrace heartbreak, to enable their union. Little did she know, this became the final straw for Fong Mingqing. He had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Lu Qing, and upon hearing her wish to forsake him for Lu Qing's sake, he descended into madness. Consequently, he unleashed his fury upon Lu Qing. Contemplating this, Lu Qing, in a fit of rage and humiliation, seized the box and tore the letters inside in half. Her expression was fierce, akin to a wild beast out of control. "Lu Qing, regain your composure," Fu Lian urged, unaware of the enmity that existed between them. "Let us discuss this matter objectively. I believe Fong Mingqing harbors love for you, and there may be some misunderstanding between you. Moreover, we must hasten our departure, for the monsters outside are about to break in." Lu Qing lowered her head, a cold smile gracing her lips. Misunderstandings. Indeed, everything was a misunderstanding. Yet her sister Lu Qing was already dead, a casualty of the two of them. After her sardonic laughter subsided, she crumpled to the ground, teetering on the brink of despair. Fu Lian felt a surge of anxiety and was at a loss for words to comfort her. He simply crouched down and gently patted her back. "The password to his safe was also related to you." Lu Qing shuddered slightly, her voice tinged with chill. "Did you see everything?" Fu Lian was bewildered by her words. However, Lu Qing suddenly raised her head and abruptly stood up, her slender fingers gripping Fu Lian's neck with a fierce intensity. "Since you have uncovered the secret of the safe, You shall perish, she declared, her eyes gleaming with a vicious and frenzied light. You shall not take away what lies within. Fu Lian was taken aback, suddenly struck by a bold thought. This safe actually belonged to her. She knew the combination to the safe and had deliberately made that statement, never intending to take Dr. S's belongings. Besides, she had no desire for them anyway. Fu Lian attempted to grasp her fingers in a bid to free herself from the constraints, yet the grip around her neck only tightened with increasing force. To her astonishment, although Lu Zhan appeared delicate and fragile, her strength was remarkably formidable. Fu Lian sought to concentrate, yet the lack of oxygen rendered her mind a tumultuous haze, making it impossible to focus her attention. The sensation of suffocation intensified, and in a panic, she attempted to kick her legs, but to no avail. Her body began to convulse unconsciously. "Stop!" It was Fong Mingqing's voice. Lu Zhan paused, momentarily taken aback, allowing Fu Lian the opportunity to break free from her grasp and hastily retreat, colliding into Lu Zhan's embrace. Lu Zhan glanced down, noticing a deep crimson mark on her neck, now turning blue and purple. This woman had evidently employed considerable force. Fong Mingqing's expression darkened as well. "Aching, I never anticipated that you truly wished to kill me." Lu Zhan let out a cold laugh. Once a loving couple, they exchanged glances filled with profound complexity. "Fong Mingqing, what is there to be surprised about? The love I once harbored for you is now matched by my hatred." Lu Zhan shrieked, her sanity slipping away. Why? Why did you kill my sister?" Fu Lian's eyes widened as she gazed ahead. The death of Lu Zhan was, in fact, tied to Fong Mingqing. Fong Mingqing had not anticipated that Lu Zhan had uncovered the truth, and a flicker of anguish crossed his visage. "I am so sorry. Ah King. You may punish me as you see fit. I want you dead," Lu Zhan articulated, each word laden with sorrow and tears. "In your quest to possess me, you ruthlessly eliminated those who stood in your way. Yet did you ever consider that she was my only family in this world? Now, you shall pay with your life for hers." The truth had unveiled itself in this manner. Fu Lian opened her mouth, a burning pain searing through her throat. She nestled into Lu Zhan's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears. "You truly possess remarkable courage," Lu Zhan whispered in her ear, his voice laced with an icy undertone. "Is a mere stranger worthy of such a sacrifice?" Fu Lian shivered slightly, gradually lowering her head, realizing that she had misjudged the situation. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly fragile and delicate Lu Zhan could be so ruthless? Had it not been for Fong Mingqing and the others arriving just in time, she might have lost her life this evening. She yearned to speak, yet her throat ached too much to utter a single word. She held her breath, overwhelmed with sorrow. All she could do was weep incessantly. Her eyes, tinged with red and filled with grievance, caught Lu Zhan off guard. He swallowed hard and reached out to wipe away the tears from her face. His hands, accustomed to wielding a blade, bore thin calluses, which caused a slight sting against her tender skin. Fu Lian turned her head away, breaking free from his embrace. The quarrel between the couple in the room continued unabated. She cast a disdainful glance at Fong Mingqing, saying, "Your brother abandoned the family of the uncle who treated him like a father in order to survive. And what about you? You have harmed so many innocent lives for your own greed. Fong Mingqing, you and your brother are fundamentally the same. You will never be grateful. And deep down, you harbor a ruthless coldness. What makes you think that I could still love you after knowing all of this?" She was acutely aware of how hurtful her words were, yet she continued, as if wielding a knife, stabbing at Fong Mingqing's heart. "I am terrified, Fong Mingqing. I am so afraid that one day you will wake up and, in that fleeting moment, decide to kill me. After all, you are capable of such things, aren't you?" Fong Mingqing was in excruciating pain. "Aching, you know I would never do that to you." Lu Zhan did not respond. Instead, she gazed at the operating table, her eyes landing indifferently on the red button, the self-destruct mechanism of the research facility. "Correct?" She spoke, laughing and crying simultaneously. "Look how well I know you. If you cannot have something, you will destroy it. If it truly comes to that, you will die with me. Won't you?" Fong Mingqing pressed his lips together, holding the woman tightly in his arms. Don't you want to see your sister? Fang Mingqing's voice softly broke the silence. He took Lu Qing to the computer and pointed to the bandaged figure at the forefront, still sawing at the door with a flashlight. Look, she's still alive, able to move, speak, and think. She was not supposed to be here, but she sneaked out. Now she is remarkably intelligent. Fang Mingqing had been hiding Lu Qing's body all along. It turned out he was conducting experiments. What a twisted and malicious man. Yet, it was Lu Qing's first time witnessing her sister transformed into a monster. The sight was terrifying, far removed from her sister's once radiant beauty. Fang Mingqing leaned closer to her ear, coaxing, "Qing, we are on the brink of success. Lu Qing is coming back to life." His voice was laced with suppressed madness. His eyes bloodshot from years of sleepless nights. "Qing, I'm trying to make amends. Please don't hate me." The door was nearly sawed open. Yet these two remained entangled in their twisted affection. Truly, they were mad. Fu Lian had no inclination to appreciate their passionate entanglement, having long since broken free from her restraints. She swiftly sought the exit that led the two of them here and began her hurried escape. Her life was of utmost importance. Fu Lian ran a few paces before she began to gasp for breath. Behind her, Lu Zhan followed closely. Observing her distress, he immediately halted her movement. "Where are you running from?" he inquired. "The door, the monster, so many are coming." Fu Lian struggled to articulate the words, her throat dry and scratchy from the exertion. She clutched her neck and coughed softly a couple of times. Fu Lian was greatly frightened and hurriedly grasped him. Lu Zhan coldly curled his lips. It was merely a trifling monster. Would Lu Zhan be afraid? Absurd. He would only confront challenges head-on. Fu Lian suddenly realized, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she recalled his tendency to seek out the strong. It turned out that she was the only one filled with fear. Lu Zhan cast a glance at her expression, contemplating her previous trust in Lu Qing's willingness to serve her. A heavy feeling settled in his heart, and his countenance grew increasingly grim. Unable to restrain himself, he retorted sharply, "You are useless and yet so meddlesome." Fu Lian felt an even deeper sorrow. "No more words. Please, no more words. The child cannot endure this any longer. I am on the verge of breaking down." Amidst the swirling chaos, Fu Lian fell into his embrace. A searing breath spread warmth across her heart. Fu Lian felt a moment of bewilderment. However, she quickly regained her senses as the sound of an explosion resonated behind her like a muffled thunderclap. Lu Qing had detonated the bomb. Fu Lian tightened her grip, clutching Lu Zhan's collar, and managed to squeeze out two urgent words. "Hurry up." Lu Zhan moved swiftly, yet the narrow passage restricted his speed as he cradled her in his arms. After a strenuous effort, they finally emerged above ground. But the sound of explosions grew increasingly louder and alarmingly nearer. With no time to ponder, Lu Zhan sprinted forward a few more steps, taking refuge in a thicket with Fu Lian. The explosion erupted just a meter away, tearing the earth apart and obliterating everything in its path with relentless ferocity. Lu Zhan shielded Fu Lian beneath him, the thunderous roar overwhelming their ears. Fu Lian observed Lu Zhan's lips move, yet the words were lost to the cacophony surrounding them. A violent tremor coursed through the ground, akin to an earthquake, causing the entire world to sway, leaving Fu Lian's head buzzing. The earth-shattering tumult persisted for what felt like an eternity, finally subsiding with the last lingering echoes. Fu Lian pushed Lu Zhan, whose face was etched with anguish and melancholy. When he caught her gaze, he swiftly concealed his expression, rendering it imperceptible. "Is it safe now?" Fu Lian let out a sigh of relief as she gazed at the vast pit not far away. Beside it lay remnants of black metal fragments, remnants of Lu Zhan's off-road vehicle. This vehicle, seemingly indestructible and robust, had been reduced to mere shards in the explosion, and the other items within the research facility had been obliterated into dust. The force of the blast surpassed that of an earthquake, akin to the roar of thunder. It was a pity that the vehicle contained numerous supplies and weapons, all now rendered non-existent, leaving the two of them destitute. Lu Zhan wore a grim expression, his attention averted from the state of the vehicle as he coldly surveyed the pit. They were not yet dead. They? Who? Fu Lian immediately followed his gaze and, after a moment, discerned a half-exposed bandage emerging from the pit, followed by a pair of large hands. It was that group of monsters. Fu Lianwei was filled with doubt. The vitality of these creatures was astonishingly resilient. Regardless of her disbelief, these monstrous beings had indeed survived. As the sky darkened, they began to stir restlessly. Lu Zhan shielded Fu Lian behind him, drawing his Tang sword and assuming a stance of readiness for battle. With just a glance, one could discern the extent of his injuries sustained from the explosion. In stark contrast, Fu Lian, protected beneath him, bore only superficial scratches and remained remarkably unscathed. Fu Lianwei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly concealed her flutter of emotions as she regarded the distant grotesque creature resembling a sausage. She reached for her waist. Retrieving the butterfly knife stained with blood, the crimson traces had long since dried, and as she drew the blade, thin shards of dried blood cascaded down. Furrowing her brow, Fu Lian focused intently on the monstrous beings before her, their eyes gleaming ominously. The bandaged creature led the group, with others crowding closely around it, subtly asserting its dominance. There were at least 100 imprisoned creatures, yet only a mere dozen remained at present. Their survival was, without a doubt, self-evident. Fu Lian concentrated her spirit, once more seeking that sensation. This time, she effortlessly grasped the feeling of unity between body and soul. As long as she focused, every action before her would magnify and slow down. It was merely a threshold, yet it sufficed for her to unleash her abilities. The bandaged creature opened its maw, revealing a putrid mass of flesh and a multitude of sharp teeth, its reddened eyes growing ever more enigmatic and sinister in the night. It brandished a large cleaver, and the grotesque, sausage-like monsters behind it surged forward in a relentless tide. Lu Zhan raised his blade to defend himself, but his movements were noticeably sluggish and lacking fluidity. He had already been afflicted by zombie venom and infected with corpse moss, previously injured while protecting Fu Lian. He now bore the brunt of the damage from the recent explosion. Even with the strength of a titan, he was in a state of disarray. Moreover, he was but a man, a being of flesh and blood. Yet, even in his weakened state, these creatures could not yet overcome him. His actions remained swift and precise, keeping the monsters at bay. Seeing Lu Zhan as a formidable opponent, the creatures shifted their focus toward Fu Lian. Fu Lian wielded a small knife with nimble grace, able to hold her own against one or two adversaries for a brief moment. However, when the overwhelming tide of monsters surged towards her, she found herself at a loss. Lu Zhan intended to assist, yet could only manage to divert a portion of the onslaught. The sheer number of creatures was simply staggering. Moreover, the lead bandaged monster possessed intellect and formidable mental strength. As Lu Zhan contended with it, Fang Ming was also engaged in a silent struggle, leaving them increasingly unable to attend to Fu Lian's plight. Fu Lian's physical condition was frail. If she could not resolve the situation swiftly, her strength would wane as time dragged on. Today's battle was evidently one of endurance. Anxiously, she found it hard to believe that having just escaped the clutches of death, she was now confronted with yet another imminent peril. Truly, she was a dancer on the edge of a blade. With a resolute press of her lips, she sought once more the feeling of the unity of her soul. This must be her extraordinary ability. However, her unfamiliarity with it meant that she could only unleash her superhuman strength in extreme circumstances. After a considerable time, her mind remained a blank slate. No, this simply would not do. What on earth was amiss? Fu Lian, in a state of agitation, contemplated as the monstrous creature lunged at her once more, allowing the sausage to seize the opportunity and sink its teeth into her fingertip. Blood surged forth, beginning to pool at her fingertip. Fu Lian swung the knife vigorously, yet a new creature lunged from behind, sinking its sharp fangs into her shoulder, causing droplets of blood to ooze forth. The scent of blood ignited a primal ferocity within the monsters, their eyes growing increasingly frenzied as their movements became erratic. Suddenly, a torrent of intense psychic energy surged into her mind, and Fu Lian found herself plummeting into an abyss of darkness. Deep within the chasm, pairs of eerie, blood-red eyes fixated on her with an unwavering intensity. In Fu Lian's mind, This voice momentarily filled every corner, overwhelming her thoughts. She clutched her head in anguish, her heart in turmoil, shouting in desperation, "Go away! Just leave me be!" Fu Lian roared, and as her frantic emotions teetered on the brink of collapse, a gentle yet potent psychic force surged forth from her being, liberating her from the shackles of her corporeal form, allowing her to float in the air. Strangely, the monstrous entities gnawing at her flesh and blood came to an abrupt halt, seemingly unaware of their stillness. Through the permeation of her psychic energy, Fu Lian beheld them in an alternate form, transparent, cloaked in an inky green hue reminiscent of decay, embodying the essence of the undead, filthy and repugnant. So filthy, Fu Lian instinctively thought, her brow furrowing in dismay. Accompanying this thought was a momentary distortion of the ethereal forms before her, as in the blink of an eye. All the transparent apparitions were crushed into oblivion, silently dissolving into fragments of starlight that scattered through the air. The starlight enveloped her, bursting forth like fireworks in the night sky, a breathtaking spectacle that inspired exhilaration. A dozen or so monsters stood intact in their physical forms, yet their ethereal essence disintegrated entirely within a second. They widened their eyes in disbelief, perhaps never comprehending how they had been silently vanquished. Fu Lian remained ethereal in the air, her gaze shifting until it settled upon the solitary crimson spirit, adorned with a vast expanse of green. The red was striking, yet marred, clean it thoroughly. Fu Lian pondered and rushed over. The moment she returned to her body, it felt as if she had plunged into a black hole, sinking into a deep slumber. Chapter 29. A dream. Lian Lian, little pig, it's time to wake up. A familiar voice, crisp and irritable, echoed in her ears, now close, now distant. Who could it be? It was Ami. Ami was calling her. Fu Lian abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up suddenly and startling Ami beside her. "Goodness, you scare me half to death. You just popped up like a ghost," Ami exclaimed, placing a hand on her chest, then playfully pinching the soft flesh of Fu Lian's arm with a mix of affection and annoyance. "You little pig, look how long you've been sleeping. Wake up. Don't forget about Brother Zhang's wedding. You are the maid of honor for Sister Yuer." Fu Lian was filled with confusion as she glanced down to find herself adorned in a flowing red gown. Her bewilderment deepened. Had she not been reborn? She vividly recalled encountering an explosion, an array of monstrous beings, and ultimately losing consciousness. How, then, did she find herself here? Fu Lian furrowed her brows, her hand instinctively moving to her neck, where a bruise from Lu Qing's grasp still lingered. Amy, noticing her dazed expression, chuckled. "Look at our little piglet. She's completely lost in slumber. Come on, wake up." Seeing her touch her neck, Amy kindly retrieved a butterfly necklace from the table and handed it to her. Here, here. I knew you were looking for this." "Wait. This is the small room where she once stayed, the sanctuary created by her comrades in life and death." Hope ignited in Fu Lian's eyes. She didn't perish? They're still here. She suddenly leaped into Amy's embrace, causing Amy to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Both of them fell awkwardly from the bed. Amy, momentarily stunned, erupted in anger and attempted to swat Fu Lian away. Fu Lian laughed until tears streamed down her face, pleading for mercy. After a brief bout of playful chaos, Amy pulled her to her feet and pushed her outside. Fu Lian suddenly recalled that today is Brother Zhang's wedding. This is the first wedding held since they established their small base. A sweet sensation coursed through Fu Lian's heart as she thought of Brother Zhang and Sister Yuer, who would finally become a couple starting today. How could one not feel elated at such a momentous occasion in life? She gently touched the butterfly necklace around her neck and made her way to the hall. The hall, once a place for discussions and meals, was now bustling with people. Upon seeing Fu Lian approach, everyone greeted her warmly. Xiaoyu raised his hand, ready to tease her. "You always arrive late. Ami has been calling for you for ages." Fu Lian playfully stuck out her tongue at him, nimbly evading his large hand, and in the blink of an eye, she slipped away like a little fish, darting to the innermost part and standing beside Sister Yu. Upon seeing her approach, Sister Yu eagerly waved her hand, prompting Fu Lian to hurry over. At that moment, as they were about to distribute the celebratory candies. Sister Yu received a bag from the host and promptly filled Fu Lian's palm with a generous handful. Fu Lian was taken aback, wondering what was happening. Sister Yu smiled gently. Lian, after the apocalypse, we have all endured life and death together, facing numerous hardships and injustices. Now, we have finally found stability here, creating a home that belongs to us. However, I know you have always wished for me not to be with Brother Zhang. At this point, Fu Lian's eyes reddened as she softly murmured, I never try to stop you. Sister Yu patted her head, her eyes filled with concern. Lian, among us, your life has been the most tragic. I know you have endured much suffering, which is why I cherish our sisterly bond. I cannot bear to part with you, but we each have our own paths to happiness, and I cannot accompany you for a lifetime. Lian, I sincerely hope that in the future, you can find someone who loves, protects, and cherishes you, just as Zhang does for me. I wish for your happiness in the days to come. So please, indulge a little in this candy. Each word resonated softly in Fu Lian's heart, still gentle, yet seemingly from another world. How long has Fu Lian not heard the voices of those she cherishes? She couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart, yet she refused to let tears fall. With a stubborn swipe of her hand, she pushed through the crowd and ran outside. Everyone there was dear to her. Sister Yu was her most beloved and respected person. She feared that Brother Zhang might treat her poorly, but since this was her choice, Fu Lian would not interfere. She perched herself on a distant, verdant hill, gazing down at the little base below, idly nibbling on a blade of grass. Everyone deserves happiness. Suddenly, her expression hardened, and she sprang to her feet, racing towards the hall. Inside the hall, a scene of crimson unfolded before her eyes. That man sat arrogantly upon the grand chair, his gaze dark and haunting, while the corpses crawled at his feet. In the center of the hall, a blood-stained wedding gown lay stark against the floor, and there, a pair of severed heads rolled. Sister Yu and Brother Zhang were dead. All the guests attending the wedding were dead. The man exuded an air of disdain and impatience, his eyes filled with chilling malice, as he lifted his gaze to meet Fu Lian's terrified, tear-filled eyes. How strikingly handsome he was, yet so cold-hearted, cruel, and bloodthirsty. It was Lu Zhan. He had killed them all. The scene before her blurred, and Fu Lian abruptly opened her eyes. The clothing beneath her was completely soaked. She blinked in confusion, realizing it was merely a dream, a terrifying dream. She moved her head slightly, discovering she was nestled in a tree hollow, with Lu Zhan sleeping beside her. The air was infused with a faint scent of leaves from the hollow, yet it could not mask the pain within Fu Lian's heart. The darkness before her was tinged with a subtle sorrow, thick as ink, pressing down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. The dreadful news began with that wedding. Everything had been shattered by Lu Zhan. It was a dream, yet how much of it felt like her own lived experience. She couldn't help but think of Lu Qing. Lu Qing and Fang Mingsheng had once been a deeply loving couple. How had they come to such a bitter end? Or perhaps, the love of a cold-blooded and brutal person is inherently untrustworthy. Fu Lian instinctively turned her gaze towards Lu Zhan. The demon she believed still possessed a flicker of warmth. The trust between individuals is indeed a fragile construct, easily shattered. Lu Zhan's current kindness towards her is tainted. It is interwoven with the essence of his sister. It even seems to fluctuate with his mood. In light of this, what does Fu Lian truly signify? When his blade is directed at her loved ones, her family, her friends, those she holds dear, where will she find refuge? Perhaps, like Lu Qing, she too would come to despise him. His tenderness is laced with impurities, a mixture of charity, reliance, and nostalgia, while his ruthlessness, mercilessness, and volatility lay bare before her, stark and unembellished. She must not waver in her resolve. She must be steadfast in her intent to eliminate him. Clenching her fists, Fu Lian gritted her teeth. In the enveloping darkness, she raised her head to behold a pair of ghostly, deep-set eyes gradually opening, their emerald glimmer reminiscent of mysterious wildfires in the dead of night. Awake? His voice emerged, hoarse and weary. Fu Lian bit her lip, remaining silent. Have you been crying? Lu Zhan raised his head in nightmare. He was indeed perceptive. Fu Lian concealed the hatred in her heart and nodded, afraid that gazing into his luminous eyes would provoke her underlying murderous intent. So she hastily closed her eyes and turned away. "Brother Lu Zhan, I'm feeling tired." The air fell into a tranquil silence, with only the faint sound of their breathing discernible. She was acutely aware of his extraordinary abilities, which had always been unparalleled. As long as he remained conscious, it would be exceedingly difficult to take action against him, for the moment she moved, his mental prowess would detect her. How could she possibly kill him? Fu Lian bit her lip, feeling the path ahead fraught with obstacles. The recollection of her sudden surge of power tightened her chest. At that moment, her mind had been clouded, and even now, she could not comprehend how she had vanquished that horde of grotesque creatures. However, if she could master her abilities, perhaps she could attempt to confront Lu Zhan. Resolute in her determination, Fu Lian settled a burden in her heart, exhaling deeply, yet sleep eluded her. She remained awake throughout the night until dawn broke. The following day, the two emerged from their makeshift shelter and continued onward. With no vehicle and surrounded by dense wilderness, they were left to rely solely on their own legs for transport. They had no food either. Lu Zhan possessed remarkable healing capabilities. His injuries had mostly healed, and he had somehow procured a handful of wild fruits. Fu Lian took a bite, only to find the taste a bitter and spicy concoction, far beyond what a human could endure. She grimaced, her stomach growling from 2 days of fasting. Reluctantly, she succumbed to her hunger, grimacing as she chewed and swallowed. Lu Zhan watched her with an expression of indifference while consuming the fruit. After managing a meager breakfast, they pressed on. At the research facility, a helicopter hovered above, carrying 3 or 4 individuals. One of them, his face obscured by binoculars, was constantly scanning the surroundings. His visage remained hidden, revealing only a wiry mustache framing his mouth. "The self-destructed here," he declared, raising a small communicator. After speaking, he instructed others to retrieve nearby microcameras, extracting chips to transmit the footage to the man on the other end. The video displayed a scene of chaos, culminating in a staggering explosion and 2 figures escaping. Among them was not Fong Mingxiang. He held his breath, his hand that held the cigarette trembling slightly. He had arrived too late. His brother, Fong Mingxiang, was dead. "Duye," the mustached man, sensing Fong Mingda's anxious breaths, ventured cautiously. "These 2 killed Fong Mingxiang. They are severely injured and cannot escape far. I have located their approximate position." He took a breath before asking, "Should we eliminate them?" On the other end, silence reigned. Fong Mingda's voice eventually broke through, casual yet detached. "Then let them be discovered." The mustached man hesitated. The man on the other end was formidable, and getting too close could be perilous. "Then let them discover." Fong Mingda's tone remained indifferent, as if the chilling sharpness and brutality within him were veiled. The mustached man acquiesced, promptly instructing the pilot to head toward Lu Zhan's direction. 100 meters away, Lu Zhan had halted, turning to face the helicopter approaching slowly. Fong Mingda studied the incoming footage, his pupils narrowing. "Is it him?" A smile crept across his face as he added, "Get closer." At that moment, Fu Lian turned her head, her pale and delicate visage exposed to the lens. It was she. Fong Mingda's thoughts shifted. He instructed calmly, "Do not act recklessly. Hu Lai. Take them to the nearest base." "Understood." The mustached man responded, and the helicopter slowed its descent, landing gently in a clearing. It was only when the 3 figures disembarked that Fu Lian discerned their attire. Clad in dark green military uniforms, they stood straight as arrows, exuding a posture as resilient as pine and bamboo. They were unmistakably national operatives. "What brings you here?" Hu Lai, the lead operative, inquired with a stern expression. "What you seek," Lu Zhan replied, his brows slightly raised, hands tucked casually in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance and arrogance as his gaze fixated intently on their helicopter. "Take us to the nearest base." His tone and demeanor suggested that he was the superior among these soldiers. Indeed, it was an impressive display of authority. Fu Lian stared in astonishment and raised his thumb in approval. "Then we can only seize it." Lu Zhan smirked, drawing his tang knife as he charged towards the group. Fu Lian was momentarily stunned. I believe we can engage in a meaningful conversation. Fu Lian was taken aback, swiftly flipping her hand and turning sideways, narrowly evading his assault. In an instant, she drew her butterfly knife and charged towards him. He seemed to summon the wind beneath his feet, deftly evading her every move. This was a person with extraordinary abilities. As soon as he made his move, Fu Lian immediately realized his true identity. Surrendering was no longer an option. Fu Lian spoke directly, "I surrender. Please stop." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Lu Zhan cast a sidelong glance, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, clearly amused. "Fu Lian, you're making me lose face." "What use is face?" Fu Lian rummaged through her pocket and produced the blueprints she had taken from the safe. "I have this. Please, I beg you, kind sirs, take us to the nearest base." Fu Lian performed a respectful bow, proclaiming that as soldiers, they must serve the people. "Correct? I am a law-abiding citizen." The short and slender fellow appeared momentarily stunned. During their initial encounter, her strength was not to be underestimated. Why such a sudden defection? Was there a hidden agenda? He instinctively glanced at Fu Lian, only to find him equally bewildered, staring back. The group of military personnel had yet to move when Lu Zhan took the lead, striding over to snatch the blueprint from Fu Lian's grasp. He unfolded it, his eyes glinting with excitement. Casually, he thrust a USB drive into Fu Lian's hand, crumpled the paper, and stuffed it into his pocket, then continued to beckon Fu Lian. "What?" Fu Lian clenched her fist, cradling the small USB drive within her palm. "What? I do not comprehend." Fu Lian scratched her head as the short fellow approached her, gesturing with his lips, indicating it was time to board the aircraft. Subsequently, Fu Lian followed him onto the plane. The seats were upholstered in leather, exuding both softness and comfort. Fu Lian gently touched and called out, "Brother Lu Zhan, stop fighting and surrender." Just as she spoke, she witnessed Lu Zhan kick away the approaching slender figure and swiftly stride to the cockpit. He promptly flung open the door, ejected the pilot, and after a few adjustments, the helicopter emitted a couple of beeps, whirring its rotor blades before ascending gracefully into the sky. Fu Lian blinked her eyes and sighed, "Brother Lu Zhan, do you still know how to pilot a helicopter?" For the first time, Lu Zhan cast a fleeting glance at her. Fu Lian, trembling with trepidation, peered outside with a small, anxious face. Below, Fu Lian and others lay on the ground in a state of utter defeat, evidently having endured a severe beating. Their gazes, upon encountering Fu Lian's, were filled with a deep sense of grievance. Fu Lian, taken aback, quickly averted her eyes. Lu Zhan, amused, extended his right hand to pinch her cheek, but Fu Lian deftly evaded him. Lu Zhan's expression darkened slightly, and his voice turned cold as he questioned, "Are you choosing to associate with others in my presence?" Fu Lian forced a smile, questioning why one should resort to violence when matters could be resolved peacefully. Lu Zhan curled his lips, replying, "Fu Lian, you are mistaken." Hmm? Noticing Fu Lian's confusion, he patiently tapped the control panel and inquired, "What is this?" "The control panel? The helicopter?" Lu Zhan nodded, revealing a look that was not entirely foolish, and then he spoke with calm arrogance, "It belongs to us." Chapter 30. The crash. The helicopter glided away languidly as Lu Zhan nonchalantly examined the rough blueprint he had unfurled. The paper was coarse, marked with only a few rudimentary red dots and place names. Nevertheless, it did not hinder Lu Zhan's ability to discern the direction. His fingertip traced the map until it rested on a recent, slightly yellowed red dot. Fu Lian leaned closer, following his gaze, and slowly read aloud the name inscribed, Pingchuan City. Lu Zhan folded the blueprint and adjusted the helicopter's heading towards Pingchuan City. The helicopter soared swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the two departed from the towering, lush Qinyun mountain, venturing into the unknown. Fu Lian had not slept a wink through the night and was now utterly fatigued. Observing his steady driving, she gradually relaxed her worries and, within mere moments, succumbed to slumber. When she next stirred, it was the biting cold wind that roused her. The sharp, blade-like gusts cut through her, making it nearly impossible to remain asleep. The lingering drowsiness only heightened her irritability, and as she opened her eyes, she discovered herself nestled in Lu Zhan's embrace. That, however, was not the crux of the matter. The real concern was that they were plummeting from a great height. Had Lu Zhan, during her brief slumber, inadvertently flown the helicopter into a storm? How on earth had they ended up jumping out of the aircraft? Fu Lian was startled, her delicate face turning pale, unable to suppress a scream. Little did she know, upon seeing her awaken, Lu Zhan immediately released the embrace he had around her. The sensation of weightlessness struck Fu Lian's anxious mind, and in a desperate plea for survival, she clutched his hand tightly. "Brother Lu Zhan, please don't abandon me," she sobbed, filled with dread. Although she was uncertain why Lu Zhan had jumped from the plane, she reasoned that if he dared to leap, he must possess the ability to land safely. She had nothing but the hope of clinging to him for dear life. Her terrified and fearful murmurs drew Lu Zhan's attention away from the situation below. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet hers, only to be momentarily taken aback by the trust evident in her eyes. In a soft voice, he glanced behind her and noticed the parachute. "Oh," Fu Lian thought, relief washing over her. She attempted to free herself from Lu Zhan's firm grasp, but his hold was too tight to escape. As they descended to within 100 meters of the ground, the parachute deployed. The two of them swayed precariously as they fell. It was thrilling and exhilarating. She yearned for another go. Squinting, she directed her gaze downward and spotted several figures below. Each was looking up, some raising their hands, seemingly unaware of their intentions. As the parachute lowered further, Fu Lian finally discerned their actions. They were all drawing bows, aiming directly at her and Lu Zhan. Fu Lianwei was taken aback as one of the archers squinted, drawing back his bow with taut muscles. In a moment of relaxation, the silvery arrow was aimed at Lu Zhan's body and shot forth with remarkable speed, yet Lu Zhan effortlessly evaded it. The archer swiftly knocked another arrow, piercing through Lu Zhan's parachute, and in a remarkable display of skill, also ruptured Fu Lian's parachute with a single shot. Fu Lian's body tilted slightly, and she found herself uncontrollably descending. Just then, a firm grip enveloped her palm. She looked up to see the man beside her, already pulling her into his embrace. Fu Lian lunged forward, her small hand pressing against his chest. She gazed up at him with perplexed eyes, questioning why they sought to take their lives. Lu Zhan lowered his head, the delicate visage of the woman in his embrace mere inches away. He turned slightly away, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I do not know. Do not know? How audacious of you, Lu. Go." Her voice rose to a deafening pitch, straining to be heard by both women. Fu Lian lowered her head, and there stood the man who had shot arrows at them. There were 5 of them in total, all bare-chested, adorned only with fur skirts, exuding an aura of primal savagery. Their exposed upper bodies bore winding, grotesque green patterns reminiscent of zombies. They were half-orcs, in a world that delineates between uninfected humans, the infected undead, and those endowed with extraordinary abilities due to the infection. There exists a peculiar category that straddles the line between the 3 half-orcs. They are indeed infected, but have not succumbed entirely to zombification. Their rationality remains intact, albeit at the mercy of fate concerning any latent powers. Generally, most half-orcs exhibit merely enhanced physical capabilities, lacking any supernatural abilities. Furthermore, the zombie virus within them is highly unstable, rendering them prone to volatile tempers and impulsive aggression, with the constant threat of devolving into full-blown zombies. They are an unpredictable element, often scorned by society. Initially, half-orcs emerged naturally. However, 3 years ago, when a notion arose that extraordinary abilities could be triggered by the zombie virus, many ordinary individuals, overwhelmed by the pressures of existence, resorted to desperate measures. They sought to gain powers by consuming zombie cores, igniting a reckless frenzy around these cores, which led to dire consequences. The widespread destruction of radio signals and satellite disruptions made information transmission cumbersome, creating an information gap that prompted many to mimic this reckless behavior, resulting in a surge of half-orcs. Driven away by humanity, half-orcs predominantly inhabit dense forests, their lifestyles increasingly reverting to primitive ways. "A pack of beasts dares to provoke me?" Lu Zhan sneered, rolling along the ground with Fu Lian clutched close, before rising gracefully to one knee and lazily lifting his gaze toward the opposing half-orcs. He indeed looked handsome. However, Fu Lian felt an overwhelming urge to retch from the dizzying sight. Suppressing her nausea, she turned her attention to the half-orcs. The term beast successfully incited their wrath. Their eyes bulged, and they roared in fury, one female among them turning pale and sprouting fangs, signaling her imminent transformation into a full zombie. The expression of deep-seated hatred on Lu Zhan's face seemed to perplex him slightly. He furrowed his brow, pondering the source of this animosity, but could not recall. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from declining the confrontation. Armed with only a Tang Dao, while his opponent wielded a bow and arrows, it was clear that he was at a disadvantage in close combat. Yet, he remained unfazed. "Is it my blade that is swift, or your arrows?" Lu Zhan mused, eager to test his mettle. He calmly drew his Tang Dao, simultaneously instructing Fu Lian to take cover. Fu Lian's had no desire to involve herself in their conflict, so she hastily retreated to a nearby stone. Just as she settled upon it, her gaze fell upon the bow held by the archer. After a moment's contemplation, she took a few steps back and crouched down behind the stone, fearing the indiscriminate nature of arrows. Before she could fully process her thoughts, a silver arrow struck with force, embedding itself 5 centimeters deep into the stone where she had sought refuge. The stone cracked weakly with a resounding snap, shattering into pieces. Fu Lian was taken aback, witnessing yet another arrow soaring towards her. She hastily evaded the attack and concealed herself behind a tree. Looking up, she saw Lu Zhan being besieged by 4 individuals. Wait, there was one more person missing. That woman. With a sudden clang of the alarm, Fu Lian swiftly drew her butterfly knife and aimed for the woman's chest. Despite being struck, the woman remained motionless, not a drop of blood oozing from her body. Fu Lian, sensing an ominous turn of events, shouted in alarm and redirected her blade towards the woman's head. In that critical moment, the woman abruptly lifted her gaze. Her grotesque, blood-drenched face contorted in a grimace as she opened her mouth, lunging towards Fu Lian's delicate hand with a ravenous bite. Fu Lian trembled, exclaiming in fear, for she had indeed transformed into a zombie. Fu Lian swiftly lifted her foot, kicking the woman aside, and retreated hastily, her back pressing against the sturdy trunk of a great tree. The woman roared in fury, glaring at Fu Lian, and charged forward once more. This zombie, transformed from a half-beast creature, had inherited the formidable physique of its half-beast ancestry, rendering it a formidable adversary. Fu Lian pressed her hand against her chest, gritting her teeth, her gaze towards a female zombie hardening once more. The low, husky voice of Lu Zhan reverberated through her spine and reached her ears. "Gentlemen, it is one thing to gang up on a solitary individual, but to ambush a woman, what sort of cowardice is that?" The arrow was brazenly aimed at her, a clear threat. Meanwhile, the female zombie behind had obediently bowed her head, crawling at Lu Zhan's feet. They ambushed. Despicable. Shameless. The archer's cold eyes fixated on Fu Lian, a menacing intent lurking within that made her exceedingly uncomfortable. The archer smirked, revealing a set of jagged yellow teeth. "Do you not remember me when I call you Brother Lu?" Lu Zhan knitted his brows. Indeed, with the countless lives he had taken, how could he possibly recall the elder brother who once treated him with such kinship? The archer continued to mock, raising the arrow once more. "What if I harm your woman? I see you as equally vile. What skill lies in bullying a woman?" Fu Lian, filled with anger, recalled her defense. "I'm not his woman." She turned her head, only to find Lu Zhan's expression had also grown cold, evidently reminded of whom the archer had spoken of him. Lu Zhan scoffed, his words devoid of any remorse, even laced with mockery and indifference. "He is not worth mourning." After uttering these words, he once again raised his Tang knife, and in an instant it flashed behind the archer, a glimmer of cold light passing by. The archer's eyes widened in shock as his head fell to the ground. Such swiftness in the strike. Fu Lian was once again awestruck by Lu Zhan's formidable prowess. In a mere 4 seconds, one half-orc after another fell to the ground. Just moments ago, he had been besieged by 4 adversaries. What had caused this shift? Fu Lian gazed up in astonishment, noticing the exceptionally cold and handsome expression on Lu Zhan's face. She suddenly realized that perhaps Lu Zhan harbored no intent to kill from the outset. However, upon grasping the intentions and objectives of the others, he ceased to show any mercy. If Lu Zhan desired it, eliminating anyone would merely take a few breaths. Fu Lian took a deep breath. Before her, Lu Zhan suddenly froze, slowly turning his head to gaze at her. Are you afraid? Is it terrifying? You also perceive me as a demon, do you not? Quite fearsome. Indeed, I kill without a flicker of an eye. Lu Zhan was acutely aware that his hands were stained with blood. Fu Lian swallowed hard, filled with trepidation. The sight was enough to make anyone faint. That person's head lay on the ground, eyes wide open, fixed upon her with an unblinking stare. Tonight, she would surely be haunted by nightmares. Yet, Fu Lian dared not voice her fears. Lu Zhan's gaze was far too intimidating. Should she speak out, who could say how Lu Dage might react, potentially leading to her own demise? Fu Lian blinked and hurriedly ran over, clutching the hem of his garment, exuding an air of complete dependence. Brother Lu Zhan, she murmured, burying her face in his chest, inhaling the faint metallic scent of blood emanating from him. Resisting the urge to retch, she whispered, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, Lian would have perished. These individuals are wicked. Their demise is of little consequence." As Fu Lian spoke, she kicked aside the head of the person who had been staring at her intently. Lu Zhan chuckled. Is that so? He said nothing further, merely taking Fu Lian's soft hands away and urging her to proceed. Fu Lian nodded and quickly matched his pace. After walking just a few steps, they discovered that the female zombie was trailing closely behind them. Fu Lian stole a glance and noticed that as she swayed, a particularly exquisite red lantern pendant revealed itself from her neck. It seemed rather peculiar for a half-orc dwelling in the depths of the mountains and forests, where even the basic necessities of food and water posed a challenge, to possess such a decorative trinket. Fu Lian grasped Lu Zhan, urging him to pull down the pendant for her to examine. Assuming her interest was genuine, he offered it to her without further ado. After a brief interval of walking, they were greeted by a series of intermittent, muted, and dissonant flute notes. There were indeed traces of humanity in this desolate land. Following the sound, they spotted a young boy perched high in a large tree. Clad in a pristine shirt, his silver hair shimmered under the sparse light. He cast a fleeting glance at Fu Lian, his eyes momentarily reflecting astonishment, before swiftly rising to his feet and leaping several times in the tree, ultimately vanishing from their sight. Lu Zhan, eager to pursue, contemplated Fu Lian's abilities and resolved to take her along in the chase. Fu Lian, unwilling to endure any further turbulence from him, declined his attempt to seize her. Lu Zhan's gaze flickered momentarily. He did not press the matter, but allowed the female zombie to remain while he pursued ahead. Fu Lian simply wished to avoid being caught in a rush. Yet who could have anticipated that Lu Zhan would unceremoniously abandon her here? She felt a twinge of unease, wrapping her slender arms around herself in a display of uncertainty. "What is your name?" Fu Lian inquired with a gentle smile, attempting to engage the little boy in conversation. The boy furrowed his brow, his gaze fixating on the female zombie standing beside Fu Lian. Fu Lian took a few steps back, distancing herself from the female zombie. "My name is shrouded." The young boy perched on a branch, clutching a bamboo flute tightly in his hand. "Shrouded? What a lovely name," Fu Lian remarked as she leaned against another tree, maintaining a safe distance between them. A child surviving amidst the deep mountains certainly did not appear to be an ordinary individual. She remained composed, continuing to engage him in conversation. "Shrouded, why are you alone in this remote wilderness?" Shrouded pressed his lips together, his beautiful glass-like eyes curiously fixed on Fu Lian. His voice was soft and tender. "My brother brought me here. He said I am close to death and wants me to die cleanly." "Death?" Fu Lian frowned, scrutinizing the young boy before her. Shrouded appeared quite healthy. Aside from his striking silver hair, Fu Lian noticed his skin was remarkably pale, with even his eyelashes being white. His features were not unattractive, yet this peculiar condition imparted an otherworldly charm to his delicate face. Shrouded shook his head and suddenly pulled open his shirt, revealing his stark white chest, where deep emerald green lines of decay marred his skin. Shrouded was a half-beast, Fu Lian was taken aback as she gazed into the innocent and pure eyes of Xiao Di, feeling an involuntary pang of sympathy. Xiao Di, it's all right. This is nothing to be overly concerned about. Xiao Di shook his head, his gaze vacant and distant. Pouting slightly, he softly inquired, Sister, what does it feel like to die? Will I become like that, sister? It's too ugly. I don't like it. Fu Lian bit her lip. What could Xiao Di be thinking? You are still so young, with a bright future ahead. You will not perish. Xiao Di lowered her head and softly replied, Sister, I will. They have all died, turning into grotesque forms, consumed by the urge to bite. I do not wish to become like that, nor do I want to harm others. My brother said that kind-hearted people ascend to heaven after they die. Mother is already waiting for me there. I miss her and long to be reunited. Such a small child, merely 4 or 5 years old, yet life has seemingly stripped away her future. Fu Lian let out a gentle sigh, her eyes feeling dry and painful. Before she could speak, Xiao Di looked up at her with tear-filled eyes and quietly asked, Sister, may I give you a hug? Fu Lian initially felt a twinge of hesitation and wariness. However, when the round and cherubic face drew closer, the unguarded demeanor evoked a profound response within him. Upon encountering the child's injured, tear-filled eyes, Fu Lian's heart melted. Her inherent tenderness towards children dispelled any lingering caution. Overcome by a mix of compassion and affection, she reached out and embraced the little Di, whose soft form nestled gently against her. Fu Lian couldn't help but pinch the delicate, fair face of Xiao Di. Xiao Di, you are so adorable, she exclaimed. Xiao Di lifted her small face, nuzzling against Fu Lian's cheek, her soft voice surprisingly uttering words of disbelief. I'm sorry. A hint of guilt flickered in her eyes as her hand swiftly struck Fu Lian's neck. Fu Lian was knocked unconscious. Xiao Di's face immediately broke into a triumphant grin. He stuck out his tongue at the nearby clawing female zombie and swiftly hoisted the half-human height Fu Lian onto his shoulder, darting away with great speed. The diminutive figure twisted and quickly vanished into the thicket. Chapter 31. Zhu Shu, the feathered ducks within the enclosure beside the bamboo grove, were startled by his sudden antics, flapping their wings in a chaotic frenzy and quacking loudly. The once silent bamboo building erupted into commotion, as if a stagnant pool had suddenly been invigorated by a fresh spring. On the second floor, Zhu Shu, who was mending shirt, did not lift his head but replied dismissively, What peculiar thing? Bring it here for me to see. Xiao Di grinned widely, cheerfully carrying Fu Lian up to the second floor and placing him before Zhu Shu. As Zhu Shu spoke, expressing his frustration over the thread that refused to thread through, his irritation escalated, and his tone grew increasingly harsh. Xiao Di's voice resonated like thunder, startling countless ducks. Zhu Shu let out a sharp exclamation as his embroidery needle jabbed into his fingernail, causing him to gasp in pain. Just as he was about to raise his head in anger, he caught sight of Fu Lian before him, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stammered, Who is this? Xiao Di crouched down, cupping Fu Lian's face in his hands, gazing at him with immense pride. Isn't he good-looking? Isn't he beautiful? Fu Lian's delicately beautiful face was directly facing him, adorned with a large red flower that Xiao Di had specifically pinned in her hair. The vibrant bloom lost its luster in her presence, only serving to accentuate Fu Lian's ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a water lily, charming and enchanting. Zhu Shu's face flushed instantly, exclaiming, What do you know, you little brat? Xiao Di chuckled, rubbing his hands together. I may not understand, but you, brother, surely do. Frustrated, Zhu Shu tossed aside his needlework and playfully tapped Xiao Di's head, questioning, Where did this woman come from? Xiao Di had intended to surprise his brother, but instead received a playful reprimand, pouting and turning his head away in displeasure. Zhu Shu lowered his gaze, observing Fu Lian, who was currently asleep on the ground. In a flurry, he reached out, but upon touching her skin, he hesitated, his fingertips slowly reddening. Before he could muster the courage to proceed, a scornful laugh echoed beside him. A chill ran through Zhu Shu, and he instinctively quelled his breath, looking up with a low voice, Who is it? Lu Zhan leapt down from the bamboo hut's roof, casting a fleeting glance at the two before his gaze settled intently on the slumbering woman. His eyes, dark and profound, concealed an inscrutable complexity, their sharpness dulled. His imposing figure loomed like a beast, blocking all warmth and brightness merely by standing at the entrance. The gentle breeze brushed past, yet could not stir his cold, rigid form, his clothes clinging to him like ice, utterly motionless. His presence seemed to bring with it an eerie stillness, akin to death itself. Zhu Jishu shivered at the sight of him, fear creeping into his mind, causing his fingers to tremble. Outside, the sun shone brightly, heralding spring, yet within the dwelling, a chilling gloom prevailed, penetrating to the bone. Winter arrived unexpectedly. Lu Zhan remained silent, his handsome face etched with coldness. When his gaze met Shrouded's, he paused momentarily, noticing the innocence in the child's eyes. However, Shrouded, intimidated by the hostility emanating from Lu Zhan, quickly scrunched up his nose and hid behind his brother. Lu Zhan smiled lightly, choosing not to engage with the child. He approached, bending down gently to lift the woman from the ground, intending to borrow the vehicle. Behind the bamboo house stood a black SUV, neglected for 3 years since its last use. With that, he strode out confidently, displaying no regard for the presence of others. Zhu Jishu and Xiao Di remained silent, allowing him to assert his dominance, as though he were in a realm devoid of witnesses. Upon reaching the doorway, Lu Zhan abruptly halted, glancing sideways at Xiao Di. That gaze was chilling and menacing, sending a shiver down the spines of the two behind him. Go, you should leave. Zhu Jishu's face turned pale, fearing for Xiao Di's safety, and he blurted out the words in a frantic rush, stumbling over his sentences. Xiao Di whimpered, watching as Lu Zhan exited the bamboo hut, opening the SUV door and even taking 2 of the ducks he had been raising, driving away with the woman. It was only when she vanished from sight that Zhu Jishu finally relaxed his grip. Xiao Di's cheeks flushed with disappointment at his brother's cowardice. Brother, Zhu Jishu, indignant, retorted. Do you know who he is? He is the notorious Lu Zhan. How dare you steal his woman? Unable to contain his feelings any longer, he began to cry. Lu Zhan paid no heed to the latter words, his foot pressing down absently on the accelerator, his expression vacant and indifferent. The name of Lu Zhan indeed carried weight. He needed no further action to instill fear and compel others to yield their resources. A smile crept onto his lips as he thought, his gaze drifting down to the woman lying beside him. Fu Lian, what are your thoughts? Is your affection genuine? The vehicle had not traveled far when Lu Zhan sensed something amiss. An unsettling silence enveloped them. This was the heart of the deep mountains, the territory of half-beasts. Despite having just slaughtered 4 half-beasts, no one had dared to confront him. Though he was well known, he could not believe that fear could drive others to such extremes. His enemies were not limited to him alone. In unusual circumstances, there lies a hidden danger. Upon passing through a thicket of trees, Lu Zhan abruptly halted, opened the car door and stepped out. The branches beneath his feet whispered softly as he treaded lightly. A warm breeze stirred within the stillness of the forest. But it was an odd wind, and as Lu Zhan turned to evade it, the fragrant air continued to drift towards him, stirring the stagnant waters of his heart and dimming the brightness of his gaze. Momentarily lost in thought, he shook himself back to focus, diligently scanning his surroundings. The trees remained unchanged, yet his vigilance heightened. Turning swiftly to glance at the off-road vehicle, he noticed that Fu Lian, who had been resting in the passenger seat, had vanished, leaving behind only a solitary Lin Xiu flower, crimson and vivid, resembling fresh blood, its color rich and deep, as if splattered across the seat. Lu Zhan had been deceived. The hidden foe's target was Fu Lian. He quickly re-entered the vehicle and reversed direction towards the bamboo grove. The wind howled fiercely. Zhu Jishu, holding Fu Lian close, felt utterly helpless. Lin Zian, you have led me into this predicament. If Lu Zhan pursues me, you must shield me. Zhu Jishu, are you still a man? Lin Zian shot him a glare. Why the sudden change of heart to assist me? Hey, Sister Lin, don't ask him, ask me. Piped up the small figure of Xiao Di, gripping his bamboo, flute tightly, his smile stretching wide. Before Lin Zian could respond, Xiao Di could no longer contain his excitement. This is a passionate act for a lady. Huh? Lin Zian was momentarily stunned, exclaiming without thought, I thought Zhu Jishu would never grow up. Not even close. Xiao Di shouted. Zhu Jishu's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he gritted his teeth. Lin Zian, this is the person you want saving. Don't drag me into this. Thanks, brother. Just hand her over. Lin Zian teased, raising an eyebrow at Zhu Jishu's bashful countenance, reaching for Fu Lian in his arms. Get away. Zhu Jishu understood her provocation, veins throbbing at his temples, swiftly evading her grasp. You drive properly. With her eyelids lowered, she glanced at Fu Lian nestled in his embrace, a smirk playing on her lips as she thought how poor Zhu Jishu's taste was. Fancying such a delicate flower? What use is she if she cannot bear burdens? Her thoughts were interrupted by Xiaodi's outburst, calling her a jinx. Lin Zian's heart raced as she looked up, noticing an off-road vehicle had appeared before them. In the driver's seat sat a man, cold and imposing like a specter. Startled, she slammed the brakes, nearly toppling the three-wheeled vehicle with her abrupt command. Lu Zhan smirked, raising his chin and leisurely adjusting his collar before stepping out of the car, his tall figure casting a formidable shadow. Lin Zian felt overwhelmed by his powerful aura and could not help but ask Zhu Jishu beside her, Who is that? He asked, freezing. Don't you know? That's Lu Zhan. Zhu Jishu explained, a sense of dread creeping in. Lu Zhan? He rather handsome, Lin Zian observed, oblivious to any underlying tension, and noted Zhu Jishu's forlorn expression. Don't worry, he is not as handsome as you. Is that the point? Zhu Jishu thought, wanting to curse. Meanwhile, Fu Lian, who had been feigning unconsciousness in Zhu Jishu's arms, seized a moment to open her eyes. She swiftly knocked Lin Zian's head aside and struck at Zhu Jishu's vulnerable spot before attempting to leap from the vehicle towards Lu Zhan. Who are these people? Why have I been abducted? Fu Lian exclaimed in a panic. Her focus solely on Lu Zhan allowed her to catch Zhu Jishu off guard, leaving both with grim expressions. Xiao Di, hiding behind a tree, trembled as he witnessed Fu Lian, unable to suppress his pouting expression of grievance. Fu Lian, however, coldly turned away from him and rushed towards Lu Zhan, calling out, Brother Lu Zhan. Just as she took a step, a gentle breeze brushed her face, momentarily disorienting her, and she fell back into Zhu Jishu's grasp. Enduring the pain, Zhu Jishu carried her a distance away, his weak voice mingling with the wind. I leave her to you. Soon, the forest echoed with Lin Zian's curses as Lu Zhan pinned her down. After running far enough, Zhu Jishu dared to release her, only to be met with Fu Lian's furious expression, causing his ears to flush red. You're safe now. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a dagger was pressed against his neck. Stunned, he raised his hands in disbelief, struggling to speak. Be beautiful lady, let us talk this over. Who are you? Why do you kidnap me? Fu Lian demanded angrily. Where's my brother Lu Zhan? My brother Lu Zhan is missing. With her brother gone, how could she carry out her plans? It wasn't me, Zhu Jishu gulped, feeling the dagger pressed firmly against his throat. Being so close to her made him uneasy. It's Lin Zian. You must know her, Zhu Jishu said, trying to jog her memory. Fu Lian pressed the dagger once more, inquiring, Who is Lin Zian? Zhu Jishu appeared bewildered. Do you not recognize the members of the Red Lantern sect? Red Lantern sect? What is that? Fu Lian scratched her head, suddenly recalling the necklace she had taken from the female zombie. A moment of realization dawned upon her. She retrieved the necklace from around her neck. Is this what you mean? Have you remembered now? Zhu Jishu squinted, feigning submission. Fair lady, let us converse amicably. Our blades are unforgiving. What nonsense! Even in this apocalyptic world, you're still forming factions? I have never seen you prance about before. Fu Lian swiftly tore off the Red Lantern necklace, declaring, I'm not a member of the Red Lantern sect. You have mistaken me. Fu Lian paid him no heed, and Zhu Jishu, feeling hesitant, swallowed hard. I vaguely remember the way. Besides, I assure you, I am quite innocent in appearance. After all, a villain would possess a face that deceives with an air of innocence. Fu Lian remained unresponsive. However, Zhu Jishu interpreted her words as a compliment about his appearance, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment, growing increasingly crimson like a fiery sunset. Fu Lian was taken aback, Could it be that villains were so easily flustered? She rolled her eyes, cautiously retracting her dagger. Upon noticing her slight relaxation, Zhu Jishu finally felt a sense of relief. In truth, he possessed ample means to subdue Fu Lian, yet for reasons unknown, he harbored no desire to confront her. Zhu Jishu whispered, "I am Zhu Jishu. And you?" "Fu Lian," she replied, seeing that he offered no resistance. Fu Lian sheathed her knife entirely and sat upon a nearby stump, resting her chin in her hands as she stared vacantly at the river, showing no urgency to depart. Zhu Jishu, uncertain of her thoughts, chose to remain by her side, remarking, "You certainly do not appear to be a half-beast." Fu Lian turned her gaze. "Are you a half-orc?" Under Fu Lian's unwavering stare, Zhu Jishu's fair face flushed slightly, and he responded with a barely audible mm. Fu Lian recalled the conversation she had eavesdropped on while riding in the tricycle and continued her inquiry. "Do you know Lu Zhan?" "Yes," Zhu Jishu replied, lowering his head, absent-mindedly stirring a blade of grass in his hand. "How did you come to know Lu Zhan?" Zhu Jishu raised an eyebrow in surprise, but upon meeting her gaze, he averted his eyes once more. "Well, that's just how we met." Noticing Fu Lian's eagerness to listen, he felt compelled to elaborate further. "Lu Zhan was among those who ventured out from here. We were among the first to brave the unknown. The first to consume the zombie crystal cores?" Fu Lian's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that Lu Zhan is also a half-beast?" Zhu Jishu hesitated slightly. After following him for so long, have you not noticed the green markings on his chest? He posed his question with a hint of ulterior motive, seeking to discern the nature of Fu Lian's relationship with Lu Zhan. "How could I possibly know?" Fu Lian replied, perplexed. The indifference in Fu Lian's words caused Zhu Jishu to secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and his tone inadvertently became more familiar. "Then why do you follow him?" Fu Lian pressed her lips together, evading the question, and instead ventured, "In truth, when we arrived here, we encountered a few half-orcs who wielded silver arrows and harbored great animosity towards Lu Zhan. Zhang Tsong and the others?" Zhu Jishu sighed wryly. "They must be dead. Are you aware?" Zhu Jishu lowered his head. Lu Zhan would not let him escape. Fu Lian bit her lip and asked, "What about you? Do you wish to kill him as well?" The inquiry seemed natural, yet Zhu Jishu astutely sensed an unusual undertone. He lifted his gaze to meet Fu Lian's eyes, discovering within them not only curiosity and contemplation, but also something deeper lurking beneath. Thus, he countered, "What about you? Having followed him, do you also harbor intentions to end his life?" "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Fu Lian placed a hand on his shoulder, tears welling in her eyes, united in their shared plight. "What matters is not whether we have met before," Zhu Jishu replied. Their gazes locked. A profound sense of mutual understanding blossomed between them. Deep within, Zhu Jishu marveled at the young girl's commendable courage. Fu Lian remarked that this fellow appeared somewhat foolish. Perhaps he could be of use. Chapter 32. Lin Xiuhua. "I have one more question." Fu Lian rose, brushing off the dust from her attire. "What?" Zhu Jinan quickly stood up in response. "How did you manage to rescue me from his grasp?" Fu Lian fixed her gaze upon him, inquiring earnestly. Having been by Lu Zhan's side for so long, she had always believed him to be omnipotent. This was the first time she witnessed him falter. "It was because of Lin Xiuhua," Zhu Jishu replied, suddenly extending his slender finger towards Fu Lian's ear. Fu Lian sought to evade, yet his frigid fingertips had already brushed against her hair. They lingered for but a fleeting second, and as his pale fingers descended, they had plucked a resplendent scarlet flower. Fu Lian glanced over. The flowers were as red as blood, enchanting and radiant, undeniably beautiful. After merely a few glances, she was enveloped by the faint yet rich fragrance that suddenly wafted through the air, leaving her momentarily dazed. Regaining her composure, she quickly restored her clarity of mind. This level of bewilderment was nothing compared to the allure of the sky's azure hue, which puzzled Fu Lian. What was so special about these flowers? She was unaware. Zhu Jishu shook his head, remarking that many half-beasts were allergic to this bloom. He continued, stating that Lu Zhan seldom revealed his flaws, and if it were merely the Lin Xiu flower, he would not be deceived. With that, He conjured a gentle breeze with the tip of his finger, adding thus, "It would be quite challenging to steal you away." Fu Lian extended her fingertips, and the gentle breeze swirled around her graceful fingers, obediently spiraling above. Amused by the spectacle, Fu Lian couldn't resist pinching it between two fingers. Unexpectedly, the soft wind seemed to shy away, evading her touch, prompting Fu Lian to pursue it. Unbeknownst to her, she brushed against Zhu Jishu's rosy cheek. "Miss Fu, please do not toy with me," he implored softly when she fell silent. "Miss Fu, do you not possess any abilities?" Fu Lian was taken aback. She had once possessed abilities akin to Zhu Jishu's, also wind-related. She had always believed herself to be endowed with wind powers. Yet when she wielded them in the past, she felt no sensation at all. Could it be that her abilities were so feeble? How is it that I have lived 2 lifetimes, only to be deemed worthless? She lamented. Her thoughts drifted to her outburst at the research institute. What if this body's abilities were something else entirely? If that truly was a power, why was her constitution so lacking? Was it her fate to remain a mere waste in 2 lifetimes? Fu Lian harbored countless expletives within her. Her silent and despondent demeanor led Zhu Jishu to believe that she possessed no extraordinary abilities. This touched upon the sorrowful matters that others found difficult to articulate, prompting him to secretly bite his tongue. Miss Fu, devoid of any powers, still harbors intentions to eliminate Lu Zhan. What profound enmity could there possibly be between them? Contemplating this, a sense of pity arose within her. Lu Zhan rarely inflicted harm upon the innocent, and if a grudge existed, perhaps there were deeper circumstances at play. No, there are no mitigating factors. He is simply deserving of death. Fu Lian clenched her fist. Zhu Jishu cast a glance at her. Did Miss Fu intend to employ Lin Xiuhua against him? How could she possibly execute such a plan? Fu Lian turned to him, seeking guidance. Zhu Jishu, taken aback, realized that Lu Zhan had intercepted individuals from his bamboo dwelling, and his demeanor was far from that of a brotherly figure towards her. Yet, Zhu Jishu struggled to articulate this thought, absently twisting Lin Xiuhua in his fingers as he slowly spoke. Lin Xiuhua can bewilder the mind. An ordinary powerless half-beast may merely succumb to slumber, but individuals like Lu Zhan, like myself, will lose control over their abilities. Thus, at that moment, would a half-beast revert to the state of an ordinary person? Indeed, Zhu Jishu affirmed with a nod. If you so desire, it would be prudent to combine it with drunken fish grass, which would further incapacitate him, allowing you to act without concern. Fu Lian suddenly found clarity. Gratitude filled her heart as she gently patted his shoulder, thanking him. What was your name again? Boiling purple sweet potatoes, right? Zhu Jishu. The two fell into a profound silence. Fu Lian contemplated strategies to deal with Lu Zhan, while Zhu Jishu, with his head bowed, seemed lost in thought. A sudden tension gripped Zhu Jishu's heart as he realized something, prompting him to pull Fu Lian toward the direction of the bamboo cottage. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, a blood-red orb languished on the skyline, as if a pair of fervent hands struggled to keep it aloft. It exhaled crimson rays, striving to cast the last flicker of twilight upon the world. Within the bamboo cottage's garden, blood splattered wildly. Lin Zhan, bruised and battered, clutched a knife, cursing under her breath. Shrouded, doubled over in pain, could barely stand upright. A man clad in an ill-fitting shirt leaned lazily against a bamboo stalk, his forehead obscured by unruly hair, concealing a brooding intensity. His tall, elegant figure stood in stark contrast to the chaotic scene before him. When Zhu Jishu burst through the bamboo door, he was met with a seemingly harmonious yet tumultuously chaotic tableau. He exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, only to furrow his brow and clench his teeth. If I'm not mistaken, this is my home. Lin Zhan, what are you doing? Lin Zhan, with bloodied hands from digging in her ears, inadvertently smeared some on her hair, loudly lamenting, Zhu Jishu, your duck is an absolute nightmare to tend to. It's nearly impossible to kill. Everyone was bustling about, fervently preparing for dinner, with even Shrouded fanning the stove with a thin fan. Arriving late, Fu Lian felt embarrassed to simply wait. Upon hearing Lin Zhan's words, she quickly interjected, I will help. Lin Xian's spirited personality bore a resemblance to a me, which endeared her to Fu Lian. As Fu Lian took her first step, she was abruptly halted by Lu Zhan, who grasped her sleeve. Confused, she noticed Lu Zhan lift his chin slightly, his voice calm. "We are guests here." "Eh," Fu Lian exclaimed in surprise. Just as Xiao Di glanced over and grinned at her. "That's right, you are all guests. It was all a misunderstanding before. All my brother's fault for not mentioning that he and brother Lu are old acquaintances." Zhu Jishu, quickly regaining her composure, Fu Lian responded, then turned her gaze towards Lin Xian, subsequently shifting her attention back to Lu Zhan, her eyes flitting between the two. With a shrug of her hands, she remarked, "I cannot defeat him." Zhu Jishu's forehead twitched with suppressed anger. He had known all along that Lin Xian was utterly unreliable. Fu Lian glanced at Takeshi's expression, and understanding dawned upon her. She immediately bowed and sweetly attempted to smooth things over, expressing her gratitude to Mr. Takeshi for his hospitality. Now, any excuse to dismiss her had been effectively thwarted. "No, it's nothing," Takeshi instinctively replied. Fu Lian's sparkling and piercing gaze caused his cheeks to flush once more. He waved his hand dismissively, offering no further resistance. Lin Xian, noticing his unusual demeanor, could not help but glance at Fu Lian again. This fleeting glance inadvertently met the gaze of the brooding man behind her. Lu Zhan's eyes were shrouded in darkness, growing increasingly ominous upon making contact. Reminiscent of the unfathomable black corridors found in horror films, sending a chill down Lin Xian's spine. She quickly averted her gaze and obediently resumed peeling the skin of the duck. Fu Lian found herself idly accompanied by Lu Zhan as he led her to the second floor. As soon as the door closed, she was scrutinized by his piercing gaze, causing her to feel flustered. With wide eyes, she whispered, "What's wrong?" Lu Zhan, his deep eyes shimmering, took a moment before casually remarking, "Nothing." After speaking, he stifled a yawn, his eyes narrowing slightly, and reclined languidly upon the bed. The shirt he wore, evidently belonging to Zhu Jishu, clung tightly to his tall, muscular frame, becoming increasingly constrictive as he lay down. Furrowing his brow, Lu Zhan unfastened the top 3 buttons, revealing his sun-kissed chest, with his elegant collarbone subtly visible through the partially open neckline. From Fu Lian's perspective, he appeared particularly enticing. The golden rays streaming through the bamboo windows delicately outlined the flawless contours of the man, rendering his features unusually soft yet striking in the interplay of light and shadow. There he lay, in a completely unguarded posture. Lu Zhan's physique was undeniably attractive. His prominent brow exuded charisma, and his long, thick eyelashes framed his closed eyes. Beneath his well-defined, aquiline nose rested lips that were full and inviting, appearing irresistibly kissable. Fu Lian swallowed hard and then moved to a nearby chair, hesitating and stalling, unwilling to leave. "Is there something on your mind?" The man with closed eyes parted his lips slightly, and the warm breath of his words mingled with the air. Fu Lian embraced the back of the chair, resting her chin upon it, and murmured softly, "Where shall I sleep?" Lu Zhan lifted his eyelids slightly and replied, "There are plenty of rooms available." Fu Lian wore an expression of great difficulty, her voice dwindling to a whisper. "However, I wish to share a room with brother Lu Zhan." Lu Zhan shut his eyes, coldly refusing no. "Why not? We used to share a room," she protested. "If we don't share a room, how can I secretly let Lin Xiuhua in at night? Am I supposed to sneak in from afar?" Given his vigilance, the sound of the door opening would surely alert him. Lu Zhan remained silent for a moment before sitting up, his strong, well-defined muscles subtly visible beneath the taut fabric of his shirt. "Fu Lian," he said, propping up his chin, still appearing drowsy, "I recall you have just come of age." Fu Lian suddenly seemed to have a realization and boldly declared, "That's right. I am of age. I can take responsibility for my own actions." The room fell into a profound silence, so quiet that it sent shivers down Fu Lian's spine. She cautiously glanced at Lu Zhan, only to find his handsome, stern face adorned with emotions she could not comprehend. Noticing her gaze, Lu Zhan curled his lips into a slight smile, filling the room with his deep, husky laughter, heavy and muffled, yet irresistibly captivating, leaving a soft flutter in her heart. Fu Lian blinked, and at that moment, her gaze met his dark, profound eyes, where she even perceived a trace of unfathomable crimson lurking within. "As you wish," he uttered those two words, allowing himself to recline once more in a languid and unhurried manner. Fu Lian bit her lip, silently exhaling a sigh. Her hand, which had long been concealed in her pocket, was already damp with sweat, yet she clutched a small porcelain vial with unwavering determination. Inside the vial was half a bottle of red flower powder. After sitting for a while longer, she finally rose and departed from Lu Zhan's room. She sought out Zhu Jishu, who happened to be picking up an unfinished garment. Fu Lian approached him with an air of nonchalance, saying, "Why would a man like you concern himself with such menial tasks? Allow me to take care of it." As she spoke, she took the clothing from Zhu Jishu's hands, and a glass vial nestled within fell into her grasp as a result of the motion. Lu Zhan possessed keen mental acuity. Every utterance and subtle movement would not escape his notice. Thus, Fu Lian and Zhu Jishu's exchange had to be discreet and inconspicuous. After preparing dinner, Fu Lian added a few drops of the drunken fish grass juice to the duck soup, then personally delivered it to Lu Zhan, who remained asleep. She called out to him several times, but he did not respond. To avoid drawing attention to herself, Fu Lian chose to walk away, confident that he would eventually awaken and eat, as there was no other food in the room. Descending the stairs, she encountered Zhu Jishu ascending, a piece of women's clothing in his hands. Upon seeing her, his face flushed crimson as he handed her the garment. "It's for Xiaodi's mother," he muttered softly. "If you don't mind, you could change into it." Fu Lian smiled gratefully as she accepted the item. Lu Zhan, stationed downstairs, had been closely observing Zhu Jishu's actions. Initially, she presumed he was preparing a change of clothes for her, but to her surprise, he promptly handed them to Fu Lian instead. A surge of frustration welled up within Lu Zhan, prompting her to call out loudly, "Zhu Jishu, could it be that you have truly developed feelings for her?" Indeed, Zhu Jishu was captivated by her beauty, and upon having his thoughts exposed by Lu Zhan, he felt an undeniable shyness. He refrained from defending himself and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Fu Lian touched her nose, feeling embarrassed by her own remark, which was laden with jealousy. However, Lu Zhan's indifferent demeanor ignited a flame of envy within her. When their eyes met, Lu Zhan's piercing gaze resembled that of a hawk, the gaze a woman directs at her rival. Downstairs at the dining table, Lu Zhan did not arrive, and Zhu Jishu, feeling shy, left, leaving only Fu Lian, Lu Zhan, and the little girl Di. Lu Zhan cast a glance at Fu Lian and instructed Di to find her brother, stating that she needed to speak with Fu Lian. Di, having taken a bite of her meal, complied and left with her bowl. Now, only the two women remained. Fu Lian was puzzled as to what Lu Zhan wished to discuss, but she soon noticed a shift in Lu Zhan's previously dismissive attitude. With her arms crossed, Lu Zhan regarded her with disdain. "You are Fu Lian, are you not?" she inquired. "I find him rather appealing. He knows I am a girl and has been particularly attentive to me today. However, you must ensure he remains devoted to you. Do not engage in trifles, or you may end up with nothing." "What?" Fu Lian was taken aback. "What are you competing about?" Initially, upon hearing Lu Zhan speak in the rickshaw, Fu Lian had found her quite forthright, reminiscent of her good friend Ami, and had felt a slight fondness for her, even appreciating her single eyelids. Now, however, Fu Lian could barely stand to look at her. Seeing Fu Lian's silence, Lu Zhan believed she had struck a nerve and felt a surge of triumph. Just as she was about to continue, a dark, disc-shaped object descended upon her from above. She had no time to react as the object landed on her head, making her look as if she were wearing a comically small hat. Fu Lian observed closely as the object turned out to be a scalding porcelain bowl filled with thick soup. After a muffled thud, the piping hot liquid poured over Lu Zhan's head, cascading down her face, which was already marred by injury. The soup seeped into her wounds, igniting a fiery pain in her skin. She screamed in shock, momentarily forgetting to confront the instigator, and frantically ran towards the well. Fu Lian clapped her hands in delight, raising her petite face to meet the gaze of the towering man above. His imposing figure cast a shadow over her, elongated by the flickering candlelight, shrouding Fu Lian in an aura as dark as night. "Brother Lu, there's no need to be upset. Does she even deserve it? Now your duck soup is gone." Fu Lian bit her lip in grievance. "That was specially served for you. Damn it, my drunken fish grass. I wager that Lu Zhan hasn't taken a single sip." Chapter 33. Poison Forget It. His voice was faint, yet Fu Lian could discern the displeasure laced within. "Shall I serve you another bowl?" she asked, biting her lip. Lu Zhan rubbed his brow. "You make it for me. What would you like to eat?" Fu Lian inquired, adopting a conciliatory demeanor. "Noodles," Lu Zhan replied without hesitation, then contemplated briefly before adding, "Egg." With that, he turned and strode back into the room. Fu Lian nodded in agreement, setting down her bowl and hurriedly making her way into the kitchen. The home of Zhu Jishu was indeed well equipped, and Lu Zhanjin had truly come to regard it as his own. Zhu Jishu said nothing, but Fu Lian felt a twinge of shyness. Thus she decided to prepare a little extra, intending to offer Zhu Jishu a taste. Noticing a few tomatoes on the counter that would soon spoil if not eaten, she took it upon herself to make tomato and egg noodles. In her recollection, Lu Zhanjin was not particularly picky. He would eat whatever was available. In times of scarcity, he had nonchalantly consumed even the most unpalatable wild fruits. So Fu Lian did not believe he would turn down the delightful dish of tomato and egg noodles, which was considered one of the finest culinary delights. Fu Lian had prepared an ample amount of food, placing 2 bowls on the stove. As she touched the drunken fish grass bottle in her pocket, she hesitated. Lu Zhan did not partake in the bowl of feather duck soup. She was uncertain whether he had detected something or was genuinely angered by the humiliation implied in Lin Zian's words. To be on the safe side, it was prudent to refrain from any rash actions. Fu Lian took a deep breath, set down the bottle, and picked up a bowl of noodles in her hand. Upon exiting the kitchen, she noticed Lin Zian still washing her face by the well. Aware of Fu Lian's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Zian let out a cold huff and walked away with the water. Fu Lian, disinterested, rolled her eyes. As the two passed each other, Lin Zian was about to intentionally cause trouble when she heard Fu Lian whisper softly in her ear, "Does it hurt?" Lin Zian gritted her teeth. "What business is it of yours?" Fu Lian clicked her tongue twice, saying, "Why should I care? You become quite unattractive now. It truly pains my eyes to look at you." Fu Lian feigned nausea, lamenting that she might become so unattractive that she could not eat. Lin Zian scoffed, disregarding her theatrical display. However, Fu Lian sighed softly, speculating Jishu might think the same, right? Jishu. She audaciously referred to him as Jishu. Lin Zian was infuriated, her lips quivering as she prepared to curse Fu Lian. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she spotted Zhu Jishu peering down from the second floor. She restrained herself, turning her head away to continue walking. "Lin Zian, how is it that after a brief absence, the injury on your face has worsened?" Zhu Jishu exclaimed in surprise. "You mustn't let it ruin your looks. You're already quite the tomboy. If this continues, you'll truly have no resemblance to a woman at all." Zhu Jishu had always engaged in playful banter and mutual teasing with Lin Zian, frequently expressing such sentiments without a second thought. Little did he know that today, upon hearing those words, Lin Zian's eyes brimmed with tears. Biting her lip, she hastily retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her with a heavy thud. Fu Lian, sitting nearby, slightly hunched her shoulders, appearing frightened by Lin Zian's outburst. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Zhu Jishu and inquired, "Has Sister Lin always had such a temper?" Zhu Jishu shrugged and replied, "Indeed, I truly cannot tolerate her." As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the tomato and egg noodles in Fu Lian's hands, revealing a hint of curiosity and longing. "Did you make this?" Fu Lian nodded, her gaze sweeping over the shadow of Lin Zian pressed against the bamboo door. With a cheerful smile, she remarked, "There is still a bowl left, if Mr. Zhu does not mind. He may sample Fu Lian's culinary skills." Zhu Ji immediately flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Was this prepared for him? Fu Lian furrowed her brow in distress, playfully sticking out her tongue and laughing. "I haven't cooked in quite some time, and I inadvertently made too much. If you don't eat it, it will be such a waste." Before Fu Lian could finish her words, she was interrupted by a melodious voice. I want to taste my sister's culinary skills. A petite figure darted out from behind the bamboo tree like an arrow. It was Xiao Di. Fu Lian glanced over, noticing Xiao Di on the Kong. Be careful. Let your brother help you take it down. Didn't you just drink a bowl of duck soup? A child shouldn't eat so much. It will lead to indigestion. Zhu Jishu expressed his discontent and hurriedly ran down as well. Fu Lian pursed her lips and stifled a laugh as she ascended the staircase. Her gaze briefly swept over Lin Xian's room on the ground floor, only to find her squatting on the floor, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. Faint sobs could be heard. TSK. Truly a sight both pitiable and contemptible. Fu Lian hummed softly as she ascended to the second floor. Upon pushing open the door, she discovered Lu Zhan seated at the edge of the bed, smoking. The freshly prepared noodles were scalding to the touch. She puffed her cheeks and swiftly placed the bowl on the table. After wiping her hands, she retrieved a pair of chopsticks. Lu Zhan silently took them from her. Lifting a piece of noodle with a nonchalant tone, "You should shower first." "Oh," Fu Lian replied, picking up the change of clothes that Zhu Jishu had given her. Rising to her feet, the bathroom was at the end of the right hallway. Inside, a faint candlelight flickered. Fu Lian casually splashed some water on herself and unfolded the garments provided by Zhu Jishu. To her astonishment, it was a sultry red dress, a halter design that revealed her smooth, fair shoulders, while the hem barely grazed her thighs, showcasing her long, slender legs. Was Zhu Jishu hinting at something? Was he suggesting seduction? Fu Lian was taken aback. The intent of this dress was painfully apparent. Its purpose was unmistakable. In fact, Zhu Jishu possessed only this singular piece of women's clothing. Xiaodi's mother had once been a beautiful dancer, earning her livelihood by performing at the base. But after a series of unfortunate events, she passed away. He took Xiaodi in and also kept this dress. Out of consideration for Xiaodi, he refrained from exposing the child to memories that might evoke sorrow. Thus, despite holding onto his mother's belongings, he had never brought them out until today, when he noticed Fu Lian's white garment was soiled and stained with blood. It was then that he decided to offer her a change. However, it was evident that Fu Lian believed she understood the situation. In her quest to eliminate Lu Zhan, she had incurred quite a significant loss. Fu Lian massaged her temples, recalling the words of Zhu Jishu before the nearby bamboo grove. I previously observed bloodstains on Lu Zhan's hands. Did he sustain injuries from a confrontation with Zhang Tsong and his associates? Zhang Tsong is notorious in this dense forest for his ruthless demeanor, employing treacherous tactics. To combat the opposing half-beasts in the vicinity, he has long coated his arrows with the sap of the Lin Xiu flower. No wonder I was able to ambush Lu Zhan so effortlessly back then. Fu Lian, if this is indeed the case, even if he possesses formidable powers, he can momentarily resist. However, by nightfall, he will inevitably succumb to the effects of the Lin Xiu flower, becoming weary and drowsy. This will present a rare opportunity. Yet, I implore you to exercise caution. Lu Zhan is inherently sensitive and would never reveal his vulnerable side. If one wishes to take action, it is crucial to lower his guard. Presently, Lu Zhan's reactions align perfectly with Zhu Jishu's conjectures. It is said that men are particularly relaxed during intimate moments, inadvertently channeling their energy towards experiencing ecstasy. The notion of seduction. Zhu Jishu certainly has a clever idea. Upon reflection, it may indeed be an effective strategy. Fu Lian took a deep breath. He regarded her as a sister. Could such a strategy truly succeed? No, men are often driven by their baser instincts. After all, she was not his real sister, so what was there to restrain him? If things were to escalate, it was possible that he might succumb to unconsciousness in the heat of the moment. Would that not leave her in complete control? She clenched her fist to bolster her resolve. After all, with Lu Zhan's striking handsomeness, she had nothing to lose. With this thought in mind, Fu Lian pushed open the bathroom door without a shred of hesitation and made her way toward Lu Zhan's room. Lu Zhan had chosen a room conveniently close to the left staircase, while it was relatively distant from the bathroom. Fu Lian walked slowly step by step, her heart pounding like thunder, and even her breathing grew labored. Fu Lian let out a heavy sigh, halting at the entrance of Lu Zhan's room. She inhaled deeply, her delicate face suddenly paling. She had never engaged in such an act before, and a wave of shyness washed over her. Although she had spoken confidently with Lu Zhan earlier, now that she stood at this precipice, trepidation enveloped her. She cast her gaze downward at her modest bosom, realizing that wearing such attire into a man's chamber in ancient times could lead to dire consequences. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Surely, there must be numerous ways to lower his guard. Fu Lian admitted that she felt quite embarrassed and timid. She instinctively covered her meagerly clothed chest with her hand and turned to flee towards the bathroom. However, how could she possibly escape? Did she truly believe that after standing at the entrance of the bamboo hut for so long, those inside remained oblivious? Just as she attempted to make her escape, the door to Lu Zhan's room swung open rather abruptly. At that moment, Lu Zhan emerged, still holding the bowl he had just finished eating from. His demeanor relaxed as he lowered his head. When his gaze fell upon Fu Lian, he paused slightly, his expression one of surprise, as if silently questioning her. "Are you serious?" Fu Lian raised her head, her delicate face already flushed a deep crimson. Her dazed eyes resembled those of a tipsy person, fixed intently upon Lu Zhan. "You," she murmured, extending a finger as her gaze involuntarily wandered over his form. Slowly and languidly, she inquired, "Have you finished eating?" Fu Lian, still feeling a bit dazed, entered the room and appeared even more foolish. She sat at the edge of the bed, her legs pressed together, her head lowered in a posture of unease. "You should rest," Lu Zhan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her before exiting with a bowl in hand. As soon as he left, Fu Lian collapsed onto the bed, akin to a deflated balloon, covering her face and rolling about on the mattress like a writhing creature. Anxiously and awkwardly, she pulled the blanket around herself, only to be mortified to discover that it was already permeated with Lu Zhan's scent. How infuriating! Fu Lian sat up in indignation. Her gaze fell upon his face, or perhaps his collarbone, where he lowered his eyes to look at her. His expression was fervent and unadorned. Fu Lian curled up on the bed, forcing a laugh. "Perhaps I should find a room to sleep alone." Lu Zhan paused in his action of drying his hair, the emotions in his eyes momentarily subdued, while the coldness on his face gradually seeped through the mist. He slowly turned his back to Fu Lian, his tall figure nonchalantly settling on the edge of the bed. The potent, commanding scent of masculine pheromones enveloped the air, prompting Fu Lian to instinctively retreat further into the bed. He surmised that he had borrowed a new outfit from Zhu Jishu, now clad in a crisp white round-neck t-shirt, exuding an aura of cleanliness and freshness. Fu Lian dared not look at him, yet was compelled to steal glances. After a considerable pause, she heard him emit a nonchalant Fu Lian bit her lip, yet she did not move an inch. Lu Zhan, engrossed in his own thoughts, dried his hair and, feeling satisfied, lazily reclined. Shortly thereafter, he closed his eyes, lost in his own world. Fu Lian continued to huddle in a corner, cradling her knees while stealing glances at him. He closed his eyes in repose, his handsome profile resembling a majestic mountain, sharp and upright. The hue of his lips, perhaps due to the moisture in the air, appeared devoid of color. Fu Lian moistened her lips with a dry tongue, pondering how to entice him. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan breathed lightly, as if she were non-existent beside him. Fu Lian felt utterly disregarded, and a sense of indignation welled within her. Although she was young, she was nonetheless an adult woman. In a moment of impulse, she rolled over and nestled into his bed. Little did she know, as soon as she entered, the man seemed to sense her presence. With swift precision, he reached out, his strong arm encircling her waist, gently yet firmly pulling her into his embrace. Fu Lian was startled, her body turned away from his fervent chest, feeling the heat of his passionate breath envelop her, rendering her rigid with trepidation. Lu Zhan's face drew near to her left ear, which quickly flushed with warmth. Fu Lian could even discern the weighty, husky rhythm of his breathing. It was overwhelmingly exhilarating. This was her first experience sharing a bed with a man, and so intimately, so suggestively close. Fu Lian's delicate lips were on the verge of being bitten until they bled. Yet, the breath of the person beside her gradually steadied amidst her chaotic and racing thoughts. Just as she had turned halfway, A deep, languid voice from the man beside her resonated in her ear. Are you still not asleep? Yes, I am. I will. Lu Zhan replied without opening his eyes, coolly adding, then sleep. As he spoke, he firmly grasped her shoulder, gently lifting her head, cradling the back of her skull, and pressing her small face against his chest. Fu Lian leaned closer to him, instinctively reaching out to embrace his neck. Their breaths intertwined, a chaotic and intoxicating mingling of warmth. Thus, the two stood face to face, perfectly aligned in their closeness. Although Fu Lian contemplated the idea of seduction, in reality, she remained an innocent maiden of 18, utterly naive and inexperienced in matters of the heart. Even considering her previous life, her romantic encounters amounted to none. She naively believed that merely sharing a bed could signify a successful temptation. With a silent sigh of relief, she thought to herself, isn't it just sleeping together? Why does the ancient world react so harshly to such matters, even resorting to the infamous pig cage punishment? It seems rather unreasonable. She found herself slightly disdainful of the ancient people's tendency to overreact. As she lay in his embrace, her mind wandered, contemplating the most opportune moment to act. Her gaze inadvertently returned to Lu Zhan's slightly pouted, delicate lips, smooth, rosy, and glistening with a subtle sheen. The more she looked, the stronger her desire to kiss him became. Noticing that he appeared to be in a deep slumber, she cautiously extended her hand, emboldened by desire, and gently caressed his lower lip. It was fuller, with a petal-like curve, and felt as smooth as silk, extraordinarily soft and pleasing to the touch. Unable to resist, she pressed it lightly before moving to explore his upper lip, which boasted a small, sensual cupid's bow, perfectly centered, appearing plump and delightful, both adorable and exquisite to her fingers. Fu Lian pondered, cautiously reaching out to pinch his small, delicate lips. Just as she pressed twice, her gaze met the slightly opened eyes of the man. He tilted his head, and Fu Lian immediately withdrew her hand, obediently burying herself in his embrace. The man chuckled, his laughter resonating deeply from his chest, soft and low. Fu Lian, he articulated each word. Are you being mischievous? Ah! Fu Lian exclaimed in alarm, instinctively retorting. I'm not. Then why are you touching me? Caught in the act, Fu Lian broke into a cold sweat. She rolled her eyes, burying her face deeper in his chest, feeling utterly guilty. Her heart raced furiously, and despite being so close, the rapid beat of her heart pressed against the thin fabric of her clothing, silently yet boldly betraying her secret thoughts. Fu Lian, filled with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, resolved to abandon her reservations for the day. With a boldness she scarcely recognized, she exclaimed, "Because I want to kiss you." Upon uttering those words, an inexplicable sense of liberation washed over her. She felt invigorated, emboldened even, and continued, "Brother Lu Zhan, you know my feelings, don't you?" Her voice was soft and laced with a tender sweetness, revealing her affection for him. "So, will you grant me a kiss?" She lifted a teasing gaze. Lu Zhan lowered his eyes, catching sight of her flushed cheeks, and his heart clenched. He recalled her earlier demeanor, one of avoidance and trepidation, and maintained his stoic expression, even turning away from her. "No," he replied, his voice light yet cool, carrying the chill of the night breeze. "Oh, very well," Fu Lian murmured, reaching out to embrace his slender waist. Noticing his lack of resistance, she tightened her hold, pressing her cheek against his back. And with a hint of sorrow in her tone, she sighed, then good night. The man responded with a soft hum. The air fell into a tranquil silence once more. Fu Lian squinted her eyes, suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable yet intense wave of drowsiness that washed over her mind. Her eyelids fluttered erratically, soon succumbing to the encroaching fatigue as she gently closed her eyes. Hearing the steadying breath of the woman behind her, Lu Zhan, caught in a state between dreams and wakefulness, felt the tide of sleep recede significantly. He slowly turned around, his hand restrained yet filled with suppressed longing. As he pinched Fu Lian's plump cheeks, her delicate lips pouted softly, forming a gentle curve that appeared both tender and sweet. Lu Zhan inhaled deeply, his gaze profound and fervent, his handsome face betraying an unmasked hunger and desire. Yet, he merely leaned down slowly, kissing her with a tender urgency. Chapter 34. A twist of fate. She had inadvertently slept until dawn. Believing herself to be quite resilient, she was dismayed to find herself so utterly helpless at a critical moment. With a heavy heart, she clenched her fists and struck the bedding in frustration, biting her lip in discontent. Just as she did, the throbbing pain from her swollen lips startled her. She gently touched her soft mouth, noticing it was still swollen. Did her anxiety the previous day drive her to bite herself so fiercely? Vague memories surfaced of having drawn blood, and with this realization, she refrained from pondering the issue of her bruised lips further. A splendid opportunity had slipped away from her grasp, and Fu Lian was engulfed in regret and vexation. The thought of Lu Zhan's formidable strength and the fact that he had been deceived by Lin Xiuhua filled her with dread. Such a chance might never present itself again. Moreover, he had always been ruthless towards those who sought to take his life. If she failed to resolve this matter now, the next encounter would likely prove even more challenging, and she might find herself in peril. Fu Lian suddenly realized that the drowsiness she experienced yesterday had arrived with a fierce intensity and abruptness. Could have been a deliberate act on his part. However, in the end, it was still her own wavering resolve. Had she been able to endure it with greater fortitude? Fu Lian, increasingly consumed by sorrow, found it ever more unbearable to accept the fact that she had succumbed to slumber. Ultimately, she sat alone in her cocoon of blankets, her face concealed as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. After weeping for a brief moment, the door creaked open, and Fu Lian lifted her tear-stained gaze. A towering figure stood at the threshold, exuding an imposing presence akin to that of a giant. Clad in a pristine white t-shirt, he infused her stifling atmosphere with an oddly pristine gentleness. It was Lu Zhan. "Why are you crying?" he inquired, his deep voice muffled by the layers of bedding. Fu Lian chose to ignore him, feeling both aggrieved and vexed upon seeing him. After a brief contest of wills, it concluded with Fu Lian's defeat. As he pulled the blanket away, she wiped her tears and glared at him with a flushed face. "You were unsatisfactory yesterday, yet I succumbed to your desires. I am at a loss," she accused him, her small ears tinged with crimson. Pouting in indignation, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. "I am at a significant loss. Truly devastated. Oh, how disheartened I am." The failed assassination attempt left her in discontent. Meanwhile, the ungrateful man appeared quite at ease, sleeping soundly, looking rejuvenated. Stealing glances at his expression, she noticed a faint blush gracing his otherwise stoic face, which emboldened her slightly. Her gaze flitted about before settling on his full, exquisite lips. Lu Zhan sat nearby, his posture slightly rigid. Noticing Fu Lian's gaze, he slowly swallowed and in a soft voice inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Fu Lian was taken aback, as if she had received permission to act with reckless abandon, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She shifted her petite frame slightly, leaning against the pillow, and beckoned him closer. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow and gradually lowered himself, pressing a kiss directly onto her forehead. Was that all? The swelling of her lips throbbed momentarily, only to be swiftly enveloped by a comforting softness. Fu Lian rubbed her lips together, savoring the tender touch, and instinctively extended her tongue to taste his, playfully nibbling on his alluring lower lip. Her boldness nearly unleashed the pent-up emotions within Lu Zhan, who gasped heavily. Just as her delicate teeth grazed him, he swiftly pushed her away. "That's enough," he said with an air of seriousness, as if Fu Lian were a ravenous spirit. Lowering his gaze, he coolly regarded her, then took his khaki coat from the side and tossed it over her face before putting it on. Fu Lian gently touched the exposed skin of her small shoulder, although she found it impossible to wear the alluring red dress out directly. She obediently donned the oversized coat as instructed. The coat was not only large and lengthy, but also excessively wide, rendering it an awkward fit on her slender frame. To prevent it from slipping off due to insufficient support, Fu Lian wrapped the belt around her waist twice and tied it into a grand bow. Once she was properly attired, the two of them stepped out of the room. Fu Lian felt a twinge of hunger and inquired of those enjoying the coolness downstairs what they would be having. In unison, they replied, tomato and egg noodles. Shrouded, particularly eager to please, scampered up when he noticed Fu Lian had awakened, attempting to embrace her leg, but was promptly pulled away by Lu Zhan. Undeterred, Shrouded gazed up at Fu Lian with sparkling eyes, saying, Sister, sister, could you make a little extra today? I want to eat more. Your culinary skills are simply marvelous. Who could resist the heartfelt praise of child? Fu Lian descended the stairs in high spirits. She surveyed the first floor and casually asked, Where's Sister Lin? She left early this morning, came the reply. Zhu Jishu reclined peacefully in the old armchair. The midday sun blazing down, sapping the energy from him. His gaze first flicked to Lu Zhan, who was drinking from the railing on the second floor, then discreetly glanced at Fu Lian's swollen lips, finally settling on her slender, delicate neck. Why are you dressed so warmly? Aren't you hot? He queried. He had little hope for Fu Lian's actions and was not surprised to see Lu Zhan. If Lu Zhan were so easily dealt with, he would not have departed from this half-beastman forest unscathed. Yet, the relationship between these two stirred a faint discontent within Zhu Jishu, which he quickly suppressed. Not hot at all, Fu Lian replied somewhat sheepishly, tugging at her collar. Fearing Zhu Jishu might probe further, she hurried into the kitchen. The tomato and egg noodles were prepared swiftly, and Fu Lian even cooked a poached egg. Shrouded wanted it, but was thwarted by Lu Zhan, who snatched it away. This was meant to be her own treat. She cooked another, only for it to be taken by Lu Zhan once more. Fu Lian, feeling disheartened, decided against further struggles and resignedly set down the bowl and chopsticks. It's Lin Jia, Shrouded complained, expressing his discontent that Lin Zhan had interrupted his meal. He picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, intending to ignore her, but was discreetly nudged by Zhu Jishu under the table to open the door. Brother, Shrouded pouted, quickly taking a bite before hastening to the door to open it. As Fu Lian spoke, she rose to prepare another bowl, but was suddenly assailed by a pungent scent of blood. Outside the door, Lin Zhan staggered in, breathless and leaning against the bamboo door, clearly struggling with great difficulty. Fu Lian tilted her head, peering through the crack of the door to see that Lin Zhan was dragging something behind her. With considerable effort, Lin Zhan pulled the object inside, promptly shutting the bamboo door with a sigh, exclaiming how exhausted she was. As she wiped her sweat and lifted her gaze to meet the scrutinizing stares of those present, she hesitated slightly. Her eyes darted around, and upon meeting the gazes of Lu Zhan and Fu Lian, she momentarily froze. The female zombie was crumpled into a small bundle, her body seemingly disassembled and awkwardly reassembled, with arms that were not quite arms and legs that were not quite legs, forcibly stuffed into a bamboo basket by Lin Zhan. Zhu Jishu's forehead creased with frustration. Shrouded, what nonsense are you spouting now? Binding her like this is akin to condemning her to death. It would be kinder to end her suffering swiftly, Fu Lian thought to herself. As she looked over, she noticed an expression of unbearable pain and solitude etched on Lin Zhan's face, prompting her to reassess her view of this woman. Unexpectedly, she displayed a sense of loyalty. After washing her hands, Lin Zhan seated herself at the table, seizing Fu Lian's bowl of noodles and devouring it ravenously, her eating quite ungraceful, with tears rolling down into the bowl. The others remained silent, as a heavy, oppressive atmosphere emanated from Lin Zhan's direction. Those half-beasts deserve their fate, she muttered to herself. Even as zombies, they do not spare her. Zhu Jishu's chopsticks trembled in his hand. Did you provoke their lair? No, I did not draw blood. It was merely a minor reprimand, Lin Zhan replied, a hint of unspoken offense in her tone, instinctively falling silent as she glanced at the others at the table, refraining from elaborating further. Zhu Jishu chose not to press the matter, softly advising, my status among the half-beasts is precarious. Be mindful of your actions. Zhu Jishu remained quiet, sensing that Lin Zhan was acting strangely today. Just then, a voice called from the kitchen, Fu Lian. What is it? The two men responded in unison. Lu Zhan shot Zhu Jishu a cold glance. Fu Lian leaned against the kitchen doorframe, her voice tinged with pity, lamenting the absence of bowls. I will wash one for you after I finish. Zhu Jishu recalled that the bowls at home had been carelessly shattered by Xiao, prompting him to speak up. At that moment, Lin Zian, who had just finished her meal and was heading to the kitchen, overheard Zhu Jishu's words. She choked slightly, casting a sardonic glare at him. Fu Lian, why not use mine? As a grown man, even if you wash it afterward, the thought alone is rather off-putting. Instantly, Zhu Jishu's face flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan's expression grew increasingly severe, and an inexplicable awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Fu Lian cast a glance at the crowd, feigning ignorance of the peculiar atmosphere, and playfully winked at Lin Zian. Thank you, Sister Lin. Although the two had had an unpleasant altercation the previous day, Fu Lian had matters of greater significance to attend to, and the trivialities of their feminine rivalry had long since been cast aside. Fu Lian picked up the bowl and turned to the crowd, asking, "Do you still want some?" "I haven't tea finished yet." Zhu Jishu spoke softly. Fu Lian nodded, playfully expressing her delight that everyone appreciated her culinary skills, her whimsical demeanor eliciting laughter from Xiao. The previously awkward atmosphere began to ease somewhat. Only Lu Zhan, with his deep-set eyes, felt a heaviness within. After Fu Lian agreed, the words "let's eat together" lingered in his throat, caught in a limbo that he found difficult to swallow. His fingertips trembled slightly as he noticed Fu Lian's indifference towards him, an inexplicable sense of subtle disappointment welling up inside. Lu Zhan Gij, a small face, suddenly leaned closer to him. "Why aren't you eating? Are you not hungry, or is it not tasty?" Fu Lian asked earnestly, scrunching her nose. Lu Zhan shook his head, yet unable to resist. He wrapped his large hand around her waist. Fu Lian's cheeks flushed, but she did not protest. Lu Zhan smiled softly. "Have you finished eating?" Fu Lian nodded slightly. After Lu Zhan finished the noodles in his bowl, he embraced her and stood up. "Let's go." This indicated their intention to depart. Xiao jumped down from the table, tugging at Fu Lian's hem, calling out, "Sister, sister." Fu Lian pinched his small face, indicating that she would seek him out next time when the opportunity arose. And then she followed Lu Zhan into the off-road vehicle. However, after they left, Lin Zian suddenly became restless. Early that morning, she had ventured out to search for someone and stumbled upon a disheveled female zombie, bound and subjected to humiliation, concealed behind a thicket of deep vines. Anger surged within her, and in a fit of rage, she severed the life of one of the perpetrators. This individual, though lacking prowess among the half-beasts, was the son of their leader, thereby provoking the wrath of his entire faction. As she was pursued relentlessly, Lin Zian felt cornered and recalled how Lu Zhan had splashed her with duck soup the previous night in favor of that White Lotus woman. Frustrated, she contemplated using her powers to shift the blame onto them. Her abilities allowed her to subtly alter a person's subconscious thoughts. Initially intending to transfer the blame to that woman, she hesitated, fearing that Zhu Jishu might truly care for her and would be angered upon discovering the truth. In the end, she decided to let Lu Zhan bear the burden. Upon hearing Lu Zhan's name, the assailants showed signs of retreat, and to ensure her survival, Lin Zian effectively made Lu Zhan responsible for the incident, successfully redirecting the danger away from herself. Yet if Lu Zhan departed now, he would inevitably encounter that group of half-beasts in the dense forest. Should he be besieged, no matter how capable he might be, he would surely be overwhelmed. Despite lacking abilities, those adversaries were numerous, and with each armed with silver arrows, they posed a formidable challenge. Lin Zian pondered this and ultimately decided to confide in Zhu Jishu about the situation. In the heat of the moment, she had not considered the consequences, but now, knowing she had endangered a life, she felt a pang of guilt. She had expected Zhu Jishu to be furious with her impulsive actions, but to her surprise, after a long moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Heaven helps me in my quest to eliminate him." This left Lin Zian perplexed. Zhu Jishu had always been kind and easy to communicate with, seemingly devoid of the brutality typically associated with half-beasts. He had even assisted humans who inadvertently wandered into their territory on multiple occasions. Surely, he would go so far as to ostracize Lu Zhan, a former acquaintance? Could it be that he was truly infatuated with that woman he had met only once? Lin Zian found it hard to believe, though her heart was consumed with jealousy. Zhu Jishu, perceiving her emotions, sighed softly. Lin Zhan, an ability wielder he had met the previous year from the Pingchuan base, was unaware of Lu Zhan's reputation in this region, which was understandable. He closed his eyes, recalling a day long past. In this serene and verdant forest, a sea of blood and a hellish nightmare had unfolded. Though 3 years had passed, and time had erased all traces, the memories etched in their hearts remained indelible. The specific reasons eluded Zhu Jishu. He had been part of the leadership at that time, but had always preferred nurturing and agriculture over governance. He vaguely remembered it being related to a power struggle, though no individual had committed a grievous enough offense to warrant death. On that fateful day, every half-beast had been branded with an indelible mark of horror, a pain that lingered in their hearts. Lu Zhan, with his dark, brooding eyes, had effortlessly and mercilessly severed the heads of half-beasts, ensuring that anyone who dared to oppose him met a grim fate. Yet, some would always remember. Lin Zhan bit her lip, asking, "Do you harbor a deep-seated grudge against him?" Zhu Jishu shook his head. "I hold no animosity towards him." "Then why the hostility?" Lin Zhan raised an eyebrow, relieved that it was not solely due to that woman, and probed further. "His very existence is terrifying, instilling fear in all. Regardless of whether it is for the sake of this world or anyone else, individuals like him, possessing such unstable and dreadful power, ought to be eradicated." Zhu Jishu lowered his gaze. "It may seem unfair to him, but human nature is inherently biased. Every perception and opinion we hold is tinged with prejudice, often merely serving to protect the interests of one's own kind. Just as in various grotesque tales, demons and monsters, regardless of their morality, are always targets for the so-called righteous to eliminate. The otherness is like a thorn lodged in one's heart. As long as it remains, there will be an urge to remove it. It would be difficult for the half-beasts to subdue Lu Zhan alone." Zhu Jishu contemplated briefly before stating, "However, if those few hundred were to converge and attack him, he would find it challenging to escape. Shall I follow him for a while?" Lin Zhan offered, her abilities allowing her to remain concealed. Zhu Jishu stood, pacing thoughtfully within the bamboo courtyard. "He is likely headed to the nearest Hoda base, and you must find a way to inform those half-beasts. There are surely many who still harbor resentment against him. We must ensure that the half-beasts dispatch more individuals." Zhu Jishu's brow glistened with perspiration, exhausted from devising a plan against Lu Zhan. Lin Zhan listened intently. She had always been willing to go to great lengths for Zhu Jishu. The enemies he sought to eliminate were also her own, and without hesitation, she swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Zhu Jishu closed his eyes, extending his fingertips, summoning a fierce wind, no longer gentle and tender, but wild and tumultuous, akin to a surging tsunami. "Brother, what about sister? What shall we do about sister?" A crisp voice echoed in Zhu Jishu's ears, pulling him from his thoughts. "Fu Lian, is it?" The resolute little face surfaced in Zhu Jishu's mind. He could not fathom the depth of her hatred. If he were to strike at this moment, the outcome, life or death, would be uncertain. Zhu Jishu reflected, recalling the sight of her today, her swollen lips. He exhaled, feeling a pang of despair, yet naively optimistic, pondering that perhaps all was not lost. What if that person harbored feelings of affection? Love has the power to soften one's heart. In the brief time they had spent together, he felt himself transformed significantly. At the very least, he no longer bore the constant grim demeanor. The number of half-beasts was unfathomable. They surrounded him like a swarm of locusts, each wielding silver arrows aimed at the towering black monstrosity. Despite being besieged by 100 or so, Lu Zhan displayed no hint of panic or cowardice. With remarkable composure, he tilted his head to brush aside the damp hair from the forehead of a frightened woman beside him. "Wait for me," he uttered, then swiftly opened the car door and moved with an almost imperceptible speed to stand before the nearest foe. His figure was barely visible for a fleeting second when the gleam of a ghostly blade flickered across his neck. Blood gushed forth. A vibrant life had fallen. The remaining half-beasts were momentarily stunned, instinctively retreating in fear. In this moment of despondency, a voice rang out, "Shoot!" The voice was loud, calm, and authoritative, instantly quelling the fear and unease in the hearts of the crowd, reigniting their previously forged resolve and determination. This individual, who so ruthlessly slaughtered his half-beast kin and now returned to strike again, what were his intentions? For the sake of survival, he must be dealt with a conviction of certain death. Perhaps many of the half-beasts were newcomers, yet they had all heard of Lu Zhan's name, through tales passed down from elders. They were made aware of this ticking time bomb of man. Whispered about, he was labeled a demon, taking root in their hearts. Such absurd phantoms easily snatch away the most accessible fears harbored within people's souls. The silver arrows, poised to strike, surged toward Lu Zhan as if scripted and timed. They flew at him in a frenzy, both chaotic and orderly, like fine threads weaving through the air. Though Lu Zhan was swift, the sheer number of arrows was overwhelming. No matter where he teleported to engage, he would inevitably pause, exposing himself for a fleeting moment. The arrows, unerring, would sometimes inadvertently harm the half-beasts in close proximity to him. Nevertheless, they pressed on, employing a strategy of sacrificing 8,000 to slay 100 of their adversary. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. An increasing barrage of silver arrows rained down upon him. Fu Lian observed as his once straightened shoulders began to sag. His towering form diminished by the weight of the burden and the agony he endured. It seemed she could hear his muffled groans, lamenting this unjust battle and the unbearable suffering. Why, oh why, must so many torment him alone? Even if he were strong, he could not withstand it all. Fu Lian curled up, burying her face in her chest, unable to bear the sight of the gruesome scene drenched in blood. She gently raised her head, only to be met with a sea of red. Not a single inch of the off-road vehicle's window remained untouched by this violent hue. Each patch of earth was tainted by this thick, rancid substance. One could choose to avert their gaze, yet the ears could not be muffled. The anguished cries of the half-beasts followed one after another, dwindling in number and intensity. Had the ground troops exterminated them all? Fu Lian could hardly bear to imagine the horror. She cradled her small head in her arms. Suddenly, a pair of hands ferociously shattered the glass. And amidst the scattering shards, her hair was seized, brutally yanking her face through the narrow opening. "Stop!" A cold and menacing voice roared from behind. "If you don't, I shall kill her." His rough, bloodied hand caressed her neck, tainting her delicate skin with grime. The jagged glass lacerated Fu Lian's tender flesh, causing her to furrow her brows in discomfort. The assailant was a man in his 50s or 60s. The two stood in a standoff, his aged, shadowy gaze igniting with despair and anguish. With every ounce of strength, the veins on his forehead throbbed with a terrifying intensity as he bellowed, embodying a resolve akin to that of a man facing death, ultimately tightening his grip around Fu Lian's neck. Why was it that there was always someone intent on her throat? Fu Lian pondered as she fiercely plunged the dagger into the man's neck. The aged man ultimately collapsed, and Fu Lian, clutching her own throat, coughed twice. The car door swung open beside her, and she stumbled into the man's embrace. 100 or so half-beasts lay sprawled in pools of blood around them. He had forcefully extracted the silver arrow from his own body, just to catch her in his arms. The warm blood from Lu Zhan stained Fu Lian's face, and tears welled up in her eyes as she softly whimpered. "Brother Lu Zhan, how are you? Does it hurt?" As Fu Lian spoke, she softened her body, attempting to tumble out of the vehicle, only to be seized in the man's arms and carried to a tree. Gripping the dagger tightly in her hand, the one Lu Zhan had gifted her, she lifted her delicate face to gaze at him, observing the bloodthirsty ferocity and brutal expression in his eyes. A gentle smile graced her lips as she buried her face into his neck, pondering whether her elder brother Lu Zhan was in great pain, just as she felt a pang of hurt within herself. Fu Lian spoke as she tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand, the wrist that clung to his back twisting slightly, the blade's tip gradually tilting, seemingly aimed at Lu Zhan's vulnerable spine. When Lin Xin rushed over, she was met with the sight of 2 blood-soaked figures entwined beneath a tree. The grass below was stained, transforming the vibrant green into a cruel crimson. Lu Zhan bore numerous silver arrows embedded in his body, having lost copious amounts of blood. He must be gravely injured, Lin Zhan thought, narrowing her eyes as a fierce surge of mental energy directed itself towards Fu Lian. Strike, with your tender, fragile weapon. Aim it at this man who has cared for you and protected you. End his life with your own hands, decisively and mercilessly. If you were to take this action yourself, surely it would bring you great anguish, for he is, after all, the one who has treated you with utmost kindness in this apocalyptic world. Lin Zhan harbored these venomous thoughts, her mental energy intensifying. Then, Fu Lian heard a peculiar voice whispering ominously in her ear, urging her to kill him. The motion to lift the knife faltered. Something felt amiss. At that moment, Fu Lian noticed Lu Zhan bowing his head, his eyes shut in contemplation, unable to suppress the urge to move her hand from where it rested against his forehead. I am soiled. Lu Zhan would not easily reveal his vulnerabilities. The words of Zhu Ji echoed in her mind once more. At present, Lu Zhan appeared gravely wounded, as fragile as porcelain. Yet, Fu Lian hesitated to act. She had initially resolved to abandon her course of action, but was overtaken by a torrent of unwarranted hatred, and thereafter she lost all awareness of her surroundings. By the time she regained her senses, the butterfly knife had already plunged into his chest, precisely targeting his heart, not a fraction off. Fearing she might not penetrate deeply enough, she exerted a slight additional pressure with her delicate wrist, pushing the dagger further in. Damn it! Someone has deceived me. As Fu Lian's eyes regained clarity, she erupted into an angry roar. She gazed incredulously at the blade, astonished that the formidable and vigilant Lu Zhan had allowed her to prevail. In an instant, Lu Zhan's expression turned frigid, the tenderness in his eyes vanishing completely. As his large hand gently clasped hers, Fu Lian trembled slightly, sensing a clue. Although the dagger was plunged in, not a single drop of blood flowed out. It seemed as though a terrifying force was at play, voraciously drawing the dagger inward. Fu Lian was momentarily stunned, gazing vacantly with wide eyes. Lu Zhan fixated on her, not overlooking the slightest nuance of her expression. With a gentle yet firm grip, he assisted her delicate hand, extracting the dagger from within. It was the butterfly knife he had gifted her. Fu Lian bit her lip, witnessing the astonishingly visible healing ability manifesting before her eyes, erasing all scars and pains as if they had never existed. How could this be? This place was not his fatal point. She covered her mouth. Her already suppressed heart surged painfully, the intense throbbing and anguish rendering her breathless. She held her breath as tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Lu Zhan remained silent, observing her with a cold gaze. He slightly raised his hand, and Lin Zhan, hidden in the shadows, suddenly felt an alarm ringing in her mind. Before she could react, the butterfly knife in Lu Zhan's hand had already hurtled towards her, piercing precisely into her brow with a swift whoosh. Lin Zhan's eyes widened in shock as blood trickled from the obsidian blade, staining her unblinking eyes and turning the once pristine scare crimson. With her mouth agape, she fell backward, tumbling down from the branch. Fu Lian continued to weep, her tears blurring the world before her. Her gaze settled upon the lifeless form of Lin Zhan, and a wave of terror engulfed her mind. Flee! Escape quickly! Her heart screamed, yet her body remained paralyzed and trembling. Cold, large hands slowly, like a serpent unfurling, crept up her neck. This was the second time Fu Lian had harmed him. The first could be attributed to the illusions of the celestial blue. But what about this time? Pain? Lu Zhan inquired, a sinister smile curling his lips, his voice chilling. Lu Zhan, please, no, Fu Lian pleaded terror-stricken. The pressure around her neck and the suffocation made her words particularly arduous to utter. Nevertheless, she hastily called out his name, hoping to stir some compassion within him, to elicit even a modicum of mercy. Yet her feeble, helpless, and even endearing plea only ignited Lu Zhan's malevolence and madness further. He tightened his grip, squeezing her throat with a ferocity that rendered her vision red and her breath shallow. You deceive me. He spat, each word sounding like a dagger aimed at Fu Lian, as if he were determined to crush her essence with his rage, extracting her very being from his chest and casting it into her ears, seeking to shred her indifferent heart. Did you not claim to love me? He continued, his voice trembling with a mix of despair and anger. His emerald eyes fixated on her pained expression. He instinctively loosened his grip slightly, but remained unwilling to release her. Each tear that welled in her eyes, and every soft, pleading call of his name resonated within him like a haunting melody, stirring his profound disappointment and hatred. How could this be? How could she so shamelessly steal his heart and trample upon it? Just yesterday, this woman had schemed to be with him, clinging to him stubbornly, demanding kisses, and today, she could so heartlessly plunge a dagger into his heart. Lu Zhan was bewildered, feeling as if the tranquility of his heart, once as calm as still waters, was now being subjected to excruciating torment. As he contemplated, a cold little hand gradually crept up his face, pulling him back to clarity. It was Fu Lian's hand, stained with blood, yet insistent and tender, as if she were handling a fragile treasure. Her eyes brimmed with crystalline tears, and she spoke with deep remorse. Lu Zhan, do not be sad. If you're sad, then Lian will be so very sad too. Upon uttering these words, she uncontrollably closed her eyes, succumbing to drowsiness. Her heart raced painfully from overwhelming fear, rendering the sensation of suffocation trivial in comparison. The ache in her heart drained her of strength, and her once gentle touch on his cheek slowly fell away, lifeless. Yet, in that moment of her eyes closing, the man immediately panicked and released her. He had not exerted his full strength, and yet she appeared as if she were on the brink of death. Fear surged through him as he closed his eyes briefly. Recalling the moment she had plunged the knife without hesitation, Lu Zhan's gaze turned cold again, and he glared fiercely at her frail form. 3 years later, his unintentional intrusion and return once again unleashed an unbearable tide of blood upon this dense forest. But who could have imagined that this place was once a source of strength and hope for him, a sanctuary in his heart? After the apocalypse erupted, he too had been weak and powerless, adrift in confusion and chaos. He lost all those who loved and protected him, including his sister, who had awaited his rescue but perished due to his own inadequacies. He lost everything, arriving here with feelings of helplessness and despair. Determined to kill zombies and devour crystal cores, he staked his life and hope, praying to the heavens to grant him strength, to provide him with the chance to avenge all he had lost, to allow him to voice his grievances against those who recklessly destroyed order. 500 individuals. Half failed. The other half transformed into eternally tormented half-beasts, with only 3 achieving formidable physiques and abilities. One of them was him, another was Zhu Jishu, and the last person, he had forgotten, but they had already perished. He only remembered that he was the first to succeed, hence everyone called him Big Brother. With their abilities, the masses naturally rallied behind the 3 of them. Lu Zhan was undoubtedly the strongest among them, despite the green patterns on his chest constantly scorching his will and reason, tormenting his body and soul. He had no regrets. Some among them became grotesque, their natures drastically altered, succumbing to killing, plundering, and losing control, ultimately becoming part of the failed half, transforming into zombies. They gained the power they desired, yet were shunned by the crowd. Lu Zhan led the half-beasts with courage, valor, and divine prowess. They began to heed his commands, constructing shelters in the dense forest, learning to create fire, hunt, sow seeds, and establish a tribe of half-beasts. They settled here, distancing themselves from humanity, conflict, and chaos, carving out a piece of land for themselves, living in solitude. Lu Zhan became a deity among them. Yet, he knew he must depart. His pursuit of strength was not to lead the half-beasts to survival. He bore deep-seated blood debts and grievances, with his own aspirations, and people he longed to see. It was time for him to leave. They had shared the darkness and mire together, and welcomed the sunlight and tomorrow. Yet they were unwilling to let him go. Some harbored jealousy towards his talents and abilities, beginning to speculate on his intentions, doubting his peculiarities. They would not permit anyone to leave the fold. The 3 individuals with powers were the leaders. Although Lu Zhan wielded absolute authority, they had always executed matters democratically, dividing responsibilities among the 3. Lu Zhan had never considered that Big Brother had always disapproved of him. Big Brother incited the others' emotions, leading them to feel uneasy, fearing that his departure would expose their idyllic existence. After all, the half-beasts were no longer human. They were half-human, half-zombie. Their very nature forged a divide between them and humanity, associating with the undead. Yet Lu Zhan was determined to leave, to venture into human territory. What was his purpose? Was he seeking refuge with humanity? What did he truly desire? Regardless of whether the thoughts were malicious or benevolent, they would not allow him to depart. Only Zhu Jishu stood by Lu Zhan's side. Yet Lu Zhan understood that deep down, Zhu Jishu still considered himself human. Zhu Jishu refused to acknowledge his place among the cruel and brutal zombies. Lu Zhan was also aware that once Zhu Jishu discovered his true intentions of seeking vengeance against humanity, he would turn his weapons upon him. 3 individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, perspectives, and ideologies. Friction, disputes, anger, discontent. The trio of leaders ultimately erupted into a heated argument. Zhu Jishu chose to withdraw. Recognizing his differences from the others, he distanced himself from the half-beast tribe and began to live alone in the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan and Big Brother continued their quarrel, their voices growing hoarse with anger, pushing Lu Zhan to the opposing side of the masses. Perhaps Lu Zhan had never anticipated that his departure would be marked by such a humiliating betrayal. He did not leave freely, but rather as a defector, stepping away from this place amid the blood of his companions. How ironic! Lu Zhan chuckled, fiercely driving his vehicle, tears brimming in his eyes. Chapter 36. The Grave Illness Brother. He has just left. Should we pursue him? Shrouded inquired, surveying the chaotic and bloody scene before him. Zhu Jishu tightened his expression, scanning the surroundings until his gaze fell upon Lu Zhan, his pupils suddenly contracting in shock. Lu Zhan? Shrouded also noticed her form, leaping from the tree and placing his fingers gently on her nose, ultimately shaking his head in sorrow. Lu Zhan had acted with such impulsiveness, and as a result, she had reaped the bitter fruits of her rashness. Zhu Jishu trembled as he carefully lifted Lu Zhan's body and laid her onto the tricycle. Shrouded. In which direction did Lu Zhan head? Shrouded sniffled. This way. He pointed, then shook his head in confusion. No, it's this way. But that's not right either. Lowering his head, he lamented, Brother, it's everywhere. We cannot track him down. How infuriating. He had intended to prepare some items to confront Lu Zhan with greater assurance. Yet this delay had caused him to arrive too late. Had he not squandered time, perhaps Lu Zhan would still be alive. Regret and sorrow weighed heavily upon him, and he gritted his teeth, starting the electric tricycle with determination as he sped towards the direction of the Hoda base. Wait, brother, Sister Fu is here too, Shrouded exclaimed in surprise. He leapt from the tree and hurried to Fu Lian's side, checking her breath and his eyes brightening. Sister is still alive, he shouted. Nodding, Shrouded lifted Fu Lian's body and swiftly made his way towards the bamboo house. Meanwhile, Zhu Jishu took a deep breath and resolutely headed towards the Hoda base. Fu Lian had been in a deep slumber for an entire day, feeling utterly drained. As she hazily awoke, both hunger and fatigue enveloped her. Upon emerging from the bamboo cottage, she made her way to the kitchen in search of sustenance. In the kitchen, she found Shrouded had prepared water, within which floated 2 eggs. Fu Lian picked one up, cracked it open, and consumed it. The sun had just begun its ascent above the horizon, marking the early morning. It was the second day since Lu Zhan's departure. Fu Lian's heart was heavy with sorrow. Upon awakening this morning, her mind throbbed as if pierced by needles, and now it felt as though it were filled with glue, rendering her thoughts sluggish and laborious. She managed to finish her egg, but could no longer endure the overwhelming weakness and dizziness that enveloped her, slowly sinking down to the floor while clutching the chair for support. She was certain that something had been controlling her at that moment. Whose supernatural ability was it? The pain. Her head ached terribly. At that time, only Lu Zhan was present, and she was clearly a supernatural being. Could have been her, but why would she harbor such animosity towards Lu Zhan? Was it merely because he had splashed her with hot soup? That seemed unlikely. There must be some reason unknown to Fu Lian. Wait, she was fond of Zhu Jishu, and only Zhu Jishu wished to harm Lu Zhan. Could it be related to him? She was indeed impulsive and sentimental, which would make sense in this context. However, this half-beast forest was quite peculiar, filled with intense malice and hostility towards Lu Zhan. Zhu Jishu knew Lu Zhan. They were both half-beasts. Could it be that Lu Zhan had once been involved in a life-and-death conflict with them and was ultimately driven out? Never mind, that had nothing to do with her. Fu Lian supported her head with a frown, pondering the most pressing mystery. Why had Lu Zhan not killed her? He had never shown mercy to his enemies. She questioned herself. Was it out of affection? Fu Lian was rendered speechless, an overwhelming sense of fear surging within her, accompanied by a flicker of survival instinct. Prolonged contemplation rendered her legs numb as she crouched down. She attempted to rise. However, just as she straightened her back with effort, darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed to the side. Sister. As the wind swept by, Fu Lian found herself caught in the arms of Shrouded. Shrouded furrowed her brow in concern. Her delicate lips pressed tightly together. Sister, what's wrong? You look so unwell. Fu Lian weakly reached up to touch her forehead and was immediately startled. Her head felt as though it could ignite kindling. She had initially thought her headache was merely a result of oversleeping and had tried to dismiss it, but to her dismay, she realized she was genuinely ill with a fever. Shrouded, Fu Lian called, tugging at the hem of Shrouded's garment. Is there any medicine at home? Fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, anything will do. Sister is unwell. Shrouded shook her head, hoisting Fu Lian and rushing towards the room. I don't know, but I'll go look for something. Fu Lian lay sprawled on the bed like a delicate egg flower, watching as Shrouded dashed out like the wind. Moments later, he returned, gently patting her head and probing her nose with palpable concern, as if fearing that she might slip away at any moment. It seemed as though he was perplexed by her lingering presence, questioning how she had yet to succumb to the inevitable. As the night wore on, Fu Lian became acutely aware of her grave condition, realizing that recovery would not come swiftly. She needed medication. Thus, when Shrouded entered to deliver dinner, she mustered the strength to prop herself up, breathing heavily as she inquired, Have you found the medicine? Shrouded bit his lip, shaking his head softly. We half-beasts do not require medicine. The zombie virus is the most difficult ailment to treat. Those afflicted with the zombie virus need not worry about falling ill. Fu Lian understood the unspoken meaning behind his words, and with a sense of disappointment, she reclined, staring blankly at the bamboo wall above her. No, Shrouded. Fu Lian felt a flicker of surprise. They were merely acquaintances, their bond not particularly profound. You are a half-orc, and the base is filled with humans. It is perilous for you to venture there. Sister, Shrouded flashed a bright smile. It's all right. I used to live in the Ho2 base. It's not that daunting, but you, without medicine, will find it exceedingly difficult to endure. As she spoke, Shrouded's eyelashes fluttered downwards. She did not wish to witness anyone perish before her eyes again. With life's glimmer still present, how could they allow her to succumb to death? Wait. Shrouded Fu Lian's eyes brimmed with grateful tears. This was indeed a treacherous endeavor. It's fine, sister. I know the Ho2 base like the back of my hand. It's a pleasant place with food and drink and somewhere to sleep. However, I am no longer a resident there, and thus, I cannot enjoy those comforts. Yet, there's a compassionate gate on the mountain behind the base. I can sneak in through there. The area is sparsely populated, so I just need to be cautious. To the left of the bamboo bridge lies the firewood shed and the kitchen. The shed contains mainly medical supplies and clothing. I can go in, grab what I need, and leave without anyone noticing. Shrouded tilted her head reassuringly, tucking Fu Lian's blanket tighter around her. In her dazed eyes, helplessness and fear were evident. Whether she wished it or not, the hope of survival rested upon the shoulders of a mere child. After Shrouded departed, Fu Lian lay there for an entire day. When hunger became unbearable in the afternoon, she slowly rose to seek something to eat. She had always been resilient, accustomed to battling life alone. This was not her first experience suffering in solitude. Indeed, she was an old hand, rich in experience. Fu Lian maintained an optimistic resilience as she descended the stairs, where she encountered a half-beast elder. The old man carried a small basket, within which lay several snow-white steamed buns. Fu Lian, driven by her ravenous hunger, immediately fixated on the food in his grasp. After swallowing several times, she turned her gaze to the elder before her, whose face bore deep creases and furrows reminiscent of the East African Rift Valley. Upon noticing Fu Lian, the elder's pupils dilated slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he tremulously waved his hand, saying, "My dear, the child Shao-Di asked me to look after you." Fu Lian was somewhat taken aback by the sight of such an aged half-beast. The elder exhibited a pronounced tremor in his hands, likely a remnant from his human days. Yet he was remarkably adept in his movements. Fu Lian consumed the steamed bun, and then, without uttering a single word, she embraced the basket and departed. Fu Lian yearned to engage her in conversation, yet she perpetually kept her distance, exuding an air of reluctance to communicate. After a day's rest, Fu Lian felt somewhat better, though discomfort still lingered. The prolonged absence of Shao-Di filled her with unease. Sitting idly and waiting was not in her nature. Thus, when the elderly caretaker arrived to deliver her meal in the morning, Fu Lian seized the opportunity to inquire about the situation. Fu Lian felt a sense of unease. After having breakfast and expressing her gratitude to the elderly man, she resolved to venture to the Huta base on her own. Lacking any means of transportation, she set off on foot towards her destination, clutching some bread gifted by the old man and a kitchen knife she had taken from the kitchen. The elderly man had also provided her with a map. The map indicated that Fu Lian was currently situated in the outskirts of Pingchuan City, which had once been a barren land. However, following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the flora had surged forth, transforming it into a dense forest. To the north of Pingchuan lay Liyuan Mountain, and as she lifted her gaze, she could faintly discern a colossal statue of the Huta goddess, shrouded in mist. Her countenance exuded compassion, cradling a lively infant in her arms. The Huta goddess is revered as the bodhisattva of childbearing. Fu Lian recalled that Lin Zian possessed a tricycle. She must have pursued Lu Zhan in haste, and the vehicle was surely not far off. Following her instincts, Fu Lian identified the general direction and discovered the tricycle. Not far from there, a fierce battle between the half-beasts and Lu Zhan raged on. Stealthily, she stole a glance at the scene, which had been ravaged by unknown creatures, leaving behind only remnants of flesh and debris. Lu Zhan, the person who weighed heavily on her heart, resurfaced in her thoughts. She wondered if he still resided at the Huta base. Approaching him now to seek forgiveness, and then shamelessly clinging to him once more, she questioned whether this endeavor still held any promise. Having barely embarked on her journey, she could not afford to falter midway. Furthermore, she believed there was still hope for her. Fu Lian idly contemplated, only to realize that if Lu Zhan's first words upon seeing her were, "You didn't die," what would she do then? She felt an overwhelming sense of doom. A shiver ran down her spine as she began to waver in her resolve. Perhaps it would be best to avoid encountering Lu Zhan altogether. Fu Lian blinked her eyes and, upon raising her head, nearly collided with a large boulder looming ahead. She swerved to avoid it, but her body, rigid with tension, transformed a minor miscalculation into an impending catastrophe, nearly resulting in a rollover. She halted the vehicle and stepped out to inspect the damage. The front bumper was significantly dented, yet it was of little consequence as long as the car remained functional. Fu Lian patted her chest and resumed her seat at the wheel, attempting to gather her scattered thoughts. With her trembling right hand, she touched her erratic heartbeat, suddenly realizing that she was indeed quite afraid of encountering Lu Zhan. The fear was so intense that it nearly led her to a car accident that could have cost her life. It was precisely this fear of death that made her dread him. That insufferable man. Just the thought of him could drive me to the brink, couldn't it? With a sense of indignation, Fu Lian restarted the car, dismissing any errant thoughts and concentrating solely on the road ahead while evading the oncoming zombies. The trees stood lush and verdant, their branches casting a cool shade as Fu Lian savored the pleasant and tumultuous breeze that caressed her face. However, her moment of relaxation was short-lived. Fu Lian discovered that the wind from the tricycle was rather strong, exacerbating her dizziness and headache. Enduring the discomfort, she drove for about an hour before emerging from the dense forest onto a concrete road. Fu Lian felt an alarming heat radiating from her face, likely indicating another fever. This body was indeed frail. She had never encountered anyone so delicate in such a post-apocalyptic world. Finding a vacant spot, she rested in the vehicle for a while before continuing her journey. As she proceeded, the concrete path grew increasingly rugged and dilapidated, revealing glimpses of houses and small shops within a commercial area, suggesting the presence of a community. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil. Occasionally, a couple of zombies would stagger menacingly towards her, but she merely ignored them and sped past. During her travels, she fortuitously stumbled upon a pharmacy, where she risked her life to scavenge some medicine, even managing to procure a kitchen knife. With no time to examine the edibility of the pharmaceuticals, she hastily consumed them to escape the pursuing zombies. By the time the sun was high in the sky, Fu Lian arrived at Lu Zhan Mountain. The Huda base was situated at the mountain's peak. As the saying goes, sincerity begets miracles. Thus, the Hutu base's predecessor, the Hutu goddess temple, attracted many pilgrims seeking blessings for offspring, resulting in numerous paths leading up the mountain. However, as one approached the summit, traversing by vehicle became increasingly impractical. The gradient of Lu Zhan Mountain grew steeper, with flying sand and rocky outcrops, and some descendants had constructed barriers of coniferous trees along the way. Of course, it was also possible that Fu Lian had taken the wrong path. The tricycle's poor balance caused her to wobble precariously, nearly toppling over several times. Ultimately, she had no choice but to abandon the vehicle and proceed on foot. Ascending, she encountered a somewhat intact ladder, albeit strewn with peculiar red pine needles with sharp tips. On this solitary ladder, Fu Lian discerned a massive white truck blocking her path. As she approached, she realized it was indeed a large vehicle, ominously situated across the road. The truck's rear doors were tightly shut, secured with a lock, though not fully locked. Trapped, she had no option but to detour. As she passed in front of the truck, she spotted a figure in blue clothing seated in the driver's seat. Could it be someone alive? This truck was teeming with zombies. Suddenly, she heard a cacophony of frantic banging from within the truck's compartment. The rear doors were locked, but not securely fastened. Fu Lian could vividly imagine the horror that awaited her if the zombies managed to burst through. Without hesitation, she sprinted forward. Meanwhile, the rear doors, under the relentless efforts of the zombies, were predictably forced open, revealing a horde of emaciated creatures, starved and ravenous, surging towards her like famished wolves upon sighting prey. Fu Lian sprinted forward, producing the intoxicating fish grass she carried and spraying a dose behind her to thwart their frenzied actions. She then continued her desperate dash. However, after just a few strides, she noticed several drooling, crooked-mouthed zombies slowly emerging from beneath the scattered vehicles that had come to a halt ahead. With both paths obstructed, Fu Lian bit her lip, glancing around before decisively making her way towards a seemingly deserted little house to the side. Fu Lian took a deep breath, displaying a friendly smile. However, upon realizing that the three zombies were unyielding, her expression shifted to one of resignation. She brandished a curled-edge kitchen knife and struck at them relentlessly, delivering numerous blows until the blade became damaged. Only then did the heads of the three zombies tumble to the ground. Exhaling in relief, she conducted a thorough inspection of her surroundings, confirming her safety before retreating to a corner of the room. Outside, the zombies had long since surrounded the house, persistently battering the door. Some reached through the sole window, their hands flailing wildly in the air. The door, though locked, was a wooden barrier that groaned under the relentless onslaught of the horde, producing a cacophonous sound akin to a feeble old man's lament. This unnerving noise sent shivers down Fu Lian's spine, already feeling unwell and in dire need of rest. The strain of her exertions exacerbated her discomfort. Fu Lian touched her pounding chest, unable to suppress a couple of dry heaves. As she retched, the zombies outside the door inexplicably paused for a few seconds before resuming their relentless banging. Fu Lian pretended to vomit several times, yet the stuttering did not reoccur. Gradually, the sensation of chest tightness and anguish eased a little, but Fu Lian, in her despair, realized that she was trapped here. Remaining in this state was not a solution. It was evident that this horde of zombies would not spare her. Fu Lian bit her lip, contemplating the peculiar interruption she had just experienced. As though the television drama had abruptly been paused, a thought crossed her mind, and soon tears welled up in her eyes. She softly murmured, feeling utterly helpless. If only Brother Lu Zhan were here, I would have to worry about the zombie threat at all. As she spoke, her words felt like both a release and a lament, a solitary dialogue with herself. To her astonishment, immediately after her utterance, the zombies outside suddenly froze in their tracks, each one shaking its head in confusion before turning away and departing from the small cabin. Fu Lian bit her lip. Indeed, that doggo man was watching. Yet she feigned ignorance, adopting a look of surprise, blinking slowly as she gradually rose to her feet and gazed out of the window. Fu Lian felt that her shameless scheme was coming to fruition. Chapter 37. The Red Light Sect, the Gate of Compassion. Such eloquent words. Fu Lian gazed at the small door she had painstakingly discovered on the hillside. Ah, it was merely a dog hole. A peculiar, pungent odor lingered in the air, likely a remnant of numerous dogs or perhaps humans who had attended to their physiological needs here. Reflecting on the main entrance, Fu Lian suppressed her distaste. Time rewound an hour prior, when it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun hung askew in the sky. Fu Lian had just arrived at the gates of the Earth Mother and did not act recklessly. Instead, he concealed himself in a secluded spot to observe the situation. At that moment, he chanced upon the return of truck. 3 men disembarked, accompanied primarily by women. Among them was a woman, emaciated and frail, who clutched the hand of a little girl, appearing somewhat disoriented. The security guard, with decayed teeth, donned a yellow robe and grinned lecherously. He loudly addressed the man in front of him. "Old Zhang, where did this cargo come from? They seem rather docile. Where else could they be from?" "The Pingchuan base." "Of course." Old Zhang, shaking his leg, noticed the women lagging behind and, with no regard for their plight, delivered a kick that nearly sent them sprawling. The women hurriedly stumbled forward a few paces. Fu Lian noticed that their feet were bound with ropes for in a row, tied together. There were probably 5 rows, totaling 20 women. Women are indeed delicate. It hadn't been long since they were brought in, and already some had perished while others had gone mad. Old Zhang spat disdainfully, remarking that it was one thing to be disobedient, but they also expected him to attend to them. The toothless security guard, still savoring the remnants of his broken teeth, spoke with a tone of bewilderment. "Only you, Old Zhang, would look down upon women like this." Old Zhang was displeased by this comment. He certainly had no regard for such lowly creatures. Snorting in contempt, he averted his gaze from the sycophantic security guard, unperturbed by the slight. The toothless guard continued to cast lecherous glances at the women, his gnarled hands itching to reach out and touch them. The trio led by Old Zhang simply watched without intervening. Fu Lian was left in a state of bewilderment. What exactly was the situation at the Ho2 base? Moreover, judging by what she had observed thus far, it was evident that the women residing at the Ho2 base were enduring a difficult existence. If she were to recklessly venture in, Fu Lian could hardly fathom the fate that awaited her. Were Shrouded's words merely a deception? What truly transpired within the confines of the Ho2 base? Fu Lian bit her lip, growing increasingly anxious as the thought that Shrouded might be in trouble consumed her. After a cautious observation, she resolved to head to the back mountain in search of Shrouded, who had mentioned the Compassion Gate. Thus unfolded the scene of Fu Lian squeezing through a dog hole. With a heavy sigh, she reminded herself that she was indeed a woman of resilience and adaptability. Gritting her teeth, she covered her nose, cautiously peered inside, confirmed its feasibility, and ensured no one was around before extending her leg through. After a considerable struggle to navigate the narrow opening, she suddenly found herself silenced as a pair of hands covered her mouth and dragged her into a corner. Those hands possessed remarkable strength, skillfully immobilizing her body, rendering her utterly powerless. Fu Lian felt a surge of anxiety, holding her breath and discreetly surveying her surroundings. Her eyes were not covered by the other party. As she traversed the lawn, Fu Lian was led to a small room. The person behind her exhaled heavily, and in an instant, she raised her arm and struck at their hand. After 2 exchanges, Fu Lian found herself pinned against the wall, caught in an exceedingly awkward position. Fu Lian, in a fit of rage, lamented that if it weren't for her illness and the absence of a suitable weapon, she would not have endured such humiliation. Lu Li initially perceived this woman as an accomplice, for the women of the Red Lantern Society were numerous and often replaced swiftly. Her mild facial blindness made it difficult for her to recognize all, yet she was taken aback when the woman approached her with aggression. Unfortunately, Fu Lian's frail state rendered her utterly incapable of matching Lu Li's prowess. Although Lu Li struggled with facial recognition, her discerning eye for beauty was exceptional. She could not forget the delicate charm of Fu Lian, who was akin to a soft, tender flower. However, could it be that there existed a woman who willingly approached her? Lu Li found this notion hard to believe. Thus her curiosity towards the newcomer deepened. "Who are you?" Fu Lian exhibited remarkable adaptability. Upon realizing that the woman had not acted with undue severity, he promptly pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Sister, dear sister, I beg your pardon. I have come in search of someone and did not intend to offend such a beautiful lady like yourself." Fu Lian was discreetly observing her. She donned a gray-blue monk's robe, and the small gray-blue cap atop her head had long tilted to one side during the scuffle. Her expression was one of coldness. Unlike Lu Zhan's somber and austere demeanor, her chill was innate, a frigid essence that permeated her very being, especially evident in her gaze. Fu Lian discerned 4 striking characters on the visage of the icy beauty. "I am not to be trifled with." A chill ran through her heart. Nevertheless, she resigned herself to the notion that she could not cast this woman out to be desecrated by that group of men. Lu Li sighed, cautioning, "Do not wander off." She then released Fu Lian, who stood there, massaging her neck and bowing her head, her delicate face resembling a rosy, glutinous rice ball. So obedient it stirred an unusual sentiment within Lu Li. There was an undeniable charm about her. One could not help but think of Jingjing. Though Lu Li maintained a frosty demeanor throughout the day, she found herself utterly defenseless against the soft and sweet allure of Fu Lian. Suppressing the impulse to pat her head, Lu Li turned to retrieve a gray garment from behind the curtain and gestured for Fu Lian to follow her. Realizing that the woman bore no ill intentions towards her, Fu Lian obediently trailed behind. Lu Li guided her to a nearby small room, where Fu Lian immediately noticed a row of red lantern pendants hanging on the wall. A thought flickered in her mind. The men and women here were clearly at odds, and if she wished to navigate the intricacies of the Ho-Tu base and gather information, she would need to rely on the women. Are you part of the Red Lantern sect?" Fu Lian inquired. Lu Li paused, suddenly subduing Fu Lian with a swift grip, her voice icy as she demanded, "Who are you?" "Lin Zian." "Do you know Lin Zian?" "She introduced me to join." Fu Lian hesitated, recognizing that too many words might betray her. She bit her lip, deciding to take a gamble. She still needed to find medicine and locate Xiao Zianya. Lu Li hesitated momentarily, then continued sternly, "What token do you have?" "Token? What token?" Fu Lian's heartbeat quickened before she could respond. Lu Li's hand deftly retrieved the red lantern pendant from the nape of her slender neck. Holding the pendant in her palm, Lu Li released her grip, her tone softening slightly. "What is your name?" "Fu Lian," she replied, exhaling a sigh of relief. She donned the garment, aware that the women here were forbidden from moving about freely, lest they be captured. Lu Li concluded her statement, still regarding Fu Lian with a scrutinizing gaze. Fu Lian, feeling a sense of trepidation, quietly donned the robe, struggling with the unfamiliar garment for quite some time. Lu Li, deliberately lingering in the room, relished the rare sight of the timid girl, and upon witnessing Fu Lian's nervousness, mistakenly believed she had frightened her. Clearing her throat awkwardly, Lu Li feigned nonchalance while, in truth, she was quite excited to assist her in properly fastening the attire. She then produced a false mustache, affixing it to Fu Lian's face alongside various other whimsical materials, transforming her into a disheveled little old man. Amidst this bustling activity, Lu Li inquired whether Fu Lian wished to join them in their significant endeavor, to which Fu Lian politely declined. To clarify any potential misunderstanding, she elucidated her purpose for visiting the Earthen base, explaining her illness and her desire to first procure some medicine. Lu Li nodded in understanding. casually gesturing in a general direction before departing with the others. Fu Lian followed the direction and inadvertently lost her way. Here stood a row of lowly houses, encircling a small altar where a towering tree flourished. This tree bore an abundance of crimson fruits, each resembling the face of an infant. As the wind swept through, the cluster of small figures hanging from the tree swayed gently, evoking an inexplicable sense of unease. Fu Lian instinctively wrapped her hands tightly together and continued along the narrow path. The stony trail led to a secluded corner of the courtyard, a place desolate and devoid of life, enveloped in an atmosphere of melancholy. Her heart began to race, and an unsettling anxiety took hold of her. Compounded by severe dizziness, she found herself needing to pause after taking just a few steps. "Sister, Sister Fu," a youthful voice called out beside her. Fu Lian felt a shiver run down her spine as her gaze swept over to the little wooden cabin ahead, where a wooden beam had fallen and locked the door. She approached and whispered, "Xiao Di, Fu Jie, what brings you here? Have you recovered from your illness?" Xiao Di's voice came softly, somewhat muffled, as if something were lodged in her mouth or obstructing her speech. Fu Lian pressed her ear against the door, peering through the crack, only to be startled by a pair of eyes, one red and the other green. "Is that really you, Xiao Di?" she questioned, doubt creeping in her mind. What on earth could be contained within? "Behind you, behind you." Xiao Di's voice suddenly rang out in terror. This room, too, was sealed by a wooden door, crafted from rich walnut, and it was bolted shut far more securely than the one with the missing corner. "Sister, save me. Help." The panic in Xiao Di's voice grew increasingly frantic. Fu Lian's heart was heavy with worry. Gritting her teeth, she turned the wooden handle, but she knew all too well that the door was securely locked and impossible to open. She glanced around and discovered an axe beneath the infant tree. The axe, with its iron handle, was exceedingly heavy, and Fu Lian struggled to lift it. Dragging the axe along, she approached the door and, with great effort, began to strike it. In just a few blows, the wooden door splintered apart. She set down the axe, feeling almost faint, while on the other side, Xiao Di's voice rang out with delight. "Sister, quickly, just a few more strikes, and I will be free." Fu Lian gritted her teeth and struck the axe again, this time intentionally applying less force, creating only a narrow gap. Peering through the crevice, she confirmed it was Xiao Di before she resolutely smashed open the wooden door. The infants are all gagged, their bodies bound in a manner reminiscent of Zongzi, their hollow eyes streaming with blood as they gazed at the two figures near the exit. Before departing, Xiao Di had deliberately kicked them further away. Apart from enduring a blow from the axe, it was impossible for them to reach the door swiftly enough to seize them. Xiao Di let out a sigh of relief, immediately grasping Fu Lian's hand and sprinting outward. With a resounding crash against the door, a lifeless infant, its head adorned with a massive axe, crawled forth. Once completely wrapped like a rice dumpling, its bindings had now burst apart, revealing stout legs. It turned to fix its bloody, glaring eyes upon Fu Lian and her companion, swiftly advancing towards them. Fu Lian and Xiao Di ran frantically through the base, their hearts racing with fear. They dashed past a thatched cottage with dripping bamboo water, and before them appeared a pavilion by the water. With no one in sight, they ascended a building, climbing 3 stories, while the corpse-like infant relentlessly pursued them. The wind brushed against her cheek, bringing with it a sharp pain, as if it were tormenting her fragile mind. Even her heartbeat began to falter, losing its rhythm. As dusk approached, a faint white light shimmered on the surface of the lake. Fu Lian had been pursued for quite some time and was now utterly exhausted. Her steps slowed, and she gasped loudly for breath as she glanced back at the approaching zombie infants, closing her eyes momentarily. Suddenly, she unleashed a remarkable surge of strength, seizing a nearby railing and vaulting herself upward to the 2nd floor. The zombie infants attempted to follow suit, but, due to their diminutive limbs, fell helplessly into the water instead. Overjoyed, she clutched her belly in laughter and settled down on a bench in the pavilion with Xiao Di for a well-deserved respite. Following this, she mimicked her earlier success and dashed back to the 1st floor, swaying deftly between the balconies. This maneuver could only be executed thrice before the zombie infants caught on, likely coordinating in groups of 3 or 4 to obstruct her path. Fu Lian was once again utterly exhausted. It was quite unbearable. Old Zhang led a group of women clad in oversized white robes to stand before the statue of the Buddha, lined up as if they were mere commodities. On the table before them, red baby-face fruits were arranged in an orderly manner, precisely the kind Fu Lian had observed. Below the platform, a throng of men encircled the square, creating an impenetrable crowd. Yet, in a dim corner to the right of the square, there existed a solitary sanctuary, one that the men dared not cast their gaze upon regardless of how tightly they pressed together. There stood 2 individuals. If Fu Lian's night vision were sharp enough to discern clearly, he would recognize them as familiar faces, Lu Zhan and Old Zhang. This was Lu Zhan's first time attending such a grand and formal matchmaking event. He lit a cigarette, adopting a somewhat languid demeanor. Beside him, Old Zhang raised an eyebrow and introduced, "Regrettably, our consul, young Bodhisattva, is not present today. You should have had the chance to meet her." Lu Zhan surveyed the assembly of women, remaining silent. At this juncture, Old Zhang's lips curled into a faint, cruel smile. "But do be cautious. If one becomes pregnant, she must be sent to young Bodhisattva, for she adores children." Lu Zhan narrowed his eyes. "You seem somewhat fearful of her." His voice was steady, and his words concise. Old Zhang paused for a moment. The survival of the Hutta base was largely thanks to young Bodhisattva. He conveyed this sentiment, but his tone bore no trace of reverence. He concealed certain truths, clearly seeking something from Lu Zhan. The ceremony dragged on with lengthy speeches, prompting Lu Zhan to stifle a yawn as he watched the first man ascend the stage. The initial participant was Jia Run, a man of unfortunate fate, who was neglected at home, with his mother-in-law having sold his wife and child to subsidize household expenses. Frustrated, he relocated to the nearby Hutta base. The bases were isolated, and information was scarce. He was unaware of the circumstances at Hutta, but had heard that its inhabitants frequently came to Pingchuan to purchase women. Suspecting his wife and child might have been sold there, he arrived. Though he was not originally the first, his audacity and eloquence caught Old Zhang's eye, granting him the honor of being the first on stage. Jia Run trembled with excitement as he stood before the audience, his narrowed eyes scanning the women until they landed on one who bowed her head, silently weeping. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth opened to speak. But before he could utter a word, a small figure, crawling on all fours, tumbled at his feet. It was a corpse baby. Fu Lian discreetly gave a thumbs up to the small D who had just kicked. The corpse-like infant writhed and suddenly opened its mouth, aiming to bite him. Startled, he stumbled backward and fell to the ground, his body convulsing as he shrank away, his back colliding with a red-painted table, toppling a row of infant-faced fruits. The line of women stood frozen in terror, struggling to flee but tripped by the ropes binding their feet. They howled in despair, writhing as they pushed backward. The ropes tightened, dragging several women along, revealing deep indentations on their exposed ankles. Below, the men waiting in anticipation were petrified, gaping in bewilderment, unsure who had caused the chaos. Instantly, turmoil erupted from the breached line as they began to shove and scramble for safety. Meanwhile, the women of the Red Lantern sect, who had been poised in the shadows, seized the opportunity to toss several smoke bombs into the crowd. Under the cover of the smoke, they surged toward the forefront of the statue, where that group of women gathered. The scene devolved into utter chaos. Lu Zhan observed coolly, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips, his gaze drifting toward Fu Lian. His expression shifted slightly. Lao Zhang followed his line of sight and, as expected, spotted a diminutive figure. The distance and darkness rendered the features indistinct, yet he could see an elderly man grasping a child, seemingly preparing to depart. Lao Zhang's smile turned sinister as he signaled to the men behind him. The corridor flickered with candlelight, transforming the night into a warm hue, casting a yellowish glow. The women wore veils across their faces, enveloped in long, thick blue robes that trailed on the ground, resembling vengeful spirits. She stood at the end of the hallway, and although Fu Lian could not discern her expression, she felt an unsettling gaze piercing her back, laden with an oppressive and unspeakable danger that flooded her mind. A thin sheen of sweat appeared on Fu Lian's forehead. The Uri Ran. Fu Lian bit her lip, trembling as she spoke. She sensed that this woman was perilous. Unperturbed, little D stepped back slightly, adopting a precocious demeanor. I will handle her. Fu Lian bit her lip, and behind the woman, she caught sight of a tall, languid figure, old Zhang. The silhouette emerged from the staircase, his footsteps heavy, echoing against the ground like the rhythmic drip of water. Each drop fell upon Fu Lian's tightly wounded heart, one by one. She steadied her dizzy head, momentarily at a loss for what to do. It felt as though, no matter how she tried to evade it, this night was destined to be fraught with tribulation. Young Bodhisattva, old Zhang bowed slightly, speaking with reverence. The woman in white, a ghostly presence, inclined her head slightly, her gaze fixed on Xiao Di. She raised her palm, gesturing for him to come closer. Her voice, as if ground through sand, resonated with an echo, as though a multitude of voices were woven together in utterance. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Di, seemingly unable to resist, lunged forward, his body advancing step by step, his feet sparking against the ground, until he finally fell into the woman's outstretched hand. Satisfied, the woman lifted her chin slightly. The flickering candlelight in the night cast a delicate curve across her face. Fu Lian widened her eyes in astonishment as she beheld a face with bloodied lips and a pale complexion. Soon after, she realized that she was rendered immobile. Old Zhang chuckled softly, advancing towards her step by step, each heavy footfall weighing down upon her heart. Fu Lian struggled, attempting to concentrate and use her extraordinary abilities to break free, but instead exacerbated the pain in her head caused by illness. Her mind buzzed, nearly rendering her deaf. Tears welled up in Fu Lian's eyes as she helplessly and despairingly gazed at the man's hands and feet that bound her, carrying her away. Chapter 38. Encounter again. She gritted her teeth, the discomfort in her body rendering her utterly weak, her form languid, yearning only for slumber. The scenery before her began to sway and blur. Fu Lian shook her head, striving to keep her eyelids open. She pondered heavily, realizing she could scarcely endure any longer. Dragged along by old Zhang, she was once again brought back to the statue, where another escapee was captured. Fu Lian glanced around and found herself the only one captured in the monk's gray robe. Xiao Su took account of the people present. Calling out to Xiao Su, he picked up a torch and counted. 10 were missing. Lao Zhang nodded slightly, yet said nothing. Suddenly, Xiao Su lowered his head and grasped Fu Lian's chin. Fu Lian tightened her heart, lowering her eyelashes to avoid his gaze. What is amiss? Is it that she is too beautiful? Old Zhang inquired nonchalantly, entirely indifferent to Fu Lian's bizarre attire. After speaking, he lit a cigarette, fixating his gaze upon Fu Lian. His stare was unsettling, akin to the chilling dampness left by water splashed from a well. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, vigorously rubbing her slightly smudged makeup and caressing the soft, delicate flesh beneath. Indeed, she was stunning. Come, Xiao Su, take her my room. I have decided on this woman. Obediently, Xiao Su approached, blindfolding Fu Lian before hoisting her up and retreating. Fu Lian yearned to resist, yet Xiao Su, a robust and youthful man, possessed extraordinary strength, while she was but a frail figure. After a futile struggle, she quickly succumbed to his force. The act of being hoisted onto his shoulder caused her head to tilt downward, intensifying the rush of blood to her head and exacerbating her discomfort. She even felt a wave of nausea rising within her. After being unceremoniously tossed into a room by Xiao Su, Fu Lian let out a sigh of relief and leaned against the wall to catch her breath. Ultimately, she could not suppress the urge to vomit, and with a heave, she expelled a few mouthfuls of sour bile, having consumed little throughout the day. However, the act of purging did not alleviate her distress. Rather, it deepened her anguish. Fu Lian was on the verge of tears, yet sleep eluded her. Summoning her remaining strength, she gradually gnawed through the ropes binding her hands, removed the cloth obscuring her vision, and liberated her feet from their restraints, preparing to flee. Just as she was about to make her escape, she heard old Zhang's low voice resonate in the air. Is this the will of young Bodhisattva? His tone was heavy, devoid of discernible emotion. A man beside him replied. Old Zhang inhaled deeply, uttering a coarse remark. Fine, I know what I'm doing. He then pushed open the door. Inside, the room was barren. The imposing silhouette of old Zhang stretched across the door, casting a monstrous shadow. He remained still, the faint, acrid scent of vomit permeating the atmosphere. Shifting her gaze to the right, behind old Zhang's broad shoulders, she noticed a partially ajar door, where a figure stood, distinctly outlined. The figure, clad in a gray monk's robe, held its breath, stealthily observing old Zhang's back. Old Zhang glanced at the ropes on the floor, a chilling smile playing on his lips. You're still in the room, aren't you? He remarked, slowly turning to shut the door. If you were to close it, Fu Lian would be exposed. Fu Lian gritted her teeth, and at the moment he turned away, decisively hurled a large vial of crimson pollen. This pollen, originally reserved for dealing with the land-based combat of Lin Xiuhua, unexpectedly proved useful in this instance. While the pollen may be of no consequence to him, the powder would surely momentarily hinder his ability to contend with her. A moment of triumph. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Fu Lian dashed outside, noticing the neighboring house with its lights off and door wide open. In a flurry of panic, she stumbled inside, quickly shutting the door behind her, leaning against it as she gasped for breath. The darkness of the night enveloped her, weaving through her tense and oppressive breaths. Fu Lian wiped the sweat from her forehead, leaning against the door, her chest rising and falling dramatically. However, upon lifting her gaze, she beheld a tall, dark silhouette seated at the edge of the bed. The figure hunched over, resting both elbows on its knees, and raised its face, scrutinizing Fu Lian with a vigilant and assessing demeanor. Fu Lian's heart sank. Could it be? Had she unwittingly leaped from the jaws of a wolf into the clutches of tiger? Was her misfortune truly so profound? Beneath the faint silver glow, she could only discern his sharp silhouette and his thin, translucent lips. The man coughed softly, his voice deep and devoid of warmth. Fu Lian? His slow utterance struck her like a thunderbolt. It was Lu Zhan. Are you all right? The series of harrowing events from that night had already left the frail and sickly Fu Lian's nerves frayed and her spirit utterly exhausted. She had thought she could finally exhale after entering what she believed to be an empty room, only to discover it was, in fact, Lu Zhan's chamber, and he was genuinely questioning her survival. The sheer terror severed the taut strings of her already strained heart, and Fu Lian's fevered mind became overwhelmed with uncontrollable fear and incredulous denial, these emotions erupting in a cacophony within her consciousness. Her unsteady form could scarcely absorb or withstand the onslaught of it all. Fu Lian was utterly stunned, unable to catch her breath, and promptly fainted. Lu Zhan was taken aback as well. He approached and gathered her limp form, only to discover that her body was alarmingly hot. After a few days apart, without his protection, this woman had managed to mistreat herself in such a manner. Anger and anguish swirled within Lu Zhan. The day he had been consumed by fury and disappointment, resolutely abandoning her. He had later pondered the situation and discerned a few clues. Yet, he could not suppress his feelings. This woman genuinely seemed intent on his demise. Otherwise, she would not have been so easily manipulated and provoked by another's mental influence. Yet now, she lay so fragile and soft in his embrace, like a rootless water plant, adrift and unfurling in his palm, completely defenseless. This rendered him devoid of any inclination to harm her. Instead, he found himself wanting to hold her tighter, to search for some medicine to alleviate the furrow in her brow, even in her slumber. He was truly losing his mind. He understood all too well what death entailed, the complete and utter disappearance of a person, never to return to his world, never to cry, laugh, or share any connection with his future. Hence, he was merciless to his enemies, yet could not bear the thought of her demise. The mere idea of her death caused an unbearable ache in his heart. Even if she sought to kill him, what of it? With her capabilities, it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Success was utterly impossible. Yet, as long as she smiled at him, carefully appeased him, sought refuge in his embrace, cried, or caused a ruckus, he would find immense joy. Lu Zhan furrowed his brow as he carried Fu Lian to the bed. He opened the drawer and retrieved the medicine he had prepared for bartering in this post-apocalyptic world, a precious commodity indeed. Without a second thought, he intended to administer it to her, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. He continued, somewhat distracted, pouring a glass of water to dissolve the medicine, only to find her uncooperative, refusing to swallow it. Lu Zhan stood at the edge of the bed, gazing at her pallid face, even in the darkness. Her visage was as clear as day before him. No shadow could conceal itself from him. He licked his lips, raised his hand, and took a sip himself. It was sweet, the medicine not bitter at all. He leaned down, gradually feeding it to her. Once she had consumed the medicine, he lingered on her lips for a while before slowly climbing into bed and holding her close. He closed his eyes and drifted into a dreamless slumber for the night. When Fu Lian awoke, she found that her headache had significantly diminished. Observing the sparse furnishings of the room, she felt somewhat bewildered. After pondering for a moment, she recalled the events of the previous night. She had rushed into Lu Zhan's room, where he sat on the bed like a specter, abruptly questioning her with an urgency that felt like a demand for her life. "You're not dead?" His words had startled her heart, causing her to faint. Thus, she now wondered where she was. Fu Lian rose and began to rummage through the room, attempting to find an object that would confirm it was indeed Lu Zhan's quarters. After searching for quite some time, without success, she was suddenly interrupted by a gentle knock at the door. "Sister Fu," came a cautious voice from outside. Fu Lian opened the door, revealing Lu Li standing outside. A gentle warmth surged within Fu Lian's heart as she cast a glance at the room behind her. Fu Lian pondered for a moment, then removed the hairpin she always carried and placed it on the table before departing the room with Lu Li. As they made their way, Lu Li seemed to have an instinctive awareness, guiding her to evade the patrols and watchful eyes of the men, leading them cautiously towards the back mountain. Along the journey, they encountered a drunken man who insisted on discussing the previous night's events with Fu Lian. Fearing entanglement, Lu Li swiftly dragged him into an alley and rendered him unconscious, allowing them to continue their journey unimpeded. Thanks to Lu Li's keen perception and composure, their passage was remarkably smooth. In the room, numerous women were gathered, all clad in the white robes from the previous night. Among them, a gentle-looking woman rushed forward, tears brimming in her eyes, and grasped Fu Lian's hand. "Thank you. If it weren't for your timely intervention last night, we would never have been able to escape so easily. I have heard of your deeds. You are the friend of Sister Zhan, are you not?" "I am her sister, Lin Yunyan." The women nodded in agreement. "Because of you, Yang Pusa was preoccupied with dealing with those corpse infants. Otherwise, the chances of saving so many sisters would have been bleak. My sister was chosen and forcibly united with a man who had consumed the Holy Sun's fruit, resulting in her pregnancy. Tragically, she died within a week, her abdomen grotesquely torn open, meeting a most harrowing end." How could this happen?" Fu Lian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I suspect that Yang Pusa is a corpse spirit." Lin Yunyan clenched her fists, speaking with indignation. Ever since her arrival, the Hota base has grown increasingly sinister. An older woman, evidently a long-time resident of the Hota base, interjected, "Yang Pusa's appetite has become insatiable. Once, she was satisfied with one infant a week, but now she demands many. Since her arrival, our lives have been plagued by sorrow, with women perishing daily. Then why do you not flee from here?" Fu Lian asked softly, her voice laced with confusion. "We cannot escape," Lin Yunyan replied, her eyes glistening with tears. "I have heard of a woman who managed to escape before, but she began to dream every night of corpse infants questioning her about her departure. 3 days later, she suddenly died." Lin Yunyan closed her eyes momentarily. "Yang Pusa has been known to place some of the corpse infants at the mountainside. Those who dare to flee are relentlessly pursued and devoured. Now, she bears several human faces." Fu Lian inhaled sharply, a sudden realization striking her. I have someone to save." She bit her lip, her thoughts racing to a child named shrouded, who had been taken by Yang Pusa. Lin Yunyan offered comfort, saying, "Yang Pusa has a fondness for children. He should be safe for the time being." In the midst of their conversation, a woman approached Fu Lian with a cup of water. The water was scalding hot, and Fu Lian took a small sip, nearly burning herself. "If we hide here, won't they discover us?" she queried. "But by disrupting the pilgrimage ceremony." Fu Lian's words were cut short, as Lin Yunyan nonchalantly tossed her hair. "If Yang Pusa is displeased, it's the men who will suffer, not us." But you could unite against Yang Pusa, Fu Lian exclaimed. We all suffer under his oppression. He is our common enemy. To her dismay, her words were met with immediate dissent. What chance do we have against Yang Pusa? One woman retorted. Those men only care for their own safety, forcing us to bear children. If it weren't for them, we would never have been sold to the underworld. Living in fear, the woman's sentiments resonated with the others, and soon they were united in a chorus of indignation, lamenting their plight and railing against the men. Fu Lian felt as though her heart had been struck fiercely, causing a dull ache within her. This young bodhisattva possessed an intellect that rivaled that of any human. She was astutely aware that when clams clash, the fisherman benefits. She understood how to shift the focus of conflict, causing two factions within the same camp to fracture and turn against one another, thereby preventing them from uniting their strength against her. Meanwhile, she merely needed to silently reap the rewards from behind the scenes, claiming all the advantages for herself. Fu Lian felt a chill run down her spine. As an ominous premonition settled over her, she sensed that none among them would ultimately escape the grasp of Yang Bodhisattva. This was a fearsome specter of death. At that moment, Fu Lian's keen eyes caught sight of a shadow outside the house. Almost immediately, a faint knock echoed through the air. The group held their breath in terror, and several women had already succumbed to nervous tears. Lin Yunyan attempted to soothe their frayed nerves, declaring, I shall go and investigate. No sooner had she spoken than a muffled groan resounded from outside, as Lu Li, stationed to keep watch, crashed heavily against the glass. Lin Yunyan's expression turned icy. She peered out the window and discerned a man, albeit an unfamiliar one. She pressed her lips together, her voice softening. Who are you and what do you seek? Fu Lian, puzzled, leaned over to the window to gaze outside, only to find herself locking eyes with Lu Zhan. She softly called out, Brother Lu Zhan, hurry over here. Upon hearing Fu Lian's voice, Lu Zhan gritted his teeth, speaking each word with palpable irritation. He had merely stepped out to fetch breakfast, and this woman had already run off with someone else. How absurd, considering he had tenderly fed her medicine just yesterday. A thankless wretch. Fu Lian trembled as the hot water scalded her hand, causing tears to stream down her face. In her agony, she could hardly tend to her injury, her lips quivering as she exclaimed, Hurry, run! Lu Zhan was indeed relentless, pursuing her from a distance with fervor. Oh, how terrifying! Fu Lian's heart screamed as she stepped back, tears brimming in her eyes. Fu Lian, Lu Zhan's voice was laced with frost, clearly indicating that he would not easily forgive her. Fu Lian took a step back, contemplating the most suitable escape route. Approaching her, Lu Zhan cleared his throat and softened his tone. He even suppressed the contemptuous anger that marred his visage, managing to conjure a stiff and dry semblance of a smile. It appeared there was still hope for her, and Fu Lian's courage swelled slightly. I don't want to, she said, her voice quavering with a hint of tears. You're going to choke me. Damn it. It was this woman who intended to take his life. It was he who had resolved to abandon her. You misunderstand me, Fu Lian retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Zhan. I was wrong. Fu Lian gasped in astonishment, weighing her options before instructing Lin Yunyan to open the door. Lin Yunyan, clearly taken aback by their relationship, chose to remain silent and quietly opened the door. Fu Lian, resembling a timid little quail, sluggishly emerged from her hiding place. Just as she had made it halfway out, she was abruptly pulled into Lu Zhan's embrace. Fu Lian nestled into his embrace, while Lu Zhan effortlessly lifted her and strode outside. Fu Lian cast a glance at Lin Yunyan behind her, signaling that she was fine, but was restrained by Lu Zhan, who pinched her face, forbidding her to look. Fu Lian turned her head away in annoyance. Lu Zhan swallowed hard, gently touching her forehead and sensing that the fever had subsided, which eased his mind slightly. Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? The little quail in his arms shook her head, secretly glancing at him. Lu Zhan gitch. You dislike him. Fu Lian glared. How can you not trust my feelings for you at all? I could never harm you. I was wrong. Lu Zhan continued calmly, slowly admitting his fault. Fu Lian argued for a moment, but upon observing Lu Zhan's lifeless demeanor, she pressed her lips together and fell silent. She glanced outside, uncertain of Lu Zhan's destination. and a sense of unease began to creep in. We must remain at the Huda base. Lu Zhan cast a sidelong glance at her. Shrouded is still here. He chuckled, for he was a half-beast. Why should you worry about him? He sought to procure medicine for me, but was taken away by young Bodhisattva. Fu Lian sniffed softly. Lu Zhan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of complex and ineffable emotions surfacing on his otherwise calm visage. Fu Lian tugged at his collar and whispered, I find young Pusa rather peculiar. She is most likely not human. You are not mistaken, he replied. I think you are rather strange as well, Fu Lian murmured. She bit her lip and added, You terrified me that day. I was wrong, he admitted. You abandoned me. Fu Lian's eyes brimmed with tears. Being alone is so frightening, and I fell ill, running a fever of over 40 degrees. Is that true? He inquired. Indeed. I also have a headache, dizziness, and a stuffy nose, Fu Lian recounted, counting on her fingers with a serious tilt of her head, listing all her ailments. Lu Zhan smiled gently. Did you really have such a high fever? Do you not believe me? Fu Lian replied indignantly. Lu Zhan pondered. You wouldn't have lost your mind from the fever, would you? Fu Lian playfully twisted his hand and exclaimed, Brother Lu, are you aware of this affliction? What is it? He inquired. It is known as lovesickness. Fu Lian responded with a sense of pride. Fu Lian's heart sank, swelling like a balloon, only to be abruptly pierced by a sharp needle, bursting forth with a cacophony that exposed all her dark thoughts and intentions to the glaring sunlight. She came to the unsettling realization that she was indeed a wicked woman. How does one lower another's guard? The answer lies in becoming someone they genuinely cherish. This individual would allow them to lay bare their innermost defenses. He harbored affection for her, and therein lay his vulnerability. Even though she recognized the immorality of her actions, Fu Lian felt a fleeting pang of guilt before concluding that he deserved it. After all, he could very well take his own life, eliminate his friends, and steal his heart. What did it matter? The moment when Lu Zhan gripped her throat was not merely a psychological shadow. That would be a lie. Reflecting on it now, she felt a shiver of fear. Had it not been for Lin Xian's subtle suggestion, had she not instinctively struck him, would he truly have choked the life out of himself? Fu Lian dared not gamble. The human heart is the most unreliable of bets. Lu Zhan had indeed never encountered a zombie infant. He had been discreetly observing over the past few days, hoping to glean some information regarding Dr. S's whereabouts and clues. He harbored a grand hypothesis, yet at present, there was no evidence to support it. By the way, Fu Lian, feeling somewhat anxious, lowered her head to fidget with her nails. Lin Yunyan was the elder sister of Lin Xian, and you had killed Lin Xian. Before Fu Lian could finish her words, Lu Zhan suddenly reached out to pinch her chin, a faint smile glimmering in his eyes. Are you worried about me? Fu Lian gazed into the delight shimmering in his eyes, momentarily taken aback. In a soft, tender voice, she murmured yes indeed. Fu Lian. Lu Zhan suddenly called her name in a low tone. Fu Lian responded with a gentle hum. How had you been these past few days? Lu Zhan asked, pinching her cheek lightly. The delicate figure in his embrace felt insubstantial, and recalling how she had fainted in his arms yesterday. Her face as pale as if it were translucent, sent a shiver down his spine. This woman truly knew how to evoke his concern. As he pondered this, his gaze deepened with contemplation. Well, Fu Lian began, but upon noticing the stormy intensity in Lu Zhan's expression, fierce and cold like a vengeful spirit, her heart trembled, nearly causing her to bite her own tongue. Yet, as she observed his demeanor soften due to her fear, her eyes quickly filled with tears of indignation. Brother Lu Zhan, you frighten me, she exclaimed, crossing her arms in a huff. I should have walked away with him and never spoken to you again. Seeing him remain silent, she adopted an even more irate posture, persistently poking his arm. How can you be like this? You did wrong. You made me ill, and yet you show no remorse. Fu Lian pretended to ponder seriously for a moment, then shook her head, secretly amused. Let's discuss it once I'm well again. I certainly do not wish to pass on my affliction to you. She was indeed concerned for herself. Lu Zhan took a deep breath, nodded calmly, and gazed intently at Fu Lian. Fu Lian chuckled softly, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning in to kiss him. Lu Zhan feigned indifference, lowering his head just in time for the kiss to land upon his cheek. A tremor danced at Lu Zhan's fingertips, his heart swelling with joy, causing a delightful ache within. Fu Lian, it will be best if you truly feel as you profess, that you genuinely care for me. Otherwise, should I uncover the truth, I cannot fathom the actions I might take. If all of this is a mere facade, it would drive me to madness. Fu Lian, I would go mad for you. Chapter 39. Young Bodhisattva. The room retained its appearance from before Fu Lian's departure, yet on the table, there were 2 bowls of congee added. Lu Zhan's chamber had become a luxurious single room reminiscent of a temple, with a bedroom and a bathroom, but lacking a dining hall. The Huda base only possessed 2 dining halls for meals, necessitating the exchange of supplies. The congee was still warm. Fu Lian sat on a nearby stool, lifted a bowl to her lips, and savored a sip, sighing contentedly. After finishing, Lu Zhan dutifully took the bowls to the dining hall. Fu Lian, having indulged herself to the point of roundness, languidly lounged on the chair by the bed, basking in the sunlight. Yet, her moment of contentment was abruptly interrupted by a damp and chilling gaze. She opened her eyes to find old Zhang from next door standing at the doorway, glaring at her with an air of foreboding. The atmosphere was decidedly sinister, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. Fu Lian took a few steps back in fright. "Where do you think you're going?" I asked. It turned out she was hiding here. Old Zhang let out a strange chuckle. Suddenly, a large syringe illuminated in his hand. He raised the syringe, aiming to stab Fu Lian through the window. Fu Lian swiftly sidestepped, yet the liquid within the syringe had already begun to seep into her. It was an intensely acrid and toxic essence, with just a single inhalation. She found herself struggling to breathe. Enduring the discomfort, she was compelled to hastily fling open the door. As soon as it creaked ajar, old Zhang seized her arm, and the enormous syringe was once again aimed at her. However, Fu Lian wriggled free like a slippery eel, darting towards the direction where Lu Zhan had vanished. She had scarcely taken a few steps when she once more encountered the woman donning the veil. The woman gradually lifted the veil, revealing a radiant visage. With a smile, her smooth skin began to wrinkle and shed in patches, resembling peeling bark. In an instant, she transformed into a bloodied zombie, screaming as she lunged towards Fu Lian. Fu Lian was utterly terrified, letting out a startled cry as the instinct for self-preservation surged through her mind. "Go away," she fervently repeated within herself. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as though young Bodhisattva had suffered some form of injury. Her body began to decay slowly, transforming into a thick, putrid pool of blood, collapsing onto the ground. The sight of the blood was utterly revolting. Fu Lian gazed at it, and, in an instant, that puddle of blood evaporated completely, in accordance with her will. Fu Lian let out a sigh of relief upon hearing someone call her name. She looked around, but could not find the source of the voice. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she opened her eyes. It was merely a dream. Fu Lian adjusted her disheveled hair, a clear indication of the aftermath of excessive mental exertion. She steadied her mind, realizing that this was a test from Yang Pusa. What was her intention? Did she wish to take my life? "Fu Lian, what are you contemplating?" Beside her, Lu Zhan turned her body towards him and presented her with a bowl of medicine. Fu Lian blinked and obediently opened her mouth, swallowing the bowl of medicine. After drinking it, she licked her lips and murmured, "Brother Lu Zhan, I just had a terrible nightmare." She hugged her arms, shivering at the recollection of the frightful dream. Just as she spoke, Fu Lian noticed Lu Zhan's gaze drifting past her, directed towards the window. Turning to look, she spotted Yang Guanyin waving at them from the window ledge. Yang Guanyin's face was partially obscured by a veil, yet the fabric was lifted on either side, revealing her exquisite and delicate features. Her complexion was exaggeratedly pale, adorned with thick white powder, and her lips were painted a vivid crimson. Upon noticing that the two were looking at her, she raised her arm, displaying a fruit resembling a cherubic face. Her gaze was seductive, gliding over the two like flowing water as she proclaimed, "Here, I bring you the holy child fruit, wishing you a harmonious union and an early blessing of children." To be frank, her tone and expression seemed to suggest a playful challenge, as if saying, "You two should engage in a mixed doubles match." Truly, it was rather infuriating. Fu Lian endured, recognizing her own worthlessness, likening herself to a coward akin to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. However, Lu Zhan could no longer contain himself. The moment her words ceased, he stormed out, swiftly delivering a resounding slap of the divine fruit across her face. The semi-transparent, viscous liquid from the fruit cascaded down her face, leaving a slick layer of white powder in its wake. She had likely never encountered such audacity or disrespect, and after a brief moment of shock, she let out a piercing scream and fled, faster than a rabbit. So this was the divine fruit. She had once observed it hanging from a tree in a particularly eerie and sinister place, where the corpses of infants were also confined. Moreover, it was said that consuming the divine fruit could render a woman fertile. Fu Lian solitude. A woman could perish. Lu Zhan spoke, tapping the table, indicating that within a week, the virus within would transform the corpses into living beings. The implications of young Bodhisattva's gift of the divine fruit were unmistakable. Clearly, Lu Zhan possessed knowledge far exceeding her own. Why was that? Fu Lian pondered, her shoulders hunched in unease, earnestly contemplating where she had offended him. Was it due to her unleashing the corpses or something else? This was the only matter connected to young Bodhisattva. Why did you unleash the corpses? Fu Lian blinked, and upon hearing Shrouded's voice, I rushed in to rescue him. Inside, several corpse infants were also confined, and they followed us relentlessly. Shrouded murmured, his brow gradually furrowing. Fu Lian began to express her grievances, while Shrouded remarked that this place was quite pleasant, with food, drink, and shelter, but one must also have life to enjoy it. She could not fathom why these people chose to worship the spirit of the young Bodhisattva. As far as I know, Lu Zhan collected his thoughts and gently replied, they do not do so willingly. Why do you say that? Fu Lian blinked. When the young Bodhisattva arrived here, she was already immensely powerful, and she harbors a particular obsession with infants. What do you believe she is searching for? Fu Lian pondered the visage of the woman she had just seen, realizing it bore the countenance of a young mother. Has she lost her child? The young Bodhisattva, at the Hota base, was once a dancer. Lu Zhan spoke slowly. A dancer? Fu Lian suddenly recalled something, retrieving the red dress Zhu Jishu had gifted her, holding it before her face and swaying her hips. Is it something like this? Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow, his expression clearly indicating, are we not discussing serious matters at present? Fu Lianxin nervously touched her nose, continuing the conversation. When did Yang Guanyin turn into a zombie? Lu Zhan's hand brushed against the smooth, red dress, the delicate motion reminiscent of caressing her soft shoulders. The rough texture, however, brought to Fu Lian's mind a captivating night, causing her cheeks to flush and her breath to quicken. Lu Zhan, maintaining his composure, lowered his gaze, noting that the dancer had vanished a year ago, while Yang Guanyin had arrived 6 months prior. Suddenly, Fu Lian had a revelation and looked up, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. What? Little D was already 6 or 7 years old. So wasn't Yang Guanyin searching for an infant? Otherwise, why would she rear so many corpse babies? This indicated that her child must have been lost during infancy. So why was she pursuing little D? Fu Lian murmured, pondering that since a corpse infant could fully develop within a week, it must grow at an astonishing rate. However, when I rescued Shrouded, many of the corpse infants were bound tightly in thick bandages, resembling zongzi, indicating that young Bodhisattva had restricted their growth. Nonetheless, if the corpse infants were allowed to grow freely, after more than half a year, they would likely be comparable in size to Shrouded. Fu Lian slowly voiced her doubts. That makes sense, Lu Zhan replied thoughtfully. The speed at which the zombie virus replicates and evolves is exceedingly rapid. Research has shown that the virus can accelerate cellular division to some extent, promoting growth and delaying aging. However, Shrouded, being a half-beast, half-human, half-corpse, would not grow as quickly as the corpse infants. Thus, it stands to reason that Shrouded must have been born over a year ago. The dancer's pregnancy, a well-known fact among those residing at the Hotu base, is hardly a secret. If the timeline of the dancer giving birth a year ago is valid, it follows that Shrouded is indeed the child of young Bodhisattva. As a half-beast, he grows rapidly, appearing to be 6 or 7 years old while in reality, he is merely over a year old. Fully formed corpse infants composed entirely of the zombie virus, would naturally grow even faster than him. Lu Zhan rubbed his temples, surprised that the casually glanced at doctor's research report proved to be of use. Which researcher stated that? Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback, her focus clearly diverted. Had I known sooner, I would have sought infection myself to ensure eternal youth. Enough nonsense, Lu Zhan retorted, pinching her cheek. Fu Lian laughed playfully, evading the situation with a carefree demeanor. I must maintain this beautiful visage for as long as possible. Otherwise, what will I do if brother Lu Zhan finds me aged? Fu Lian playfully pinched him, only to have her small hand captured within his grasp. Noticing Lu Zhan's expression darken due to her words, she cheekily stuck out her tongue at him. During their lunch, they received a visitor, Old Zhang from next door. Upon seeing Fu Lian, Old Zhang's pupils contracted slightly before he composed himself and turned his gaze back to Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan nodded subtly, remaining silent. Old Zhang took a seat, suggesting, "Let's wait a couple more days." Lu Zhan cast a glance at Fu Lian, who was eagerly devouring her meal. "Why?" Old Zhang inquired anxiously. "She is unwell," Lu Zhan replied, his demeanor unwavering. "I must take care of her." Fu Lian did not anticipate that this topic would extend to her, momentarily stunned. Her cheeks puffed up as she lifted her face, declaring, "What do you intend to do? You need not consider my feelings. Do as you please." Old Zhang glanced over, noticing Lu Zhan's concern for this woman, his gaze shifting anxiously between the two. Previously, he had harbored intentions towards Lu Zhan's woman that were far from honorable. Yet now he had the audacity to seek assistance in dealing with Yang Guanyin, truly a display of shamelessness. Lu Zhan recalled a particular incident, his expression remaining unperturbed as he pointed a finger at Old Zhang, asking, "Which hand of yours touched her?" He had discreetly observed everything that had transpired with Fu Lian, choosing not to intervene, both reluctant and apprehensive to do so. Had she not appeared so frail, pitiful, and on the brink of collapse in his embrace, his repressed emotions would not have spilled forth uncontrollably. Lu Zhan had initially resolved to disregard her, to erase her from his thoughts, and to sever any ties that might bind them. However, matters of the heart are not easily dismissed. Regardless, Lu Zhan felt that the current situation was quite satisfactory. It was evident that he was prepared to support her. Fu Lian straightened her back, and upon noticing the slight tension in Old Zhang's demeanor, she chuckled softly. "He didn't touch me. In fact, I ended up making a mess of his room. After all, one could say it was even." She spoke the plain truth. If it weren't for Old Zhang, she might never have crossed paths with Lu Zhan. Fu Lian lowered her head to eat. Old Zhang took a deep breath, parting his lips slightly. Suddenly, he found his feelings of dread to be utterly inexplicable. Although he indeed required Lu Zhan's assistance in dealing with Yang Pusa, the very notion that he should naturally seek retribution on behalf of a woman left him quite irked. He shot Fu Lian a fierce glare, filled with indignation, and stormed off. That evening, Fu Lian did indeed develop a slight fever, lying in bed in a daze, clinging to Lu Zhan's arm without letting go. Lu Zhan, feeling helpless, fetched cold water to place on her forehead, enduring a restless night without a moment's sleep. As dawn broke, she complained of hunger, prompting him to prepare breakfast once more. Fu Lian felt unwell after eating and vomited several times, her condition fluctuating for a couple of days before improving slightly. During this time, Yang had visited several times, each occasion met with indifference. When irritation arose, Lu Zhan would chase him away. Fu Lian observed discreetly as Yang Pusa and Lu Zhan engaged in several tentative encounters, each revealing its remarkable qualities. There was an unshakable sense that Yang Pusa was preparing to unleash a formidable move. Old Zhang had also sought him out on several occasions. Lu Zhan would step out to converse with him, but when Fu Lian inquired about their discussions, he remained reticent. Fu Lian had an ominous premonition that he too would unleash a powerful move to confront Yang Pusa. That morning, Yang Pusa once again stood at the doorway, her eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow as they gazed upon Lu Zhan. Fu Lian was in the midst of her meal when she caught sight of that pale, ghostly face, rendering her unable to eat. Why must she always choose to interrupt others' meals? How utterly annoying. "Could you please open the door? I would like to have a word," a woman's voice, soft and melodious, called out. Lu Zhan noticed Fu Lian's agitated demeanor and gently patted her head in silence. Fu Lian glanced up at him, her expression indifferent, before returning to her food. Lu Zhan rose and slowly opened the door. "Come in," he said. Young Buddha removed the curtain, and Fu Lian observed that she had a head of white hair interspersed with gray, giving her an appearance that was both youthful and aged. Her hands were exceedingly thin, the skin so translucent that the bones were visible, even appearing slightly bluish, presenting the image of a person in severe ill health. Not unlike a zombie. Fu Lian suppressed her curiosity and seated herself beside Lu Zhan, maintaining the greatest distance from Yang Guanyin. "I am aware that it is rather unreasonable to expect such a thing from a stranger." Yang Guanyin lowered her head, her voice frail and choked with emotion. "Yet, I truly, sincerely wish for a different course." Yang Guanyin hesitated, her words faltering. Tear after tear, large as beans, cascaded down her cheeks, evoking a sense of compassion in Fu Lian. "Speak plainly," Lu Zhan remarked coldly, seemingly oblivious to Fu Lian's subtly furrowed brow, mistaking her concern for discontent. Lu Zhan's icy demeanor evidently intimidated the woman. Yang Guanyin attempted to grasp his sleeve in search of solace, only to have Lu Zhan evade her reach. She choked back a sob and abruptly sank to her knees. Fu Lian was taken aback, hiding behind Lu Zhan and revealing only a small portion of her head. Hesitantly speaking, "If you have something to say, please do so directly." "Save me," young Bodhisattva exclaimed, slowly lifting her garment. Immediately, Fu Lian beheld a series of terrifying and bizarre infantile faces imprinted upon the woman's belly, as if they were tattoos, morphing shape with each breath she took. Noticing Fu Lian's scrutinizing gaze, the infant's eyes on her abdomen shifted and locked onto Fu Lian, as if preparing to smile. Fu Lian instinctively took a step back. Yang Guanyin bit her lip, lamenting the disappearance of her child. Initially, it had assured her that it could assist in locating her offspring, leading her to consent to its dwelling within her. In the beginning, it was rather endearing, calling her mother and incessantly demanding her company for play. However, as time passed, everything changed. Yang Guanyin lifted her gaze, noticing that neither of the two had moved, and realized her performance had been lacking, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she sniffled. "If you don't believe me, you may follow me." Lu Zhan nodded, appearing as though he had been anticipating her words. "Then let us proceed." Yang Guanyin seemed taken aback, realizing that this individual did not require her deception. He was already prepared to leap into the abyss, causing her to feel a slight pang of humiliation. Yet, with his willing cooperation, she did not hesitate to rise and lead the way. Lu Zhan followed closely behind. Fu Lian tugged at the hem of his garment, trailing closely behind him, step by step. Halfway through their journey, she discerned that the purpose of Yang Pusa was that colossal Buddha statue. Unable to contain her curiosity, she leaned closer to Lu Zhan and whispered, "What is Yang Pusa up to?" Lu Zhan cast a sidelong glance at her, a faint blush blooming on his ears, and subtly distanced himself from her. Fu Lian chased after him, continuing to whisper in his ear. He deftly avoided her, shaking his head vigorously to convey his ignorance. It was evident that Fu Lian did not comprehend. Casting a suspicious glance at him, she noticed his ears flushed with crimson, and with a mischievous grin, she reached out to pinch them. Lu Zhan, however, swiftly swatted her hand away without mercy. The two of them engaged in playful banter, seemingly unfazed, until they inadvertently arrived at their destination, beneath the statue of the Buddha. Young Bodhisattva pressed a finger against it, and suddenly the statue's arms, which cradled a child, split open, revealing a dark chamber within. Fu Lian leaned in to take a look, only to see a statue of a deity. Young Bodhisattva was the first to step inside, and Lu Zhan surveyed his surroundings before following suit. Chapter 40. Conspiracy. As Fu Lian entered, the door behind her suddenly slammed shut. A dim light flickered to life above the statue's head, and in the hazy illumination, Fu Lian discerned pairs of bright green eyes glowing all around. "Is this your intention?" Lu Zhan scoffed, ambushing him with a horde of corpse infants. Isn't that akin to a child seeking help after being bullied in kindergarten? How childish. Young Bodhisattva cast a sidelong glance at Fu Lian and beckoned. The swarm of corpse infants charged toward Fu Lian. As they passed Lu Zhan, they abruptly swerved, encircling him and beginning to whine in muted voices. Young Bodhisattva, regaining her composure, suppressed her seething rage. An eerie, bloodthirsty gleam ignited in her eyes. No matter how arrogant you are, you shall perish today. Her expression twisted into a dazed, chilling smile, her delicate skin peeling away like withered bark, revealing a face drenched in blood. I remember now. Just as the confrontation seemed imminent, Lu Zhan interjected calmly, engaging in conversation. 9518. He pondered thoughtfully, as if recalling the small white mouse that had slipped out from beside Drive S. I'm not a mere mouse. Young Bodhisattva roared in sudden fury. I am a brand new species, the harbinger of a revolutionary dominion over humanity. Indeed, Lu Zhan replied nonchalantly, kicking away a zombie that attempted to lick his toes. Where's Drive S gone? As he spoke, he gestured 1 minute. Lu Zhan cast a glance at her, patiently elucidating. What do you mean by 1 minute? Young Bodhisattva remained silent, glaring daggers at Lu Zhan. He said nothing further, his gaze landing on a particular spot, growing slightly impatient. Is anyone else not ready to emerge? As Fu Lian pondered, she beheld a figure slowly emerging from the shadows. It was shrouded. With a dejected demeanor, shrouded retreated to a corner, forming a triangular formation with Yang Pusa, Lu Zhan, and Fu Lian. Shrouded, what are you doing here? Fu Lian inquired, her surprise evident. For Shrouded had taken the initiative. He charged towards Fu Lian, seizing her and attempting to flee. Meanwhile, Yang Pusa had ensnared Lu Zhan, leaving him unable to assist Fu Lian in her moment of need. Xiaodi, why are you helping her? Fu Lian exclaimed. Yet she did not immediately break free from Xiaodi's grasp. She had already intended to withdraw from the battlefield. Even if Xiaodi had not dragged her away, she would have sought to escape on her own. When the giants clash, the small shall retreat. He killed brother Jishu. Xiaodi insisted, pulling Fu Lian away. Sister Fu, I do not wish to harm you. Jishu, he is dead too? Fu Lian's voice trembled slightly. Yes, Xiaodi replied softly, and Yang Pusa is my mother. Though I'm reluctant to acknowledge it, she truly is my mother. Is that so? Fu Lian asked incredulously. Had she truly guessed correctly? I'm 1 year old. Xiaodi's voice dropped even lower, devoid of the joy of acknowledging their maternal bond. Sister, Xiaodi is a clever child, fully aware of what he is doing. With that, Xiaodi opened the door and cast Fu Lian outside. Farewell, Sister Fu. Fu Lian fell to the ground and, in a fluid motion, rolled over and leaned against a pillar. Fu Lian? The pillar exclaimed in astonishment. Fu Lian raised her head and beheld the man who had previously bound her, Old Zhang. He extended his hand towards her, his demeanor far from amiable. Fu Lian sprang up instantly and took off running. The man's reactions and strength clearly indicated that he was a trained fighter. Fu Lian was taken aback. Before she could react, Old Zhang struck her on the back of the head, rendering her unconscious. Fu Lian was awakened by the sound of calling. Slowly, she opened her eyes and discovered herself in an empty room. Glancing around, she peered out of the window and saw 2 familiar faces across the way. It was Lin Yunyin and Lu Li. You. Fu Lian turned her head, beginning to investigate her surroundings. She found herself confined in a small, dark room, completely sealed off, with only an iron door and a window. The room was devoid of any furnishings. Merely an empty space, with 2 pieces of wood haphazardly placed on the floor alongside a small amount of dry straw. Opposite her, there was another identical dark room, and from the palm-sized window, one could see the individuals inside the opposite room, as well as a dimly lit corridor in between. Weren't you following that ability user? How did you end up here as well? Lin Yunyin inquired. How do you know he is an ability user? Fu Lian retorted. Lin Yunyin pointed to Lu Li. Sister Li is also here. If he could not defeat her, he must be an ability user. I have no idea. I was knocked out, and when I regained consciousness, I found you too. Fu Lian bit her lip. Where's this place? This is the basement of the Hota base, a place where they keep women. They refer to it as the female pen. Lin Yunyin whispered, her voice tinged with discontent. After you left that day, we relocated, but on the way, we were captured by Lao Zhang and his group, and now we are confined here. Lin Yunyan spoke with a worried expression. If only Xian were here, she would surely find a way to rescue us. So much has happened in just 2 days. Who was the man that took you away? Why didn't he protect you properly? Fu Lian sighed and recounted her experiences of the day. The 3 women fell silent. The only sound in the air was the faint weeping emanating from the dark room across the way. It seemed that not just Lu Li and her companion were confined. It was likely that other women were similarly trapped within. Only Fu Lian had been isolated. Fu Lian found the allocation somewhat peculiar. They needed to devise a means of escape. Sitting idly here was not a solution. It is impossible to escape, Lin Yunyan remarked, staring vacantly out the window. When did you last see Xian? Her tone was somewhat detached, yet it adhered to her usual gentle demeanor, sending a chill down Fu Lian's spine. Once more, the scene of Lin Xian's demise surfaced before her eyes, like a weightless fledgling slowly descending into the dust of the forest. Fu Lian's gaze dimmed, realizing it was Lu Zhan who had caused this. The words she yearned to utter lingered on the tip of her tongue, yet remained unspoken for an eternity. What would it matter if she did voice them? Would it lead her to tears, to sorrow, and, ultimately, to seek vengeance for her sister with the frail body of an ordinary person? She knew she could not confront Lu Zhan. Seeking revenge against him would only lead to her demise. Lin Yunyan was not like her. Fu Lian, in a bid for self-preservation, had no choice but to confront the challenges posed by the land warfare. Fu Lian endured her emotions, shaking her head as she confessed her ignorance regarding Lin Xian's ultimate fate. Sister Xian should not have come here. Lin Yunyan gazed outwards, an extraordinary being, a paragon among her kind, revered like a treasure gem within the Pink Swan base. It is truly unjust for me to be the cause of such suffering. Her voice trembled with a mix of sorrow and resentment. It was entirely inappropriate for her to endure such torment for the sake of an ordinary individual. That girl who ran away has caused so much misfortune. Why did my Xian venture out to rescue her? As she spoke, Lin Yunyan gradually concealed her face, surrendering to tears. The basement was enveloped in darkness and dampness, the frigid air mingling with her fearful and feeble sobs, pressing heavily upon Fu Lian's heart. Fu Lian sighed, urging, "Do not weep any longer." Lu Li gently patted Lin Yunyan's shoulder, her eyes slightly reddened. "We will surely find a way to escape." It became evident that one should not utter such proclamations lightly. Ever since Fu Lian voiced those words, no means of escape had materialized by nightfall. Moreover, not a single morsel of food had been brought to them, as if they had been utterly forsaken. Fu Lian began to feel increasingly anxious. She had initially believed that Lao Zhang and Lu Zhan had made prior arrangements. In the confrontation with Yang Bodhisattva, Lu Zhan had preferred that she remain uninvolved, thus sending Lao Zhang to escort her to a relatively safe location. Given that Lao Zhang had a favor to ask of Lu Zhan, he was unlikely to act against her. However, the current situation clearly exceeded her expectations. Either Lao Zhang had suddenly turned against her, or those outside were also in dire straits. Fu Lian wished to avoid either scenario. After a restless night, she was awakened by the cold. Half asleep, she heard the faint sound of a key turning in the lock. Startled, she hurried to the window and peered outside. In front of the darkened door, across the way, stood a man with his back to her, currently attempting to pick the lock. Fu Lian glanced around cautiously and called out, "Hey, help!" "I'm sorry." Jiaran trembled as he spoke. "There's not much time. I must save my wife." Fu Lian felt a surge of expletives welling up within her. Jiaran swiftly opened the iron door, and a woman collapsed into his arms. They exchanged a few quiet words, and Lu Li spoke up, clearly recognizing the woman, Fang Jie. The woman named Fang Jie looked up and immediately conveyed something to Jiaran, who reluctantly approached to unlock Fu Lian's room. The women gathered together, and Fu Lian counted roughly, totaling 36 women. Jiaran whispered to them, "It's not safe outside. It would be best for you to follow me." Fu Lian remained still, casting a glance at Lu Li, who also did not move. Fang Jie took the initiative to approach, grasping Lu Li's hand. "You once said that we are sisters, bound to trust and assist each other." Lu Li's demeanor softened slightly as her gaze turned towards Jiaran. "Let's proceed." Jiaran led the group deeper into the basement, with everyone following closely behind. The basement was rather expansive, with many rooms standing empty. Fu Lian secretly observed her surroundings, contemplating that this place did not resemble a facility specifically designed for the confinement of women. Instead, it appeared more akin to a refuge or small storage facility constructed by the inhabitants of the Huda base. Jia Ren and Sister Fong led the way, followed closely by Fu Lian and Lu Li, with Lin Yunyan bringing up the rear. As they ventured deeper, the darkness intensified, illuminated only by the flickering light from Jia Ren's lamp, casting enormous shadows upon the walls. They reached a dead end, where Jia Ren tapped on the wall, which emitted a resonant rumble before slowly revealing a pitch-black tunnel. Jia Ren held the lamp aloft and entered first, with the others trailing behind. The tunnel was narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, forming a long line. As they turned a corner, the light vanished, leaving the rear shrouded in darkness. With some still outside, silence enveloped them. Everyone followed quietly, creating an atmosphere of hushed tension, a silent and somewhat nerve-wracking escape. Suddenly, the light extinguished. In that instant, Jia Ren collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. As his hoarse cries echoed, his skin turned an alarming shade of blue and purple, while his muscles and veins began to wither and disintegrate. His eyes turned a ghastly pale hue. Sister Fong, who was beside him, gasped in horror, followed by Lin Yunyan. Those further back erupted into cries of alarm. Fu Lian's heart tightened, and before she could rein in everyone's emotions, she swiftly raised the butterfly knife that Lu Zhan had given her, aiming it directly at Jia Ren's head. Fong Jie covered her mouth, sobbing a plea to stop, yet she did not impede Fu Lian's actions. Suddenly, the sound of bones cracking drowned out all sense of ease, brutally instilling a sense of tension and unease within. Jia Ren, who had already collapsed, convulsed twice on the ground. The sound of his bones creaking echoed ominously, and he stirred back to life. The light was subdued beneath his form, casting him in a cold, golden-green hue, while his hollow eyes, illuminated by the light, emitted a faint, ghostly glow. In the narrow corridor, he alone trembled, astonishingly bright, evoking a sense of the supernatural. Fu Lian immediately instructed the people behind her to retreat, while she pulled Fong Jie aside and lunged forward once more with the dagger. The zombie of Jia Ren, having been killed once, was particularly agitated, lunging toward Fu Lian with an open maw, attempting to bite her. Fu Lian narrowly escaped, sobbing as he turned to bite the nearest Fong Jie. The crowd immediately surged backward, creating a frantic space as they desperately attempted to distance themselves from Jia Ren. "Be careful," Lu Li shouted, promptly unleashing her mental energy to thwart Jia Ren's movements. The women behind quickly retreated, yet the timid souls in close proximity became pressed, inadvertently drawing closer to the terrifying zombies. Fearfully, they curled inward, frantically shoving forward as if such actions could somehow distance the undead from themselves. Lu Li was fully engrossed in channeling her mental energy when a sudden force collided with her back, causing her to lose her balance and lurch forward, nearly causing Fu Lian, who was valiantly defending against the zombies, to fall prey to Jia Ren. Fortunately, Fu Lian reacted swiftly, twisting his jaw to avert Jia Ren's face. Fu Lian exhaled softly, her body pressing against the cold form of Jia Ren, catching a whiff of the faint yet foul odor emanating from him. This was her first encounter so close to a zombie. The tunnel was too narrow, restricting her movements. Had they not been in a hurry to escape, Jia Ren could have easily prevailed. The first to suffer would undoubtedly be those nearest to her. Lu Li suppressed the sickly sweetness from the disruption of her mental energy and regained control over Jia Ren. She remembered that Lin Yunyan was behind her. As Fu Lian observed Jia Ren's newfound compliance, a sense of relief washed over her, yet she found herself at a loss regarding how to strike. Where exactly lay his vulnerable point? Contemplating this, she thrust the knife towards his left chest. Jia Ren cast a glance downward at his body, immobilized by her mental prowess. Forced to remain there, roaring in frustration, his ashen face darkening slightly. This fellow cannot be vanquished? Lu Li's brows knitted in disbelief. It is impossible. There must be a weakness. As Fu Lian spoke, she maneuvered the blade to restrain his rising jaw, the edge grazing his chin and eliciting a viscous, crusty liquid. This was not the fluid typically produced by a recent infection of the zombie virus. The blood of a newly mutated zombie should be red. What was it that they had overlooked? The team behind her retreated with increasing urgency, while Fu Lian fought off the zombies. She found herself pushed forcefully by Sister Fong just as she neared the exit. Fu Lian stumbled and fell out. Yet Fong Jie used her body to block the narrow opening. "Hurry," Fong Jie urged, her arms outstretched to seal the gap. On her slightly exposed arm, there were faint scratches, marks left by a zombie's grasp. She smiled sadly, declaring, "I can no longer survive." With her so close, how could she possibly escape unscathed? Fu Lian stood there in a daze, her heart a tumult of emotions. Lu Li swiftly advanced to block the entrance, where two zombies lurked within, exhibiting extraordinary strength. One pale, bluish hand had already emerged through the crevice. Fu Lian hurriedly rushed forward to assist, and together they managed to close the door and secure the lock with great effort. After accomplishing this task, the two exchanged a glance, releasing a sigh of relief. Fu Lian found herself lost in thought, reflecting on Fong Jie's recent actions. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Li gently tapped Fu Lian's shoulder. The other women remained still, instinctively positioning themselves behind Lu Li and Fu Lian. The two of them naturally formed a protective barrier, with danger lurking ahead and this group of women standing safely behind them. The entrance echoed with loud bangs, causing the women to retreat even further, while only Fu Lian and Lu Li remained steadfast. Lu Li even stepped forward to ascertain that the zombies inside could not break free. Many women were teary-eyed, their shoulders trembling as they wept. They instinctively sought refuge behind the two, perhaps comforted by the illusion of safety that Lu Li's previous rescues had provided. When the sky fell, there was a tall figure to hold it up. Fu Lian is not a paragon of virtue. Her countenance bears a certain heaviness, cowering behind others, contributing not a whit. Her timid and cowardly demeanor stirs a deep ire within her. Lu Li displays little emotion, striding confidently at the forefront. It is often in moments of crisis that the true nature of humanity is revealed. Fu Lian followed Lu Li, while the other women trailed behind. There was a semblance of justification in their being sold to the Huta base. Fu Lian thought with a mix of compassion and anger. "Dear sister," Lin Yunyun jogged a few steps to catch up with Fu Lian, softly inquiring, "When will your extraordinary friend come to rescue you?" Chapter 41. Chaos. She was not foolish. What Lu Li considered, she too had pondered. Fu Lian did not wish to speculate about Lin Yunyun with malicious intent, nor could she fathom the reasons behind Lin Yunyun's actions. Lin Yunyun, feeling humiliated, mistakenly believed that Fu Lian was upset due to her earlier shove. With a sense of guilt, she timidly touched her nose and retreated to the side. In the basement, Lu Li had visited a few times, and many of the people present were likely familiar with it. She led everyone to the entrance of the basement. The entrance featured a large iron door. Upon opening the door, there was a staircase, and beyond it, the area was open without any partitions, leading directly outside to a small room. The large iron door stood as the first barrier. As Fu Lian departed, she took with her the lock that Jia Run had used to prop the door open. Lacking the skill to manage it herself, she handed the item to Lu Li, who, to her surprise, shook her head in refusal. An incident had occurred outside. The proximity of their location to the outside world allowed Fu Lian to extend her mental energy for a brief reconnaissance. Though her psychic perception could only faintly discern the presence of individuals and gauge their numbers, it was insufficient to reveal the complete picture. Nonetheless, she could glean a general sense of the situation beyond the confines of their immediate surroundings. Fu Lian's heart was filled with unease, and she yearned to concentrate her mental energy to investigate. However, this was not a moment of life and death, no matter how hard she tried. Her mental force remained steadfast and unyielding. Fu Lian felt somewhat disheartened. Her mental prowess was limited, yet her temperament was rather intense. Everyone found themselves utterly trapped in this predicament. The women chattered animatedly, discussing potential solutions, while Fu Lian chose not to engage. Fu Lian beckoned, inviting companionship for the night. Alone, she felt the chill encroaching, yearning to nestle against the lovely sister for warmth. Lu Li, with a composed demeanor, took her seat, gently pressing Fu Lian's delicate face against her bosom. Dressed in a gray robe that concealed her form, it was only upon close contact that Fu Lian discovered Lu Li's voluptuous curves. Stealing a breath, she wrapped her arms around the alluring and cool sister's waist, unabashedly indulging in the moment. Meanwhile, in a manner unseen by Fu Lian, Lu Li caressed her hair with a satisfied expression, akin to a devoted owner grooming her cherished kitten. Their companionship exuded an ineffable harmony. Lin Yunyan wished to join them, but Lu Li's icy demeanor deterred her, leaving her to snuggle with the other women instead. Lu Li's body radiated warmth and softness, providing Fu Lian with great comfort, leading to a night of peaceful slumber. When morning light broke, Fu Lian awoke to find Lu Li still dreaming. Attempting to extricate herself, she realized Lu Li's embrace tightened, her head inadvertently buried in an inappropriate place, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Lu Li let out a soft hum, bestowing a gentle kiss upon Fu Lian's forehead, playfully admonishing her not to tread where she shouldn't. Indeed, it seemed in her dreams, Lu Li treated her as a beloved little kitten. Fu Lian bit her lip, gradually moving her hand away, slowly freeing herself from the constraints. She was careful in her movements, not wishing to disturb the still, slumbering Lu Li. Just as she had adjusted her robe, the door swung open, revealing Lin Yunyan. Her voice, though soft, resonated in the quiet room. "Sister Lian, come quickly." Lu Li immediately awoke, stretching languidly, and with a sultry, husky murmur, inquired, "What is it?" Fu Lian furrowed her brows. "I should go take a look first." The imposing iron gate lay ahead, requiring a left turn followed by a right turn after traversing a corridor. It was likely daytime, as a pale light seeped through the crevices of the corridor's ceiling, allowing her to discern a few contours, dispelling the utter darkness that had previously obscured her vision. Before Fu Lian could reach the door, she was startled by the violent clang of the iron gate being struck. She approached the door and peered through the peephole, catching sight of 2 or 3 male zombies frantically pounding against it. Fu Lian carefully scrutinized the iron gate, which was remarkably sturdy and would not yield easily. However, now that zombies had discovered this location, it was certain that safety would diminish as time progressed. Most crucially, there was a lack of food and water. She had already endured a day and night of hunger. Fu Lian softly uttered a phrase before turning around, only to find Lin Yunyan's eyes brimming with tears. She wept uncontrollably, trembling with fear. Upon noticing Fu Lian's gaze, Lin Yunyan lifted her eyes to meet hers, continuing to weep in a frail and helpless manner. "Sister Lian, what shall we do?" she sobbed, engulfed in a profound sense of despair and despondency. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she seemed to have let her guard down. Fu Lian silently embraced her shoulders, while Lin Yunyan buried her face in her embrace, weeping, "I am so frightened. Is this truly the extent of your defenses? Being beside Lu Zhan, wouldn't you be terrified to death?" Fu Lian expressed her confusion, scratching her head as she offered a rather dry consolation, assuring that a solution would present itself. This was the only form of comfort she could provide. What else could she do? When will your extraordinary friend come to your rescue? Lin Yunyan sobbed. "I don't know, perhaps they won't come at all," Fu Lian replied casually. "Whether my brother, Lu Zhan, comes or not is none of your concern." Lin Yunyan ceased her tears, casting a silent, resentful glance at Fu Lian. Her expression was somewhat peculiar, prompting Fu Lian to rush over. Lu Li pointed towards Fu Lian's room. Fu Lian pushed open the door and came face to face with a fearsome and menacing zombie. Fu Lian was startled and immediately picked up the butterfly knife, ready to strike. To her surprise, upon seeing Fu Lian, the zombie promptly knelt down, raising a thermos cup above its head and whimpering softly. Fu Lian, filled with suspicion, asked, "Did Lu Zhan send you?" The zombie let out an excited cry. "We still have over 30 mouths to feed here. This is simply insufficient." With a hesitant shake of its head, the zombie continued to express its refusal. "Is it that Lu Zhan forbids you from doing so?" Fu Lian opened her thermos, revealing warm lean meat porridge. A few days prior, she had been unwell, unable to keep anything down except for porridge, which proved to be safe. After 2 days of plain porridge, the taste had begun to pall, and she adamantly refused to consume any more. Little did she expect that he would remember to vary the offerings. Fu Lian felt a warmth in her heart as she watched the zombie continue to shake its head. Fu Lian pondered for a moment, realizing that he had not issued any instructions regarding this matter. The zombie immediately nodded, emitting a sound that was both aggrieved and somewhat endearing. This indicated that Brother Lu Zhan was aware that no one had brought her food, and had thoughtfully prepared a special breakfast just for her. It was exclusively hers. Fu Lian's mood was quite pleasant as she playfully delivered a gentle kick, reminiscent of how Lu Zhan often dispatched zombies. The zombie, having touched its knee, appeared somewhat pleased. "How did you get in?" Fu Lian mused, not genuinely expecting Lu Zhan to procure food for the 30 or so women. He was already preoccupied with dealing with young Bodhisattva. Taking the time to prepare something for her was a diversion of his focus, and it was unreasonable to expect him to cater to this unrelated group of women. The zombie pointed toward the corner, where a long ventilation shaft was situated. It had been dark during the night, and Fu Lian had previously overlooked it. Now, with a faint glow seeping from the basement, she finally noticed it. After savoring her porridge and grasping the situation, she coldly dismissed it, saying, "You may leave now." The zombie whimpered a couple of times, but obediently crawled into the ventilation shaft. Outside the room and at the window, a large crowd of curious women had already gathered. Upon seeing the zombie depart, they eagerly pushed their way inside, swallowing hard as they fixed their gaze on Fu Lian. Lin Yinyin, tears in her eyes, pleaded, "Sister Lian, we have all gone a whole day and night without food." Fu Lian was reluctant to speak. She yearned to retort with a dismissive, "What does it matter to me?" Yet feared the overwhelming numbers might turn against her. The events of the previous night had already left her heart somewhat chilled. "Sisterly, are you hungry?" Fu Lian inquired, cradling half a bowl of porridge, letting out a tiny hiccup. Luli was taken aback by Fu Lian's willingness to share, momentarily stunned as she blushed and gazed at her. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback. This was her leftover food. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, such sentimentality seemed rather trivial, did it not? Luli, noticing her expression, immediately adopted a cool and aloof demeanor, her face icy as she served the congee and polished it off in one go. Fu Lian never anticipated her decision to withhold any from others. She initially regarded Lu Li as their elder sister, which prompted her to painfully share half a bowl of porridge with her. After all, a gentleman is innocent, yet possessing valuable things can lead to suspicion. Despite her reluctance, Fu Lian did not wish to selfishly consume it all alone while leaving the others to suffer in hunger, yearning for what she possessed. However, in a world where food is a precious commodity, and with her being the sole provider of sustenance, even a single bowl shared among them would hardly suffice, leaving everyone still famished and Fu Lian with a tarnished reputation. No matter her approach, it seemed impossible to achieve a favorable outcome. Now, with Luli finishing the porridge, the focus of discontent has shifted. Fu Lian pouted, saying nothing. She owed this group of women nothing. Luli's actions only brought her a sense of ease. Lin Yinyin, however, was displeased. "Li Jia, I thought we were good sisters. How can you be so selfish?" As she spoke, her voice diminished gradually. "Liu Li Skufa, when you pushed me to fend off the zombies last night, where was your sisterly sentiment then?" Caught off guard by Lu Li's directness, Lin Yinyin lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fu Lian hurriedly stepped in to mediate, saying, all right, as you all just heard, there's an exit through the ventilation here. If we escape now, we can secure some food." Several women swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. Having been sold to this place, they had long been accustomed to submission, their spirits crushed by oppression. In the harshness of this apocalyptic world, they had become mere shells of their former selves. After nodding, they continued to gaze at Fu Lian, awaiting her command. To be frank, even zombies know to chase after food. You are worse than the undead. One individual hesitated, glancing outside at the multitude of zombies. "Indeed, with so many zombies out there, I am just an ordinary person. I cannot guarantee your safety." Fu Lian nodded, feigning a light-hearted demeanor as she reassured them. "Those who wish to leave may do so, while those who prefer to stay can remain here. Perhaps in a few days, rescue will come. She scoffed. You don't expect me to protect you, do you? The women recoiled at her words. Lu cradled her bowl as if it were a treasured possession, declaring, Sister Fu, I will go with you. Fu Lian also took a step back. I have food and drink, and I do not wish to go outside. Lin Yunyan glanced around, summoning her courage to step forward. Li Jie. Lu did not look at her. Instead, she climbed up to the ventilation duct by herself and departed. Fu Lian actually desired to venture outside. She felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the circumstances beyond, yet she could not find a valid reason to do so. Uncertain of the situation outside and unaware of the extent of the conflict between Lu Zhan and Yang Pusa, she had become more cautious after having been led by Lu Zhan to the brink of death. Unless absolutely necessary, she was reluctant to take risks. Her hopes of diminishing Lu Zhan's strength through the machinations of others had waned, and she even wished that Yang Pusa would exhibit a modicum of self-awareness and willingly surrender, thus avoiding the futile struggle that would ultimately lead to the same humiliating defeat at the hands of Lu Zhan's formidable power. Nevertheless, it appeared that Yang Pusa indeed presented some complications. The mere fact that Yang Pusa was transforming men outside into zombies, while not directly threatening to her and Lu Zhan, certainly brought with it a degree of vexation. It was no wonder that Lu Zhan had placed her in a relatively secure location. Fu Lian was lost in thought when suddenly a realization struck her. Could it be that Lu Zhan did not wish for her to be harmed? Each time they engaged in battle, she had, to some degree, suffered collateral damage. She had been abducted by monsters in Qingyan Town, struck on the head in Wuyo Village, experienced a heart attack in the laboratory, had her throat gripped by a half-orc in the forest, and was betrayed by Lin Zhan. Upon reflection, it seemed that following him brought about quite a bit of peril. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Was he not akin to a harbinger of misfortune? Fu Lian let out a soft hum, acknowledging his conscience. She thought to herself, and then stifled another yawn. Sated and well-fed, drowsiness began to envelop her. The surroundings were exceedingly dull, with nothing to alleviate the tedium. Fu Lian rubbed her head and prepared to get up for a stroll. However, she soon realized that she was confined within the room, unsure of who was responsible for her predicament. The door was secured with a lock that required pressing the latch down. Anyone inside the room would be unable to unlock it from the outside. It was a tedious act of malicious revenge. Fu Lian pouted as she forcefully locked the inner door once more. When a little zombie arrived to deliver lunch at noon, it was not congee, but rather a cup of hot milk and a plain steamed bun. Fu Lian had not tasted milk for many years. She recalled the detestable woman outside, who exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Milk, still warm." Her brother Lu Zhan treated her so well, she adored him immensely. Upon uttering these words, she noticed Lin Yunyan gazing at her through the window, her face adorned with a look of longing. "Dear Sister Lian, your brother truly dotes on you," Lin Yunyan remarked. "I concur." Fu Lian nodded, resting her chin on her hand, her mood turning somber. In a fit of defiance, she kicked the zombie and declared, "I do not wish to sleep here tonight. It is far too cold for slumber. Please ask Brother Lu Zhan to come and fetch me for dinner." The zombie whimpered softly, clutching Fu Lian's empty bowl and bottle as it departed. Hearing this, Lin Yunyan immediately expressed her desire to enter. But Fu Lian had locked the door from within. After a brief struggle, she slowly strolled to the window, pondering, "Will your brother come to rescue us?" Fu Lian shook her head, asserting that her brother would undoubtedly come to her rescue. Lin Yunyan's eyes instantly filled with tears. She quietly gazed at Fu Lian for a moment before wiping her eyes and running away. Fu Lian was in her room, meticulously tending to her nails. Before long, Lin Yunyan arrived once more, cradling a bottle of water and a bag of compressed biscuits, declaring, "I can exchange this food." Fu Lian cast a glance at the provisions, instantly comprehending the reason for her confinement in the room. It became evident that they had discovered supplies and were unwilling to share them with her. This sentiment was entirely reasonable. In such a vast space, merely imprisoning women seemed a gross underutilization of resources. The inhabitants of the Hota base were not so naive as to overlook the importance of storing food, which aligned more aptly with the purpose of this place. It was no wonder that these women were reluctant to leave. Fu Lian understood. She saw through everything. Those cunning women. The room designated for the storage of food and water had been unlocked by Lin Yunyin, naturally resulting in a more abundant allocation of supplies. She wore an air of smug satisfaction, her pride nearly overwhelming Fu Lian. Fu Lian stepped back a few paces, believing that Lu Zhan did not require such concerns, nor did they need to burden themselves with them. However, the sight of Lin Yunyin's earnest struggle for survival stirred something within Fu Lian. She was an astute individual. They could not remain trapped in this place indefinitely. If the men outside had truly all transformed, then the Ho-Tu base would be in jeopardy as well. As an ordinary person devoid of any special abilities, her chances of escaping were exceedingly slim. She needed to find a powerful ability user to rely upon. Bringing her along would merely be a complication. Fu Lian was acutely aware of this truth, yet she was uncertain how to decline her. To directly state, "I have no interest in your meager supplies," would be inaccurate. Indeed, she valued them, for even the smallest morsel is sustenance. And to waste food would be a grave sin. Alternatively, suggesting Brother Lu Zhan would not agree to rescue you felt equally flawed, for Lin Yunyin would undoubtedly retort, "How do you know he wouldn't save me?" Such a discussion would only prolong matters, causing unnecessary trouble. Perhaps a more moderate refusal would suffice? Fu Lian pondered this approach carefully and deemed it feasible. Noticing Fu Lian's silence, Lin Yunyin grew anxious. "It wasn't my intention to push you in the tunnel. It was chaotic and someone shoved me. I didn't mean to, and I apologize. I need to consult Brother Lu Zhan." Fu Lian responded slowly. "Moreover, he may not even come." Lin Yunyin smiled gently, expressing her gratitude. Upon finishing her statement, she tossed a bottle of water and a bag of biscuits through the window. During dinner, the little zombie returned, struggling under the weight of a thick blanket as he dragged it through the vent. Fu Lian lengthened, nearly pinching the little zombie in the narrow pipe. Lin Yunyin observed quietly, and upon realizing Lu Zhan had not arrived, she lowered her head and departed without a word. That night, Fu Lian lay beneath the blanket, unable to find sleep in the damp, cold, and dim surroundings. As she tossed and turned, a rustle from the vent caught her attention. Moments later, Lu Zhan descended from the vent, his body drenched in blood. His eyes glowed with phosphorescent intensity, exuding an air of menace, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. Fu Lian initially felt uncertain, but when she saw him illuminate the room with a small nightlight, she recognized it was Lu Zhan. She threw off the covers and rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears, calling out, "Brother Lu Zhan." He enveloped her in his embrace, tenderly kissing her forehead, and softly spoke, bringing the moment to a gentle conclusion. Fu Lian nestled in his embrace, experiencing an unprecedented warmth. Unlike Lin Yunyin, who appeared like a ghost, she once again floated by the window, echoing Fu Lian's call of Brother Lu Zhan. Fu Lian instinctively glanced at him, only to find Lu Zhan's brow slightly furrowed. Chapter 42. The Escape. Fu Lian was not at all surprised that Lin Yunyao would find a way to please Lu Zhan. She said nothing, merely pressed her hand against Lu Zhan's chest, lifting her delicate face to gauge his reaction. His heart thudded violently, pulsating with vigor. Lu Zhan cast a glance at Lin Yunyao and leaned down to inquire of Fu Lian, "Who is she?" Meanwhile, she pondered earnestly why a stab to the heart seemed futile. Clearly, his heart was functioning perfectly well. What then was the true critical point? Fu Lian thought of the indomitable zombie, Jiarun, at the tunnel entrance. It seemed necessary to venture outside to assess the situation. Lu Zhan noticed that Fu Lian had been keeping her head down in silence, and his brows furrowed slightly in concern. He felt neglected by her, as she remained lost in her thoughts, disregarding him entirely. With a subtle release of her hand, Lu Zhan turned his gaze toward the window, which was scarcely the size of a head. Lin Yunyin bit her lip, standing anxiously in place, observing Lu Zhan's gentle movements. A flicker of envy and admiration shone in her eyes. When Lu Zhan glanced in her direction, the dim light of the small night lamp illuminated his features, prompting Lin Yunyin to hold her breath once more, captivated by his striking handsomeness. Her face gradually flushed with warmth. Lu Zhan frowned again, scanning the surroundings before picking up the only 2 pieces of wood on the ground. He fashioned them into roughly equal elongated shapes and proceeded toward the window. With brute force, he wedged the wooden pieces into the wall, effectively sealing the solitary window without leaving even the slightest gap. Fu Lian, feeling disgruntled, prodded his chest and exclaimed, "Why have you blocked the only window? What will happen if I suffocate?" "The window is not secure," Lu Zhan replied with a calm demeanor. Fu Lian was taken aback by his perspective on Lin Yunyan, unable to suppress a smile. "You mean Lin Yunyan?" Lu Zhan looked at her in confusion. Once a corpse spirit detaches from its host, it wanders in a ghostly state, resembling cotton candy in form and nature. It can easily slip through an opening of that size. As Lu Zhan spoke, he gently pressed Fu Lian's small head against his chest and let out a soft sigh. "Fu Lian, I am somewhat concerned about you." "How amusing." It turned out that Lin Yunyan had been utterly overlooked. "Am I not perfectly fine here?" Fu Lian felt in good spirits and patted his head, as one might do to a dog. With that, she nestled in, seeking a comfortable position in Lu Zhan's embrace. Pressed against his warm chest, Fu Lian experienced a blend of tangible reality and an indescribable sense of ethereal bliss. It felt as though she had been torn asunder. Her upper body floated amidst the clouds while her lower half remained grounded. In a daze, she pondered how Lu Zhan had indeed dismissed her affairs with a mere stroke and now seemed to bestow upon her a certain affection. Fu Lian bit her lip, unable to fathom the depths of Lu Zhan's thoughts, nor could she fully comprehend the tenderness he exhibited. This very uncertainty compelled her to provoke him, to elicit a different response from him, or to discover just how far he would indulge her. She yearned to gauge her standing in Lu Zhan's heart. Fu Lian's hand gently brushed against him, deliberately tousling his hair with a firm caress. His locks, slightly elongated, were exceptionally fine and silky, reminiscent of the fur of a long-haired dog, delightfully pleasing to the touch. Fu Lian found it somewhat hard to part with. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Lu Zhan said nothing, merely tapping her forehead gently. Fu Lian just tousled his hair and is now smoothing it down. "You haven't slept either, have you?" Lu Zhan chuckled, a low and muffled sound, tinged with a hint of amusement. "How can I possibly sleep with you like this?" Fu Lian withdrew her hand, pinching him slightly, expressing mild dissatisfaction, yet laced with a hint of sweetness as she complained, "Why did you suddenly come to find me?" Lu Zhan closed his eyes momentarily, suppressing the weariness that weighed upon his heart. "I was worried you might not be able to sleep," he murmured softly, his voice echoing gently in the quiet, confined space, as if he were whispering tenderly in Fu Lian's ear, creating an atmosphere both intimate and poignant. Lu Zhan recalled his encounter earlier that day, where he had dealt with a horde of corpse infants, nurtured for 6 months by Yang Pusa. The sheer number of these infants was overwhelming, some having begun to take on the form of spirit corpses, transcending the realm of mere mental control he wielded. This group of corpse infants was capable of manipulating the mutated man, with the number of those under the earth reaching nearly 10,000, and the count of the mutated stretching into the thousands, rendering the situation quite precarious. As he approached, they scampered towards him with exuberance. Lu Zhan disdainfully kicked one away. Yet the small zombie gestured, and through his mental acuity, he grasped its meaning. It declared, "No." Fu Lian said she adored brother Lu Zhan. "Indeed, utterly enamored," he replied with a slight smile, pulling her closer and unable to resist planting a kiss upon the top of her head. Thus, he had come to seek her out, neglecting his own rest, burdened with fatigue, yet filled with satisfaction. This visit was not in vain. Lu Zhan lay beside her, gradually closing his eyes, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of tranquility and peace within. After a while, noticing Fu Lian's breathing becoming steady, he slowly rose and slipped into the ventilation shaft. The following morning, as Fu Lian awoke with her eyes still half closed, a terrifying pale green zombie face suddenly leapt into her view. The visage was gaunt, with skin drawn tight over sunken features, revealing faintly visible, darkened veins beneath. Fu Lian screamed and instinctively threw a punch, striking the creature's seemingly most vulnerable eye. The little zombie howled in distress, covering its eye as it scurried to the corner. Soon, intermittent whimpers echoed from the corner. Fu Lian rubbed her eyes and first opened the lunchbox brought by the little zombie. Inside was a bowl of millet porridge, which emitted a faint aroma of milk. Quite delightful, Fu Lian commented, giving the little zombie a kick. To her surprise, the little zombie howled, clutching its rear, and scuttled to a new corner. Could a zombie really sulk? Amused by the sight, Fu Lian deliberately approached and squatted beside it. The zombie cast her a glance. The eye socket that had been struck by Fu Lian's powerful blow was now a deep shade of blue and purple, rendering its appearance even more frightful. When Fu Lian leaned in to offer comfort, it huffed twice and turned its head away. "What is the matter? Is it because I hit you?" Fu Lian nonchalantly sipped her porridge, her eyes blinking innocently. "It's my fault. I apologize." The little zombie, easily swayed, immediately brightened and knelt beside her, calling out with enthusiasm and gesturing with its hands in a playful manner. Fu Lian opened her hand, and the little zombie placed a bracelet upon it. It was a bracelet crafted from transparent soft rubber, adorned with a diminutive glass vial. The transparent bottle contained a layer of red flower pollen at its base, with a tiny holy fruit perched atop the pollen. The holy fruit was exceptionally small, likely plucked as soon as it emerged. Transformed into a bracelet by Lu Zhan as a gift for her. The little trinket was rather unique. However, Fu Lian did not harbor fondness for this bracelet. The notion of wearing an item associated with such a terrifying corpse child unsettled her. Yet, she refrained from rejecting it, cheerfully sliding it onto her left wrist and assuring the little zombie of her delight. "This is the second gift my brother Lu Zhan has given me. It's truly lovely, but please, no more gifts next time." The little zombie, overjoyed, clutched her empty bowl and skipped away merrily. Fu Lian began to pace around the room, seeking solace in her solitude. She cherished the tranquility of being alone. The sensation was truly delightful. Even if that group of women managed to unlock the door, she had no desire to engage in conversation with them. Furthermore, with Lu Zhan having blocked the window, Lin Yunyan's visits had significantly diminished. During her idle moments, she would absent-mindedly caress the soft rubber chain, increasingly convinced that this ominous gift from Lu Zhan would surely bring misfortune. Having just finished her lunch, Fu Lian was lost in thought when she suddenly heard a creaking sound emanating from a vent. Almost instantly, a hand covered in corpse moss emerged from within. This entrance was evidently under Lu Zhan's control, and the wrist of the hand was pale as jade, suggesting it belonged to a woman. Could it be Lu Li? Fu Lian rose to her feet. "Li Jie?" Moments later, a figure tumbled from a ventilation shaft. It was indeed Lu Li. As Lu Li landed, she disregarded the pain from the fall and the breathlessness from her hurried journey, urgently gripping Fu Lian's arm. "We must go. Quickly." "What happened?" Fu Lian paused for a moment, then immediately stood to gather the supplies given by Lin Yunyan. "Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Let's hurry." Lu Li swallowed hard, merely reiterating her plea. Her expression was one of sheer panic, clearly indicating she had encountered something distressing outside. Fu Lian felt a slight tension and immediately opened the door, intending to call the group of women to join her. Although she did not particularly favor their company, it was unthinkable to leave them in a perilous situation. To her surprise, as soon as she opened the door, she noticed a white, fluffy substance caught in the crack of the corridor ceiling, with a considerable portion of the cotton-like material protruding, resembling a spider's web upon closer inspection. Fu Lian immediately recalled the corpse spirit mentioned by Lu Zhan the previous night. A chill surged from her spine, permeating her entire being. Her heart raced, and her pupils constricted sharply. The world before her was suddenly blurred, akin to a Gaussian distortion, with only a cotton candy-like form gradually coming into focus. It was entirely green, its soft, fluffy body contorted by a narrow seam, and had it possessed a nose or eyes, Fu Lian would have witnessed the anguished screams etched upon its face. The corpse spirit. For reasons unknown, Fu Lian found her mental prowess suddenly at her disposal, a boon of considerable significance. The fluffy entity was nearly half out, poised to breach the corridor. Her gaze swept over to a group of women standing in the hallway, eating while observing. They were evidently oblivious to the true nature of this seemingly static anomaly. Lu Li, standing behind her, tugged at her sleeve anxiously. She called out to the women, urging them to flee. Fu Lian also stepped aside, preparing to allow the group of women to enter. Only about a dozen women moved, likely those who had previously followed Lu Li and thus held greater trust in her. In the basement, with food and drink available and no apparent danger, this unfamiliar entity had not displayed any aggression, and they did not intend to leave. They even failed to comprehend why Lu Li was in such a panic. However, having navigated the perils of the apocalypse for many years, Fu Lian had long sensed the ominous presence and immediately joined Lu Li, leading everyone towards the ventilation shaft. They were merely ordinary individuals, unable to scale the smooth walls to reach the vent near the ceiling. Lu Li was the first to ascend, bending down to extend her hand for assistance. Fortunately, the basement was not excessively high. Otherwise, it would have proven quite challenging to hoist this group of women upwards. One woman managed to climb up first, but she immediately cried out, "Wait, I haven't retrieved my supplies." "Forget about them, just get inside." Before the woman could utter another word, they witnessed the women in the corridor suddenly surge into Fu Lian's small room like a frenzy. Fu Lian had long been prepared and stood by the door. Thus she was able to observe the unfolding events with heightened vigilance and clarity. This was the first time Fu Lian had witnessed the true form of the corpse spirit in its entirety. She saw it struggle to squeeze through a crevice, and then, like a bolt of lightning, it lunged into the crowd, targeting a woman at the heart of the throng. The movement was so swift that Fu Lian could barely discern its shape. She only perceived a fleeting grayish-white shadow that distorted the very air around her. And in the next instant, the woman collapsed unconscious. Others instinctively lowered their heads to assess her condition, but as they did, the fallen woman suddenly opened her eyes wide and sank her teeth into the calf of the nearest person, who trembled in agony and toppled to the ground. The woman possessed by the corpse spirit immediately pounced upon her, gnawing at her neck. Clearly, this sudden apparition was an infant spirit, after devouring the first woman. It crawled on all fours in search of its next victim, emitting soft, plaintive whimpers akin to a baby's cries. The calamity erupting in the corridor was a mere 3 or 4 meters from Fu Lian's room, prompting the women in the hallway to rush towards her chamber upon sensing the danger. The infant spirit relentlessly pursued them, and one older woman, unable to keep pace, was swiftly overtaken and brought down by the infant spirit's attack on her nape. Meanwhile, the first woman who had been feasted upon slowly rose to her feet. Her limbs contorted as she began to chase after the others. At the back of the fleeing group was a little girl, her fate seemingly sealed as the crooked-necked woman closed in on her. Fu Lian gritted her teeth and dashed forward, wielding her knife to sever the woman's neck with 2 swift strokes. Without hesitation, she scooped up the little girl and raced towards her room, only to find the door beginning to close ominously behind the women who had entered ahead of her. Fu Lian cursed under her breath as the gap in the door narrowed. Summoning all her strength, she took a swift step forward and kicked open the door just before it closed completely, slipping into the room with agility. The door promptly slammed shut behind her. Fu Lian glanced at the person closing the door. It was a woman in white, unfamiliar to her, leaving no impression whatsoever. Moreover, she possessed an utterly ordinary visage, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Fu Lian quietly took note, her heart racing from the recent harrowing experience. She gently set down the little girl and pressed her hand against her slightly aching chest. The iron door was pounded with a resounding force, and within the small room, everyone exhaled in relief, their gazes instinctively drawn to the source of the commotion at the ventilation shaft. The vent appeared rather dark, and they hesitated to crawl out, each one blocking the narrow opening, filling it to capacity. Lu Li attempted to pull someone else in, but it was in vain. Although she uttered a few words, only a couple of people shifted slightly, yet none were willing to move forward. Fu Lian felt a slight exasperation towards the timid women before her. Taking the small nightlight abandoned by Lu Zhan, she boldly stepped forward, saying, "Sisterly, I shall take the lead." Lu Li nodded and pulled Fu Lian up alongside her. With someone at the forefront, the women gradually became more compliant, and one by one, Lu Li assisted the others in joining them. Fortunately, thanks to Lu Zhan's sealing of the window, the outside zombies were merely mindlessly battering the door. oblivious to the fact that the window was also a potential point of entry. The heavy iron gate groaned ominously, but held for the time being. However, the force of the undead grew stronger, and it was only a matter of time before the gate would succumb to their relentless assault. Once everyone had reached the ventilation shaft, Fu Lian found herself about 4 or 5 meters from the entrance. "Sisterly, let us move forward together," she gestured, halting Lu Li, who had intended to remain behind. "Given the evident dangers outside, you are our sole supernatural ability user. Your leadership is essential for our survival." Lu Li glanced back, maneuvering through the cluster of women to stand beside Fu Lian. She had been preoccupied with helping others enter the ventilation shaft and was unaware of the minor incident that had transpired due to Fu Lian's desire to remain behind. Fu Lian cast a glance and noticed Lin Yunyun also squeezed in, positioning herself behind them. Upon seeing Fu Lian's gaze, she offered a faint smile. Fu Lian nodded and followed Lu Li as they crawled forward. Lu Li sensed the chill emanating from Fu Lian's body and discreetly clasped her hand. A rare smile graced her tense face as she soothingly reassured her, "Do not be afraid." The warmth of Lu Li's smile widened, and she tightened her grip, asking, "Shall we consider ourselves sisters?" Lu Li shook her head, replying, "It is I who should thank you." Chapter 43. The cafeteria, were it not for the intelligence shared by Fu Lian, Lu Li would have hesitated to crawl out through the ventilation shaft. And had it not been for Fu Lian's porridge, given her exhaustion from a day and night without sustenance, she would have lacked the strength to confront the zombies outside. She even felt a sense of relief that Fu Lian had not emerged alongside her. The chaos outside was utterly terrifying, and she knew she would be unable to adequately protect Fu Lian. The mere thought of such an adorable and delicate girl being devoured by zombies was unbearable to her. As it stood, Lu Li was grateful to guide her along a safer path to a secure location. Fu Lian closely followed Lu Li, her grip firmly clutching the butterfly knife. "Sisterly, what is the situation outside?" Lu Li shook her head and rolled up her sleeve to reveal her left arm. Aside from her hand, her arm was marred with bite wounds and densely packed necrotic sores. These sores protruded from Lu Li's greenish skin like small lumps, resembling goose flesh, with some areas already festering and oozing greenish pus. It was quite terrifying. Just this one arm was sufficient to illustrate the hellish conditions outside. Few remained alive. Aside from the safe zones, everywhere else was rife with corpses and mutated zombies. Lu Li lowered her voice, recalling their earlier experience in the tunnel. "You must have noticed that mutated zombies are difficult to kill. Are mutated zombies indestructible?" "Not at all." Lu Li shook her head and sighed. "As long as the spirits of the dead persist, mutated zombies will continue to exist. In simple terms, the spirits can control the mutated zombies." "What makes mutated zombies so troublesome?" Lu Li hesitated, casting a worried glance at Fu Lian. "They are quite similar to ordinary zombies, just stronger and slightly faster." "Is that really no different?" Fu Lian retorted. "Ordinary zombies move like dim-witted sloths." Fu Lian glared, and one of the corpse spirit. "I have encountered it only once, and it was quite troublesome." Lu Li pondered for a moment, carefully choosing her words. It was not that the spirit was particularly difficult to deal with. Rather, it had the unsettling ability to continuously shift its host. Should it find that one vessel was no longer viable, it would swiftly transfer to another, rendering the mutated zombie virtually immortal and creating an inescapable cycle. At this point, her voice dropped to a whisper. "Those two ability users are quite formidable." Fu Lian understood whom she was referring to, Lu Zhan and Old Zhang. Did Sisterly ultimately join them to confront the undead? Lu Li nodded. It was indeed a time for shared survival. The crowd, who had been silently listening to their conversation, suddenly became restless, though they were often cold and hungry. They had lived in the base for at least a year or two without facing the direct threat of zombies, making the prospect of slaying them exceedingly daunting. Someone could no longer contain her voice. "But we are ordinary people. We cannot be of any assistance." Another echoed. "Indeed, the mutated zombies are extraordinarily powerful. We stand no chance against them. Joining the fray would only lead to our demise. That is precisely why you have been sold here. Had you possessed even a sliver of value, your fate would not have been so dire," Fu Lian thought to herself, feeling a surge of frustration. Lu Li tightened her grip on Fu Lian's hand, and when Fu Lian glanced over, Lu Li shook her head gently. There was no point in arguing with this group of women. Understanding Lu Li's intent, Fu Lian playfully winked at her. After a brief period of climbing, Lu Li abruptly halted her ascent at a fork in the path. The right passage led directly outside. As you have heard, the Hota base is currently in chaos. Young Bodhisattva may not have the time to pursue you. Lu Li's voice was cold yet authoritative. You may leave. I will not impede your escape. Sister Li, won't you come with us? A voice inquired. I have my own matters to attend to, Lu Li replied icily, just as several women were about to protest. A passageway on the left opened suddenly, the stones that had obstructed it crashing down. Immediately, a zombie, blood streaming from its mouth, lunged forth. The angle and direction of its attack were directly aimed at Fu Lian. Fu Lian instinctively raised her left hand to shield herself. The zombie's ferocious expression momentarily faltered before it swiftly turned to attack the person behind Fu Lian. Its reaction was remarkably quick. The sudden intrusion had already startled everyone, leaving them little time to ponder the zombie's brief aberration. Fu Lian reacted swiftly, hastily pulling Lin Yunyao aside. However, she was unable to attend to the multitude alone. After Lin Yunyao evaded her grasp, the woman behind her was left to face the consequences. Cries, shrieks, struggles, bites, and a fierce melee ensued. The upheaval transpired in an instant. Lu Li immediately dashed towards the left passage ahead. Move! Fu Lian immediately pursued, while Lin Yunyan tightened her small backpack and hastily followed suit. Those behind attempted to catch up. A few managed to escape, yet many were seized by the relentless pursuers, their necks bitten into, helplessly reaching out with outstretched hands, mouths agape in a pitiful and agonizing plea for salvation. This is the realm of the undead. Fu Lianxin felt a tightening in her chest, prompting her to quicken her pace. The passage that followed remained eerily tranquil, yet everyone dared not let their guard down, maintaining a steady advance. Only Fu Lian, gradually succumbing to fatigue, found herself lagging at the rear. As she gasped for breath, a youthful yet chilling voice echoed in her mind, inquiring, "Where are you headed?" Fu Lian was taken aback, immediately gathering her breath and sprinting forward in a frenzy. The voice echoed in her mind, mocking her with a sinister laughter. Fu Lian, irritated by its arrogant demeanor, exerted her mental strength, and after a peculiar shudder, the voice ceased to exist. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Lu Li finally halted at a sealed exit. She cautiously opened the door, leading the group outside. They emerged into a small, enclosed room. Lu Li approached and knocked 3 times on a door, which creaked open with a groan. Suddenly, the scene before them transformed into clarity. The building consisted of 2 levels, encircled by glass, with a lofty dome above, adorned with a circle of shattered sculptures. The hall was replete with tables, surrounded by a perimeter of windows, each labeled with tags such as rice and vegetarian dishes. This was the cafeteria. Indeed, in such a dire circumstance, surrounded by the undead, the cafeteria was the most suitable refuge for preserving human life. Here lay sustenance, and judging by the dense throng of zombies outside, the glass was remarkably sturdy. Fu Lian did not observe for long before she noticed old Zhang at the round table rising and approaching. He bore the marks of battle. Bandages wrapped around him were stained with seeped blood. Old Zhang gave a slight nod to Fu Lian and the others, his expression a mixture of complexity and pain, indicating that this place was no longer safe. It was evident that he had just endured a fierce confrontation. Fu Lian felt a slight jolt in her heart. The Hota base was rather small, and as she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed that all the survivors were present, numbering merely in the hundreds. This implied that they faced several thousand adversaries. Coupled with the combination of corpse spirits and mutated zombies, the situation appeared rather daunting. Furthermore, there were 10 corpse infants. Old Zhang retrieved a notebook and sketched a few lines, gravely stating that although they had eliminated 73 corpse spirits, the remaining 10 were early-stage corpse infants, which posed greater challenges in terms of abilities and intelligence. "We miss one," Lu Li spoke softly, young Bodhisattva. Old Zhang opened his mouth to speak. "There is something I need to tell you that you missed while you were away." before old Zhang could finish. The small door through which Fu Lian had just entered was shattered, and a horde of zombies surged in one after another. It's that group of women. This batch of zombies moved swiftly, their mouths agape as they incessantly howled and lunged at the living, beginning to bite indiscriminately. The survivors quickly regained their composure and turned to confront the sudden onslaught of zombies. Fu Lian wielded her knife to fend off the encroaching zombies, swiftly closing the distance to Lu Li. Her heart brimmed with growing perplexity. Where was her brother, Lu Zhan? Why was he nowhere to be seen? Soon, someone fell victim to the zombies, convulsing on the ground for 3 seconds before staggering to their feet, joining another faction. This occurrence seemed to ignite the flames of battle, as yet another zombie spirit surged through a small entrance, targeting Lu Zhan. The objective of the zombie spirit was unequivocal. It aimed for the most formidable superhuman among the survivors. They could not allow it to prevail. Fu Lian gaze sharpened, and in an instant, everything before her transformed into an ethereal white void. Amidst the vast expanse of whiteness, a subtle shade of gray-green began to magnify imperceptibly. Halt! Fu Lian's heart raced as she murmured to herself, her senses suddenly tightening. The gray-green corpse spirit appeared to be ensnared by an unseen force, rendered immobile. Shortly thereafter, someone cast a handful of crimson powder upon it, causing the gray-green spirit to crash to the ground with a ghastly wail. Old Zhang drew his knife and swiftly reduced it to a pulpy mass. The gray-green spirit twitched a couple of times before lifelessly onto the ground, no longer stirring. Fu Yinsong let out a sigh of relief. She turned her head, ready to raise her arm to strike the approaching zombie, but was suddenly overcome by dizziness, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Lu Li immediately supported her. Sister Fu. Fu Lian, summoning his strength, shook his head and gritted his teeth as he swung his weapon towards the approaching zombie's neck. Despite sustaining a grievous injury, the undead creature relentlessly lunged towards Fu Lian. Even after severing its neck, the effort proved futile. How vexing! Fu Lian suppressed the sharp discomfort in her head, striving to unleash her mental energy. At the same time, she kicked away the zombie that lunged at her, urgently instructing Lu Li and old Zhang. Among these women, one is a corpse spirit. You must identify and eliminate her, or we shall all meet with disaster. Having exhausted her mental energy in combating the gray-green corpse spirit, she found herself utterly depleted. Forcing herself to summon what remained, she was met with a metallic taste in her throat. Fu Lian, do not overexert yourself, Lu Li said, wrapping her arms around Fu Lian's waist. Her complexion was alarmingly pale, a clear indication of her mental strain. Lu Li had not anticipated that Fu Lian was also an ability wielder. Fu Lian did not disclose this matter to her, leaving Lu Li feeling somewhat dejected. Nevertheless, Fu Lian was under no obligation to share such information. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, who did not harbor some secrets for survival? With this realization, Lu Li felt a sense of relief wash over her. She embraced Fu Lian more tightly, striving to shield her from the dangers posed by the zombies. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback, her eyes brimming with tears. Sisterly, I want to bear your children, sobbing. Your protective demeanor is simply too magnificent. Lu Li nearly lost her composure due to the flattery, playfully chiding. You ought to say a little less. Fu Lian laughed heartily, clutching her arm with one hand while wielding a butterfly knife with the other to fend off the relentless onslaught of zombies. However, engaging in a protracted battle with these creatures was clearly not a sustainable strategy. The zombies would not tire, but humans would. It was imperative to find a breakthrough. Fu Lian gritted her teeth, striving to hold her breath. After considerable effort, she managed to muster a gentle yet potent surge of mental energy, only for it to dissipate in an instant. She even felt a tingling sensation on her scalp as she attempted once more to forcibly wield her mental power. Fu Lian took a deep breath. Everyone, quickly devise a plan. Fu Lian felt somewhat speechless. Lu Li's mental fortitude was evidently waning. Her complexion appeared even more pallid than Fu Lian's. Fu Lian gently wrapped her arm around her waist, her heart gradually becoming anxious. The number of survivors dwindled. Yet everyone still had not located the corpse spirit. Fu Lian suddenly found herself reminiscing about the omnipotent and formidable Lu Zhan. If he were here, this group of ruffians would have been ruthlessly executed long ago. Where is brother Lu Zhan? Fu Lian couldn't help but whisper. The only response was a profound silence from those around her. Soon after, even the zombies fell into a stillness, pausing their movements to gaze toward the 9 o'clock direction on the second floor. The prolonged battle had drained considerable energy, and as the mutated zombies ceased their attacks and merely evaded, the others gradually halted their skirmish, cherishing this fleeting moment of respite. Luli, beside her, immediately slumped down with considerable weight upon Fu Lian. Instinctively, Fu Lian reached out to support Luli, remaining oblivious to the complex and fearful expressions etched on the faces of those around them. When she finally looked up, the figure on the second floor had begun to descend the stairs, but halted at the final step. Fu Lian looked up and saw Lu Zhan, his brow furrowed, gazing intently at her from the top of the staircase. Lu Zhan, brother! Fu Lian exclaimed with delight, setting Luli aside on a nearby chair before rushing towards him. Lu Zhan curled the corner of his lips, his fingertips twitching slightly. Be careful, he is now a corpse spirit, Lao Zhan called out, halting Fu Lian, who was eager to advance. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback. Her footsteps halted abruptly. The slight upward curve of Lu Zhan's lips vanished in an instant. He had not been possessed. She found it perplexing. How could they, in their struggle against Yang Pusa, the corpse spirits, and the mutated zombies, not discern whether he had truly been taken over? Old Zhang cast a sidelong glance at Fu Lian, then gestured towards the surrounding zombies and corpse spirits that lay submissively at Lu Zhan's feet, the implication unmistakable. I only trust fate, he spoke, his voice laced with the fiery scent of blood. And fate, it seemed, was singular. The cunning of corpse spirits rivaled that of humans in intellect. Old Zhang dared not wager whether he was indeed Lu Zhan or merely a masquerade of the corpse spirits. In that moment, he stood there, surrounded by all the zombies and corpse spirits groveling at his feet. He was, in essence, a corpse spirit. Fu Lian's gaze swept around the surroundings. Apart from the obedient zombies and the lingering spirits, her eyes pierced through the glass and the layers of obstacles to behold the situation outside. Not far away, the Buddhist temple and the statues had been utterly destroyed, leaving behind only a landscape strewn with debris and shattered tiles, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan stood atop a height, gazing down upon the world, exuding an aura of dominance as the king of the undead. It was undeniably impressive. Fu Lian contemplated, resting her chin in thought. After all, he is my elder brother Lu Zhan. A look of unwavering trust adorned her face. How wonderful! Everyone around her was a divine ally in her cause. At this moment, while Lu Zhan had been forsaken by the masses, only I, the gentle, considerate, kind, and adorable little companion, stood steadfastly by his side. How could one not be utterly devoted to her? After all, this is how dramas unfold. Fu Lian wore a radiant smile as she swiftly approached Lu Zhan. She trusted her instincts, believing that Lu Zhan would not bring her harm. As she ran towards him, Lu Zhan's heart momentarily faltered. Come, Fu Lian, come to my side. Be with me forever. As long as you continue to cherish me and stand by my side, I shall never inflict any pain upon you, not in the slightest. However, he soon found himself immobilized, his gaze reflecting the sudden halt of another figure. Chapter 44. The cave. Fu Lian was running when she suddenly noticed a figure dashing even faster than herself. It was a small white silhouette. A woman? Lin Yanyan. Like a cannonball, she swiftly surged towards Lu Zhan, only to be brushed aside by him and fell to the ground. Fu Lian paused in her tracks, a sense of bewilderment washing over her. Could it be that her intuition had led her astray? She turned her gaze towards Lu Zhan, only to find him staring back at her, his pitch-black eyes filled with an icy chill. Look, he is the corpse spirit, Old Zhang exclaimed, raising his weapon once more to strike. Seizing the brief moment of stillness among the zombies, he had managed to regain a semblance of strength and now aimed his attack at a nearby zombie. The surrounding undead, as if a switch had been flipped, lunged at him with renewed ferocity, ensnaring him once again. The scene descended into chaos once more. Fu Lian took a step back, gripping the butterfly knife tightly, ready to join the fray. In an instant, a warm body pressed against her, a powerful arm encircling her waist. Within moments, she was whisked away from the cafeteria. Lu Zhan lowered his head slightly, his hand tightening around her arm. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a cave. Lu Zhan released her and ventured deeper within, settling into the cavern's depths, his head tilted back against the thick wall of skulls, revealing his alluring Adam's apple. Fu Lian adjusted her clothing and shared a poignant gaze with a corpse infant nestled at the cave's entrance, gnawing on a skull. The infant's belly bore several ghastly patterns that twisted and contorted with its movements. "Hello." Fu Lian awkwardly extended her hand in greeting. To her surprise, the corpse infant abruptly discarded the skull and fled, screaming in terror. Fu Lian gently touched her nose and kicked aside the scattered remnants of the brain, then slowly strolled over to sit beside Lu Zhan. Noticing his lack of resistance, her small head gradually leaned against his chest. As she nestled there, on the verge of slumber, Lu Zhan suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist, his voice cold and deep, whispering in her ear, "Are you no longer afraid of me, Brother Lu Zhan?" Fu Lian rubbed her eyes, sleepily reaching to embrace his slender waist. "They misunderstand you. So selfish and wicked." Lu Zhan chuckled, his laughter resonant and melodious. "Still daring to sleep? Aren't you afraid I might devour you?" Fu Lian jolted awake, pushing his hand away as she attempted to flee, still gripped by fear. Lu Zhan swiftly pulled her back, playfully tapping her nose, questioning her newfound boldness. Seeing him tease her, Fu Lian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then scrunched her nose in feigned grievance, claiming her courage was scarcely the size of a grain of rice. "Then why not make a quick escape?" he inquired. "Not at all," she replied sweetly, wrapping her arms around his waist. "I trust Brother Lu Zhan." Lu Zhan let out a hum, and a genuine smile finally illuminated his face, revealing his sense of loyalty. Fu Lian smiled softly and looked up, gently asking, "Brother Lu Zhan, have you truly been possessed by a corpse spirit?" It was none other than the long-missed Shrouded. Fu Lian turned to Lu Zhan and noticed his tranquil demeanor, as if he had foreseen this moment long ago. "Little brat." Lu Zhan nonchalantly brushed aside the long strands of hair that fell over his forehead. As he tilted his head back, the hair partially obstructed his view. Shrouded spoke fiercely, yet the seriousness etched on his face made Fu Lian find him endearing. Fu Lian innocently blinked her eyes and said, "Shrouded, have you noticed how Sister Fu is ignoring everyone?" Shrouded glanced over and after a long pause, softly murmured, "Sister Fu." Fu Lian picked up a skull and sat down nearby, ready to engage in a serious conversation. "There's nothing to discuss," Shrouded exclaimed as he raised his axe, declaring, "I shall confront Lu Zhan in battle." The axe he held was formidable, yet he hesitated to bring it down. After a prolonged moment, his face flushed with anger. He shouted, "Sister Fu, please step aside." Lu Zhan smirked, his narrow eyes squinting with mischief. "Little ghost, still causing trouble? Just take a look behind you." The scene was both poignant and terrifying. "Mother?" Shrouded called out, slowly lowering the axe as the female zombie approached, embracing him tightly. Young Bodhisattva, or rather Shrouded's mother, after freeing herself from the grip of the corpse spirit, had transformed entirely into a zombie, yet astonishingly, she still remembered her child and had come to find him. Fu Lian recalled that Shrouded once remarked, though unwilling to admit it, that young Pusa was indeed his mother. The young Pusa, now inhabited by a corpse spirit, retained her memories but was devoid of genuine affection for Shrouded. Her feelings reduced to mere emptiness and manipulation. Yet Shrouded accepted this reality. Despite his aversion, an overwhelming yearning kept him clinging to even the faintest semblance of her presence. The figure before him, utterly transformed and reduced to a zombie-like state, was the mother he had longed for all this time. Fu Lian watched the large and small figures tightly embracing each other, her eyes gradually filling with tears. How envious she felt, how frustrating. She, Fu Lian, too, lacked the presence of a father and mother. Fu Lian pouted. "Brother Jishu?" Shrouded raised his head, his watery eyes sparkling. Lu Zhan nodded. "Jishu is not dead." Fu Lian expressed mild surprise. "But isn't she fine as well?" It's quite normal for Jishu to be alive, she reassured herself. Xiao Di stood up shyly, clutching the hand of the zombie mother. Goodbye, Sister Fu, Brother Lu, he said earnestly, bowing before departing. Fu Lian gazed at his departing silhouette, filled with emotion. She had never anticipated that after becoming a zombie, Xiao Di's mother would retain a semblance of consciousness. In her previous life, she too had transformed into a zombie, yet preserved awareness. Thus, she did not find this occurrence particularly extraordinary. Lu Zhan refrained from clarifying that the consciousness within that woman was merely a fragment of his lingering mental energy. Only when he was no longer present would that fragment dissipate, akin to the already withered heavenly blue flower. This would be his meager act of kindness bestowed upon Xiao Di and the unfamiliar boy. Once again, the cave was left with only the two of them. Fu Lian rested her chin in her hand, pondering with a touch of melancholy. So, I'm leaving just like this. What will happen to the little delivery zombie? Lu Zhan glanced sideways, momentarily taken aback. Fu Lian glanced over, her eyes filled with anticipation. Would he bring food here later? Even if he didn't? That would be just fine. He was rather endearing and could certainly alleviate my boredom. Lu Zhan suddenly felt a warmth rise to his ears and turned his head away, ignoring Fu Lian's words. Fu Lian found herself speaking alone, inevitably succumbing to boredom. Soon, she leaned her chin on her hand, gazing out the window with a sense of melancholy. It was unclear how long she had been lost in thought, but the moment she heard Lu Zhan's muffled groans of agony, she realized something was amiss. Following this, an array of infant wails and women's lamentations emerged from him, intertwining with his feeble breaths, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Fu Lianxin's heart tightened as a thought struck her, and she swiftly lifted his shirt. Beneath it lay a terrifying array of dark, grotesque patterns resembling the faces of infants, which, upon her uncovering, leered at her with a sinister grin. It turned out that the parasitic land warfare was the corpse spirit residing within Yang Pusa. Indeed, it was the most formidable of all corpse spirits. Fu Lian covered her mouth and fell to the ground, instinctively retreating a few steps. Now, she found herself in a predicament. Being so close to Lu Zhan would surely rob her of sleep at night. Oh dear! As if sensing Fu Lian's trepidation, the still drowsy Lu Zhan partially opened his eyes, reached out his hand and grasped hers. His lips moved, and Fu Lian deciphered his silent words. Do not be afraid. How could she not be afraid? This was truly terrifying. Fu Lian dared not truly leave. If she were to depart now, it might provoke Lu Zhan, allowing the corpse spirit to seize him in an instant, which would spell disaster. Although she harbored a fervent desire for Lu Zhan's downfall, it was imperative to let him survive for the time being, should he fall under the control of the corpse spirit. The fusion of his extraordinary abilities with those of the corpse spirit would create a force beyond her, and even beyond the meager defenses of the Hoda base. Fu Lian was acutely aware of the stakes involved. She hurriedly grasped Lu Zhan's hand, her concern palpable. Brother Lu Zhan, you must not succumb to the control of the corpse spirit. Lu Zhan smiled softly, then suddenly sat up with determination, wrapping his arm around Fu Lian's shoulders. Fu Lian leaned in, her delicate face nestled against his chest. Fu Lian, Her innocent, bewildered gaze met his, and Lu Zhan closed his eyes. A tempest of tumultuous emotions raged within him, pressing heavily against his chest, suffocating him. The malevolent cries of the corpse spirit ravaged his mind, perpetually consuming his nerves. Both body and spirit felt as though they had descended into the depths of hell, enduring inhumane torment and suffering. He allowed himself to succumb to this anguish, becoming frail and pitiable. Fu Lian, if you wish to end my life, you may do so without hesitation. After all, this is not the first time. I have endured the anguish of separation and the bitterness of betrayal. Life is fraught with venomous serpents and thorny brambles. Yet this time, I shall not spare you. He is acutely aware of his desires. He yearns for love, for Fu Lian to love him wholly and unreservedly. The mere thought that such joy could be real fills him with uncontainable elation. Lu Zhan dares to gamble, nurturing within him a fierce tiger poised to strike, while simultaneously hoping she might be a gentle, sweet cat, until a warm, tender sensation brushes against his lips. In an instant, Lu Zhan seizes that warmth, biting down with wild, ferocious abandon. Fu Lian sat dazedly by the side, her gaze fixed on the deeply slumbering Lu Zhan. Instinctively, she touched her swollen lips, and soon after, in a fit of indignation, she kicked him. Scoundrel! Truly a scoundrel! Who would dare to demand a kiss in such a manner? Lacking even an ounce of tenderness, Fu Lian stood up in a huff and kicked him once more. Frustrated and indifferent to Lu Zhan's fate, she resolved to take a stroll around, hoping to assess the situation while also alleviating her troubled mind. The surroundings revealed no signs of zombies or human presence, only scattered stones and fragments of mud. The hillside was steep, and not far off, dense coniferous trees thrived. This place was likely where Lin Y New York Inn had previously mentioned, the dwelling of the corpse infant that preys on fugitives. Due to its primal and concealed nature, it was probable that old Zhang and his group had never considered that they might be hiding here. Fu Lian stood up and suddenly noticed a helicopter in the sky not far away. She climbed up the slope to examine it closely, but it was too distant for her to see clearly. A memory struck her of the time she had accompanied the Marine Corps and hijacked a helicopter belonging to a special envoy. Helicopters are not a mode of transportation accessible to the ordinary individual. Aside from the government, Fu Lian could scarcely conceive of anyone else who could afford such luxury. She wondered whether they were affiliated with one another. Fu Lian touched her nose with a hint of unease. However, could it be that individuals such as national commissioners had arrived, drawn by the sound, to rescue the Hota base? Perhaps they possessed a means to contend with the malevolent spirits clinging to the body of the Marine. Fu Lian contemplated quietly as she ascended the mountain. Upon reaching the towering wall, she assessed her surroundings and chose a tree that appeared relatively easy to climb. To her astonishment, 3 individuals descended from a helicopter, each clad in full combat gear and donning thick, armor-like masks. They were evidently well prepared and possessed a thorough understanding of the characteristics of the corpse spirits, sealing themselves tightly to capture these entities. Presently, one of the corpse spirits was ensnared within a box, wailing in despair as it struggled to escape the confines of the host zombie, while the enclosed space rendered it incapable of fleeing. Fu Lian counted, and there were a total of 9, still missing one, the one on Lu Zhan. Her gaze shifted downward, and Fu Lian beheld Lao Zhang and the other survivors. At that moment, all of them were bound, but Lao Zhang was different. He had a circular object specially placed on his head, reminiscent of the tight headband worn by his son Wukong. Fu Lian suspected that this was an apparatus to restrict mental power. The helicopter's occupants were certainly formidable, possessing many unexpected treasures. Fu Lian suppressed her fear and continued to search, finding no trace of Lu Li, likely having escaped. She let out a silent sigh of relief. However, her gaze was momentarily caught by Lin Yinyan, who was presently nestled against the tall man, her laughter soft and playful as she whispered something into his ear. The man nodded, his eyes lifting slightly to glance in the distance. Following his gaze, Fu Lian discovered it was directed towards the cave where Lu Zhan was concealed. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart, and just as she prepared to turn away, she keenly sensed a mental presence brushing against her. It felt as though a venomous serpent had slithered past. Fu Lian immediately descended from the tree and dashed away in a frenzy. But what was the purpose of her flight? A man pursued her, calmly keeping pace alongside her. He was the very individual who had just conversed with Lin Yinyan. Fu Lian was startled and quickened her pace, suddenly colliding with a figure as she turned. She nearly lost her balance, but fortunately, the person grasped her arm. Fu Lian, Brother Lu Zhan, is there a corpse spirit on you? The man chuckled oddly. As he spoke, he abruptly raised his arm, revealing a syringe in his hand, and swiftly lunged it toward Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan sidestepped to evade, but the man unexpectedly altered his trajectory, landing precisely in Lu Zhan's path of escape. The needle pierced Lu Zhan's skin. Without any further manipulation, a translucent corpse spirit was instinctively drawn out through the tiny puncture, swirling chaotically within the confines of the syringe like a murky liquid. Perfect, the man declared, capping the syringe before striding away. Lu Zhan attempted to intercept him, but the man effortlessly dodged, whistling arrogantly. "Want it? Pinch One is waiting for you." Fu Lian choked. "I do not wish to perish. Have you forgotten the incident when you nearly met with disaster while piloting a helicopter? Here we go again." "Very well," Lu Zhan replied, blinking. He then turned his gaze towards the man, declaring, "I shall spare you this time." The man let out an odd laugh that echoed from beneath his hood. "You are quite audacious, young lad. Both of you are rather bold, aren't you?" Fu Lian silently scolded. "Huh." Lu Zhan chuckled lightly, suddenly reaching out to seize the syringe from the man's grasp. With a casual squeeze, the syringe disintegrated into mere dust, and the malevolent spirit within vanished in the blink of an eye. "You!" the man exclaimed loudly, raising his hand to strike, but suddenly a pebble struck him from behind. "Do not stir up trouble. Just wait," he retorted, taking a deep breath as if to compose himself before storming off, leaving his ominous words hanging in the air. Fu Lian circled around him, then attempted to lift the hem of his garment. "Are you being lewd?" Lu Zhan restrained her. Fu Lian swatted his hand away, inquiring about the situation. The hem of her garment was successfully lifted, revealing her toned and exquisite muscles beneath, the honey-hued skin appearing robust and delectable. Fu Lian was taken aback, unable to restrain herself from reaching out, but was halted by Lu Zhanji. "You are overstepping," he remarked nonchalantly. "He is dead." Fu Lian nodded, momentarily dazed for half a second before reacting, her astonishment palpable. "Brother Lu Zhan, is this the legendary skill of the one-finger Zen? How impressive. I utilized 2 fingers. Are you now nitpicking even the most flattering praise?" Fu Lian was filled with a sense of melancholy as Lu Zhan averted his gaze and shifted the topic. "Are you hungry?" "I am." Clutching a small loaf of bread in her hand, Fu Lian bit into it while casting a glance at the zombie kneeling beside her, joyfully and innocently making soft whimpering sounds. Something felt amiss. "What happened to the other one?" Fu Lian inquired. "Which one?" Fu Lian gestured, indicating the food delivery creature. It was indeed him. Lu Zhan kicked it lightly, and the little zombie joyfully exclaimed, inching closer, hoping Fu Lian would join in with a kick as well. Fu Lian delivered a kick, which only heightened its delight. This was not correct. Fu Lian coldly exposed the truth, stating that the zombie had received a punch from her, one of its eyes now a deep shade of black and purple. Fu Lian leaned closer and said, "Brother Lu Zhan, could this zombie possibly be you? Or perhaps a fragment of your spiritual power?" "Surely not, surely not." Noticing the troubled expression on Lu Zhan's face, Fu Lian swallowed the words. "You look rather foolish." Fu Lian was not particularly troubled by the situation. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she began to complain about the cold. Lu Zhan promptly sent the little zombie to fetch some blankets. The sky had darkened entirely, and had it been any other occasion when he was alone, he would certainly have set off towards his next destination at this hour, feeling no fatigue. However, with Fu Lian's delicate demeanor before him, that notion was swiftly quelled. Little D's mother was woefully uninformed, possessing scant knowledge to investigate here. Yet, the peculiar group that had surfaced today, intent on seizing corpses, took him by surprise. They were formidable and exhibited a keen interest in the belongings left by Drive S. He had a strong intuition that there must be clues concerning Drive S hidden there. Chapter 45. Silver Tree. Lu Zhan's off-road vehicle was parked in a secluded grove. Before departing, he had specifically dispatched the little zombie to gather ample supplies, and now it was diligently organizing them, striving to maximize the cargo space of the vehicle. Fu Lian sat in the car, leisurely swinging her legs, nibbling on a small piece of bread. It was still early, and she was enjoying her breakfast. Occasionally, her conscience would stir, prompting her to offer a bite to the busy Lu Zhan. He would typically lean over, taking a hearty bite of the bread. Suddenly, a motorcycle appeared before her, causing Fu Lian to pause mid-bite. It was Lu Li. The older sister had donned a striking leather outfit, accentuating her statuesque figure beneath the pronounced curves. Her legs were both slender and elongated, exuding a wild and alluring charm as she perched on the motorcycle. "Wow, sister, you look so stunning." As Fu Lian leapt from the vehicle, she made a beeline towards Lu Li's motorcycle, only to be swiftly restrained by Lu Zhan, who seized her by the collar. With yearning eyes, Fu Lian gazed at the motorcycle, urging, "Come on, let us follow sisterly." Lu Li tossed her hair back, her gaze directed at Lu Zhan. Rife with hostility, he exuded an ominous aura, and it seemed prudent to keep our distance from him. "Ah, but brother Lu Zhan is truly wonderful," Fu Lian protested, attempting to free herself from his grip, only to be unceremoniously tossed into the car by him. Lu Li's tone turned icy. "Sister Fu, he is, after all, a zombie." Fu Lian explained that the corpse spirit had already been slain by brother Lu Zhan. Lu Li shook her head, remarking that he is a half-orc, and half-orcs will inevitably become part of the zombie clan. Zombies are cunning, treacherous, and utterly untrustworthy. Brother Lu Zhan is the best. You cannot speak ill of him. Sobi. In truth, what my sister says is correct. Lu Li, displeased, scoffed, and shifted the topic. "Where are you going?" This morning, upon seeing Lu Zhan perusing a map to Pingchuan, Fu Lian realized their next destination. The Pingchuan base, known as the Blissful Blood Domain. Blissful Blood Domain? That name sounds familiar. Fu Lian instinctively nodded. It seems to be called the Pingchuan base. Lu Li immediately exited the vehicle, pushing Lu Zhan aside in an attempt to seize him. "Fu, the Pingchuan base is a place that devours people. Do not be deceived by him." "Kulme, let us go to the capital base," she urged. "Get away," Lu Zhan coldly replied, a wave of authoritative mental energy directed at Lu Li, unwilling to show weakness. The two engaged in a silent contest of wills. Sensing the escalating tension, Fu Lian swiftly intervened to mediate. All right, she said, biting her lip. Turning to Lu Li, her expression filled with reluctance, she finally managed to voice, "Sisterly, I will not follow you. I wish to stay with him." Liu Li pourset her lips, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Fu Lian averted her gaze and silently climbed into the vehicle. Fu Lian felt a slight surprise as she slowly accepted the glasses case. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her hairpin, the only possession that truly belonged to her. Gently caressing the hairpin, she handed it to Lu Li, the durian's sister. Lu Li received it with a frown, remarking coldly, "I do not enjoy durian." Her objection fell on deaf ears. Fu Lian glared at her. Liu Li Chocolat resumed her seat in the vehicle, donned her helmet, and waved at Fu Lian. "Shall we head to the capital?" "We'll meet in the capital." Fu Lian bit in her bread, looking pitiful. "Goodbye, sister." The car drove on, and Lu Zhan had not uttered a single word to Fu Lian throughout the journey. She could distinctly sense that he seemed somewhat displeased. The exact reason eluded her. Perhaps it was due to Lu Li? Fu Lian scratched her head, wishing for his spirits to lift, so that when she opened the glasses case, the atmosphere beside her would be a touch more cheerful. Thus, Fu Lian restrained her restless thoughts, sitting in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed upon his expression. She stole glances at him from time to time, until she noticed the faint blush creeping onto his ears. Fu Lian leaned in a whisper, "Lu Zhan, be honest." Seemingly noticing Fu Lianesse gaze. Shouty waved at her with a pig toy. "Why didn't you kill Zhu Jishu?" Fu Lian raised her hand and waved, instinctively turning to ask, only to immediately wish she could bite her own tongue back. "He values his life more than you do," Lu Zhan replied lazily, casting a teasing glance at Fu Lian. That day, Zhu Jishu had indeed pursued him, yet he made no indication of wanting to kill him. He merely suggested about. In the days gone by, Zhu Jishu had always been the most combative, displaying an aggressive attitude towards enhancing his strength. Among the half-orcs, only the two of them possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of enduring Lu Zhan's relentless antics. Engaging in combat was a common occurrence. Thus, he never resorted to lethal force in such encounters. Therefore, this instance was no different. Did Zhu Jishu wish to kill him? Why not act directly? Was he afraid of death? Lu Zhan chuckled coldly to himself, dismissing the thought. After all, he was once a brother. Lu Zhan did not want to sever ties. That would be too exhausting. Fu Lian did not anticipate his words, feeling unjustly treated. How could you still remember this? Did you not say you wouldn't bring it up again? Did you not admit your mistake? Why do you speak of me now? Observing his silence, Fu Lian pointed at him once more. I praise you daily for your handsomeness and strength. Why do you not recall that? I was wrong. Now, that is more like it. Noticing his swift concession, Fu Lian scoffed and turned her gaze toward the car window. Where are we headed? The armored vehicle sped along, having left the bamboo hut of Zhu Jishu behind. As they ventured further, the surrounding vegetation began to lose its vibrant green hue, taking on a subtle yellowish tint, hinting at a paler appearance. I will take you to find something extraordinary. Fu Lian blinked, tilted her head, and playfully teased him. Is there anything better than you? Lu Zhan fell silent for a moment before raising his hand to pinch her cheek. I am not a thing. You're not a thing? Upon realizing, Fu Lian curled up, laughing so hard she nearly hiccuped. The car, which had been speeding, began to slow down gradually. Lu Zhan, with a stern expression, reached out to steady her shoulder, careful not to bump her head. Ouch! Fu Lian covered her head, tears brimming in her eyes as she scolded him. You jinx. We've arrived. Lu Zhan halted the vehicle, opened the door, and stepped outside. Fu Lian sat in the car, gazing outside. In the distance stood an extraordinarily robust white tree. The grand tree overshadowed the sun, reaching up to the heavens, enveloping the land beneath its magnificent canopy. The entire tree shimmered with a silvery hue, while its leaves displayed a delicate hint of green. Lu Zhan first retrieved a bottle from the trunk, then slowly approached the majestic tree, with each of his steps causing the tree to sway gracefully, its verdant leaves trembling gently. Fu Lian inexplicably recalled the silver arrows wielded by the half-orcs, their hue strikingly reminiscent of the tree before her. The unusual turbulence of the land battle signaled a peculiar occurrence. In the next moment, the colossal silver tree appeared to be afflicted, shuddering violently, as if in distress. It swayed in every direction, and suddenly, its trunk expanded dramatically. A circular opening emerged in its abdomen, widening until it transformed into a gaping black void. This abyss protruded, exuding a copious pool of milky white viscous liquid. As the thick liquid surged forth, the leaves of the tree began to tremble, their verdant hue fading rapidly, only to be replaced by a spreading silver sheen that extended to the very tips of the leaves. The tree writhed frantically, expelling mouthfuls of a thick, rich, indeterminate substance. This enigmatic matter, enveloped in the white liquid, rolled smoothly before coming to a rest on the ground. In its tumble, it shed much of the viscous liquid, revealing merely a glimpse of its true nature. A dark mass sprawled upon the earth, indistinguishable in form. However, an adjacent shiny, spherical object captured Fu Lian's attention. It was a helmet, resembling that of a suit of armor. Was this not the helmet of the helicopter man? How did it come to be here? Fu Lian was perplexed. The great tree, having expelled its burden of refuse, felt a sense of relief and swayed its branches into a tranquil stillness. However, this serenity was short-lived, as the branches soon began to tremble violently once more. Almost immediately, a silvery sheen danced exuberantly along the veins of the leaves, and before long, droplets of milky substance began to seep down from the foliage. The crisp sound of raindrops echoed continuously, and beneath the canopy of the great tree, a gentle shower of creamy rain commenced to fall. Fu Lian had yet to decipher the peculiar antics of the tree when it let out a piercing wail, followed immediately by a transformation from silvery white to a vivid crimson. In the blink of an eye, paradise descended into chaos, and the ethereal realm was engulfed in flames. The soft rain morphed into malevolent fireballs that plummeted downwards. Soon, the ground was marred by a deep, dark pit, and Fu Lian noticed that the roof of the car had also caved in slightly, likely due to the intense heat melting the steel. Lu Zhan, seated nearby, observed the unfolding scene outside when he suddenly turned to Fu Lian and said, I recall you possess extraordinary abilities. What do you intend to do? Give it a try. Fu Lianwei was perplexed, yet she did not decline, instinctively focusing her mind. Perhaps due to the frequent activations prior, this time the release of her ability was remarkably smooth. The towering tree appeared menacing. However, the thunder was loud while the rain was scarce, allowing Fu Lian to manage it with ease, especially since she wished to explore further and become more acquainted with her powers. A gentle yet potent mental force radiated from Fu Lian, spreading inch by inch. Before her, the fiery inferno swiftly transformed into a verdant realm of the underworld. Amidst the dim, ethereal light, she heard the tree weeping. Why do you cry? Fu Lian inquired as she crouched beside its roots. It hurts, the tree sobbed, gesturing towards a large, gaping wound in its trunk. Fu Lian observed for a moment and noticed a finger. She reached out and grasped the finger, pulling it outward with effort, ultimately extracting a man from its belly. As the contents were drawn forth, the great tree felt somewhat relieved and disdainfully remarked that it was not palatable. Fu Lian was amused. Wasn't it you who indulged recklessly? The great tree remained silent, instead handing her a small branch. Thank you. As the mental haze dissipated, Fu Lian regained her clarity, only to discover that everything had inexplicably transformed back into a silvery hue. On the ground, amidst a vast expanse of milky white sap, an additional figure emerged. Fu Lian alighted from the vehicle and crouched down to observe the unfortunate soul who had been mistakenly consumed by the grand tree. He appeared to be in his 20s, his skin wrinkled and pale from prolonged exposure. Preliminary estimates suggested he had been submerged for at least half an hour. Fu Lian probed his breath and exclaimed in astonishment. This man is still alive. After being submerged in the belly of the great tree for such an extended period, he should have either drowned or suffocated. Yet he appears completely unharmed. Fu Lian parted his collar, revealing that his chest bore no green markings, indicating he was not a half-orc. How peculiar. This man possessed an astonishing resilience. Lu Zhan was currently inserting a young sprig into the soil he had prepared in advance, a sprig that Fu Lian had procured from the giant tree. He was somewhat taken aback, never anticipating that Fu Lian would receive a gift of seeds from the ancient tree. He had always been attentive to Fu Lian's extraordinary abilities, sensing that her powers often held unexpected depths of strength. Fu Lian's words echoed once more in his ears. This person is still alive. Lu Zhan cast a fleeting glance at the individual on the ground. It won't be long now. Fu Lian hesitated slightly, murmuring, Brother Lu Zhan, please save him. Lu Zhan approached and crouched down, and the man on the ground suddenly opened his eyes wide, gripping Lu Zhan's arm tightly, his eyes bulging like brass bells. Fu Lian leaned closer, and he appeared rather fierce. The man paused for a moment, his eyes darting about, his expression gradually turning vacant as he slowly spoke. Daddy. Mommy, he hummed, extending his arms for an embrace. A fool? It is said that fools enjoy a peculiar fortune. No wonder he possesses such resilience. Fu Lian was taken aback. Pretending to be foolish? Lu Zhan chuckled, resting his chin on his hand, contemplating before generously bestowing upon him a name. Ergo. You are to go. Fu Lian interjected, then shook his head. No, you're Ergo's father, old dog. Lu Zhan scrutinized Ergo for a moment, then suddenly lifted him and placed him upon his knee, subsequently pressing his knee against the boy's belly. Lu Zhan, what are you doing? Even if he is a fool, one should not bully a fool. Fu Lian hurriedly reached out to intervene, but noticed that Ergo, after being struck, had his once round belly collapse inward. With his head lowered, he expelled white liquid in large gasps. He continued to purge until his stomach was completely empty, at which point Lu Zhan lifted his body and unceremoniously tossed him onto the back seat. They departed. Fu Lian quickly took her seat in the passenger seat, swallowing hard in disbelief. Are you truly going to take in this, fool, Brother Lu Zhan? Has he changed so much? Is he really considering adopting a simpleton? Is the sun rising from the west? As a parent, how could one abandon their own child? Lu Zhan cast a glance her way. The mischief in his eyes was unmistakable, causing Fu Lian's face to flush instantly. I never said I wanted to be his mother. Lu Zhan leaned closer, pinching her cheek. It's you who loves to pick up troublesome strays. You were the one who picked up this little nuisance first, Fu Lian retorted, pushing his hand away. Who is being shameless? You are the one shamelessly picking me up. Fu Lian, with a steady heart and unblushing face, shot back. You lack any sense of shame. Very well, Lu Zhan replied lazily as he started the engine. I am indeed shameless. His nonchalance made Fu Lian instinctively uneasy. She leaned over to touch his arm, only to lock eyes with Ergo in the back seat. Ergo blinked, staring blankly as he asked, Mom, what are you doing? Brother, you're being too obvious. Stop pretending. I'm embarrassed for you. You can't just play the amnesia card like that. Mom, bark a couple of times. Woof woof. Impressive. Fu Lian felt that Lu Zhan was not as despicable as she had initially thought. She had encountered someone even more shameless than Lu Zhan. This individual was utterly devoid of dignity. Lu Zhan beckoned to Ergo, speaking plainly, "Pingshan person?" Ergo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lu Zhan had discerned his identity, and fell silent. His eyes darted anxiously, pondering the possibility of usurping the conversation. "No words? Then be gone." Lu Zhan had little patience. After his words, he abruptly halted the vehicle. In an instant, Ergo unleashed his mental prowess. But the brief clash revealed the stark disparity between the two. Ergo, ever attuned to the situation, immediately began to plead for mercy. "Wait, if you take me to the Pingshan base, I will surely reward you handsomely." "And how much is this reward?" Lu Zhan inquired, showing no sign of easing his grip despite Ergo's capitulation. In truth, negotiating with Lu Zhan was rather effortless. He laid his terms bare, straightforward and unambiguous, a direct approach that required little effort. Yet, the audacity etched on his face was irksome. Fu Lian leaned in and said, "I want it too. After all, it was I who rescued you from the belly of that tree." Lu Zhan shook his head. "Never mind then. What is it that you desire?" "I wish to inquire about something," Lu Zhan replied, his tone melancholic. "What is your purpose in capturing the corpse spirits?" Chapter 46. Ergo Lu Yi's expression darkened instantly. "Why do you ask this?" "Just curious," Lu Zhan replied nonchalantly. "If you can't answer, then be on your way." Recently, a person from Pingshan arrived, bringing with him a novel type of potion that is said to enhance human constitution. This individual provided us each with a vial, seeking collaboration to establish a factory in Pingshan for mass production of this substance. "That is significant," Lu Yi remarked. "I know nothing of the corpse spirits." He clenched his teeth, "But I have heard that the raw materials for this potion are related to corpse spirits. Perhaps that is the reason." Fu Lian sensed deception in his words. She thought to herself, a potion capable of enhancing physical constitution and being mass-produced lacks sufficient allure. Merchants, in their pursuit of profit, surely exaggerate, claiming this potion can unlock extraordinary abilities. Fu Lian found it hard to believe that there could be such an honest merchant. However, when it came to potions, she suddenly recalled that in her previous life, Drive S had developed a potion that became a worldwide sensation. It was said to enhance supernatural abilities. Allegedly, prolonged use by those with abilities could bolster their powers, while ordinary individuals might even awaken latent abilities. It was quite mysterious. Where had that potion gained its notoriety? Fu Lian pondered intently, yet she could not discern the rationale behind it. Her attention was drawn away by Lu Yi's chilling laughter. "You may be unfamiliar with the Pingshan base, but you must have heard of the infamous name of the blissful blood domain. The news here travels fast. If you inquire, you will discover the veracity of this matter." The blissful blood domain. Fu Lianling experienced a moment of illumination as a long-buried memory in the recesses of her mind was gently coaxed forth by persistent whispers. As the fog lifted, everything became distinctly clear and profoundly impactful, etched deeply yet chaotically in her consciousness. In his past life, Lu Zhan had carved a path through the blood of countless foes, achieving renown in a place known as the blissful blood domain. Fu Lian did not witness the situation at that time. She merely skimmed through a casual discussion that briefly touched upon the matter. The discourse addressed several aspects of Lu Zhan's character, highlighting his extreme and chilling transformation. Regardless of the analysis presented, this location invariably comes into focus: the blissful blood domain, the Pingshan base. It seems that this place, though seemingly inconspicuous, serves as a pivotal turning point in the evolution of Lu Zhan. Fu Lian took a deep breath. If she could not eliminate Lu Zhan here, she must at least find a way to thwart him. After all, where there is one, there is bound to be another. Having taken the first step, each subsequent move could very well lead to a repetition of past mistakes. Fu Lian was uncertain about the events she had experienced in Pingshan, only vaguely recalling several pivotal moments from the book: the esteemed guests, the siege of the undead, the focus of ire, and the massacre of the city. It was commendable that she retained these key points, yet she remained oblivious to the specific occurrences that had transpired. Fu Lian suddenly recalled that in another novel about land warfare, the protagonist, Lu Zhan, seemed to encounter a woman who would leave an indelible mark on his life, ultimately betraying him deeply. The author of this novel is Ami. Fu Lian had not read it herself, but had listened to Ami recount its details. Life in the base was arduous, with little in the way of entertainment, and the daily struggle against zombies left everyone weary. Thus, listening to stories became the most relaxing pastime. Lu Zhan was widely recognized as a formidable villain and had unwittingly transformed into a source of amusement for everyone after their meals. Fu Lian had no interest in romantic entanglements. She preferred tales of Lu Zhan's harrowing past, where he was beaten to the brink of despair. Ami was quite vexed by Fu Lian's dismissive attitude and adamantly insisted that Lu Zhan must have encountered a duplicitous woman there, who ultimately became the last straw that broke him. No one knew the truth. Ami was clearly fabricating stories. Nevertheless, at that time, Fu Lian believed her and urged Ami to portray the villain in an exceptionally humble light, ideally reduced to a state of utter subservience, kneeling and weeping, pleading with the woman not to leave him. In retrospect, it seems rather theatrical. Fu Lian cast a glance at Lu Zhan, momentarily perplexed by his thoughts. She sensed that Lu Zhan harbored feelings for her. However, she also perceived that he cherished his affection for her even more deeply. Strangely enough, despite his formidable strength, almost invincible, Fu Lian could still feel his profound yearning for love, akin to a fish long removed from the water, treasuring every ounce of affection. If such a woman existed, and if that woman were she would undoubtedly remain a steadfast supporter of Lu Zhan, resolutely refusing to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Fu Lian? A voice pulled her from her reverie. Fu Lian gazed up in bewilderment, only to find that Lu Zhan had, unbeknownst to her, driven the car to a secluded open-air garage of a quaint villa. The villa was enclosed by wrought iron railings, with the garage nestled deep within the garden ahead. As Fu Lian alighted from the vehicle, Lu Yi rushed over, embracing her legs with a foolish grin, exclaiming, "Mom." Fu Lian extricated her legs with a sense of bewilderment, pondering, isn't he just pretending to be foolish? At times, he truly is quite simple-minded. Woof woof, he barked exuberantly, startling Fu Lian, who hastily made her way to Lu Zhan's side. Lu Zhan was extending his hand, cradling a handful of glimmering shards of glass that sparkled in a myriad of colors under the light's refraction. Zombie crystal cores, Fu Lian mused, picking one up for inspection. It was too diminutive. She had to squint to discern its shape, which was irregularly diamond-like. Lu Zhan pondered, revealing that he had brought them along. But he is not a half-beast, Fu Lian remarked, scratching her head. Could it be that his abilities have been severely compromised, rendering him somewhat dim-witted? After all, one's abilities are closely tied to mental acuity, fundamentally linked to the brain. There seems to be an evident issue with Ergo's intellect, she concluded. That is indeed a possibility, Lu Zhan nodded, his gaze filled with concern for her mental state. Do take care in the future. You should be cautious as well, she retorted. Lu Zhan then stored the crystal cores away and retrieved a small potted plant to nurture. As Fu Lian took hold of the potted plant, she immediately felt a warm, invigorating energy coursing through the pot and into her fingertips, subsequently climbing up her spinal cord and ultimately reaching her brain. Fu Lian could sense the little branch joyfully swaying. How adorable! What is this? Fu Lian sweetly inquired. A silver flower fire tree. What a splendid name! Fu Lian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Remember to water it. It will provide nourishment for you. Lu Zhan gently caressed the sapling. Instantly, the little tree withered. That night, a mutated zombie launched a surprise attack, which was swiftly dealt with by Lu Zhan's single sword. Fu Lian, in a state of drowsiness, noticed Lu Yi timidly scavenging for zombie crystal cores in the vicinity. With a keen sense of awareness, she swiftly collected all the crystal cores for herself. Having worked late into the night, dealing with zombies left Lu Zhan sleep-deprived, and he had yet to awaken early in the morning. Fu Lian rose early, stifling a yawn as she consumed her breakfast, before proceeding to inspect her young sapling. Noticing that it had grown a tad taller, she gently poured a bit of water onto its roots. To her astonishment, the sapling stretched its branches and suddenly opened its core. violently expelling a surge of milky substance that swiftly inundated the soil within the flower pot. Chapter 47. The Caravan. Fortunately, it did not consume her beloved sapling. Fu Lian rushed forward and forcefully pushed him aside. "What are you doing?" Lu Zhan fell to the ground and took a moment to comprehend the situation. After a brief pause, he covered his eyes and began to weep, exclaiming, "Mom is bullying me." As he spoke, he threw a tantrum on the ground, calling out, "Mom! Mom!" Fu Lian found his erratic behavior quite exasperating and turned to leave. Noticing that Fu Lian was ignoring him, he dashed out, his lips pursed in a pout, declaring, "I'm going to tell Dad. Your father would surely scold you." Fu Lian retorted indignantly. Just waking up, Lu Zhan, who had opened the door, chuckled. "Fu Lian, what's the matter? Are you addicted to playing house?" Embarrassed, Fu Lian pondered for a moment and earnestly tugged at Lu Zhan's sleeve. "You are like a pretend dad. Playing house with you isn't so bad." Lu Zhan was taken aback, contemplating something. "Do you like children?" "Why not? They are the fruits of our love." "No way. No way." Lu Zhan appeared cold at the thought of having children with her. "I detest children," he uttered icily. "So do I." Fu Lian nodded in agreement. A smile gradually spread across Lu Zhan's face. After having dealt with Lu Zhan, the faux parents and their faux child set off once more. The Pingshuan base was not far from the Huta base, roughly a day's journey. Their vehicle ran out of fuel, prompting Lu Zhan to stop at a gas station. The station was spotless, with wooden boards enclosing the area, only opening the gates for vehicles. However, Lu Zhan's car was obstructed outside, as a camper van had awkwardly wedged itself at the entrance, its driver struggling with poor maneuvering skills. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhan deftly squeezed through the narrow gap and entered. Inside the gas station, two staff members donned worn yellow-red vests stained with oil, speaking in a half-formed Wu dialect. When Lu Zhan inquired about the fuel cost, they mumbled 1 gene of crystal core, their words clumsily fragmented into 3 sentences, lacking professionalism. The currency in Pingshuan was zombie crystal cores, which explained why Lu Zhan clung to so many, despite his diminished faculties. Lu Zhan had previously slain many mutated zombies that day and was well prepared, promptly producing the crystal cores. Just as he was about to refuel, the camper van's driver, who had been delayed, was informed by another attendant that they were out of fuel and could only offer 52-degree white liquor instead. When the driver inquired about the price, he learned it would cost 2 gene of crystal cores. The liquor could not realistically replace gasoline and was even more costly. Displeasure brewed among the crew, who turned their ire towards Lu Zhan. The individual who stepped out to negotiate was rather short, even somewhat frail, resembling a monkey. Yet, he exuded an air of arrogance. Glaring at Lu Zhan with a fierce intensity upon realizing he had claimed the last of the gasoline. At that moment, Lu Zhan was fixated on the camper van. Their eyes met, an undercurrent of hostility palpable in the air. "You little thief, stealing fuel?" A stout man leaned out from the window, his stubble giving him a rugged appearance, yet his words dripped with aggression. "What is it to you?" Lu Zhan raised a hand, signaling the gas station staff to wait, then turned his gaze back to the man, his expression decidedly frosty. Fu Lian stood by, observing the spectacle, sensing that neither side was to be trifled with. Sooner or later, a confrontation was inevitable. Fight! Let them fight! After all, she was merely a spectator, unbothered by the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, 6 men descended from the RV, with the leader chewing something unknown, striding forth with a menacing demeanor, as if he could intimidate with mere glances. "Kid, get down," he barked, pointing a finger and rapping sharply on Lu Zhan's car window. Lu Zhan, nonchalant, swung open the door, and the group instinctively surged forward, intent on dragging him out for a beating. Yet, Lu Zhan deftly sidestepped, seizing the leader's wrist with a swift motion. With a flick and a twist, the man found himself facing away from Lu Zhan, who then delivered a precise kick to his backside, sending him sprawling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Impressive. Lu Zhan not only fought back, but also managed to humiliate his opponent. Fu Lian clicked her tongue in admiration. Sensing the tide turning, a lackey shifted his focus to Fu Lian, wrenching open the car door, aiming to grab her hair. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan had seemingly vanished after entering, leaving Fu Lian to survey the gas station staff, oblivious to her surroundings. Consequently, 3 men redirected their attention towards her. Why was it that whenever someone failed to best Lu Zhan, they sought to bully her? Did she truly appear so vulnerable? Fu Lian furrowed her brow, swiftly rescuing her hair and kicking aside the first assailant who lunged at her, without the desire to engage in a series of individual confrontations. She pressed a knife against the neck of the next man who approached, warning him, "Dare to come closer?" The 6 burly men, upon realizing the tenacity of their opponents, immediately shrank back like timid kittens. Lu Zhan easily neutralized their aggression and ascended into the RV, from which he emerged, dragging a disheveled woman and unceremoniously tossing her onto the ground. After surveying the interior of the vehicle and conducting a thorough inspection, he beckoned Fu Lian to assist him in transferring all the belongings from his vehicle. It was evident that he intended to seize their territory. The 6 men remained huddled in silence. Subsequently, he instructed the gas station attendant to refuel the RV. The interior was permeated by a peculiar, pungent odor, and Fu Lian discovered a severed finger beneath one of the beds. She opened a window to allow the stench to dissipate. The bedding used by these men was marred with bloodstains, betraying their identities as ruthless criminals who thrived on violence. Fu Lian felt a twinge of unease as she gently tugged at his sleeve. "Brother Lu Zhan," she murmured, "do you think this will lead to enmity?" The words lingered on the tip of her tongue, yet she swiftly swallowed them back. Lu Zhan seemed entirely untroubled by the prospect of animosity. "Speak plainly," he urged. "Do you think this will lead to enmity?" Fu Lian repeated softly. Lu Zhan pondered for a moment and nodded, acknowledging the likelihood. Given their proximity to Ping Chuan, it was probable that these individuals hailed from the Ping Chuan base, and provoking them would not bode well. To avert the horrors of a massacre, it would be prudent to exercise caution in all matters. Fu Lian pondered for a moment before expressing her thoughts to Lu Zhan, advocating for harmony as a priority. Lu Zhan furrowed his brow and stepped down from the vehicle, approaching the group before him. He kicked the towering, burly man, insinuating a transaction. Exchanging one's dilapidated off-road vehicle for another's luxurious caravan? How absurd! Is this not a fair trade? Would you not agree? As Lu Zhan spoke, he slowly drew the Tang Dao from his back. The previously indignant men hastily nodded in agreement, their compliance strikingly submissive, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed." Fu Lian, after instructing the staff to refuel adequately, initiated the motorhome for the amphibious assault. Before he could even accelerate, he witnessed Lu Yi unexpectedly charging from an unknown direction, swiftly snatching the recently refueled off-road vehicle from their grasp, and with a heavy foot on the accelerator, he sped away. His velocity was astonishing, even colliding with a wooden plank in his haste. Out of the corner of his eye, Fu Lian observed a burly man pursuing the rear of the vehicle, a sight both pitiful and unexpected. To his astonishment, they turned out to be the weakest among them. Fu Lian was taken aback. However, what exactly was Lu Yi attempting to accomplish? Chapter 48, The Blissful Blood Domain. Fang Lian gazed curiously, her eyes settling upon a small cabin behind the gas station, where she discerned the faint outline of a body suspended within. It was no wonder that the gas station staff displayed a lack of proficiency in their duties. They had recently acquired their positions through the grim exchange of blood. The crimson stains adorned the grimy, dark walls of the cabin, imparting a sinister aura, as Fang Lian stared vacantly at the mottled dark red, suddenly realizing why Ping Chuan Base was dubbed the Elysium of Blood. In this place, regardless of the nature of one's toil, the specter of bloodshed loomed large. In the early days of the apocalypse, independent mid-sized bases like Ping Chuan were virtually non-existent. Those of greater scale were under the strict control of the state. It was only following the initial outburst of supernatural powers that discontented individuals, frustrated by their formidable abilities yet constrained by limitations, began to establish an increasing number of independent bases akin to Ping Chuan. Those who successfully rebelled overthrew the military's oppression, founding their own realms. Typically, such bases are characterized by a multitude of supernatural beings who hold dominion, enjoying absolute status and authority within the community. Consequently, this often imbues the base with a distinct personal flavor. Ping Chuan appeared no different. It became evident that regardless of whether land battles ensued, this place was a veritable hell, where ordinary inhabitants endured relentless suffering. This plight stemmed from inherent contradictions and an unyielding external environment. A chilling wave surged upward, creeping along Fu Lian's spine. The sun had just passed its zenith, tilting slightly in the sky. Fu Lian roughly estimated it to be around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. The Ping Chuan base before her was far more expansive and majestic than she had envisioned. Surrounding the base was a vibrant expanse of red spider lilies, carpeting the area within 100 meters and forming a sanguine ring. In the midst of the lilies lay a slender yet profound ditch filled with water, serving as a protective river for the base. The spider lilies here bore stems tinged with white, clearly intermingled with mandrake, which possessed certain anesthetic properties, and combined with the river, formed a natural barrier against the undead. The Ping Chuan base was once a university, its vastness beyond Fu Lian's estimation. Yet the elongated walls on either side conveyed a palpable sense of its grand scale. Looking up, she noticed an exceptionally striking pure black lighthouse tower, its pointed tip reaching skyward, slender and elegant, embodying a unique beauty of desolation. However, Fu Lian was not concerned with aesthetics from a practical standpoint. She contemplated the presence of a lightning rod atop it. Otherwise, it would have long been struck down by lightning. Upon closely examining the map, Fu Lian discerned that the Ping Chuan base possessed unique advantages. To the north, the Liuan mountain obstructed the migration of zombies, while to the south, the proximity to the Chuan River provided a natural defense. It was no wonder that this area housed numerous bases. Fu Lian lightly traced her fingers over the several small bases marked near Ping Chuan. These were the auxiliary bases of Ping Chuan. One in particular caught her attention. It was expansive yet sparsely populated, and nearby was a label indicating it was the grain storage base of Ping Chuan. The RV rolled along the solitary flower-lined road, but was halted at the river by a guard from a watchtower. Outsiders? A figure descended from the watchtower, and Fu Lian looked up to see a thick white line extending from the tower into the base, likely their escape line. The individual approached, wielding a long, dark tool that emitted a flickering red light. He scanned Lu Zhan's face, prompting the device to emit a series of urgent beeps. His voice was cold, carrying a tone of bureaucratic indifference. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow, leisurely producing a bag of crystal cores weighing a pound from his pocket. The guard remained unmoved. Lu Zhan weighed the bag thoughtfully, then dragged out a large burlap sack from beneath a bed inside the RV, asking how much would suffice. It was a rather blatant attempt at bribery. The guard grit his teeth, torn, ultimately shaking his head. So be it. Lu Zhan set down the burlap sack, preparing to exit the vehicle and confront him. Not permitted entry? No matter, a good beating would suffice. Having just engaged with 6 individuals, Lu Zhan quickly learned that in Ping Chuan, the law of survival often favored resolving matters with one's fists. Just as he reached for the support of the watchtower, he noticed the guard touch his ear and murmur a few words. Shortly thereafter, they exchanged nods, and the guard's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "Please," he said, pressing a button, causing the wooden base beneath to descend a few centimeters. Subsequently, a wooden bridge emerged from beneath the water, extending gracefully across the trench. Fu Lian was not surprised that they possessed communication tools. In such a vast base, it would be quite primitive to lack an intranet or electronic communication devices. Moreover, this was a university, and there were bound to be several individuals with advanced technological expertise. The wooden bridge was constructed in merely 10 seconds. Fu Lian turned her head and, in the distance, spotted a small dark figure approaching from several hundred meters away. In the blink of an eye, it surged to a halt before the 2 individuals. At the wheel was a woman adorned in a flowing white gown, her head crowned with a woven floral wreath, delicately pinned with a veil, an embodiment of a bride. She drove with urgency, hastily applying the brakes as she drew near, causing a cloud of dust to billow up and fill Fu Lian's nostrils. Fu Lian inhaled sharply, the pain causing tears to stream from her eyes. She covered her mouth and, amidst the swirling dust, beheld a woman in the driver's seat, whose 2 pairs of decayed, greenish fingers clutched fiercely at her hair. The woman wept in agony, her startled, doe-like eyes locked onto the man before her. Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan stood there, and in the hazy, particle-laden air, Fu Lian observed his eyes, flickering yet somber, deep as night, fixed unwaveringly on the unexpectedly arrived woman. The woman. Fu Lian shuddered and saw Lu Zhan draw his tang knife. He strode several steps to the woman's car, opened the rear door, and with 3 swift strokes, dispatched the struggling zombie within. The woman in the front seat bore a visage marked by tears and blood, her face reflecting a profound gratitude for having survived. As she incessantly expressed her thanks to Lu Zhan, Fu Lian did not alight from the vehicle. She merely observed quietly, her small hand gripping the sleeve of her garment tightly. Brother Lu Zhan has always been indifferent to meddling in others' affairs. Fu Lian pondered his thoughts, observing his expression. Noticing he seemed to be in a decent mood, she cautiously inquired, "Does Brother Lu Zhan know that woman?" Lu Zhan shook his head. Casting a glance at Fu Lian, he clarified, "She resembles my sister a bit." Ah, Fu Lian nodded, yet her curiosity about this woman intensified. It was evident that Lu Zhan's decision to bring her along was influenced by his sister. He was quite devoted to her. In the past, she had not given it much thought, but now, upon reflection, she wondered whether this sister was indeed a biological sibling or perhaps a romantic interest. Fu Lian's heart was filled with unease, compelling her to check the woman's updates once more. Her gaze fell upon the rearview mirror, where she observed the woman negotiating with the watchtower. It appeared that her fiancé would be arriving shortly to collect her. Clearly, her husband held considerable influence, as she was evidently at risk of contracting the zombie virus. Yet he was capable of ensuring her entry into the base. Fu Lian gazed intently, her eyes gradually settling upon the resplendent garland of flowers adorning her head. Chapter 49. The wedding as they progressed into the base. Their journey was remarkably smooth, with a dedicated reception area for new arrivals at the entrance. The staff not only informed them about the process of obtaining crystal cores, securing parking spaces, and arranging accommodations, but also provided a brief overview of the commercial and residential zones. The reception had evidently incurred considerable expenses. Lu Zhan found the attendants' chatter bothersome and opted to purchase the map that had been so extensively promoted. This transaction represented yet another financial outlay. Having only just entered the base, their supply of crystal cores was nearly depleted, which included the possessions of the burly men aboard the motorhome. It was truly a costly endeavor, or rather, an extravagant consumption of crystal cores. Fu Lian observed that everyone here carried a small scale, as they weighed the crystal nuclei by the pound, measuring each delivery meticulously. The scales were painted in a striking red. Moreover, the majority of the structures in Pingchuan were also adorned in red, save for a solitary tall building in the distance, which stood out in a shade of pink. The inhabitants of the Pingchuan base had a particular fondness for the color red. It was rumored that Pingchuan boasted a miraculous potion. Once the host had covered the basics, Lu Zhan voiced his curiosity. Indeed, it is said that for ordinary individuals, consuming it can enhance physical strength and improve overall fitness. Would you two be interested? I am acquainted with old Zhou, who sells the potions. If you require, I can make an introduction for just 1 pound of crystal nuclei. The host extended a finger, his words seemingly revolving entirely around crystal nuclei. Fu Lian was utterly astonished. Do the people of Pingchuan truly regard crystal cores as treasures? Not entirely, for I find myself far more intrigued by your peculiar item. The attendant chuckled, gesturing towards the small flower pot cradled in Fu Lian's lap. Within it, a young sapling had sprouted tendrils, its delicate form resembling that of a fern. It was my first encounter with such a slender and fragile fern. I am certain the affluent individuals at the base would adore it, and it could be exchanged for a considerable amount of resources. The attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Fu Lian chuckled softly, tilting her head. This is the 3rd gift my brother Lu Zhan has given me, and I shan't part with it. In truth, she quietly mused that among the gifts, only the butterfly knife held any practical value. The little sapling, aside from providing her with a milky substance to drink, served little purpose. Rather, it felt as though she was tending to a capricious ancestor. If the ancestor were displeased, it would hurl fireballs, creating a chaotic haze around them. Noticing that Fu Lian was unwilling to sell, the guest's gaze flickered momentarily before he deftly shifted the topic. Upon arriving at their lodging, he found himself parched and, having already engaged in lengthy discourse, sought water from two individuals, also inquiring about the crystal cores. This was, of course, a separate transaction. Observing the subtle inclination of the two towards shirking their debts, his expression darkened, and a chill aura emanated from him. It was no easy feat to procure a meal. After all, it was merely a matter of a few crystal cores, which surely they could provide. Setting aside the issue of money, to ultimately coerce one into compliance was nothing short of a tyrannical imposition. Fu Lian was enraged. What? Do you intend to see something from me? Humph. Merely an ordinary person, daring to challenge an ability user like myself? With a clenched fist, I shall take this opportunity to impart to you the fundamental laws of survival in Ping Chuan. No sooner had the words left his lips than his body soared through the air like a tattered cloth. Fu Lian had just unleashed her supernatural abilities, and the battle had already culminated in an overwhelming victory. She momentarily stood in a daze, only to witness a robust, serpent-like stream of mental energy surging from the host, rushing directly towards her. Fu Lian immediately summoned her mental strength to resist, yet at the moment of collision with his mental force, she was overwhelmed by a strong sense of decay. How could this individual's mental energy be so malevolent and bizarre? As Fu Lian was about to delve deeper, that surge of spiritual energy was effortlessly extinguished by Lu Zhan. At times, being excessively powerful may not be advantageous. Fu Lian was exasperated. Upon noticing Lu Zhan's gaze upon her, she refrained from reproaching him in front of others and quickly adorned her face with a smile. Thank you, Brother Lu Zhan. Your intervention was truly timely. In her heart, however, Fu Lian felt an urge to vent her frustration. It was so close, just a fraction away. Perhaps she could have unearthed something intriguing from his peculiar mental prowess. Fu Lian is currently particularly concerned about the upheaval at the Ping Chuan base, magnifying any subtle movements, which become subjects of her scrutiny. Witnessing her spiritual power effortlessly dispersed by Lu Zhan, the attendant's expression drastically changed. The arrogance he previously exhibited evaporated, replaced by a look of terror. You are supernatural beings? He stammered. Only those with extraordinary abilities possess such prowess. However, was it not recently decreed that supernatural beings were forbidden from entering? Were it not for this, he would not have engaged in this transaction with them. The supernatural beings at Ping Chuan are all high-ranking officials. He sees those individuals daily and knows them well. Thus, he is acutely aware that the two before him are outsiders. Who are these individuals that they can enter Ping Chuan at such a time? Not entirely foolish, Fu Lian collected her thoughts, smiled mischievously, and waved her fingers before him. Do you still desire crystal cores? I can provide as many as you wish. Watching the attendant hastily flee, abandoning all the crystal cores, Fu Lian placed her hands on her hips, reveling in her triumph. Lu Zhan picked up the crystal cores scattered on the ground and playfully pinched her cheek, exuding an air of dominance. Fu Lian playfully stuck out her tongue, taking some supplies and following him. The houses here come with parking spaces, which significantly increases their cost. Lu Zhan is indifferent to this minor expense. After moving the supplies to their accommodation, Fu Lian hesitated about whether to share her discovery with him. But Lu Zhan spoke to her first. Fu Lian also received another piece of information from him. There were no fewer than dozens of individuals in the building they resided in, possessing a spiritual aura reminiscent of zombies. Fu Lian felt a sense of unease within her, yet it was Lu Zhan who first grasped her small hand, reassuring her that it was nothing of great concern and suggested they begin tidying up. Most of their belongings consisted of food, requiring little organization. Lu Zhan took a rag and, together with Fu Lian, began to wipe away the dust that had settled in their home. The utensils in the house remained intact, merely covered in a layer of dust. After placing heavier items such as rice and oil in their proper places, he noticed Fu Lian diligently placing food into the refrigerator. Lu Zhan moved closer to assist her, their silhouettes exuding an indescribable harmony. It felt as if this place was truly their home, their little haven. Lu Zhan's gaze gradually softened, and he said, "You tidy up here while I step out to procure some supplies." After a moment, he added with care, "Please, do not wander off." Fu Lian nodded slightly, lowering her gaze as she opened a burlap sack and carefully placed each bottle of water onto the cabinet. Fu Lian appeared somewhat distracted. If the potion merely enhances physical attributes, then why do so many individuals exhibit traces of zombie energy within their spiritual essence? Furthermore, the number of supernatural beings present here seems rather excessive. Lu Yi mentioned that he had received a report. Could it be that the condition of Lu Yi's son is linked to this potion? Based on the information currently at hand, this potion bears a striking resemblance to the one she remembers that enhances supernatural abilities. At present, the only distinction lies in the spiritual energy. It remains uncertain what subsequent complications may arise. Fu Lian speculated that it was highly probable someone had stolen Dr. S's unfinished products to sell them. However, aside from seeking exorbitant profits, what could be their motive? In a post-apocalyptic world, money holds little value, and an individual scarcely requires an excess of supplies. Alternatively, could this be a conspiracy from another base? What could Ping Chuan possess that would incite envy from others? The food supplies here still rely on the support of affiliated bases. If there is envy, it would surely be directed at those very bases. Fu Lian found herself bewildered, so she chose to set aside her thoughts and concentrate on tidying up her home. The two of them carried little with them, mostly just provisions. In the end, Fu Lian took her small sapling outside to bask in the sunlight. After completing these tasks, she wrapped herself in a large blanket and sat in a daze on the sofa. Before she realized it, she had drifted off to sleep. Fu Lian stepped out of the door and gazed into the night, where the plains were particularly lively, adorned with colorful lanterns and accompanied by the sounds of drums and gongs. As an individual descended from the stairs, a faint noise caught Fu Lian's attention. Turning her head, she was startled by the sight of a grotesque, hideous mask resembling a ghoul. Fu Lian followed the gaze and noticed that the girl's arms were exceptionally slender, even faintly tinged with a bluish hue. It appeared to be a sign of some anomaly. The scene unfolded in a playground, where enormous braziers blazed at each corner, and the crowd surged restlessly. Fu Lian discerned that the girl he had encountered earlier in the day was also among them, even emerging as the focal point of attention. Fu Lian cast a glance, catching sight only of her white veil and golden floral crown. Chapter 50, Cousin. At the entrance of the wedding ceremony, the ghostly masks were displayed, all adorned with the visages of vengeful spirits, fierce and menacing. Fu Lian donned a mask that revealed a hint of cuteness with effort, and then, mingling amidst the tumultuous crowd, began to appreciate the wedding ceremony. Upon a lofty cushion raised by several individuals, Fu Lian beheld a man whose face was also concealed by a mask, half crimson and half ebony, embodying a blend of laughter and tears. The girl adorned in a veil wore a similar half-red, half-black mask, evidently a counterpart to the man's. The four corners of the bonfire flickered, casting fiery tongues that seared the night with its warmth. Each face was adorned with a demon-like visage. Some even deliberately sported representations of the king of hell and the ox-headed and horse-faced guardians of the underworld. The sound of a swana echoed, high-pitched and melodious, yet tinged with sorrow and lamentation. In Fu Lian's hometown, there is a saying, when the swana sounds and the white cloth is draped, a life has come to an end. Indeed, a wedding should encompass joyous celebrations rather than indulge in somber affairs. Fu Lian stifled a yawn, yet her keen eyes discerned the bride's movements as disturbingly listless. Even her slender arms appeared faintly bluish, resembling the withered appendage of a decrepit zombie. Observing intently, Fu Lian instinctively released a modicum of her mental energy, poised to reach out to the bride, when suddenly her back was tapped by someone. "Hey!" A male voice interjected, its tone somewhat awkward and decidedly impolite. Fu Lian furrowed her brow. "Are you Fu Lian?" The boy's voice was hesitant yet insistent. "Do you recognize me?" Fu Lian was taken aback. I am Lu Xing, your cousin." Lu Xing had not anticipated that it was truly Fu Lian from the moment he entered the venue. He had been captivated by this person, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his beloved sister Fu, whom had longed for day and night. "Cousin?" Fu Lian rummaged through her memories, striving to extract this name from the distant recesses of the original owner's recollections. As they removed their masks, Fu Lian noticed his clear yet fervent gaze, and she focused slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to act upon her past memories and playfully punched him in the stomach, exclaiming with delight and a hint of petulance, "Lu Xing, how wonderful! You mischievous little brother. It turns out to be you." Could it be that the younger brother, whom the original owner had summoned daily to serve her, arriving in Pingchuan? How fortunate it was to encounter such a serendipitous reunion. Sister, sister, Lu Xing cooed, allowing Fu Lian to playfully strike him with her soft fist. Once she finished, he enveloped her in a warm embrace, his voice gradually choking with emotion. "It's been so long. I missed you terribly. I thought you were gone. Did you curse me?" Fu Lian tightened her fist once more. "Of course not," Lu Xing replied in a low, muffled tone. Fu Lian inquired a few questions and learned that Lu Xing's family had resided here for 2 years. Both Lu Xing and her elder brother were endowed with extraordinary abilities, which granted them significant status and influence in Pingchuan. Lu Xing had just turned 18 this year. Being still quite youthful, she was indulged by her brothers, appearing considerably more innocent. Fu Lian was quite open to inquiring about Pingchuan through him. Thus she did not reject his familiarity, engaging in a conversation as they walked together. In her memories, her uncle's family was close to Fu Lian's mother. They frequently visited each other during her childhood, and she often stayed at her uncle's home. She was quite close to their 3 children. However, it had been 5 or 6 years since they last met, and no matter how close relatives might be, the warmth of familial affection surely had diminished considerably over time. Fu Lian was devoid of hope. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the Lu family's doorstep, her aunt recognized her and called out excitedly for the family to come out. She pulled Fu Lian inside, inquiring about her well-being with genuine concern, leaving Fu Lian feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After a brief conversation regarding Fu Lian's parents, upon learning that they had both passed away, her aunt fell momentarily silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. She did not wail or cry out dramatically. Instead, she wept quietly, a sight far more poignant than any extravagant display of emotion. Fu Lian felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if she had usurped the affection that rightfully belonged to the original owner. A twinge of guilt surged within her. However, she reassured herself quietly, "I will certainly live on well for you." Her aunt, aged and frail, had cried for a while, nearly succumbing to a fainting spell. Her uncle and cousin hurriedly stepped forward to support and comfort her, causing Fu Lian to be pushed to the periphery, uncertain of what to do. Lu Xing, noticing her anxious expression, promptly took her upstairs, offering words of comfort, assuring her that there was nothing to worry about, as her aunt's old ailment had resurfaced. Fu Lian nodded, stealing a glance at the sender of the message, whose surname was Wu. On the table of the second floor lay a plate of dim sum, from which Fu Lian took one and slowly unwrapped it. She took a bite, and it was delightful, soft and fluffy, reminiscent of glutinous rice dumplings. Fu Lian finished her meal in a few bites, savoring the taste as she licked her lips, glancing around before reaching out. Just as her fingers brushed against the wrapper, an unusual shiver coursed from her fingertips to her brain. A peculiar current crept along the contact, winding its way to a room nestled in the corner of the second floor. The room was largely vacant, save for a faint outline of a figure on the bed, where a verdant silhouette lay sprawled, its cavernous mouth agape, as if in a silent roar. Fu Lian observed a figure on the bed, struggling fiercely, attempting to break free from some unseen restraint. Yet, all she could perceive was a wash of green, rendering the person's features indistinguishable, and she could not ascertain which room it was. A sense of urgency swelled within her, intensifying her desire to discern the precise circumstances. Her hand instinctively tightened around the packaging. Veins bulged on the back of her hand, and a light sheen of sweat formed on her forehead. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, everything before her seemed to adjust to a newfound clarity. Before Fu Lian could feel any joy, a gaping maw, oozing with crimson slime, suddenly leapt out before her. Following this, a pair of deeply sunken, emerald eyes emerged. Those eyes, when fixed upon her, exuded an eerie chill that sent shivers down Fu Lian's spine as she hovered in midair. Glancing around, she realized her consciousness had merged with her mental energy, leaving her suspended in the air. Below, the zombie, having somehow freed itself from the nylon restraints that bound its limbs to the bed, now gazed upward with a sinister expression. Fu Lian observed his hair, which stood on end like steel wires, and his long, dark nails. If she were present, she would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. As he lunged toward her, Fu Lian instinctively evaded his assault, but in her haste, she withdrew her mental energy too abruptly, causing a shock that resulted in a trickle of blood from her nose. Fu Lian, are you here? Her uncle and aunt, supporting each other, slowly approached. Her uncle gazed at her with affectionate concern, asking, "Where are you staying now? Shall I have your cousin escort you later?" As he called out for assistance, he soon realized that both of his sons had already left the house. Fu Lian, understanding the situation, refrained from inquiring about her second cousin's whereabouts. The eldest cousin and her younger cousin had departed, leaving behind a solitary figure, a ghastly zombie confined within the house. Unmistakably, the disfigured form of her second cousin. With little left to say, Fu Lian rose to take her leave. Her uncle presented her with a bag of crystal cores, graciously accompanying her to the door. Although he wished to escort her further, a broken leg rendered him reliant on a cane, severely hindering his mobility. Meanwhile, her aunt had only just regained some composure, her complexion still pale. Fu Lian, unwilling to force herself into a situation, candidly expressed that she could manage alone. Seeing his insistence, she wove a falsehood, claiming that a friend awaited her outside. Her uncle, taking her words to heart, cautioned her to be careful on her journey. Fu Lian nodded slightly and, guided by her memory, made her way towards Building 8, her residence. Just as her uncle, Lu Zhan, closed the door and turned around, he was nearly startled to death by his aunt, who stood expressionless behind him. As she left, his aunt, abandoning her earlier warmth, coldly inquired. "Yes, she has departed," Lu Zhan replied weakly. "Is the news accurate?" "Of course. You can see the changes for yourself." His aunt glared at him, her voice low, insisting that he must appease her to ensure the return of that object. Chapter 51. The zombie bride. The moonlight was dim. The once lively bonfire now lay dormant, with only a few remaining souls around it. Fu Lian strolled by slowly, a sense of indescribable delight bubbling within her. She had not anticipated discovering relatives in this place. Moreover, it appeared that her uncle's family treated her rather well. Fu Lian curled her lips into a smile and hummed a tune. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a dark figure lingering at a distance, neither too near nor too far. The figure concealed itself adeptly, distorted by the flickering flames around, transforming into a large yet elusive specter. Its true form remained indiscernible. However, Fu Lian was quite astute. She could discern whether it was a person or a ghost at a glance. Was someone trailing her? Who could it be? Fu Lian suppressed the doubts within her heart, clenching the crystal core in her pocket, and seized the opportunity to flee. The figure behind her, realizing that they had been discovered, exchanged a glance and immediately pursued her. Damn, this plain land is truly unexpectedly chaotic. In such a well-lit area, there are still those daring enough to commit robbery in broad daylight. Fu Lian observed a flower-bed path ahead, where wisteria vines entwined around the iron railing, obscuring much of her view. Fu Lian immediately turned a corner and rushed inside. In the next moment, she nearly collided with a slender figure. The gaunt man wore a porcelain-white mask, devoid of any embellishments, save for two crescent-shaped slits at the eye area. He appeared far more eerie and menacing than the pursuers chasing Fu Lian. As Fu Lian was about to flee in a fit of anger, the masked man forcefully embraced her waist and swiftly maneuvered into a secluded corner draped in wisteria. The pursuers glanced around, failing to uncover any trace, and without delving deeper, they turned back and proceeded to other areas. Fu Lian held her breath, tightly embraced by the man. As the danger subsided and he prepared to release her, she brandished a knife against his waist. "Who are you?" she demanded. "Just a good Samaritan," he replied with a light chuckle, his languid voice seeping through the pale, featureless mask. "Is this how you treat someone who extends a helping hand to you, my dear lady?" He He brushed his fingers across the delicate slits of his white mask and added, "Besides, this is my home." Fu Lian squinted, realizing that this was not a flower-bed path, but rather a small courtyard adjacent to the back door of a quaint villa. Noticing that the man made no further movements, she relaxed her grip, bowing her head slightly in gratitude. The man tilted his chin slightly, the gleam of his butterfly knife flashing coldly against his silver mask. He smiled faintly, extending his slender fingers to adjust his slightly disheveled cuffs before striding outwards. "Thank you," Fu Lian reiterated, hastily following him. After a few steps, she sensed something amiss. Why should he escort her? What if he were a villain as well? Upon reflection, she noted that this man appeared frail and emaciated, seemingly harmless and not someone who could pose a threat. However, an inexplicable aura of danger emanated from him, compelling her to instinctively distance herself. Remarkably, this urge to flee was not as pronounced even in the presence of the formidable Lu Zhan. Upon returning home, Fu Lian fumbled in the darkness, unable to locate the light switch. However, accustomed to the enveloping blackness of night, she paid little heed to the absence of illumination. Tossing the crystal core from her pocket onto the table, she then removed her coat and entered the bedroom. Inside, a white figure sat with lowered head at the edge of the bed. "Lu Zhan, brother," Fu Lian whispered, her gaze only able to discern the faint outline of his hair in the dim moonlight. He seemed slender, and as Fu Lian sat beside him, she felt they were of similar height. Judging by his build, he bore no resemblance to her brother Lu Zhan. Who could this be? Fu Lian extended her hand, only to be startled by a faint cry. Suddenly, the creature before her lunged at her, and Fu Lian, caught off guard, collided directly with the bedpost. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Fu Lian with only a fleeting glimpse of the figure's face obscured by long hair, revealing a pair of piercing emerald eyes. It was a zombie. Fu Lian immediately pushed her face away and drew a small knife from her waist, aiming to strike. The zombie clumsily evaded the blow and, in a moment of carelessness, tumbled to the ground. Suddenly, the lights illuminated the scene, and Fu Lian noticed that the creature had rolled to the feet of Lu Zhan. Standing against the light, he appeared as imposing as a mountain, his expression somber, and in his hand, he held a blood-soaked piece of flesh. He first tossed the meat into a corner of the kitchen, allowing the zombie to feast upon it, and then lit a cigarette, sauntering slowly towards Fu Lian. "Where have you been?" he inquired, his tone devoid of emotion, leaving Fu Lian unable to decipher his feelings. Fu Lian pursed her lips and inquired, "Who is she?" I had previously mentioned that she bore a resemblance to my sister. Lu Zhan frowned. Fu Lian remained silent for a moment, feigning tears as she squeezed her eyes, striving to produce a few drops. She lifted her gaze to him, suppressing her sobs. "Who knows if she is your beloved sister?" Lu Zhan stared at her, suddenly smiling as he pinched her small face. "Fu Lian, I have seen everything. You met with a man in secret. How could that be considered a secret meeting? It was a perfectly open encounter." Fu Lian thought to herself. "I was being pursued by a villain, and he merely helped me escape. Have I not told you to stay indoors?" "I worry about you," Lu Zhan replied. Fu Lian sniffled. "Do you not understand? This is what they call too much concern leading to chaos." "Very well." After a pause, Lu Zhan nodded, releasing his grip. "You still haven't told me who she is." Surprisingly, Lu Zhan was easily deceived, and Fu Lian was momentarily astonished. Wiping her tears, she inquired further. Lu Zhan shook his head. "I do not know her, but I wish to prove something." "What?" "It requires your little sapling." Lu Zhan hesitated. "I suspect they are injecting zombie extracts to gain supernatural abilities, and the Yinhuawashu can, to some extent, suppress the zombie virus." As he spoke, he sat beside Fu Lian, leaning down to wipe her tears, aware that she was still troubled by the matter of the zombie woman. With a hint of resignation, he stated, "It is merely an experiment on her." His tone was calm, even somewhat indifferent, devoid of any concern for the zombie woman. Fu Lian continued to scrutinize him with suspicion. Lu Zhan paused, then turned to bring over a bloodied zombie for closer inspection. "Do we not bear some resemblance?" "Perhaps a little. Yes, she resembles my younger sister." After saying this, Lu Zhan tossed the zombie aside and returned to Fu Lian's side. The misunderstanding was largely resolved, yet Fu Lian tilted her head, beginning to worry about other matters. Will her fiancé come looking for her? Not necessarily, Lu Zhan replied, shaking his head. She has become a zombie, unfit for public appearances, and it is unlikely they would make a significant effort to search for her. Wait, did Lu Zhan go out and snatch someone else's bride? Fu Lian bonded. To hold a grand wedding in Pingchuan, they must be influential nobles. Lu Zhan seemed entirely unconcerned about the potential repercussions of provoking them. But I am afraid, what if this minor dispute escalates and causes Lu Zhan to become the target of public ire, ultimately leading to a slaughter of the city? Fu Lian felt an inexplicable surge of panic within her. She feared that events were spiraling beyond her control and that Lu Zhan might undergo a transformation unbeknownst to her. Knowing the future was not a blessing. Rather, it only added to her trepidation and sorrow. Fu Lian lowered her head to grasp his hand, contemplating her words for an extended moment before summoning her courage to speak. Look at the way she gazes at you. I almost mistook her for your beloved sister. This misunderstanding arose because of that. In the future, you need to be clearer in your words, understand? Noticing that Lu Zhan did not reject her, she felt emboldened and continued, You must inform me of your whereabouts henceforth. Do not leave me in worry, all right? Immediately after saying this, she regretted it, her heart racing with anxiety, realizing she might have overstepped. In her view, he had always acted on impulse, resisting anyone's authority. Seeing Lu Zhan's deep-set eyes narrow in silence, Fu Lian grew increasingly flustered, her eyes reddening like a small rabbit, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. Lu Zhan swallowed hard, diverting his gaze away. Fine. Yes. Fu Lian responded joyfully, pleased that her intention had been acknowledged. From then on, each time Lu Zhan stepped out, he would report to her, allowing her to keep track of his general situation and even facilitating her discreet following. As she headed to the bathroom, Lu Zhan poured himself a cup of grain wine, then opened the door to the first floor. At the entrance stood a figure, languid and casual, blending into the darkness yet revealing himself with a stark white mask. Lu Xiao, long time no see, the masked man inclined his chin. Lu Zhan nodded and extended the drink, but the man did not accept it. I didn't expect Lu Xiao to develop an interest in women one day, he said with a slight smirk, especially such a beautiful one. Do you like her? Lu Zhan replied, coolly, finishing his drink. Will you give her to me? The man lowered his gaze, adopting a languid posture. Lu Zhan chuckled lightly. You're not in your usual territory as a local official in capital C. What brings you here? Ambition, the man replied casually with a smile. Lu Zhan chose not to respond, and the air fell into a momentary silence. Did you acquire the drug from S? He inquired. The man smiled, though the mask obscured his expression. S is not a common weed anyone can encounter. I have seen this drug. It is not his style. Indeed, Lu Zhan acknowledged, standing there lost in thought. Are you heading to the capital? I heard there S an opportunity to discuss matters with S during this year's S Abilities competition. No interest. Knowing that you, Lu Xiao, yearn to measure your strength against him. Last year's missed encounter must have left you with some regret. However, before that, remain here and assist me with a favor. The man's voice was soft, resonating in the thick darkness. Pingchuan needs to be dealt with. Lu Zhan laughed coldly. You suggest that, yet you wish to employ my assistance for your own interests? How could I, Lu Zhan, comply with all your requests? I have no desire for women. Lu Xiao, you jest, but you still remember her. The man chuckled heartily. Greedy, Lu Zhan's tone turned icy. My apologies, the man said with a slight bow. His posture relaxed, tilting his head with a defiant arc. Lu Xiao, you have no reason to refuse me now, do you? Lu Zhan remained silent, turning sharply to ascend the stairs. He watched the man's tall figure vanish around the corner, and Hu Lai slowly revealed himself. Did the good truly let him go? Fang Mingde, the masked man, understood the matter of which they spoke. The explosion at the research facility had left Hu Lai restless, yet it was true that Hu Lai, being the son of the Fang family's chief steward, had always maintained a close relationship with Fang Mingqing. He had always been sincere with him, and even now, despite being with Hu Lai, there remained an air of estrangement. Fang Mingde refrained from commenting, a cold sneer forming in his heart, thinking how foolish. Even now, he had not discerned the cause of Fang Mingqing's demise. The brothers of the Fang family were heartless wolves, unless one willingly exposed their weaknesses and sufferings. They would remain concealed. Lu Zhan did not possess the capability to have Fang Mingqing meet such an end. However, to prevent interference with his own schemes, Fang Mingde patiently rose, with a lie trailing behind, listening as he spoke. After finishing, Fang Mingde cryptically remarked, "Do not provoke Lu Xiao. He is a wild, untamed lion, slumbering." Just as Fu Lian emerged from the bathroom, she spotted Lu Zhan sitting alone on the sofa, lost in thought. Dressed in a yellow knee-length skirt that Lu Zhan had gifted her, she scurried over in her slippers. Noticing his disinterest, she felt a tinge of annoyance and playfully pulled down her eyelid, sticking out her tongue to make a silly face. Lu Zhan, brother, yet he remained unmoved. Fu Lian touched her nose, feeling somewhat bored. She turned around, allowing the skirt to swirl gracefully, and asked, "What do you think of this dress?" Fu Lian felt a sense of curiosity as her gaze shifted to the table, where only an uncorked bottle rested, its wooden stopper placed aside, indicating it had been opened. She picked up the bottle and inhaled deeply, and a robust aroma of liquor surged forth, overwhelming her senses. Just a single whiff left Fu Lian feeling somewhat lightheaded, not to mention the effect it must have had on Lu Zhan, who had consumed a full glass. Fu Lian bent down. "Are you drunk, brother Lu Zhan?" The faint scent of shower gel enveloped him as Lu Zhan lifted his eyelids and replied with a nonchalant mm. He slowly extended his hand and effortlessly pulled Fu Lian into his embrace. Lian. Fu Lian felt a shiver run through her. Was it really rare for Lu Zhan to speak so affectionately? Lian. Lu Zhan called out again softly, leaving Fu Lian in a daze. Could it be that he was truly intoxicated? Fu Lian knelt upon his thigh, extending a finger to sway before him. "Brother Lu Zhan, what is this?" "A mosquito," he replied, dismissing her hand. "And this?" Fu Lian again spread her 5 fingers. "It is Lian's hand," he said, capturing her hand within his embrace. Noticing his heavy intoxication, Fu Lian felt emboldened and couldn't resist pinching his cheek, a playful retaliation for the times he had teased her. He bore her touch with a frosty demeanor, remaining still, almost obedient. He even tightened his hold on her, their skin pressed together, his feverish body heat enveloping Fu Lian, causing her cheeks to gradually warm. Today, Lu Zhan was particularly affectionate, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Was this his true self, revealed by the influence of alcohol? How endearing. He resembled a little puppy, so clingy. In the past, Fu Lian had a large yellow dog at home, which was quite affectionate towards her, often whining at her feet for a morsel of meat. The dog had the most endearing eyes. "Brother Lu Zhan, do confess, have you been secretly coveting me all along?" Fu Lian inquired, playfully poking his cheek with her finger, leaving a faint indentation. "Coveting what?" Lu Zhan pondered for a moment before slowly replying. "Well," Fu Lian elongated her tone, "are you coveting the fact that you are a useless person?" Lu Zhan retorted, chuckling. The effects of inebriation softened the sharp lines of his usually aloof demeanor, his lips slightly parting. What a nuisance. Fu Lian silently inhaled, realizing that even though he acknowledged her as a nuisance, he still chose to keep her around. Fu Lian gently patted his head, gritting her teeth in disbelief at such a compromising situation. Lu Zhan nestled closer in her embrace, rubbing against her soft flesh, subtly shifting his head. He murmured softly, "Fragrant." Fu Lian's teeth ground together with a creaking sound as she forcefully pushed aside the opportunistic Lu Zhan, fuming as she strode towards her room. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of a zombie squatting inside, its mouth smeared with blood. Upon noticing Fu Lian, it displayed a friendly, yet increasingly gruesome smile. Without a hint of emotion, Fu Lian closed the door and turned to Lu Zhan, who was lounging on the sofa, and declared, "Tonight, you shall sleep on the sofa." Lying in bed, she listened to the sound of water rushing as someone entered the bathroom. Fu Lian gradually regained her composure. Inebriated, he spoke without restraint, his words unpalatable. Yet this was a stroke of fortune, a monumental blessing. Now, uncovering his vulnerabilities would be a trivial endeavor. If only she could swiftly eliminate Lu Zhan, she would not have to toil in despair, devising ways to prevent him from ravaging the city. With this realization, Fu Lian found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning in bed as she awaited Lu Zhan's emergence from bathroom. Even the faint sound of water splashing heightened in her ears, echoing incessantly. Her impatience grew, and she longed to drag him out and interrogate him thoroughly. In this anxious anticipation, Fu Lian instinctively released her psychic energy towards the bathroom. Preoccupied with the thought of probing for weaknesses, she remained oblivious to the fact that her consciousness was entwined within that very psychic force. Chapter 53. Inebriation. The psychic energy extended and abruptly halted at the bathroom door, bursting forth with a resounding thud. Fu Lian's mind buzzed, overwhelmed by the unbearable pressure. Fu Lian clutched her head, enduring the torment as physiological tears streamed down her cheeks. It was not until a formidable surge of mental energy penetrated her mind that the alarm within her consciousness abruptly ceased, as if it had been grasped by the throat. Do not misuse your abilities. Lu Zhan's voice resonated closely beside her. Fu Lian sensed a slight itchiness and warmth in her left ear. Turning her head, she noticed that Lu Zhan had unknowingly fallen asleep beside her. He lay on his side, his lips brushing against her left ear. The warmth of his breath gently caressing her skin, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her entire body. Fu Lian shifted uncomfortably, inching away slightly. "You shall sleep on the sofa tonight," she declared, extending her slender arm to nudge him. "Oh." Lu Zhan paused for a moment before obediently sitting up. Though inebriated, his demeanor remained as composed as that of an ordinary individual, with only the slightest hint of intoxication revealed through his half-closed eyes. Fu Lian had encountered drunken individuals before, yet Lu Zhan remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of normalcy that left her feeling somewhat guilty. After all, it was hardly the behavior of an honorable person to exploit another's vulnerability for information. This thought weighed heavily on her conscience. She was apprehensive about provoking Lu Zhan, and even more so, terrified of the consequences. This fear had morphed into an indelible shadow that lingered within her mind. Presently, as she glanced around, her suspicions grew. Convinced that Lu Zhan was merely feigning intoxication. "Be direct, Fu Lian. You're simply being cowardly. Why fabricate such a pretense about others? What merit is there in such deception?" Fu Lian exhaled softly, and as the shadow before her shifted slightly, Lu Zhan collapsed into her embrace. He opened one eye to gaze at her, his intentions unmistakably clear. Intoxicated, unable to move, Fu Lian raised an eyebrow and playfully poked his face, questioning whether he was genuinely inebriated or merely feigning it to avoid leaving. Fu Lian still had questions to ask and was unwilling to let him sleep. She hurriedly pushed him, saying, "Brother Lu Zhan, I have something to discuss." Lu Zhan burrowed back under the covers, turning his face towards her, his eyes firmly closed. Regardless of what Fu Lian said, he chose to ignore her. Realizing that this line of questioning was unfruitful, Fu Lian did not lose heart and resolved to find another way. She reached out her hand and gently touched his chest, deftly unbuttoning his shirt, her gaze scrutinizing the green patterns on his chest. "Brother Lu Zhan, what is this?" Fu Lian pressed down and discovered that the area was remarkably soft. A gentle touch caused it to yield easily. Unable to resist, she applied a bit more force, and her fingertips sank entirely into the green pattern, which appeared quite enchanting. Fu Lian spoke, attempting to grasp the swirling green patterns that danced upon his chest, yet the patterns offered no response, proving to be exceedingly dull. Fu Lian pouted, her gaze ascending to the center of his brow. It is said that the center of the brow is the most critical point in the human body. The heart may be of no consequence, but what of this place? In her heart, Fu Lian contemplated as she reached out to caress him. Noticing Lu Zhan's gaze dimmed in his stillness, she could not help but softly breathe into his ear, "Brother Lu Zhan, is there anywhere I may not touch?" Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhan finally exhibited a slight reaction. His body stiffened for a moment as he pinched her cheek and gradually turned away from her. Fu Lian gently placed her hand on his back, noticing the slight tremor in his body at her touch, instantly feeling as if she had discovered a hidden treasure. She playfully raked her fingers across his back, finally tracing along his spine, moving from the lower back upward, delicately tapping the subtly protruding vertebrae. until her hand rested on the nape of his neck. Fu Lian pinched his neck, and he became as still as a lifeless fish. Fu Lian felt somewhat disheartened, pondering where exactly the issue lay. Fu Lian ran her fingers through her hair. The gloomy moonlight, hindered by the window, cast a dim silvery glow upon her. Fu Lian noticed Lu Zhan slowly turning over, his eyes wide open, the brilliance within them fragmented by the moonlight. For merely half a second, the light flickered and was obscured again as he murmured softly, "What are you searching for?" He appeared overwhelmingly drowsy, his demeanor indulgent yet tinged with mild discontent, rendering it innocuous. Fu Lian licked her lips, whispering, just a bit curious to explore. She hesitated, still too timid to inquire directly, fearing that he might be feigning intoxication. Lu Zhan shielded his eyes from the light with his arm, extending a hand to cover her gaze as well. "Let us sleep first." After a moment, he added, "Tomorrow, you may explore as you wish." Fu Lian helplessly closed her eyes. Tomorrow follows tomorrow, and how many tomorrows there are. In truth, since that day, Lu Zhan has resolutely forbidden Fu Lian from approaching his person. Aside from holding hands, he has rejected all other forms of intimacy. He seems to have adopted a life of asceticism, as if he intends to become a monk. Fu Lian, in her frustration, would pound her chest and stomp her feet, devising countless schemes each night to intoxicate him, yet she had never succeeded. Fu Lian protested, but he suppressed her with the caution reserved for strangers. Fu Lian asserted that her discoveries concerning the Lu family were futile, as she was categorically forbidden from any association with them. Even more despicable was his refusal to venture outside himself, coupled with his prohibition against Fu Lian leaving the house, let alone the two of them departing together. His words were akin to ironclad edicts, weighing heavily upon this modest household. Fu Lian lamented the unfortunate realization that unless Lu Zhan willingly allowed it, she was destined to be thoroughly consumed by him. This was profoundly unjust. Fu Lian was enraged. The sole advantage she managed to secure was the expulsion of the zombie from her rightful room. The little zombie consumed Fu Lian's tree milk daily, and after several days of nurturing, she appeared increasingly human. Yet, at her core, she remained a flesh-eating zombie. The tree milk could not remedy the decay that had claimed her brain. On the day of this revelation, Lu Zhan unusually fell silent. That afternoon, he took a burlap sack to contain the zombie, intending to cast her out of the base. No sooner had Lu Zhan departed than Fu Lian was greeted at home by Lu Yi, who sought to sneak in and pilfer some soil. After a few days apart, Lu Yi looked considerably more spirited, his naivety seemingly worn away by his pristine attire. He bore a hint of a young gentleman's charm. If only that face could be replaced by Lu Zhan's, the allure would be even greater. Fu Lian was taken aback, crossing her arms as she exchanged glances with Lu Yi on the balcony. Lu Yi feigned innocence, saying, "Mama, I'm hungry. Food, please," while pointing at the pot of soil. "Son, I'm broke. No money," Fu Lian retorted, gesturing toward her pocket. Lu Yi fell silent for a moment, then resolved to seize the opportunity. Having finally found a moment when Lu Zhan was away, he was reluctant to let it slip away. However, he did not anticipate that this seemingly unremarkable woman possessed astonishing skills. On the balcony, Lu Yi scratched his head in frustration before eventually pulling out a handful of crystal cores from his pocket, gazing at Fu Lian with a pitiful expression. Fu Lian raised an eyebrow, remaining utterly still. She had expected him to dig a little deeper, yet to her surprise, Lu Yi simply turned and walked away. Is that all? So spineless? Not even a single crystal core to spare. Fu Lian quietly criticized him, not taking it to heart. However, it wasn't long before Lu Yi stood on the balcony, eagerly clutching a bag of supplies. Fu Lian raised an eyebrow and placed a handful of soil into his palm, in exchange for a backpack full of supplies. A bloodless prophet, Fu Lian shook her head in exasperation. The unfortunate Lu Yi had endured yet another beating before finally acquiring this hard-won soil. However, through Fu Lian's method of bartering, this miraculous soil quickly spread among the supernatural beings. Word had it that Lu Zhan possessed soil capable of alleviating the agonies of the zombie plague, which could be obtained merely by exchanging supplies. In no time, envy and disdain arose in equal measure, with numerous individuals eager to win over Lu Zhan and his companion. That very evening, Lu Zhan and Fu Lian each received 2 invitations. Chapter 54. The banquet accompanying the invitations were a black-faced mask of Zhong Kuei and a white-faced mask. One invitation was from the leader of the base, the supreme authority among the supernatural beings, while the other was from the Lu family, specifically Lu Xing. Lu Xing left a note on her invitation, stating he had something to give her for self-defense. This piqued Fu Lian's curiosity. Although Lu Zhan was disinterested in such matters, he ultimately relented to Fu Lian's insistence. Fu Lian's motivations extended beyond mere curiosity. Although these past few days Lu Zhan had been at home with her, and the two had been enjoying a harmonious and joyful life together, Fu Lian was acutely aware that the matter of the massacre in Giles City had not yet been resolved. The lack of progress over the past several days had left her feeling increasingly anxious. She was not one to passively await fate. Identifying the core issues and addressing them one by one was the key to finding a solution. The familiar playground remained unchanged, with even the 4-corner fire altars in their original positions. The only alteration was the presence of the central figure this time, who was said to be a distinguished guest from the capital star. Today marked his birthday, and a grand celebration was being held throughout the region in his honor. This lavish affair was particularly evident in the culinary offerings, as every attendee would receive a small cookie. It was rumored that those who participated in the banquet activities would be rewarded with additional delicacies. Enticed by this sweet promise, nearly the entire populace of Pingchuan was in attendance, creating a dense crowd. As Fu Lian surveyed the scene, she noted the scarcity of women. Apart from the prominent female abilities in the front row, there were hardly any others to be seen. The gathering formed a circle around the center, where a circular structure resembling a makeshift platform had been erected. Fu Lian initially believed that the event would involve some form of singing and dancing competition. However, once the banquet officially commenced, she realized it was, in fact, a gladiatorial arena. A slender, tall man stepped forward to deliver some opening remarks, after which 2 competitors were invited onto the stage to engage in a contest. Both were masked, one of whom was evidently Lu Yi, while the other was a tall, robust individual whose identity remained unknown to Fu Lian. Each of them wore a golden ring tightly encircling their heads, and upon the referee's command, they sprang into action. Lu Yi moved with remarkable agility, slightly pivoting to evade the man's advance. He swiftly grasped the opponent's wrist, executing a deft maneuver that sent the man crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yi delivered a kick, sending his adversary tumbling off the platform. The spectators fell silent for a moment, only for someone to step forward, reigniting the fray. The victor remained on stage, awaiting the next challenger. It turned out to be a battle of champions. After observing for a while, Fu Lian discovered that Lu Yi appeared somewhat foolish, yet the skills displayed were undeniably of a remarkable caliber, suggesting he possessed genuine talent. Intrigued, she found herself pondering intently, absorbed in contemplation. "Miss, is it captivating?" A rich voice resonated from behind Fu Lian. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback, glancing sideways to behold a pale figure resembling a sinister moon. It was the masked man from that fateful night. How utterly aloof he appeared. The masked man spoke, casually pulling a stool to sit beside Fu Lian. Fu Lian glanced around and realized that Lu Zhan had mysteriously vanished. It seemed he had mentioned something about taking a trip to the restroom. Fu Lian could not recall. Her current focus lay solely on the performance unfolding on stage. In just a brief moment of distraction, Lu Yi had already been kicked off the platform. Now, a man clad in a black leather coat stood upon the stage. His hair, somewhat lengthy, fell over his forehead, slightly obstructing his line of sight. Fu Lian could not discern the depths of his gaze. In just a few fleeting glances, she sensed something amiss. This man seemed less inclined towards sparring and more as if he were seeking an outlet for his pent-up emotions, which were suffocatingly repressed within him. His name was Wu Yu. The masked man, noticing Fu Lian's unwavering attention, kindly elaborated, "You encountered him a few days ago at the wedding ceremony." Fu Lian's interest was piqued. It turned out to be him. So it was he who had his bride snatched away by Lu Zhan. The masked man raised his chin, indicating for Fu Lian to look at the stage, where Wu Yu was passionately kissing a delicate figure clad in white, his large hand brazenly roaming in front of the crowd. Fu Lian furrowed her brows slightly, observing the woman clad in white who donned a mask. Her face remained concealed, yet the delicate, pale neck that peeked out suggested an exquisite beauty hidden beneath the mask. The genuine bride had long been expelled from the base by Lu Zhan, and it was evident that the woman before her was an impostor. However, this charlatan was subjected to a rather humiliating fate, toyed with in front of everyone. This man was truly despicable. Who was his wife? Unable to bear the sight, Fu Lian turned her head, only to find herself locked in a gaze with the masked man. He had been watching her intently, and upon realizing this, Fu Lian frowned. His wife was stunning. Hailing from the Mira base, a crucial agricultural hub in the plains, with her father being a figure of authority there. The masked man did not shy away from Fu Lian. He answered her questions openly, his voice rich and melodious, narrating with ease. No wonder he sought a woman to impersonate her. If the truth were to be revealed to the Mira base, it would surely incite chaos. Miss, do tread carefully. He covets your divine land, plotting to claim it as his own, the masked man said, leaning slightly closer to brush his hand against Fu Lian's hair, plucking a fragment of a leaf. The plainsfolk regarded him as a mad dog, prone to biting when angered. Miss, your tender skin cannot withstand such bites. Mask, you are quite oily indeed. Fu Lian retreated 3 steps, only to realize after chatting for quite a while that this man was attempting to flirt with her. Was it still possible to escape now? Fu Lian suddenly lost her desire to chat, her mind racing with thoughts of escape. Her sharp eyes caught sight of Lu Xing looking in this direction. She quickly waved cousin, and then bid farewell to the masked man, rushing over. Sister. Lu Xing pulled her into a small grove. The playground was surrounded by towering trees, their branches thick and lush, making it easy to disappear into their depths. Once they were certain no one was around, Lu Xing cautiously placed a small object in her palm. Fu Lian cast a glance and saw a small syringe filled with a yellowish liquid. What is this? She inquired with curiosity. This is a serum that enhances supernatural abilities. Lu Xing whispered. With this, sister will have the means to protect herself. Can such a substance be casually given away? With this, sister could sever ties with him. What other constraints would he impose on her freedom? Lu Xing, filled with indignation, pressed her lips together. Sister, no man is ever truly good. Do not be deceived by his exterior. The little one seems quite concerned about my affairs. Fu Lian raised an eyebrow. I saw him the other day with another woman. Lu Xing pursed her lips. Who was it? A soft chuckle escaped from the silhouette resting beneath the tree, as if it had heard an amusing jest. Fu Lian and Lu Xing were both taken aback and turned to look in that direction. The figure raised his chin and leisurely emerged from the shadows. It was Lu Zhan. He did not even spare a glance at Lu Xing, merely casting a sidelong glance at Fu Lian, as if inquiring about a cousin. With a slight nod, he remarked on the merits of family, expressing an unexpected warmth in his calm and gentle tone. Fu Lian felt a shiver run down her spine, sensing a hint of subtle danger in the air. She hurriedly approached him, clasping his hand in hers, their fingers entwined, and sweetly called out Brother Lu Zhan. As she spoke, she pouted playfully, You haven't allowed me to visit Uncle's house for several days. Today, since I finally got to come out, I chatted a bit more with my cousin. Fu Lian blinked her eyes, watching as Lu Zhan truly exited the woods before turning to Lu Xing. What were we discussing? She inquired, having forgotten. What else do you wish to say? All right, this potion has certain side effects. Remember to eat some soil after taking it. Speaking of soil, Lu Xing seemed a bit hesitant. Could you perhaps sell some of that soil to me? The sapling that Lu Zhan had given to Fu Lian had previously been exchanged for supplies with Li, and Lu Zhan had made no objections. After contemplating, Fu Lian felt that the fate of the sapling should rest in her hands, so she patted Lu Xing's shoulder and said, Are we family? Why discuss selling it? Tomorrow, I shall bring the soil to you. The potion, which Lu Zhan had sought information about for several days without success, was evidently rare and difficult to procure. Lu Xing's offer stemmed purely from concern that she might suffer alongside Lu Zhan, while Fu Lian was indifferent towards others. She sensed a genuine affection from Lu Xing and was willing to reciprocate with her own sincerity. The playground remained bustling with energy, muscular bodies engaged in fierce tussles, their fervor eliciting cheers and applause from the crowd. The dappled shadows danced beneath the trees, with bright spots illuminating the gloom, when suddenly a resounding rip echoed as a cluster of vibrant leaves was ground to dust. Chapter 55. Wu Yu, the reputation of the arena competition, soared to great heights. Relying solely on strength and prowess, devoid of any supernatural abilities, it garnered the admiration of many in Pingchuan. Prior to this, the entertainment in Pingchuan revolved entirely around those with supernatural powers. These individuals were regarded as deities, the rulers of this realm, and the people privately referred to them as heavenly kings. In their intoxicated stupor, the populace reveled in the visceral clash of flesh and blood. With Pingchuan's inherent pursuit of strength and power, this form of entertainment catalyzed an unprecedented peak in the blind adoration and reverence for the strong, all within a single night. A man who could not overpower two weaklings with his fists was deemed unworthy of standing tall in Pingchuan. Amidst this fervent wave of admiration for the strong, a secret potion that purportedly restored stamina and enhanced strength quietly circulated throughout Pingchuan. Some even boasted that it could awaken latent supernatural abilities and fortify the body. This enigmatic elixir was endearingly dubbed Twilight Wine by the people of Pingchuan. Fu Lian held a bottle of wine, peering into it. Her bright and clear eyes were distorted by the round body of the bottle, leaving only a dark, beady pupil visible. Is this the dusk wine? Dressed in an oversized coat that enveloped her like a trash bag, adorned with a fierce beast mask, her voice was deliberately lowered, coarse, and androgynous, making it impossible to discern her gender. A day had passed since the last banquet. As a result, Lu Zhan swiftly poured the potion onto the little sapling. In an instant, the sapling transformed into a fiery tree, hurling fireballs all day long and filling the balcony with a dense, smoky haze. This, however, did not disrupt their lives. Only a few unfortunate souls attempting to pilfer the celestial soil nearly tumbled off the balcony when caught off guard. Fortunately, Fu Lian resided at a modest height, or else lives could have been lost. Observing Fu Lian's indecision, old Zhou's eyes darted as he contemplated speaking. This gentleman knows well that only I, old Zhou, sell this dusk wine. Others may brandish my name, but a mere shake and sniff of their bottles would reveal the truth. He was short, resembling an 8-year-old child, slightly hunchbacked, and always swaying the porcelain mask on his face as he spoke. At first glance, the mask appeared innocent and pure, yet upon closer inspection, it exuded an inexplicable, eerie strangeness. Fu Lian was still observing, appearing rather indecisive yet undeniably yearning, reluctant to let go. How many crystal cores? The previous potion had been wasted by Lu Zhan, leaving Fu Lian no time to contemplate its significance. After the zombie bride was taken away, Lu Zhan inexplicably ceased to restrict her movements. Fu Lian, contemplating her promise, proceeded to the Lu residence to deliver the soil. Lu Xing was absent, leaving only her uncle, aunt, and elder cousin at home. The family expressed their heartfelt gratitude for Fu Lian's generosity. However, upon learning that Lu Xing had given her the potion, their demeanor shifted to one of anger. They openly criticized the substance, asserting that it inflicted severe damage on both the body and mind, leading individuals to remain in a constant state of excitement, irritability, and a pronounced desire for attention, coupled with a propensity for destructive behavior. Fu Lian was taken aback, unable to ascertain the potential changes in Lu Zhan and whether they were related to the medicine. Once it was confirmed that Fu Lian had not used the medicine, her family collectively breathed a sigh of relief, leaving her with no further inquiries regarding the potion. Consequently, the channels for obtaining the medicine were effectively severed. Meanwhile, the evening wine swiftly gained popularity across Pingchuan, readily available at the martial arts competition venue. The fervor surrounding it alerted Fu Lian, prompting her to personally investigate and procure a sample. However, the concoction currently referred to as evening wine evidently differed significantly from the potion gifted by Lu Xing. After comparing various options, she discovered that although old Zhou's offering appeared to be markedly inferior, it was in fact the most reliable evening wine available in that locality. Fu Lian's heart was filled with sorrow as she tossed a small jar of twilight wine into the air, poised to speak. Just as the wind stilled for a moment, she blinked, and her outstretched palm was left entirely empty. Who dared to snatch her belongings? Fu Lian seethed with anger and turned to glare, only to be met with the tip of a nose. Fu Lian took a step back. It was Wu Yu. Wu Yu was indeed an eccentric individual. Having opened the arena only a day prior, he had already resided there for an entire day, steadfastly remaining on the stage without a moment's respite, his boundless energy almost astounding. When Fu Lian entered, Wu Yu had not yet stepped down from the stage. She was astonished by this person's vitality, pondering that it might be related to the medication, and thus stood for a while observing. It seemed as if the other party held a grudge against him. Fu Lian initially heard the residents of Pingchuan extolling the prowess of Wu Laoda, claiming that yet again, no one had succeeded in challenging him. They boasted of his remarkable strength and skill, leading her to believe he was a formidable master. However, after observing for a while, she realized he was merely a reckless madman. Yet, a mad dog is known to bite indiscriminately, and it seemed that even she had fallen victim to his unpredictable fury. Fu Lian concluded her contemplation, diverting her gaze from the dusk wine in his hand to the woman clad in white, who was wholly slumped against his shoulder. The hem of her dress was speckled with crimson stains, and her delicate leg helplessly touched the ground. Fu Lian felt that her posture was somewhat peculiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the man was gripping her waist, lifting her entirely off the ground. Her gaze shifted downward, and she noticed bloodstains trailing from the hem of her skirt, winding their way into her shoes and stockings. The woman's head hung limply, appearing to be on the brink of unconsciousness. Is he still assaulting women? Fu Lianxin felt a slight constriction in her throat and took 2 steps back. Wu Yu grabbed the potion and departed, instructing Lao Zhou to charge it to his account, promising to settle by the end of the month. His voice was elevated, and he spoke with a lingering intonation that exuded a rebellious spirit. He didn't even cast a glance at Fu Lianxin. Fu Lian had no intention of acknowledging him. She exuded confidence in her disguise. As if whimsically exhaling, she inquired of old Zhou whether there was still dusk wine available, extending her hand as she spoke. Unexpectedly, Wu Yu, who had initially turned to leave, halted abruptly, tilting his head slightly. He let out a whistle and, with a swift gait, approached Fu Lian in a mere 3 strides. Seizing the opportunity when she was off guard, he abruptly lifted her mask and hood, chuckling with delight. "Oh, little sister, it's you. What a pleasant surprise to meet again." His tone was imbued with arrogance. Fu Lian had not reacted earlier. Now, her mind was suddenly clear. This was the arrogant man she had encountered at the Hota base. Fu Lian could not comprehend the malice inherent in his tone, yet her instincts, honed through the trials of the apocalypse, swiftly recalled the masked man's admonition. She pivoted to evade Wu Yu and fled towards the outside. Wu Yu followed at a leisurely pace. "Where are you rushing off to, little sister?" He grinned, his smile malevolent. As he slightly tilted his head, Fu Lian caught a glimpse of his bloodshot green eyes through the thick curtain of his hair. His gaze, akin to that of a fierce warrior, emanated a haunting emerald glow, fixated on her with predatory intensity. "In a hurry to visit your brother at my place?" Wu Yu taunted, casually tugging at her, forcing Fu Lian to halt abruptly, nearly losing her balance. So far, he remained unflustered, seemingly intent on whisking away both women. "Wu Yu," Fu Lian gasped, leaning on her knees as she called out his name. "Shall we have a chat? What do you think?" "Not a chance," Wu Yu replied, shaking his head. His large hand decisively grasped her neck. "Hand over the divine soil." "I will. Just give me a chance first." Fu Lian dared not move. Engaging him directly was daunting. Even before considering the possibility of victory, the sheer ferocity of his demeanor was enough to strip her of her resolve. Fu Lian was reluctant to take risks and suffer. When dealing with a madman, it was perhaps wiser to acquiesce to his whims. "Wasn't he it?" A cold, calm yet somber voice echoed, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was rather unfavorable. Chapter 56. The Kissed Brother Lu Zhan. Fu Lian's eyes brimmed with tears. Yet she looked at him with unrestrained joy. Both possessed extraordinary abilities and moved with astonishing speed. Fu Lian could only catch fleeting glimpses of their shadows in the air. The only moment the pace slowed was when Wu Yu bent low, casting a piercing gaze at the composed Lu Zhan. A wicked smile curled upon Wu Yu's lips as he wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, subsequently flinging the woman in his grasp aside before lunging forward once more. The woman arched her body, creating a violent arc in the air, before crashing heavily to the ground. The excruciating pain jolted her from her unconscious state. She wiggled her fingers and, with great effort, pushed herself up slowly. Her strength was waning, barely a whisper of breath. Fu Lian, unable to bear the sight, approached and helped her to her feet. Just as the woman steadied herself, she noticed Lu Zhan approaching with a bottle of dusk wine in hand. As Fu Lian gazed over, her eyes glistened with tears. At that moment, she had never found Lu Zhan to be so amiable. He appeared more divine than a celestial deity who grants every wish. In contrast to Fu Lian's fervor, Lu Zhan displayed a marked indifference, scarcely acknowledging her presence as he merely tossed the medication into her arms. Fu Lian noticed the terrifying pallor on his face. Sensing something amiss, she held the evening wine and followed closely behind, occasionally tugging at the corner of his garment, imploring him to slow down as she struggled to keep pace. Although Lu Zhan paid her no mind, his steps matched her rhythm, proceeding at a leisurely pace. Waiting for her ahead, behind them, a woman in white stood still, tears streaming down her plain, delicate face beneath her mask. Her lips were nearly bitten raw, and her expression was marred by jealousy and resentment. Wu Yu, panting heavily, approached and seized her by the neck. His fury, stemming from the beating he had received from Lu Zhan, unleashed upon the woman. He forcefully dragged her to his side, his voice laced with menace. "In front of me, you dare to look at other men?" His actions were fueled by rage, as if he longed to tear a piece of flesh from the soft woman before him. The woman cried softly, her legs flailing helplessly against the ground. "Wu Gu, please let me go." Her resistance only incited Wu Yu's fury further. "Lin Yunyan, you better behave," he threatened in a low voice, delivering a vicious kick to her calf. The impact left her leg bruised, and she bit her lip, struggling to suppress her helplessness and fear, stifling her sobs. Wu Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, yet his actions remained merciless. Lin Yunyan's eyes widened in terror. Her body convulsed in spasms, and after what felt like an eternity, Wu Yu reluctantly released her. The mistreatment rendered Lin Yunyan akin to a rag doll, her eyes vacant and unmoving. Even as Wu Yu let her go, she quickly slumped downwards. Impatiently, he grasped her waist and tossed her over his shoulder. She dangled limply like a soft sack, her head drooping downwards, her hair cascading upside down, revealing deep bite marks on her neck, where fresh droplets of blood began to surface, adding a crimson hue to her already reddened skin. With a dazed gaze, she remained stubborn, gazing helplessly towards the departing figures of Lu Zhan and Fu Lian. Upon returning home, Fu Lian entered behind him, only to be abruptly pinned against the door by Lu Zhan. His tall frame enveloped her completely as he extended his arm. "Where are you going?" His voice was laced with ice, unmistakably furious. Fu Lian blinked, tears gradually welling up in her eyes. I cannot articulate my feelings." Fu Lian was in a state of frantic distress. Her gaze wandered aimlessly, yet inevitably found its way into the deep, brooding depths of Lu Zhan's dark eyes. A profound sense of unease enveloped her, coupled with a feeling of deep grievance. As her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache, tears cascaded down her cheeks. "I'm doing this for you," she thought. If it weren't for her fear that Lu Zhan might encounter trouble in Pingchuan, would she have gone to such lengths to procure the twilight wine? Every fault and flaw, without exception, lay squarely at Lu Zhan's feet. "HM?" A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Zhan's face as his gaze darkened. Fu Lian pouted her lips, suddenly recalling the information she had come across in a forum regarding Lu Zhanqing's birthday, which fell on November 11th. At the time, she found it amusing. No wonder the formidable demon had remained a solitary figure, as his birthday suggested a fate of eternal loneliness. With November approaching, it seemed that his birthday was fast approaching as well. Fu Lian gently pushed him, her voice soft and delicate. I have heard that dusk wine possesses remarkable effects and is quite favored by the people of Pingshuan. Considering your impending birthday, I thought to procure a bottle as a gift for you. I won't reveal it, as I wish to surprise you. She playfully poked his chest. You will just scold me. As she spoke, she wiped her tears with the back of her hand, the droplets cascading down like they were free of cost. Lu Zhan choked slightly, gradually lowering his head, the anger and hostility in his eyes dissipating to reveal a hint of joy and skepticism. Really? Of course it's true, Fu Lian exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and irritation washing over her as she playfully punched him again. Fu Lian, Lu Zhan's voice was low and calm, astonishingly steady. She lifted her head. His voice was slightly hoarse. What? Fu Lian, filled with confusion, obediently lifted her head. In the next moment, her soft, supple lips were captured. The four petals of her lips pressed tightly together as Lu Zhan enveloped her mouth, leaning in to sensually caress her lips with his tongue. Fu Lian widened her eyes. A pair of strong hands encircled her waist, pulling her forcibly into his cold yet fervent embrace. Fu Lian instinctively clung to his waist, her delicate face slightly straining as she tilted it upward. The intertwining of their lips and teeth produced a soft, secretive sound, while the empty room was infused with a faint, elusive fragrance that subtly mingled with the gradually warming air surrounding them. Fu Lian felt his large, callous palm supporting the back of her head, compelling her to draw closer to him, deepening and intertwining their entanglement with increasing intensity. Fu Lian gently closed her eyes, her small hand embracing his neck, unconsciously rising on her toes. She stealthily sought to kiss his alluring lips, the moisture from their lips rendering her own soft and rosy. Lu Zhan took the opportunity to gently nibble on her lower lip, his movements eager yet restrained, tender and unhurried. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed. Eventually, Fu Lian, her cheeks flushed with warmth, found herself breathlessly nestled in Lu Zhan's embrace. Lu Zhan Gitch. Lu Zhan's tone rose slightly, exuding a sense of satisfaction. We are indeed in love, aren't we? Fu Lian hesitated as she posed her question, a lingering uncertainty accompanying her inquiry, along with a subtle unease that she could not quite identify. Lu Zhan elongated his tone, gently pinching her delicate face to compel her gaze towards him, a presence that had been constant all along. Fu Lian blinked, her cheeks flushed as she nestled closer into his embrace, whispering softly, "Oh." Lu Zhan let out a gentle sigh, choosing not to admonish the foolishness. If he were to truly engage in a quarrel over her naivety, he feared it might drive him to despair. Lu Zhan straightened his lips, speaking with warmth. Promise me you will refrain from venturing into perilous places. Do you understand? Fu Lian pondered for a moment before nodding in his embrace. Aside from Wu Yu, she felt little fear towards others in the. Her brother, Lu Zhan, tended to be overly protective of her. However, Fu Lian did not refuse, contemplating whether this indicated that he truly cared for her. Good girl, Lu Zhan said, gently stroking her hair before placing her on the sofa. Are you hungry? Fu Lian instinctively clutched his collar, feeling famished. After having dinner, the two nestled together, perusing a small book that once belonged to the house as original owner. In the darkness of the night, Fu Lian could not see, stifling yawns as he nestled in Lu Zhan's embrace, listening to him recite the tale of the Happy Prince. Fu Lian listened with yawns and soon drifted into slumber, her small head resting against Lu Zhan's chest. As the story approached its conclusion, Lu Zhan leisurely recited the passage where the swallow and the Happy Prince are resurrected in paradise. A gentle smile crept onto his lips, and a hint of joy flickered in his usually calm and indifferent eyes. Fu Lian, I too am quite happy today. With silence enveloping him, Lu Zhan's bright gaze gradually dimmed. He lifted his chin, casting a wistful glance out the window at the faint moonlight, pure, cold, and exquisitely beautiful. Chapter 57. Zhouping the night was deep. The arena remained lively. Donning a fierce beast mask, Lu Zhan strolled through the venue, resembling a languid predator surveying its territory. The cacophony surrounding the arena filtered into his ears, gradually receding into the distance. His purpose was clear: the bar area of the arena. Rags were strewn across the ground, and a murky liquid was contained within a broken jug, while stained glasses precariously piled beside it. Several inebriated patrons were slumped on the ground, clutching their cups. Most exhibited a pallor, their bodies emaciated as if drained of vitality. They occasionally emitted strange wheezes from their throats. Lu Zhan halted before a porcelain doll mask, casually lifting a cup filled with dusk wine to examine it. His tone was gentle yet deliberate. "Mr. Zhou, why are you selling counterfeit liquor?" Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice utter the secret phrase, Zhou Ping's eyes widened in surprise, the large porcelain doll mask on his head tilting slightly in confusion. "How do you know the code?" "I only desire genuine liquor," Lu Zhan replied as he stood up. "Follow me. Old Zhou, have plenty of fine spirits, but it depends on whether you have the means to procure them," Zhou Ping said, abruptly rising and heading outside. Lu Zhan followed at a leisurely pace, his indifferent gaze sweeping over those convulsing on the ground from intoxication, a faint glimmer of something unnameable passing through his eyes. The fallen figures subtly stiffened, turning their heads towards Lu Zhan, tacitly silencing themselves and slowly rising to their feet, each moving towards an unknown direction. Exiting the arena, they arrived at a small room, and Lu Zhan initiated the conversation. "Has anyone come to purchase dusk wine wearing this mask today?" He gestured to his own mask. Zhou Ping, perplexed, failed to grasp Lu Zhan's meaning. While he understood the code for purchasing the enhanced ability serum, he was puzzled by the irrelevant inquiry. With numerous patrons seeking his wares daily, he could hardly recall the specifics, though the adorably fierce beast mask stood out. Zhou Ping's pupils widened slightly. "You mean that little girl?" He began to speak, but paused, a smile reminiscent of a laughing Buddha spreading across the porcelain doll's face as it faced Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan promptly tossed a bag of crystal cores. Zhou Ping, beaming with delight, accepted it and continued. The little girl wanted to buy dusk wine, but seemed hesitant, often sighing in uncertainty. Sighing? Perhaps she has faced mistreatment and yearns to alter her circumstances. Zhou Ping, accustomed to encountering such unfortunate women, had long since grown numb to pity, his words laced with a chilling detachment. Lu Zhan fell silent, his eyes beneath the mask gently closing. Clenching his fist, he took powerful, restrained strides towards the exit. His gaze caught sight of the scattered needles and crystal cores in the small room, eliciting a slight scoff. Inside, Zhou Ping stood frozen, as if time had suspended. After a seemingly eternal moment, he abruptly gasped, his eyes widening with fervor and madness, drooling profusely onto the floor. Oblivious to his own bizarre state, he shifted his attention to the boxes piled within the room, moving stiffly yet desperately towards them. After a few steps, he stumbled, his knee scraping against the smooth floor, drawing blood. The pain did not invoke rationality. Instead, it intensified his insatiable craving. He fixed his gaze on the boxes, longing to pry them open with his very eyes. Subsequently, Zhou Ping dropped to all fours, crawling like a deranged beast, frantically pushing aside his mask. Trembling with excitement as he tore open a box, seizing a bottle filled with yellow liquid. Without hesitation, he struck it against the ground, disregarding the injury to his arm from the jagged edge. Yet, the moment he noticed any damage to the bottle's neck that might cause the liquid to spill, he would immediately raise it, pouring its contents ravenously into his mouth. In the morning, Fu Lian was roused from her slumber by the cacophony of sounds emanating from next door. Upon waking, she found the bed beside her already cold. Rubbing her eyes, she rose to see Lu Zhan in the kitchen, diligently preparing a meal. He was adorned in the former owner's gray apron, stirring porridge with an iron ladle. Fu Lian dashed over and playfully launched a surprise attack from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist. Lu Zhan's body stiffened for a brief moment, yet he remained still. She had anticipated that after yesterday's incident, their relationship would have grown closer, but confronted with Lu Zhan's unwavering indifference, Fu Lian felt a pang of disappointment. This boyfriend possessed all admirable qualities, yet his lack of warmth proved to be his greatest flaw. Fu Lian bit her lip and leaned in to steal a kiss on his cold, hard face. "Brother Lu Zhan," she hummed softly, wrinkling her nose as she leaned over to peer into the pot. She pouted slightly. It smells so good. Are you hungry? Lu Zhan asked indifferently, his voice imbued with a coolness, notably taciturn. Fu Lian felt a tinge of discontent. This simply wouldn't do. They had made considerable progress, and it was imperative that they did not revert to their previous state of cordial yet insipid companionship. Noticing Lu Zhan stirring the congee with a silver spoon, she could not help but extend her petite hand to grasp his larger one that held the utensil. Seeing that he did not withdraw, she slowly moved in, attempting to seize the spoon's handle bit by bit. Her delicate, boneless fingers gradually became enveloped in his warm palm. Lu Zhan parted his lips, and in that fleeting moment, he felt a soft brush against his lips, as if someone had stolen a kiss. Fu Lian blinked and gazed intently, startled by the deep crimson veins in his eyes. Brother Lu Zhan, have you not slept all night? Are you suffering from insomnia? Lu Zhan lowered his eyelids, his breathing steady, appearing even more composed and reserved than usual. Fu Lian firmly cradled his face, inquiring, "What troubles you?" with such a pensive expression. Lu Zhan, on the verge of voicing the thoughts he had suppressed throughout the night, was abruptly interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. "Who is it?" Fu Lian released him and proceeded towards the door. As the warmth in his embrace dissipated, a flicker of irritation crossed Lu Zhan's eyes, yet he remained silent, merely extinguishing the flame and ladling 2 bowls of congee. The door swung open, revealing a guest who was both unfamiliar and familiar. "Lin Yunyun, Sister Lian," Lin Yunyun exclaimed with a beaming smile, extending her arms and leaping into Fu Lian's embrace. Fu Lian did not expect the person outside the door to be her. Her enthusiasm left Fu Lian slightly astonished. Fu Lian was not adept at handling the enthusiastic greetings of strangers, and she merely stiffened her arms slightly. Lin Yunyun quickly released her grip and naturally proceeded into the room, pleasantly surprised to see that Sister Lian had also come to Pingchuan. What a coincidence! Her gaze wandered about, her voice as gentle as ever. "We truly are fated good sisters." Just then, Lu Zhan emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl. Lin Yunyun lifted her face to look at him, revealing a kind and warm smile. "Brother Lu Zhan." This address, Fu Lian frowned. Lu Zhan did not pause for a moment, as if she were merely a wisp of air. Unperturbed by Lu Zhan's disregard, she instead linked her arm with Fu Lian's and said, "Sister Lian, you haven't introduced me to Brother Lu Zhan yet, have you?" With a beaming smile, she lifted her face and continued, "My name is Lin Yunyun, and I am a close friend of Fu Lian." Fu Lian cast a glance at Lu Zhan and noticed that he was also looking at her. Fu Lian could not help but offer a stiff smile. How awkward it was. Did Lin Yunyun not feel the embarrassment herself? She was so uncomfortable that she could practically unearth 10 marine brothers with her toes. As the silence lingered between them, Lin Yunyun, who had been singing her own praises for quite some time, began to well up with tears. Stealing a glance at Fu Lian's expression, she quickly lowered her head and softly inquired, "Sister Lian, do you not welcome me? I apologize, but I truly hold you in high regard. You lent me a hand just in time at the vent, and I am still grateful for your kindness." Fu Lian indeed harbored a dislike for the delicate flower that was Lin Yunyun. Yet, given the circumstances, it would be rather lacking in emotional intelligence to dismiss her outright. With a light-hearted laugh, she beckoned Lin Yunyun to sit down and share a meal, even going so far as to fetch some congee from the kitchen for her. Lin Yunyun sat quietly at the table, her small hands awkwardly resting on the edge, stealing glances at Lu Zhan. Chapter 58, The Neighbor. With a heart full of trepidation, she intensified her breathing as time trickled by. Lu Zhan giggled. She inhaled deeply, seemingly summoning her courage. Lu Zhan leisurely sipped his congee, his gaze unyielding. "How has Mei Mei been lately?" she inquired cautiously. Lu Zhan paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance her way, his eyes clearly conveying the message. "You may ask her yourself later. I imagine she is doing quite well," Lin Yunyun continued. With such a gentle and considerate boyfriend and her own remarkable intelligence, her fists clenched, a dreamy expression gracing her features as she mused, "I envy Mei Mei. She truly seems happy." However, her expression quickly shifted to one of melancholy, adopting a vulnerable demeanor that would prompt any man to offer reassurances. Yet Lu Zhan remained unperturbed, continuing to consume his congee with steadfast composure. Lin Yunyan glanced at him, understanding the unspoken cue, and prudently fell silent. With a grateful smile, she lifted the bowl of congee to her lips, taking a small sip. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. "This is delicious," she exclaimed. "Is it possible to find such exquisite flavor in plain congee?" Fu Lian raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" The porridge she had set aside for a while had grown somewhat tepid. Fu Lian consumed it in hearty gulps, and soon the bowl was empty. She scratched her head, pondering the simplicity of plain, white porridge. Lin Yunyan chuckled softly, her cheeks full of porridge akin to a ravenous young beast. "I haven't had a hot meal in ages," she remarked, swallowing the mouthful, then playfully sticking out her tongue with a bashful smile. As an ordinary woman, what capabilities did she possess to secure her survival in the vast plains? The price of building 8 was notably higher than elsewhere, suggesting she likely sought refuge with an ability user. Despite the apocalypse being devoid of laws, society, family, and ethical constraints, individuals found themselves even less free. There was no assurance that this body truly belonged to her in its entirety. When Fu Lian gazed at Lin Yunyan again, her eyes held a hint of pity. However, that sentiment soon dissipated. The ability user who cared for Lin Yunyan was exceptionally affluent, bestowing upon her a considerable amount of provisions. In gratitude for Fu Lian's breakfast, Lin Yunyan even presented her with a bottle of wine. A vintage from 1982, this wine was precious even before the apocalypse, let alone in these times of scarcity. Feeling embarrassed to accept the grand gift, Fu Lian noticed Lin Yunyan struggling alone to carry supplies to her new home. With clarity in her heart, she understood the underground connections of Lin Yunyan. Thus, she took the initiative to offer her assistance in organizing the new residence and called upon Lu Zhan to lend a hand. Once Lu Zhan arrived, Fu Lian found herself no longer needing to lift a finger, as Lu Zhan was more than capable of handling the workload single-handedly. Moreover, he even took over her tasks, leaving her standing idle. However, feeling awkward about merely standing there alone, she invited Lin Yunyan to join her. The two of them stood side by side, observing Lu Zhan diligently at work, occasionally stepping in to help when they could no longer bear to watch. Lu Zhan never uttered a word of complaint and was always concerned that they might tire or go hungry, frequently pulling out a piece of chocolate to offer Fu Lian as a treat. Fu Lian puffed her cheeks, cheerfully sitting to the side as she indulged in a few pieces of chocolate. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she felt a pang of regret for her extravagance. Resolutely, she vowed never to approach Lu Zhan again, choosing instead to maintain a distance of several steps while tidying up. How infuriating! Did he think of her as a mere plaything? Fu Lian glared with fury, swiftly snatching the item and stowing it away in her pocket. She then pointed at him, expressing her profound dismay at Lu Zhan's wastefulness. Lu Zhan, in a sudden display of affection, wrapped his arm around her waist, his demeanor intimate, remarking, "You are too slender." Fu Lian forcefully brushed his hand away, declaring that this was no excuse. The warmth of her palm pressed against his delicate lips, their breaths mingling in the narrow space, igniting a tingling sensation. Fu Lian swiftly withdrew, leaping aside and choosing to ignore him. Lin Yunyan wished to step forward to assist, yet Lu Zhan consistently evaded any contact with her. After experiencing a moment of embarrassment, she wisely refrained from approaching further, silently observing their interaction with a tinge of envy. As the afternoon wore on, Lin Yunyan invited the two for a meal, but Fu Lian declined. She attempted to persuade her with a few words, but upon noticing Fu Lian's unwavering demeanor, she chose not to press further. As they prepared to leave, Fu Lian led the way, followed by Lu Zhan, while Lin Yunyan trailed behind. Just as they were about to exit, she could not resist tugging at Lu Zhan's sleeve. He turned to her with a frosty glance. Lin Yunyan's ears flushed crimson, and she buried her face, murmuring, "Thank you, Lu Zhan Gij." Fu Lian naturally heard Lin Yunyan's words. Although her heart felt little reaction, there was a slight discomfort. Her mind whirled with thoughts, yet she could not fathom the source of this unease. Unable to unravel her confusion, she cast aside all distractions and focused solely on the present. After all, Lu Zhan was her boyfriend. In such moments, asserting her claim seemed entirely reasonable, didn't it? Or so it appeared. Fu Lian possessed little experience in romance, and, after careful contemplation, decided to proceed in accordance with her own understanding. Lu Zhan, having changed into a coat, prepared to step out to procure some meat for dinner. Observing his indifference, Fu Lian seized the white bear pillow from the sofa and hurled it at him. Lu Zhan, while fastening his buttons, effortlessly caught the pillow, a perplexed frown adorning his brow. "What is it?" he inquired. "You are attracting attention," Fu Lian reproached him, instantly regretting her words. She chided herself for her lack of restraint. Lu Zhan, unfazed by her remark, quickly donned his attire and approached her, settling down with his arm draped over the back of the sofa, drawing the soft Fu Lian into his embrace. "What do you wish to say?" Initially in a foul mood throughout the day, Lu Zhan found amusement in her petulant demeanor. He couldn't help but pinch her delicate face, asking, "What would you like to call me?" "I don't know," Fu Lian replied morosely, feeling increasingly aggrieved. "I affectionately call you Brother Lu Zhan, yet you stiffly address me as Fu Lian. Henceforth, I shall call you Lu Zhan." Lu Zhan paused, a deeper amusement gleaming in his eyes. Little Meow. Little Meow was the original name bestowed upon her in childhood. Her first utterance was not mother, but Meow. Consequently, her family affectionately called her Little Meow. This term was reserved for those with whom she shared a close bond. In her memories, only her parents and sister addressed her in such a manner. Lu Zhan surmised he must have overheard her sister calling her that. Noticing Fu Lian's silence, Lu Zhan leaned in slightly, playfully pinching her belly, and teasingly inquired, "Is our Little Meow hungry?" Fu Lian, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, pressed a white bear pillow against his face and declared, "I am Mian Mian, and you are Lu Lu." Upon uttering these words, she seemed to find the nickname amusing and began to chant Lu 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 incessantly. "I want to be with Lu Lu," she added, tilting her head. "All right." Lu Zhan quickly embraced this newfound moniker. Fu Lian smiled with squinting eyes, instantly casting aside the matters concerning Lin Yin. She sprang up from the sofa in a single motion. Chapter 59, The Second Cousin. This is Fu Lian's first visit to the market, a rather upscale one at that. The majority of vendors here are evidently capable individuals, adorned in well-fitted attire, speaking with a dignified poise. However, there are a few less fortunate souls whose stalls are tucked away in narrow crevices. Clad in tattered garments, stained with grime, they lay their wares on clean paper, offering unusual delicacies that often command a higher price. Fu Lian spotted sea prawns at a humble vendor's stall, creatures that thrive in sandy ocean floors, yet are absent in the central and southern inland regions, with the sea several days' journey away, rendering them lifeless by the time they arrive. The vendor had these sea prawns joyfully swimming in a basin of fresh water, their spirits seemingly high. The prawns were modest in size, clearly not raised in proper seawater. Nevertheless, it had been a long while since Fu Lian had savored prawns, and her curiosity piqued. She gazed at them with longing. Without uttering a word, Lu Zhan purchased them, completely oblivious to the concept of spending money. Fu Lian cast a glance at the lively sea shrimp in his hand and could not help but tug at his sleeve, saying, "Isn't this a bit extravagant?" Lu Zhan remained non-committal, even affectionately pinching her cheek. "Once I've exhausted this, I'll procure more. Crystals are abundant." He could effortlessly control the zombies, so acquiring a few crystals was a trivial task. Fu Lian understood and refrained from being overly polite. She found herself wanting to purchase everything in sight. Pingchuan truly lived up to its reputation as a medium-sized base. Its sophistication and quality were entirely different from the barren land Fu Lian had encountered before. She even spotted someone selling sheep. After selecting several dishes she wished to savor, Fu Lian scanned her surroundings and suddenly turned to Lu Zhan, asking, "Is there anything you would like to eat?" Fu Lian picked up a tomato and glanced at it. She had bought so many of her favorite foods. Lu should also choose a dish that she loves. It wouldn't be fair for her to indulge while Lu Zhan sat by, struggling to swallow. Fu Lian is indeed a magnanimous individual. She cherishes the moments when everyone gathers together in harmony. During her time at the small base, they would all share meals, fostering a strong bond among them. Completely taken aback by Fu Lian's words, Lu Zhan paused momentarily, warmth flickering in his eyes. He reached out and took the tomato from her hand, stating, "This one, then. It turned out that you have a fondness for tomatoes." Fu Lian glanced at it and smiled. "I like them too." At the far end of the market, connected to the cafeteria, many simply dressed individuals exchanged crystal cores for their meals. They were all ordinary residents of Pingchuan. Occasionally, one might spot a few bloodied figures resembling beggars. Yet no one displayed disdain. They patiently queued in an orderly fashion. The cafeteria is perhaps the only place free from tumult and discord. Though minor frictions and disputes may arise, physical confrontations are strictly avoided. While certain areas of Pingchuan may exhibit a certain brutality and lack of reason, the underlying order among the populace is remarkably well maintained. Fu Lian covertly observed the scene, suddenly drawn to a piercing scream. "Who are you? Why are you stealing my crystal core?" The individual, who had never before encountered such a robbery, was momentarily startled, but quickly regained composure, seizing the assailant by the collar and demanding answers. The man who had snatched the crystal core had hair that stood upright like steel spikes, clad in a pristine white suit that exuded elegance. The peculiar figure paid no heed to him, instead emitting a deep, guttural growl from his throat. In an instant, the man gripping the strange one's collar screamed again, abruptly releasing him and retreating 2 steps. His trembling fingers pointed at the assailant, yet he was rendered speechless, evidently overwhelmed by fear. Others swiftly distanced themselves, keeping a significant gap from the bizarre figure. The creature twisted its neck in an unsettling manner, remaining rigid while clutching the crystal core tightly. After a menacing roar that seemed to convey a threat, he abruptly poured the crystal core into his mouth. His jaw was disproportionately large, and even from the side, Fu Lian could discern the tremendous effort he exerted to open it. The creature consumed the core with a frantic urgency, the entirety of it becoming lodged in his throat. He howled in agony, pounding his chest as he forcibly swallowed the core. Once he had ingested all of it, he appeared slightly relieved, sensing Fu Lian's inquisitive gaze. He tilted his head slightly, locking eyes with Fu Lian. Fu Lian slowly widened her eyes, and in their reflection, the strange man gradually curled the corners of his lips, his gaze exceedingly cold. What a sight! Fu Lian's pupils constricted. It was her second cousin. What was he doing here? Apart from his hair, which stood on end like steel spikes, the other features that were reminiscent of a zombie had vanished, and he appeared entirely human. However, Fu Lian was all too familiar with his expression, which mirrored that of the zombie bride. Her second cousin evidently resembled a human only in appearance. As he charged towards her, Fu Lian instinctively reached for the butterfly knife at her waist. Before she could act, Lu Zhan swiftly set down the ingredients in his hands and stepped forward. A tightness enveloped her chest. There was no time to think as she surged ahead, her speed surpassing Lu Zhan's in an instant. She delivered a powerful kick to her second cousin, sending him stumbling backward several paces. Then, she tugged at Lu Zhan's sleeve, pleading, Please don't kill him." Lu Zhan cast her a sidelong glance, his eyes brimming with emotions that Fu Lian could not comprehend. Fu Lian bit her lip. "This is my second cousin, Lu Yu. There must be a secret concealed within Lu Yu." Lu Zhan closed his eyes momentarily, nodded slightly, and in an instant he appeared beside Lu Yu, effortlessly grasping his wrist and hurling him away. Just as he was ejected from the cafeteria, the eldest cousin Lu Yang and cousin Lu Xing rushed over at great speed. Lu Yang vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Lu Xing, noticing Fu Lian, hurriedly approached, his expression filled with concern and fear. "Sister Fu, are you all right?" Fu Lian shook her head and pointed to the ordinary man closest to Lu Yu, who appeared quite frightened. Lu Xing approached and offered the man a bag of crystal cores, which instantly brightened his expression as he departed, seemingly unconcerned about the sudden appearance of the strange individual. "This is my second brother, Lu Yu. I believe everyone has encountered him before. His abilities have been rather unstable lately, causing some alarm, for which I sincerely apologize." As the murmurs among the crowd persisted, Lu Xing's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He continued, his voice infused with authority and a hint of menace. "Should I discover that anyone is spreading malicious rumors within Pingchuan, I, Lu Xing, assure you that your presence in this town will be rendered untenable by tomorrow." The crowd fell into an immediate, oppressive silence. Fu Lian listened quietly, a multitude of thoughts pressing against her chest. Could it be that this is the power of the potion? Transforming a person into a creature that is neither fully human nor fully ghostly. She felt a heaviness in her heart as she lifted her gaze to see Lu Xing approaching her with a serious expression. While the others in the cafeteria went about their business, Lu Xing silently picked up the ingredients beside Fu Lian and made his way outside. He appeared to be in a foul mood, and Fu Lian found herself at a loss for words, trailing behind with Lu Zhan in silence. After walking a considerable distance, they arrived at a secluded path where Lu Xing suddenly halted. He cast a deep glance at Lu Zhan before turning to Fu Lian and saying, "Sister Fu, you have witnessed the state of second brother. Regardless of your feelings or attitude, I implore you to hand over the true divine soil." Lu Xing exhaled deeply, tears glistening in his eyes as he choked out, "I beg you." Just as Lu Zhan was about to intervene, Fu Lian stepped forward, embracing the distraught Lu Xing in her arms. The divine soil, again the divine soil. At that moment, Fu Lian experienced an epiphany, her understanding illuminated. Previously, Lu Yi had consumed the soil from the young sapling, which had exuded tree sap. Lacking a cup, Fu Lian had allowed the sap to spill into the soil, leading Lu Yi to mistakenly believe that eating the soil bore miraculous effects. In reality, it was the tree sap that had imparted those properties. Fu Lian had sensed something amiss when Lu Yi insisted on exchanging the soil, but she had not anticipated the significance of that layer. Now, as the young sapling continued to exude tree sap, Lu Zhan would promptly collect it. Yet the soil held little sap, and its miraculous properties were gradually waning. Fu Lian's earth offered to Lu Xing is, in truth, of little significance. However, one must ponder why these extraordinary beings would require tree sap. Chapter 60. Crystal Core. Lu Xing cast a glance at Lu Zhan, organized his thoughts, and slowly began to speak. "Sister, is the divine soil truly in your possession?" Fu Lian cast a glance at Lu Zhan, remarking, "This was given to me by Lu." Lu Xing nodded slightly, his peripheral vision briefly sweeping over Lu Zhan, the man who shared a close bond with Fu Lian, a man fraught with peril. Lu Zhan offered a subtle smile and, displaying an understanding demeanor, suggested, "You two continue your conversation." With that, he turned his gaze toward Fu Lian, his expression calm and unpretentious, adding, "I shall wait for you over there." It was only after Lu Zhan's figure vanished from sight that Lu Xing spoke softly, "Sister, you may not be familiar with the structure of Pingchuan. Pingchuan is a realm dominated by those with extraordinary abilities. Here, strength reigns supreme, often leading to fierce battles for power. In the pursuit of becoming stronger, one inevitably encounters treacherous paths and obstacles." At this juncture, Lu Xing closed his eyes in anguish. Fu Lian was bewildered. What alternative paths could an ability user pursue to enhance their powers, aside from physical training and mental fortitude? How could Pingchuan possibly elevate the use of abilities to such an exquisite level? The crystal core, in its essence, represented a primitive yet forceful method, yielding rapid results but accompanied by significant side effects. Lu Xing struggled to articulate his thoughts. His elder brother had become addicted to the crystal core. Over time, he had transformed into a being that was neither fully human nor ghostly. "How long has this state persisted for my second cousin?" Fu Lian inhaled deeply and began to speak slowly. "About half a year," Lu Xing whispered, his head bowed, tears cascading down his cheeks. The sight of his beloved brother in such a state must have deeply pained him. "It is all my fault. If I had not been so naive and provoked them, my brother would not have ended up like this." Fu Lian was somewhat moved as she patted the tear-streaked and snot-nosed Lu Xing, always managing to find a way. "Indeed, there is a way, and that way rests in your hands." Lu Xing's voice was tinged with a hint of resentment. The bitterness in his words was palpable, making it difficult for Fu Lian to ignore. "Was it Lu Yi who informed you?" Lu Xing paused. The exchange of information among abilities users was quite rapid. Fu Lian's expression turned grave as she inquired, "Lu Xing, I have another question. Does cousin Lu still possess his sanity?" The once rational zombie bride had long lost her wits, and the tree sap had proven ineffective after several days. "If Lu Yu were to I do not know, I do not know. Lu Xing's voice trembled with despair at the mention of sanity. His demeanor appeared increasingly unstable today. Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback, tears clinging to his damp eyelashes, as he spoke with disbelief. Sister, what do you mean by that? Foolish child, do you truly believe that the divine soil is a miraculous remedy that can save lives? Fu Lian sighed inwardly. To my knowledge, no one has ever been rescued by the sapling. I remain uncertain of its true effects. I hope you understand not to place your hopes upon it. Fu Lian spoke with utmost sincerity. After a prolonged silence, Lu Xing eventually nodded, his voice choked with emotion as he expressed, Thank you, sister, I understand. Fu Lian observed him as he succumbed to tears once more. What a little crybaby he was. Is this what it means to have a younger brother? Fu Lian could not help but wipe his face with his sleeve. When has my sister ever deceived you? Look at you, questioning her right upon your arrival. Is that proper? Lu Xing held back his emotions and finally spoke up. My sister has clearly deceived me on numerous occasions. She knows I am afraid of dogs, yet often takes me to play with stray ones. After school, she deliberately leaves me to clean the classroom while she goes off to have fun, and she constantly complains to her second brother about me. These are all things the original owner did. What does it have to do with me? Nevertheless, the original owner was indeed a spoiled and headstrong little girl. Fu Lian adjusted her forehead, mimicking the original owner's tone. What's the harm in deceiving you a few times? Lu Xing shrank his neck and extended his hand. Then go ahead and deceive me. Damn, this younger brother, not only a little crybaby, but also a punching bag. What a misfortune. Such a well-behaved brother is now hers. Fu Lian, fear not, dear brother, for your sister is not a virtuous person. Fu Lian reached out and playfully tapped Lu Xing on the head. Startled, Lu Xing quickly dodged her. After a brief moment of mischief, her thoughts turned to Lu Zhan. With a more serious demeanor, Fu Lian scanned her surroundings and soon spotted Lu Zhan beneath a nearby tree. He leaned quietly against a sturdy trunk, his back slightly arched, exuding an aura of weariness. As he sensed someone's approach, he lazily lifted his eyelids. Fu Lian leaned closer, catching a strong whiff of smoke, and she furrowed her brow, waving her hand dismissively as she noticed the scattered cigarette butts on the ground. Lulu must have been waiting here for quite some time, she remarked, then turned to Lu Xing. You should come along. I will hand everything over to you. Building 8. Fu Lian picked up the tree sap she had saved earlier, contemplated for a moment, and poured it onto the soil. As the earth absorbed the liquid, becoming thoroughly saturated, she placed it in a box and handed it to Lu Xing, who was waiting outside. Lu Zhan had prohibited him from entering the house. The efficacy of the tree sap remained uncertain. If it indeed possessed miraculous properties, the ability users in Pingchuan would undoubtedly flock to seize it eagerly. If they believed it to be mere soil, then let them continue in their ignorance. At least this way, the secret of the tree sap remained firmly in her grasp. She could vaguely surmise that the tree sap might be the very reason Lu Zhan would become a distinguished guest, whether it be crystal cores or potions. They were fundamentally intertwined with the zombie virus. If the tree sap truly held miraculous effects and ability users consumed it, how could the zombie virus be contained, yet still lead to a zombie siege? Was there something she had overlooked? A sudden jolt caused Fu Lian's heart to race again. The twilight wine. Realizing this, she hurried to her room to search for her bottle of twilight wine. As she forcefully yanked open the drawer of the table by the door, the first thing Fu Lian spotted was the glasses case, a gift from Sister Lu Li that she had nearly forgotten. Fu Lian opened the glasses case and extracted a large, dark square. One side of the square featured a diminutive solar panel, while the opposite side displayed a keyboard and a small screen, with a wire extending from the top. Fu Lian tinkered with the object for a moment, yet could not fathom its usage. She continued her search for the dusk wine and eventually unearthed it from the drawer beside her bed. At that moment, the sapling had transformed back into a silver tree, its roots unearthed and exposed. Fu Lian gently caressed its forlorn branches and replenished the soil around it. After completing these tasks, she clasped her hands together and bowed deeply to the sapling. Seizing the opportunity while it was distracted, she poured the dusk wine over it. I am truly sorry, little sapling, she murmured, but I suppose I must use you as a test subject. After all, you fared well the last time with the potion, did you not? Do not hold it against your master. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon Lulu, for it was he who led me astray. Fu Lian whispered, her movements swift. The thrill of mischief coursed through her as she fled, darting out onto the balcony and standing behind the glass door. To her surprise, the sapling showed no response whatsoever, even swaying its branches as if to mock her exaggerated concerns. Fu Lian was in a daze. Was it not the evening wine? Chapter 61. A Visit or a Theft? Seeing Fu Lian standing motionless on the balcony, Lu Zhan removed his apron and approached her, affectionately wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. The moment he embraced her, a shiver coursed through him, and he gently grazed the top of Fu Lian's head with his gaze lowered. His voice was deep and indifferent, while the light in his eyes was dim and chillingly cold. Fu Lian was startled and jumped up, her mouth agape, as she stammered. Alas, she should not have lied. A single falsehood necessitates an elaborate web of deceit, and it was exhausting. I heard that potions can have terrifying side effects, she exclaimed, approaching him and linking her arm with his. After all, gifting should never harm our dear Lulu. Lu Zhan gazed at her, his eyes devoid of emotion, seemingly challenging her to weave her tale. Fu Lian swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Oh dear, the evening wine is utterly unpalatable. For our dear Lu's birthday, it must be nothing short of exquisite. I have already decided on your gift, and I assure you it will be to your complete satisfaction." "What is it?" Lu Zhan inquired, a glimmer of intrigue evident in his eyes. Fu Lian was momentarily speechless, her mind racing with thoughts of frustration. Would I even know? She thought to herself. I was merely speaking off the cuff. However, she dared not voice her true feelings and instead mustered the courage to speak. I plan to make a scarf for you. Given Fu Lian's craftsmanship and the circumstances at hand, a scarf was the only feasible gift she could create. Is that so? Lu Zhan responded, taken aback. Fu Lian nodded vigorously and then dashed off to rummage through the original owner's sweater, having already prepared the yarn. Lu Zhan chuckled, gently brushing aside the tousled strands of Fu Lian's hair that had become disheveled from her hurried movements, tucking them behind her ears. Softly, he remarked, "Meme truly has a thoughtful heart, but how could she possibly know that my birthday is approaching? This is undoubtedly a perilous predicament. I feel remorse for the original owner. In the interest of self-preservation, I must resort to this slander. I hope you will not hold it against me." Fu Lian exhaled deeply, her face flushed with embarrassment. Did Lu still not comprehend? With her head lowered and her eyes firmly shut, she muttered words of shame. "I have long what?" Lu Zhan pressed for an answer. He truly was relentless, insisting that she articulate it. Well, this was the first time she had shamelessly uttered such things. Why, then, did she feel so bashful today? It was hardly a significant matter. Fu Lian mustered her courage and exclaimed loudly, "I have liked you for a long time. Even when you were still engaged to my sister, I was constantly watching over you. I once thought we would never have a chance, but who would have known?" As Fu Lian's voice dwindled to a whisper, she resorted to shielding her head with a sweater, ready to flee. Lu Zhan swiftly pulled her into his embrace, whispering tenderly in her ear, "Mia Mia, you truly have a kind heart." The affectionate and intimate moniker caused Fu Lian's cheeks to flush deeper. "Perhaps you should simply call me Fu Lian," she suggested, striving to maintain a stoic expression. "I am quite unaccustomed to being addressed this way." "You'll grow accustomed to it," Lu Zhan reassured her. "Let us dine. The dishes are bound to grow cold." As they settled at the dining table, there came a knock at the door. It was Lin Yunyin, arriving with a large bag of ingredients, including potatoes and a variety of popular vegetables, no doubt of considerable value. She placed the items on the living room floor, and upon seeing the steaming dishes on the dining table, she could not help but swallow hard. "Sister Lian, the dinner looks remarkably sumptuous," she exclaimed, fidgeting with her fingers, her voice tinged with shyness. "I cannot cook, but I possess an abundance of ingredients and supplies. Might I propose an exchange?" With that, she gazed at Fu Lian with eager anticipation. It seemed there was little reason to decline her offer. Fu Lian glanced at Lu Zhan, who cast her a fleeting, indifferent glance, disregarding Lin Yunya's words. It seemed he was allowing her to make the decision. Fu Lian, reluctant to keep her, yet tempted by the resources of the other, pondered for a long while before devising a solution that would satisfy both parties. "You may come over to take away the dishes and rice." At first, Fu Lian felt quite embarrassed by this arrangement, but upon witnessing Lin Yunyin's exuberance, She couldn't shake the feeling that she had been at a disadvantage. Fu Lian suppressed the inexplicable oddity within her and continued to eat her meal with her head bowed. She was, by nature, a devoted carnivore. And aside from the tomato scrambled eggs, the table was laden with an array of meats, which brought her immense delight. Seeing her so pleased, Lu Zhan also displayed a hint of joy on his face, occasionally serving her a few more pieces from the platter. Fu Lian was attentive to reciprocity, ensuring his bowl was piled high. When Lin Yunyan arrived, Fu Lian was joyfully serving dishes to Lu Zhan, oblivious to her presence. She bit her lip and took a taste of the lone dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, her eyes dramatically welling with tears. Wow, this is so delicious. Fu Lian, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Fu Lian glanced over and blinked. This is made by Lulu. After speaking, she picked up a piece of tomato and offered it to Lu Zhan's lips, playfully saying, Lulu would never let me do the work, right? Upon hearing Fu Lian's change in address, Lin Yunyan's right hand trembled slightly, causing the piece of meat she had picked up to fall back onto the plate. She cautiously observed and realized that no one noticed her unusual behavior. Quietly, she lowered her head again. At that moment, Lu Zhan was gazing at Fu Lian, taking a bite of the food from her chopsticks, suppressing the urge to kiss her while smiling and pinching her cheek, calling her a little troublemaker. It's all your fault. Fu Lian wrinkled her nose. Seeing the two of them once again absorbed in their own world, Lin Yunyan forced a laugh, gazing at Lu Zhan with an expression of admiration and envy. You two have such a great relationship. I think so too. Fu Lian nodded earnestly. Lulu is truly wonderful. You agree, don't you? This remark struck Lin Yunyan as somewhat provocative. She smiled faintly, feeling a bit out of place, and with her bowl in hand, she headed outside. I'll go ahead. Fu Lian smiled sweetly, reminding herself to take more later. The door was gently closed by Lin Yunyan, causing Fu Lian to furrow her brow and fall silent, focusing intently on her meal. The dining table descended into an unsettling quiet, as if the recent sweetness had merely been a performance. Lu Zhan's veins slightly bulged as he cast a glance at Fu Lian, shifted his stool closer, and then placed a piece of meat into her bowl. Fu Lian brought the food over for him to eat. Lu Zhan paused in his action of serving the dishes, slowly lowering his head and consuming the meal with great deliberation. Fu Lian tilted her head to take a glance. What is the matter? Wasn't everything just fine a moment ago? Fu Lian, perplexed, could only continue eating. After finishing her meal, she observed Lu Zhan washing the dishes. Bored, she picked up the knitted sweater and held it up for comparison. The fabric was exquisitely soft. If fashioned into a scarf, it would undoubtedly serve well. With winter fast approaching, the harsh cold of the post-apocalyptic season loomed. This sweater, being too thin, offered little warmth, yet transformed into a scarf. It would be quite practical against the biting wind. Fu Lian decided to create one for herself as well. With this thought in mind, she hurried to find a sweater, preparing to unravel its threads. When Lu Zhan finished washing the dishes and emerged, he was greeted by the sight of Fu Lian seated obediently on the sofa, intently knitting a scarf. Her movements were swift, and her expression was earnest. A warmth enveloped Lu Zhan's heart, quickly dispelling any lingering displeasure or sense of disparity. Chapter 62. Syringe. Upon waking that morning, Fu Lian stretched lazily, only to discover that Lu Zhan had yet to awaken. She resolved to prepare breakfast herself. Sifting through the ingredients provided by Lin Yunyan, she ultimately decided to make a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. It had been a long time since she had savored her homemade noodles, and the mere thought made her mouth water, stirring a deep craving within her. Just as she placed the ingredients into the water for washing, a knock resonated at the door. Puzzled, she tilted her head and peered through the peephole, only to be met with the visage of a porcelain doll mask. Zhou Ping? What could he possibly want at their home? After careful contemplation, Fu Lian realized that the last bottle of wine had ended up in her possession, and Wu Yu would undoubtedly refrain from settling the bill. Could it be due to the unpaid tab for the twilight wine? Fu Lian hesitated as her hand reached for the doorknob, and with a creak, the door swung open. A pitch-black paper box was presented before her. Miss Fu, this is a small token of goodwill from old Zhou, and I hope it might foster a friendship between the three of us. Zhou Ping spoke with a measured tone, in stark contrast to his previous smooth-talking demeanor. Were it not for his distinctive height and the mask he wore, Fu Lian would find it hard to believe this was indeed Zhou Ping. Noticing that Fu Lian did not take the box, Zhou Ping extended it further towards her. Fu Lian lowered her gaze, observing the small black box in his hand. The paper box was adorned with intricate patterns, featuring a delicate embroidered F, while a subtle sheen danced across its surface. Fu Lian did not answer, but calmly inquired, "How much?" "It's merely a token of my appreciation, miss. No payment is necessary." Fu Lian immediately accepted the box with a beaming smile, expressing her gratitude. Noticing that he did not mention the previous evening's gathering, Fu Lian wisely refrained from bringing it up herself. She feigned ignorance, thanked him, and closed the door. Picking up the box, she shook it gently, but it emitted no sound whatsoever. What could possibly be inside? Fu Lian felt a peculiar sensation and, unable to resist, extended her mental energy to probe further, only to instantaneously encounter another chilling and damp force of consciousness. The small box in her hand felt akin to a searing hot potato. Its obsidian surface resembled a vortex, appearing ominous and perilous in Fu Lian's gaze. As she placed the tray on the table, her eyes lifted to behold the scattered black boxes on the coffee table. Following her line of sight, she observed Lu Zhan brandishing a dimly lit syringe, its sharp needle glinting coldly as it pointed ominously at his own neck. "Gulp!" Fu Lian exclaimed instinctively, her words escaping her lips before she had a chance to think. In an instant, Lu Zhan snapped back to reality, his grip loosening, causing the syringe to clatter to the floor. Fu Lian dared not to imagine. Fu Lian tightly grasped Lu Zhan's arm, striving to calm the discomfort in her chest. This body truly felt frail. Just the boundless fear triggered by terror could send her heart into disarray. Lu Zhan, in turn, enveloped her small hand within his. His brow furrowed, appearing somewhat dazed. What on earth is this force that could affect Lu Zhan? The syringe slipped from her grasp and fell with a resounding crash onto the concrete floor, shattering into pieces. After this, she silently turned and seated herself at the dining table, beginning to eat her noodles. The potion. Could it be that the focus lies with the potion? Why did Zhou Ping deliver the potion to Lu Zhan? What exactly was he scheming? Fu Lian's heart was filled with unease, as she could not help but entertain the most dreadful scenarios. If Lu Zhan were to truly inject himself with the serum, losing his sanity and descending into a frenzied, savage beast, what could she possibly do? Fu Lian couldn't help but recall the deranged appearance of her second cousin. She wondered if the sap from the trees truly had any efficacy in suppressing the zombie virus. If it were indeed effective, then even if Lu Zhan were to receive the injection, there would still be means to contain the situation. She raised her gaze to meet Lu Zhan's silent demeanor as he ate his noodles across from her, and spoke. "I wish to visit the Lu family today. I will accompany you." Lu Zhan did not inquire about Fu Lian's strong reaction to the serum, nor did he ask what her purpose was for visiting the Lu family. Fu Lian could not discern his stance on the matter of the potion. Fu Lian bit down on the chopsticks, not declining his offer. She then realized that even if she were to go to the Lu family, everything would remain uncertain. Why place her hopes upon the Lu family? Conversely, why not consider departing from Pingchuan altogether? In a moment of enlightenment, Fu Lianling experienced a sudden clarity. Why should she engage in a futile confrontation with Lu Zhan and Pingchuan? They could simply leave, couldn't they? This was not an act of evasion. It was a prudent avoidance of risk. Contemplating this, Fu Lian spoke again. "I have a question." "What is it? What are we doing here in Pingchuan?" Fu Lian murmured softly, biting the tip of her chopsticks. "I do not like it here." Lu Zhan paused briefly. "Do you wish to leave?" Fu Lian nodded vigorously. "Shall we leave this place?" Lu Zhan appeared somewhat astonished. Before Fu Lian could comprehend the source of his surprise, she heard him murmur, "We can leave right now." Is it really that simple? Fu Lian was about to persuade him a bit more. After all, there must be a significant reason for Lu Zhan to remain here. "Shall we depart?" Fu Lian smiled brightly. "Are you not heading to the Lu residence?" In Fu Lian's mind, the image of Lu Xing's tear-streaked face abruptly surfaced. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to leave at once. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, it was imperative to depart swiftly. "However, I wish to go." Lu Zhan hesitated for a moment. I wish to ascertain the true efficacy of the herbal remedy. As he spoke, he lowered his gaze, knowing that without a solution to the potion's dilemma, the plains would inevitably fall into ruin at the hands of this group. Fu Lian bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words in the face of his profoundly principled remarks. She could hardly stand by and watch the people of Pingchuan bring about their own demise through the use of the potion. Her gaze dimmed slightly, and with a hint of reluctance, she inquired, "Given your awareness of the potion's dangers, why then did you choose to use it after Zhou Ping delivered it?" "I apologize for my oversight. I did not anticipate the residual spiritual energy of the corpse spirit within." Corpse spirit? The very ones captured from Hutu by Pingchuan? They were, in fact, utilized to concoct the potion? The thought of residual corpse spirit within the potion was chilling. The implications of human injection were nothing short of terrifying. Fu Lian felt a chill run down her spine, her astonishment beyond the ordinary. Had it not been for this potion, she would remain oblivious to its peril. Lu Zhan spoke, tapping the dining table with his fingertip. Furthermore, he did not perceive any connection between this potion and S. It was entirely possible that it stemmed from the research materials left behind by S in Pingchuan. He ought to remain here until the situation regarding the potion was clarified. Yet, Lu Zhan lifted his eyelids, grasping Fu Lian's pale fingertips. "We will depart after visiting the Lu family." Chapter 63. The Lu family. At the entrance of the Lu family residence, a woman clad in a thin sweater and fitted jeans stood there. From behind, one could only discern her exquisite figure and a cascade of lustrous black hair. Even from this angle, it was evident that she was a beauty. Fu Lian gently lifted the door knocker of the Lu family entrance and tapped it softly. After 3 muted thuds, the door creaked open just a sliver. From a narrow gap emerged the head of a golden-haired figure, and Fu Lian beheld her deep-set, azure eyes brimming with astonishment and curiosity. She was someone Fu Lian had never encountered before. Fu Lian tilted her head back to glance at the door number. It was indeed the Lu residence. "Who is this unfamiliar woman? You must be Fu Lian, am I right? Come quickly." The woman smiled, her cheeks puffing up, the fullness of her apple cheeks glistening with a rosy sheen. Stepping through the threshold, she ascended to the second floor, where a cozy sofa waited, surrounded by a lively atmosphere filled with laughter and chatter. Fu Lian soon realized that her arrival was ill-timed. However, the women did not share this sentiment. They felt her presence was quite opportune. They warmly beckoned Fu Lian to join them, engaging her in conversation and extending their greetings. Fu Lian, while feigning indifference, secretly observed the group of women. Each one of them exhibited a rosy complexion and plump cheeks, adorned in exquisite long dresses, their appearances vibrant and resplendent, clearly enjoying a life of leisure and affluence. At that moment, an unfamiliar woman took Fu Lian's hand and invited her to sit down. "I am your cousin-in-law, Yu Ming. I did not have the pleasure of seeing you last time, but I heard Lu Xing speak of you. Now, witnessing your beauty, I must say you truly are a captivating enchantress." She wore a strappy long dress, with delicate snow-white shoulders draped in a shawl. As she made this gesture, the shawl slipped from her shoulder, drawing Fu Lian's attention to her slender arms, where prominent veins stood out, fading into the hollows of her armpits. Strangely, the skin surrounding these veins appeared to have a subtle bluish tint. Fu Lian discreetly extended her mental energy, yet she could not perceive the slightest fluctuation of supernatural power emanating from her. Noticing Fu Lian's lowered gaze and silence, Yu Ming lifted her hand to admire it. How exquisite and delicate it was, round and smooth, a hand blessed with fortune. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Fu Lian heard the soft sound of footsteps, followed by a steward ascending from downstairs with a tray of tea. The beverage was contained in a transparent, long-spouted kettle, accompanied by a small bowl piled high with what appeared to be shards of glass, glistening like jewels. Yu Ming approached first, poured herself a cup of tea, and took a sip, then picked up the small bowl to sprinkle some of the crystalline shards into her cup, stirring it gently with a spoon. Her movements were graceful and erudite. Had it not been for the prominent veins on her arms, Fu Lian would have been utterly entranced. Fu Lian's gaze swept across the living room, and she sighed inwardly, wondering whether Lu Zhan had found her second cousin. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, Lu Zhan had mentioned sensing a powerful wave of spiritual energy, indicating potential danger, and thus ventured forth alone to investigate, advising Fu Lian to seek refuge at the Lu household for the time being. Fu Lian arrived here to gather information, only to unexpectedly encounter a group of women. According to their conversation, these women are the partners or lovers of those with extraordinary abilities. They are friends invited by her cousin to visit. This group of women lives quite comfortably, spending their days mending household items or visiting one another for casual chats. Fu Lian was engrossed in a woman's gossip when she suddenly overheard one of them quietly lament, "I find this crystal core tea truly unpleasant." Crystal core tea? Are they actually steeping crystal cores in water to drink? Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback by her own thoughts. Her gaze fixated on the small dish, and the more she stared, the more the glass shards resembled crystalline cores. She grasped a handful with her bare hands, meticulously examining them. The peculiar crystalline formations refracted a myriad of colors under the sunlight. Fu Lian squinted her eyes and couldn't help but inquire, "Do you brew tea with these crystalline cores?" In Fu Lian's mind, a vivid image materialized of a fist shattering a zombie's skull, its blood erupting like a violent torrent. Immediately thereafter, someone extracted a small, blood-stained crystal core from its mangled chest. Following this, the filthy, blood-smeared crystal transformed into pristine shards of glass, which were then placed into the bowls of various beautiful women, who held them delicately, savoring them as afternoon tea. It was utterly absurd. The mere thought of it was almost unbearable, reminiscent of the bizarre delicacies consumed before the apocalypse, such as maggot-infested dishes, which Fu Lian found impossible to accept. Fu Lian turned her face to glance at the window, not far away. Her eyelids twitched violently for a moment, and then the glass on the second floor was thrust open by a colossal object. Fu Lian beheld a small figure tumbling to the ground. The women were startled by the sound, their eyes wide as they watched the figure convulse twice. Its limbs grotesquely splayed outwards, struggling to prop up its tattered body. Its head hung limply from its neck, swaying unsteadily like a pendulum caught in perpetual motion. The creature emitted a gurgling sound from its throat, tentatively taking a few steps forward before halting in a daze, swaying slightly as it stood there. Fu Lian unsheathed his butterfly knife, but before he could make a move, he witnessed a monstrous figure dart towards the nearest woman. With its limbs sprawled on the ground and its abdomen pressed down, the creature had twisted its head 180 degrees, now facing upwards, with its eyes downward and mouth upward. Its upper and lower jaws were utterly misaligned. The upper jaw extended leftward, nearly reaching the front of the ear, while the lower jaw twisted rightward behind the ear. The creature's eyes bulged grotesquely, and as it strained to open its mouth, the nerves tightly connected to the back of its eyeballs became visible. The woman, confronted by this abomination, could not contain her terror and screamed wildly, pushing frantically against the woman behind her. Her legs trembled in fear, and the teacup in her hand tilted, spilling the clear tea all over the monster. She kicked desperately, attempting to dislodge the creature from her, but her efforts were futile. Had the monster's jaws not been so misaligned, it would have been more than capable of inflicting mortal harm. Fu Lian caressed the butterfly knife at her waist and, with a few swift strides, approached the creature. As she neared, she slightly bent her front leg, raising her hand from below with the intention of plunging the knife forcefully into the monster's head. However, to her surprise, the creature abruptly twisted its head, causing the blade to land directly within its gaping maw. Fu Lian's hand inadvertently brushed against his formidable teeth. The monster's eyes narrowed with ferocity, its skin wrinkling around them. It cast a glance at the soft flesh on the ground, letting out a fierce roar as its limbs swelled at an imperceptible pace. Subsequently, it raised its massive, mountain-like arm and violently struck down the dagger held by Fu Lian. Fu Lianxin's heart tightened, and she immediately unleashed her mental power towards it. Yet, in the next moment, she caught sight of the creature's cold, contemptuous smile. Chapter 64. The Four-Legged Monster. To her dismay, the monster deftly deflected Fu Lian's attack with a single palm, evading her ambush. This fellow proves to be somewhat troublesome. Fu Lian hesitated to boldly wield her mental powers, and lacking a suitable weapon, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage. The four-legged creature, however, showed no inclination to grant her an opportunity to react, advancing toward her with each deliberate stride. The distance between them diminished rapidly, and the creature's visage, reminiscent of a Picasso abstraction, loomed larger before Fu Lian. Fu Lian took a step back and placed her foot on the coffee table. With all her might, she exerted herself, yet the table only shifted slightly. How utterly ineffectual is this body? Fu Lian was in a state of panic, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Suddenly, she felt a lightness beneath her feet. The coffee table had been pushed forward, wedging the four-legged creature between the railings. It resembled a flattened meat pie, with only its large head protruding from the top. Fu Lian cast a sidelong glance, realizing that it was indeed the collective effort of the women that had pushed the coffee table, averting this catastrophe. The creature with four limbs was trapped in the crevice, emitting a muffled roar that resonated deep within its throat. The women exerted their strength, and Fu Lian could even see the veins bulging on Yu Meng's forehead. Soon, the creature's voice gradually diminished, and just when they thought it was over, it suddenly expelled a stream of silver-green viscous fluid from its throat. The fluid erupted like a column of water, arching gracefully before cascading onto the coffee table. The two women directly facing the creature were splattered, and tiny blisters instantly appeared on their faces, soon decaying just like the coffee table itself. The women screamed, still desperately holding the table in place. But as the crevice widened, the fear etched on their faces deepened. Continuing this stalemate clearly put them at a disadvantage. Most of them were ordinary individuals, and their blind assaults would yield no fruitful results. Fu Lian observed quietly, noticing that under the pressure of the crowd, the creature was becoming increasingly flattened. Suddenly, it dawned on her that it likely possessed no solid bones, being composed entirely of soft cartilage. Soft cartilage. In a moment of decisive action, Fu Lian seized the teapot filled with tea from the coffee table and struck it forcefully against the creature's face. The monster's skull crumpled instantly under the impact. It emitted a gurgling sound akin to boiling water, intensifying rapidly. However, due to the deformation of the protective cartilage around its cranium, the orifice through which it expelled its viscous secretion became obstructed, rendering it incapable of spewing forth any more slime. Yet in the next instant, the creature began to absorb the tea from its surroundings with the fervor of an inflated balloon, exhibiting an astonishing surge of brute strength that toppled everyone to the ground. Fu Lian, positioned closest, bore the brunt of the force, crashing violently against a pillar, feeling as though her internal organs had been shattered. Meanwhile, the creature's form swelled considerably, its abdomen distending grotesquely, and a massive surge of blood rose ominously along its arched back. It pivoted, halting before Fu Lian, its facial muscles contorting, a harbinger of the impending assault. Fu Lian clutched her chest, her fists clenched tightly, fully prepared for a bare-knuckle brawl. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Fu Lian silently encouraged herself when she suddenly felt a tightening sensation at her waist. In the blink of an eye, the world spun around her, and she found herself behind the monstrous creature. The chilling aura beside her was unmistakably familiar. She looked up and indeed saw Lu Zhan's chiseled jawline. Nestled against his shoulder, she observed the four-legged beast collapsing to the ground, its back erupting like a fountain, spewing forth a viscous, silver-green liquid. Truly, a formidable figure like him dealt with such monsters with utmost ease. Sigh. Fu Lian was utterly envious. At that moment, one silhouette after another rushed up from the first floor, wielding an array of weapons: knives, swords, spears, axes, and even spiked clubs. Fu Lian was initially quite pleased that someone had come to assist her, but then she overheard someone remarking that Lu Zhan had already dealt with the quadrupedal monster, expressing indifference. It's merely a creature, after all. I could easily dispatch it with just a flick of my mental energy, they declared, promptly unleashing their psychic power towards the struggling quadrupedal beast on the ground. Fu Lian sighed inwardly, realizing the gravity of the situation. She then witnessed the monster instantaneously dissolve into a wisp of smoke, swiftly infiltrating the man's ear through his psychic energy. following a viscous sound akin to water. The man contorted his limbs, transforming into a grotesque quadruped, capable of wielding psychic powers to launch indiscriminate assaults on those around him. In an instant, Lu Zhan shielded Fu Lian, escorting her to a secluded corner on the second floor, far removed from the battlefield. "Wait for me here," he murmured softly before vanishing into thin air, only to reappear directly before the quadruped creature. The awakened individuals ascending from the first floor had been living a relatively tranquil existence, possessing a greater familiarity and mastery over psychic abilities compared to Lu Zhan, who had honed his skills in the wilderness. However, when it came to physical prowess and strength, the disparity was unmistakable. Some had already suffered the dire consequences of their psychic energy, and despite their reluctance, others had no choice but to relinquish their reliance on it and resort to weaponry instead. The difference in physical capabilities between them and Lu Zhan was akin to that between a child and an adult. Lu Zhan's strength had always been a source of reassurance. Fu Lian stood there, munching on her melon seeds, and noticed with great care that the place she occupied seemed oddly familiar. Wasn't it the very location where her second cousin had been detained previously? Fu Lian's heart leaped with joy as she approached the door, contemplating a knock. However, she hesitated and peered through the peephole instead. Strangely, the peephole seemed to be installed incorrectly, allowing her to clearly discern the circumstances within the room. There was no one inside, not even a scrap of fabric in sight. Where was her second cousin? Could it be that he had succeeded? Fu Lian was enveloped in confusion, only to turn and discover that the group of individuals had mysteriously shifted the battlefield, leaving no trace behind. The women remained seated around the coffee table, with a few of them having succumbed to corruption, their skulls pierced by the aberrations. The only woman who had been crawled upon by the monster sat there, weeping softly. This eerie silence did not linger for long, as the woman on the ground began to twitch her calves once more. A sense of dread gripped the hearts of the women, prompting them to swiftly kick the lifeless bodies down the staircase, trembling as they urged one another to take cover. Fu Lian hurriedly trotted over, joining the others as they sought refuge in a small room. The women secured the door with utmost diligence, leaving not a single crack unsealed. Fu Lian stealthily approached Yu Ming, lowering her voice to inquire if she knew the whereabouts of Lu Xing and his companions. Yu Ming appeared relatively composed. Yet upon hearing Fu Lian's question, she raised her pale face and, after a moment of contemplation, shook her head. It was unclear how long they had been hiding in the small room. Time seemed to stretch languidly in this space, as everyone held their breath, startled at every sound from outside that caused them to jump. Amidst this tense and oppressive atmosphere, a woman who had encountered the creature suddenly began to scream about the cold. The others were taken aback and instinctively recoiled, distancing themselves from her. The group of women, already with pale arms, showed no obvious signs of the zombie virus, but neglecting the situation was not a viable option. Should they truly transform into zombies, the circumstances would turn dire for them all. Fu Lian boldly approached, gently touching the woman's forehead, then lifting her skirt to carefully examine her body for any wounds. The legs beneath the long dress were pristine, smooth, and straight. Fu Lian then parted her lips and discovered a greenish coating on her tongue, a clear indication of prolonged infection. Swiftly, she turned her head, only to find the other women fixated on her with a sinister, greenish glare that sent chills down her spine. They resembled vengeful spirits from a horror film, or creditors demanding repayment for a debt long overdue. In a moment of decisive action, Fu Lian swiftly turned the doorknob and fled the room. Chapter 65. An Unexpected Turn. Just as she escaped, Fu Lian had not yet exhaled in relief when someone grasped her wrist. Instinctively, she yanked her arm back and reached out with her other hand to grasp the assailant's neck, but froze the instant her fingers brushed against his face. "Cousin? Fu Lian? What brings you here?" Fu Lian, feeling awkward, let out a sigh of resignation and tapped her forehead. "I'll go see how my second cousin is doing. I know where he is. I'll take you there," Lu Yu said, leading Fu Lian to leave the Lu residence. "Wait, my cousin is still inside." Fu Lian pointed toward the small room. Lu Yu extended his mental energy to sense the situation, then shook his head. There's no saving her. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly mourning the loss of Yu Ming. Noticing Fu Lian's sorrowful expression, he merely smiled gently, indicating it was not her fault, before shifting the conversation to inquire about the Lu family circumstances. After learning of the unprecedented monster, Lu Yu proceeded to gather remnants of the creature's blood, hair, and other items, meticulously placing them into a bag for safekeeping. Throughout their journey to visit the second cousin, Lu Yu maintained a solemn demeanor, and Fu Lian could feel an unusually heavy atmosphere surrounding him. This ineffable sorrow resonated within her, compelling her to share in the discomfort. They eventually arrived at a sleek, technologically advanced cylindrical building. Lu Yu entered a password and pressed his fingerprint against the scanner. After several security measures, the door slowly creaked open. The first sight that greeted them was a smooth, white corridor. Lu Yu led the way, with Fu Lian trailing behind. "Where are we going, big cousin?" Fu Lian halted abruptly at the threshold, whispering her question. "We're going to see my second cousin." Lu Yu turned to her, offering a gentle yet peculiar smile. "Didn't you want to check on him? But this place seems like a stronghold for your kind." Fu Lian bit her lip. "It looks like a perfect spot for murder and concealment. Surely, my failure to save my cousin's wife won't incite you to take drastic measures against me, will it? The thought alone is quite terrifying." She shuddered at the notion of stepping into such a perilous den. Fu Lian took a small step back, intending to slip out unnoticed. However, Lu Yu had long since anticipated her intentions and swiftly grasped her wrist, forcefully pulling her back inside. Despite Fu Lian biting down on his arm, he remained unfazed, methodically pulling her further inside. She sought to unleash her mental power, but at the moment of release, a sharp pain pierced her mind. The agony left her dizzy and disoriented, and as Lu Yu continued to drag her several meters further, she bit her lip, mustering her strength to kick against him. With a deft backflip, she propelled Lu Yu's body backward. With a resounding thud, both of them fell to the ground. Fu Lian's head struck the ground, rendering her momentarily dazed. In her blurred vision, she discerned a grotesque, bloodied shadow slowly crawling towards her. It was Lu Xing. Lu Xing lay on the ground like a lifeless mass, devoid of bones, struggling to drag himself forward. Upon noticing Fu Lian and Lu Yu, he expressed surprise, quickly gesturing to Lu Yu, urging him to hasten and pursue their parents. His voice was faint, as if he were on the verge of succumbing to his fate. In an instant, Fu Lian, previously engulfed in dizziness, regained her composure and staggered to assist Lu Xing. "Are you all right? Will you survive?" Her concern was genuine. She had limited interaction with her cousin, and he appeared exceedingly peculiar. The sight of Lu Xing in such a feeble state intensified her anxiety regarding his well-being. Lu Xing took a deep breath, brushed off Fu Lian's hand, and stood up on his own, murmuring indignantly, "I can still live." His face flushed with color. He mistook Fu Lian's worry for jest and retaliated by pinching her arm. Lu Yu also rose to his feet, inquiring, "What has happened to our parents?" He refrained from saying more, as if the person who had forcibly dragged Fu Lian inside moments ago was an entirely different individual. Lu Xing cast a fleeting glance at Fu Lian, offering no explanation, merely stating, "Come with me." Lu Yu nodded, and the three of them proceeded outward. Fu Lian silently observed from the side. Her acquaintance with Lu Yu had been too brief for her to discern the latter's intentions or sentiments. The uncertainty surrounding Lu Yu filled her with a subtle unease. Noticing Lu Yu's constant support for Lu Xing, she feared it might pose a threat to him. Thus she positioned herself on Lu Xing's other side. "Allow me," she offered. "Then please assist us both." Lu Yu lowered her gaze. "My leg also aches." Lu Xing glanced over, suppressing his initial urgency, and with concern asked, "Are you both all right?" "I'm fine," Fu Lian replied, instinctively inquiring, "What about you?" "I seem to have an issue." Lu Xing sniffled, tears welling in his eyes, his round nose flushed crimson. "I think I might have contracted the zombie virus." "What? Where?" Lu Xing revealed his back to Fu Lian, where grotesque wounds were marred with pulsating green tendrils. The tendrils appeared almost sentient, methodically and slowly devouring Lu Xing's injuries. As Fu Lian beheld his bright and pure black eyes, a fleeting glimmer of green light danced within them. "My second brother injured me and fled," When I regained consciousness, I found myself in this predicament. Lu Xing lamented, crinkling his nose in a pitiable manner, his small face drooping in a display of grievance. Sister Fu, please help. Moved by Lu Xing's heart-wrenching wails, Fu Lian felt a surge of concern for his condition, prompting the trio to quicken their pace and shorten their journey. However, from a distance, Lu Xing detected a potent scent of blood. After taking a few more steps, Fu Lian too caught the whiff. Raising her gaze, she discovered a grotesque, bloodied creature writhing in a fierce struggle with a marine combatant on the balcony of their floor. Fu Lian approached closer and discovered that the creature was missing a leg. To be precise, it was a three-legged monster. As they drew nearer, Lu Zhan had already dealt with the beast and cast it down from the third floor. Upon completing this task, his gaze fell upon Fu Lian below, where she stood with the Lu brothers. He noticed her presence, and his eyes gradually darkened with a cold intensity. Fu Lian raised her face, poised to speak, when she heard Lu Zhan's icy inquiry. Have you been with them all along? Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback, then hesitantly nodded. She pointed at Lu Xing, who had contracted the zombie virus and required a bit of divine soil. After speaking, Fu Lian led the two towards the building, oblivious to the increasingly frigid gaze of Lu Zhan. He clenched his fists, the veins in his arms bulging. How could she not care for him at all? Watching her walk so closely with another man was driving him to the brink of fury. She tilted her head in confusion, following the gazes of the two, and discovered blood seeping from a small flower bed below where the Dracaena was planted. The blood traced a winding path, disappearing amidst a mass of trampled Dracaena. There was someone inside. Fu Lian covered her mouth, her gaze fixated on the scarlet-stained grass stalks. Within the flower bed lay the silhouette of a figure, its hair bleached with age. The figure was clad in a crimson robe, blending seamlessly with the sanguine hue. Today, her mother had also donned a red garment. Lu Xing, with a somber expression, murmured to herself. Her elder brother had been somewhat lucid today, and she felt a sense of joy, wishing to dress in festive attire. Lu Xing continued, her voice calm yet tinged with an unwillingness to confront the harsh reality. When her brother had injured her, she had been furious, insisting that Sister Fu must have concealed the true nature of the divine soil, demanding an explanation. Their father had intervened to stop her. But where is father now? Lu Xing's gaze shifted, landing on a monstrous figure that lay smashed upon the concrete floor nearby. The creature bore 3 legs. What an uncanny coincidence. Tears welled up in Lu Xing's eyes, large and heavy. Her father had injured his leg and moved slowly. Perhaps he had not followed them. It must be so. He was definitely alive. In contrast to Lu Xing's denial, Lu Yu appeared markedly calmer, asserting that they were all dead, slain by the hands of the land forces. Fu Lian held a differing opinion. Many individuals had climbed onto their balcony to pilfer soil, resulting in considerable damage to the flower bed of the intoxicated fish grass. Given this perspective, along with her aunt's sprawled posture, it was highly probable that she had fallen from the balcony. Those endowed with supernatural abilities often possess toughened flesh and resilience, thus sustaining minimal injuries. However, her aunt, being in her 50s or 60s and an ordinary person, would surely struggle to withstand such a fall. How audacious she was to climb for the sake of divine soil. The demise of her aunt may indeed be unrelated to Lulu. Fu Lian uttered this thought, only to be met with fierce glares from 2 individuals. Very well. Excluding my mother, what of my father? I witnessed him being murdered and discarded with my own eyes. Lu Xing, please remain calm. Your father is already transformed into a monster. I cannot remain calm. Lu Xing bellowed, forcing himself upright, the green hue in his eyes emanating an eerie glow. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I will kill Lu Zhan. In his fervor, he disregarded the wound on his leg and violently broke free from the support of the two, rushing towards the room on the 3rd floor, with Lu Yu closely trailing behind. As they reached the threshold, they beheld Lu Zhan gracefully descending from above, landing effortlessly before them. Let us settle this here. I do not wish to tarnish the entrance of my home. In the face of their animosity, Lu Zhan exhibited an extraordinary calmness. Fu Lian took a step back and urged everyone to remain calm. Fu Lian shook her head. Despite their brief acquaintance, She genuinely regarded Lu Xing as a younger brother. Understanding the sorrow in Lu Xing's heart from having lost his parents, she felt even more compelled to prevent any conflict between them. Cousin, you should also advise Lu Xing. This matter should not involve Lu Lu, with a 2-to-1 advantage. Victory seemed more assured. Lu Yu, however, ignored Fu Lian and instead drew a bone knife from her waist, raising it alongside Lu Xing, directing the blade toward Lu Zhan. Chapter 66, Cold War. Do they not consider her human? Fu Lian was exceedingly vexed. However, as the three engaged in a swift and tumultuous struggle, she could only retreat a few paces, distancing herself from the fray and battlefield. It was not long before the clash concluded. As she glanced around, she noted that Lu Zhan was unscathed, while Lu Xing, in stark contrast, bore even greater wounds, his back a gruesome sight, obscured by large patches of green. Fu Lian bit her lip, her brow furrowed with concern. Before she could utter a word, she turned to see Lu Zhan's face taut with tension, not sparing her a glance as he ascended the stairs in silence. Moments later, a deafening crash echoed from above, the unmistakable sound of a door being violently slammed. Fu Lian touched her nose, sensing that Lu Zhan's mood seemed rather poor. What could she possibly do? Normally, it would not be a concern, but she had never witnessed Lu Zhan in such a rage before. No, that was not entirely accurate. She had seen it once during the incident in the half-beast forest, which had come at a considerable cost, nearly resulting in her own suffocation. Fu Lian swallowed hard, and the mere recollection of that harrowing encounter with death sent shivers down her spine. Even the act of swallowing felt as if her throat were being constricted, leaving her with a suffocating discomfort, while the fear she harbored for him swiftly gained the upper hand in her heart. Fu Lian struggled momentarily, noticing Lu Xing on the verge of collapse, instinctively stepping forward to support him. It's unnecessary. Sister Fu, you should leave. Don't concern yourself with me. I wish to be alone for a while, he murmured, his voice trembling as the impact of his defeat weighed heavily upon him, tears escaping in silence due to Fu Lian's presence. Do not weep, Fu Lian gently urged, wiping away his tears with her sleeve. I have endeavored to keep my sobs quiet, Lu Xing replied, his voice muffled by his sorrow. Please do not expose my vulnerability. What a delicate soul you are, she remarked softly. Indeed, he replied, burying his face, his voice barely a whisper. Please wait for me here. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Lian helped Lu Xing settle on the stair railing before turning to ascend the stairs. Her silhouette swiftly vanished around the corner. She has departed, Lu Yu remarked, arms crossed, a sinister expression etched on his face. Sister Fu instructed me to wait. Lu Xing hugged his knees, mumbling to himself. Lu Yu merely sneered, choosing not to respond further. On the 3rd floor of Building 8, a knock resounded at the door. Lu Zhan, his expression darkened, opened it to find Fu Lian standing there. His gaze fell heavily upon her, and without uttering a word, he stepped aside to allow her entry. Fu Lian timidly rushed in, cradling the celestial soil, and swiftly dashed out of the room. Midway through her escape, she paused for a moment and tentatively called out to him, Lulu? Lu Zhan ignored her, turning to sit down on the sofa. Observing his indifference, Fu Lian felt at a loss for words. She bit her lip and descended the stairs. Her movements were somewhat hasty, not out of eagerness to deliver the soil to Lu Xing, but rather from a sense of fear towards Lu Zhan. With each step she took, a resounding thud echoed, and as she hurried, these sounds melded into a chaotic and disordered symphony. The moment she stepped on the staircase, a crisp shattering sound cascaded like a rushing stream, followed by a series of cracks appearing in the windows lining the 3rd floor. After a flurry of popping noises, they all shattered simultaneously. In an instant, shards of glass flew through the air, and all that could be heard was the sharp, resonant sound of breaking glass. Fu Lian, trembling with fear, quickened her pace, terrified that Lu Zhan would catch up to eliminate her. After all, it would be far easier for Lu Zhan to crush her than to squash an ant. Downstairs, Fu Lian handed a bag of enchanted soil to Lu Xing. Lu was furious. When he was enraged, it could lead to dire consequences. You must leave quickly, he urged. Fu Lian reflected on her uncle and aunt's situation realizing that she could not entirely blame him. Fu Lian pointed towards a flower bed, where numerous individuals had attempted to pilfer the enchanted soil, only to plummet from the balcony as a consequence. I may not be acquainted with my aunt, yet you, her son, have spent countless moments in her company. Surely, you possess an understanding of her likely actions. Fu Lian fell silent for a moment, observing the two who remained quiet. I understand that losing a loved one is profoundly painful, she said softly, and I do not intend to defend him. I merely wish to express my perspective as truthfully as possible. As her words lingered in the air, Lu Xing raised his fuzzy little head, tears brimming in his eyes. But Sister Fu, I will be an orphan from now on. You are already an adult. Stop weeping incessantly, Lu Yu retorted coldly, tossing a handkerchief to cover Lu Xing's shameful display of emotion. Lu Xing took it and wiped his tears haphazardly. Brother, you still have a sister-in-law. I have nothing left. She is gone as well, Lu Yu replied indifferently. Lu Xing choked back his sobs, his tears flowing anew. He pressed the handkerchief to his nose and offered it to Lu Yu, who swatted it away dismissively. Brother, from now on, we will stick together, relying on one another for warmth and comfort, Lu Xing murmured softly. Noticing Lu Yu's indifference, he turned to Fu Lian. Sister Fu, could you stay with me for a while? Am I allowed to refuse? Fu Lian was not adept at offering comfort to others. After pondering for a moment, she reluctantly acquiesced to Lu Xing's request. Lu Xing's incessant chatter was truly excessive. After spending an entire afternoon with him, she found herself subjected to his endless ramblings about how well his uncle and aunt treated him. Occasionally, he would also lament and chide Fu Lian about how she had once exploited him like a servant. Fu Lian, empathetic to his feelings as a first-time orphan, remained patient and engaged in conversation with him. When the dialogue reached a standstill, she acted as a mere recorder, echoing his words with a soft agreement. When boredom set in, Fu Lian yawned leisurely, contemplating the adequacy of her role as an elder sister. The extraordinary abilities of the gifted allowed for rapid healing. Lu Xing, having sustained only superficial injuries, found that by sunset, the wounds on his body had already begun to scab. It seemed likely that he would be nearly recovered by the following day. Fu Lian felt a pang of hunger. She subtly reminded Lu Xing to keep an eye on Lu Yu, then bid him farewell and made her way home, silently praying that Lu Zhan was no longer upset. Fu Lian followed closely behind. He did not close the door. Lulu, Fu Lian whispered as she settled onto the sofa. Lu Zhanjing languidly reclined, and upon hearing Fu Lian's voice, he slightly squinted his eyes and cast a fleeting glance at her before turning his head away to continue his repose. Fu Lian's heart raced with anxiety as she cautiously extended her hand, her delicate fingers grazing the soft surface of the sofa. Slowly and deliberately, she moved them toward Lu Zhan's naturally descending large palm. Just as she was about to make contact, Lu Zhan seemed to sense her intention and raised his arm, pressing his hand against the back of his head. Fu Lian had grown accustomed to his gentle indulgence. It was the first time he had so ruthlessly rebuffed her attempt at intimacy. Lulu, Fu Lian called out softly, wishing to voice her thoughts when suddenly a delighted, soft voice emerged from behind her. Brother Lu Zhan, this dress is so beautiful. Could you give it to me? Fu Lian glanced over and discovered that it was a cotton linen long dress belonging to the room's owner, hanging on the coat rack in the living room. How did Lin Yunyan end up here? Before Fu Lian could pose her question, she heard Lu Zhan emit a low sound of acknowledgement. Chapter 67, Cold War II. 0 millimeters? Lu Zhan did not lift his gaze, instructing her not to disturb anything. Lin Yunyan let out a disappointed "oh," quietly setting down her linen dress. Then, she awkwardly glanced at Fu Lian and greeted her. Lu Zhan had always been a rather indifferent person, yet today, in his anger, he allowed Lin Yunyan into his abode. Lin Yunyan was indeed quite remarkable. She was no ordinary woman. Thank you for today, Lin Yunyan said as she slowly approached Lu Zhan, bowing earnestly in a soft voice. She then turned her gaze towards Fu Lian, her expression revealing hesitation. Sister Lian, she spoke gently, her eyes flitting between the two before resolutely settling on Fu Lian. Brother Lu Zhan is truly a wonderful boyfriend. I hope you cherish him. What? As she spoke, She lowered her head again. Regardless, as your good friend, I sincerely wish for your happiness, and I hope that you and brother Lu Zhan find joy together. Haha, no need to worry about that, Fu Lian thought to herself, bemused by Lin Yunyan's overt intentions. Her feelings for Lu Zhan were not as subtle as she fancied them to be. To Fu Lian, it was clear as day that Lin Yunyan's affections were both forced and deliberate. Lu Zhan's reaction was somewhat indescribable. A thought flickered through Fu Lian's mind. Could the woman Lu Zhan encountered on the plains be her? Had her existence not been a factor, Lu Zhan might have embraced Lin Yunyan's affection. After all, he had similarly accepted her feelings. She pressed her palm together and sat silently on the sofa. The two sat back to back, not a single word exchanged between them. The oppressive silence was eventually shattered by a series of rumbling sounds from Fu Lian's stomach. Lu Zhan unexpectedly lifted his eyelids. Hungry? His voice, low and resonant, echoed loudly in the stillness of the room. Fu Lian raised her brows to glance at him. Noticing his indifferent gaze cast downward, seemingly lost in thought. Unable to resist, she leaned closer to grasp his large hand. This time, Lu Zhan did not rebuff her. His willingness to engage felt akin to a subtle sign of concession. Despite his stern and aloof demeanor, he no longer maintained an impenetrable distance from Fu Lian. Fu Lian was at a loss for words. Upon hearing his voice, she nodded slightly, unable to restrain the tears that flowed abundantly, cascading down onto Lu Zhan's hand. As he let out a low, husky sigh, she seized a moment to lean into his chest. Through her sobs, she managed to stammer, I explained everything to them. I believe that uncle and aunt are certainly not at fault. Please, do not be angry anymore, she whispered, her voice trembling, revealing her helplessness. She was bewildered, as he had never shown anger, even when wronged before. Fu Lian, Lu Zhan gently caressed her hair. Are you pleading with me? Pleading for what? For me not to kill them. She was taken aback by this revelation. During their last encounter at the cafeteria, she had implored him not to harm her second cousin. It seemed he still recalled that incident. Yet, why did it matter to him? She and T contemplated making any request today. If Lu Xing and Lu Yu truly intended to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Lu Zhan, what could she possibly ask of him? If he spared the Lu brothers, who would offer him mercy in return? Fu Lian did not believe that Lu Zhan, in his foolishness, would heed her words. She had no intention of getting involved in this tangled dispute. Fu Lian shook her head. What if they truly intend to kill you? Will you spare them and await their attempts on your life? They cannot kill me, Lu Zhan replied with a light chuckle, choosing not to pursue the topic further. He then stood up and made his way to the kitchen. Fu Lian hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Let me handle it. What if he were to be in a foul mood and cause an explosion in the kitchen? The shattered glass would already be perilous. We must not let the kitchen fall into ruin. He has indeed become much more indifferent. Fu Lian, utterly perplexed, could only murmur as she made her way into the kitchen. Fu Lian prepared a delightful dish of tomato and egg noodles. Feeling somewhat melancholic and rather lethargic today, she sought to make something she cherished that was also easy to prepare. As she placed the dish on the table, she turned to find Lu Zhan gazing intently at the table with a somber expression. Tomato and egg noodles. Was she attempting once more to win his favor? Lu Xing is your younger brother? Lu Zhan took a seat at the table, his appetite seemingly not urgent. Fu Lian was extremely hungry, panting heavily. Upon hearing Lu Zhan's words, he hesitated for a moment. After all, he was merely a younger brother, embodying all the traits of youth, seeming almost perpetually childish. As soon as he spoke, he became aware of the familiarity in his tone, and Fu Lian abruptly fell silent. He had now become an orphan, just like me. How pitiful. As Fu Lian spoke, she recalled her tragic past life, one where she possessed parents yet lived a life more sorrowful than that of an orphan. Lowering her head, she confided, As I traverse this path, I always yearn for someone to accompany me, even if it were merely to share a few words. Lu Zhan paused, taken aback. This was the first time he had heard her recount her history. Fortunately, Fu Lian managed a faint smile now. I have Lu by my side. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow and gently took her petite hand in his. Fu Lian seized the opportunity to grasp firmly. Indeed, Fu Lian bit her lip, recalling her earlier declaration to leave Pingchuan. Was it still valid? Could you truly part with the Lu family as two members? Lu Zhan chuckled lightly, his tone casual. He had matured and could no longer rely on his sister's constant presence. Fu Lian furrowed her brows, troubled by Lu Xing's heartfelt confessions earlier that day, feeling a sense of distress. Had she known, she would have allowed him to fend for himself, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Lu Zhan gently massaged her furrowed brow, stating, "Then we shall depart tomorrow." "All right." As Fu Lian smiled, she noticed Lu Zhan gazing intently at her, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she subtly averted her gaze. There was a hint of timidity in her demeanor. After finishing her bath, Fu Lian was drying her damp hair when she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found Lu Zhan standing there in a thin nightgown, the fabric clinging to his torso, half-soaked. His tousled hair glistened with moisture, and his exquisitely chiseled features appeared almost divine, partially obscured by shadows. Following the line of his jaw, one could discern the loosely opened collar of his garment, revealing glimpses of springtime allure. Fu Lian solitude, immediately wrapping herself in the blanket and tugging him towards her room. Lu Zhan lowered his gaze, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "I merely wished to inquire if you felt cold under the covers." She had been contemplating whether to seek his company. Lin Yuyan's presence evoked an inexplicable sense of urgency within her. Moreover, Lu Zhan truly resembled a human furnace, with November's unpredictable weather. A source of warmth was essential for her comfort. He was undoubtedly the ideal choice. Fu Lian cherished the moments spent sleeping closely with him. Yet he was reluctant, consistently urging her to leave. Fu Lian touched her nose, thinking to herself, what is there for a grown man to feel shy about? She herself was not shy at all. Upon returning to Lu Zhan's room, Fu Lian nimbly rolled inside and retrieved that book from the bedside table. Peeking out, she noticed Lu Zhan had once again adopted his gentle and indulgent demeanor, prompting her to wrinkle her nose and playfully say that she still wanted to hear him narrate bedtime stories. Chapter 68. Departure. Lu Zhan did not rush to approach. He stood by the bed for quite some time, long enough for Fu Lian to feel a twinge of unease in her heart. "I am very tired," he suddenly spoke, his voice husky like a bubble. The bed sank slightly at one corner, and Fu Lian was momentarily enveloped in darkness as the tall shadow slowly climbed up. He kept his head lowered the entire time, reaching over to take the book and placing it aside. Lu Zhan's expression appeared somewhat grim. Fu Lian keenly sensed his emotions and quietly burrowed into the covers. As Lu Zhan squeezed in beside her, he also separated their blankets, quickly tucking her covers inward, soon wrapping her up like a little ball. Fu Lian extended her delicate hand and gently tugged at his blanket. Lu Zhan's eyes drooped, and he merely responded with a soft "I'm cold." Fu Lian's voice was barely above a whisper, innocent and pitiful. Lu Zhan draped the blanket that had covered him over her once more. As Fu Lian reached out to accept it, she discovered that his fingertips were as hot as molten lava. Fu Lian longed to reach out and touch his forehead, only to be gently rebuffed. "Sleep," he uttered, his voice notably hushed, imparting an air of authority. Accompanied by his command, Fu Lian felt an overwhelming pressure gathering above her, prompting her to instinctively shield herself with her mental strength, only to be met with a sharp jolt. She promptly withdrew her head, paralyzed by trepidation. The weight of two blankets enveloped her, and she curled up, stealing glances at Lu Zhan. He lay uncovered, shielding his eyes with his hand, his breathing somewhat labored. His robust form sprawled beside her, instilling an unrelenting sense of oppression. Fu Lian instinctively held her breath. His gentle and indulgent demeanor was incredibly deceiving, and she found herself unable to resist the allure. How ironic. It turned out that it was not only men who could be entranced by tenderness. Women could be as well. She truly felt like a worthless woman. Fu Lian silently reminded herself not to forget that he was the ruthless Lu Mo who could take her life. In the future, he would claim many more lives. The mere thought of this kept Fu Lian awake. Restlessness led her to toss and turn in bed. After only a few turns, she received a cold glance from Lu Zhan. Fu Lian was instantly captivated by his gaze, gradually lowering herself and curling up beneath the blankets. "You fear me." Lu Zhan spoke slowly, his voice leaving no room for contradiction. Fu Lian neither admitted nor denied it. She sensed that Lu Zhan was still displeased, and perhaps even his anger was beginning to be directed towards her. After a moment's contemplation and careful analysis, it seemed that the current situation was indeed her fault. As his girlfriend, she had failed to provide him with the necessary comfort and guidance. A girlfriend should not turn a blind eye to his emotions. Thus, adhering to the principle of addressing problems at their source, she cautiously spoke up. Lu, are you upset today because of the Lu family? Lu Zhan, who had originally closed his eyes, now opened them and fixed his gaze upon her, seemingly eager to hear what she had to say. Fu Lian let out a soft sound, conveying that she had expressed all that needed to be said. Noticing Lu Zhan's silence, she pondered for a moment before continuing to offer her consolation. It is indeed difficult to accept the sight of one's parents perishing before one's eyes. They acted rather impulsively. However, once they regain their composure, everything will be all right. Surely, they are not targeting you. You know them well? Huh? Fu Lian instinctively opened her mouth, hesitating as she reflected inwardly, recognizing that she too could be as impulsive as they were. Lu Zhan closed his eyes, asking, "Do you wish to kill me as well?" "That is not my intent." Lu Zhan let out a cold laugh, asserting, "They cannot kill me. Indeed, Lu is undoubtedly the strongest." Fu Lian quickly flattered him. Lu Zhan did not engage with her praise, swiftly turning away, cutting off her words with, "Let's sleep." "All right." Fu Lian touched her nose, feeling as though her attempts at comfort had yielded the opposite effect. Deep in thought, she analyzed the situation meticulously, yet remained perplexed. While she was unsure of how to proceed, she recalled that in the past, whenever Yu Er and Brother Zhang quarreled, Brother Zhang would promptly admit his fault, even when it was not his error. He would simply smile and refrain from rebuttal. It was not until one time, when he had been away for several days, tackling a zombie den without any news, that Yu Er had wept uncontrollably, lamenting, "Old Zhang is dead. Where can I find another diligent soul to care for me and bear with me?" At that moment, Fu Lian was profoundly shocked, realizing that Yu Er was indeed swayed by his approach. Thus, the naive Fu Lian unwittingly affixed the label of being adept at admitting faults to relationships between men and women. One must be skilled in acknowledging one's mistakes. Fu Lian quietly clenched her fist. She extended her small hand and tugged at the corner of his garment, murmuring, "I was wrong. How was I to know?" Fu Lian continued to repeat her lament, her tone filled with playful reproach. "In any case, I was indeed at fault." Fu Lian leaned closer, attempting to grasp his hand, only to have him evade her touch. She pursed her lips, her expression betraying an indescribable indignation. Indeed, Lu Zhan is quite difficult to please. Fu Lian felt a surge of frustration and decided it was best to retreat to sleep. She closed her eyes defiantly and turned her back to him. When she awoke the next morning, she found herself nestled in Lu Zhan's embrace, without any recollection of how she had arrived there. Still in a daze, she could only make out his sharp chin and vibrant, thin lips, compelling her to inch closer and bury herself against him. Suddenly, a fleeting itch brushed against her forehead, prompting her to scratch it, wondering where the mosquito had come from. Lifting one eye, she was met with Lu Zhan's handsome face and, in a moment of retribution, she playfully bit his chin. "What an insufferable fellow," she mentally scoffed, then resumed her snuggling against him, only to have a sudden realization that jolted her awake. How did she end up in his arms? Peering up, she tentatively pinched his cheek. He merely smiled lazily, appearing quite the rogue so early in the day. It seemed Lu Zhan had already packed most of his belongings. After a brief tidying up, the two gathered their luggage and stepped out the door, only to be met by Lin Yunyan, who bit her lip, hesitating to speak. "Are you two leaving?" "Yes," Fu Lian replied, brushing past Lin Yunyan. "Sister Lin, please don't block the way." Lin Yunyan glanced at the small sapling in Fu Lian's hands, concern etching her features. "I heard. You want to be able to leave. No one can stop Lu," Fu Lian chuckled, tilting her head playfully. "What do you mean? Did someone from your family tell you?" At the mention of that person, Lin Yunyan immediately took a step back, shaking her head vigorously. "I don't know. I just heard something." She then turned her gaze to Lu Zhan. "Brother Lu Zhan, have you decided to leave?" Her eyes were clear and innocent, resembling a doze. As if he were the sole focus of her attention. Lu Zhan met her gaze for a brief moment before quickly averting his eyes. He replied, and without further ado, he continued down the stairs, with Fu Lian following closely behind, clutching the sapling. They soon reached the ground floor, where Lu Zhan placed their belongings at the entrance before heading to the garage to retrieve the car. After loading the luggage into the vehicle, Lin Yinyin suddenly dashed down the stairs. "Brother Lu Zhan, wait!" Clutching a black bag tightly in her hands, she exclaimed, "Please, look at this before you decide to leave." Gasping for breath, she spoke quickly, fearing he wouldn't listen, and stubbornly presented the item before him. "You'll regret it if you don't look." Her words were earnest and resolute, filled with conviction. Fu Lian felt a surge of surprise and curiosity. What could possibly compel Lu Zhan to decide to stay? She pouted and reached out to snatch the object away. Chapter 69. Departure. Fu Lian was resolute in her intent to shred the contents into oblivion. If it would evoke regret, then it must not be seen at all. Departing from Pingchuan was of utmost importance. Nothing could stand in her way, not even the slightest possibility. Lin Yinyin watched helplessly as Fu Lian extracted the paper from within, tearing it into fragments with swift motions before casting it from the vehicle. Beside her, Lu Zhan remained indifferent, seemingly preparing to start the engine and leave. Lin Yinyin took a small step back, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You!" she exclaimed, but after a moment of silence, she could only watch, tears brimming in her eyes, as the two departed in their vehicle. The only exit from Pingchuan lay ahead. As Lu Zhan drove out of the community, they were abruptly halted by several ability users who pressed against the hood of the car. Fu Lian caught sight of a familiar figure, Lu Yi, along with several others whose faces seemed recognizable. Those were the extraordinary individuals encountered yesterday at the Lu residence. "Mr. Lu, what brings you to leave Pingchuan?" Lu Zhan engaged the handbrake and lowered the car window, urging them to speak quickly. A few impatient onlookers gazed eagerly at Lu Zhan, boldly proclaiming their desire for him to become their leader. In Pingchuan, where strength commanded respect, their recent battle had earned Lu Zhan their admiration and allegiance. "How tiresome," Lu Zhan remarked with a dismissive glance at the fervent admirers, exuding a palpable disinterest. It was inevitable that this place would fall under the influence of that man, Mr. Lu was not a callous individual who would stand idly by as Pingchuan devolved into a mere gathering of the soulless. Lu Yi interjected, attempting to curb the enthusiasm of Lu Zhan's fervent fans, his voice earnest yet ultimately ineffective in swaying Lu Zhan. The latter, in a languid manner, lit a cigarette, momentarily recalling that Fu Lian disapproved of it, before promptly extinguishing it. He glanced upward. The hour was growing late. Fu Lian did not anticipate that this group of individuals would suddenly place such great importance on Lu Zhan. She could not help but lean in to inquire about the situation. After resolving a few troublesome monsters, they had become entangled with this group. Lu Zhan spoke of it in a rather nonchalant manner. Truly, he was a formidable figure. His words not only evoked no dissent from the crowd, but were met with collective agreement. Without Mr. Lu, Pingchuan would surely be doomed. With him, however, it seems you are the ones who might face ruin. Lu Zhan exhibited little reaction, merely directing his gaze towards Fu Lian and asking, "What is your perspective?" Fu Lian shook her head, urging, "Let us hasten our departure." "Indeed," Lu Zhan nodded, his hand brushing against the handbrake before he turned his gaze towards her. "Mia, you have perceived it as well." "Perceived what?" she inquired. "Leaving Pingchuan, I face considerable losses." Lu Zhan cast a sidelong glance at the crowd outside, desperately attempting to retain him. Should he remain, he would ascend to the pinnacle among the extraordinary beings of Pingchuan, enjoying unparalleled authority and resources. "I do not comprehend." Fu Lian feigned ignorance. "What do you desire?" she pressed. "Kiss me," Lu Zhan replied, his lips pressed together, his tone gravely serious, imparting an air of earnestness. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback. Lu Zhan observed her, then slowly lowered his gaze. His fingertips gently caressed his chin, and in the next instant, his handsome face was cradled, a cool kiss landing softly by his ear. Fu Lian murmured in discontent, "Everyone is watching. Aren't you ashamed?" As she spoke, she recalled how Lu Zhan consistently declined the suggestion of huddling together for warmth, unable to suppress the puffing of her cheeks. "Why are you not this proactive in the evenings?" This remark was evidently beyond the bounds of propriety and far too suggestive. Lu Zhan's ears turned slightly red. He averted his gaze awkwardly and cleared his throat softly. Damn it! How could he forget that each of these extraordinary individuals possessed remarkable talents, with ears keen and eyes sharp, no matter how quietly spoken? Their words would resonate like a loud conspiracy in their ears. Fu Lian let out a heavy sigh, noticing that Lu Zhan remained unmoving. She could not resist pinching him. The RV started once more, yet the onlookers outside regarded Fu Lian with predatory gazes. He was the most theatrical, already kneeling before the vehicle and banging his head against the ground with a resounding thud, as if it were not even his own. Fu Lian found herself at a loss for words. This fellow was truly acting foolishly once again. Nevertheless, what on earth had transpired in Pingchuan to compel you all to detain him? Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, Lu sprang to his feet, producing a vial of potion from his pocket. Indeed, it was the H serum designed to enhance supernatural abilities. This was a newly developed version, a veritable monster-making concoction. Many individuals with extraordinary powers had received this serum. It bore a striking resemblance to the items Zhou Ping had delivered a few days prior. Yet, the crux of the matter was not merely whether they had received the serum, but rather that it possessed volatile properties, even if left unused. Prolonged exposure would still affect individuals. Beside them, a fervent admirer of Lu Zhan interjected. The individuals involved are a minor concern. The primary issue lies with those who have received the serum. As they delved into serious matters, the atmosphere grew solemn. The transformation of supernatural beings into monsters, coupled with a dual enhancement, was undeniably a precarious situation. Who is the creator of the H serum? Fu Lian inquired. The admirer of Lu Zhan glanced at her. You've seen him yesterday at the Lu residence, though he has since passed away. Four-legged creature? Fu Lian responded, taken aback. So, what do you intend to do with this serum? In unison, they shook their heads, a tacit understanding passing among them. We typically focus on usage and are utterly ignorant of scientific matters, Lu admitted, scratching the back of his head with an awkward smile. Fu Lian scratched her head, pondering how such an unreliable group could manage Pingchuan. Yet, it dawned on her that Pingchuan harbored many sinister corners and was involved in human trafficking, revealing itself to be far from a virtuous haven. As for the H drug, Fu Lian had encountered it before. During that time, it seemed as though Lu Zhan had fallen into a trance, requiring injections that appeared exceedingly bizarre. Fu Yinling's mind suddenly sparked with a realization. She recalled having hurled the vial from the upper floor, witnessing it shatter into a myriad of fragments, its contents spilling forth entirely. If the substance were volatile, it could indeed pose a significant danger. Yet, in her recent wanderings through the vicinity, she had not encountered the remnants of that broken vial at all. Where could it have vanished? The vial was hers to discard, and if any calamity were to arise, her conscience would bear the weight of it. Fu Lian bit her lip, preparing to probe for information. What brings you here to seek him today? Leaving Pingchuan was a sudden decision made last night. They cannot possibly know. Their visit must pertain to new developments. Is it akin to the situation encountered yesterday? Indeed, the Northwest District is now entirely sealed off, with no one able to exit or enter. Lu Zhan pondered for a moment, noticing Fu Lian's look of confusion, and kindly offered her an explanation. Everything must be traced back to the peculiar four-legged creature encountered yesterday. After absorbing a person's spiritual energy, the creature constructed a bizarre mental space, an extension of spiritual manifestation capable of enveloping everyone. Its original intention was to control everyone and capture them all at once. However, it was effortlessly dismantled and shattered by Lu Zhan. Today's creature, however, is not to be compared with yesterday's. Lu interjected. Chapter 70, Northwest District. Fu Lian had conducted some research on Pingchuan and was aware of the nature of the Northwest District. A sense of unease gripped her heart as she glanced at Lu Zhan, who was fortuitously gazing back at her, clearly having arrived at the same conclusion. The Northwest District resembled a slum in Pingchuan, serving as the dumping ground for the refuse and leftovers generated by the city. If that vial of medication had been discarded here as waste, It could very well be the source of the problem. Although departing was inevitable, Fu Lian felt it impossible to remain indifferent after creating such a predicament for Ping Chuan. She gently tugged at Lu Zhan's sleeve and suggested, "Shall we take a look?" Lu Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly. Fu Lian was uncertain of his attitude, and she gently pressed her lips against his cheek. "Go on." Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow and brushed his fingers through her hair. Fu Lian noticed that his fingertips were trembling slightly. He got into the car and tossed a remark to the superhumans outside before starting the engine. Lu Yi and the others immediately beamed with joy as they climbed aboard. Sitting obediently in the RV, there was not a hint of unruliness among them, except for one overly familiar individual who, upon entering, nodded at Fu Lian and cheerfully greeted. "Sister-in-law." Fu Lian was dissatisfied with this appellation, wrinkling her nose in protest, exclaiming that she was not that old. Lu Zhan cast a sharp glance in her direction, yet refrained from uttering a word. They traversed towards the outskirts of the Northwest District. In the midst of the solitary path leading into the Northwest District, a thin layer of crimson mist was distinctly visible, gradually expanding outward. Peering through the mist, one could discern dilapidated structures wrought from steel and decay. This area was an old district where numerous buildings had transformed into hazardous ruins. Moreover, it was the most vulnerable section of the sea of mandala flowers. Thus, beyond the towering iron railings at the edge of the Northwest District, several long-deceased corpses of zombies lay strewn about, surrounded by a dense shroud of sanguine mist. Fu Lian rummaged through her luggage and distributed a mask to each person. Out of concern, she donned 2 layers herself. Lu Zhan held a mask in his hand, but chose not to wear it. Fu Lian adjusted her own mask, noticing that he remained still, intently observing the movements ahead. She took the initiative to retrieve the mask from his hands, folding it neatly, and approached his tall figure to secure the mask around his ears. Lu Zhan's features were strikingly deep and refined. Even with the mask on, there lingered an air of melancholic elegance, reminiscent of a brooding yet exquisite youth. Fu Lian could not help but exclaim, "Oh, my boyfriend is so handsome." Given that more embarrassing things had already been said in front of this group, she completely let go of her inhibitions and even began to indulge in some playful displays of affection. Afterward, she checked her weapons and prepared to disembark into the Northwest District. However, upon turning around, she noticed everyone was observing her and her companion. Receiving a warning glance from Lu Zhan, she immediately halted her antics and discreetly glanced at Lu Yi. Unfortunately, Lu Yi seemed indifferent to her presence. As the group exited the vehicle, the blood mist thickened, and the ruins in the distance became vaguely visible. The mandrake could not thrive here, so it occasionally sprayed a bit of mandrake juice, which had been done that morning, but the reason for its current state was unclear. Lu Yi began to explain that there was an issue with the blood mist. Lu Zhan pulled Fu Lian back into the vehicle, and the others followed suit. Besides Lu Yi and 2 of Lu Zhan's avid fans, there were 3 additional individuals, making a total of 8, including Lu Zhan and Fu Lian. The first thing Lu Zhan did upon entering the vehicle was to check the doors and windows, ensuring there were no gaps through which the blood mist could seep. Once satisfied, he started the engine and drove into the mist. Aside from its color, the blood mist resembled ordinary fog. As they began to enter, everyone felt a sense of apprehension. However, even after the entire RV was engulfed, nothing seemed amiss. In fact, they even spotted an elderly man with a limp begging nearby. He held a tattered bowl, his murky eyes fixated on the RV. Lu Zhan had no intention of engaging with him and continued driving. After ascending a steep slope, low houses gradually came into view, with children laughing and fighting at the doorsteps, and women with vacant expressions wandering about. When they saw someone dressed more elegantly pass by, their eyes would light up, and they would rush over, clinging to their legs in search of food. Some women were violently shoved aside, while others were led into homes by men, and a few fortunate souls received small crystal cores from kind-hearted individuals. Apart from the initially spotted limping old man, there were no other elderly people in sight. The vehicle eventually halted at an iron railing, far from the residential area, amidst a vast expanse of wasteland. The perimeter was marked by iron bars, some of which had become deformed, and a large hole was conspicuously present in the concrete wall beneath the railing. Around the hole, men could be seen moving bricks, while others carried cement to pour into the gap. The iron barrier had a significant breach, and Fu Lian noted that the blood mist was densest in this area. It was here that she encountered Lu Xing. Lu Xing stood at the back, stacking bricks while applying cement for reinforcement. He wore a red coat, which was now covered in dust. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he handed the materials to a tall man beside him and hurried over. "Sister Fu, what brings you here? We heard that monsters have appeared, so we came to take a look." "Lu Xing, what are you doing here?" Lu Yi interjected. "Monsters?" Lu Xing shook his head. "I haven't seen any. The foreman told me there was a hole in the iron wall, so I drove over with some bricks and cement to make repairs." "How could there be a hole without reason?" Lu Yi furrowed his brow, glancing at the small truck Lu Xing had driven over, gesturing for him to get in. "Get in the vehicle," he said, reaching for the door, only to be stopped by Lu Zhan at that moment. Lu Zhan fixed his gaze on Lu Xing. "You continue with the repairs." Lu Xing's smile faltered for a moment, then he quickly turned to leave. "Lu Xing, wait." Fu Lian called after him, realizing he had arrived earlier and likely possessed more clues. Fu Lian did not believe it was necessary to relinquish this information, so she inquired, "Do you not find this blood mist rather peculiar?" Lu Xing shook his head, though the motion was slight. Fu Lian, however, distinctly and shockingly observed crimson smoke emanating from his 7 orifices. Lu Xing was affected. Fu Lian, disregarding everything else, hurriedly opened the car door. Lu Yi realized her intention and swiftly pulled Lu Xing inside. As Lu Xing entered the vehicle, a crimson mist incessantly billowed from his 7 orifices, resembling the smoke from a chimney. Fu Lian skillfully evaded the noxious vapor, quickly shutting her eyes and covering her ears with her hands to prevent the fumes from infiltrating her body. The others promptly followed suit. In that enveloping darkness, Fu Lian's eyelids suddenly experienced an indescribable itch, as if something were delicately licking them. Chapter 71. Blood mist. The darkness heightened human senses, amplifying Fu Lian's dread of the unknown. Her heart raced violently, and when she attempted to grasp at the elusive entity, it nimbly evaded her grasp. Each time her hand swiped through the air, it would swiftly coil back around her. After several attempts, Fu Lian began to discern its pattern. She concluded that if she could endure for just a few more minutes, this creature would surely perish. Thus, the more frantic it became, the more composed Fu Lian remained. "Let us hold on a little longer, and all will be well." As soon as Fu Lian's words of encouragement faded, a muffled groan of suffering echoed through the air. It was the voice of Lu Zhan. Along with his words, the sensation of licking on her eyelids vanished completely. Fu Lian felt her waist gripped by a pair of large hands. Squinting her eyes, she realized that there was not a trace of blood mist left in the RV. Lu Xing had already collapsed to the ground, his complexion so pale that it appeared devoid of any vitality. Fu Lian cast a glance, and the large hand upon him exerted a slight pressure. "Meh." His voice bore a tone of restrained agony. Despite wearing a mask, Fu Lian could still perceive his labored breaths. "Have you inhaled the blood mist?" Lu Zhan's gaze, which hung low, remained fixed on Fu Lian's face. Noticing that her eyes held only him, he gently blinked. It seemed that Lu Zhan would not easily fall into peril. He undoubtedly possessed his own unique methods. Fu Lian harbored a deep confidence in his prowess. Although her words were laden with worry and fear, her heart remained as tranquil as still water, even harboring a curiosity to witness how Lu Zhan would effortlessly crush this group of inept individuals into a mist of blood. She allowed Lu Zhan to press against her chest, patiently waiting for quite some time, yet he showed no sign of reaction. Fu Lian lowered her head to examine Lu Zhan, who had fainted with his eyes closed. She called Lu Yi over to help him lie down on a bed and tucked him in with a blanket before turning her attention to Lu Xing's condition. Lu Xing awakened shortly after, but he had completely forgotten why he was in the Northwest District. All memories related to his presence there had been erased. He could barely recall Fu Lian and had no recollection of Lu Yi, Lu Zhan, or anyone else. It seemed that the blood mist could affect a person's memory. Previous inquiries were likely nothing more than the nonsensical ramblings of a creature residing in Lu Xing's mind and should not be taken seriously. Furthermore, with Lu Zhan in a coma and the monsters within the blood mist remaining unseen, no one had yet encountered their true form or understood their specific behaviors. However, Fu Lian was certain of one thing. This monster must inhabit a host, as it could only survive independently for a brief duration, approximately 3 minutes. Its misty nature allowed it to permeate the air of the Northwest District, and with its extraordinary ability to imitate and learn from humans, it was exceedingly difficult to discern who had already been inhabited by the creature through mere visual observation. Fu Lian looked anxiously at the individuals ahead, diligently shoveling soil to fill the holes. Everyone was meticulously completing the final task. As the last brick was placed, Fu Lian noticed a man in a suit approaching, donned with a gas mask, distributing crystal cores to everyone. The crowd was filled with joy and gratitude. Lu Yi, standing nearby, thoughtfully introduced him to Fu Lian, explaining that he was the overseer from the Northwest District, a formidable ability user from the capital star, Fu Lian. Fu Lian nodded slightly, noting that he was quite well equipped. Just as he finished speaking, the man seemed to sense something and glanced this way, bowing to Lu Yi upon seeing him. Lu Yi simply nodded in return and turned to Fu Lian, inquiring, "What have you discerned?" "Nothing," Fu Lian replied, scrutinizing the group of men laboring nearby, unable to detect any anomalies. She stood by the window and called out to one of the men who was about to leave, "Hey, can you see the blood mist?" The man, who had been counting the crystals in his hand, appeared quite impatient at the interruption, but softened a bit upon realizing she was a woman. "Yes, I can see it," he replied. "It's been lingering for quite some time, but it doesn't affect our daily lives, so no one bothers with it." The man explained amiably, his gaze fixed intently on Fu Lian. "If it doesn't affect life, then why are you all wearing gas masks?" She questioned. "Because he has a condition," the man replied matter-of-factly, noticing the peculiar look in Fu Lian's eyes. "His respiratory system isn't good. He can't inhale it. Is there something you wish to ask me directly?" A voice interjected with a hint of mirth, as Fu Lian approached slowly from the blood mist. He glanced at Lu Yi beside Fu Lian. "Lugu, I heard you brought a skilled ability user?" "Indeed, but we encounter a minor complication," Lu Yi responded, glancing back. The mobile home was spacious, separated by a glass partition between the driving area and the living quarters. Due to the limited space at the front, the others were inspecting the rear, leaving only Fu Lian and Lu Yi to investigate up front. Fu Lian nodded. "May I come aboard to discuss our strategy?" After allowing Fu Lian onto the vehicle, several tendrils of blood mist entered, yet no further occurrences of monsters attempting to invade human bodies transpired. Once safety was assured, everyone gathered around. Fu Lian cleared his throat and began, "I need not elaborate on the origin of the blood mist creatures. I've already gathered information regarding the quadrupedal monsters through the internal network. They share the same roots, and the blood mist creatures specifically target ability users. You've seen Lu Xing's condition," Fu Lian added, casting a brief apologetic glance towards Lu Xing. "I didn't expect you to charge indirectly. I had intended for you to consult me first. Thankfully, no harm came to you." Lu Yi shot Fu Lian a sidelong glance, his voice low, making it difficult to discern any resentment or displeasure in his tone. The discussion then shifted to the personnel adjustments and arrangements regarding the current monster threat, allowing Fu Lian to grasp the regional planning and class distribution of Pingchuan. Pingchuan is divided into 3 major districts: the Northwest Slum Area, the Central South Ability User Zone, and the Southeast Common Area. Each district has ability users overseeing operations, and, generally, the Lord of Pingchuan also manages the Central South Ability User Zone. Apart from the overseers, other high-ranking ability users in Pingchuan have their own designated roles and responsibilities. Lu Yi is evidently in charge of criminal matters, resolving internal disputes and investigating zombie movements, occasionally tackling mutation issues. Lu Xing, on the other hand, primarily focuses on urban planning and the allocation of protective supplies. Everyone collaborates, each fulfilling their duties. However, since the previous Lord of Pingchuan transformed into a zombie, the region has been without a consul for quite some time. The community was preoccupied with addressing the aftermath of his transformation, expending considerable manpower and resources. Coinciding with the turmoil in the region of Ho Tu, which indirectly hindered Ping Chuan's ability to assist. Ultimately, Ping Chuan overcame the zombie crisis and regained stability, largely thanks to several individuals from the capital base, among them Fu Lian. Yet, it was also this group that provided the sole researcher in Ping Chuan with invaluable plans and insights for enhancing abilities. Amidst the power struggles and intensifying conflicts in a leaderless Ping Chuan, the need to bolster strength became ever more pressing. Previously, ability users primarily enhanced their powers through crystals, which yielded swift results. However, the detoxification from crystals requires considerable time, and reckless overuse can easily lead to tragic mutations. The H serum was originally conceived to create a risk-free potion capable of enhancing abilities. Yet, as research progressed, the concoction gradually spiraled into chaos and became uncontrollable. No one anticipated that the situation would evolve into its current state. Chapter 72. Amnesia. Setting aside the matters of the research facility, the immediate priority is to address the blood mist in the Northwest District. Fu Lian looked at everyone. I have already arranged for the Northwest District to be sealed off, but the blood mist is spreading. If this continues, all of Ping Chuan will be engulfed in a sea of blood. His gaze lingered on Fu Lian's face for a moment before shifting back to Lu Yi to continue discussing subsequent issues. Having said his piece, Fu Lian expressed his intention to assess the situation regarding the land forces. As the most formidable presence on the battlefield, now is certainly not the time to falter. For safety, the group had confined him to the sole compartment, while the others donned the gas mask that Fu Lian had arranged and prepared to disembark for further investigation. Fu Lian's focus was not on this matter. She first made her way to the rear of the RV, intending to securely stow her supplies before stepping out to investigate. She was not anxious about the thorough search for clues. With so many others already involved, her delay was inconsequential. After taking a sip of water, she faintly heard someone calling out, "Thirsty." It emanated from the room where Lu Zhan was located. As she approached and was about to push open the door, the sound of a blade being unsheathed reached her ears. Instinctively, she pressed closer to the door, amplifying her senses as her mental energy subtly seeped into the room. Inside, Fu Lian was advancing towards Lu Zhan's bed, wielding a small, curved dagger. His face, obscured by a gas mask, bore a sinister and terrifying countenance. His movements light and deliberate, yet imbued with an overwhelming aura of menace. Was he intent on killing Lu Zhan? Why would he want to do so? The moment this question surfaced, Fu Lian dismissed it. The reason was irrelevant. What mattered was whether he could succeed. She had once acted rashly and suffered grave consequences. Without knowing his vulnerabilities, she would never strike again. While others engaged in confrontation, she refrained from reacting, even calculating the pros and cons of the situation. Should he succeed, it would be a cause for celebration, but if he failed, it would bear no consequence for her. With this mindset, she gradually tightened her grip on the water bottle in her hand. The atmosphere inside was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Not a single word escaped her lips. Strangely, despite not being the one to act, her heart raced rapidly, tinged with a hint of panic. She held her breath, suppressing the painful thudding of her heart, when suddenly she heard Lu Zhan's low murmur, "Thirsty." She swallowed hard, only to be startled by a loud crash as a heavy object fell to the ground, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Fu Lian was startled and quickly darted into the narrow gap at the back of the room to hide. Soon after, Fu Lian rushed out of the room. She observed in silence, only rising from her concealment when Fu Lian had also exited the vehicle, clutching her water bottle as she made her way into the room. Inside, Lu Zhan sat up, languidly leaning against the bed, his tousled hair cascading naturally, obscuring his brows and eyes. A faint mist of blood permeated the air, and Fu Lian lingered at the doorway for a moment, ensuring it was safe before stepping inside. With a gas mask adorning her face, she felt no concern that the blood mist might infiltrate her senses. "Lulu, are you all right?" Fu Lian inquired as she settled beside the bed, placing her water bottle next to his pillow. "I'm fine," Lu Zhan replied dismissively, his gaze towards Fu Lian icy and indifferent, as if she were a stranger. Fu Lian tightened her arms nervously and tentatively asked, "Lulu, do you still remember me?" "Surely not." Fu Lian felt a tumult of emotions as he gazed at her, causing her heart to race. She swallowed hard and instinctively reached for the water bottle by the bedside, only to find her hand entwined with his. How could she have forgotten? Did this not imply that all the affection she had painstakingly cultivated was in vain, and that she must now start anew? Exhausted, she resigned herself to despair. Fu Lian lowered her head and said, "I am your girlfriend, Fu Lian." Lu Zhan paused for a moment, then reached out to gently stroke her head. Fu Lian lifted her gaze, yearning to grasp his hand, yet he gently evaded her touch. A frown creased his brow as he rose from the bed. "What has transpired?" he inquired, extending his hand towards her. Fu Lian presumed he intended to seize her hand, only to realize he merely took the water bottle from her grasp. Fu Lian watched as he drained nearly half a bottle of water before stepping out the door. Fu Lian recounted the strategies discussed earlier by Fu Lian and the others, and he listened intently, not missing a single word. As Fu Lian spoke, her throat grew parched, and she could not help but moisten her lips. He promptly handed her a cup of water, exhibiting his customary thoughtfulness and attentiveness. There was no indication whatsoever of his amnesia. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback as she slowly reached for the water bottle. Drawing back the light-blocking curtain, she beheld a group of individuals standing not far away, entangled in a dense fog of blood, engaged in a fierce battle against the monsters that lurked in the air. She lifted her chin and pointed into the void with her finger, causing the creature clinging to Lu Zhan to instantly dissipate into a wisp of mist. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the monsters were a swarm of tiny, flailing sausages, careening wildly through the atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, the mass of sausages gradually coalesced, transforming in the blink of an eye into a grotesque and corpulent creature composed entirely of these fleshly appendages. The monster's face was adorned with soft, writhing tentacles, its limbs short and stout, rendering it an utterly feeble and flabby figure. The creature's gaze fixated intently on Lu Zhan, who, with a sardonic smile, descended from the vehicle without donning a gas mask. Fu Lian followed behind, and Lu Xing waved at her. She wanted to rush over, but was halted by Lu Zhan, who grasped her arm. "My dear, where are you off to?" he inquired. "Huh?" Fu Lian opened her mouth. "Isn't this just making room for you to fight?" "Not necessary," Lu Zhan replied with a disdainful expression, clearly dismissing the soft-footed creature with contempt. Fu Lian did not comprehend his intent. However, with Lu Zhan's formidable prowess, it was only fitting for him to secure a safe position for everyone. Fu Lian nodded slightly, standing with her arms crossed to the side. Lu Zhan drew his Tang Dao from behind, and in a fleeting moment, the blade shimmered before being sheathed. The monstrous figure before them, after a brief pause, disintegrated into fragments, scattering across the ground. As the pieces of flesh burst apart, several splatters landed on Fu Lian's hands, and she was suddenly enveloped by a peculiar yet intense sensation of licking. Lowering her gaze, she locked eyes with the scattered remnants, and in that instant, her mind was gently pricked by an inexplicable thought. Fu Lian felt a tightening sensation in her scalp as she watched the minced flesh in her hand dissipate in an instant, blooming into a misty flower of blood upon her wrist. Lu Zhan cast a glance, cautioning her that the creature was concealed within the blood mist. After uttering this warning, his gaze shifted to the sanguine haze on her hand, advising her not to recklessly wield her mental power. This was not the first occasion he had imparted such counsel to her. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Lian observed the fragmented, soft-footed monster coalescing once more. This time, it had diminished in size overall, yet its limbs appeared more slender and agile, resembling a corpulent sphere adorned with two elongated, delicate arms. Strangely, its target remained directed towards Lu Zhan, but Fu Lian sensed with clarity that the true aim was not him, but rather herself. Chapter 73. The Scar. Fu Lian took a few steps back to evade, but upon raising her head, she discovered two men standing firm against the monstrous assault, even engaging it in a fierce struggle. Hadn't he lost his memory? He scarcely recalled the past. Why then did he rush forward to protect her? Fu Lian had no time to ponder. The monstrous entity before her split into numerous parts and commenced an assault on all present. Yet, no matter how they were dispersed, it could effortlessly reconstitute itself, often optimizing its previous shortcomings, rendering its form increasingly agile and virtually indestructible. At present, it had perfected the art of transforming into 20 diminutive, sausage-like creatures, each autonomously launching attacks against the onlookers. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The essential issue was that these creatures were utterly impervious to death. After an extended period of relentless skirmishing, a breakthrough finally emerged when Lu Zhan obliterated the crystal core of one such sausage creature. Every zombie harbors a crystal core, which typically encapsulates potent zombie energy. With the shattering of the core, the monsters emitted a collective shriek, their minuscule bodies engorging and swelling like balloons, momentarily abandoning all others to converge with a singular force towards Lu Zhan's orifices. In tandem with the creature's movements, Lu Xing abruptly removed his gas mask, his body igniting in a crimson hue, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Lu Zhan as he rigidly lunged towards him. Fu Lian reacted swiftly, first tripping Lu Xing to prevent him from taking further action. Subsequently, Fu Lian retrieved a soft whip from his waist and expertly ensnared Lu Xing within a few deft motions. With Lu Xing subdued, Fu Lian immediately turned his gaze to assess Lu Zhan's situation. At that moment, their eyes met, his expression cold and stoic. Surrounding his visage were grotesque, sausage-like creatures, yet they maintained a precise distance of 1 centimeter from his skin. It was the manifestation of mental energy, an invisible barrier, ethereal and intangible, thwarting the encroachment of the monsters. The manifestation of mental energy is an exceedingly challenging form of supernatural ability. It demands not only precise control over one's mental faculties, but, more crucially, a substantial reservoir of mental energy. Given Fu Lian's current meager reserves, achieving such a feat is indeed formidable. No wonder he chose not to don a gas mask. He awaited the moment to showcase this remarkable skill. Fu Lian felt no envy whatsoever. Truly, she did not. Sigh. The fact that Lu Xing fell victim indicates that the gas mask was of little efficacy. We should board the vehicle at once. Lu spoke with great urgency. Lu Zhan was the last to arrive, and she positioned herself just ahead of him. Once they both entered the vehicle, Fu Lian quietly settled beside him. While Lu Yi spoke, Fu Lian observed Lu Zhan. His eyes were gently closed, and he appeared far from serene. Fu Lian's gaze swept across his chest, only to be drawn to a delicate green vein that appeared near his neck. This verdant pattern, which had previously lingered solely on his torso, now extended to this point. Was it a harbinger of something? Fu Lian's heart skipped a beat as she turned her gaze towards Lu Xing at the discussion center. In that moment, Lu Xing resembled a boiled shrimp, utterly immobilized by the constraints of the soft whip. His eyes were vacant and wide, and when Fu Lian looked over, their gazes met precisely. In that fleeting second of eye contact, it felt as though an invisible thread, delicate yet unbreakable, connected the two solitary individuals. Fu Lian felt a sudden tension in her spirit, as her mental energy uncontrollably surged towards the connection with Lu Xing's mind. In an instant, it was as if she had transcended into another realm. All the figures before her abruptly vanished, leaving behind a world shrouded in dense, green miasma, enveloping a crimson landscape. Yet, at the moment of her arrival, this thick miasma dissipated as if it were melting cotton candy, dispersing in an instant. Fu Lian wandered inside, and the green miasma dissipated entirely, revealing a small figure crouching not far away. As she approached, she realized it was Lu Xing. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. When she regained consciousness, Fu Lian found herself on a large bed. As she surveyed her surroundings, she recognized that she was back in her own home. The curtains were drawn back, exposing a dimly lit exterior. Fu Lian rose to her feet and opened the door. Stepping outside, on the dining table lay a semi-hard steamed bun and a glass of water. Upon seeing the food, Fu Lian realized just how ravenous she was. She picked up the bun and devoured it, finishing off the water in one gulp. As her gaze shifted, she noticed a fluffy head resting on the sofa. Fu Lian approached and observed Lu Zhan tilting his head, his face nestled into the sofa. The collar of his shirt was undone at 3 buttons, revealing his exquisite collarbone. The green patterns, just as she had imagined, extended along his skin, now creeping up his neck, nearly reaching his Adam's apple. Fu Lian reached out to brush aside the strands of hair that obscured his handsome face, only to discover that his body was alarmingly warm. Sensing the intrusion, Lu Zhan narrowed his eyes, his voice a low rasp. Awake? Yes. Are you all right? Have you a fever? Fu Lian pressed the cup of water against his forehead, but he turned his profile away. I'm fine. His response was terse and indifferent. Has he truly forgotten her? Fu Lian pressed her lips together and, upon finding a seat beside the sofa, introduced herself once more. I am Fu Lian. I am aware. Lu Zhan nodded slightly before suddenly inquiring. Does the child named Lu Xing refer to you as sister? He is my cousin. Lu Zhan pondered for a moment, remarking, he seems to harbor quite a dislike for me. He did not linger on this topic, instead turning his gaze with curiosity and asking, what brings us together? Ah, that was indeed a good question, yet it left Fu Lian at a loss. Fu Lian pondered for a moment, and suddenly a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. Wait for me, she said, darting into the room to retrieve a meticulously knitted scarf. With utmost sincerity, she wrapped it around his neck twice, exclaiming, here, a birthday gift. Lu Zhan glanced at the cashmere scarf draped around his neck, remaining motionless. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere, particularly after Fu Lian had uttered such suggestive words. Her heart fluttered anxiously, leaving her utterly perplexed by his thoughts. With her fingertips nervously grazing the sofa, she finally resorted to evasion, pouting slightly. I'll go freshen up. Fu Lian pressed her lips together, sensing that she had misspoken. The man before her, Lu Zhan, was not the same as the one from a few days prior who would indulge her temperament. He had likely forgotten her entirely. The fact that he had not yet dismissed this unfamiliar girlfriend was already quite a concession to her. Fu Lian pondered deeply, even finding it peculiar that he did not mention a breakup. Upon this reflection, the explanation seemed both superfluous and awkward. Rising to her feet, she contemplated a hasty escape, only to find Lu Zhan removing the scarf from around his neck. The knitting technique is commendable, he remarked. Do not attempt to weave it again. With that, he tossed the scarf into Fu Lian's embrace. Huh? You don't like it? She inquired. Lu Zhan nodded slightly, then turned to depart towards the room. Halfway there, he abruptly halted, pivoting to catch a glimpse of Fu Lian's astonished and dazed expression. His gaze flickered momentarily. He parted his lips as if to speak, yet uttered nothing, retreating into the room in silence. Chapter 74, Cold War III. Fu Lian discovered that he had to start anew with his records, and he seemed rather unappreciative of the situation. During breakfast in the morning, Lin Yunyin came over to share a meal. Fu Lian rose early to prepare noodles, only to have them declined by him, prompting him to boil porridge anew. Lin Yunyin ventured into the kitchen to assist him. They sat together savoring the porridge, while she dined solely on the noodles. Despite the silence enveloping the dining table, save for the sounds of their meals, an imperceptible sense of distance rippled within Fu Lian's heart. Like a pebble cast into a placid lake, it stirred the surface, not with tumultuous waves, but rendering the facade of tranquility beneath the guise utterly untenable. Fu Lian attempted to portray herself as a clingy and jealous girlfriend, but she found herself unable to do so. It was not that she was deterred by indifference. Rather, she was acutely aware of her lack of entitlement. Had she been more attuned to her own emotions, perhaps she would have been bolder. Yet, that would not have aligned with her desires. In fact, she felt a sense of relief at this sudden amnesia, which allowed her to remain true to herself, preventing her from becoming lost in the tender affections of Lu Zhan. Dear Lian, are you two in a Cold War? During dinner, Lin Yunyin approached with a bowl in hand. Upon noticing that only Fu Lian was present at the dining table, she hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. In truth, she had already noticed the situation when she came over for a meal in the morning, but she had yet to find an opportunity to voice her observations. Fu Lian cast a glance at her and inquired, Are you here to dine or to gossip? To dine, Lin Yunyin replied, blinking innocently. Then mind your own business. My affairs with Lu Zhan are none of your concern. After enduring Lu Zhan's cold demeanor, Fu Lian felt a pang of irritation at Lin Yunnin's overt attentiveness towards him, causing her tone to become somewhat brusque. Why should it not concern me? If brother Lu Zhan were single, I would undoubtedly pursue my own happiness with courage. Lin Yunnin smiled, fully aware that Fu Lian harbored no fondness for her. With only the two of them present, she felt no need to uphold their sisterly facade and spoke candidly. Perhaps brother Lu Zhan has no interest in you, she teased, raising her chin. I have heard the whispers. How does it feel to be forsaken by a beloved? No sooner had the words left her lips than the sound of a key turning in a lock echoed from outside, followed by the creaking of the door as it swung open, revealing Lu Zhan's towering figure. Upon seeing him, Lin Yunnin's expression faltered, and tears began to stream down her face. Her demeanor shifted. She no longer spoke with the same sharpness. Her lips trembled as her voice quavered. Sister Lian, I was merely expressing concern as a good friend. Why must you twist my words into ridicule? What a splendid white lotus in a time of prosperity. How impressive. Seeing the dramatic spectacle akin to a Sichuan opera face-changing performance unfold before her, Fu Lian could not help but applaud. Your skill in the art of transformation is truly commendable. What? Lu Zhan removed his outer coat, cast a glance at Lin Yunyin, and then directed his gaze back to Fu Lian, silently inquiring about the events that had transpired. He had encountered Lin Yunyi a few times, the neighbor who generously exchanged supplies for meals. Although Lu Zhan rarely engaged in conversation with her, he had never treated her with indifference. Fu Lian bit down on her chopsticks, seizing the moment. I have a small request to discuss with you. Lu Zhan sat down and picked up a bowl of rice, casting a surprised glance at Lin Yunyin, who was weeping inconsolably. From now on, do not let her come to eat with us. I do not like her. When Fu Lian made this statement, it was not out of a desire to assert her claim as his girlfriend, but rather a sense of reckless abandon. After all, Lu Zhan's attitude towards her had already reached a point of indifference, and Lin Yunyin, with her insatiable jealousy, was likely to overhear the biting remarks Fu Lian had crafted about her. Let it be as it may, but Lin Yunyin should leave. Clearly taken aback by Fu Lian's audacity in such a situation, Lin Yunyin halted her tears and widened her eyes. Isn't she your friend? Lu Zhan continued his actions with the chopsticks, evidently leaving the decision to Fu Lian. Seeing that Lu Zhan had no intention of addressing her, Lin Yunyin panicked. Lian, please. I was just joking, she hurriedly exclaimed, realizing that losing the chance to dine with them would diminish her encounters with Lu Zhan. As she spoke, she could not help but cast a glance at Lu Zhan, always seizing opportunities to show her concern for him. Surely, he must have been somewhat moved by her attentions. Lu Zhan, I thought we were friends, Lin Yunyin murmured softly, her tone tinged with uncertainty and a sense of grievance. Fu Lian obstructed her pitiful gaze, assuming the demeanor of a virtuous girlfriend, and declared, Leave, you are not welcome here. The gaze merely swept over her with indifference before turning away coldly. However, Lin Yunyin noticed a fleeting softness in the corner of his eye as it brushed against Fu Lian. A thought began to form in Lin Yunyin's mind. She widened her eyes slowly and, upon receiving Lu Zhan's icy warning, hastily fled through the door. After Lin Yunyin's departure, the atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. What has become of the blood mist situation? There is something I wish to inquire about. The two spoke almost simultaneously, exchanging a glance. You go first. No, you. After a prolonged silence of 3 seconds, Fu Lian broke the stillness. What is the status of the blood mist? Lu Zhan shook his head. The spread of the blood mist has been contained, yet the northwest region remains engulfed in it. However, there is a silver lining. What is it? There exists an ability among certain individuals that can purify the contaminated blood mist area. Lu Zhan absently tapped his fingers on the table. This was a scenario previously unimagined. The ability, akin to mental prowess, along with zombies and monsters, represents an extension of the zombie virus, the very root of this catastrophe. Purifying the contaminated area equates to eradicating the remnants of the zombie virus. No one had anticipated that someone could possess such a capability. It was akin to claiming that a son could vanquish his father. It indeed opened the door to a new realm of possibilities. Fu Lian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet, his mental energy was wholly insufficient, and the expanse of the blood mist was far too vast. After finishing his statement, Lu Zhan slightly squinted. The last time Lu Xing unexpectedly freed himself from a parasitic state, we presumed it was due to leaving the blood mist, leading to the self-dissolution of the parasitic monster. However, I have harbored a lingering doubt. Fu Lian blinked, quietly awaiting the continuation of his words. When he spoke of the matter at hand, his tone was grave, reminiscent of an interrogation in a police station. Fu Yiming had done nothing wrong, yet she felt inexplicably anxious. I am uncertain. She recounted the events as she had witnessed them. Lu Zhan pondered for a moment and inquired, "After you awoke, did you experience any discomfort?" Fu Lian contemplated for a moment and then shook her head. She decided to attempt using her mental strength. Fu Lian focused her mind, only to find her mental strength once again unresponsive. Despite her efforts, it remained elusive. Lu Zhan inhaled deeply, restraining Fu Lian from exerting herself further. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from employing such abilities in the future. Do you understand? His brow furrowed with concern. You lack the robust physique characteristic of those with extraordinary powers, and risking your mental faculties for the sake of others is perilous. The depth of his worry momentarily startled Fu Lian. Realizing his tone was inappropriate, he discreetly cleared his throat. My concern stems from this very issue. If anything were to happen to you, it would reflect poorly on me. I have never faltered in any endeavor. He spoke these words in succession, concealing something beneath the surface. Fu Lian raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to him, silently questioning whether he still held affection for her. The latter part of her inquiry remained unvoiced, as she wished to evade the awkwardness experienced previously, thus refraining from appearing overly sentimental. Instead, Fu Lian gently grasped Lu Zhan's hand, which rested on the table. With a bright smile illuminating her face, she sweetly remarked, "Lu cares about me. It truly brings me joy." Chapter 75. Lu Li's call reclining on the bed. Fu Lian tossed and turned, her face etched with worry. All her plans had been disrupted by the sudden onset of amnesia. The room exuded a palpable chill, with a vibrant yellow dress and a camel-colored cashmere towel hanging on the coat rack, gifts from Lu Zhan. Bright and somber hues intertwined, resembling a disordered palette scattered across the gray-white walls. Aside from the bed, a rack piled high with clothes, and a small table, the bedroom felt utterly barren. The cold was astonishing. The wind howled fiercely tonight, battering against the windows, and Fu Lian noticed that the room seemed to let in drafts, no matter how she breathed. Adding carbon dioxide to the space, it refused to warm up. Damn it, how utterly frustrating. Such trivial matters. Fu Lian cursed under her breath when suddenly, with a loud bang, she felt a jolt. She turned to see the window, flung open, precariously suspended in mid-air, occasionally striking the windowsill with a resounding clatter. The small table pressed against the windowsill was besieged by the ferocious wind, causing its contents to be violently swept to the floor in an instant. Fu Lian sat up, slipped on her slippers, and walked over to close the window. She gathered the scattered items and tossed them into the drawer. After tidying up the mess, she noticed a flickering red light emanating from within the drawer, clearing away the clutter on top. She retrieved the walkie-talkie, a substantial gift from Lu Li. As Fu Lian held it in her hand, the screen illuminated. Moments later, a line of text sprang forth. Fu Lian, long time no see. Do you remember me? I am Lu Li. Sisterly? Fu Lian was taken aback, and then she noticed the large notification flashing twice, indicating that the message had been sent successfully. How does one operate this device? Fu Lian fiddled with it for a moment, unable to comprehend its workings, and couldn't help but remark, Li Jia, this gadget appears quite vintage, yet operates with astonishing technology. A question mark was sent in response. By the way, what have you been up to lately? You've ignored me for such a long time. I would have known what this was if you hadn't messaged me today. I just escaped from the miasma forest. I see. Are you all right? Were you injured? I'm fine. What was initially a misfortune has turned into a blessing. My abilities have significantly strengthened. Sigh, speaking of abilities, it brings up a sorrowful matter, for her powers have become unusable. With this thought, Fu Lian sighed and shared this unfortunate news with Lu Li. Although There was a tinge of boastfulness in her words. After all, her abilities could have eradicated the zombie virus. It was just a pity that the consumption was so great that they could fail unexpectedly when she needed them most. Fu Lian contemplated the necessity of mastering her extraordinary abilities in the future, vowing to avoid a recurrence of the situation with Lu Yu. A flash of red light signaled a message from Lu Li. Have you two quarreled? How did you know? It's not exactly a quarrel. The circumstances are rather complicated. He is quite strong. If he is by your side to protect you, there is no need for you to worry about that. Though brief, these words resonated profoundly within her heart. Fu Lian marveled at Lu Li's delicate thoughts. She pressed her lips together, feeling a tinge of vulnerability as if her inner self had been laid bare. He has lost his memory and no longer recognizes me. So did you two break up? Not exactly. Then what happened? In short, the two of us became quite indifferent to each other. Let us not dwell on that. Lu Jia, have you ever been in love? Fu Lian, reluctant to discuss her own romantic history, sought to change the subject. I had a boyfriend once. How did you part ways? He said that if the apocalypse came, we would break up, and then the apocalypse arrived, and we indeed separated. Huh? Just kidding. We were attending university in different locations, each with our own concerns and responsibilities, so we went our separate ways and never met again. What about pursuing him again? I did try, but it feels as though I can never catch up. Then stop chasing. Hang out with Lu Jia instead. Just say the word, and I shall come to Pingchuan to find you. But in your previous statement, you mentioned that you broke up with your boyfriend due to mutual concerns and responsibilities. Who knows? You might also end up parting ways with me. Fu Lian pouted. That one tea happened. I have no attachments. There's no one to worry about anymore. Despite being mere words, Fu Lian could sense Lu Li's desolation and loneliness. Just like this night, solitary and frigid, with only the howling wind to accompany them. To speak candidly, you two have been together. Even if he has lost his memory, there must have been some spark between you. If you feel you cannot catch up, perhaps you ought to reflect on your own issues. You previously mentioned that he is a half-beast and does not support us. Fu Lian felt a pang of guilt. She indeed had her own issues. Perhaps the ease with which she received his care and affection had blinded her to the reality of loss. Though she often spoke freely, when action was required, she felt as clumsy as a stubborn mule. I still do not support it. Half-beasts can be quite difficult to manage due to their violent emotions. If you notice anything unusual about him, remember to keep your distance. Lu Jia, how are you even more half-beast than he is? Fu Lian muttered under her breath. Several dots appeared on the screen. What do you plan to do about your amnesiac boyfriend? Such a child. Then I shall come to Pingchuan to take you away. Wait, just as Fu Lian was about to say something more, a loud crash interrupted her as the window was blown open, followed by a knock on the door. Outside, it had begun to drizzle, and the light rain, carried by the fierce wind, stung Fu Lian's face. She tucked away the large lump in the drawer, stood up, and opened the door. There stood Lu Zhan, sweat glistening on his brow, his hair sticking together in damp strands. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes obscured by the shadows of his dark hair. You are quite noisy. I apologize. Fu Lian lowered her head, recalling Lu Li's words. She bit her lip, feeling uneasy. What is it? He rubbed his brow, appearing somewhat impatient. Fu Lian glanced at the window, fluttering in the wind behind her. With a determination, she said, My window is broken. May I go to your room? Lu Zhan lifted his gaze, and under his somber stare, Fu Lian instinctively fell silent. She faintly noticed Lu Zhan's shoulders relax as he replied, You can go to my room, but I will sleep on the sofa. It was only when she saw Lu Zhan seated on the chair with a blanket, watching her, that she blinked and asked, So, are you going to stay? Lu Zhan smiled with a mischievous grin. Why not continue? His smile was wicked, brimming with a hint of mischief. Dear brother, please don't smile like that. Try to be normal. I'm a bit frightened. Fu Lian forced a smile and closed her lips. Just then, a fervent knocking echoed from outside the door. Fu Lian approached and peered through the peephole, beholding a visage drenched in blood. Chapter 76, Quarrel. Indeed, it was Lin Yunyan's face. At this moment, Lin Yunyan's gaze was fixated intensely on the door and through the peephole. Fu Lian felt as though that menacing stare was directed at her. The outside was shrouded in darkness, with a tempest raging. Only the howling wind and strange clattering sounds could be heard. Lin Yunyin was quite the character, unsettling Fu Lian during the day and now resorting to frightful antics at night. Fu Lian bit her lip, uncertain of what she would conjure next. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, a glimmer of silver white flashing across her eyelids. She lifted her gaze, only to find that Lin Yunyin had vanished without a trace. Instead, she beheld a tall and imposing figure, shrouded in a cloak of darkness, wielding a slender, suspended dagger in his hand, its blade stained with crimson, with droplets of fresh blood trickling from its tip. Fu Lian's pupils constricted, and she instinctively took a step back. However, the shadow seemed to sense her movement, and through the narrow slit of the cat's eye, their gazes locked. It was a pair of beastly eyes radiating an eerie green light. The area surrounding the left eye was even marred by splattered blood. The scent of blood silently permeated the air, enveloping the entire corridor like a mist of crimson. Who could he be? Fu Lian fixed her gaze on the masked figure before her, an incessant stream of questions swirling in her mind. Unfortunately, her mental faculties were currently incapacitated, leaving her unable to probe further. The man outside seemed to sense her presence. He narrowed his eyes and lunged forward with a knife in hand. Instinctively, Fu Lian shut her eyes. "Ah, help me. Fu Lian, brother Lu Zhan, save me." Outside, Lin Yunyin narrowly evaded his attack, her desperate cries piercing the air. Who was this man? Why did he seek to harm Lin Yunyin? A flurry of confusion raced through Fu Lian's mind as she suddenly felt a grip on her left arm. The stranger's palm radiating an unbearable heat that stung against her skin. I must save her. He closed his eyes momentarily, gasping for breath, then swiftly pushed past Fu Lian, bolting out the door in an urgent bid to rescue Lin Yunyin. Did he truly feel an overwhelming urgency to save her? Fu Lian could not quite comprehend his actions and felt a sense of confusion. However, she believed that Lu Zhan could not possibly harbor any feelings for her. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to send her away that afternoon. If that were the case, then why did he hastily rush out to save someone? Was there some hidden truth that she had overlooked? Fu Lian suppressed the doubts brewing within her heart and instead drew back the curtain beside the door. A splash of blood suddenly came rushing in, splattering against the window and leaving a thick, dark bloom upon the glass. Fu Lian's gaze swept across the room, landing upon Lin Yunyin, who trembled in the corner. "Thank you," she murmured. Nearby resided a peculiar and irritable individual, stirring a strange sensation within Fu Lian. "You live with him regularly?" Lin Yunyin sobbed softly, nodding slightly. "He is nothing short of a relentless abuser. Taking care of me merely satisfies his twisted whims. He had no intention of letting you go," Lu Zhan remarked, arms crossed, leaning against the side table. He appeared significantly improved, exuding an air of profound relaxation. When Fu Lian glanced over, he happened to stretch lazily, a sensation he had not indulged in for quite some time, and it felt rather delightful. Indeed, the thoughts of a great person differ significantly from those of us mere mortals. Fu Lian found it truly terrifying to reside next to such a perverse individual. Lu Zhan felt it was insufficient and desired more. He was quite formidable in combat. Fu Lian recalled how she had disparaged Lin Yunyin as a mistress earlier in the day, only to realize that Lin was leading a life far more wretched than that of a mere paramour, prompting a momentary pang of guilt. Yet, the evident interest that Lu Zhan harbored for Lin was unmistakable. Today, he had even provoked her. Fu Lian found Lin Yunyin utterly intolerable. It is often said that those who elicit pity possess qualities worthy of disdain. Lin Yunyin truly danced upon the precipice of her moral boundaries. Fu Lian was unable to voice her desire for her to stay, yet she also could not bring herself to drive her away. Perhaps sensing her hesitation, Lu Zhan spoke up, instructing her to pack her belongings and prepare to leave Pingchuan. "But I am merely an ordinary woman. Where can I go?" Lin Yunyin murmured softly, her head bowed, her tone filled with uncertainty. "This is your matter. We are under no obligation to assist you." Lin Yunyin bit her lip, glancing between the two before her gaze finally settled on Lu Zhan. "I can do many things. I can help with cooking, laundry, and cleaning." Lu Zhan shook his head. "These are trivial matters." Lin Yunyin began to weep, defying his will, feeling utterly lost. If she were cast aside, she believed she would perish. That man was clearly capable of such a thing. Very well, she resigned. Fu Lian, feeling vexed, ran her fingers through her hair. Let her stay here to cook, do laundry, and clean. However, I must make it clear beforehand, do not harbor unrealistic aspirations for things that do not belong to you. Fu Lian glared at her, issuing a warning. Lin Yunyan nodded fervently, casting a furtive glance at Lu Zhan, burying her head lower and constantly expressing her gratitude to Fu Lian. Fu Lian was initially discontented, unwilling to accept that Lin Yunyan's presence had inadvertently granted her the opportunity to share a bed with Lu Zhan. At first, she exhibited a hint of modesty, yet Lu Zhan seemed entirely unconcerned, asserting, "Aren't we in a romantic relationship?" "You're absolutely right, brother." Fu Lian, giggling, burrowed into the side of the bed, while Lu Zhan, clad in a tank top, nestled in beside her. The chilly bedding was soon warmed by his fervent body heat. Fu Lian was unable to sleep. She quietly turned over and noticed that Lu Zhan lay motionless, his back facing her. A significant gap separated the two, allowing a chill to seep through the opening. Fu Lian cautiously propped herself up on her elbow and shifted closer to him. She inched forward, pausing after each slight movement. And when Lu Zhan remained undisturbed, her courage grew. She reached out to encircle his waist and, with a sudden burst of determination, pulled herself towards him. However, her forcefulness resulted in a collision with his back, causing her nose to bump against his solid frame, evoking involuntary tears from Fu Lian. Fu Lian reached out to touch her nose, only to have her wrist suddenly captured by a large hand. Lu Zhan turned slightly, lowering his brows as he glared at her. From Fu Lian's perspective, she could only glimpse the alluring curve of his eyes as they brushed past her face. Seeking to take advantage? His voice was low and husky. Fu Lian wished to argue a few points, but suddenly the man turned abruptly and enveloped her in his embrace. She wanted to say something, perhaps to inquire if he felt cold. His breath was heavy as he spoke, their proximity rendering his words almost a tender whisper in her ear. The atmosphere was thick with ambiguity. Fu Lian buried her ear in his embrace, asking, "How do you know?" Lu Zhan let out a soft grunt, his voice emanating from the bedclothes, utterly seductive. "Little liar," he chuckled, the three words laced with playful intrigue and tender yearning. Fu Lian recalled his earlier remark about her being quite noisy. So, he had overheard her conversation with Lu Li? Oh, he was aware of her intention to give up, wasn't he? "I am not deceiving anyone," Fu Lian muttered. "I am indeed giving up now." Lu Zhan released her. Fu Lian moved closer, wrapping her small arms around his waist, gently kissing his cheek, feeling utterly wronged. "Heartless man, how could you forget me?" Noticing his resistance, she clung to his neck, only to discover a small scar at the nape. "You were hurt," Fu Lian exclaimed. Lu Zhan hesitated for a moment, recalling the blow from Lu Xing. He hadn't forgotten, so perhaps he was beginning to remember? He paused for a long while before slowly speaking. "Maybe I will remember." Chapter 77. Hu Lai Lin Yunyan had been quite composed lately. Occasionally, she would offer Fu Lian advice, sharing the subtle thoughts that only girls possess, teaching her how to win a man's affection. Fu Lian subtly discovered that she possessed a well-honed strategy for captivating men. A series of intricate maneuvers rendered ordinary men nearly defenseless against her unparalleled charm. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, numerous vulnerable women existed, many of whom, like her, took pride in enticing men through servitude. Thus, a significant number of women managed to survive by aligning themselves with those endowed with extraordinary abilities. In her previous life, Fu Lian had witnessed numerous such unions. As for the blood mist, it had dissipated following that tempestuous night, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, Lu Zhan accepted the requests of Lu Yi and others, officially taking charge of Pingchuan, where he now had to oversee both minor and major affairs. Most of his endeavors involved engaging in combat. True to his reputation as a formidable figure in this post-apocalyptic era, Lu Zhan, under his capable leadership, had obliterated several troublesome nests of undead spirits surrounding Pingchuan, leaving no trace behind. In just a few days, his ferocity had rendered him somewhat idle. a consequence of the absence of any adversarial undead nests in the vicinity. However, after several days of intense conflict, many wielders of supernatural abilities began to exhibit signs of deterioration. Now that he had ascended to the role of leader, Lu Zhan generously offered tree milk for sale, further demonstrating that its efficacy was limited to only mildly suppressing the virus. Moreover, those capable of dispelling the blood mist, upon verification, were found to lack the ability to aid others in combating the virus. Fu Lian gradually realized that her extraordinary abilities were quite remarkable. However, her greatest concern lay with the massacre of extreme pleasure. That night, the frenzied and bloodthirsty figure of a strange man lingered in her mind, his emerald eyes reminiscent of Lu Zhan's. Fu Lian instinctively felt a connection between them. Yet, since that fateful evening, she had not encountered him again. She inquired from various sources and ultimately focused her attention on the arena. It was a prime location for venting emotions and alleviating stress. With thoughts of the green-eyed man, the arena, and his furious temperament swirling in her mind, she mentally reviewed everyone she knew and found only one suitable candidate, Wu Yu. Moreover, Wu Yu was profoundly fascinated by the arena. As the sun hung high in the sky, Lu Zhan left home early, and after consuming the plain congee prepared by Lin Yinyin, Fu Lian too set out. As she passed by her neighbor's door, she couldn't help but pause. Noticing the heavy gray-white curtains drawn tightly over the window, the front door firmly shut, it had been quite some time since anyone had been seen coming or going. She cast a couple of glances before slowly continuing past the door and ascending the stairs. The arena was a chaotic mix of individuals, and with her abilities currently rendered ineffective, Fu Lian felt utterly defenseless, akin to an ordinary woman without a weapon. She had no intention of embarking on this risky venture alone. Instead, she decided to visit the Lu family to seek out Lu Xing, excluding Lu Zhan. He was the one she was most familiar with. As Fu Lian approached the Lu household and grasped the door knocker, a sudden voice called out from behind her. Miss Fu. It was a familiar voice, Hu Lai. Until now, she had existed in a state of anonymity, knowing names without faces and faces without names. But today, upon seeing him, both name and visage aligned perfectly. She recalled vividly how Lu Zhan had brazenly commandeered someone else's helicopter. Although she had played no active role, she felt somewhat complicit. Yet, the man before her seemed entirely unconcerned about that day's events. She offered a relaxed smile. Hello. It's been a while. Hu Lai's lips curved into a smile. He bore the serious and solemn demeanor of a soldier. Just his presence radiated integrity, and this unique aura earned him considerable admiration. May we have a conversation? He inquired. Fu Lian faced him with composure, nodded slightly, and stepped forward to approach him. I happen to have some questions I would like to consult you about as well. Please, Miss Fu. Go ahead, Hu Lai replied with utmost courtesy. Fu Lian was rather direct. Are you acquainted with Wu Yu? Hu Lai nodded, Mr. Wu. He has recently become engrossed in the arena competitions and has long neglected the affairs of Pingchuan. It's rather peculiar, to be honest. Peculiar? Fu Lian inquired. Indeed. Hu Lai continued, maintaining his gaze upon her. Initially, he was determined to secure the position of leader in Pingchuan, even willing to marry the heiress of the granary base to gain esteem. Yet, inexplicably, he has become enmeshed in trivial amusements. Uncertain of the reason, Fu Lian probed further. Not entirely at a loss, Hu Lai replied. It appears he may have ingested too many crystal cores, rendering the zombie virus within him uncontrollable. But that is merely hearsay. I cannot be certain. With a smile, Hu Lai shifted the topic towards Lu Zhan. Have you noticed anything unusual about Brother Lu lately? What do you mean? Fu Lian countered, her interest piqued. The mention of Lu Zhan sharpened her awareness. Oh, it's nothing significant, Hu Lai said. It's just that his parents' death anniversary is approaching. Every year around this time, his emotions tend to spiral out of control. You know his abilities are extraordinary, and during such times, the threat of zombies besieging the city or other dangers looms over everyone in Pingchuan. The anniversary of his parents' passing? Fu Lian paused, her steps halting. Hasn't Ti mentioned it to you? Hu Lai looked at her, his tone slow and unkind. He invariably goes on a rampage during this period. A rampage? The nature of half-beasts made it challenging to suppress their bloodthirsty and violent instincts. Compared to humans, half-beasts possessed an innate savagery. The slaughter in Pingchuan bore this additional layer of significance. For the first time, she realized how little she understood Lu Zhan, leaving her feeling rather unprepared. Fu Lian's heart was filled with frustration as she bit her lower lip, pondering what course of action to take. Fu Lai fixed his gaze upon her eyes and inquired, "You wish to prevent him, do you not?" Observing Fu Lian nodding slightly, a glimmer of amusement danced in Fu Lai's eyes. "I possess a vial of suppressants that I procured from the capital base. While I cannot ascertain its efficacy, you may wish to administer it to him." With that, he handed Fu Lian a sealed, elongated pouch, the packaging reminiscent of instant coffee. Fu Lian held it in her hands, silently embracing it, expressing her gratitude. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." With his purpose fulfilled, Fu Lai ceased to elaborate and began to bid farewell. "Wait, may we discuss the past events concerning Lu Zhan?" Fu Lian bit her lip, calling out to him. Fu Lai, reluctant to engage, evasively replied, "I am not well informed on that matter. You are aware of his parents' death anniversary and the moments when he might spiral out of control. You possess an intimate understanding of him. This familiarity suggests either enmity or friendship." Fu Lian opened her palm to reveal the vial of medicine. Her words were veiled yet clear. If they were friends, why would she need to pass on the medication on his behalf? They could only be adversaries. This man evidently desired her to undertake some perilous actions. Fu Lai believed he concealed his intentions adeptly. Yet the diminutive and seemingly frail girl before him discerned his motives with ease. He felt no embarrassment at being seen through. Instead, he chuckled to himself. Echoing Fong Mingda's words, but with slight embellishment, he spoke to Fu Lian in an enigmatic manner. "I cannot claim to know him well. If we are to speak of understanding, it should pertain to Miss Fu. Striking a serpent at its vital point is the true measure of mastery. Two ultimate, invincible enigmas." Fortunately, Fu Lian was astute and instantly grasped the implications. Striking a serpent at its vital point could lead to its demise. He understood her feelings for Lu Zhan, and their interactions had been minimal, limited to the incident in the Northwest District's blood mist. It seemed he was aware that the observer outside the camper was Fu Lian. If he could discern this, Lu Zhan surely could as well. Lu Zhan only claimed to have lost his memory. No, if he had truly forgotten everything, he would not have spared her. The way Fu Lian had stealthily lingered at the door had seemed most suspicious. Yet, astonishingly, Lu Zhan had let her go. He was not one to exhibit compassion. However, he had said nothing at that time. Fu Lian dared not ponder deeply. The sun hung low in the sky, lazily warming her cheeks. Before her, a vast expanse of whiteness enveloped her, instilling a sense of vulnerability as if she had nowhere to hide beneath the glaring sunlight. Fu Lian approached, grasping Fu Lai's hand firmly, placing the suppressor heavily into his palm. "I cannot bear this inhibitor." Chapter 78, The Inhibitor. If Lu Zhan were to truly comprehend her thoughts and actions, Fu Lian dared not contemplate it. The previous occasion could be explained away. Lu Zhan had not probed deeply or held her accountable. However, this instance was starkly different. This time, there was no Lin Xin emerging unexpectedly to control her. The mere thought of Lu Zhan realizing that her sole intention in approaching him was to eliminate him filled Fu Lian with a suffocating dread, as if he were tightening his grip around her throat. The sound of her own frantic heartbeat echoed in her ears, a clear indication that her adrenaline surged due to fear and trepidation. Without a moment's hesitation, she relinquished the inhibitor and turned to leave. After taking just a couple of steps, she was met with Fu Lai's piercing mockery from behind, igniting a flicker of anger within her. Pressing her lips together, she silently quickened her pace. In the next instant, a firm grip seized her arm from behind. "Are you afraid he will kill you?" Fu Lian attempted to break free from his restraints, only to hear Fu Lai assert with unwavering certainty that he would not. "How dare you guarantee that?" His arrogance and pride rendered him indifferent to such a trivial threat. Fu Lian smirked, questioning why he didn't go himself. Noticing Fu Lian's skepticism, Fu Lai continued to elucidate that Brother Lu had spent time at the capital base and was familiar with this matter. "The inhibitor is quite valuable, isn't it?" Seeing Fu Lian's heightened guard, Fu Lai chuckled softly, his smile expanding, rendering his face even more dignified. Only the slight upward tilt of his eyes betrayed a hint of mischievousness. I believe you are misunderstanding. The intent to deal with him previously was solely due to his status as a parasitic entity. Now, given his unique position, ensuring he remains under control is of utmost importance. Regardless of his words, Fu Lian remained steadfast and unyielding. If he possessed the ability, he should go himself. Why drag her into this? It was evident that his intentions were far from innocent. Fu Lianxi was extremely cautious, unwilling to take even the slightest risk. She crossed her arms and fixed her gaze on Hu Lai, adopting an attitude that suggested she was eager to hear his fabricated tales. The two remained at an impasse until Hu Lai, feeling deflated, sighed and posed a question. Do you not wish to gamble? A gamble? A wager on your standing in his heart. Hu Lai smirked, declaring, I wager he will let you go. At this juncture, Hu Lai lifted his chin, his demeanor both flamboyant and arrogant, for he was a person who clung tightly to even the faintest glimmer of warmth. He wore a long black coat. Fu Lian had never seen her wear it. As she spoke, she folded the coat neatly a couple of times and then wiped her hands before rising to head to the kitchen. The cuffs of the coat were adorned with a row of golden hidden buttons, now stained with droplets of blood, fresh and recently acquired. Fu Lian let out a cold laugh as she stepped forward and seized Lin Yunya's hand. The delicate and smooth skin on her palm bore several dark red wounds, small punctures from needles. I warned you not to provoke my man. Lin Yunya, who was so fearful and frail, could hardly venture into perilous places. The identity of the coat's owner was self-evident. Sister Lian, please let go, Lin Yunya murmured weakly. When Fu Lian remained unresponsive, her voice took on a tone of grievance and helplessness. You're hurting me. Just then, Lu Zhan emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, pausing momentarily as his gaze fell upon Fu Lian's tightly clasped hand. Fu Lian immediately released her grip, casting a glance at Lu Zhan, her lips pressed tightly together. Lu Zhan was also at home, which implied that the coat had been entrusted to Lin Yunyun for mending with his consent. He permitted it. Confronted with Fu Lian's furious gaze, Lu Zhan remained calm and composed, seemingly unaware of the source of their dispute. He set down the dish in his hand and inquired, Where did you go today? Though he did not look directly at her, everyone understood that the question was directed at Fu Lian. Nowhere, she replied sullenly. Lu Zhan offered no further comment, merely nodding and suggesting, Come, let us eat. Fu Lian followed behind, her heart burdened with unspoken worries. Lu Zhan, however, maintained an air of composure, while Lin Yunyan, trembling with trepidation, took her seat directly across from Lu Zhan. Upon catching Fu Lian's gaze, she felt a sudden jolt of awareness and promptly hurried to occupy the seat opposite Fu Lian. Fu Lian was preoccupied with her thoughts, barely managing to take a few hasty bites of her meal. With her gaze cast downward, she suddenly noticed a pair of chopsticks extending toward her. Looking up, she saw Lin Yunyan offering her a gentle smile. This is my first attempt at cooking, she said, her tone a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Brother Lu Zhan mentioned that you enjoy scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I'm unsure of the taste. Would you care to try it? As Fu Lian observed Lu Zhan scooping a piece of egg towards his mouth, she too took a moment to sample it. The flavor was indeed delightful, albeit somewhat bland, likely due to a conservative use of seasoning. Nevertheless, the egg was remarkably fresh, and the tomatoes were plump and juicy. So what do you think? Fu Lian turned to inquire of him. Not bad, he replied. For a first attempt, it's quite commendable. Fu Lian bit her lip, a flicker of discontent stirring within her. She was not the sole admirer of tomatoes and eggs. Lu Zhan held a fondness for them as well, perhaps even more than she did. While she cherished a variety of foods, it seemed that throughout their interactions, he had displayed a particular inclination towards tomatoes and eggs. His kindness seemed to mirror hers. Did he appreciate these dishes because of her preference, or did he genuinely care for her? Fu Lian was acutely aware of her own despicable nature. If she herself could not be sincere, what right did she have to demand sincerity from others? This thought led her gaze involuntarily towards Lin Yuyan. What of her? She appeared to genuinely harbor a fervent affection for him. Was it not true? Noticing Fu Lian's intense scrutiny, a wave of trepidation washed over Lin Yuyan, prompting her to instinctively cast a pleading glance towards Lu Zhan. Lin Yuyan observed clearly that Lu Zhan's peripheral vision remained fixated on Fu Lian. Even as he heard her speak, his gaze did not waver in the slightest. Disheartened, Lin Yuyan lowered her head in silence. When Fu Lian turned her gaze, it coincidentally met his. "Do you dislike it?" he inquired. Fu Lian shook her head, feeling somewhat indifferent. The food lacked flavor. After finishing her meal, she cleared her bowl, pushed aside her utensils, wiped her mouth, and retreated into her small room. Shortly after, she poked her head out and inquired, "Have you seen my camel-colored scarf, Lu?" Lu Zhan had just finished eating. He tilted his head back to drink some tree milk, then cleared away his utensils and wiped the moisture from the corners of his lips with his fingertip. "Wasn't that a gift for me? I thought you didn't like it?" Fu Lian replied in puzzlement, as she had intended to give one to Lu Xing as well. 2 scars would be too much for her to use. "That was also meant for me," Lu Zhan stated, rising to walk toward the room. As he passed by Lin Yunyan, he reminded her to remember to tidy up the dining table. Lin Yunyan nodded, her cheeks stuffed with meat, resembling a little hamster. While Lu Zhan spoke to her, she stared at him without blinking. Fu Lian was uncertain of the emotions swirling within her heart. Pouting slightly, she reached out to wrap her arms around Lu Zhan's. He did not resist, though his limbs were somewhat rigid. They continued walking together until they reached Lu Zhan's room, where he gently released her embrace. Fu Lian's face remained impassive, her heart unwavering. "My window has broken once more." Chapter 79, Disappearance. Lu Zhan stood there, merely standing like a statue. Fu Lian bit her lower lip and extended her pinky, gently hooking it around his. He did not refuse. Eventually, she quietly slipped her little hand into the curve of his palm, her soft, tender fingers curling delicately within. The tips of Fu Lian's fingers brushed against his, gradually tightening their grip. Suddenly, Lu Zhan's pinky twitched, as if unable to withstand Fu Lian's gentle flirtation, instinctively seeking to retreat. Fu Lian clearly observed him roll his Adam's apple, and then he slowly closed his eyes. A gasp escaped Fu Lian's lips as she abruptly released his hand. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she raised her palm to inspect it. Her fingertips were bright red from the heat, while her palm, having borne the brunt of contact, had become swollen and inflamed. In the blink of an eye, he was ablaze, his entire being seething like a fireball, indiscriminately scorching everything around him. Lu Zhan slightly hunched over, steadying himself against the armrest of a nearby chair. The tousled hair on his forehead hung down naturally, and Fu Lian distinctly saw the prominent veins on his arms as he rolled up his sleeves. They seemed to emerge from the depths of his body, gradually imprinting a dark crimson pattern upon his skin. Those veins, akin to roots embedded within him, twisted and vanished into his sleeves. He wore nothing but a shirt. Its buttons loosened at the chest, revealing skin that had turned entirely red, even marred by contorted green patterns. The deep green hue resembled a dark, oppressive black, resembling repugnant tendrils that clung tightly to him. Fu Lian heard his labored breathing, and, as the sound intensified, she locked eyes with him. His gaze, usually quiet and profound, resembled the fiery depths of an abyss, burning into her with an intense brilliance. Stunned, she stared, and in the blink of an eye, the figure before her vanished into thin air, leaving only a faint afterimage and the swaying of the door behind. Fu Lian rushed out the door, catching a fleeting glimpse of Lin Yunyun in a floral apron, diligently wiping the tables and chairs in the kitchen. She hastily opened the door and pursued, only to see a fleeting corner of Lu Zhan's white garment disappear around the staircase. "Wait, dress a bit warmer." Fu Lian's words lingered in the air. She pressed her lips together, silently feeling the suppressants in her pocket, and stepped forward to follow. Exhausted and straining every effort, she reached the staircase. But Lu Zhan was already nowhere to be seen. Not even the hem of his garment remained visible. Damn it, those with abilities are truly remarkable, running at such speed. Fu Lian pressed her hand against her chest, which ached slightly from the exertion, as she walked out with a sense of dejection. Along the way, she activated the specialized watch for high-ranking abilities, a gift from Hu Lai, with whom she had only one contact. She relayed the news of Lu Zhan's erratic disappearance to Hu Lai. On the roadside, she casually hopped onto a bicycle, intending to explore Pingchuan in hopes of a fortunate encounter. Pingchuan was vast. Although it had originally been a university, it had expanded to incorporate several nearby residential buildings and complexes after establishing a base in the post-apocalyptic world. The roads in the older residential areas remained somewhat rugged and intricate. Fu Lian searched outside for an entire afternoon. As dusk began to fall, she realized that lingering outdoors was not safe, prompting her to hasten home on her bicycle. Along the way, she passed by the challenge arena and caught a glimpse of a woman cornered against the wall, her figure obscured by a man who shielded her completely. Only her delicate, fair calves and smooth, youthful shoulders were visible. She wore a floral apron, beneath which her garments appeared to be in disarray, even emitting muffled sounds that were barely discernible. Fu Lian's ears turned slightly red, and she dared not look closely, her feet swiftly pressing the pedal beneath her. As winter approached, the sun hurried along its path. Just moments ago, the sky was filled with abundant sunlight and warmth, but in the next instant, it had already taken on a yellowish and even dim hue. Fu Lian glanced at her watch, noting the absence of any messages. No one had reached out to her. A sense of disappointment washed over her as she sighed softly. Where could Lu Zhan be? Would today be no different? Clinging to a fleeting hope, Fu Lian hurried home, only to find the house unlit, the hallway enveloped in darkness. Fu Lian took out the key to unlock the door. She felt for the switch by the door, and with a click, the cold, desolate room was illuminated. It was utterly empty. Fu Lian closed the door, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself. A silence enveloped her. No one responded. She paced to the sofa and sat down, taking a few moments to gather her thoughts, only to realize something was amiss. Why was Lin Yunyin not home? With only 2 bedrooms in a house. Fu Lian searched diligently, only to discover that the silver-flowered fire tree, which had been kept here, was nowhere to be found. Along with it, Lin Yunyin had vanished as well. The balcony was immaculate, devoid of any signs of struggle. The silver-flowered fire tree had been taken away in a harmless state. A stranger could not have approached it without arousing suspicion unless it was Lin Yunyin herself. Having stayed here for several days, the tree posed no threat to her. It was plausible that Lin Yunyin had taken it, perhaps to ensure her own safety, assisting the intruder in a moment of desperation. Lin Yunyin was merely an ordinary woman. This was undoubtedly a situation forced upon her. Nevertheless, Fu Lian felt a pang of irritation. Currently, Lu Zhan was generously selling tree sap, rendering the theft of the silver-flowered fire tree unnecessary. What could that person's true intentions be? As Fu Lian walked, her thoughts wandered, and before long, she heard her stomach rumble. However, she lacked the mood and time to eat, so she distractedly searched for an apron, intending to prepare a simple meal for herself. After a prolonged search, she realized she could not find the apron and suddenly recalled the woman in the floral apron she had encountered on the road. Could that have been Lin Yunyin? She had not considered this possibility earlier, primarily because the woman had been obscured by a man, preventing her from seeing her features. Moreover, in the heat of the moment, she had been too flustered to examine closely. Although Lin Yunyin appeared to be in distress, her survival until now indicated she possessed considerable skill and capability. The ability to subdue ordinary individuals to the point of helplessness, while daring enough to remain in Pingchuan and engage in such activities at the arena, marked her as an extraordinary individual. The silver flower fire tree, with its heightened sense of vigilance, only becomes benign towards those it trusts, should a stranger approach. It would unleash its fiery wrath upon them. Thus, the thief of the silver flower fire tree and the captor of Lin Yunyin were likely one and the same, namely, the individual at the arena. Furthermore, the silver flower fire tree had become the sole remedy for suppressing the chaotic virus within the bodies of extraordinary beings. By severing access to this remedy, it was clear that this individual sought to undermine the well-being of all, whether his intentions were aimed at extraordinary beings or the military. Fu Lian could not ascertain. However, the tree sap of the silver flower fire tree was crucial for Pingchuan. Without it, the injection of the H serum would lead to the transformation of numerous extraordinary beings who consumed the crystal cores of zombies into mindless corpses, swelling the ranks of the undead. These creatures were no ordinary zombies. Each possessed unique abilities and could adeptly wield mental powers, making their transformation a significant threat. Should chaos erupt in Pingchuan, it would inevitably facilitate the military's final slaughter. Fu Lian contemplated her own limitations and decided to contact Fu Lian. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, slow and heavy. It did not sound like a hand striking the door, but rather something blunt, repeatedly and forcefully hacking away. Fu Lian stepped out of the kitchen into the brightly lit living room, the brilliance almost blinding. With each step, she approached the grand entrance. The crimson door loomed larger before her, its subtle swaying and the sound of tearing friction echoing in her ears. Someone outside was vandalizing the door. Fu Lian clenched her fist, suppressing her fear as she slowly approached the door. She rose on her tiptoes and peered through the peephole. Chapter 80, The Attack. Through the small, pinhole glass, Fu Lian locked eyes with a face that exuded a chilling indifference. The man outside was laughing, a mad laughter that instilled dread within her. One of his eyes was deeply sunken, revealing traces of blood and gore. Blood now trickling down and staining the skin around it, while the other eye, a deep emerald green, flickered like a ghostly light in the night. That eye was fixed intently on the peephole. Fu Lian inhaled sharply, feeling as though she were the prey being targeted, facing inevitable doom. She drew the butterfly knife from her waist and positioned her hand on the doorknob. The man wore a mask, displaying a row of menacing white teeth. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang, and through the narrow peephole, she glimpsed a massive iron hammer barreling toward her. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, hearing the sound of the hammer striking the door. A violent tremor surged through her hand gripping the doorknob, reverberating throughout her entire body. Fu Lian could feel herself quaking, her ears ringing in response. This brute possessed the strength of an ox. Fu Lian weighed the pros and cons, realizing that no matter how fiercely she fought, she would likely be unable to withstand even a fraction of his might. Meanwhile, he merely needed to brush against the hem of her garment to swiftly eliminate her, as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. Fu Lian glanced around, intending to find something to barricade the door and buy herself a moment. Just as she lifted a stool, the pounding from outside ceased. She raised the stool, her heart racing, thinking that the intruder had discovered a new, convenient method of entry. Suddenly, there followed a muffled thud and a heavy impact, accompanied by the faint sound of a man's pained gasp. Fu Lian approached and unexpectedly beheld an utterly inconceivable figure. Lu Xing was entangled in a fierce struggle with the masked man, his right hand gripping the latter's neck with a fierce intensity, dragging him relentlessly against the wall of the corridor. The two figures dangled precariously, their bodies half suspended in midair. The masked man wielded a heavy hammer, relentlessly striking Lu Xing's hand that clasped his throat. Despite the hammer's considerable weight, which could easily collide with his own chest, he seemed utterly oblivious, continuing his frenzied assault. Truly, he resembled a mad dog. Fu Lian calmly fixed her gaze on the masked man's flushed neck. With just a little push, she could send him tumbling from the third floor. Within a heartbeat of contemplation, Fu Lian made her decision. She swiftly turned the doorknob, and while the two were momentarily distracted, she raised the bench in her hands and thrust it against the masked man's backside, propelling him entirely over the edge. The masked man flipped in midair, his reflexes astonishingly sharp, as he swiftly relinquished the iron hammer and grasped Lu Xing's right hand that had been gripping him. Fu Lian rushed forward and struck his hand with the stool, yet he remained unfazed. Fu Lian beheld the wide, white grin adorning his face, stretching to the very edges of his ears, as if mocking the futile struggle of the two. In the next moment, Fu Lian's hand, which gripped the bench, was seized by the masked man. He propelled himself off the wall with great force, yanking the two individuals standing in the corridor downward. As for himself, he too lost his restraints and plummeted straight downward. The three bodies dispersed in the air, their limbs splayed and fluttering amidst the descent. As Fu Lian observed Lu Xing kick the masked man aside, he extended his long arm, grasping her outstretched hand and gently pulling her closer. Their descent continued, and they appeared to be nearing the second-floor corridor. Lu Xing stepped against the wall of the second floor to mitigate the impact, However, the force of their plummet was too swift, and Fu Lian could even hear the sound of his ankle fracturing under the strain. The force caused their bodies to rotate, leaving Fu Lian face down, gazing at the dark, concrete floor below, which instantly induced a wave of dizziness. The third floor was not high, and the concrete beneath them would not spell death for a superhuman. Yet, Fu Lian was merely a half-baked superhuman, and she could very well perish. Even if she survived, such a fall would likely result in a lifelong disability or paralysis. Fu Lian widened her eyes, tightly grasping Lu Xing's collar, her entire body clinging to him. Perhaps sensing Fu Lian's fear, Lu Xing, after a final push against the wall, skillfully reduced his descent speed, ultimately landing in a prone position, dutifully serving as a human cushion to break her fall. Although Fu Lian felt the jolt reverberate through her insides, the impact was surprisingly manageable. She was still able to rise and continue confronting the masked man, albeit with a demeanor that lacked intimidation. Lu Xing, enduring beneath her, managed to stand up. Being an ability user, his recovery was rapid, and even a fracture would only inflict minimal discomfort upon him. Fu Lian hastily supported him, as Lu Xing leaned his entire weight upon her. In the pitch-black atmosphere, a wave-like current of energy suddenly dispersed, and immediately, the masked man before them clutched his head, letting out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground. He writhed in agony for a moment before vanishing amidst the thicket of drunken fish grass. Both of them were injured, and it was evident that continuing the pursuit would be unwise. They instinctively relinquished their contest. However, in that fleeting moment, when Fu Lian felt the surge of mental energy enveloping her entire being, an unprecedented sensation of tingling pleasure washed over her. Her mind became exhilaratingly alert and clear. Fu Lian instinctively unleashed her mental energy, which surged forth like a torrent of a mighty river, enveloping an area of 100 meters in an instant. As her mental force traversed through the myriad of buildings and throngs of people, it ultimately pinpointed a dimly lit corner of a shadowy alley, where the vulnerable Lin Yunyan and Lu Zhan were found. Lu Zhan extended a hand, and Lin Yunyan grasped it to rise, the two of them supporting each other as they made their way out. She furrowed her brow, suppressing the dizziness induced by the violent encounter, and steadied Lu Xing as they headed towards Building 8. The atmosphere here was no longer safe. Lu Xing took a deep breath, his gaze landing on a bicycle nearby. He activated the light on his watch, signaling Fu Lian to ride that. Fu Lian pushed the door open and Lu Xing settled into the vehicle. As she pressed the pedal to commence their journey, Lu Xing languidly wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his face against her warm back. "How did you come to be here?" Fu Lian inquired, directing the vehicle towards Lu's residence. Beyond Lu's home, she found herself at a loss for alternative destinations. Indeed, it was likely that all the prominent figures had already received the news. Fu Lian glanced at her watch, seizing the opportunity in the absence of passers-by to check the message sent by Hu Lai. Lu Xing, holding a glowing light, took a moment to tap twice with his left hand, accepting the request. The watch flickered, revealing a new friend request. Upon opening the grand entrance of the Lu residence, they were greeted by the grotesque visage of Lu Yu, who had succumbed to a ghastly transformation, bound tightly to a pillar in the living room. The extreme fluctuations of emotion could indeed lead to such a fate. Lu Xing cast a glance at Lu Yu, picked up the tree milk from the coffee table, and with a deft and discerning touch, grasped his chin, pouring the nourishing liquid into his mouth. The loss of his sister-in-law, the demise of his parents, weighed heavily on his elder brother's heart, a burden most difficult to bear. Lu Xing's voice, tinged with melancholy, resonated with an underlying strength. The boy before him, no longer the fragile child who had first lost his parents, had swiftly shed his youthful naivety, emerging as a composed and mature individual. He had transformed into the person he was destined to become. As he stepped away from Lu Yu, moving closer to the sofa in the living room, Fu Lian could no longer contain herself. She rose from the sofa and enveloped him in her arms. Lu Xing stifled a few sobs that threatened to escape his throat, swallowing them back as he clutched Fu Lian tightly, as though she were a rare and invaluable treasure in this world. The embrace lingered, long enough for Fu Lian to feel drowsy. She stifled a yawn, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Yet, in her peripheral vision, she caught sight of a dark-hand shadow creeping slowly across the glass window. Chapter 81. The laboratory. Fu Lian gently nudged Lu Zhan, only to hear the steady rhythm of his breathing. To her astonishment, he had fallen asleep. Carefully, she placed Lu Zhan onto the sofa and slowly made her way towards the window, situated between the first and second floors, on the wall that divided the staircase. Just as she reached the window, it suddenly swung open, and a dark hand reached out, pulling her inside. Within was a hollow mezzanine, leading to a staircase that descended vertically. Fu Lian tumbled in, her balance lost, and rolled down the stairs, finally coming to rest at the feet of a slender figure. The owner of that foot appeared oblivious to the impact, continuing to descend with an expressionless demeanor. Fu Lian, with her heart racing and her senses heightened, steadied herself, curling up quietly on the staircase threshold to observe. After a prolonged period of vigilance, without detecting any irregularities, she cautiously descended the stairs, strangely yet naturally following behind the figure. Merely from this vantage point, one could discern his hair standing upright like steel needles, his frame gaunt and slender akin to a reed, and his head appeared almost shrunken, a diminutive or precariously perched upon his neck. Fu Lian followed slowly, attentive to the individual ahead, while also mindful of the stairs beneath her feet. The person's gait was rigid and sluggish, the black leather shoes producing a faint clicking sound as they made contact with the steps. The attire he wore emitted a faint phosphorescence, its material indiscernible. Suddenly, the clicking ceased, causing Fu Lian's heart to constrict, prompting her to halt in her tracks. In that moment, she witnessed the man become eerily still, his body frozen, while only his head turned mechanically and gradually, completing a full 180 degrees, swapping the positions of his face and the back of his head. In the oppressive darkness of the night, the sight was truly chilling and terrifying. To her dismay, Fu Lian recognized this unsettling figure, her second cousin, Lu Zhan. Relieved, she crouched down, resuming her cautious pursuit as Lu Zhan took a few steps ahead, perfectly matching the rhythm of his mechanical footsteps. The pattern was remarkably consistent and easy to remember. She lost count of the staircases traversed and the near encounters with Lu Yang's sudden turns. Just as they were nearing their destination, he paused once more to glance back. Fu Lian quickly ducked down, only to discover, among the myriad of entrances, a multitude of expressionless figures, their movements robotic. The dim lighting cast a cold glow, and Fu Lian could see them twisting their necks, slightly bowing their heads, their gaze fixed directly upon her. Fu Lian was startled and immediately pretended to be stiff as she descended the stairs. After a leisurely descent, she lowered her head, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Zhan ahead. They all stared at her, unblinking and motionless. The only commonality among the crowd seemed to be the traces of decomposition, with prominent, deep red veins winding grotesquely across their faces. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed once more, and Fu Lian noticed a mechanical egg approaching her from a distance. Though it bore the semblance of a robot, a spark of intelligence glimmered in its eyes. It noticed Fu Lian, adjusted its glasses with a gentle push, and emitted a cold, mechanical voice, stating, "New experimental subject detected. Decomposition progress at 0. Agent adaptability is favorable. Suitable as a novel research subject." As its words fell, the surrounding crowd immediately began to advance towards her, while the mechanical egg retrieved a vial of serum from its pocket, squeezed out a few drops to expel the air, and hastily moved toward her. Fu Lian took a step back, extending her leg to kick aside the nearest Lu Zhan, causing the crowd following him to tumble over. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly ascended the steep slope formed by the fallen bodies, racing to the mechanical egg and striking its wrist with her hand. Fu Lian gasped in surprise, catching a glimpse from the corner of her eye as he attempted to puncture his own arm with a needle. To her astonishment, she swiftly yanked off his entire wig, revealing a smooth, gleaming bald head. Fu Lian glanced at the dense wig in her hand, feeling somewhat speechless. Discarding the wig, she once more covered his head with her hand her fingers slightly curling to perfectly rest upon his eyeball. At that moment, the mechanical egg happened to turn around, and Fu Lian seized the opportunity to twist his neck, pressing her fingers firmly into the socket of his eye. With a hiss, two sounds emerged as electrical currents and wisps of smoke emanated from the mechanical egg's eyes. Fu Lian leaped aside, evading the outstretched arm that reached for her. In a fluid motion, she drew her butterfly knife and skillfully hurled it, piercing the second eye of the mechanical egg. With both eyes damaged, the mechanical creature stood motionless, electric sparks crackling around it. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, the dim lights abruptly extinguished, followed by a piercing alarm that echoed through the air, accompanied by a blinding red light flashing ominously. The once rigid and mechanical figures suddenly erupted into furious howls, swiftly lunging toward Fu Lian. Fu Lian sidestepped, catching a glimpse of Lu Zhan, who had fallen behind the throng, still appearing like a fool. These individuals, much like Lu Zhan, were likely once endowed with extraordinary abilities. Among them, Fu Lian recognized several familiar faces. The urgent alarms continued to echo within the confined space, and the zombie-like traits of the crowd became increasingly pronounced. Accompanying this transformation into the undead was a rampant, uncontrollable force of mental energy, surging towards Fu Lian with alarming ferocity. Fu Lian felt a prickling numbness as her head was pressed down, and with a cry, she summoned her mental energy to retaliate. At that moment, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Everyone seemed to be frozen in time, and the invisible yet surging forces began to disintegrate upon encroaching within a meter of Fu Lian. In a corner unnoticed by all, a tiny red dot flickered gently, while a man observing the scene adjusted his glasses. An ability to purify, perhaps? A smile crept across his face, revealing a hint of intrigue, though it was regrettable that it would disrupt my plans. Thus, he parted his lips slightly, lifting a glass to his mouth and tilting his head back for a sip. "Die," he muttered. As he spoke, the cold lenses of his glasses glimmered with a delightful light, and the pale glow of a screen reflected several small words. "Laboratory monitoring, D." He set down the glass and pressed a button with his index finger. Suddenly, the camera began to emit a mist of eerie green vapor. Within the thick fog, shadowy forms began to swirl. Fu Lian was drenched by the green mist, wiping the droplets from her face. As she focused her gaze, a complex and grave expression crossed her features. It was a corpse spirit. Peering through the hazy form of the spirit, she spotted a flickering red light in the corner. Instantly, she composed herself, exhibiting an innocent smile as she discreetly raised her middle finger towards the camera. "Just you wait." The following morning, the pale light pierced through Lu Zhan's eyes. He sat up, supporting his throbbing head, and as he lowered his gaze, he caught sight of dark green patterns crawling up his neck in the mirror by his bedside. He sighed softly, allowing his mental energy to search and ascend in a particular direction, ultimately slipping silently into the Lu residence. However, upon failing to sense Fu Lian's presence, he abruptly rose, hastily grabbing his coat before rushing out. In mere moments, he arrived at the research facility he had previously explored, a tall, technologically advanced building. Upon entering, Lu Zhan made a beeline for the center of the institute, swiftly demolishing the information hub. He closed his eyes, attempting once more to locate Fu Lian's silhouette. Chapter 82. Destruction raising the middle finger was indeed quite stylish. Yet, Fu Lian, besieged by corpse spirits, was in a precarious situation. These spirits could manipulate the throngs of the undead, and as the mist thickened, their power grew ever stronger. It was rather troublesome. Fu Lian let out a small breath, continually dodging the assaults of the spirits while meticulously observing her surroundings in the laboratory. There wasn't much to admire. Once the entrance sealed, it merely transformed into a spacious and brightly lit room. Unfazed by her encirclement, she calmly dispatched the approaching zombies with her knife. With a leap onto the body of a mechanical egg, she then stepped onto a crouching zombie, using it as leverage to thrust upward, stabbing through the mechanical surveillance. The man on the other side of the camera could not have anticipated that Fu Lian, seemingly at her wit's end and awaiting her demise, would not only remain composed, but would also preemptively sabotage the surveillance he had set up throughout the room. Very well, if she was to perish, she would ensure he suffered as well. She even elegantly lifted a glass of water. Just as the cup reached her lips, a thunderous sound erupted from beneath her feet, causing the man to spill water all over himself. Fu Lian gripped her dagger tightly, assuming a defensive stance as she fixed her gaze upon the creatures that slowly emerged from the opening before her. These beings were a grotesque breed, their bodies encased in a tough, armor-like exoskeleton, reminiscent of sausage links, with the exception of their soft underbellies and claws. Their limbs sprawled against the ground, safeguarding their vulnerable parts. In her previous life, Fu Lian had encountered such a foreign entity. The Dark Overlord often used him as a mere seat, earning him the moniker of the prostrate chair. The aberrations emerging from various entrances imparted a message to Fu Lian. Monstrous beings lurked in the shadows, while those observing everything from behind the lens were not present on this level. This was the underground, and if that person was not above, they must be below. Fu Lian was engaged in a fierce battle. It was during this struggle that she discovered the ground chairs were not only impervious to blades and bullets, but also remarkably controllable. Thus, she employed her mental prowess to outwit the undead spirits while simultaneously maneuvering several of the chairs to strike the ceiling. Although the spirits could possess zombies and their forms were as elusive as phantoms, this particular cohort of undead had evidently been subjected to research, rendering them frail and weak. Even enhanced by the mist, their mental strength could not rival Fu Lian's. After a few exchanges, she had already dispatched several spirits with her blade. Naturally, outnumbered as she was, she sustained injuries. Despite her uncertainty about this ominous place, the presence of numerous zombies and spirits signified a dire threat to the plains, compelling Fu Lian to fight with great fervor, to the point of feeling soreness in her forearms. Wiping the blood from her face, she looked up, nearly blinded by the dust cascading from the ceiling above. Fu Lian hastily leapt aside, her gaze drawn to the ceiling, which had been cracked open by the impact of a fallen chair. The room was filled with the urgent sound of an alarm as she evaded several zombies lunging at her. Above her, concealed from view, a previously sealed wall parted slightly, and a mechanical arm emerged, swiftly grasping her head and lifting her upwards. The zombies on the ground reached out with their desiccated hands, clutching at her clothing, thighs, and ankles, yet they were left grasping at nothing as she ascended. She was hoisted into a transparent, cylindrical glass container, and before she could react, she noticed Lu Zhan seated at a control panel not far away, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. "Let me out," Fu Lian shouted, writhing within the confines of the small, circular vessel, brandishing a dagger in an attempt to pierce the glass. Lu Zhan, his eyes unyielding, casually tapped a spot on the console, causing the door of Fu Lian's glass chamber to unexpectedly swing open, nearly sending her tumbling to the ground. She quickly steadied herself by grasping the nearby console, her eyes scanning the area until she spotted her cousin Lu Yang confined in a glass container not far off, marked with the number 3. Numerous such glass containers filled the room, while various instruments and an array of flasks containing solutions were arranged beside the control panel. "Are you all right?" Lu Zhan paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to her. Fu Lian shook her head as her gaze wandered, drawn to a small, isolated table. Approaching it, she discovered it laden with H serums. She picked up a vial, furrowing her brow in confusion. "Where's this?" "An experimental observation room." Lu Zhan gathered several vividly colored vials into his satchel, then retrieved a pink bottle, placing it on the illuminated surface before Lu Yang's glass jar. The originally open recess sealed shut. Soon, the third jar brimmed with the pink liquid, and the grotesquely altered Lu Yang gradually regained his human form, though his movements remained sluggish and lethargic. Whether it was merely Fu Lian's imagination or not, it seemed his brain had further atrophied. Clearly, the serum had failed. Lu Zhan, seething with frustration, slammed his fist on the table and strode purposefully to the workstation. Suddenly, he opened the cabinet beneath and seized the man's collar, leaning in closely. "The experiment has failed, hasn't it? There are numerous serums here. You might as well try them all." The man smiled faintly. his gaze seemingly casual as it flicked over Fu Lian. Fu Lian noticed that he was bound hand and foot. Before her rescue, it was evident that this man had also fallen victim to Lu Xing's robbery. You would do well to remain silent. Lu Xing intended to save Lu Yang, much like a marine striving to rescue a bride who had already succumbed to the fate of a zombie. Fu Lian could comprehend the anguish that resided within Lu Xing's heart. She approached him and gently patted his shoulder, wishing for him to find solace. With tears glistening in the corners of his eyes, Lu Xing turned to face her, silently weeping. Fu Lian quietly accompanied him as Lu Xing choked back tears. He extended his hand in a gesture of embrace, but ultimately retracted it, clenching his fist with restrained composure. In truth, there had been some progress. The man raised his hands before him and said, "Release me, and I shall reveal the truth." The researchers were all deceased. What could a mere observer possibly comprehend? Lu Xing remained unmoved. The man chuckled softly and tapped the keyboard twice. A plethora of garbled symbols and numbers appeared on the screen. Doctor. Lu Yang had been striving for self-preservation, though transformation into a corpse had become an unavoidable fate. However, as he was also a subject of the experiment, he had managed to leave behind invaluable data, details pertaining to another ability user. Lu Xing studied the information for a moment, his expression shifting as realization dawned upon him. It was him. He shot a glare at the man, questioning why this crucial information had not been disclosed earlier. Did you intend for Ping Xuan to fall? Chapter 83, Destruction 2. Ping Xuan is falling? Upon hearing the key phrase, Fu Lian's ears perked up. The man erupted into laughter, his mirth escalating in volume. And with his peculiar chuckle, a network of deathly patterns swiftly crept across his visage. His once jet-black, luminous eyes transformed into a ghostly shade of green. Lu Xing, positioned closest to him, instinctively recoiled a step, observing the man's rigid posture, reminiscent of a corpse, while a detached smile lingered upon his face. After all, I am doomed as well. Why should I concern myself with Ping Xuan's fate? Such utter selfishness was truly remarkable. Fu Lian was enraged. She charged forward, plunging a knife directly into his neck. The man convulsed twice, his head tilting to the side, motionless, save for his cold, piercing gaze fixed upon the ceiling. It was futile. Lu Xing furrowed his brow. He had sensed something amiss during their confrontation in the corridor. That man possessed an alarming degree of both physical prowess and stamina. Who was he? Despite her suspicions, Fu Lian voiced her query. Lu Xing shook his head, uncertain. The records had been thoroughly obliterated, yet he knew one thing. He was a man. Isn't that obvious? I am aware he's a man too. Could it be Wu Yu? Fu Lian suppressed her urge to scoff and earnestly put forth her conjecture, the memory of his green eyes lingering vividly in her mind. Ah, are you looking for me? They turned towards the sound, witnessing the door to the observation room slowly creak open, revealing a smiling man who stepped inside. His smile was imbued with a chilling malevolence, the extent of his goodwill known only to himself. Wu Yu's bangs hung low, obscuring one of his sharp green eyes, which gleamed with ill intent. Lu Xing instinctively assumed a defensive stance, grasping Fu Lian's hand and shielding her behind him. In a nearby building, the walls of a research room had been violently battered, bearing the marks of conflict, with traces of blood splattered upon them. The experimental subjects hidden within had also been eradicated, transforming the once orderly lab into utter chaos. Lu Zhan's hurried exit was halted by the opening of the observation room door. His fleeting shadow solidified in the air as his blood-streaked hand clenched tightly, delivering a powerful blow to the adjacent wall. The wall shuddered, a massive dent forming where his fist struck and cracks spiderwebbed outward from the impact. He exerted all his strength. After releasing his pent-up frustration, Lu Zhan closed his eyes, a self-deprecating smile surfacing momentarily before he fell silent. Bowing his head to wipe the blood from his hands. Lu Xing Fu Lian, what is your relationship? Lu Zhan recalled Lin Yinyan's words. I believe that Lian's sister does not truly care for you. A person in love would not exhibit such indifference. He pondered what the proper attitude towards love should be, though he remained steadfast in his belief that she held affection for him, her demeanor unique in his eyes. Yet, this affection now teetered on the brink of collapse, a reality he found unbearable. Ever since Fu Lian had attacked him, while Fu Lian remained motionless at the door, his doubts had begun to surface. He sought countless justifications for her actions. She was weak, had little chance against the ability user Fu Lian. And when he himself was parasitized by the monster in the blood mist, her choice was not erroneous. However, he could not accept that, in such a brief span, Fu Lian had turned to another. He had witnessed them cycling together, saw Lu Xing's arm around her waist, observed their exchange of contact information, and witnessed their embraces and clasped hands. All of it was right before his eyes. The emotions he had bottled up for so long erupted in that moment. Lu Zhan bent over, pressing his fingers against the feverishly hot scar on his chest, and his figure vanished within the building. Wu Yu's villainous monologue was abruptly interrupted as a shadow surged forth, forcefully slamming his head into the wall. The assault did not end there. The shadow then yanked his hair, swiftly dragging him away. The entire episode unfolded in under 5 seconds, leaving Fu Lian unable to discern the figure, the scene before becoming starkly devoid of any trace. Only the ajar door stood testament to the fact that someone had indeed been there. Oh, what? What has happened? Fu Lian scratched his head in perplexity and turned to meet the equally bewildered gaze of Lu Xing. Fu Lian withdrew her hand, directing her gaze toward the row of H serums. These must be disposed of. No sooner had she spoken than a dizzying sensation engulfed her, suddenly recalling a recent scene in the laboratory, where the reclining chairs were still fervently striking the ceiling. These temporary workers exhibited quite the dedication, leaving Fu Lian momentarily at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Lu Xing also came to his senses and resumed his manipulation of the computer. Before long, he had successfully confined all the monsters and zombies back into their chambers. Fu Lian observed as she first sprayed toxic gas into the room housing the creatures, then violently dismantled the locking mechanism with a knife, ensuring they were all sealed within. Finally, upon exiting the observation room, she activated the self-destruction device, burying all the filth and viruses within the laboratory and observation area. It was not until the following afternoon that she realized how time had slipped away while engaged in serious matters. With the tasks concluded, fatigue and hunger washed over her. Fu Lian patted her empty stomach and, without hesitation, swiftly accompanied Lu Xing to the cafeteria for a hearty meal. Lu Xing escorted her downstairs, and after bidding him farewell, she walked home humming a cheerful tune. Having addressed a significant threat, she felt genuinely elated. Fu Lian, she thought with delight, as she caught sight of Lu Zhan leaning on the balcony with his head down, smoking. She waved at him, but Lu Zhan merely cast her a glance before turning away, his lips betraying not even the slightest hint of a smile. Fu Lian's cheerful disposition remained unscathed as she ascended the staircase, humming a tune. Lu Zhan's emerald eyes flickered with a cold intensity as he extinguished his cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke with a frosty demeanor. A gentle breeze caressed his face, lifting the strands of hair from his forehead, revealing his exquisite features and profound, brooding gaze. Those striking green eyes seemed to lack focus, appearing both distant and entrancing. As Lin Yunyan approached him, the scent of smoke enveloped her, prompting a soft cough. She cautiously draped her garment over Lu Zhan's shoulders, murmuring, "Thank you, Lu Zhan Gij, for last night." It was indeed Lu Zhan's coat. Noticing that Lu Zhan remained still, offering no refusal, Lin Yunyan felt a surge of joy within her. She discreetly pinched her palm and continued, "If it weren't for you, I shudder to think of the torment I would have endured at the hands of that pervert. Lu Zhan Gij, there is something I wish to tell you in person." Fu Lian trudged heavily up the stairs to the 3rd floor, slowly making her way to the entrance of her home. Her spirits were elevated, yet her body, weary from a night of insomnia, protested with exhaustion. Upon reaching the door, she retrieved her keys and unlocked it, exhaling a sigh of fatigue. She removed her coat and hung it on the coat rack, then made her way to the balcony, just in time to overhear Lin Yunyan's timid yet bold declaration. "Brother Lu Zhan, Yunyan truly likes you. You saved me. My life now belongs to you." Chapter 84. Mutation. How bold of Lin Yunyan to harbor affections for Lu Zhan. She certainly possessed audacity. Fu Lian gritted her teeth, her anger boiling as she steadied herself against the glass, ready to rush forward and tear apart the facade of that little green tea. However, Lin Yinyin was swifter. Fu Lian was a moment too late and witnessed Lin Yinyin rise on her toes, leaning in close to Lu Zhan's face. Did Lu Zhan evade her? It was unclear. Yet, judging by his silhouette, it seemed that a kiss had taken place. In an instant, Fu Lian felt as though she had been doused with cold water, her mind suddenly sharpening with clarity. From behind, she resembled a pitiful figure, devastated by the betrayal of her boyfriend. Upon returning to her room, her anger only intensified. She had allowed that pair of treacherous lovers to escape without a word. In a moment, fatigue vanished, and her spirit was invigorated. She flung open the door and stormed out, only to find Lin Yinyin lost in thought on the sofa. Without hesitation, she delivered a resounding slap to her. "Get out!" Liang Mei. Lin Yinyin stood up, her eyes glistening with tears. Fu Lian's strength was formidable. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Lin Yinyin's lips. Fu Lian discreetly shook her numb arm and seized her hair, forcefully dragging her towards the door. Her long tresses were no match for Fu Lian's merciless grip. In order to minimize the pain, she had no choice but to follow Fu Lian's lead, all the while crying out incessantly. She uttered numerous pleas for leniency, yet not a single word acknowledged her own faults. Indeed, if she could truly secure a position by Lu Zhan's side, her life would undoubtedly flourish, leaving no room for concern over Fu Lian's feelings. Fu Lian showed no mercy, ruthlessly casting Lin Yinyin out and delivering a kick to her backside before shutting the door. After this, she furiously pushed open Lu Zhan's door, only to find it empty. She waited and waited until even the little cabbage had turned yellow from the weight. Fu Lian also fell into slumber. The room lay desolate as Lin Yinyin departed, followed by Lu Zhan. Only Fu Lian remained. Had those two left together? Was Lu Zhan's choice merely to follow Lin Yinyin? How absurd! It was undeniably Lu Zhan, the scoundrel who strayed, ultimately cast aside. Yet it was Fu Lian who felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and restlessness. Truly, this was beyond reason. Never before had she experienced such a profound sense of bewilderment in her life. Fu Lian casually grabbed some snacks, munching on them while grumbling. These two individuals are truly peculiar. Even after their departure, they left the place spotless, yet not a single item of supplies was taken. No, these two lovers are merely indulging in their own self-pity, intentionally leaving these provisions for her. After all, Lu Zhanxiang, with his dapper demeanor, is hardly concerned about such trivialities. Fu Lian puffed her cheeks and paused, suddenly finding the food in her hands unappetizing. However, she felt that the couple did not merit her fasting, so she forced herself to consume every morsel. After finishing, she noticed a call from Lu Xing and immediately began to sob as she shared the disheartening news. "I had already warned you that that scoundrel Lu Zhan was unreliable. I knew it all along. Sister Fu, you are quite grown. Must you still rely on your younger brother for matters of the heart? Never mind. I shall come and keep you company shortly." Upon hearing Fu Lian's heart-wrenching cries, Lu Xing couldn't help but add, "But do not despair. Indeed, I am in despair. Hurry and come to be with me." Fu Lian huffed. "I'm on my way," Lu Xing replied, though his tone sounded rather dismissive. Fu Lian felt displeased and continued to needle him. Lu Xing endeavored to engage, and they conversed for much of the day. However, she found his responses either mere agreement or disparagement of Lu Zhan, which only served to irritate her further, prompting her to hang up the phone abruptly. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Lian sent a message to Lu Li, succinctly recounting the incident. Fu Lian felt a moment of despondency, her entire being weighed down by the urgent task of combating the transformation of the deceased, striving to prevent the encirclement of zombies and the ensuing massacre. In the ensuing days, she established communication with Hu Lai and Lu Xing, only to learn that the research facility had been utterly destroyed, leaving the entire base in ruins, with no further supply of the H serum. A heavy burden lifted from her heart. She then actively participated in the search for individuals exhibiting dangerous mutations, collaborating with Lu Xing and others to capture a multitude of supernatural beings. These captives were then equipped with helmets designed to sever their powers and confined in specialized cells. Consequently, she found herself overwhelmed with responsibilities, leaving her no time to concern herself with Lu Zhan's activities. By chance or design, Fu Lian heard that Lu Zhan had either been clearing the outer perimeter or engaging in internal sparring. She was also aware of his recent emotional turmoil and declining mental state. She silently wished that Lin Yunyan would be there to support him during this critical time. A memory surfaced of her earlier vow to stand by Lu Zhan's side, never to abandon or betray him, prompting a self-deprecating smile at the unpredictability of life. On this particular night, the full moon glimmered like ice, and the cool rain fell like silk. Suddenly, strange noises emanated from the cells. Someone was unlocking the doors, and several supernatural beings were making their escape. Fu Lian received the news and, accompanied by Lu Xing, set out to apprehend the target. Thanks to the swift dissemination of information, the crowd reacted promptly, resulting in the recapture of the majority of the ability users, with only one managing to escape. Under normal circumstances, Fu Lian would not be overly concerned about others fleeing, but the individual who had eluded capture was Wu Yu. As the most severely decomposed ability user, Wu Yu was prone to emotional volatility and could fully decompose at any moment, leading to uncontrollable chaos. The one-eyed man Fu Lian had previously encountered was also him. The ability to capture the notorious Wu Yu, known for his ferocity, was not due to exceptional prowess, but rather because he had been subdued by an unknown benefactor, left on the brink of death and discarded at the entrance of the cage. When Fu Lian arrived, Wu Yu was drenched in blood, his body and face marred without a single unblemished spot. Bystanders searched him and discovered a suspended blade, a large white dental mask, and a branch adorned with fiery blossoms. All previous uncertainties were abruptly unraveled, leaving no trace of suspense or excitement in the investigation. It was utterly mundane. In pursuit of the tree milk, Fu Lian accompanied others to search his residence, only to uncover that this rogue had devoured the entire fiery blossom. Truly a beastly figure. Alas, the fiery blossom merely addresses symptoms rather than the root cause. With the fiery blossom now gone, the laboratory's records lay in ruins. Researchers had succumbed one after another to transformation, and no one remained to manage the side effects of the H serum. Those who had consumed the H serum could only be confined, with no viable solution in sight. Yet now, the most perilous individual, Wu Yu, had escaped. Speculating on the situation, Fu Lian resolved to guard the arena in hopes of fortune. The incessant drizzle did nothing to dampen the fervor of those flocking to the arena, which remained as crowded as ever. Fu Lian squeezed in alongside Lu Xing, brushing past numerous individuals engrossed in lively conversations over drinks. She suppressed her discomfort at the pungent odor of alcohol and made her way to the arena. The venue had just witnessed a fierce battle, and the referee unveiled a curtain revealing a notice, signifying that the victorious contender had achieved a remarkable milestone of 100 victories today. Amidst the fervent commentary, Fu Lian learned that the triumphant fighter had maintained an impeccable winning streak of 100%. Fu Lian's heart brimmed with curiosity as she lifted her gaze, encountering a pair of strikingly cold emerald eyes. This marked their first meeting since his abrupt departure. Chapter 85. Mutation 2. The two individuals gazed at each other from afar, and in that moment, time stretched into an eternity, with the surrounding clamor and cheers fading into obscurity. Those captivating emerald orbs ensnared Fu Lian completely. On the arena, L.H.N. suddenly became engulfed in dark, twisted patterns resembling corpses, his nails elongated and darkened, while a series of unsettling clicks emanated from his throat. As Fu Lian glanced over, he observed the figure convulsing, limbs trembling, leaning feebly against the iron bars. Suddenly, he drew forth a syringe, injecting the murky yellow fluid into his own body. The cacophony of clicks did not cease with his labored breaths. Rather, it intensified, giving rise to even more pronounced gasps. The jubilant cheers and uproar faded away, supplanted by the almost salivating breaths that gradually permeated the entire arena. The silhouette before him began to hunch over, viscous liquid dripping down, drop by drop, accumulating on the ground into a circular pool. Fu Lian retreated a few steps and accidentally kicked a bottle behind her, causing it to collide with another, producing a crisp sound that momentarily pierced through the heavy breaths surrounding her. However, the crowd swiftly turned their heads, their menacing forms advancing toward Fu Lian. To her horror, this group had all transformed into the undead. The abilities they possessed were rendered useless against them. Lu Xing's voice was low and grave. Only he and Fu Lian remained unaltered in this arena. It was then that Fu Lian noticed a faint dampness in the room, as if a mist were silently dispersing in the air, subtly cascading into the wine glasses or lingering in the atmosphere to be inhaled. She stepped onto a table, kicking away the encroaching zombies while cautiously surveying her surroundings. The ceiling of the arena was lofty, with a noticeable gap in the center, from which an orange bulb had fallen, revealing the mist that emanated from the tiny crevice. Just as she was about to grasp the iron column of the lamp to ascend, a blade whizzed past her hair, piercing the gap and vanishing from sight. It had originated from the arena. Almost immediately, a figure plummeted from the ceiling, clutching a wound in his chest with malicious intent as he cast a glance at the arena before fixing his gaze on Fu Lian. It was Wu Yu. At that moment, Wu Yu appeared nearly pale green, his skin dry and textured like orange peel, save for his pair of glistening green eyes, which appeared increasingly sinister under the dim light. The zombies on the ground swarmed around him. He raised his hand, sending a group of them to relentlessly pursue Fu Lian and her companions, while another faction quickly surged out of the arena into the outdoors. Lu Xing, you must halt them. If they infect those outside, the consequences are unimaginable, Fu Lian urged, leaping from one table to another. Lu Xing cast a worried glance her way before shifting his attention to Lu Zhan, who was entangled with Wu Yu, understanding the gravity of the situation. He refrained from further conversation, nodded quickly, and departed. As an ability user, his speed was an advantage, making it easier for him to intercept the zombies. Meanwhile, regardless of Fu Lian's relentless efforts to evade, new zombies rapidly surrounded her table, and one misstep could send her tumbling off. Thus, she swung a chair to fend them off. While defending against the undead, Fu Lian remained vigilant, observing the struggle between Lu Zhan and Wu Yu. The grotesque patterns of decay on Lu Zhan's skin sent chills down her spine. The more she watched, the more apprehensive she became, fearing he might suddenly succumb to the transformation and turn against her. At such a moment, her life would be in jeopardy. Lost in thought, Fu Lian sidestepped to avoid an attacking zombie, only to catch a glimpse of Wu Yu, who had mysteriously appeared behind her, his fingers poised threateningly toward her neck. No way. You're supposed to fight one-on-one. Why gang up on me? A mere woman? Fu Lian's heart cried out in despair as she instinctively wrapped her arms around her neck, only to suddenly feel her body lighten, curling into a searing embrace. Fu Lian peered out with one eye, only to be met with a sight of overwhelming darkness, adorned with the markings of death. Instantly, she wrapped her arms around Lu Zhan's neck, seeking refuge in his embrace like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. I no longer wish to strive, she lamented. Whoever is formidable may take the lead. Fu Lian pondered quietly to herself, noticing Lu Zhan glancing at her with a lowered gaze. She offered him a faint smile and clenched her fist in a gesture of encouragement, whispering words of motivation. However, Lu Zhan furrowed his brow and swiftly departed from the arena, placing her on a nearby rooftop before hastily leaving. The arena was situated amidst low, modest buildings, connecting to a fountain and flower beds, and was quite close to the cafeteria. Wait a moment. As Lu Zhan prepared to walk away, Fu Lian quickly grasped the hem of his clothing. What is wrong? She feigned ignorance, as neither of them had spoken of a breakup. She felt a twinge of fear that Lu Zhan might lose control, prompting her desire to stay close and keep an eye on him. Yet, following him would mean facing Wu Yu, whose ferocity she could hardly withstand. Home! Lu Zhan chuckled lightly. Yet before he could speak, Wu Yu had already caught up to them. With his limbs sprawled on the ground, he tilted his head, exposing his chin and collarbone. A wicked smile played upon his lips as he even extended his long tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. Fu Lian understood that he was merely indulging in the tantalizing anticipation before savoring a delectable treat, and the increasingly greasy actions were quite disconcerting. Outside, the rain fell in a gentle yet persistent drizzle, gradually intensifying. Fu Lian observed as Lu Zhan's hair became drenched, hanging long and disheveled across his face, obscuring his eyes. He casually swept his hair back, squinting as he turned around and drew his tang knife from behind. The two engaged in a fierce struggle once more. Realizing that Wu had an incessant tendency to attempt ambushes on Fu Lian, Lu Zhan seized his collar with a firm grip and dragged him a considerable distance away. The rain poured down more heavily, and Fu Lian, standing atop the roof, felt as if she were a drenched rat. If she continued to be soaked like this, she was bound to fall ill. Remaining in this place was no longer feasible. A few zombies scuttled across the ground, yet the patrolling supernatural beings were nowhere to be seen. Fu Lian observed intently for a while. The house before her was but a single story, standing 3 to 4 meters high, with its roof nearly touching the walls. A small skylight adorned the wooden door at the center. Cautiously, she edged down, precariously balancing herself atop the skylight, through which she glimpsed a crowd inside, their bodies drenched in blood. Upon hearing the commotion, the throng surged towards the door, which was merely secured by a small latch and not fully locked, appearing alarmingly flimsy. Fearing the room would be breached, Fu Lian hastily descended, landing heavily on the ground. She had no time to soothe her sore backside before the wooden door was forcefully flung open by the ravenous, frenzied zombies. Before she could engage in an intimate gaze with the undead, Fu Lian scrambled to her feet and sprinted forward in a frenzy. Initially, her speed was remarkable, and the slickness of the path caused many of the less agile zombies to stumble and fall behind. One zombie's misstep could ensnare a multitude, gradually thinning the ranks pursuing her. However, though fewer in number, the remaining zombies were formidable, each a hulking brute with a singular focus on sinking their teeth into Fu Lian. She cried out in despair. As dusk descended, coupled with the rain obscuring her vision, Fu Lian unknowingly cornered herself into a dead end. The moon hung low like a scythe, while the torrential downpour crashed against the ground. The cacophony of splashes mingling with the howls of the undead, accompanied by flashes of brilliant lightning, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. The frail and helpless Fu Lian stood against a horde of ravenous zombies, her chances of survival appearing bleak. Yet, she refused to yield, channeling her mental energy in an attempt to exert control over the approaching zombies. Her focus was so intense that she failed to notice a shadow lurking behind her, which had already leapt down, lunging toward her back. Chapter 86. Unconsciousness. Fu Lian was knocked to the ground. Though her strength was not formidable, her reflexes were remarkably swift. She quickly seized a butterfly knife and, with a deft movement, flipped over to pin the zombie beneath her, using the blade to restrain its jaws. However, this left the other approaching zombies unchecked. A wave of despair washed over Fu Lian as she beheld the relentless advance of the undead. She was not ready to meet her demise. Was she truly destined to perish not by the blade of soldier, but at the hands of this nameless horde of zombies? The moonlight elongated their shadows, casting them onto the ground, while the torrential rain blurred their forms into indistinct silhouettes. Everything around her was shrouded in darkness and confusion. A drop of rain struck Fu Lian's eye, causing a searing pain that brought forth uncontrollable tears. The deluge was so fierce that her sorrowful lamentations, mingling with the rain, felt utterly insignificant. Fu Lian bit her lower lip, forcefully severing the neck of the zombie beneath her. She raised her head, poised to engage in a fierce battle with the zombie before her, only to collide with a pair of polished leather shoes. The pointed toes reflected a smooth white, leading up to slender legs, a taut waist, and a pair of elongated, smiling eyes. Fu Lian observed the dark, skeletal umbrella that arched above him, casting its shadow upon her. "Are you all right, Miss Fu?" he inquired. As she noted this gesture, she discerned the silver mask adorning his countenance, evoking memories of the masked man she had not seen in ages. "Is it truly you?" she exclaimed, slowly extending her hand. "Miss Fu still remembers me," Fang Mingda replied with a smile, his words measured and unhurried. Behind him, a multitude of well-trained individuals emerged, effortlessly dispatching the horde of zombies that had threatened them. Fu Lian caught sight of Fu Lian among the crowd. Noticing that the woman before her was not focused on herself, Fang Mingde gently squeezed her small hand and introduced himself. "I am Fang Mingde." Fang Mingde? The name rang a bell, evoking a sense of familiarity. Fu Lian contemplated something. Her heart startled momentarily, but she quickly donned a smile, tilting her head. "Thank you, Mr. Fang." "No need for thanks," Fang Mingde replied, nodding as he firmly grasped her hand, not allowing her to pull away. In the cafeteria, the atmosphere was sparse. Most of the patrons were supernatural beings, some seated or lying down, heads drooping in quiet repose. After a night of toil, fatigue had enveloped them. Not far away, on a makeshift bed crafted from tables and chairs, a woman lay quietly. Fang Mingde touched her forehead, frowning as he glanced at the others. "She has a fever." The bright glass doors of the cafeteria reflected the zombies lurking outside, their long claws scratching at the pristine glass, leaving deep smudges. The undead remained unresolved. In such circumstances, falling ill was far from fortunate. Fang Mingde remained silent, removing his gloves and casting a sidelong glance at Fu Lian, then calmly walked to a corner. Fu Lian understood immediately and followed suit. To go. He didn't feel anger over the situation. Rather, he rubbed his brow, finding the sudden kindness shown to Fu Lian rather troublesome. Saving her was not solely out of goodwill, as this woman could potentially be useful in restraining Lu Zhan. However, he loathed complications. Women were nothing but trouble. Walking alongside him, Fu Lian was aware of his thoughts and proceeded to report the recent developments. At the end, he added, "Miss Fu is quite extraordinary." Fang Mingde had little patience for half-finished statements, prompting Fu Lian to continue. "She can influence Lu Zhan's emotions. Although I am unaware of their relationship, it's clear that her presence plays a significant role in his emotional state." "What happened between her and Lu Zhan?" Fang Mingde inquired. "I don't know, but I've heard they broke up," Fu Lian whispered. After a moment, he leaned closer to whisper, "Don't let her escape." 3 days had passed since the incident. Lu Zhan stood by the window, gazing at the delicate snowflakes drifting down. The snowflakes were large and fell like cotton, quickly accumulating on the windowsill. On the table by the window lay a broken watch, bloodstains marring the surface like congealed oil. It had been 3 days since she last came. His hands hung behind him, the wound in his palm resembling a deep gash, with dried blood caking into his skin. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed. He turned swiftly to open the door, but upon seeing the visitor, his expression turned cold. Before the person could speak, he quickly shut the door. Outside, Lin Yinyin was momentarily taken aback, then knocked forcefully on the door. "Lu Zhan, I just wanted to bring you some food. You've been fighting for days without eating, and today you can't skip meals. Your body won't hold up." Building 8, located in the area of supernatural residence, had been minimally affected, thus remaining relatively peaceful. Lu Zhan wished to remain silent, closing his eyes and isolating himself in his room. "What about you? Where are you?" In his state of withdrawal, Lu Zhan stumbled to Fu Lian's bed, slowly lying down, inhaling her scent as if she were by his side. Suddenly, a beeping sound startled him awake. He got up and opened the drawer by the window, discovering a flashing device inside. Upon retrieving it, he saw a line of text dancing across the screen. "Ciao. I didn't expect Lu Zhan to appear so affectionate. Yet he is such a fickle character. Rest assured, Sisterly has already arrived in Pingchuan. Just wait for me, and I'll take care of that bastard for you." Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow and pondered, sending a message to Lu Li. Lu Li responded swiftly, "This transmitter has a positioning feature. I've now entered Pingchuan and am heading in your direction. The snow is heavy today, and it's quite cold. Remember to dress warmly." Upon reading the last line, Lu Zhan furrowed his brow slightly. He closed his eyes, ultimately deciding to guide any zombies out of Lu Li's path, facilitating her swift arrival. He did not wait long. Lu Li stealthily slipped in through the balcony. As she closed the glass door, she turned to meet Lu Zhan's gaze from across the coffee table. "Clean up after me?" Lu Zhan mused, raising the cup of water in his hand and taking a sip. Lu Li warily brandished the knife she held. "Where's Sister Fu?" "I'm searching for her too." Lu Zhan replied, rising to grasp the device from the table. I wonder if she has misunderstood something? Lu Zhan spoke slowly, his deep voice calm yet imposing. Lu Li sneered, attempting a surprise attack, only to realize she had been restrained by Lu Zhan and was unable to move. He approached her, retrieving another device from her pocket and leisurely disarming her. Now tell me, what did she share with you? Chapter 87. Outing Brother Su. How was the situation in the Southeast Ordinary District? Lu Yi tapped his watch twice, contacting the manager of the Southeast District. The arena was established between the Central and Southeast supernatural areas, merely separated by the cafeteria. The supernatural zones were populated with capable individuals and advanced equipment, ensuring timely responses, thus alleviating concerns. However, the Southeast District was different, home to a majority of ordinary people who struggled to withstand the sudden onslaught of zombies. A protective net had already been erected for isolation. A voice came from the other end. Lu Yi's expression brightened slightly as he glanced at Fu Lian, who managed the impoverished district. Seeing him nod, Lu Yi felt a sense of relief. His gaze drifted to Feng Mingde, who wore a mask not far away, and he gave a slight nod as a greeting. He then picked up his phone again, preparing to contact Lu Zhan. However, after several attempts, the line remained busy, and no one answered. A sense of dread settled in. He frowned, dark thoughts creeping into his mind. Lu Zhan's enthusiastic fan, Old Su, shared the gloomy sentiment. No way. Our newly appointed leader can't be in trouble already, right? Keep your words auspicious, Lu Yi retorted, kicking him lightly. I'm not pleased about it either, Old Su muttered, wandering over to check on the recently awakened Fu Lian. She held a cup of ginger soup, sipping it slowly. Lu Yi admirait Lu Zhan, and this admiration extended to Fu Lian, who he found increasingly endearing. Our leader has great taste. His sister-in-law is truly beautiful. He mused, a paternal smile gracing his face. Under his caring smile, Fu Lian found herself momentarily choked. He and several others, including Lu Yi, had forcefully broken in from the second floor last night, exhibiting extraordinary violence as they shattered the glass windows, leaving a gaping hole that rendered only the first floor of the cafeteria usable. The cafeteria was sparsely populated. Apart from a few chefs who had stayed behind to prepare ingredients during the night shift, the rest were all ability users, with food and drink available. The first batch of ability users had already gathered to play cards, indulging in the comforts of the place and showing no desire to exert themselves. They were accustomed to loitering around the arena, spending their days in merriment, and thus, when the zombie outbreak occurred, they were among the first to rush here for refuge. Their abilities were not particularly formidable, and they did not belong to the upper echelons of society. Yet, for various reasons, they enjoyed the privileges afforded to ability users. As idle parasites, they were a common sight in any ruling class, nourished by corruption and greed, a malignant growth. He had little patience for idle chatter with this group. He arranged everything and then gathered his own team, planning to take advantage of the snowfall, which would slow the zombies down to eliminate some of them. Ordinary people in the Southeast District were prohibited from hoarding food, leaving them with scant provisions. If the zombies surrounding the cafeteria were not dealt with promptly, many would likely succumb to hunger and cold. Having completed his preliminary tasks, he did not rush to leave, but instead approached Fu Lian, evidently with something to say. Although he had already inquired with Lu Xing, who had accompanied her to the arena, he felt the need to revisit the matter. Are you planning to go out in search of Lu Zhan? I wish to join you. Fu Lian looked up, touching her forehead, which felt quite warm. This frail body was proving to be quite troublesome. You have a fever, Lu Yi gently declined her offer. Could you please elaborate on the situation at the arena? With Luga missing, everyone is quite worried. They had rushed over after capturing an escaping ability user the day before, yet had not seen the two individuals since. They can't have met a tragic end, can they? Impossible. Fu Lian blurted out, her gaze sweeping over the crowd until it unexpectedly locked with her father's eyes, which appeared even more agitated. Fu Lian turned her face away with an expressionless demeanor. Instead of worrying about that, it would be wiser to concern yourselves with your own safety. Lu Zhan is the truly dangerous individual. Unlike their apprehensions, Fu Lian too harbored concerns. Yet her worries were predominantly centered on Lu Zhan's physical condition. Witnessing him trembling uncontrollably on the verge of losing control and having to inject himself to regain composure filled her with dread. Although she was unaware of the substance he administered, it was evident that he was in grave peril. Be cautious. Lu Zhan is the most formidable of all. Moreover, Fu Lian still possessed the suppressants previously given to her by Wu Yu, which had yet to be utilized. Should she locate Lu Zhan and discover any abnormalities, perhaps she could mitigate the situation. However, she was acutely aware of her own physical state. Accompanying them would render her a mere burden. Nevertheless, she resolved to exert herself to avoid being a hindrance. I must find Lu Zhan. No, Lu Yi replied, exhibiting no leniency due to her relationship with the leader, and firmly rejected her request. Tears welled up in Fu Lian's bright and clear eyes as she wiped the corners of her eyes. Do you not realize how perilous the battlefield is? She exclaimed, filled with genuine fear. She worried that if Lu Zhan were to succumb to despair, he might obliterate the entire plain. No, it seems you have misunderstood something. Fu Lian's heart sank, and as she wiped away her tears, she was about to explain. However, her elderly father suddenly squeezed in and enveloped her in a tight embrace. I know you're heartbroken, sister-in-law, and so is everyone else. Rest assured, our dear elder brother is destined to survive. Thank you. That brings me some comfort. His strength was formidable, and Fu Lian's petite figure was engulfed in his arms. Her small head rested against his shoulder, and her neck was constrained, leaving her speechless, not from emotion, but from the pressure constricting her throat. She nearly lost her breath again, as she hurriedly extricated herself from his grasp. Fu Lian coughed heavily due to the constriction in her throat. Bending over, she caught sight of a tall figure looming on the ground before her. None of you are allowed to leave. The shadow quivered slightly, and the tone was menacing. What Fu Lian first beheld was a leg adorned with excess flesh, and as his gaze ascended, he encountered a robust man, his corpulence so exaggerated that he could effortlessly crush a bull beneath his weight. An unpleasant odor, reminiscent of a zombie's decay, emanated from him, creating an unbearable stench. Fu Lian quietly observed and discovered that it was one among the card players. Perhaps the discussions among herself and others had captured their attention, and it was evident that they held their own opinions about going out. Lu Yi, who had been weeping alongside Fu Lian, wiped away his tears, lifted his chin defiantly, and retorted, "What business is it of yours?" His tone became even more arrogant. Upon hearing his coarse words, Fu Lian felt somewhat bewildered. From the large dog, Lu Yi, she initially encountered, to the sycophant by Lu Zhan's side, and now to this moment, she was witnessing a side of Lu Yi she had never seen before. It was quite unexpected. The dog, who had always displayed a gentle disposition, was revealing a fierce and formidable aspect of himself in the presence of outsiders. It was rather endearing. Thus, she couldn't help but gaze at him a few more times, cradling a cup of ginger soup in her hands, sipping it while stealing glances. She noticed that Lu Yi's fierce expression was beginning to falter. Fu Lian sensed his unusual demeanor and smiled, attempting to diffuse the tension by suggesting they venture out to clear the zombies, which would ultimately benefit everyone. The cafeteria had originally been the domain of Lu Xing's group, but given the current circumstances, food was being allocated indiscriminately. However, some individuals harbored ulterior motives, seeking to usurp the resources. The ability users, possessing formidable physiques, were undeterred by the zombies outside, and the cafeteria, brimming with supplies, indeed served as a relatively safe haven for the time being. Yet, none of this concerned Fu Lian. Her sole desire was to leave this place and procure antipyretics and aid for Lu Zhan, who was unwell. Sick, Fu Lian murmured as she maneuvered around the man, intending to dilute some ginger soup with water. Suddenly, her right wrist was gripped tightly by him. The burly man's gaze roamed over Fu Lian's face, his expression turning lewd as he sneered. Lu Zhan's woman, indeed, looks delicate and tender. He licked his lips, his lascivious intentions unmistakable. Fu Lian let out a cold laugh, her left hand suddenly launching a surprise attack on his waist. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction as he clutched his side, she splashed the scalding ginger juice onto his face. Do you really need to question the nature of my relationship with Lulu? I cannot even ascertain who prepared the ginger soup. A mere sip has already burned my tongue. Now, this concoction serves its purpose well, providing a much-needed wake-up call for this audacious fellow. Though the extraordinary being possesses tough skin and resilient flesh, the inevitable reddening of his cheeks from the heat is unavoidable. The burly man never anticipated that the seemingly delicate Fu Lian would be so audacious in his rage. He wiped the ginger soup from his face and raised his fist to strike. Yet, Lu Zhan and the others, unwilling to be outdone, immediately drew their weapons and unleashed their mental prowess to exert pressure. Fu Lian smiled faintly, gracefully descending from the table. She released a fragment of her mental energy, a gentle yet potent force that swiftly infiltrated the minds of those restless souls, transforming into fine needles that wreaked havoc within their brains. The burly man clutched his head and writhed on the ground, anguished cries escaping his lips as his mind was overwhelmed with sensitive neural activity. After a while, he could no longer endure the torment and collapsed at Fu Lian's feet, pleading for mercy. The group engaged in cards nearby observed the scene. A few individuals attempted to avenge the burly man, but found themselves ensnared in the same fate as they took a mere step forward. Gradually, no one dared to interfere any longer. Silence enveloped the onlookers as they watched the unfolding drama. It wasn't until Fu Lian suddenly spoke, "Am I qualified now?" that the silence was broken. She was inquiring of Lu Zhan regarding her eligibility to accompany him on an outing. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Zhan nearly fell to his knees, a sycophantic grin spreading across his face as he replied, "Sister Fu, you are undoubtedly qualified. Please, after you." Fu Lian was oblivious to their capabilities. Yet Lu Zhan was acutely aware. Although they were not among the elite, their mental fortitude was commendable. Most notably, Fu Lian possessed the extraordinary ability to disperse her mental energy for multi-target assaults. Typically, such dispersion would lead to a diminishment of strength. However, in Fu Lian's case, there was no sign of weakening whatsoever. What a terrifying display of mental prowess this was. Indeed, it was clear that Lu Zhan's partner could not be an ordinary individual. Previously overshadowed by Lu Zhan's might, it now seemed they had merely failed to recognize her true worth. Lu Zhan and the others pondered this, bowing reverently at Fu Lian's feet, effortlessly indulging in flattery. Fu Lian wore a face full of questions, yet the outcome was favorable, and she paid little heed to it. With a casual wave of her hand, she led her followers towards the entrance, oblivious to the masked gentleman trailing behind, arms crossed, observing the scene with a bemused expression. Meanwhile, Hulai's watch suddenly blinked twice. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Fang Mingde. Lu Zhan's reputation in Pingchuan is remarkably high. What shall we do? Chapter 88. Revisions. The snow fell heavily, swirling in the frigid air, rendering each breath as if laced with shards of ice. The biting cold slowed the movements of the zombies, yet simultaneously sapped the strength of the living. A group trudged slowly through the snow, with Fu Lian battling a fever. The gusts of wind began to induce a dull ache in her head. Gritting her teeth, she persevered. The aim of Lu Zhan and the others was to clear the area of zombies while also searching for Lu Zhan's whereabouts. Although Fu Lian needs to find Lu Zhan, it is of greater importance to locate the medication. A fever cannot be delayed indefinitely. It could truly lead to dire consequences. Fu Lian retrieved the water bottle she had stealthily taken from the cafeteria, filling it with snow and applying it to her forehead. The fever was rather severe, necessitating a moment of self-cooling. Unfortunately, the bottle was designed to be insulated, and after a short while, its exterior had warmed under her touch, causing the snow inside to gradually melt and release its chill. However, soon her exposed hand began to turn icy, reddened by congestion. She found that her own hand was more effective than the insipid thermos. After warming her hand for a while, Fang Mingde suddenly leaned closer, his chest pressing against her back, his arm descending to snatch the cooling glass bottle from her grasp, and then he placed his own hand over hers. "Do you need assistance?" he inquired. No thanks," she replied politely, observing his frigid demeanor with a hint of irritation. Internally, she lamented the unwavering nature of this man, utterly insufferable. "Keep your hands to yourself. The streets around them were not overly crowded with zombies. The few that did appear were swiftly dealt with by Lu and others. Fu Lian found herself encircled, surrounded by several burly men. Rather than feeling like a cherished flower under protection, she sensed the palpable tension in the air as the imposing figures vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Resembling the grim escort of a condemned prisoner, Fu Lian's small hands trembled slightly in the chill. How much longer until we reach the pharmacy? As an ordinary district, the Southeast District has its medicines firmly under the control of the ability users. The primary overseer of the pharmacy is Lu. Adjacent to the pharmacy lies a small clinic, repurposed from the former campus hospital. Within, there are dedicated ability users on guard, suggesting it has not succumbed to a zombie invasion. We're almost there. Lu gestured ahead, indicating that after rounding the bend and walking straight for 300 meters, bypassing the flower bed, we would arrive. After all, for ability users, enduring a little hardship is just part of the journey. Fu Lian did indeed elucidate her uniqueness. Yet everyone appeared to adopt an attitude of feigned understanding, as if to say, "We recognize your dramatics, but who can blame you for being the woman of our leader?" This left her feeling quite stifled. Furthermore, her display of mental prowess in the cafeteria significantly diminished her credibility. Consequently, her progress was rather slow, and she would occasionally take the deliberate route, circumventing the area to manage the zombies nearby. Fu Lian felt tears welling up. Truly, she understood that everyone, as extraordinary beings, was made of iron, yet she found it exceedingly difficult to bear. Furthermore, holding her hand aloft was quite exhausting. Sigh. The fragile Fu Lian squeezed out a tear from the corner of her eye and silently wiped it away. "Can we move a bit faster?" she asked. Just then, Lu raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. As they paused, a large horde of zombies gradually emerged from the forest ahead, their eyes glowing red. Fixated intently on the group, Fu Lian noticed that behind the zombies stood a man clad in a white shirt, his head bowed, his entire form appearing as though devoid of bones, swaying gently with the breeze. He was a fully transformed ability user. Fu Lian lowered her hand, brandished a butterfly knife, and assumed a defensive stance. In an instant, her mental energy spread outward, directed toward the dejected zombies. The others surged forward, wielding their weapons with fervor. Decapitating the zombies was the most effective method. However, these creatures were as nimble as serpents, and with fewer than 10 individuals on Fu Lian's side. They were utterly overwhelmed by the relentless tide of the undead. After a brief skirmish, Lu suddenly realized that even in their zombified state, the abilities of the awakened could not possibly control such a multitude of zombies. He leaped onto a higher stone pillar to assess their numbers, only to find that Fu Lian had vanished. Not far away on the ground, only swaying glass bottles remained visible. They had been lured away. A sense of dread filled his mind as the zombies, having achieved their objective, swiftly retreated in all directions, their movements aimless and disorganized. Even if they pursued, there was no clear lead. At that moment, they were in the light, while that individual lurked in the shadows. Moreover, only Fu Lian was missing. He could not fathom what that hidden figure sought. Meanwhile, trapped within the embrace of the zombies, Fu Lian quietly observed him, the scene taking on an almost ambiguous quality. Though transformed into a zombie, her skin remained as pale as ever, and her striking features possessed an almost morbid beauty. Fu Lian found herself cradled in his arms, and, emboldened by the moment, dared to caress his delicate face. He offered no resistance. Instead, he nuzzled against her hand. Was he perhaps being a tad endearing? Fu Lian cleared her throat and bravely inquired, "Excuse me, where are you taking me?" The zombie paid her no heed, continuing to run forward with determination, surprisingly heading in the direction mentioned by Lu. Within a few breaths, Fu Lian caught sight of a large pharmacy sign hanging askew above the entrance. The subordinate zombies, responding instantly, crashed through the door with an overwhelming force, swiftly surrounding the 2 guards stationed at the pharmacy. Subsequently, the zombie, with an air of nonchalance, carried her inside and set her down upon entering. The pharmacy was spacious, with various categories of medications meticulously organized. Fu Lian, feeling disoriented after searching for a considerable time. Was about to inquire with the subdued ability user in the middle when the zombie had already procured the medicine she desired, even thoughtfully bringing her a glass of water. This sequence of events seemed oddly familiar. Fu Lian suspected that it was the handiwork of Lu Zhan. Could it be? After he followed Lin, Yunyan, and left. He had not paid her any attention for several days. Now he was resorting to such tactics. Fu Lian believed that their relationship had come to a definitive end. Therefore, when she followed Lu Yi and the others in search of someone, she did not even consider the direction of Building 8. Her singular focus was on finding him, genuinely fearing that he might bring ruin to Ping Chuan, endangering her own life in the process. Or could it be that the unscrupulous Lu Zhan, driven by greed, was stirred by her lingering affection the last time they met, igniting a few tender and nostalgic feelings within him? Did he then desire to have it both ways? Very well, embracing both sides, a truly masculine maneuver. Fu Lian gritted her teeth, but wore a cheerful expression as she accepted the medication and swallowed it whole. Despite Lu Zhan's despicable nature, she could not neglect her own well-being. She had to take her medicine. Subsequently, she embraced the arm of the dejected figure beside her. "My dear, what is your name? You have been so kind to me. How about I pledge myself to you?" After speaking, she bashfully lowered her gaze, delicately entwining her fingers with his. "Shall we be sweetly together from now on?" Afterward, she glanced out the window, noting that Lu Yi and the others had caught up. She tugged at the hand of the forlorn figure, saying, "Darling, let us hurry. I only wish to be with you. Together, let's infuriate you. If you have the power, continue to control this body and witness how we revel in our affection through his eyes." Fu Lian was not fearful of him being a zombie. Her unique abilities allowed her to purify the zombie virus within. Perhaps, in the end, her spirits would be lifted enough to assist him in regaining his human form. The despondent zombie glanced outside, seemingly in a moment of internal conflict, before he once again lifted Fu Lian and leapt through the window to escape. He held her tightly this time, leading Fu Lian to suspect that someone was harboring a grudge against her. After voicing her objections a couple of times, the despondent zombie loosened his grip slightly, allowing Fu Lian to find a comfortable position, close her eyes, and begin to rest. The scene shifted to building number 8, where the man seated on the sofa was amused by her antics. "Fu Lian, you are truly remarkable." Lu Zhan held a plastic bottle, producing a sharp sound, while Lu Li, bound to a chair beside him, glared at him with a cold demeanor. "Release me. I must go find her." "Find whom?" Lu Zhan replied coolly, casting a glance her way. "She is currently engrossed in a sweet romance and has no time for you." Lu Li opened her mouth, then, recalling his extraordinary abilities, swiftly asked with whom. "Is she doing well?" Lu Zhan straightened up, tossing the plastic bottle towards the trash can, where it gracefully arced through the air and landed perfectly inside. He adjusted his sleeves, stood up, and prepared to cook, his tone unperturbed. "With me." Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Li, leaving her momentarily speechless. "You must be dreaming." Fu Lian, along with the despondent zombie, took refuge in a house. She secured the doors and windows tightly, then went to the room to fetch a blanket, wrapping herself and the little zombie in its warmth. "What is your name?" Fu Lian inquired, pretending not to recognize him as the infamous soldier Lu Zhan. She fabricated a serious response. "In truth, I remember you, the last time I captured you. Your condition was not so dire." The despondent zombie remained silent. Fu Lian continued to speak to herself. "You still remember me, don't you?" Amidst the crowd, "I recognized you at first glance." The zombie turned its head, its green eyes fixated on her. "Please don't look at me like that." Fu Lian shyly lowered her gaze. Indeed, those eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Zhan's. Looking into them made her fear she might not restrain herself from delivering a punch. Hence, she chose to avert her eyes and focused intently on drawing circles on the ground. "Why? Is it me?" The stuttering voice emerged from the zombie, each word articulated distinctly. The physical form of a supernatural being is indeed remarkable. Even in such a state, its vocal system remains functional. Fu Lian gently pinched his fingers, revealing a smile. "It is because you possess such striking good looks. I have a penchant for the aesthetically pleasing. Don't you have a boyfriend?" He pales in comparison to you. Fu Lian affectionately ruffled his hair. Then, she playfully pinched his stiff face. You are truly adorable. Reminiscent of a dog I once cared for. From now on, I shall call you Xiaogo, a dog man, unworthy of being called a name beyond that of a dog. You cannot waver between two ships, Xiaogo stated earnestly. Fu Lian turned his body towards her, her expression suddenly serious. Listen, he has already been dismissed by me. Noticing his bewildered expression, Fu Lian reiterated, deliberately slowing her speech, enunciating each word with clarity, fearful that he might not grasp the message. I have dismissed him. Chapter 89. A thick fog. Prior to encountering Xiaogo, Fu Lian held no substantial opinion on the matter of breakups. However, her perspective has since evolved remarkably. Yet, upon hearing her words, Xiaogo appeared somewhat disoriented, seemingly more daft than before. Fu Lian reached out with a smile to gently stroke his head. Yet he exhibited little reaction, remaining silent. Fu Lian was astonished and, pondering something, kicked him. The crouching Xiaogo was knocked to the ground by her kick. He rubbed his backside, let out a whimper, and silently rose to his feet, sitting beside Fu Lian. Although he could not articulate his thoughts, his expression appeared even more foolish and, consequently, more gullible. Fu Lian's heart began to form a vague suspicion. She surmised that Lu Zhan's mental control could be categorized into two types. One wherein he exerted direct control over his own essence, sharing a visual perspective with a manipulated individual and commanding them to perform actions, including speech. The other type resembled the mindless zombie before her, where he merely left a trace of mental energy, issuing a few commands or directives, allowing the subject to act independently, resulting in diminished intelligence and an inability to speak. With this thought, Fu Lian's conjecture solidified. She beckoned to Xiaogo, saying, Xiaogo, come here. Though Xiaogo was reluctant, clutching his backside, he obediently approached. Fu Lian gently patted his head, saying, you are so obedient. Just wait a moment. Whatever I do, you must not move. Fu Lian's tone resembled that of someone soothing a child. Upon seeing Xiaogo nod, her smile broadened, and she playfully delivered a punch, knocking him back down to the ground where he sat. Xiaogo, completely unprepared, had been staring at Fu Lian with a foolish expression when she called out to him. Now he lay sprawled on the floor, his face pressed against the ground, his stiff skin contorted under the pressure, resembling a pitiable soft bun. She rushed over to help him up, a sheepish smile gracing her face. I'm just too weak. Xiaogo is so formidable. I doubt I should use him for practice, right? I do this hoping we can truly be together in the future. Xiaogo is so capable. I certainly don't wish to hold him back. Fu Lian exclaimed with a laugh. You rascal, I've longed to give you a good beating. Taking advantage of your shadow clones, I'll deal with one of them first. Xiaogo, dazed from the blows, remained obediently in place, allowing Fu Lian to strike him. In the end, she found herself feeling somewhat reluctant. Despite Lu Zhan's despicable nature, there was an unexpectedly endearing quality to this fragment of his spirit. Fatigue enveloped Fu Lian as her relentless exertions rendered the violence increasingly tedious. She commenced an exploration of the modest abode. This quaint two-story villa, among the few in the southeastern district, featured a formidable staircase at its entrance. The ground floor was secured with a wrought iron gate complemented by a glass door, while the windows were firmly boarded up. The tightly sealed environment, though compact, retained a comforting warmth. Inside, the first floor was sparsely furnished, with only a few wooden planks and scattered furniture occupying the corners. Ascending to the second floor, one would find a tattered sofa in the living area and a spacious bedroom with a generously sized bed adorned with soft bedding. It was a pleasant dwelling, albeit devoid of sustenance. The southeastern district prohibited the hoarding of food. Even if there were clandestine caches, they would be insufficient, and by the time she discovered any, she would likely perish from hunger. She still yearned to exert her dominance over Xiaogo a few more times. Thus, she promptly instructed Xiaogo to lead her towards the ability zone. Proximity to the ability zone was evident as they meandered through a few turns, eventually arriving at the protective iron fence that separated the ability zone from the southeastern district. The fence was fortified, even electrified. As she circled the perimeter, she noted that the protective barrier merely encircled the infected areas, effectively isolating the southeastern district's vicinity from the ability zone. The enclosure was indeed robust. Neither she nor Xiaogo were insulated, making an attempt to scale it perilous. Moreover, the presence of surveillance drones and patrolling ability wielders suggested that any ascent would likely result in an immediate confrontation. Thus, her thoughts turned towards the cafeteria as the only viable option. Fu Lian followed Xiaogo, treading upon the rooftops of the houses opposite the cafeteria. She noticed that a dispute seemed to be unfolding within the cafeteria. The zombies outside had been cleared away, and several ordinary residents from the vicinity, clutching crystal cores, approached to receive their meals, only to be turned away at the door. Through the invectives of the ability users inside, Fu Lian gleaned the underlying rationale. Fundamentally, they deemed this fortunate group of ordinary individuals as devoid of value, asserting that even offering them a meal would constitute a waste of provisions. They even required protection from the zombies. Fu Lian had previously accompanied Lu Xing and was generally aware of the situation in the cafeteria. The provisions here, particularly the vegetables, fruits, and meats, are delivered once a month. Despite the winter season, the perishability of these items necessitates a bulk supply to avoid spoilage, while minimizing the labor and material costs associated with frequent deliveries. In the ordinary zone, not everyone has the privilege to dine daily. Most partake in meals every few days. Given the current predicament, it is only natural that no dedicated transport will be dispatched for ingredient delivery. Now, with November halfway through and December approaching, the cafeteria supplies have dwindled significantly. The group of ability users, understandably, were reluctant to relinquish their food. After a period of heated argument at the entrance, filled with harsh words, they ultimately departed in a dejected manner before dusk fell. Fu Lian glanced at Xiaogo, then at the large group, and finally towards the cafeteria. After weighing her options in her mind, she gently patted Xiaogo's head and said, "I shall seek you out next time. Humans are made of iron, and meals are as vital as steel. One cannot help but feel famished after a missed meal. Xiaogo may be a zombie, but she is human and still requires sustenance." Regardless, she had already vented her frustrations and taken her revenge. She would find another way to torment him next time. Fu Lian's mind was calculating diligently, yet Xiaogo was evidently displeased. His emerald green eyes welled up with tears, and his small mouth pouted as he let out a soft, urgent whimper. The sound was reminiscent of a small puppy seeking affection. However, when Fu Lian beheld the murky, grass-green liquid streaming from his eyes, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She swiftly covered his eyes, saying, "Please don't cry. I can hardly bear it." Xiaogo sniffled and stifled his tears, throwing himself onto her, refusing to let her leave. He even bared his tiny fangs, playfully grazing the soft flesh of Fu Lian's neck, as if to convey a clear message. "If you dare to leave, I shall bite you." Fu Lian arbored no fios. She dared to confront him and was hardly intimidated by such a trivial threat. Yet, due to this delay, Lu Yi and his companions had already entered the cafeteria, and by the time she sought to observe further, nothing was visible. As night descended, the zombies that had wandered to this location began to stir once again, slowly encircling the cafeteria, drawn by the scent. A faint beeping sound captured Fu Lian's attention. She glanced down and noticed an incoming call from Lu Xing on her watch. Upon answering, she heard Lu Xing's voice, laced with urgency and panic. "I just heard Louis mention that you are missing. Where are you now?" The only individuals who possessed her contact information were Lu Xing and Hu Lai. With darkness enveloping the surroundings, remaining outside alone was perilous. A rational person would not choose such a course unless circumstances had taken a dire turn. Fu Lian indeed encountered a grave mishap. As she gazed at the shattered remnants of her wristwatch, brutally crushed by Xiaogo, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. He had been masquerading as a docile creature while concealing his predatory nature. Her once clear eyes, resembling tranquil lake waters, darkened and grew somber, transforming her already pallid visage into that of a ghostly specter. The atmosphere was oppressive, as if souls were being seized without mercy. In the cafeteria, the collective mood of the group was dismal, burdened with concern for Lu Zhan. After a meager dinner, they retreated early to their quarters. Later that night, Fang Mingde removed his mask and paced into the kitchen, followed closely by Hu Lai. Their unwavering belief in Lu Zhan was disconcerting. "I am aware," Hu Lai murmured. "We must find a way to dismantle him," Fang Mingde replied, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. A fleeting smile graced Hu Lai's lips, only to vanish swiftly as he nodded in agreement. For Ping Chuan, Fang Mingde was resolute in his pursuit. This was an opportunity to validate his prowess. Conquering Ping Chuan would earn him the respect of the aging elite in the capital, binding him in return. Only by possessing his own military force and stronghold could he navigate life with ease. Although Lu Zhan was formidable, Fang Mingde felt no fear. Those who obstruct his path would face annihilation. He was a ruthless leader, endowed with both the capability and ambition to ascend as a sovereign. On this occasion, Xiaogo had sought refuge with Fu Lian in a modest mud-brick house. The single-story dwelling, low and unassuming, spanned approximately 100 square meters, featuring 2 rooms on either side and a central hall that occupied a third of the space. Xiaogo had crashed through the roof, landing in the hall where 3 individuals huddled around a fire, savoring their soup. Fu Lian was cradled in his embrace, watching as he nearly toppled the pot of soup simmering over an open flame. The contents, a mystery of wild vegetables, exuded an enticing aroma, although its appearance was unremarkable. With a watery broth and a mere film of light oil floating atop, the scent was particularly delightful. Fu Lian swallowed hard, feeling unwell today. She had consumed some ginger soup and hardly touched her meal, leaving her quite hungry now. Gathered around the fire, the eldest among them had graying hair, while the youngest appeared to be merely in her early teens. All were momentarily stunned by the 2 individuals that had fallen from the sky. The older woman was the first to regain her composure. She cast a quick glance at Fu Lian, but her focus remained fixed on Xiaogo as she discarded a broken bowl and hurried into the room. The younger girl, noticing Xiaogo's demeanor, lacked her mother's calmness, exclaiming "Zombie, zombie" as she crawled towards the room with her rear end raised. The most bewildered little girl was caught between them, being pulled away by 1 arm each. The 3 reacted swiftly. Just as Fu Lian extricated herself from Xiaogo's embrace, the door ahead had slammed shut. The wooden door emitted a loud crash as it precariously closed, its lower section having decayed, creating a gap wide enough for a foot to fit through. Fu Lian, devoid of any intention to frighten others, licked her lips and lifted the pot to sip the broth. After quenching her thirst, she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Noticing a pair of small feet peeking out from below, she smiled warmly and said, "Thank you for the hospitality." The young girl, startled, bumped her head. Fu Lian had no intention of intimidating others. She gently brushed off the dust that had settled on her when she fell and gave Xiaogo a light push, urging him to find some wild vegetables to return to others. Within her capacity, Fu Lian would not bully the weak, even though she knew that if she simply walked away, this group of people would not utter a word. Xiaogo stood beside her, shaking his head, and tugged at her to point out the gap in the door. The main entrance consisted of 2 wooden planks, and through the gap where they could not fully close, a thin mist seeped in. It entered slowly, as if testing the waters, inching its way into the room. Chapter 90. The thick fog. Fu Lian immediately thought of the blood mist in the slums. She took a few steps back and bumped into Xiaogo behind her. Xiaogo let out a soft sound, covering her chest as she moved aside. Fu Lian still recalls the relentless monsters battling fiercely in the blood mist. It is quite troublesome. Moreover, should fog manifest here, the protective barriers would prove ineffective, as the mist could swiftly envelop the entire plane through the air currents. The only recourse is to seek refuge at a higher elevation or to distance oneself from this place. Fu Lian remained deeply troubled when he turned his gaze and beheld Xiaogo crouched upon the ground, using his fingers to hook at a nebulous mass, dragging it towards his mouth. He deftly extracted the concealed grayish-brown spirit from within, the spirit unfurling like a silken ribbon, elongated and supple. With a swift motion, he tore it into fragments, effortlessly placing them into his mouth, followed by a series of crisp crunches as he swallowed them whole. Fu Lian stared in astonishment. Her unwavering gaze captured Xiaogo's attention. He wiped his hands and, albeit reluctantly, gestured toward the large pot on the ground, as if to say, "Did you not just eat?" Noticing Fu Lian's lack of response, he whimpered and approached her, offering the torn pieces of the spirit's corpse. Fu Lian quickly shook her head. It was not until she had dozed off in a corner, yawning continuously, that Xiaogo remained by the door, diligently tearing at the corpse of the spectral being. A night of deep slumber ensued. By the following day, when Fu Lian tugged at Xiaogo to leave, she pushed open the door and noticed that a thin veil of mist had enveloped the outside world, resembling a delicate gossamer that unveiled everything it touched. Within the mist, grayish-brown specters floated, their elongated tails trailing behind them, akin to soiled ribbons. Upon hearing a noise, the specters stiffened, and upon spotting Xiaogo, they quickly coiled their bodies and fled in disarray, as though they had encountered a fierce predator. Fu Lian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Before departing, she left some wild vegetables for the household, then followed Xiaogo away. She wished to seek out Lu Zhan, as the emergence of the hidden specters within the fog signified a grave situation. "Xiaogo, can you take me to find Lu Zhan?" Fu Lian inquired. Xiaogo nodded, then abruptly shook his head with fervor. He grasped Fu Lian's fingers tightly, his delicate brows contorting in distress, while his eyes darted anxiously toward the particular direction. Fu Lian gently patted with a reassuring gesture. What transpired? Xiaogo stamped his feet and spun in circles. After a while, he tugged at his hair and then turned to dash off in the direction of 3 o'clock. Fu Lian followed behind, passing by a small flower bed near the cafeteria. In the flower bed, a robust man was engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of zombies. In his hand, a blade as thin as paper, combining flexibility with strength, emanated a terrifying aura. With just a few swift movements, he subdued the zombies, effortlessly severing their heads. Fu Lian was not captivated by his exquisite and exceptional swordsmanship. Rather, it was the sight of a hidden corpse spirit lurking amidst the concealed flowers that caught her attention. Suddenly, the corpse spirit sprang into action. Just as the burly man was being stealthily encroached upon by the zombies, it extended its slender, flat tail, ensnaring the man's ankle. In an instant, it swiftly ascended his body. By the time the man realized what was happening, it was already too late. Within a mere 3 seconds, the corpse spirit had infiltrated his body through his orifices. The burly man twitched momentarily before steadied himself against his sword. He lifted his arm to glance at it, and his gaze met Fu Lian's, a haunting connection established in that fleeting moment. Fu Lian gazed at him steadily, her hand brushing against the butterfly knife at her waist. The burly man smirked, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, as he nonchalantly tossed the blade onto himself and staggered away. Xiao's face bore an expression of irritation, unease, and a flicker of latent savagery. In the fleeting moment of their skin meeting, Fu Lian perceived the swirling mass of vibrant green coursing through him. This green, akin to a dye, vividly stained his form. The scenery, which had hurriedly slipped by, transformed into a tranquil and deliberate tableau. The lifeless bodies, ravaged and gasping their last breaths upon the ground, revealed every subtle change with each breath Fu Lian took. The tangible world morphed into an ethereal abstraction, where only the outlined forms and vivid hues remained. She beheld the sprawling dark green upon the retreating figure of the burly man, and the green ribbons flowing from the convulsing bodies on the ground, accompanied by the gradually fading red and the chaotic gray-black. Red, the hue of life, contrasted sharply with gray-black, the harbinger of death. As she moved forward, Fu Lian sensed a familiar presence, Yu, Fu Lian, and Lu Zhan. There, the red was most intense, while the green shimmered with unusual brilliance. Had the massacre commenced? Fu Lian questioned herself internally, engulfed in confusion and helplessness, but more so in self-reproach. She was oblivious to the intricacies of the unfolding events and the manipulations of those with ulterior motives. The myriad external factors eluded her understanding. Yet these were not the source of her anguish. Her distress stemmed from her dissatisfaction with herself. Despite having spent countless days in close proximity to Lu Zhan, she remained an enigma to him and failed to avert the course of unfolding events. His concern for her felt like an unwelcome intruder in her life. Yet she had audaciously invited this intrusion, allowing her mind to wander amidst the chaos as their bodies drew near, gradually leading the wayward path back onto the track that destiny had intended. She ought to have annihilated the mechanisms that set the wheels of fate in motion. Fu Lian's eyes were brimming with tears, hoping that reality was not as she feared. Unexpectedly, Xiaogo took a swift turn and fled in the opposite direction. Xiaogo, instead of aiding your true self in regaining sanity, you choose to abandon the battle. I, Fu Lian, shall not permit this. Fu Lian pressed down on his wrist, effortlessly extricating her arm from his large hand. Let's go over there and take a look. Fu Lian turned to walk towards Lu Zhan and the others. Xiaogo grasped her arm and shook his head. Fu Lian refused to listen, and as the two of them pushed and shoved each other, a fight ensued. Initially, Xiaogo attempted to restrain Fu Lian's actions, yet the scene depicted only Fu Lian's unilateral assault. Subsequently, Xiaogo stood there, trembling with unease, unconsciously digging into his own arm, even scraping off a layer of skin. Fu Lian noticed his unusual behavior and took 2 steps back, preparing to flee. However, Xiaogo detected her movement and stepped forward to obstruct her actions. He then extended only his right hand, swiftly grasping her wrists and lifting them high. Fu Lian bit him, but upon realizing his body was as hard as iron, she stopped. She feared hurting her teeth. Instead, she could only lift her foot to step on his, even pressing down forcefully. Fu Lian was earnestly bullying him, exerting considerable effort. However, Xiaogo merely gazed up with wide eyes, resting his chin on her shoulder, leaning close to her ear, his lips brushing against her delicate pink earlobe, emitting soft whimpers that resembled a plea for affection. The strength of Fu Lian was but a gentle tickle to him, his voice gradually shifting in pitch, transforming into a soft melody of joy intertwined with fervent pleas. He even leaned his neck closer to her lips, yearning for her to bestow a similar touch. Fu Lian would not be satisfied. Instead, he forcefully rammed his head against the other, sending his furry crown tumbling away. Xiaogo emitted a soft whimper, rubbing his head with his hand. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed, tap, 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 against the floor. Xiaogo turned, perplexed, calling out a few times before finally releasing his grip on Fu Lian and joyfully bounding towards the newcomer. With the towering figure's shadow now absent, Fu Lian beheld the arrival. In the brisk November air, clad in a snug-fitting shirt meticulously tailored to highlight the subtle contours of his muscular physique, paired with a black belt adorned with gold accents and straight-cut trousers, the entire ensemble exuded an air of restrained elegance. Yet there was an undeniable hint of untamed abandon and wildness. The head atop this attire belonged to Lu Zhan. His tousled hair fell just above his brow, carelessly swept aside, lips pale, and his gaze was cool and distant. With a snap of his fingers, Xiaogo abruptly collapsed to the ground. Fu Lian gazed at him, yet she felt an inexplicable certainty that this individual was not Lu Zhan, despite his striking resemblance, even his demeanor and movements mirroring those of Lu Zhan. She could sense that he was not the man she knew. Instinctively, she pressed herself against the wall, her lips moving slightly. The false Lu Zhan remained silent, gesturing for silence as he kicked the repair tool aside and slowly approached Fu Lian. His movements were deliberate and measured, imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Fu Lian gently inhaled, and at the moment he lowered his guard and smiled while extending his hand towards her. She pushed him away and fled in a frenzy. However, how could the man allow her to escape so easily? After just a few strides, her arm was firmly grasped by him. The man, feigning indifference, tilted his chin to evade Fu Lian's assault. In response, she pivoted and aimed her knife at his hand that had ensnared her right wrist. The man had no choice but to release his grip, and Fu Lian seized the opportunity to dash outside. Just as she emerged from her hiding place, a heavy iron bowl descended from above, knocking her unconscious. On the pristine white bed lay a beautiful face, framed by long hair that sprawled like withered branches. Her dense, long eyelashes fluttered, revealing a glimmer of light within her eyes. Fu Lian propped herself up and realized she was in a sparsely furnished room, devoid of anything but a bed. The floor and curtains were shrouded in a somber gray-black hue, while the bed alone stood in stark contrast, a pristine white. Barefoot, she stepped onto the cold floor and, after a few strides, reached the window. Gently drawing back the curtains, Fu Lian peered downwards, only to be met with a thick, enveloping fog. Within it, strange forms coalesced and dissipated in a swift, unsettling dance. Unable to discern the ground beneath her, she could only surmise her elevation, estimating she was at least on the 10th floor based on the proximity of the monstrous shapes. Furthermore, the eerily similar gray-black exterior of the building below led her to conjecture that she was ensconced within the incongruous black spire of Pink Swan. How had she come to find herself in this bewildering place? Fu Lian still recalls being knocked unconscious and taken away by Lu Zhan. But where is Lu Zhan? Fu Lian turned and opened the door, running barefoot into the night. She wandered aimlessly along the circular path, resembling a headless fly. It was only when she overheard hushed whispers that she leaned closer, pressing against the window pane. Through a narrow crevice, she glimpsed a gathering of 7 or 8 individuals inside, while behind them, a screen looped a haunting display. The imagery revealed everything she was reluctant to believe. In Chapter 91, the scene unfolded. Lu Zhan donned a fitted shirt and straight-legged suit pants, the golden buckle of his belt gleaming in the mist. Beads of sweat trickled down his hair, and his lowered gaze shimmered with an eerie light. The left side of his face bore the grotesque marks of decay, as if infested with writhing worms, evoking a sense of dread. He sat atop a mound of skeletal remains, his left leg crossed over his right knee, chin slightly raised, exuding an air of arrogance, disdain, and unassailable dominance as he surveyed the chaos before him. The footage was captured by a watch on his wrist, with a severed arm lying on a clear, unobstructed patch of grass, starkly documenting the surrounding turmoil in all its brutal clarity. Amidst the relentless onslaught of the undead, beyond the unbearable cries and wails, a message caught Fu Lian's attention. A pop-up on the video. "Old Su, where are you? What has happened?" The owner of the severed arm was Old Su, a fervent admirer of Lu Zhan, whose respect and admiration for him were profound. Yet now, he lay slain beneath Lu Zhan. Brutality, savagery, and cruelty defined the half-beasts, the very reason for their expulsion. Fu Lian's mind went blank as she took a step back, feeling bewildered and helpless. The video on the screen froze, transforming into a series of blood-red characters. The text, rendered in a formal song typeface, was both meticulous and orderly. Discussion on the weaknesses of the Zombie King extermination plan. Most of the individuals engaged in the discussion were acquaintances. Fu Lian bit her lip, gradually retreating while her hands roamed over her body. Upon confirming that the butterfly knife was secured at her waist, she immediately began to survey and test her surroundings in the circular corridor. She needed to escape from this place. The decor was opulent yet somewhat antiquated, restored in the style reminiscent of medieval Rome, sturdy and weighty. The dim lighting accentuated its mysterious religious ambience, instilling a profound sense of solemnity. Most importantly, the intricate patterns in each room were identical. After prolonged exposure, they could easily become disorienting. Fu Lian cautiously explored her surroundings and eventually noticed something amiss at a silver, intricately carved door adorned with greenery. Her fingertips delicately traced every inch of the wall until she pressed against a subtle crack. The ornate door creaked open, revealing a breathless figure within. The figure, clad in a fitted vest, brushed her long hair aside, and, upon turning to see Fu Lian, her heart leaped with joy. "Come in quickly." Upon seeing her, Fu Lian exclaimed, "Sisterly?" Lu Li nodded and, taking her by the hand, urged her into the elevator. "We must hurry." Fu Lian nodded and followed inside. Lu Li pressed the button, and the intricately carved door gradually closed, leaving only a slender crack. Thinking of escaping? A voice whispered. Fu Lian's alarm bells rang in her mind as she drew her butterfly knife. However, Lu Li was swifter, seizing the moment when the ornate door sprung open. She delivered a powerful kick, then pulled Fu Lian along, making her way out of the elevator. Fu Lian sensed his mental energy brimming with the essence and strength of others. Among them were Fu Lian, Wu Yu, Mingde, and Lu Zhan. Instinctively, she extended her mental tendrils to touch him. The tips tingled slightly, as if a small tongue had reached out to gently nip at them. In her increasingly distant vision, Fu Lian vaguely perceived the figure of the man behind her becoming slender and graceful, gradually resembling Lu Li. She shook her head, believing she was merely seeing things. But Lu Li grasped her hand and turned down a winding path. Meanwhile, the man faded from view, obscured by the wall in a distant corner. In a place unseen by Fu Lian, the man gasped for breath, coughing as he slowly transformed into Lu Li's form. He absent-mindedly touched his chest and gazed at his reflection in the window, his eyes revealing a hint of obsession. What a captivating woman. No sooner had he uttered these words than he spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest. After a fit of intense breathing, disbelief and trepidation flickered in his eyes. The fragment of mental energy from Lu Zhan, after being absorbed, had remained docile. He had believed it was refined and had become part of him. However, upon encountering Fu Lian, the dead energy began to stir once more, even reversing to consume his mental strength. Despite Fu Lian's escape, the tower loomed high, and the security measures were unassailable. So he harbored no concerns about her fleeing this place. Rather, his greater worry was for himself. If he did not take action to halt it, Israel might soon fall prey to the cursed remnants of that mental energy. Having finally followed Lu Li up the spiraling staircase to the next level, he was confronted head-on by a group of black-clad individuals surrounding him. They were uniformly dressed and moved in unison, clearly well-prepared, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Fu Lian did not dare to be careless and intercepted Lu Li, who was about to take action. "I merely wish to pay a visit. This is my friend." Fu Lian chuckled softly, her gaze momentarily lingering on Fu Lian and Mingde behind her, ultimately settling on Mingde. Despite his unremarkable demeanor during their previous encounters, Fu Lian discerned from the subtle clustering of others around him that he was the linchpin of this group. Her intuition was sharp. This man was not to be trifled with. Mingde nodded with a smile. "Then let us properly entertain this young lady." With that, he stepped away from the crowd and approached Fu Lian. In a gentle tone, he said, "Miss Fu, I must kindly advise you not to wander off the 10th floor. It is perilous below, and not merely a game." As she quietly extended her mental energy, she suddenly realized that someone had encircled Lu Li with an impenetrable force of mental power. The energy embedded within that mental force caused her excruciating pain with just the lightest touch. "What do you wish for me to do?" Fu Lian turned to look at him. Mingde gently shook his head. "I had thought we were friends, Miss Fu. You seem rather aloof." "I am merely concerned for a friend." Fu Lian chuckled coldly, but refrained from engaging in a rebuttal. This place was filled with Mingde's people. There was no need to create discord that would ultimately jeopardize her own standing. "Rest well, and take care of yourself. Should you require anything, simply ring the bell, and Fu Lian will deliver it to you." Mingde assumed the demeanor of one in power. "Mr. Fong," Fu Lian called, halting his steps, "I fail to comprehend your intentions. What is it that you seek to gain by confining me in such a manner?" Mingde smiled. "Miss Fu, with your keen intellect, do you truly need to inquire?" It was precisely due to her intelligence that she found herself perplexed. However, if he wished for her to comply as a hostage, he must first grant her one request. As she spoke, she abruptly stepped away from the crowd and approached the window, perching herself on its ledge and leaning back slightly. Behind her lay the azure sea and sky, an endless expanse of nothingness. Regardless of his motivations, Mingde would not subject her to undue hardship. She prided herself on the absence of any entanglements with him, be they personal or financial. Yet, having glimpsed the annihilation plan and recalling his fleeting displays of capability and allies, Fu Lian harbored a bold hypothesis. He aspired to seize Ping Chuan. Such a man could never be content to fade into the crowd, becoming merely one among the many. He was an eagle destined to soar across the heavens. Lu Zhan, through sheer strength, had garnered the recognition of Ping Chuan's upper echelons, effortlessly claiming a position that had eluded Mingde, who was meticulous yet ultimately unsuccessful. The previous ruler had met a bizarre demise due to decomposition, while the prospective ruler, Wu Yu, had inexplicably transformed into a grotesque creature, now missing. Ultimately, it was Lu Zhan who lost his sanity, becoming the adversary of the masses. In a fleeting moment, all who obstructed him had withdrawn, leaving only him standing. In truth, a moment's contemplation would reveal the clarity of his aims, unmasked, sharp, and audacious. Concerning her, aside from the layer of Lu Zhan's influence, what else could there be? Although she remained uncertain as to why she had been chosen over Lin Yunyun, it was evident that such a person, upon realizing her worthlessness, might not hesitate to eliminate her. He had indeed invested some thought into her. However, given her consistently unfavorable demeanor, it was entirely plausible that he had long since grown weary of her presence. Fu Lian offered a doppia smile, never expecting that she would still have to rely on Lu Zhan's elusive affection. Miss Fu declared, "I must be fully aware of all news regarding Lu Zhan." Although she understood that knowing would be of little practical use, it was possible that she might discover a means of escape to inform Lu Zhan. Fu Lian deeply misses the endearingly foolish Xiaogo. Those days, when compared to the present, were filled with an unparalleled joy. Naturally, Fang Mingde extended his hand, pulling Fu Lian down from the windowsill. Fu Lian, caught off balance, nearly fell into his embrace. "I never intended to keep this from you. If you are willing, you may join us." Fu Lian said nothing. She merely freed herself from his grasp and turned to ascend the stairs. "I am fatigued. Good afternoon." Returning to my room, Fu Lian drew all the curtains, ensuring that not a sliver of light penetrated the room. She then collapsed onto the pristine white bed, shielding her eyes with her hand. After feigning sleep for a while, she concentrated her mental energy to ascertain that the room was devoid of any surveillance devices or cameras. Reaching into her pocket, she retrieved a softly glowing pearlescent screen. It was the large device gifted to her by Lu Li, though its cumbersome body had vanished, leaving only a diminutive screen. At parting, Lu Li had quietly placed it in her palm. Li Jia, where are you now? Please stay safe. All right, how are things on your end?" In the apocalyptic world, emotions were both sincere and swift, requiring merely a few heartfelt exchanges and life-or-death rescues. In Fu Lian's heart, Lu Li had already become her friend. She was the first person to earn Fu Lian's recognition since her rebirth in this desolate era. "Are you not concerned about Lu Zhan? From what I gather, there may be some misunderstandings between you two." After a prolonged silence, a response finally came through, each word carefully chosen as if weighed with deliberation. Fu Lian, though not particularly convinced, recalled that the last conversation she had with her friend was a one-sided confession about Lu Zhan's infidelity. Perhaps she was apprehensive that such revelations might inflict emotional harm upon herself, hence her cautious demeanor. "Have you seen him, Li Jia?" "Yes, from a distance, just once." "Have you conversed with him?" Fu Lian inquired, driven purely by curiosity. "No, we are not acquainted. As you know, I do not hold him in high regard. Yet you speak in his defense." "My apologies," appeared on the screen, quickly followed by another message. "I shouldn't have mentioned him. I regret causing you distress." "It's all right. It doesn't truly matter to me. I merely feel a bit uncomfortable. Regardless of my feelings, it is disheartening when something that belongs to me is taken away by someone else." "Li Jia, I have a story to share. Would you like to hear it?" Fu Lian hesitated, yet couldn't restrain herself from sending this message. Once the topic of Lu Zhan was broached, it ignited a relentless urge within her to delve deeper into the narrative. "What story?" "There was a man whose entire family was slain by a dark overlord, and he resolved to seek vengeance. He employed a secret method to be reborn and became the overlord's servant, biding his time for many years. However, as time passed, he discovered that the overlord was not inherently wicked, but rather shunned by others. Compassion stirred within him, and the overlord subsequently fell in love with him. They became entwined, and he believed he could change the overlord and alter their fates. Yet, in an unforeseen twist, the overlord's affections waned, casting him aside, and despite his efforts, tragedy ensued. Did the overlord kill him? No. If this were a fairy tale, the conclusion would involve the two resolving their misunderstandings, overcoming challenges, and ultimately living happily ever after. Dreamlike fairy tales often harbor a sinister and terrifying past. Perhaps the truth is that the overlord, incensed by her betrayal, eliminated her before happily cohabiting with a mistress. Fu Lian retorted, "That's inaccurate. If the overlord were furious enough to eliminate her, it would imply he cared for her, making it improbable for him to be with a mistress afterward. Fine, then let us say the overlord eliminated him, leading a solitary existence, ultimately succumbing to madness and becoming a world-destroying villain. That too is flawed. If he eliminated him, the overlord would be doomed to loneliness. So why would he inflict such torment upon himself? It would be better to keep him close." "Continue, please." "How could that be? He could never develop feelings for an overlord who had once harmed him. Is that truly your belief?" Fu Lian turned over. "Don't you think so?" Lu sat on the sofa, casually eating from can. Noticing Lu Zhan holding the large communication device in silence, she couldn't help but inquire, "What did Fu Lian discuss with you?" Lu Zhan chuckled softly, lifting his chin with a hint of arrogance. "If I truly intended to do something, you wouldn't be able to stop me." Lu understood and smiled knowingly, her eyes sparkling with a cold elegance. "I saw someone at the spire, someone disguised as you, orchestrating a splendid performance. Now, the survivors at the spire are deliberating on how to eliminate you." As Lu spoke, she placed the can on the table. "I've been here with you, and I'm certain that is not you. However, Fu Lian is also inside, and that individual is surrounded by formidable allies. I cannot contend with them. Are you suggesting I devise a way to rescue her?" Lu Zhan lifted the communication device in his hand, stating, "If she wishes to leave, she will seek your assistance." Fu Lian could never have anticipated that the communicator had changed hands. Its current owner was not Lu, but Lu Zhan. Consequently, she remained oblivious to the fact that her heartfelt confessions had been entirely divulged to the rightful recipient. "You seem a bit off today," Lu remarked, sensing something amiss. Just yesterday, this man had been concerned about Fu Lian's well-being, yet now he appeared entirely transformed. "Do you think Fu Lian truly harbors genuine feelings for me?" Lu Zhan uttered, his words seemingly devoid of context. Fu Lian recounted a seemingly unrelated tale, rich with veiled implications. He was acutely aware of her desire to ensnare him, much like the protagonist in the story who yearned to capture the formidable antagonist. "Why would you ask such a thing?" Lu inquired, furrowing her brow. Discovering his infidelity had left her incensed, her concern genuine and unfeigned. Noticing Lu Zhan's silence, Lu cautiously grasped her weapon. Lu Zhan's loss of control was not an isolated incident. In fact, since Fu Lian's recent disappearance, he had frequently succumbed to fits of rage, exhibiting erratic behavior. Though he typically sat alone, fists clenched and teeth gritted in silent endurance during these episodes, Lu remained vigilant. The ferocity of a half-beast was no trivial matter. It was perilous. While she maintained her watchfulness, she secretly hoped Lu Zhan would continue to endure as he had always done. However, this time, the green patterns swirling around him multiplied and grew larger, ultimately enveloping the left side of his face like a mask. With a low growl, he burst through the door. Lu internally cursed her misfortune and hurried after him. In the following days, the individuals on the other side of the screen paid Fu Lian little mind. Nevertheless, Fu Lian, finding herself bored in her room, often received messages from them, whether prompted by necessity or mere whim, as she listened in on their annihilation conference. The preparations to ensnare Lu Zhan did not take long. On an ordinary day, devoid of snow and bathed in warm sunlight, the atmosphere was deceptively tranquil. Fu Lian sent a message to Lu saying, "Sisterly, please find a place to hide. They're about to launch an attack." The moment the message was sent, Fu Lian noticed several drones hovering in the air, heading towards the thick fog, while a group of around 10 fully armed individuals gradually descended the stairs. Fu Lian stood by with her arms crossed, observing the operation where a total of 300 personnel were deployed. Among them, there were 50 individuals with extraordinary abilities, 200 special forces, and 50 ordinary civilians, most of whom were drone operators. Knives, shields, and a plethora of specialized pharmaceuticals were meticulously equipped, encompassing everything Fu Lian had considered and beyond. From a perspective of their armaments, this was a well-trained and confident team, poised for victory. Fu Lian, however, could not help but feel a sense of foreboding in her heart, an inescapable dread that something terrible was about to unfold. She ceased her scrutiny of their updates and instead cast her gaze downward at the communicator. A message arrived. Fu Lian, Lu Zhan is in trouble. What has happened? He has lost control. The loss of control in a half-beast is particularly terrifying. He will act like a zombie, consumed solely by thoughts of slaughter and bloodshed. Li Jia, keep her distance from him. Fang Mingde and the others have already organized a team to eliminate Lu Zhan. Fu Lian, do you think they will succeed? I do not know. Then do you hope they will succeed? Fu Lian bit her lip. The glimmer of hope she had just nurtured was swiftly extinguished. I wish he would not transform into a terrifying figure. Very well. Fu Lian tucked away the communicator and opened the window to gaze outside. In the thick fog, various colossal tentacles, resembling sausages, could be discerned swaying in the air, attempting to strike down the drones that buzzed about like bothersome mosquitoes. Fu Lian lowered her head. Directly beneath the grand entrance, a piercing beam of crimson light illuminated the threshold, cutting through the dense fog, revealing numerous zombies blocking the exit for those trapped within. The ability users led the charge, their intangible mental force swiftly locking onto and exterminating the zombies at the doorway. The others followed closely behind, plunging into the mist. Soon, the individuals emerged, raising their lanterns, gradually vanishing into the vast, impenetrable fog. The space elongated the distance, and the robust red serpent was soon obscured, merging into a tenuous thread of crimson reality. Fu Lian sat by the window, quietly observing everything. Could this group truly eliminate Lu Zhan? The very individual she had expended considerable effort to contend with, yet had found no resolution. Fu Lian moved a stool to the window, quietly awaiting the arrival of letters. Her room was on the 10th floor, offering a panoramic view that effortlessly captured the distant scenery, albeit shrouded in a veil of mist. Fu Lian rested her chin on her hand, languidly waiting for a while. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she pulled out her communicator and messaged Lu Li, sisterly. Where are you? Are you safe? Do you know where Lu Zhan is? How is he faring? I don't know. He is probably dead. If he is dead, would you feel sorrow? A sudden gust of wind swept through the window, gently lifting the strands of hair by her cheek. The trees in the distance, shrouded in mist, appeared ethereal and delicate, with rooftops peeking out, their pointed corners visible, the bluish-white tiles scattered about, resembling a celestial realm. The tiles on the rooftops swayed lightly, bearing traces of those who had run across them, only to be followed by a flurry of tendrils, accompanied by a gaping maw dripping with blood. Fu Lian subtly extended her mental strength downwards and overheard someone issuing a command to open the door, only to be halted by another voice. Outside, a multitude of monstrous beings lurked, while occupants of the tower were firing arrows and cannonballs from a half-open window, only to be detected by the probing tentacles that swiftly ensnared them and hurled them far away. As the cannon fire echoed, the encroaching monsters multiplied, lacking noses, eyes, or ears, possessing only gaping maws lined with razor-sharp teeth. Even before the door was ajar, tentacles had already begun to slither through the window. A scream erupted from below, and even without her mental faculties, Fu Lian could sense the chaos unfolding beneath her. Yet, at the moment the door was about to open, she discerned a faint tapping sound. Through this perspective, she glimpsed a small orifice on the creature, exhaling and inhaling, surrounded by a ring of sharp fangs. With a heavy sigh, she flung the door open and dashed outside. The elevator leading downstairs was rather inconspicuous, and she fumbled to press the button. Realizing that this elevator descended directly to the first floor, and fearing the possibility of monsters lurking within, she decisively abandoned the elevator and ran instead. The 10th floor corridor was circular, and after a few strides, a man seized her arm. "Follow me," he whispered softly. Fu Lian discerned that it was the individual who had obstructed her and Lu Li that day. She nodded slightly and followed him into the pedestrian passage. Her steps hurried as she descended the stairs. Chapter 93, A Heavy Responsibility. Fu Lian followed him to the 3rd floor. This level was perilously close to the thick fog, yet it was separated by a layer, accessible only through a concealed passage from the 9th floor. Only a handful of individuals were present here. Fang Mingde and Lu Xing. They occupied the foremost seats, the pivotal positions of authority. When Fu Lian entered, everyone's gaze was directed towards the entrance. The scrutiny of so many eyes made her feel somewhat uneasy. She found a seat beside Lu Xing and sat down next to him. Lu Xing remained silent, offering no indication of acknowledgement. Additionally, Fang Mingde glanced at his watch and spoke leisurely. Afterward, he kindly turned to Fu Lian, pushing a vial of yellow serum towards her. "Miss Fu, this plan to eliminate Lu Zhan may require your assistance." Fu Lian had previously provided her with a similar substance, and she understood its purpose, a suppressor. Do they still have a plan B? Their audacity is truly remarkable. Is this the recklessness of youth? Fu Lian refrained from touching the serum, frowning in disapproval. Fang Mingde smiled and turned to Li. "After all, he was your former superior. What is your opinion? He has transformed into a mindless zombie, a creature devoid of reason. If we let him go, will he spare us?" Lu Yi replied gravely, then turned to Fu Lian. "Your perspective is skewed. You have not witnessed him tear apart old Su with his own hands. You are his woman, naturally reluctant to see him harmed, but he brutally killed old Su, who held him in such high regard. Regardless, I must avenge my brother." "I concur." Lu Xing raised his hand to express his stance. He and Lu Yi were aligned. Fu Lian pressed her lips together, falling into silence. At that moment, the door to the room swung open once more, and a figure entered. Fu Lian, blood-stained and bearing large bruises on his arms. He approached and took a seat beside Fang Mingde, revealing the silhouette behind him. Lin Yunya. Clad in a white dress, she wore a camel-colored scarf adorned with a small red lantern pendant. The once pristine white dress was now marred by blood and grime, and she was wiping away tears, quietly sobbing. Noticing Fu Lian's indifference, she hastily leaned closer, calling out, "Brother Hu." He promptly pulled a chair closer for her, and she adjusted her dress before sitting down. With everyone gathered, Lu Yi spoke up. "Let's discuss Plan B." Lu Yi nodded and picked up a vial of yellow serum, stating that it had been brought from the affluent capital base, specifically formulated by Drive S to combat the half-beasts. A mere small bottle, when ingested by a half-beast, would strip them of their powers and mobility for an hour. Our greatest dilemma now lies in determining who will administer this serum to Lu Zhan. As he spoke, Lu Yi's gaze swept over Lin Yunya and Fu Lian. Lin Yunya quickly waved her hands, asserting, "I'm not familiar with him. Although I previously lived with them, it was merely a temporary arrangement. In reality, Lu Zhan harbors feelings solely for her. There is no place for me in his heart, and we share no connection whatsoever." TSK. Acknowledging the complexity of the situation, one might easily distance themselves from it entirely. Fu Lian pouted her lips. Lin Yunyin, with her watery eyes wide open, exclaimed, "Ah, Lian sister, so you are here. Lu Zhan has been searching for you everywhere. I was wondering why all the tentacled creatures flocked to the spire today. It turns out this is the reason." She covered her mouth with her small hand, feigning surprise. Her words were artfully crafted, subtly alluding to Lu Zhan's concern for Fu Lian, thus placing her in the spotlight. Fu Lian let out a cold laugh, unwilling to appear weak. "Lin Mimi, after the battle, you know very well with whom you have been spending your time." She cast a casual glance at Lin Yunyin, her gaze settling on the tawny scarf around her neck. "This was a birthday gift I gave to Lu Zhan. How did it end up in your possession?" Upon uttering these words, the crowd's eyes, filled with complexity or disdain, were wholly focused on Lin Yunyin. The fiery tree and silver flowers also vanished from your hands. Lu Zhan trusts you, yet you returned the fiery tree and silver flowers to your former lover, Wu Yu. He not only overlooked this, but also gifted you a scarf and supplies. Fu Lian was already well aware of Lin Yunyin's affairs. She had simply been biding her time while the two were apart. Lin Yunyin enjoyed playing the game of using others as pawns, but alas, she borrowed the wrong blade and struck the wrong target. Fu Lian smirked. "Indeed, I believe Lin Yunyin is quite suited for this task." What you may not know is that her sister, Lin Zian, also met her demise at Lu Zhan's hands. She went at great lengths to approach him with the intention of devouring him. Is not your endeavor eerily aligned with hers? Lin Zian had previously hailed from Pingchuan, and the locals were well aware of the sisters' close bond. The red lantern pendant adorning her chest was familiar to all. Fang Mingda's gaze flickered between the two women, while Fu Lian held her gaze steady. I could go as well, but considering how long I've been trapped here without a sign of Lu Zhan coming to my aid, it is evident he does not hold me in high regard. He furrowed his brow, and Lu Xing glanced over, suggesting that Lin Yinyin should give a try first, and if it failed, then she would take her turn. Humph. Fu Lian took a sip of water, meeting Lin Yinyin's furious gaze with defiance. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and with a fierce expression, she approached Lin Yinyin and slapped her across the face. Did I not tell you not to covet my man? Since you dare to steal, do not blame me for striking you every time we meet. After having thrown her out the last time, Fu Lian felt it had been too lenient. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She should have given her a thorough beating to vent her frustration. If not now, then when? After everyone departed, Fu Lian struck her again with 2 more slaps. Lin Yinyin was utterly stunned, turning her head to shield her cheek. Tears welled in her eyes as she instinctively looked at Hu Lai. Brother Hu Lai took the opportunity to place the murky potion in her palm, sternly warning, when the time comes, I will escort you. The mission can fail, but if he discerns your true intentions, he will not spare you, nor will we. Seeing Lin Yinyin in distress brought Fu Lian great delight, and she clapped her hands, saying yes, so Sister Yinyin must do her best. With that, she swayed her hips and exited the conference room. That afternoon, Fu Lian witnessed Lin Yinyin being escorted away, her tearful pleas echoing as she clutched Hu Lai's clothing tightly, only to be roughly tossed to the ground by him. Fu Lian glanced absent-mindedly at her surroundings, her thoughts drifting to the news from Lu Li. She decided to message her, Sisterly, are you still with Lu Zhan? If you happen to see Lin Yinyin, please give her a good beating. The reply was brief, yet reliable. As evening fell, Fu Lian was jolted awake from a nightmare. Clutching her blanket, she rose and sat quietly in her room for a while. She then donned a coat, intending to take a stroll down the corridor. The dimly lit candelabra cast a warm glow amidst the darkness, with the flickering orange flames dancing like fervent dancers at a midnight gala. Fu Lian heard the anguished cries of a woman piercing through the stillness of the night. Following the sound, she approached and, peering through the crack of the door, beheld a large screen displaying a harrowing scene where Lin Yinyin was being brutally assaulted. The assailant, his back turned to the camera, appeared to be a towering figure. Lin Yinyin lay on the ground, her hands bound, her face and body smeared with blood. The tears in her eyes washed away some of the bloodstains on her face, only to be swiftly replaced by fresh ones. Fu Lian observed closely, hoping to glean some information and clues regarding the land battle. Who? Fu Lian pressed the person beneath her with a swift motion, using her knee to pin down his back. The individual below let out a soft whimper, taking a moment to utter 2 words, It's me. Who knows who you are? Fu Lian responded sharply, applying a bit more pressure, while the person beneath her remained submissive to her actions. Fu Lian cast her gaze around, ensuring no one was present before cautiously guiding him outside. Throughout their journey, he remained compliant. Wherever Fu Lian exerted force, he followed without resistance. The ancient Roman architecture, illuminated by the night, emanated a chilling, malevolent aura, starkly contrasting the sanctity observed during daylight. The desolate corridors echoed only with the sound of Fu Lian's footsteps, the soft rustle akin to whispers from a demon. The towering spires of the night appeared anything but secure. Once he was escorted to the room and pinned against the door by Fu Lian, he finally spoke again. I am Xiaogo. Fu Lian retrieved a communicator and illuminated it, the cold, pale light casting a glow upon his face. This visage starkly contrasted with the previously handsome features of Xiaogo. It appeared far too ordinary and mundane. Even a person afflicted with prosopagnosia would be able to discern that these were not the same countenance. Nevertheless, the owner of this face, Fu Lian, recalled that during the day, he had taken her to the 3rd floor. This individual was an ability user, holding a respectable position in this place. However, how could he possibly be Xiaogo? Fu Lian carefully observed the man before her, who slightly turned his face away in a somewhat unnatural manner. Yet he did not shy away from Fu Lian's bold gaze. In fact, he seemed somewhat exhilarated by her forthrightness. How peculiar. Fu Lian feigned a slight release of his grip, yet he did not seize the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, he grew increasingly flustered and restless due to Fu Lian's departure, nervously shifting his neck. His unconscious demeanor of obediently clutching the hem of his garment bore an uncanny resemblance to the memories of Xiaogo. It is not surprising that Xiaogo, merely a wisp of spiritual energy, could inhabit another's being. Fu Lian tentatively kicked him, asking, "What are you doing here?" She gazed at him, and with the dense fog enveloping the outside world, she inquired, "Where can you take me?" As a remnant of the will of a marine, his intellect was rather limited. Fu Lian, having lost her patience, struggled to free herself, wishing to push him away. Suddenly, a scorching body surged towards her, followed by a powerful arm encircling her waist. As he moved, Fu Lian's bosom rose enticingly, and instinctively, she attempted to push the man's embrace away, only to encounter the sinewy firmness of his flesh and the pronounced contours of his veins. His heated breath cascaded against her neck, his voice deep and lingering. "Do you not wish to be with me?" Chapter 94. Embracing Sleep. Fu Lian's body stiffened momentarily, and she immediately attempted to push his arm away. However, the man instead tightened his hold on her. Fu Lian's small hand rested against his chest, feeling the heat of his body and the rhythmic rise and fall drawing closer to her. Fu Lian pressed closely against him in the pitch-black night. Only his translucent emerald eyes were visible. The profound and intricate emotions within his gaze entwined around Fu Lian, as if they were tangible, gradually pulling her into the depths of the azure abyss. Fu Lian felt a sense of disorientation as her delicate hands slowly wrapped around the man's narrow waist. She nestled her head against his chest, her soft ear brushing against him, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart. The man lowered his head, and Fu Lian lifted herself on her toes, gently nuzzling his cheek, murmuring, "I miss you. I miss you." Lu Zhan's heart skipped a beat at her soft whispers. Initially, he was filled with suspicion, resentment, and rage. After hearing the incomprehensible tale through the communicator, he struggled with his violent emotions for several days. He dismissed the baseless story, yet he could not disregard the certainty in her words. She claimed she would never harbor affection for a monster who had harmed her. What did she mean by that? Was her animosity rooted in her suffering? Lu Zhan was acutely aware that his own past was neither bright nor glorious. It was marred by a profound hatred for the fickleness of human nature and a discontent with the absurdity of the world. His once indomitable spirit had been shattered by reality, reduced to a mass of mire. He had often been cast aside, discriminated against, and subjected to various injustices. His half-orc identity made many recoil at the mere sight of him. Alone, with his once proud demeanor now diminished, he was left in solitude. Thus, when Fu Lian chose to remain by his side, a weak and helpless shadow, he felt no annoyance. Instead, his hollow heart pulsed with concern once more. If all of this were but an illusion, it would drive him to madness. The fog was thick with monsters, yet none possessed the strength to confront him. He wreaked havoc upon them, tearing them apart, and they fled from him in terror. Yet, was this enough? Not nearly, not at all. Nothing could quell the destructive urge ignited by his feelings of loss, anger, and obsession. These past few days, he had lived like a true beast. Stripped of any instinct other than violence, he was powerless to act, unable to control himself. He was akin to a fireball, perpetually burning, on the brink of annihilation. His transformation, alongside the monsters in the mist, had become intensely aggressive. However, she lay softly in his embrace, uttering sweet nothings that soothed his tumultuous spirit. He could not help but tremble with excitement. He was fully aware that this woman was despicable, shameless, and cunning. With her honeyed words, she tended to him, seduced him, and deceived him. She would not cherish his heart, but would trample it mercilessly. Yet what could he do? He adored her, and he could not bear to be without her. Lu Zhan tightened his arms around her, his lips brushing against her ear, the humid air caressing her cheek, their smooth skins intermingling, igniting a spark of intimacy. "I have never had anything with Lin Yunyan." Lu Zhan could not restrain his breath, gently kissing her earlobe. The words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet they concerned her most deeply. Damn it. All he could think about was clearing that damned misunderstanding and being with her. Ideally, they would share a bed, nestled together in slumber. I thought you no longer wanted me. Fu Lian shed a few tears, smearing them on his icy neck. Lin Yunyun appeared so disheveled, clearly desperate to cling to Lu, and it was evident she had no connection with Lu Zhan. Now, Lu Zhan approaching her spoke volumes. Fu Lian's heart was akin to a mirror reflecting her emotions. She immediately softened, shedding tears and yearning for solace in his embrace. Lu Zhan held her tightly, murmuring apologies, vowing never to repeat his mistakes. I understand, Fu Lian replied, lifting her chin to tenderly kiss his earlobe. The half-orc struggled to contain his emotions. Yet he ought not to evade her. She softly lamented, "You should confide in me. We can face this together." In response, Lu Zhan fiercely captured her lips with his own. Fu Lian turned and wrapped her arms around his neck, sinking her entire body into his embrace. Lu Zhan's movements were rough and urgent, fervently devouring the sweetness of her delicate lips. Fu Lian could not help but press firmly against his throat, capturing his lower lip. Yet he swiftly enveloped her small mouth within his own space, a storm sweeping over them. It was only when she could no longer breathe that he finally released her. Breathless, "Come with me," Lu Zhan whispered softly, his fingers brushing through her hair. "Old Su is dead?" he murmured, his lips lingering tenderly against her cheek and neck. Fu Lian felt a tingling sensation and instinctively shrank her neck. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Zhan, attuned to her every movement, tightened his arms and pressed in closer, continuing to plant tender kisses upon the pulsing veins of her neck. It was as if he were afflicted by an insatiable yearning for her skin. His lips danced back and forth, lingering around her carotid artery. "I did not. Someone is impersonating me," Lu Zhan declared, lifting his gaze from her skin. "Fu Lian, do you trust me?" Fu Lian smiled, "And I certainly trust you. However, Lulu, you have somewhat frightened me." Lu Zhan released her and reiterated, "Come with me." His haunting green eyes were distinctly visible in the darkness, resembling a predator lurking in the dead of night, cold and aggressive. A chill enveloped Fu Lian, and she wrapped her arms around herself, feeling utterly trapped. Yet the present moment allowed no room for choice. After merely a few seconds of contemplation, Lu Zhan's next solemn inquiry swiftly followed. Fu Lian wrapped her arm around his, and his taut muscles relaxed somewhat as he turned his hand to grasp her delicate fingers, enveloping her tiny hand entirely within his palm. Fu Lian inched closer to him, sweetly affirming, "Of course I wish to be with Lulu." Lu Zhan chuckled softly, pulling aside the curtains. Beneath the gentle moonlight outside, Fu Lian beheld a robust sausage floating in the air. The sausage, with its sharp-toothed mouth firmly shut, swayed gracefully in the sky, its elongated body moving freely. Fu Lian instinctively moved away from Lu Zhan's back. Sensing her unease, Lu Zhan leaned down to gently stroke her hair, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid." Fu Lian nodded, her gaze lingering on his expression, as if caught between words. Lu Zhan narrowed his eyes momentarily before drawing the curtains closed. "If you are afraid, we could turn back," he said, "but they all wish to harm you." "They cannot hurt me," Lu Zhan replied, exuding his usual confidence. Fu Lian nodded. "Then, let us proceed." The curtains were not drawn too tightly, allowing a faint slit through which the grotesque, intestine-like creature outside could be glimpsed, lingering just beyond a mere wall separating it from the two. "Could we not keep at a distance?" she inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation. "You coward," Lu Zhan teased, gently brushing his fingers against her nose. Fu Lian evaded him, burying her face in the crook of his arm. Lu Zhan's fingers trembled slightly as he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. "I will let pass first." With that, he pushed open the door, and the two stepped into the inky darkness of the corridor. Fu Lian illuminated the elevator button, her heart racing with anxiety as she stood at the entrance of the lift. "Are we being too audacious?" she pondered. "Why should we be discreet?" Lu Zhan gently caressed her hair, noticing her shivering. "Are you cold? I am concerned for you." Her petite head was nestled deeply, embodying a blend of timidity and charm. A smile flickered in Lu Zhan's eyes as he lifted her chin, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid." Fu Lian deftly extricated her hand from his grasp, rising on her toes to plant a fleeting kiss upon his lips, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Lu Zhan, still yearning for more, gently pressed his lips together. He was reluctant to part ways, for it had been a long time since they last met. They ought to savor this moment together. With a soft chime, the elevator doors slid open. Lu Zhan turned to see an individual brandishing a transparent water gun, who, at the very instant the doors opened, aimed it directly at him. He had the option to evade, yet doing so would leave Fu Lian exposed. Resolutely, Lu Zhan allowed the water gun's projectile to strike him. It was a diminutive syringe, containing a small vial filled with a yellowish liquid. Fu Lian's pupils constricted as she found herself ensconced in the darkness behind her. Suddenly, a pair of large hands emerged, pale yet powerful, covering her mouth and pulling her away. Startled, she instinctively aimed an elbow at his abdomen, only to realize that the cloth over her mouth was laced with ether. Her vision began to blur gradually, ultimately succumbing to darkness. In that fleeting moment before her eyes closed, Fu Lian was engulfed in rage. How dare someone disrupt her at such a critical juncture? They preyed upon her vulnerability due to her lack of physical strength. If they possessed any courage, they should confront her openly. Fu Lian was filled with anger, yet it proved futile. She would still succumb to her faintness. However, just before losing consciousness, she extended her hand, tightly gripping his wrist, leaving a trail of crimson marks upon his skin. When she awoke once more, she found herself still in the dimly lit and narrow corridor. This corridor, which she had traversed before, served as a secret passage from the 9th floor to the 3rd. The two entrances of the passageway were concealed and narrow, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone on the opposing side to gain entry if properly guarded. She tilted her head, resting upon a warm, soft cushion, only to discover that Lu Zhan had assumed the role of a human pillow. The previous night's battle had indeed been fierce. Lu Zhan had injected a suppressant, yet amidst so many extraordinary individuals in the spire, he had not been executed. TSK. Fu Lian couldn't help but wonder if he was akin to an indestructible cockroach. Just then, the man leaning against the wall suddenly coughed a couple of times. Fu Lian shifted her body, attempting to alleviate his burden, yet he swiftly reached out, pulling her into his embrace. "Where do you wish to go?" he murmured, his eyes closed, his voice feeble. He seemed remarkably vulnerable. Fu Lian cautiously brushed her hand against his chest, inquiring about any injuries. Lu Zhan coughed lightly and forced himself to rise, assuring her that he was fine. Just as he spoke, a violent knocking echoed through the door, as if something had been ferociously hurled against it. A wave of unease washed over her. She feared that their whereabouts had been compromised. Unable to contain her anxiety, she stood up and slowly approached the entrance, carefully pushing aside the covering of the peephole to peer outside. What met her gaze was a vast expanse of crimson. The blood seemed to breathe, pulsating against the small surface of the peephole. It clung precariously, slipping downward after a brief moment. Fu Lian observed a small row of finely sharpened teeth revealed before her. Chapter 95, Dialogue. The spire has fallen. Through a diminutive peephole, Fu Lian glimpsed a world ensnared by the veil of window screens. The 3rd and 10th floors bore identical layouts. However, the 3rd floor housed a grand conference hall that occupied a substantial portion of the left side, resulting in fewer doors on that side compared to the right. Here, on the 3rd floor, a mere wall separated them from the tumultuous chaos outside. Yet the bloody winds of carnage seemed entirely disconnected from the interior. Numerous long, grotesque, serpentine creatures flitted through the corridors, resembling a tangled web of chaos, brandishing their gaping maws and razor-sharp fangs, crashing and devouring everything in their path. Armed individuals were indiscriminately knocked to the ground, while those unable to flee found themselves impaled by the creature's menacing teeth. Poor souls whose protective gear was breached were swiftly pierced through the heart, succumbing to the loss of life and collapsing in pools of blood. The slaughter commenced. This was the moment of the monster's hunt. Fu Lian struggled painfully to cover her mouth. Behind her, a figure encroached, inquiring about her actions. The man whispered in her ear, his breath heavy and labored. Fu Lian nestled stiffly in his embrace, murmuring softly. Lu Zhan lowered his head to listen intently, barely catching her words, and came to a halt. Do you wish to save him? Fu Lian raised her tear-filled eyes, and a crystal-clear tear slid down her cheek, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. Even her delicate face was graced with a warm, orange hue. It was truly beautiful. Lu Zhan leaned in to kiss her lips, savoring the sweetness she offered. Fu Lian broke free from him, only to encounter the wounds upon his body. He stiffened slightly, blood seeping through his garments. Silently, he pressed his palm against the injury, brushing against her face to compel her gaze. Fu Lian, I am wounded. Fu Lian turned to observe his condition, unaware that the monsters outside had slowed their movements, ceasing their attacks one after another. Some creatures, reluctant to obey orders, stood their ground defiantly, but ultimately fell under Lu Zhan's mental control, leaping through the window in a fit of rage. Their departure was swift and silent, leaving only a lingering mist in the room. The haze, both inside and out, blurred in a crimson hue, tinged with a delicate blush. The rampant carnage appeared surreal and illusory in light of this shocking turn of events. However, none seemed to take notice. Lu Zhan lowered his gaze, resting his chin upon her shoulder, emitting a soft, pained sigh, understanding how he had sustained his injuries. Fu Lian unbuttoned the collar of his shirt, gently wiping the blood from his chest, revealing a deep scar beneath. As a half-orc, it was implausible that he had not healed from his wounds after such a time. It was the consequence of the suppressants. It was hard to fathom how he had escaped from numerous superhumans and rescued her, hiding in this secluded corridor. Fu Lian's heart was somewhat tumultuous. She touched the scar and inquired, "Does it hurt?" Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, and Fu Lian instinctively attempted to pull him away. However, he reacted more swiftly, turning to pin her beneath him, using his body as a shield. In that fleeting moment, Fu Lian beheld a silver streak hurtling toward them. Her eyes widened, reflecting the anguished expression on Lu Zhan's face. He let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from his lips as he collapsed completely atop Fu Lian. Truly, it was a tale of mutual affection. Fu Lian supported him and looked up. The newcomer stood in the corridor, wielding a glass bow, with a dazzling light behind him. He was shrouded in the fierce radiance, revealing only a hint of a dark silhouette. With each step he took, his body leaned to the left, his left hand gripping the handle tightly, veins protruding with exertion. As the light and shadow lost their concealment, a beam pierced through like a wall, allowing Fu Lian to discern his face from the darkness. This visage, though seldom seen, remained etched in her memory. It was Fong Mingde. A cloth was wrapped around his left hand, and several bloodstains marred his attire. His left arm bore a gaping wound, exposing a gruesome yet writhing injury beneath. "You seem unharmed, Lu Gu," he remarked, a sinister and indifferent smile gracing his lips as he lowered his gaze upward. Fu Lian pressed closely against Lu Zhan, the dampness seeping into his flesh. She lowered her gaze, witnessing the gaping wound that had completely torn open, a vast expanse of blood oozing forth. Additionally, an exceedingly conspicuous syringe was embedded in his arm. Lu Zhan removed the syringe with a swift motion. "Let us negotiate." Fong Mingde raised the bow in his hand. What is there to discuss? The truth? Fu Lian was suddenly enlightened. Perhaps it was Lu Zhan's act of rescue that led Fong Mingde to form a misunderstanding. Thus, he assumed that Fu Lian and Lu Zhan were accomplices, believing that Fu Lian had long been aware of his devious scheme. He thought that as soon as Fong Mingde dispatched his men to capture her, she had conveniently allowed herself to be rescued, subsequently trailing behind to gather intelligence on their movements. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan, acting upon the information she provided, stealthily infiltrated and wreaked havoc upon the tower. Indeed, while this reasoning was a far cry from the truth, it was remarkably coherent. Observing Fong Mingde's expression now, it was evident that he harbored such thoughts as well. One could hardly blame him. Fu Lian's heart stirred, her face contorted into an expression of indignation, as if she were fiercely advocating for Lu Zhan. "Truth? Do you still have the audacity to speak of truth?" Fong Mingde chuckled softly. "I too did not anticipate that those under my command would dare to act independently." Fu Lian smiled as she grasped Lu Zhan's hand. Since you are aware, there is nothing left for us to discuss. Fu Lian merely probed a little, and he divulged everything, acting on his own accord? Had it not been for Fong Mingda's own consent, Fu Lian would hardly believe that his subordinates would dare. Unexpectedly, it turns out that this entire affair was Fong Mingda's cunning scheme. Collaborating with such a person, who could ascertain whether he would plunge a knife in one's back. Fong Mingda was entirely unfazed by Fu Lian's potential refusal. He was aware. Fong Mingda's words successfully captured Lu Zhan's attention, who laboriously shifted his position, casting a languid glance over. What? In Country J, Drive S is there recruiting a batch of extraordinary volunteers, hoping to conduct some human experiments. Upon finishing, Fong Mingda raised his wristwatch. The address and contact information are all with me. Lu Zhan glanced at it, smiled faintly, said nothing, and then rested his chin once more on Fu Lian's shoulder, even gently closing his eyes, presenting an air of indifference. Fong Mingda's smile tightened, his expression becoming inscrutable as he observed the two. Fu Lian, however, noticed that a small, fleshy growth had emerged from the wound on his arm, even forming a wide mouth that was gradually extending toward his head. You! Fu Lian extended a finger. Your arm. Fong Mingda disregarded her warning and, with a swift motion, split the bow and arrow in his hands into two halves, sharp blades extending from the seams, transforming into two cold crescent daggers. He advanced towards the two, dagger in hand. Lu Zhan immediately looked up, drawing his ghostly blade, warily fixing his gaze upon Fong Mingda. Fu Lian drew out the butterfly knife, casting a glance at Lu Zhan's pale face, and pressed down beside him, declaring, "Let me handle this." With that, she launched her attack from the side. Fong Mingda seemed to have been parasitized. Engaging him in combat would not only be unwise, but also a drain on her energy. Fu Lian had no intention of confronting him directly and aimed straight for his arm. The freshly emerged appendage, as naive and bewildered as a newborn, was swiftly severed by Fu Lian, dissipating into a swirling mist. Fong Mingda, pinned beneath Fu Lian, exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he let out a cold laugh, his gaze piercing as if it bore substance. Fu Lian felt a shiver run down her spine under his scrutinizing stare, and an inexplicable discomfort stirred within her, prompting her to instinctively use her mental energy to shield herself. However, this sudden reaction caused Fong Mingda's expression to shift dramatically, and he tilted his head, succumbing to dizziness. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback as Lu Zhan raised his devilish blade, its tip aimed at the figure on the ground. "Wait," she interjected, grasping his hand that held the weapon. "Let's depart." Lu Zhan fixated on Fu Lian, observing her furrowed brow as she meticulously polished her butterfly knife. He nodded in acquiescence and enveloped her in his embrace. "Fu Lian, you are truly remarkable." His voice sent shivers down her spine, a rarity in their prolonged acquaintance. The only previous instance he had displayed such vulnerability was during a drunken episode, when he had momentarily deviated from his usual demeanor. Yet this time he was sober, his robust physique exuding an overwhelming sense of security as he unexpectedly took on a more tender, almost fragile air. The sensation was rather peculiar. Fu Lian pushed him away slightly, while Lu Zhan's dark eyes fixated intently on her, reflecting her image as if she were the sole focus of his world. Fu Lian swallowed hard, expressionless as she pressed his head down. Quite adorable indeed. Fu Lian gently tousled his coarse, unruly hair, her fingertips gliding down to his cheek, where she playfully pinched his face. "Little rascal," he chuckled, offering no resistance to her antics. Fu Lian yearned to break free, yet he held her tightly. "Let us depart. The RV awaits outside, and Lu Li is also present. Are we leaving this place?" Lu Zhan nodded, drawing her head into his embrace. "The outside is grim. Do not look. Are there still people alive? Indeed, I wish to rescue them. As you are with me now, you are no longer seen as an ally in their eyes. They will wield knives against you." Fu Lian fell silent for a moment. Does Lu not wish to defend herself? Will she allow them to wrongfully accuse her? We shall depart shortly. This has already lost its significance. Fu Lian fell silent, supporting him as they made their way outside. Upon pushing open the small door, the once spacious and brightly lit room revealed no trace of the various monsters. Instead, it was filled with a myriad of disheveled individuals. Instinctively, Fu Lian shielded her eyes. The descent from the third floor to the first was but a fleeting moment. Only after she followed Lu Zhan out of the spire did she dare to lift her gaze behind her. In that brief glance, an overwhelming dread seized her mind. It was perhaps the most terrifying and gruesome sight she had ever encountered in her life. She found herself utterly at a loss for words to articulate her fear. Fu Lian bit her lip, suppressing her emotions as she observed Lu Zhan navigating the mist with remarkable ease. The fog seemed almost sentient, parting effortlessly to unveil a clear path for them. Yet the surroundings, the flora, the structures, the multitude of people remained shrouded in dense haze. Straining to peer through the obscurity, Fu Lian found no glimmer of light or sign of an end. Bowing her head, she fought back the tumultuous tide of tears. The massacre at Pingchuan had indeed transpired. Upon emerging from the spire, she realized she had not heard a single cry for help. Were there no survivors? Where had everyone vanished to? She wished for the hope that some had sought refuge elsewhere. Yet within the lowly abodes, the fog infiltrated every crevice. And those monsters could easily scale even the towering heights of the 10th floor of the spire. Fu Lian found it exceedingly difficult to harbor optimistic thoughts, and even more challenging to regard Lu Zhan as innocent. Yet, it was on this very night that Lu Zhan came to her rescue, the night when the spire fell. "Let us go save them," Fu Lian declared, grasping his hand with unwavering resolve. "Why?" he inquired. "How can we simply abandon those who may struggle to survive here? If we leave like this, my conscience will be troubled. I possess the ability to assist those who wail and grapple in the fog. Why should I not attempt to help?" Chapter 96. Lu Zhan's Diary of Flirting. "You wish to save Lu Xing?" Lu Zhan uttered, seemingly without thought. Fu Lian was bewildered. "What? You wish to save him, do you not?" Lu Zhan reiterated, his large hand encircling her waist, compelling her beneath him. He inhaled deeply, exuding an unsettling aura of dark ferocity, as various jagged patterns began to emerge upon his skin, resembling fissures that incessantly emitted tendrils of black mist. Like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, he became the embodiment of everyone's nightmares. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback as a sudden gust of wind swept through, stirring the clouds. In the midst of this tempest, all the hidden monsters within the mist transformed into crimson vapor, blossoming like exquisite flowers in the air. Fu Lian had never witnessed the chaos of a ground battle, yet this did not impair her judgment. At this moment, she thought urgently, "We must flee." Fu Lian pushed aside Lu Zhan and began a frantic dash for her life. Just then, she encountered Lu Li, who was driving towards her. Peering out from her RV, Lu Li was startled to see the two engaged in a relentless chase. "What on earth are you doing?" she exclaimed. "Is this really the time for a game of cat and mouse?" Fu Lian was overjoyed, waving frantically at her. Lu Li opened the car door, and Fu Lian squeezed in, while Lu Zhan attempted to follow her, only to be forcefully kicked away by Fu Lian. He fell to the ground, clutching his chest, and lost consciousness. Lu Li glanced back and halted the vehicle. "Sister Fu, your boyfriend tried to save you out of kindness, yet you repay him with ingratitude? He seems to have lost control." Fu Lian, with tears welling in her eyes, appeared innocent as she replied, "He scared me to death just now. That's quite normal." Lu Li remarked, unfazed by Lu Zhan's outburst, as she opened the door, attempting to help him up from the ground. Fu Lian stood in the car, trembling with fear. Lu Li, endowed with extraordinary abilities, effortlessly hoisted Lu Zhan and then tossed him onto the bed. Noticing Fu Lian's astonished gaze, she cleared her throat and resumed her indifferent demeanor. "You take care of him. I will drive." "Where are we headed?" Fu Lian slid into the passenger seat. Lu Li ignited the engine to J Country. "Why there?" Fu Lian recalled that Fang Mingde had also mentioned J Country, initially captivated by the sausage on his arm. The mention now brought to mind Drive S, sending a shock through her heart. In her previous life, it was Drive S whom he had slain. After murdering Drive S, he had completely succumbed to darkness, indulging in debauchery and malevolence across the globe. Now, with Pingchuan in ruins, Drive S too was likely unable to escape the clutches of death. Fu Lian felt a slight headache as she tapped her head, pondering why she was headed there. My cousin sent me a message, informing me of his presence. At this moment, Lu Li's icy demeanor exhibited a crack, as if a ray of light had penetrated, illuminating the depths of her heart. "I must seek him out." Fu Lian nodded in understanding. She opened her mouth, intending to say that she and Lu Zhan would part ways to seek refuge elsewhere, but was interrupted by Lu Li's voice. "My cousin is a remarkable PhD in biology, and he has conducted research on Lu Zhan's condition. I mentioned this matter to him, and we shall travel together to Country J to assist Lu Zhan in his recovery." Recovery? Lu Li's expression was laden with concern. Lu Zhan's condition was deteriorating rapidly. If this continued, he would inevitably succumb to becoming a zombie. His unique abilities, once a gift, could turn him into humanity's greatest threat. The urgency of Lu Zhan's situation was undeniable, and given Lu Li's good intentions, Fu Lian found it impossible to refuse her. She realized that there was no way to prevent Lu Zhan from going to Country J. Since it was the hand of fate, and given that death was inescapable, she resolved to face it with fervor. She hoped that Lu Li's cousin would indeed be able to help Lu Zhan and cure his affliction. Sigh. Fu Lian felt an immense weight upon her shoulders. Lu Li also sighed. "What troubles you?" Fu Lian inquired. Lu Li's face was clouded with worry. Lu Zhan's condition likely stems from years of suppressed anguish. Addressing it will be a formidable challenge. I fear he may fully transform into a zombie. The very term zombie evokes images of brutality and primal instincts. They are merciless devourers, akin to locusts that leave devastation in their wake. Originally, Lu Li had intended to reunite with her family, an event heralding harmony and joy. But now she found herself alongside Fu Lian, escorting Lu Zhan, this ticking time bomb, in search of aid. "Sisterly, I am sorry. You shouldn't have been dragged into this," Fu Lian murmured, lowering her gaze. Lu Li chuckled lightly. "I chose to involve myself. It has nothing to do with you. No one can bind me to the plains." Fu Lian felt a flicker of relief at Lu Li's seemingly normal demeanor. Noticing Lu Li's unwavering gaze upon her, she hastily gestured for him to sit beside her and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Lu Zhan shook his head, then nodded slightly. "Then you should rest on the bed for a while," Fu Lian suggested, brushing the dust off his clothes. Lu Zhan sat there like a statue, his head bowed as he observed the clasped hands of the two. Only after Fu Lian repeated her suggestion did he nod silently and depart. Lu Li poked Fu Lian's arm, a hint of something unusual crossing her usually composed features. "By the way, he sought my advice yesterday on how to win a girl's heart. Did you reject him?" "I told him to sweeten his words," Fu Lian replied. Fu Lian gazed at her unblinkingly, resembling a soft and adorable young rabbit eagerly awaiting its mother's nurturing, melting Lu Li's heart. Fu Lian is truly adorable. Lu Li, with an impassive demeanor, subtly raised her hand and swiftly pinched her cheek. Fu Lian was deeply engrossed in contemplating matters of land warfare when a sudden clarity dawned upon her. Had Lu Zhan, in his prior commendations of her prowess, been subtly attempting to ingratiate himself? How intriguing. In certain behaviors and thoughts, he bore a striking resemblance to Shogo. It was rather canine in nature. This was not intended as a disparagement of him, nor was it a negative reflection on dogs. Rather, it was merely a straightforward description of him resembling a loyal dog. Yes, the obedient kind. Fu Lian was lost in thought, oblivious to Lu Li's subtle movements. Her prolonged stillness led Lu Li to believe that she disapproved, causing a sense of anxiety to creep into her heart. "Li Jia," Fu Lian suddenly called her name, fixing her gaze upon her. "What's wrong?" Just as Lu Li pondered whether she should refrain from interfering in the affairs of the young couple, Fu Lian spoke up. "You're absolutely right." With a conspiratorial glint in her eye, she leaned in closer and whispered, "Next time he seeks your advice, tell him to heed his girlfriend's wishes. Whatever she instructs him to do, he must comply, and whatever she forbids, he must refrain from." To reach Country J, they would need to traverse a vast sea, whose perils are far more enigmatic and terrifying than those of the mainland. After all, no one has yet unraveled the mysteries of the monsters and zombies lurking beneath the waves. The sea serves as their comfort zone, yet engaging in combat upon its boundless surface would be tantamount to self-destruction. Lu Li's cousin was reliable, advising them to head eastward, where at his coastal private villa, a private jet awaited them for their journey. The coastal region was a 3 to 4 day journey from Pingchuan, and considering the time needed to locate the seaside villa and the potential troubles along the way, they estimated it would take approximately 7 days. However, for a duration of 7 days, their provisions would be insufficient. Fu Lian and Lu Li deliberated and decided to first search for provisions in the residence of a person with extraordinary abilities. During this endeavor, they encountered several survivors hiding within the houses. Fu Lian briefly informed them about the situation outside and urged them to exercise caution. Among these survivors, a few brave souls, noticing that the creatures in the dense fog did not pose a threat to them, decided to tag along with the trio, packing their belongings and following in their vehicle. Initially, Lu Li and Lu Zhan were reluctant, but Fu Lian believed that given the arduous circumstances these individuals faced in the fog, it was a mere act of kindness to offer them a ride as they departed. Thus, the two remained silent on the matter. The trio continued their quest for food, and fortunately, there were no ambushes by the creatures. Everything proceeded smoothly. The fact that the monsters did not attack humans was primarily attributed to Lu Zhan's prowess, though Fu Lian would rather not acknowledge this credit. While searching for sustenance, she found that whenever she approached a room, the sausage-like monsters would shatter the glass and obediently present the contents to her. Perhaps due to their lack of sight, on one occasion, one of them even brought her a long-dead mouse, offering it as if it were a treasure. It was indeed quite terrifying. Moreover, Lu Zhan's unstable emotions rendered him mostly silent. When he did speak, he exhibited the traits of a severely disturbed individual, possessing a formidable psychic destructive force that could easily obliterate a sausage-like creature in an instant. It was as if the creatures died too swiftly to satisfy his urges, prompting him to seek further opportunities for release. This left Fu Lian somewhat apprehensive of him, fearing that if she ventured too close, Lu Zhan might inadvertently sever her with his psychic abilities. Consequently, she preferred to gather supplies at a slower pace with Lu Li, intentionally leaving Lu Zhan behind in the vehicle under the pretext of guarding it. She requested that they deal with the monsters in her stead. With Lu Zhan present, the creatures would not recklessly harm anyone unless instructed to do so by him. Throughout the journey, Lu Zhan had shown no violent intent towards these individuals. It was unfathomable that he would suddenly command the monsters to attack them. Fu Lian could easily discern the beginning and the end of the story. It was likely that these individuals had been coveting their vehicle, and seizing the opportunity while the two were absent, attempted to steal it. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Zhan had not departed today, and thus outsmarted them. Fu Lian is kind-hearted but not naive. Although she initially pleaded with Lu Li and Lu Zhan not to expel them, her demeanor has since turned frosty. Lu Li, who has always maintained a stern expression, has only grown colder following these events. It seems that only Lu Zhan remains unaffected, behaving as if nothing is amiss. Next time we go out, bring this along, Lu Zhan said as he stepped out of the vehicle. In the mist, he casually fished out a plump, wriggling sausage and slowly extended it towards Fu Lian. Thank you, but that's quite unnecessary, Fu Lian replied, waving her hand dismissively. Chapter 97. Lu Dog's Flirting Diary 2 to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. The trio prepared 10 days' worth of provisions, and once everything was in order, they set off in their vehicle. Lu Li took the wheel once again. Fu Lian was counting supplies behind, lacking a notebook and pen. In a casual gesture, she yanked out a large tooth from the sausage held by Lu Zhan, causing the sausage to writhe in pain and expel mouthfuls of blood into his palm. Natural red ink. Observing Lu Zhan's intention to discard the unappealing sausage, Fu Lian swiftly reached out, placing her hand against his wrist to halt his action. This gesture stemmed from her desire to avoid contact with the blood and meat remnants. However, the warmth of their touch momentarily distracted Lu Zhan. The connection between their palms, if one overlooked the mushy flesh within his grasp, evoked an illusion of intimacy and closeness. He couldn't help but tighten his grip, yearning to draw nearer. There was a peculiar bit of pink meat on the sausage, and noticing his daze, Fu Lian playfully winked, then smeared it all over his shirt as if to say, "Here you go." Lu Zhan's shirt became an unsightly canvas of grime and blood, accompanied by an unpleasant odor of decaying flesh. After committing these mischievous acts, she hurriedly fled, clutching the shirt and the sharp tooth. He extended his hand, blood nearly draining from him, yet he bore no resentment towards Fu Lian's minor mischief. TSK. In a certain sense, his indulgence was both unreasonable and inescapable. Fu Lian felt a sense of shame for her little trick. She meticulously recorded the portions of food, her petite head buried in her chest. "I'll change your clothes and wash them for you later." "No need," Lu Zhan dismissed, brushing off the remnants of meat from his body. "There's no need to be so particular." Fu Lian felt an overwhelming sense of shame. After tallying their belongings, she stowed away her shirt and climbed to the window to gaze outside. "Have we crossed the plain yet?" she inquired. "Not yet," Luli replied, veering around a bend and halting at an intersection. Before them lay the Hujiang River. In the depths of winter, when the river ought to have frozen, it flowed as a liquid, inexplicably steaming with white vapor due to the temperature differential. To cross the river, one must ascend the lookout tower on the opposite bank and activate the switch, causing the bridge beneath the water to rise. Someone was already up there. Lu Zhan leaned closer to Fu Lian, joining her in observing the scene outside. A thin layer of ice coated the glass, rendering the view hazy. Lu Zhan wiped away the mist from his breath and directed a grotesque, sausage-like creature to clean the glass with its revolting flesh. Suddenly, a shocking crimson hue enveloped the entire pane, revealing a grotesque tapestry of red flesh, interspersed with contorted, blood-red mouths and glistening silver fangs. The proximity of the creature to the glass startled Fu Lian as if she had encountered a specter, causing her breath to catch and her heart to momentarily cease its rhythm. She turned to Lu Zhan, her delicate brow furrowing in discontent, and delivered a playful yet forceful punch to his chest. "Next time you do something like that, give me a heads up. You nearly scared me to death." Fu Lian's eyes glistened with moisture, her frostbitten nose round and delicate, while her lips curled slightly upwards, resembling a charming fawn. Fu Lian, feeling exasperated, clutched her chest. Upon noticing Lu Zhan gazing at her with a foolish grin, she delivered a righteous punch. Lu Zhan, unperturbed, regarded her feeble strength as nothing more than an ant biting a copper wall. He suppressed his smile and could not resist the urge to embrace her. Fu Lian felt a sense of bewilderment, yet she cooperatively patted his back. "Oh, the dark aura surrounding you has dissipated significantly. How do you feel now?" After speaking, he tightened his embrace slightly. "Fu Lian, what is it like being with me? Is it not rather pleasant?" Despite his efforts to conceal it, Fu Lian could discern a hint of fragility in his voice, akin to a slender willow branch, delicate yet resolute. Fu Lian blinked, freeing herself from his embrace. She earnestly cupped his face and inquired, "Why do you ask this question?" Lu Zhan harbored the persistent belief that Fu Lian did not love him. This sentiment was not solely his. Even Lu Li had discussed this matter with her, revealing that Lu Zhan had gone into a frenzy over it, slaughtering countless monsters in a single night. However, this rage inadvertently proved beneficial, for had it not been for his violent rampage, the fog would have risen to yet another floor's height. Furthermore, Lu Li had asked her if she had quarreled with Lu Zhan, hinting at a possible breakup. Fu Lian had indeed uttered words of separation, a point she could not contest. Lu Li sighed, hoping she could effectively soothe the emotions between them. For someone who was solitary, having a companion to lean on constituted the entirety of their existence. Lu Li subtly informed her that Lu Zhan would likely struggle to accept her lack of affection and the idea of parting ways. Fu Lian was taken aback upon hearing this. Although they had never explicitly stated it, she had always presumed they were reconciled. Today, to hear Lu Zhan, who had been slightly irked by her mild complaints, sensitively question her about their relationship was indeed surprising. Such a proud and formidable man could feel anxious over trivial matters, which was a stark contrast to the typically reserved and aloof Lu Zhan, now appearing almost like a lovesick puppy. Though she felt his character was somewhat out of sync with her perception, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. Thus, Fu Lian squinted playfully, planting a gentle kiss on the tip of his nose. "You know, since being with you, I've been free of many worries. No concerns about food or clothing. The rare comforts of this post-apocalyptic world seem to drift away from me. It's hard to articulate how I feel, but who would refuse to be with you? So, please take good care of yourself. If you were to become a zombie, I would be quite heartbroken. Seeing a flicker of amusement in Lu Zhan's eyes, Fu Lian couldn't resist playfully tousling her hair, internally praising herself for being a master of sweet words. "Excuse me," a voice interrupted as someone knocked on the door. "There's a visitor outside, Lin Yunyan." Fu Lian gazed out of the window and, in the distance atop a towering lookout, beheld a woman clad in a dark gray dress. The gown, once a pristine white, had succumbed to the ravages of dust and filth, rendering it a somber hue. Though her visage was marred beyond recognition by the claws of monstrous beings, Fu Lian instantly recognized her. This duplicitous woman, having changed so drastically in just a few days, was truly astonishing. Fu Lian pulled Lu Zhan and, together with Lu Li, alighted from the vehicle. Lin Yunyan made a gesture, exclaiming loudly for them to approach. Originally standing upright, Lin Yunyan awkwardly leaned to one side, ultimately settling down slowly, revealing only her head and slight shoulders. "I have a condition. Speak. You must take me with you." As she uttered these words, her gaze remained fixed on Fu Lian and Lu Zhan, unwavering. How audacious of her, truly shameless. Fu Lian was amused. She turned her gaze towards Lu Li, who tilted her chin slightly, indicating that the car belonged to Lu Zhan. "Let's see what you have to say." Lu Zhan gently stroked her hair and asked with affectionate tenderness, "How do you wish to deal with her?" Fu Lian truly found herself at a loss in dealing with her. When an individual possesses the audacity to act without shame or restraint, they become invincible. The Hujiji River, a man-made excavation, stretches 15 meters in width and plunges 3 meters in depth. Its banks are steeply inclined, and beneath lies a formidable heap of decaying corpses, rendering a hasty crossing perilous. A fall would make it exceedingly difficult to ascend. As it stands, unless she acquiesces to her demands, there seems to be no means of departing from the flatlands. Fu Lian gritted her teeth. Indeed, the mistress was the most repugnant and exasperating creature in this world. Lu Zhan looked at her in bewilderment. "What's wrong? Is it your fault? Is it because of your ill-fated romantic entanglements?" Fu Lian glared with fury and pinched twice more with great force. "Very well, it is my fault." Fu Lian hummed softly later. "You shall play the villain and drive her away." "Very well." Fu Lian felt a lingering discomfort in her heart. She bit her lip and raised her voice towards Lin Yunyan, proclaiming, "We promise you. Let us pass first, and then you can come down with us." A hint of amusement danced across Lin Yunyan's face, her eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a glimmer of shrewdness, while the smile at the corners of her mouth took on an enigmatic twist. With a flick of her wrist, Fu Lian heard the faint sound of metal scraping, and soon after, a bridge materialized across the river. The three of them boarded the vehicle and drove across. Meanwhile, Lin Yunyan had descended early, standing by the roadside, her arms gracefully hanging at her sides. Her clothing was tattered and loose, enveloping her figure in a sagging manner. "Sisterly, it has been a while." She greeted Lu Li sweetly before casting an expectant gaze towards the car door. As the door remained stubbornly closed, a chilling and malevolent expression gradually manifested on her face. "You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Fu Lian leaned by the window, observing her with calm composure as she gestured towards her wrist, urging her to reveal it. Lin Yunyao attempted to conceal it, but inadvertently exposed a corner of her wrist, which Fu Lian seized upon with precision. "This communication watch. It does not belong to you, does it?" As she spoke, Fu Lian tapped her fingertips gently against the glass, her gaze momentarily drifting towards the sea of blossoms of the other shore, suggesting a deeper inquiry. "What schemes are you concocting?" Fu Lian rose gracefully, her movements simultaneously gentle yet imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. Her lips parted, and with a sweet voice, she uttered a chilling inquiry. "Do you wish to perish?" Lin Yunyan trembled in fear, her innocent tears cascading to the ground as if they were of no value. A few droplets clung to her cheeks, resembling a delicate rabbit. Easily bullied, a perfect embodiment of the green tea archetype. She had never anticipated that following their vehicle would lead her into the jaws of a wolf. However, what transpired next was even more incomprehensible to her. To her astonishment, her very own lips seemed to foresee all that was to come. Yet at that moment, she had merely opened the car door, standing beside it, gesturing for Lin Yunyan to enter. Shaking uncontrollably, Lin Yunyan took hesitant steps toward the car. Chapter 98. The death of Lin Yunyan settled onto the bed beside the door, leaning against the car's body as her eyes roamed about. Lu Li started the engine once more. The three individuals in the back seat exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. The vehicle halted at a gas station. Lu Li leaned back to address the occupants behind her, stating that to reach the seaside, they must traverse through the misty forest. First, they ought to refuel. After casting a glance at Lin Yunyan, she added, "We might as well have dinner here." The we clearly excluded Lin Yunyan. For even as she eagerly watched Fu Lian procure supplies, Fu Lian paid her no mind whatsoever. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Lin Yunyan turned to Lu Li and implored, "Sisterly, could you spare me a bit of food?" She smiled charmingly. "I am quite famished." Lu Li, having just assisted Lu Zhan in loading gasoline onto the car, turned lazily at the sound of her voice. At that precise moment, a bottle of water was thrust into her hands. Lu Li took a sip and asked Lin Yunyan, "What did you say?" Subsequently, she nodded in acknowledgement to Fu Lian, who had handed her the water, uttering a silent thank you. Fu Lian smiled and approached Lu Li, licking her arm. "Aren't we good sisters? There's no need for formalities." She then cast a half-smiling glance at Lin Yunyan. "Where's your brother Wu? Has he perished? What a pity." However, the situation in Pingchuan is truly perilous. Our limited provisions are barely sufficient for ourselves, and we have nothing to spare for you. Lin Yunyan's expression hardened. "I was inquiring about Li Jia, not you." Lu Li raised her hand, distancing herself. "This is all thanks to Sister Fu." Lin Yunyan bit her lip, while Fu Lian and the others had already taken out their lighter to prepare a warm meal. Among their supplies were some vegetables and frozen meat, which needed to be consumed promptly to prevent spoilage. The misty forest was fraught with dangers, necessitating careful preservation of resources to tackle the challenging environment. Lin Yunyan watched, her mouth watering with desire. She leaned closer, crouching by the small pot, inhaling the aroma eagerly. "Excuse me." Lin Yunyan looked up to see Lu Zhan standing nearby, her eyes lighting up with a glimmer of joy. Before she could utter her sweet words of flattery, she was already pulled aside by Lu Zhan. Feeling wronged, Lin Yunyan nestled closer, clinging to Lu Zhan's back, tugging at his clothing in an attempt to evoke sympathy from a man. Lu Zhan brushed off her gestures, saying, "Typically, men pride themselves on never striking a woman." Fu Lian paused in her movements as she stirred the small pot, narrowing her eyes and perking up her ears. Noticing her subtle actions, Lu Zhan's lips curled into a faint smile. "However, I am different. Regardless of who it may be, if anyone provokes my displeasure, I shall not hold back." Lin Yunyan was momentarily taken aback, retreating a few steps before squatting a short distance away, pouting and drawing circles in the dirt. The surroundings finally quieted down, and the food was ready. Fu Lian produced 3 pairs of chopsticks, and everyone gathered around the small pot to partake in a meal. Eating hot pot in winter is both comforting and warm, Fu Lian exclaimed joyfully. Back at the small base, in an effort to assist those who had just arrived and were unable to fill their stomachs, Sister Yu would often organize hot pot gatherings, encouraging everyone to bring a dish. For those who had nothing to contribute, they could help by lighting the fire and setting the table, collectively putting in effort, and ultimately, everyone would gather to savor the meal together. This way, newcomers would not feel embarrassed, relationships would flourish, and everyone would enjoy a hearty feast. Sister Yu always had a knack for taking care of everyone's emotions. Perhaps it was the sheer number of people vying for food. Although the broth was thin and lacking in richness, the 3 of them relished the meal heartily. The last quail egg. Fu Lian esse, gaze, fixated, her grip on the chopsticks tightening as she lunged for it, only to be intercepted by Lu Li. Fu Lian was astonished. "Sisterly, how could you snatch it from me?" Before Lu Li could respond, Fu Lian watched in disbelief as Lu Zhan deftly seized the quail egg. Just as she was about to voice her protest, Lu Zhan skillfully turned his chopsticks, and the quail egg was unceremoniously placed into her mouth. Fu Lian instinctively bit down, her puffed cheeks moving rhythmically. In her narrowed eyes, it seemed as though stars were cascading within. Fu Lian tilted her head and, seeing Lu Li in a fit of exasperation, chuckled gleefully as she nestled into Lu Zhan's embrace. Lu Li rolled her eyes and reached for other dishes. "Hey, I say," Lin Yunyin interjected, observing the harmonious scene among the three. Her hands, concealed within her sleeves, clenched into fists. "You indulge in a lavish feast while leaving a poor soul to starve here. No kind-hearted individual would act in such a manner. You possess extraordinary abilities, effortlessly acquiring food. Yet this unfortunate person is merely an ordinary human, devoid of any means to resist. If this continues, she will surely perish from hunger. Even the slightest act of generosity from each of you would earn the eternal gratitude of this unfortunate soul. But why should we expect her to be grateful for a lifetime?" Fu Lian inquired with curiosity. "Are we to simply watch her die of starvation? She is a living being, one of your own kind." Lin Yunyin, "I find it truly perplexing how you can so boldly justify your unearned gains," Fu Lian scoffed. "Enticing my sister's boyfriend, you seek to live a life of comfort, do you not?" Lu Li chimed in, her face breaking into a cold, piercing smile. "How can you be so shameless?" Fu Lian's voice was soft yet struck Lin Yunyin like a heavy stone. Lin Yunyin's world seemed to collapse as she stared wide-eyed, her irises reddening from suppressed fury. Trembling, she opened her mouth. "You are truly selfish." Those words, light yet indifferent, echoed repeatedly from her lips as if reciting a mantra. Suddenly, she let out a deafening scream, extending countless flesh-toned tendrils from behind, swiftly lunging towards Fu Lian. Fu Lian raised her eyes, staring in disbelief as the tentacles approached her, only to abruptly halt midway, severed by Lu Zhan's blade. Before Lin Yunyin could react, Lu Zhan swiftly closed the distance, unhesitatingly plunging the knife into her abdomen. Lin Yunyin grimaced in agony, her reddened eyes gradually shifting to Lu Zhan, her fierce gaze transforming into one of deep affection. She extended her hand, yearning to caress the face of the man before her, only to have him coldly evade her touch. Lin Yunyin smiled, the corners of her mouth stretching wider until it resembled a gash, her eyes turning a deep crimson, bright droplets of blood glistening as they fixated upon Fu Lian. "You will not." The venomous curse lingered unuttered as Lu Zhan swiftly twisted her neck, ending her life. She stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide until she collapsed, her expression silently accusing Lu Zhan of lacking any semblance of affection. On the ground lay the disordered tentacles that had once been part of Lin Yunyin, long infected by mutation, the reason for her prolonged struggle a mystery. Her wristwatch revealed itself, and Fu Lian sensed a faint trace of psychic energy emanating from it, likely left by some psychic as a means of self-defense. Alas, Lin Yunyin, relying on men, ultimately succumbed to infection. This turmoil left everyone unable to eat, yet food could not be wasted. Thus, they extinguished the fire, transporting the remnants to the vehicle, intending to save them for a late-night meal. Chapter 99. The Death of Lin Yunyin. Two Deep Night. The snow fell silently. In the small storeroom filled with food, something scraped gently against the ground, slowly inching toward the door. In the suffocating darkness, a chilling sound echoed, a sound that was both spine-tingling and impossible to ignore. Within the room, Fu Lian, wrapped in a small blanket, was stirred awake by an inexplicable chill. She drew back the curtains, peering into the world beyond. The darkness was washed in a gray-blue hue by the snow, which blanketed the ground, extending towards the gnarled tree at the end of the path. Occasionally, a woman's mournful wail could be heard, the sound produced by the wind whistling through the tree's hollow. Ahead lay the misty forest. According to Lu Li, it was teeming with bizarre flora. This gnarled tree was one of the most commonplace within, capable of mimicking a woman's lament to lure unsuspecting humans into its hunting grounds. The sound possessed a hypnotic quality. Fu Lian quietly listened for a while, and an indescribable sorrow arose within her heart. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, wrapped herself snugly in her small blanket, and turned over, preparing to drift back into slumber. Why was she still awake? Fu Lian jolted, her hand slipped, and she tumbled directly off the bed. She was swiftly caught by a pair of strong hands. Fu Lian steadied herself and caught sight of a pair of glistening green eyes. It was Lu Zhan. "Why aren't you sleeping?" she inquired. Fu Lian reached to turn on the flashlight, but hesitated, deeming it a waste of battery, and decided against it. She turned to sit on the edge of the bed, her back enveloped by a soft, warm blanket. She pulled the small blanket closer and patted the space beside her. Lu Zhan settled down next to her. "Were you happy today?" he asked. Was there anything worth celebrating today?" Fu Lian queried, puzzled. Lu Zhan opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately smiled gently and said, "It's nothing." Fu Lian stifled a yawn, overcome by drowsiness. After speaking, she naturally leaned to the side, resting her head on Lu Zhan's shoulder. I had never harbored any affection for her. Suddenly, Lu Zhan blurted out something nonsensical. With her presence faded, such matters seemed trivial. Indeed, they were insignificant. I merely wished to convey that I had only ever felt a stir of emotions for you. Lu Zhan tightened his embrace, drawing Fu Lian closer. "What is it that you find appealing about me?" Fu Lian did not resist his gesture. She nestled against his chest, attuned to the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat. The reason? This inquiry appeared to catch Lu Zhan off guard, plunging him into a profound silence. Fu Lian, having received no response, stifled a yawn, pushed him aside with her hand, and then turned to lie down on the inner side of the bed. She spoke in one breath, her voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. Fu Lian couldn't help but smile, reaching out to gently pinch his cheek. "I am not dissatisfied. It's just that your heartbeat is too loud and disturbs me." In the stillness of the night, her words were soft and gentle, laced with a hint of sweetness. And the final remark even carried a touch of playful affection. Fu Lian chuckled unabashedly, initially believing that in the depths of darkness, no one could see anyone else, and her secret amusement would remain undiscovered. Alas, she had forgotten that this rascal possessed night vision. Her earlier display of arrogance, relying on his affection, had undoubtedly been witnessed in its entirety by him. Fu Lian clenched her fists in frustration, feeling utterly humiliated. Why had the laughter ceased? A low voice beside her was laced with amusement. Fu Lian, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, buried herself beneath the covers. Lu Zhan playfully teased her, deliberately poking at her with his hand. In a fit of indignation, Fu Lian tossed aside the blanket and sat up abruptly, declaring, "If that is the case, then do tell me just how many aspects of me you truly appreciate." After her remark, Fu Lian added, "If you cannot articulate them, it only serves as proof that you are lying." Meanwhile, as Luli sensed something unusual and prepared to inform them, she stood by the door and overheard Lu Zhan enumerating Fu Lian's virtues, word by word. Occasionally hummed a few notes, and when she heard something she disliked, she would retort, to which Lu Zhan nodded amiably. This scene was utterly unexpected for Lu Li. She had assumed that, relying on Lu Zhan's formidable abilities, he would be virtually invincible in this apocalyptic world, with no concerns for sustenance. Though Fu Lian possessed supernatural powers, her delicate constitution rendered her no match for him in a confrontation. Lu Li was apprehensive about Fu Lian's safety while simultaneously wary of Lu Zhan's strength. To her surprise, it was Lu Zhan who found himself thoroughly captivated by Fu Lian. It was a relationship where one was willing to engage and the other to submit. Viewed in this light, they indeed seemed well matched. Luli did not linger by the door for long before the two noticed her. "Sisterly, do you need something?" "Yes. There has been some commotion in the warehouse, so I called for both of you to investigate." "Is it rats?" Fu Lian furrowed her brow. She attempted to extend her psychic energy to probe, but was halted. Luli continued, "It is a meat sausage creature. It must have stealthily taken refuge inside as we departed." After a brief pause, her voice wavered slightly. "Dealing with it shouldn't be overly complicated, but I fear our supplies may be rendered unusable. The creature has contaminated the food." Fu Lian's eyes reflected a hint of despair. "How could this happen? Those supplies were gathered with great effort." "No, something is amiss." Lu Zhan furrowed his brow. "The food was under my supervision. It couldn't possibly harbor a monster." Suddenly, a thought illuminated his eyes, and an ethereal, luminous dome enveloped the three individuals. The instant the dome materialized, a grotesque, tentacled figure emerged before the gathered crowd. Atop its bulbous head rested a communication watch. Is that Lin Yunyan? A wave of shock coursed through everyone's hearts. Fu Lian felt an overwhelming chill seep into her mind. She never anticipated that Lin Yunyan would be so persistently haunting. Fu Lian brandished her butterfly knife, realizing that Lu Zhan was about to push her away. She quickly halted, aware that if they exchanged words inside the vehicle, it would no longer be theirs. Lu Zhan nodded and, with a fierce exertion of his mental power, ensnared the creature, dragging it outside the caravan into the expansive clearing perilously close to the gnarled branches of a withered tree. Orange fruits dangled from the branches, while the ground was strewn with the remnants of red, decaying flesh. According to Lu Li, both the flesh and the fruits were highly toxic substances. A haunting female voice began to echo, as if heralding the night's battle with a chilling symphony. The atmosphere grew ominous. The creature suddenly swelled, shaking off Lu Zhan's mental grasp, extending its numerous tentacles as a wave of psychic energy coursed through its mind. Fu Lian colder erveis, accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry. This piercing laughter became increasingly dramatic. Fu Lian gripped the butterfly knife tightly and was the first to charge forward, delivering a swift strike to her arm that carved a long and deep wound. Yet, almost instantaneously, it healed, as though she had never been harmed. Fu Lian, as if sensing the imminent danger, the creature shrieked, extending countless tentacles toward Fu Lian. Fu Lian swiftly evaded, executing a graceful roll that landed her in a safe corner. Tup this in, Liuli's disappearance. The night shrouded all dangers in obscurity. What Fu Lian perceived as a sanctuary was, in truth, a lurking tendril concealed within. The moment she descended into the corner, the appendage ensnared her waist with a vice-like grip. Fu Lian struggled desperately, attempting to sever the tentacle with her dagger, yet her efforts proved futile. Instead, her resistance only served to infuriate the appendage, tightening its grip around her waist with increasing ferocity, leaving her to feel as though her very spine might snap. She grimaced in agony, only to find herself enveloped in a warm embrace moments later. In the pitch-black night, all that could be heard was his anxious voice. Are you all right? Fu Lian nodded slightly. Lu Zhan let out a sigh of relief, but his eyes suddenly emitted a piercing light, and the tendrils began to scream. It was a mental roar, severely disturbing everyone present. Fu Lian covered her ears, suddenly sensing something moist and slippery brush against her arm. She glanced up to investigate this odd sensation, only to find herself plunged into darkness in an instant. In this pitch-black void, a myriad of eyes surrounded her, and before her stood Lin Yunyan, grinning wickedly with her head tilted. Step by step, she approached, her smile growing increasingly malevolent and audacious. Fu Lian, are you pleased to have triumphed over me? The voice reverberated around her, but Fu Lian could not comprehend it clearly. Instead, her ears tingled with an unsettling sensation. So what if I won? You are still the loser, Lin Yunyan retorted sharply, her expression rife with malice. The eerie, sinister eyes and the boundless darkness enveloped them, inducing a stifling and oppressive atmosphere that stirred an indescribable dread within. Yet, Fu Lian was different. She barely grasped Lin Yunyan's words and merely frowned, impatiently rushing forward to kick the haughty Lin Yunyan to the ground. Lin Yunyan, caught off guard, fell clumsily, her expression contorting into one of fury as she sat up, glaring at Fu Lian while continuing to utter threats of terror. Your fate will mirror mine. Your fate will mirror mine. She repeated this phrase incessantly. At last, Fu Lian comprehended. I have long been prepared. One day, he and I will tread the path of life and death. Why is that? Has he treated you poorly? Lin Yunyan scoffed, her voice laced with seduction. As Lin Yunyan's lamentations echoed, the eye-laden mental realm dissipated. Once everything faded away, Fu Lian was first struck by a beam of light in her eyes, revealing two figures before her. Lu Li wore a complex expression, while Lu Zhan remained calm and composed. Have you dealt with the tentacle monster? Yes, Lu Zhan nodded. Lu glanced at the two, wielding a flashlight as she moved forward. The air was thick with the stench of blood, which would undoubtedly attract numerous creatures, making it unwise to linger. After speaking, she turned, her expression grave and earnest. We must enter the misty forest ahead of schedule. Otherwise, after a night, this place will be overrun by vegetation, making our departure even more arduous. Fu Lian nodded, intending to speak, but Lu Zhan had already approached, leaning down to inquire softly in her ear if she was feeling unwell. Fu Lian shook her head and turned to Lu. Sisterly, you have been here before. I trust your judgment. Luli's gaze flitted between the two faces before her, hesitating momentarily, yet ultimately she turned towards the driver's seat. Back in the room, Fu Lian stifled a yawn, leaning against the headboard as she gazed out at the world beyond. As they approached, the flora within the misty forest began to illuminate, akin to responsive lights. Each plant emitted a unique glow, revealing portions of their vibrant forms through a kaleidoscope of colors. Some resembled gnarled tree bark, adorned with a lush layer of moss, evoking the texture of an oil painting, while others showcased brilliant crimson blossoms, their centers dotted with star-like stamens. A few flickered like fireflies upon the trees, creating a dreamlike ambience, as if one had stepped into a fairy tale. Fu Lian instinctively disregarded their peril, her small mouth agape in admiration, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" No sooner had the words left her lips than a vibrant red flower suddenly struck the glass with a resounding thud. Shattering Fu Lian's fairy-tale reverie. The vehicle gradually came to a halt. Fu Lian swiftly rose to her feet and hurried to the driver's seat, with Lu Zhan trailing closely behind her. Fu Lian took a few steps, turning to grasp Lu Zhan's hand, which he held firmly in return. She recalled Lu Zhan's sensitive heart and feared that he might think she was neglecting him, potentially leading to a darkening of his emotions. Thus, she deliberately feigned a soft tone, murmuring, "I'm a little scared." "Do not be afraid," Lu Zhan replied gently. Swallowing hard, Lu has vanished. Fu Lian's heart tightened, and she immediately dashed forward. The display screen on the driver's seat emitted a glow, and through the front mirror, she could see that the glass was covered with a myriad of unsettling, hair-raising eyes. Those eyes blinked rhythmically, as if they were breathing. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that they were, in fact, roses, their form eerily resembling that of eyes. Fu Lian turned her head and noticed a rose extending in from the passenger seat. Lu Zhan also observed it and reached out to pull it down, simultaneously closing the window tightly. The broken rose quickly withered, turning to dust that softly settled on the ground. Fu Lian extended her mental power, yet all she could perceive were her eyes growing incessantly, forming a rectangle that swiftly enveloped the vehicle. Immediately thereafter, the roses swayed their waists and began to sing. Their chorus was far from harmonious. After listening for a while, Fu Lian finally discerned the closest rose's song. It proclaimed its thirst for water. Fu Lian picked up a bottle of water from the passenger seat and twisted the cap open, only for it to be taken by Lu Zhan. "Let me," he said, as he opened the window and poured the water onto the rose. The rose seemed to rejoice, swaying its body and growing taller and sturdier, its petals becoming increasingly vibrant, as if on the verge of weeping blood. "I thought they would depart upon their wishes being fulfilled." Fu Lian shrugged, feeling a sense of wrongdoing, sheepishly sticking out her tongue. "I thought so too," Lu Zhan replied, his demeanor unchanged. "What do we do now?" Fu Lian took the driver's seat and started the engine. The car roared to life, its wheels spinning rapidly yet remaining in place. Li Jie was nowhere to be seen. As soon as the words left her lips, a rose, bribed by the two, tapped on the glass and began to sing softly. She was lured away by the villain. She was lured away by the villain. Villain? Fu Lian glanced at the cluster of roses. "I see you're not virtuous either. We are the wishing roses. Assisting us will bring about good fortune." The rose protested, tapping on the glass with discontent. "Then could you kindly move? You are blocking my path. This is the domain of roses." The rose exclaimed angrily, striking the glass fiercely, soon garnering the attention of other roses who joined in the commotion. "Wait, wait. What good fortune shall arise from aiding you?" The roses halted their tapping, all lifting their heads in unison, singing together, one shall gain a romantic night filled with roses. Thank you, but that is unnecessary. Chapter 101. Searching for Lu Li. Do you know where she has gone? Fu Lian had learned of the dangers of the misty forest through Lu Li. She was far more knowledgeable about this place, and the thought of venturing out alone at night was utterly inconceivable. It is simply illogical. The roses ceased their tapping, dragging out their song. She was lured away by the villain. She was lured away by the villain. How to put it? Communicating with this group of roses felt both possible and utterly nonsensical. Fu Lian felt a sense of helplessness. She turned to Lu Zhan and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Lu Zhan, lost in contemplation, eventually remarked, "Tonight is a romantic evening." The dark aura enveloping him swirled gently with his breath, resembling a cadre of dark sprites dancing around him. It seemed as though their minds were not attuned to the same frequency. Subsequently, Lu Zhan produced a gift box, adorned with an exquisitely tied, albeit slightly crooked bow. Fu Lian took it over, pondering its purpose. Is there something remarkable about today? Fu Lian found it quite amusing. Could this possibly be the work of Lu Zhan? The seriousness intertwined with humor is truly impressive. Fu Lian's eyes crinkled in joy, her lips unable to contain a smile. However, as she observed Lu Zhan's expression of anticipation gradually fade, his face became a mask of indifference, clearly conveying 4 words: "I am not pleased." Fu Lian forcibly suppressed her laughter, taking his hands in her own and bringing them to her lips. She exhaled a warm breath, smiling as she said, "Here is some warmth for you, so your hands and feet won't be cold." She suspected this was all Lu Li's misguided idea. Fu Lian understands everything. Today, he is up to some mischief again. We can indulge in a touch of romance. Upon hearing his words, Fu Lian noticed that the roses outside began to emit a crimson glow, casting an eerie and terrifying ambience around the caravan. Their eyes, wide as copper bells, added to the unsettling atmosphere. In truth, it was far from romantic. Rather, it filled Fu Lian with a sense of dread, as if any display of dissatisfaction on her part would incite the roses to ally with Lu Zhan and storm in to silence her. All right, Fu Lian did not refuse. This deliberately crafted romantic setting was evidently Lu Li's idea. Fu Lian surmised that Lu Li had likely concealed herself, leaving them to their intimate world. However, a vague sense of foreboding lingered in her heart, one that seemed intertwined with Lu Li's presence. Let's find Sister Li. Very well. Lu Zhan nodded, glancing at Fu Lian's hands clasped together. He hesitated, refraining from breaking free. Yet, Fu Lian quickly released him, only holding onto one of his fingers. He tightened his grip and led her to a separate isolation room at the back. Pushing the door open, Fu Lian peeked inside, but found no sign of life. Lu Zhan frowned. She must have gone out. The isolation room within the caravan was quite small. Fu Lian surveyed it, but found no trace of struggle. If Lu Li had indeed been there, she must have left of her own volition. Approaching the window, Fu Lian noticed traces of soil. She picked up a bit and brought it to her nose. This is the fragrance of moo flowers. Lu Zhan joined her, opening the window, and a few roses squeezed in, surrounding them with their melodic song. The gentle, lingering notes created an enchanting atmosphere beneath the crimson light. Indeed, it is a mesmerizing aroma. Lu Zhan also gathered some soil, his expression turning serious. We must find her. Fu Lian immediately turned around. Lu Zhan remained still, his face impassive, without uttering a word of dissent. Instead, he reached out and, with a swift motion, struck the roses, silencing their song, and ruthlessly shoved them out the window. Searching for moo flowers was no simple task, but fortunately, their scent was incredibly distinctive, detectable from afar. Fu Lian focused her mental energy in her eyes to prevent hallucinations, then took the passenger seat, wielding a flashlight to scour for traces of the elusive flowers. The moo flowers were large with a rich fragrance, and up close, one could discern a faint, putrid odor, an indication of decaying bodies they emitted during digestion. The forest at night was fraught with danger, and the paths were treacherous. They encountered numerous aggressive plants along the way, with Lu Zhan handling external threats while Fu Lian drove. The two of them floundered like headless flies, yet they could still detect the increasingly potent stench of decay. They were drawing ever closer to the moo flowers. Fu Lian gently touched the communicator, persistently attempting to reach Lu Li, yet her efforts yielded no response. The misty forest was rife with botanical monstrosities, presenting continual obstacles along their path. However, with Lu Zhan accompanying her, the delays posed no threat to their lives. Indeed, Fu Lian found herself spared from direct confrontation, allowing her to maintain unwavering focus on her search. As the inky darkness gradually morphed into deep blue, faint wisps of white began to emerge in the distance. After a night of searching, just as dawn broke, Fu Lian finally received a message from Lu Li. Though it consisted solely of a string of incomprehensible symbols, utterly devoid of meaning. This could be interpreted as an unintended contact during a scuffle, or perhaps the spoils of an unknown species aimlessly transmitted. Such uncertainty only heightened Fu Lian's unease. "I'm worried about Lu Li," she confessed. Lu Zhan, sensing her anxiety, reassured her, "Don't worry, we'll find her soon." His emotions were often a tempest of highs and lows, reflecting his own concern for Lu Li. Fu Lian instinctively grasped his hand, conveying her conviction that they would surely uncover her whereabouts. Lu Zhan reciprocated the gesture, gripping her hand firmly as he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel. His decisive actions indicated that he had uncovered a clue, easing Fu Lian's troubled mind ever so slightly. The misty forest earned its name from the perpetual fog that enveloped it. Previously, the outer fog had been relatively thin, but suddenly, the mist thickened dramatically, reducing visibility to an abysmal level where even objects a mere meter away became indistinguishable. With a jarring thud, the wheels of their camper van became ensnared by an unseen obstruction, rendering attempts to accelerate fruitless, as if some force conspired against them, pulling the wheels in the opposite direction. Reluctantly, the pair brought the vehicle to a halt, arming themselves thoroughly before preparing to investigate the situation. Lu Zhan led the way, with Fu Lian closely following behind, both encased within a luminous psychic shield. The inability to see implied that, should any peril lurk nearby, they would be oblivious to the danger. It was indeed a precarious situation. Fu Lian's heart raced with anxiety, while Lu Zhan, unfazed, turned around and extended his hand towards her, sensing something beneath. "Come, I shall carry you." Fu Lian did not refuse. She obediently extended her hand. Lu Zhan did not take it, but instead lifted her off the ground, wrapping his arms around her waist. Fu Lian felt the world spin around her and instinctively clung to his neck, her soft hair dancing in the air. As she drew closer to him, she could hear the thunderous rhythm of his heart, its fierce beating resonating in her chest. Their gazes locked for a fleeting moment, and Lu Zhan could not help but press a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Let us go," he said, stepping forward with her in his embrace. Beneath Fu Lian's unsuspecting gaze, the soles of Lu Zhan's shoes had completely rotted away, revealing sturdy, powerful feet that seemed to sink into acid with each step, slowly eroding away, blood oozing forth. Chapter 102. "Illusion, there's something below," Lu Zhan announced, halting after a couple of strides. "Let me check with my mental energy." No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly groaned, collapsing to the ground, causing Fu Lian, tightly held in his arms, to fall alongside him, disappearing into a mist. In that fleeting moment of descent, Fu Lian was enveloped by the intoxicating fragrance of the mu flower, enough to induce a trance. Darkness enveloped everything. Visibility faded, leaving behind a desolate void. Soon after, soft whispers cascaded in her mind, layer upon layer, slowly yet frantically filling her thoughts. "Isn't that Fu Lian from Class 3? How pitiful, chasing after the male god of the medical school, now resorting to our finance department. Though our finance department may be a bit of a mess. Does she really think she is worthy? TSK, Lu Ge may enjoy playing, but he has discerning taste. Someone like her wouldn't even register on his radar. Just because she is close to our campus beauty doesn't mean she sees herself as one. Look at her. Even if she wears the same clothes and uses the same skincare products, she remains a mere clown. Huh. Who doesn't know she loves to snatch the suitors of the campus beauty? Anyone will do, truly shameless. What? Fu Lian discerned their derision and disdain. A surge of unidentifiable anger igniting within her. She forced her heavy eyelids apart, peeling them open despite their stubbornness. In that moment, she saw herself cradled in someone else's arms, her head resting against a broad chest. The sun shone brilliantly, illuminating the towering birch trees lining the campus avenue, their shadows casting ethereal silhouettes upon the man's profile, a vision of breathtaking beauty. She felt disoriented, sensing that she should not be there. Yet her mind was a blank slate. A voice within her whispered that she was an abandoned girl, scorned by friends. Fu Lian was uninterested in the backstory. Her curiosity was piqued about how unattractive she could truly be. "Hey, Fu Lian, how much longer do you intend to stay in his arms?" Her eyes shifted upward to see a girl clad in a JK uniform standing nearby, her expression dripping with contempt. Fu Lian realized she had been placed on a hospital bed, her lower body resting on the mattress while her upper body remained suspended. As she turned to investigate, she nearly recoiled at the sight of a face looming so close. "Lu Zhan," she exclaimed, instinctively clenching her fists, feeling both strange and natural. Her feelings towards this person were a blend of the unfamiliar and the familiar. Subconsciously, she recognized him as a third-year student from the finance department, the department's prized asset, characterized by a cool demeanor yet gentle warmth. Fu Lian pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized that this was the object of her pursuit. It is said that this gentleman from the department is gentle and considerate, and although he has countless girlfriends, he treats each one with utmost tenderness. Every woman who has been in a relationship with him is utterly devoted, speaking highly of him in every regard. Moreover, it is rumored that his family is exceedingly wealthy. Fu Lian is quite pragmatic, harboring a fondness for wealthy individuals. The most significant aspect is his close relationship with Lu Li. Sister Li not only speaks highly of him, but also promises to assist her. Compared to the previous unpleasant man, Sister Li confidently asserts that this fellow is undoubtedly a suitable match. Fu Lian believed it. She was an ordinary girl, having just entered university this year, fulfilling her long-cherished dream of majoring in broadcasting and hosting, thus achieving half of her life's aspirations. Now, all that remained was to find a sweet romance. With everyone gone, what was there to gaze upon? The JK girl stood with her arms crossed, looking down at her from a height. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback and glanced towards the entrance, where she beheld the imposing silhouette of Lu Zhan. He was a tall and robust figure, merely standing there. His magnificent stature stirred her heart. With striking good looks and an admirable physique, particularly that narrow and powerful waist, she felt a rush of desire. Li Jie had once remarked that men with a history of romantic entanglements were most suitable for her, as they were typically attentive, considerate, gentle, and generous, having been refined through the nurturing of countless women. Li Jie mentioned that he was exceptionally skilled at selecting gifts, having previously bestowed a variety of cosmetics and handbags upon his former partner. It all sounded so blissful. Fu Lian's heart fluttered as she joined Sister Li in orchestrating a dramatic scene of heroism and rescue. Oh, how challenging it was! With a fierce determination, she executed her role with unwavering zeal, ultimately finding herself cradled in the arms of the future Prince Charming in the campus infirmary. If only her ankle weren't throbbing with agony, this performance would have been flawless. Yet, what is a trifling pain in the flesh compared to such a moment? Fu Lian bit her lip. Witnessing Lu Zhan about to leave, she hurriedly chased after him. Lu Zhan, Sr. The man had long legs and took swift strides. Fu Lian, with her arms flailing, pursued him for nearly 100 meters. Wait a moment. Lu Zhan halted, turned around, and with a slight furrow of his brows, glanced at the watch on his wrist. What is it? I just wanted to tell you that I have a bit of crush on you. Lu Zhan smiled, albeit rather indifferently, as if it did not faze him. Thank you for your affection. With that, he turned to leave again. Wait. Fu Lian grasped his wrist, stubbornly and obstinately pressing a ticket into his palm. Are you free this weekend? We could watch a movie together. Lu Zhan, exasperated, rubbed his brow, ready to decline, when he heard Fu Lian hastily add, "It's a ticket from Li Jie. You know she's in the Phil Club. This is an extra ticket. Consider it my way of repaying you for taking me to the school hospital today," invoking the guise of gratitude to invite him to the movies, if he agreed. It would surely lead to exchanging contact information. Wu that be killing two birds with one stone, gaining both a means of contact and an opportunity for future interaction. Fu Lian believed her plan to be utterly flawless, almost too perfect. Lu Zhan stood still for quite some time before suddenly breaking into a smile. She ought to know that I do not enjoy watching films. Fu Lian felt a sense of annoyance as she nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. You wish to invite me? Lu Zhan glanced at the small ticket in his hand. I remember you. You are Lu Li's little follower. It is quite a coincidence that we are both friends of Sister Li. Fu Lian was perplexed by the implication of his words and instinctively responded. Lu Zhan blinked. Leaning slightly forward, I am not one of Lu Li's suitors. Please inform her not to use you to test me. After a brief pause, he added, being used as a pawn is not pleasant for you either. Since you are friends, you ought to cherish one another. As Lu Zhan's figure faded from view, Fu Lian stood there in a daze, reflecting on the recent rumors circulating around campus. Her heart warmed at the thought of him. He truly is quite gentle. Although it was Fu Lian's own idea to pursue those individuals, they approached her under the pretense of wanting to learn more about Lu Li. Through casual exchanges on a messaging platform, Fu Lian, charmed by their persistent flattery, found herself captivated. Initially, she was unaware of their true intentions, which they obscured with vague insinuations, until her confession was met with rejection, revealing that she was merely a backup in someone else's game. Fu Lian was deeply saddened, and Lu Li also wore a disapproving expression towards the scoundrel. When a man realized that he could not win over the campus goddess, he, in his petty jealousy, suspected that Fu Lian was secretly undermining him. Consequently, he maliciously spread rumors, gradually tarnishing Fu Lian's reputation. He distorted their relationship, portraying Fu Lian as a scheming imitation of Lu Li, relentlessly pursuing him. When he found himself rebuffed, he purposely slandered Fu Lian in front of Lu Li, thus damaging their bond. Initially, Lu Li engaged in a war of words with him on the forum, but as more unscrupulous men emerged to testify that Fu Lian had declared her affections for them, it became clear they all preferred Lu Li. After they had all explicitly rejected Fu Lian, they severed ties with Lu Li as well. Lu Li was taken aback and sought confirmation from Fu Lian, only to discover the extent of her friend's embarrassing escapades. The incident escalated further due to Lu Li's subsequent public confrontation, intensifying the fervor of public opinion. Fu Lian, misled by the attentions and goodwill of others, found herself entangled in a significant misunderstanding. She felt a sense of shame and embarrassment, especially as this occurred repeatedly. Each time, her genuine affections seemed merely to serve as a stepping stone for Lu Li, leaving her somewhat discontented and leading to a quarrel between them. Subsequently, Lu Li entertained the notion of shouldering all the blame, claiming it was her influence that prompted Fu Lian's actions. This assertion made Fu Lian acutely aware of the ugliness and terror of her own jealousy. She resolutely rejected Lu Li's proposal, allowing the rumors and gossip to proliferate unchecked. Fu Lian initially harbored little hope, yet Lu Zhan personally escorted her, who had sprained her ankle, to the hospital and offered comforting words amidst the rumors that plagued her. She felt genuinely touched. Oh, how gentle he truly is. Moreover, he claimed not to be Lu Li's suitor. Does that imply he harbors no romantic affections for anyone? Fu Lian secretly chuckled, yet considering he may have affections for someone else, she hurriedly caught up to him. So, do you have someone you like? Lu Zhan continued walking without pause, yes. Fu Lian stood in a daze, realizing that her love story had ended before it even began. Chapter 103, Rival in Love. Li Jia. Fu Lian wept loudly, her tears and snot flowing freely as she relayed every word spoken by Lu Zhan in meticulous detail. As she reached the end of her recounting, a profound sense of despair washed over her. Li Jia, do you think I'm destined to be alone forever? Impossible, Lian. Just take a look in the mirror. Lu Li handed her a small round mirror. Are you saying I am unworthy? Fu Lian sniffled. Take a good look. What a lovely little face you have. How could anyone possibly dislike you? Lu Li affectionately pinched her cheek and gently rubbed it with her palm, utterly enchanted by her youthful roundness. Fu Lian cast a fleeting glance at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes swollen from tears and her lips slightly pouting. Then turned away. In my hometown, I too am considered a beauty, she mused. Do they possess such discerning eyes? Lu Li rested her chin on her hand, gazing at her with drooping brows, her fingertips idly toying with the strands of Fu Lian's hair. Indeed, Fu Lian straightened her back, recalling how the village matrons often remarked that she was blessed with good fortune, exuding a nurturing charm. Lu Li paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Lian, how could you? Oh, it's nothing. You are simply too adorable. Lu Li teased, her fingers pinching Fu Lian's cheeks, causing her lips to form a delightful pout. Rosy and charming. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the apartment door. Lu Li hesitated for a heartbeat before rising to answer it. Two figures appeared at the threshold. The tall and upright one was followed by a boy with his head bowed, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses and flushed ears. Senior Lu, brother Yu, what brings you here? Fu Lian inquired. You have something to discuss with you, Lu Zhan replied calmly, stepping inside with long strides. Upon catching sight of Fu Lian, he momentarily paused, casting a discreet glance at the movie tickets on the table. He then settled himself beside Fu Lian on the sofa. She felt the weight of his presence draw closer and subtly shifted away, her heart tightening when he remained oblivious to her discomfort. That you and I. Fu Lian dabbed her tears with a tissue while keenly listening to Brother Yu's hesitant speech. Her curiosity piqued. She glanced over, only to be handed a piece of paper. Yu wishes to invite you to a movie. The tickets are in his coat pocket. Lu Zhan picked up a book from the table, flipping through its pages. Brother Yu nodded vigorously, extracting 2 movie tickets from his pocket and cautiously handing them to Lu Li. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Lian, didn't you also purchase 2 tickets? How fortuitous that Brother Yu has tickets for the same screening. To avoid waste, let us all go together. She winked at Fu Lian, who felt a wave of embarrassment rise within her. Instinctively, she wanted to decline, but heard Lu Zhan's indifferent voice declare, then it settled. As they departed the apartment, Brother Yu wore a smile. Lu Zhan, I owe you for orchestrating this rendezvous with Lu Li. Next time, dinner is on me. But how did you know she would agree to this particular film? Suddenly, a thought struck him. You don't harbor feelings for that junior, do you? Lu Zhan shot him a sidelong glance. Brother Yu promptly halted his words. My apologies for prying. With our Lu Gu, what woman could he not have? Lu Li created a small group chat to coordinate their gathering time. Taking this opportunity, Fu Lian added Lu Zhan's contact information and discreetly scoured his social media, following various accounts linked to him. However, she found nothing indicating his affection for any particular girl. Meanwhile, Lu Li also leveraged her connections to subtly inquire, discovering that Lu Zhan had shown no interest in any girl recently. Fu Lian was perplexed and decided to seize the opportunity of the weekend movie outing to investigate matters thoroughly. Before she realized it, the weekend had arrived. Yulin and Lu Li arrived early, standing at the entrance engaged in conversation as they awaited others. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zhan appeared, donned in a suit, holding some documents, and was engrossed in a phone call. The meeting is at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Xiao Li. Also, please inform the event planning department to provide me with a new event proposal by tomorrow. After glancing at his watch, he quickly concluded his conversation in a lowered voice and made his way toward Lu Li and Yulin. Seeing him, Lu Li nodded in acknowledgement, then glanced at the time and remarked with a hint of regret. Lian probably won't make it today. Shall we go in first? Lu Zhan paused momentarily, his grip on the documents tightening as he watched Lu Li's retreating figure. He opened his mouth. Wait, I'm coming. Just give me 5 minutes. Liu. Hurry up. It's fine, we can go in first. The film was a beautifully crafted youth romance, brimming with the fervor of love and heartache, evoking a sweetness akin to an overwhelming sugar rush for the 3 spectators. Lu Zhan felt fatigued and somewhat discontented. It wasn't until the male and female leads entered the sacred realm of matrimony, sharing a passionate kiss, that Fu Lian finally made her appearance. Breathless, she arrived clutching 4 bottles of water and plopped down beside Lu Li, distributing 1 bottle to each of them. Lu Li accepted the water and inquired, Why are you so late today? With a pained expression, Fu Lian lamented, Today, my boss. Lu Li immediately understood, and any lingering discontent evaporated. Isn't today a day off? Did they ask you to work overtime? Fu Lian nodded slightly, her small face contorting in anguish. Has Senior Lu arrived? She lamented. Oh, so much precious time has been squandered. My heart aches profoundly. Lu Li glanced back, noticing him sitting alone at the rear. If you go now, there's still time. Fu Lian made an okay gesture, glanced back, and stealthily approached the last corner. Then, like a groundhog emerging from its burrow, she surfaced and handed a bottle of water to Lu Zhan. Thank you, he acknowledged, accepting it with a nonchalant nod. Fu Lian narrowed her eyes, feeling rather impolite. The message contained but a single word. I knew you cared for me the most. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through her as her gaze fell upon the screensaver that had just illuminated, momentarily losing herself in thought. The girl depicted on the screen was none other than herself. Fu Lian screamed, internally like a gopher. Chapter 104. Confession. Lu Li, what do you think of this movie? Yulin gripped the water bottle tightly, gathering his courage for what felt like an eternity before he slowly spoke. His gaze was fixed intently on the screen, the light of the projection twinkling like stars in his eyes, lending an alluring charm to his otherwise composed visage. Unfortunately, all this beauty went unnoticed by the person he longed for. I see, Yulin said, lowering his head, the bottle in his hand making soft cracking sounds. His voice, drowned in the rustling of the plastic, felt inconsequential. I find it quite romantic and blissful. Lu Li, engrossed in observing the dynamics behind her, failed to catch his words. The two individuals there remained locked in an impasse, showing no signs of progress. Yulin swallowed hard, murmuring, "You're right." Liu Li smiled broadly, leaning closer to Yulin's ear, her breath warm and sweet against his skin. Flustered, he instinctively leaned back. What is it? You seem to have a good relationship with Senior Lu? Lu Li teased, her expression playful. Tell me, does Senior Lu have someone he likes? Yulin's expression shifted slightly. Why do you ask that? Well, my dear friend seems to have an interest in him. Lu Li nudged him with her elbow. Yulin exhaled deeply, contemplating whether to voice his suspicions regarding the movie tickets. If you don't know, then forget it, Lu Li sighed. I'll just step out for a moment. With that, she walked away, and as she neared Fu Lian's adjacent seat, she keenly overheard Fu Lian sweetly conversing with Lu Zhan, her tone almost coquettish. Hey, will you agree or not? Observing Lu Zhan's expression, which bore a blend of discomfort and irritation, Fu Lian seized his phone, and he merely flicked his fingers, not bothering to evade her. Though Lu Zhan had a gentle temperament, he was not fond of strangers handling his belongings. Yet he allowed Fu Lian to take his phone without protest. This was rather illogical, but Lu Li found no cause for disbelief. After all, with Fu Lian's charm, who wouldn't be enamored? She had always been powerless against cute, soft girls, and to her dear friend Fu Lian, she saw nothing but brilliance. Stealing a glance at Lu Zhan, whose piercing gaze turned towards her, Lu Li quickly covered her mouth, adopting a demeanor that suggested they should continue, before quietly slipping away. The restroom was just a right turn upon exiting the cinema. Once outside, Lu Li hurried into the ladies' room, her mind racing with thoughts of sending Fu Lian a message to praise her. Yet she hesitated, fearing it would intrude upon their private moment, and ultimately decided against it. After finishing her business, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror, retrieving a puff to touch up her makeup. At that moment, she heard a slow thudding from one of the stalls. Honestly, is that not me? Fu Lian pointed at the screensaver, indignantly questioning Lu Zhan. He turned his head away, snatching the phone from her grasp. His evasive demeanor pierced Fu Lian deeply, causing her to feel a tightness in her throat as she instinctively grasped his jaw, forcefully turning his face to meet hers. With fierce determination, she gazed into his eyes, her voice softening. But I truly want to be in a relationship with you. Sniffling, she added, I can sense your gentle and composed nature, and you are so handsome. I feel I've fallen for you. If you don't wish to be with me, you can just say so. Fallen for me? At his incredulity, Fu Lian bit her lip. Yes, I feel you're different from the others. I believe I have genuinely fallen for you. I like you. Lu Zhan's pupils dilated sharply, as if an electric current coursed through his mind. His gentle features suddenly darkened and deepened in intensity as he abruptly seized Fu Lian's hand, drawing her into his embrace. Fu Lian unexpectedly fell into his embrace. In that fleeting moment, she was enveloped by the rich fragrance of the mumu flower. The mumu flowers flourished throughout the campus, appearing to be an omnipresent element, so it was hardly surprising to catch a whiff of it on him. In fact, she found it all the more endearing. Fu Lian instinctively tightened her embrace around Lu Zhan's figure, unable to restrain her declaration of affection. "You promised me, didn't you? I'm so happy." A radiant smile graced her lips as she excitedly lifted her small face and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Lu Zhan grasped her chin firmly, pushing her face away. The pitch-black cinema was vast and desolate, illuminated only by a few streaks of blue and white light that danced upon his brow. His dark pupils constricted as they locked onto hers with an intense gaze. Typically gentle and warm, his countenance at that moment transformed into something almost demonic, gloomy and predatory. Fu Lian instinctively held her breath as she gradually loosened her grip around his body, withdrawing from him bit by bit. To her surprise, just as she had created a small distance, the man abruptly pulled her back into his embrace. "You better truly like me. I genuinely adore you," she replied. "Once we are together, there can be no parting. If you continue to treat me well, allowing me to savor the beauty and sweetness of love, I would certainly be unwilling to separate." Fu Lian tightened her hold on the fabric of his shoulder, making her promise. "All right, let's be together." Fu Lian displayed a look of astonishment, soon enveloped by joy, as she exultantly hurled herself into Lu Zhan's embrace, pressing her lips fervently against his. Lu Zhan, closing his eyes, wrapped his arm around her waist while his other hand cradled the back of her head, leaning in gradually to deepen the kiss. In the restroom, Lu Li stowed away her powder puff and cosmetics, slowly approaching the stall from which the sounds emanated. The closer she drew, the more she discerned a faint metallic scent of blood. Occasionally, low growls and anguished moans echoed within. She observed the scene and gently knocked on the stall door. "Hey, are you all right?" A loud roar erupted from within, swiftly diminishing to a sound reminiscent of a woman's muffled whimper, helpless and bewildered. Lu Li stepped back a few paces, instinctively clutching her backpack tighter. The bright stall flickered in her mind like a strobe light. In the damp, shadowy recesses of her memory, a bloodied visage pressed against the glass before her, the wails sounding like sobs, intermittent and haunting. It was a place buried deep within her psyche, a memory she had concealed, the zombie from her father's laboratory. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Li's forehead as her lips trembled, standing there as if entranced by a nightmare. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door burst open from the inside, revealing a child of no more than 10 years, seated upon the toilet, her trousers pulled around her knees, stained with blood. Upon seeing Lu Li, the little girl's complexion paled further. She covered her face and began to weep despairingly. "Sister, there's so much blood. Am I going to die?" She lamented, crying and pounding on the wall. Lu Li let out a gentle sigh of relief, glancing at the blood on the girl's trousers. She retrieved a pack of tissues from her bag. "Little one, it's all right. You've merely grown up." "I'm already not small," the little girl replied, her head drooping in resentment. "I never imagined I would meet my end so young. Life is truly unpredictable." Lu Li stifled a laugh. I understand that you feel grown inside, but your body is not yet caught up. Now that it has, do not dwell on it too much. This is merely a sign of your maturation." "Thank you." The little girl wiped her tears. "Stop crying now. Tell me, where are your family members?" Fu Lian gasped for breath as she lay against Lu Zhan's shoulder, gently patting her flushed face. Unable to resist, she buried her face and tightened her embrace around him. "If you wish to break up, just delete me directly. Please do not tell me." Lu Zhan, still savoring the moment, licked his lips and raised an eyebrow at her words, gently caressing the back of her head. "Why? The thought of being abandoned by such a kind and gentle senior would surely break my heart." Fu Lian mused, her expression one of feigned despair. Lu Zhan smiled, lifting her chin to plant a tender kiss on her shy, expectant eyes. "I will not." "What?" Fu Lian exclaimed incredulously. "You would deny me such a small request?" Lu Zhan chuckled softly. "I will not abandon you. We are now in a relationship, and we should trust each other more, don't you think?" Fu Lian then curved her lips into a smile, quickly blinking her eyes. She playfully nipped at his lips before sliding down from her seat to perch on Lu Zhan's thigh, nestling herself in his embrace. As if stricken by an insatiable craving for closeness, she yearned to remain by his side, unceasingly. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan's gaze was heavy, both calm and mesmerizing. He restrained the intense delight swelling within him and subtly tightened his hold on Fu Lian. The two were pressed closely together, fitting seamlessly. Suddenly, Lu Zhan's phone screen illuminated, revealing a call from someone saved as Ro. Fu Lian tilted her head slightly and released his hand. Lu Zhan paused for a moment, kissed her temple and earlobe, and referred to her as my sister. After speaking, he answered the phone. Ro, what is it that you need from your brother? On the other end of the line, a youthful voice was crying. After a brief moment, a calm female voice emerged. Hello, may I ask if you are her brother? Who are you? Lu Zhan inquired, intentionally lowering his voice to avoid disturbing others in the cinema. Who I am is not important. What matters is that your sister is in serious trouble. I kindly request that you come here immediately. Where? Lu Zhan whispered. Fu Lian listened intently, recognizing the voice across from her. She leaned in closer, her ear nearly touching Lu Zhan's hand. I am currently at cinema number 7. You should bring that outfit over as soon as possible and purchase some, feminine hygiene products, you know what I mean. Lu Zhan replied, puzzled. Fu Lian understood immediately, though she was taken aback. The voice on the other end hesitated for half a second before abruptly hanging up. Chapter 105. Lu was thoroughly familiar with Fu Lian's voice. Even a single syllable could confirm that it was indeed her on the line. She was absolutely certain. The man who answered the call was undoubtedly Lu Zhan, who was with Fu Lian. So this must be Lu Zhan's sister? It was nothing significant. Lu reassured herself, merely a source of embarrassment. Truly, it was nothing. Exhaling, she comforted the weeping little girl and leaned against the wall outside the restroom, awaiting her arrival. Just as she took out her phone, a girl with short hair rushed over, her voice booming like thunder. Who is Lu? I. Lu, she said, opening the door a crack and trembling as she extended her hand. Mimi Jia, what brings you here? I heard from my brother. Mimi Jia replied, handing her a white square item. Here, this is for you. If you don't know how to use it, I'll teach you, sister. Thank you, sister. Lu was not at all reserved, springing up eagerly and waiting for Mimi Jia to assist her. After a brief exchange of whispers between the two, Mimi Jia soon closed the restroom door. Lu, unfamiliar with the young girl, remained silent as the two became acquainted. Before long, the short-haired girl pushed the door open and hurriedly exited. Lu followed closely behind, a baseball jacket wrapped around her waist, which belonged to the short-haired girl. Lu put away her phone, about to say something when she noticed the young girl bursting with excitement as she rushed out. Brother. Lu's voice was soft yet clear, and she eagerly stepped forward, leaping into the embrace of the man approaching her. Lu turned around to see the two walking hand in hand. It was evident they had become a couple. She winked at Fu Lian, who playfully stuck out her tongue in response. Lu retrieved her phone and opened the chat at her face. Sister, this is a bit of show-off. Haha, Lu Zhan's idea is brilliant. Enjoy your romance, my dear. Fu Lian smiled and sent her a 360-degree compliment. Yiling has messaged me. I shall go watch a movie first. You two continue your conversation. After saying this, Lu greeted the two and took her leave. Once Lu departed, only Lu Zhan, Lu and Fu Lian remained. Fu Lian lowered her head and saw Lu embracing Lu Zhan's waist, gazing up at her with a face full of admiration, her lips moving as if in soft conversation. Fu Lian did not notice her speaking. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the baseball jacket around her waist. An inexplicable flutter of emotions surged within her heart, prompting her to instinctively reach out her hand. The surrounding space and sounds faded into obscurity, leaving only the jacket, which gradually came into focus, gently swaying with Lu's movements. Tears involuntarily welled at the corners of Fu Lian's eyes, accompanied by fleeting phantoms before her, as vast seas of blood flashed past her vision. The half-buried bones exuded a chilling aura, while the viscous, blood-soaked earth reeked horrifically. The cold, silvery moonlight gazed indifferently upon the chaotic scene before her. Your brother's girlfriend. Fu Lian. My sister, Lu Ro, Lu Zhan said, ruffling Lu Ro's hair as he introduced her to Fu Lian. Oh, Fu Lian replied blankly, hastily offering a black bag. This is for you. I don't need it, Lu Ro retorted, turning away, her hostility towards Fu Lian evident. Hey, Lu Zhan pinched her arm, admonishing, stop it. Go inside and change. Surely, Sister Fu can help you. With a huff, Lu Ro shot a glare at Fu Lian. Sister Mimi already brought me one. Sister Mimi is wonderful, just like my real sister. Whoever marries her will be quite fortunate. Then don't expect me to give you pocket money. Go ask Sister Mimi for it, Lu Zhan teased, pinching her cheek. Lu Ro pouted, swatting his hand away. I'm just frustrated with you. You twist my good intentions against me. I want to bother with you. Just don't regret it later. Growing weary of the argument, Lu Zhan leaned towards Fu Lian, whispering, ignore her, children understand nothing. This was the first time Fu Lian witnessed Lu Zhan's impatience, and she blinked in surprise, shaking her head, indicating her indifference. Ah, yes. Yes, I don't understand anything. You know everything. You are the sage. Lu Ro retorted, her gaze fixed on Fu Lian. Brother, I want ice cream. No, little girl. You can't catch a chill during your period. Such a busybody, Lu Ro muttered, then, thinking of something, she clung to Lu Zhan's arm, pouting, just one, please. Lu Zhan frowned. No. Seeing his firm stance, Lu Ro hardened her resolve, breaking free and dashing outside. Who needs it? I'll buy it for myself. Lu Zhan immediately grabbed her, but Lu Ro, trying to escape, was no match for him. He easily restrained her. The little girl, whose name suggested fragility, had quite the wild spirit. Pretending her arm hurt, she feigned a loud cry, and in the moment Lu Zhan diverted his attention, she swiftly wriggled free from his grasp. However, in her exaggerated motion, her baseball jacket slipped off, exposing her blood-stained pants to the air. With a startled gasp, Lu Ro crouched down. Lu Zhan's expression changed dramatically. Ro, why are you bleeding so much? The girl, already sensitive about her appearance, felt even more embarrassed by his bluntness and couldn't help but burst into tears. Fu Lian could certainly empathize. She recalled her own experience of entering womanhood during her junior high years, when she was apprehensive about leaks and walked with her legs tightly pressed together, all the while feigning normalcy, creating an exceedingly awkward situation. The children in junior high are no longer the naive and ignorant little ones, yet they have not yet attained the mature composure of adults. When confronted with the sudden realities of adolescent physiological changes, they may find themselves in a state of panic, and their ignorance can lead to feelings of shame. Fu Lian couldn't help but crouch down, carefully embracing the baseball jacket around her waist. I remember the first time I encountered such an embarrassing situation. It was during an examination. After finishing, I found my pants and chair stained with blood, startling everyone around me. Ultimately, it was the teacher who borrowed a boy's jacket. But by then, the incident was already common knowledge. Lu Ro raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. How embarrassing. I concurred with her sentiment. Fu Lian smiled, adjusting the baseball jacket for her. I recall the time I craved ice cream, only to be racked with pain afterward. Yet I still had to tend to my younger siblings, feeling utterly exhausted. That experience deterred me from such indulgences in the future. When your stomach hurts, you should go to the hospital. You ought to have your parents take you, Lu Ro insisted, her eyelashes glistening with unshed tears, her expression earnest. Even for a minor ailment, my parents would become extremely anxious. Lu Ro bit her lip, hesitantly whispering, You can't call me Ro. That's a nickname reserved for my brother. Chapter 106. Illusions. The neon lights flickered above, the streets filled with the incessant sounds of honking cars. And pedestrians flowed to and fro. The shouts of vendors at the stalls mingled with the city's clamor, concealing the full moon, yet creating a unique space of tranquility for the two of them. Although it was only their first day together, Fu Lian felt an inexplicable familiarity between them, as if they had known each other for an eternity. Do you want to eat? Lu Zhan suddenly inquired. What? Tomato noodles, Lu Zhan replied, gesturing towards a noodle shop. Fu Lian was just beginning to wonder how he knew she loved tomato noodles when he had already pulled her inside. 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles, Lu Zhan said to the proprietress, then guided Fu Lian to a nearby chair. This establishment serves exquisite dishes. Do you frequent here often? She inquired. Indeed, Lu Zhan replied, his slender fingers lifting Fu Lian's petite hand, cradling it gently. It was soft and delightful to hold. Soon, the steaming noodles were served, their warmth swirling around violently, while the fragrant aroma of tomatoes wafted into the air. Fu Lian's appetite surged, and she immediately reached for her chopsticks, only to be halted by Lu Zhan, who cautioned her that they were still hot. He then thoughtfully fetched a small bowl, placing some noodles into it for her. Fu Lian propped her chin on her hand and gazed at him, increasingly enchanted by his striking handsomeness. It was simply absurd. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a stroke of luck by being with him. Oh my, what bliss! Fu Lian pondered, her delicate face flushed slightly. Why was she blushing? Lu Zhan's gaze remained fixed upon her, and upon noticing the rosy hue creeping to the base of her ears, he could not help but gently pinch her earlobe. It's nothing, I just suddenly feel that this is all too surreal, Fu Lian replied, resting her chin on her palm. This was the first time someone had been so considerate toward her. As Fu Lian reminisced about the days of being oppressed by her step-parents, her gaze dimmed, yet her palm was enveloped in warmth. She lifted her head to find Lu Zhan offering her a pair of chopsticks. I have never served anyone before. This is indeed my first time. Fu Lian tilted her head and stuck out her tongue. My honor? Lu Zhan chuckled softly, remaining silent. Fu Lian picked up a piece of food and brought it to her lips, while the television on the wall broadcasted international news. The discussion today was fervently centered around the United States' hegemonic treaties and acts of piracy. As the screen shifted, it transitioned to lighthearted entertainment, with everyone engrossed in the scandals and amusing anecdotes of public figures. Life continued in its monotonous routine, yet Fu Lian felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Senior Lu, everything feels so dreamlike, she remarked. Why do you feel that way? Is it because I adapt quickly to what you accept? Lu Zhan paused his chopsticks. No, it's just that it seems we shouldn't be living like this. But this is the ordinary course of life, the life I have lived for over a decade. Fu Lian said, suddenly halting her words. Her gaze fixed intently on Lu Zhan, and the surreal surroundings gradually faded away. As she slowly opened her eyes, she discovered herself cradled in Lu Zhan's arms, both lying amidst a ground strewn with bones and blood. She remembered that she had followed the fragrance to find Lu Li. The scent of the moo flower had a hallucinogenic effect, and it was evident that they had both fallen victim to its allure. Fu Lian propped herself up and discovered that both her and Lu Zhan's lower bodies were ensnared by slender, blood-red tendrils. She forcefully tore off the branches clinging to her arms, attempting to rise from the ground. However, Lu Zhan held her too tightly, and she struggled to free her lower limbs as if uprooting a stubborn vegetable, yet to no avail. Lu Zhan was as unyielding as iron, holding her firmly in place. As the tendrils constricted further, she shouted and kicked at Lu Zhan in desperation, ultimately landing a punch that roused him from his slumber. Lu Zhan let out a pained groan, touched the corner of his mouth, and opened his eyes. Hurry, we must leave this place at once. Fu Lian finally extricated herself from his embrace. In her struggle, she tumbled and landed directly upon a nearby ribcage, which lay sprawled on the ground, its size suggesting it belonged to the remains of a small creature. Fu Lian swiftly grabbed 2 branches and deftly removed the twigs from her lower limbs. The branches seemed to possess a life of their own, instinctively evading Fu Lian's strikes. However, utilizing her tactical prowess, she skillfully drove them away, soon liberating her feet. Upon rising, she observed Lu Zhan approaching from ahead, carrying 2 individuals as if they were mere sacks. What is this? Fu Lian's eyes widened in disbelief. Humans. Lu Zhan nodded towards the vehicle, indicating that they should proceed. The RV was not far, and Lu Zhan had already cleared away the branches that had clung to him. Fu Lian stepped forward to open the door, assisting Lu Zhan inside. Both of them still bore remnants of foliage. One individual was coated in a slick, greasy substance that felt slippery and oily to the touch, while the other was riddled with decay, a gaping wound on the face from which blood continuously flowed, rendering the figure unrecognizable. Lu Zhan took the initiative to remove the branches from their bodies and retrieved some medical bandages and alcohol from the trunk of the car. Noticing Fu Lian standing still, he set down the bandages and pulled her into his embrace, softly inquiring if she had sustained any injuries. This was still a miss. After all this time with Lu Zhan, Fu Lian understood very well that he was not a benevolent savior of hapless souls. The person before her was not him, and she remained ensnared in the illusion of Mu Hua. Consequently, this version of Lu Zhan was equally untrustworthy and menacing. With her guard against Mu Hua, Fu Lian forcefully shoved Lu Zhan away. The push sent him crashing to the ground, his head striking a nearby pillar with a resounding thud. Fu Lian cautiously observed him, gradually drawing a butterfly knife from her waist. Lu Zhan leaned against the column, his head bowed and motionless, yet suddenly he chuckled softly. He slowly raised his chin, and in his beautiful eyes, the emerald irises shimmered with a haunting glow. Tilting his head, his tousled hair partially obscured his cheek. He smiled slightly, raising his hand towards Fu Lian. Fu Lian stood rigidly in a defensive posture, her grip on the butterfly knife revealing taut veins in her hand. In her tear-filled eyes, she reflected the indifferent smile of Lu Zhan, and through his gaze, she perceived the blood splattering from her neck, slicing through like tofu, leaving a smooth and even incision along her jawline. The speed was so swift that Fu Lian scarcely had time to experience pain. Instead, a suffocating sensation overwhelmed her nostrils. Fu Lian was startled awake by the terror of impending death, her eyes snapping open. Before her loomed a handsome face, magnified from above. "Are you all right?" Lu Zhan inquired softly. Fu Lian's eyes darted around, realizing she was lying on the grass of an unfamiliar park. The dampness clinging to her back, reminding her that she was completely soaked. A gentle breeze swept by, sending a chill through her. She bit her lip and shook her head, just as she was about to reach out to him. The man before her suddenly released her. "It's good that you're all right," he remarked, rolling up his drenched sleeves before turning his attention to the woman beside him. He offered a warm and refined smile, lightly taking the woman's arm, then glanced back at Fu Lian, adding, "However, it would be wise to visit a hospital. Please refrain from such foolishness in the future." Fu Lian blinked in confusion, turning to see who it was, only to discover that it was none other than her sister, Fu Yu. Chapter 107. The Illusion of Lu Zhan. Fu Lian, having borrowed the body and soul, although not intimately familiar with her, quickly recognizes this individual due to the retention of the original owner's memories. In this realm of dreams, she feels more like an outsider. While the first two illusions seem to cater to some of her personal aspirations, what significance does this current illusion hold? In the first dream, she escapes the clutches of her adoptive parents, successfully enters university, and enrolls in the broadcasting and hosting program of her dreams, accompanied by a close friend and a gentle, caring boyfriend. The second illusion, though brief, reflects her yearning for Lu Zhan, wishing for him to become a benevolent soul. While the later scene of him severing her head corroborates Fu Lian's inner mistrust and fear of him. These two dreams embody her desires as an orphan for an ideal life and illustrate her current harrowing existence in a cruel, apocalyptic world, experiences she has profoundly endured. Had Fu Lian been merely an orphan, she would have harbored no opinions or expectations regarding Fu Yu, a person completely unrelated to her. Even with the original owner's memories, they are akin to a film, viewed and understood, yet leaving no deep scars on her heart. Contemplating this, Fu Lian finds herself further perplexed. What is the essence of this illusion? Before she can unravel her thoughts, Lu Zhan suddenly bends down, lifting her effortlessly into his arms, striding forward with purpose. Fu Lian was startled, letting out a gasp as she instinctively clutched his sleeve. "Mia, how could you let a scoundrel drive you to despair?" "Mia?" Fu Lian turned her gaze towards Fu Yu, poised to speak, when suddenly a jarring force struck her mind, swiftly obliterating all her thoughts and reason. The pain was so intense that she fainted immediately. Upon regaining consciousness, she was greeted by a stark white ceiling and the rhythmic, faint sound of beeping resonated in her ears. Fu Lian felt an itch in her nose, and as she lowered her head, she noticed two slender tubes inserted into her nostrils. Turning her gaze, she observed the green lines on the bedside monitor undulating rhythmically. Extending her hand, she realized she was clad in a blue-striped hospital gown. She was in a hospital. Fu Lian removed the tube, and slowly sat up. This was a single room, devoid of any presence apart from herself. The only illumination emanated from the overhead light, while the curtains beside her obscured the window, revealing merely a narrow slit through which a sliver of light penetrated. Following the beam of light, she noticed a shriveled apple, sun-baked and carelessly stacked on the bedside table. The apple was far from fresh, indicating that at least a day had elapsed since her unconsciousness. As her feet touched the ground, she experienced a slight weakness. Fu Lian steadied herself by grasping the table, but upon contact, she felt a subtle tremor and sway, causing her already feeble body to falter. She tilted slightly and found herself seated once more at the edge of the bed, still reeling from the dizziness of awakening. After a moment of stillness, she began to scrutinize the violently shaking table. What was happening? Her lips were pale, and she moistened her parched lips, her mind clouded with confusion. Suddenly, the phone rang, and she followed the sound to retrieve her mobile from beside her pillow. The screen displayed an incoming call from her sister. Fu Lian, do not leave the hospital. Father will send a car to fetch you shortly. Her sister's voice conveyed a sense of urgency, but before she could respond, the call was abruptly interrupted by a crackling noise. In Fu Lian's mind, a series of vivid images flashed by, and upon hearing a violent banging at the door, she swiftly turned off her phone and grasped the small knife used for peeling apples from the table, cautiously making her way towards the door. Before she could reach it, the crashing sounds began to diminish. Arriving at the entrance, she leaned against the peephole to gaze outside, where she observed a shadow darting through the air. Just as she was about to scrutinize further, the silhouette abruptly paused and turned its head, partially obscured by disheveled hair, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes glaring back at her through the peephole, fierce and cold like a beast. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Fu Lian felt as if she had been targeted by a ferocious predator. A chill coursed down her spine, prompting her to instinctively retract her neck and take a step back, distancing herself from the peephole. After a while, silence enveloped the area outside. Fu Lian cautiously leaned against the peephole once more, only to find the corridor outside desolate, with faint traces of blood smeared against the grayish-white walls. In a shadowy corner, she discerned a figure curled up in a crouch. Rising onto her toes in an attempt to see more clearly, she was suddenly startled by a howl. A gaping maw, dripping with blood, filled her narrow field of vision. In an instant, her view was overwhelmed by the grotesque sight of mangled flesh. Fu Lian gasped in terror, causing the fruit knife in her hand to clatter to the ground. The sharp sound ignited the sensitive brains of the zombies outside, rousing them from their huddled states. They lunged at the door with ferocity, clamoring and pounding against it. Fu Lian gritted her teeth, bending to retrieve a fruit knife while cautiously eyeing the zombies at the door. Her mind raced to devise a strategy. A fleeting fragment of the original Fu Lian's memories surfaced. She recalled that, at this moment, she would typically wait for her father's rescue. However, in this illusory world, allowing her connection with Lu Zhan to sever was not an option, regardless of the circumstances. Her priority must be to locate Lu Zhan and collaborate with him to unravel the enigma of this illusion. Yet, despite her efforts to sift through Fu Lian's original memories, she remained utterly unaware of Lu Zhan's whereabouts. Fu Lian took a deep breath, allowing her mind to settle momentarily. She then retrieved her phone and scrolled to Lu Zhan's number. In the early days of the apocalypse, communication networks had suffered considerable disruption, leaving the success of this call uncertain. Fu Lian pressed the call button, and the light waves on the screen danced, causing her heart to rise and fall in tandem. "We apologize. The number you have dialed is currently engaged. We apologize. The number you have dialed is currently engaged." Once, twice, thrice the line remained busy. Furrowing her brow, Fu Lian was about to dial a fourth time when a sudden tapping sound emanated from the window. Through the bright, narrow crack, she glimpsed a delicate, translucent white arm waving in the air, followed by the gentle sound of the window being pushed open. That sound hung in the air like a clock, counting down the seconds of life in this critical moment. Fu Lian put down her phone, tightly gripping the fruit knife in her hand, exuding an air of fearless determination as she charged forward with a fierce countenance. She swiftly drew back the curtains. But before she could make her move, a fleeting shadow darted past. Fu Lian struck at nothingness, nearly toppling out of the window in the process. Terrified, she flailed about like a drowning duck, her frantic cries rendering the scene rather comical. Behind her, a figure clicked their tongue softly, reaching out to grasp the nape of her neck, pulling her away from the precarious ledge. Fu Lian steadied herself, and was the first to notice a pair of blood-red, chilling eyes. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to see a bright and gentle face. This person she would recognize even if turned to ashes. "Ami," Fu Lian exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you know me?" Ami raised an eyebrow, and Fu Lian noticed that she was nonchalantly chewing gum. The woman, with her hands tucked in her pockets and exuding an air of a ruthless gang leader, appeared exceedingly imposing. "No, I do not know you." Fu Lian thought of her current identity, quickly shaking her head and laughing nervously, waving her hands dismissively. This reaction only made her seem more guilty. Ami frowned and raised her voice. "Be honest, or I shall throw you out from the 5th floor." With that, she tilted her chin towards the window from which Fu Lian had just escaped. I was calling for my mom." Fu Lian's mind raced as she shouted, feeling justified and defiantly glaring back. When one is confronted with fear and danger, do they not instinctively call out for their closest loved ones? I merely reacted in a moment of panic. Upon seeing Ami arch an eyebrow at her, she couldn't help but pout and huff. "What? Do you want to be my mother?" Ami chuckled, spitting out her gum, and playfully pinched Fu Lian's cheek. "That could be arranged, dear girl." "Who wants to be your dear girl?" Ugh, how shameless. Chapter 108. The infatuated one. Forget it. These young ladies today cannot take a joke at all. The red-eyed cool girl donned sunglasses, adjusted her cap, and took a bite from a nicely shaped apple she had picked from a bag on the table. "Hey, are you coming with me?" "Going with you?" Fu Lian crossed her arms, adopting a feeble and innocent demeanor, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. "What if you're a bad person?" "Fair point." She stroked her chin, tossed the apple aside, and stepped onto the windowsill, moving forward. "Hey, wait." Fu Lian grasped her arm. Though she knew nothing of this woman, and her demeanor was far from benevolent, escaping the hospital unarmed seemed nearly impossible, let alone seeking out Lu Zhan. While her memories did not recall such a person, this was a dreamscape, and one could not rely solely on memory. "What if I am a bad person?" "Little girl, perhaps you should stay here." "Sister, good sister, I know you are here to save me." "I'm not." The woman smirked, pointing to a half-eaten apple in the corner. "I am hungry, and there happens to be food here." "Sister, you can have all these apples." Fu Lian picked up the plastic bag and obediently handed it over. Just moments ago, she had been suspicious of her, yet now she was displaying her goodwill, which amused the woman. Afterward, she wrapped her arms around Fu Lian's waist, swiftly leaping down the wall's edge. Fu Lian's floor was the 5th, and given that this was a private hospital, the building was not particularly tall. They soon reached the ground. On the concrete floor, sluggish yet keen-sensed zombies lurked. Hearing the commotion, they lunged toward the two, and in that moment, they resembled a small lamb amidst a pack of wolves. Fu Lian felt her heart race in terror, yet the woman remained unfazed, skillfully dodging the zombies' attacks and swiftly ushering Fu Lian into a nearby car. Once inside, Fu Lian exhaled in relief, noticing several scattered white boxes on the seat. Picking one up, she discovered it contained ibuprofen and Yunnan Baiyao. She had come to the hospital, evidently to acquire medication. Was she injured? At that moment, the woman had already started the car, leaving a horde of zombies in their wake. Yet ahead loomed another throng of the undead. With a determined press of the accelerator, she sped away. While the woman was focused on driving, Fu Lian turned to observe her surroundings and inadvertently spotted an unconscious young man in the back seat. He was slumped over, clad in a hospital gown identical to hers, looking pale and frail, his eyes tightly shut, exuding an air of tranquility. Fu Lian keenly detected the metallic scent of blood. She cautiously approached the young man, only to discover that his hospital gown was gradually becoming stained with crimson at the waist and abdomen. Observing the pallor on his face, she feared that his condition was rather dire. In the apocalyptic world, Fu Lian had endured and struggled for many years, and her modest surgical skills were second nature to her. She sprayed alcohol on her hands and cautiously lifted the man's shirt. revealing a large area stained with blood that dampened the edges of his pants. Fu Lian's gaze fell upon a deep wound in his abdomen, the gaping injury exposing the pale flesh within. How could he be so severely injured? She couldn't help but inquire. As she spoke, her hands worked diligently. She had already taken bandages and was gently wiping away the congealed blood. The woman in the driver's seat glanced at him, but said nothing. Fu Lian instinctively looked over and noticed the woman's face reflected in the rearview mirror, bearing a somewhat frosty demeanor. Unsure of what had provoked such a reaction, Fu Lian bit her lip and silently continued tending to the young man's wounds. The Yunnan Baiyao was effective against heavy bleeding, and seeing that the situation stabilized, she carefully bandaged the injury. Once she completed this task, Fu Lian rubbed her aching lower back and asked, "Where are we headed?" G University. G University was a prominent institution nearby. Fu Lian recalled that Lu Zhan's sister, Lu Ro, was studying there. Surely, Lu Zhan would contact his sister, and perhaps she could glean some information about him. "Are you a student at G University?" Fu Lian inquired. "No," the woman replied curtly, her focus on driving, her tone cool and detached. Realizing her tone was somewhat brusque, she added, "I'm going to rescue someone." "Oh, I happen to be going to G University to find a friend. Her name is Lu Ro. She is in the art department." "You're friends with her?" The woman cast a surprised glance in Fu Lian's direction. "What's wrong?" Fu Lian thought to herself, reflecting on her few encounters with Lu Ro, which had been quite pleasant, enough to consider her a friend. Just then, the young man in the back seat began to mutter incoherently, as if trapped in a nightmare. He shook his head in distress, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and shouted, "Xiao Ro! Xiao Ro!" After calling out, the young man turned to look at Fu Lian. Just as she was about to greet him, he bypassed her gaze and addressed the driver. "Sister, hurry and save Xiao Ro." Fu Lian, unperturbed by being ignored, tentatively asked, "The Xiao Ro you mentioned, is she Lu Ro? Do you know Xiao Ro?" The young man's gaze finally shifted to her. "Are you her friend?" "Yes." Fu Lian nodded eagerly, extending her hand. "I'm also on my way to find her. My name is Fu Lian, and I'm her friend." "Who are you to her? You seem quite close." "I'm her future husband," he replied flatly, casting a brief glance at Fu Lian's outstretched hand. "Apologies, but aside from Xiao Ro, I do not engage in physical contact with other women." "Love? He is merely a devoted admirer," the woman in the driver's seat scoffed. "As long as Xiao Ro is willing, I would gladly be a loyal companion," the young man declared, lifting his chin in a dazed reverie. What a peculiar fellow, Fu Lian thought to herself. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, and Fu Lian chose not to engage further with the unreasonable young man, instead turning her attention to the scenery outside the window. As they departed the city hospital en route to G University, they passed through a bustling pedestrian street, typically teeming with life, now strewn with fallen bodies. Numerous zombies pursued them along the way. However, the zombies would often pause after a few steps, a behavior reminiscent of Ami's abilities. Fu Lian couldn't help but glance at the woman in the driver's seat. "Big sister, I'm still unsure how to address you. Just call me Mimi Jia," the woman replied. "Mimi Jia." Fu Lian nodded sweetly, showering her with compliments. As their conversation progressed, she casually remarked, "Mimi Jia, you seem quite similar to a friend of mine. You also bear a resemblance to a friend of mine." "Oh, what a coincidence." "Indeed, they are quite different in personality, yet share the same name. Mimi Jia, truthfully suddenly. The Fu Lian I know possesses a remarkable temper and stands up for her friends, though she detests those who speak in flowery language, quite the opposite of you." Chapter 109, the endeavor to rescue Lu Ro unfolded remarkably smoothly, to the extent that Fu Lian did not need to shout encouragement from the sidelines. She merely dozed off for a moment in the car, and by the time she awoke, Mimi Jia had swiftly carried Lu Ro and placed her in the passenger seat beside her. "Xiao Ro." Fu Lian was awakened by an unexpected shriek, and as she opened her eyes, she saw a young girl drinking from a bottle of water. Noticing that she was awake, the girl nodded at her. "Hello. Hello, Fu Lian. We met at your brother's engagement party last time." Lu Ro nodded without hesitation, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "What a coincidence. I never expected to run into someone familiar in this apocalyptic world." "Indeed," Fu Lian replied in agreement. Xiaoro, why are you ignoring her? A boy's playful voice interjected into their conversation. Jijia, stop being so whiny, Lu Ro retorted, but when she saw Jijia's pouting face, quickly gathering tears in his eyes, she immediately softened. I know it was you who asked your sister to save me, so thank you. Expression brichtened instantly. His mood shifting faster than a page in a book, as he cheerfully replied, no need for thanks. Just as her words faded, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed in front of the car. Turning to investigate, they saw a figure slowly approaching. His pants were torn with a large hole, revealing knees caked with mud and blood, and his jacket was speckled with stains. Yet his pale face bore a pair of clear, eerie green eyes. It was Lu Zhan. Lu Ro had evidently never seen Lu Zhan like this, her eyes widening in astonishment as she murmured, Brother Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan swayed slightly, steadying himself with a knife. Fu Lian noticed his hands trembled subtly, clearly indicating he had exerted considerable effort on his journey. Even without his words, his forced calm betrayed the struggles he had endured. Did he refer to his sister's death as a consequence of his inadequacy? Was this dream a means to atone for his failure to save her? This was a seldom discussed topic for Lu Zhan, yet it stirred a deep empathy within Fu Lian. The sensation of being powerless to witness a loved one's demise was a heart-wrenching thought. This matter was a lingering regret, an indelible scar upon his heart. Lu Zhan gasped for breath, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze first fell upon Fu Lian, as if he desired to speak but ultimately refrained, slowly shifting his attention to Lu Ro. Sister. Lu Ro remained motionless in her seat until Fu Lian gently nudged her, prompting her to awaken from her daze. Aren't you looking for your brother? Why are you suddenly timid in front of him? Fu Lian inquired. In the post-apocalyptic world, people feared him as one would a zombie, repulsing him away. However, Lu Ro should not be among those who feared him now. No, it's just, my brother looks like a demon. But he is your brother, the best brother in this world. Fu Lian reassured her, opening the car door. Come on, he looks so formidable. Let us follow him. Lu Ro gazed at Lu Zhan for a moment before her face broke into a smile. Indeed, my brother is the strongest. With that, she swiftly leapt from the car and ran towards Lu Zhan, calling out, Brother, brother. How long had it been since he had heard his sister's voice? Hearing it now felt both familiar and nostalgic, as if she had never truly left. Lu Zhan's lips trembled slightly as he slowly opened his arms, welcoming the running Lu Ro into his embrace. Fu Lian also alighted from the vehicle, standing at the door as she gazed ahead. At that moment, Lu Zhan's eyes met hers from a distance, their emerald hue shimmering with a soft, verdant glow, enchanting like jade. It seemed as if they could draw one in completely. Fu Lian instinctively averted her gaze, her mind continuing to ponder. If this were a regret of Lu Zhan, then who is Sister Mimi? If she were to rescue Lu Ro, surely Lu Ro would not be ensnared within the confines of the university, ultimately succumbing to the jaws of the undead in despair. As she contemplated, she noticed Sister Mimi descending from the driver's seat, striding towards Lu Zhan, urging, Let us converse. Me? Fu Lian pointed at herself. What is it that we need to discuss? After uttering her words, she proceeded towards the security room at the campus entrance, clearing away the zombies that stood in her path. Lu Zhan released Lu Ro and whispered something to her. She nodded and hurried to a black sedan across the street. Once Lu Ro was out of sight, Lu Zhan walked slowly towards the security room. Sister Me, regarding the past, I never imagined you had a hand in it. I did nothing wrong. I am merely kind-hearted, unable to reconcile with my own conscience. Let be so, Lu Zhan retorted with a cold smirk, deftly drawing a baton from the waist of a fallen security zombie. He struck it against the ground twice, eyeing Sister Mimi with a challenging demeanor. After all these years, I did not expect you to possess abilities as well. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? Let us not resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Before Fu Lian could utter a word to intervene, the two individuals had already engaged in a fierce struggle, moving with an uncanny synchronicity. The speed of the two extraordinary beings was astonishing. Fu Lian lifted her gaze but could scarcely discern their forms, only managing to glimpse a fleeting blur of red and green, akin to the erratic flight of a mosquito through the air. Despite the obscurity, She could faintly perceive subtle mental fluctuations, particularly familiar with Lu Zhan's signature aura, an overwhelming presence imbued with the stench of decay and the chaotic, brutal force of the undead. A sensation impossible to ignore. Though their confrontation had not persisted for long, Lu Zhan's mental waves intensified, causing the very fabric of the illusory world to fracture with rippling distortions. Fu Lian remained acutely aware of Lu Zhan's physical condition. Should this conflict continue, it would only exacerbate his deterioration into a more ghastly state. "Please, cease this fighting," Fu Lian implored, her urgency palpable. "Lulu, if you continue, your body will suffer." At that moment, the clash of light and electricity occurred, and upon hearing Fu Lian's voice, both combatants paused momentarily. Subsequently, a brilliant wave erupted from the point of contact, unleashing a potent surge of mental energy that shattered the entire realm of fantasy into countless fragments, akin to shards of glass. The resulting force surged forth like a bomb, rapidly incinerating everything within the scene and wreaking havoc upon all tangible entities within its reach. Fu Lian wished to evade, yet she found herself encircled by shards of glass. Rendering escape impossible. At that moment, Lu Zhan suddenly materialized beside her. Fu Lian's eyes widened as she distinctly heard the heavy sound of Lu Zhan's breath beside her ear. "Let's go," he murmured softly, his gaze penetrating the distance towards the black sedan where Lu Ro was calling for help. Tears involuntarily brimmed in his eyes as he closed them tightly. With unwavering resolve, he took Fu Lian's hand, summoning his mental strength to sever the tumultuous powers unleashed by the breaking of the realm. "Are you doing this to shatter the illusion?" "Yes," Lu Zhan replied, his eyes shut, tears moistening his lashes, the corners of his eyes tinged with red, silently casting aside the fragile notion of abandonment as he turned away from her. Fu Lian could not help but press her face against his, urging him not to look, for it was all a facade. "I know," Lu Zhan replied softly, pausing momentarily before continuing with unwavering resolve. "It will never happen again. Such things will never occur again." "Indeed," Fu Lian reassured him, gently patting his head. "It won't happen. Not anymore." Lu Zhan responded, turning his head slightly to tenderly kiss Fu Lian's lips. Fu Lian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively licking her lips, her adorably dazed expression eliciting a chuckle from Lu Zhan. He gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and embraced her tightly. "Come, let us seek Luli." Fu Lian nodded slightly. "Do you know where Luli is?" Having said that, he embraced Fu Lian and walked forward, and she did not resist. "The circumstances of that year were somewhat clear to me." Lu Zhan spoke in a subdued tone. Lu Ro was trapped in her university dormitory, surrounded by many others, unable to escape by her own strength. In the early days of the apocalypse, even if one awakened their abilities, the effect was merely a drop in the ocean. I could save her, but with my brother losing so much blood, I cannot take that gamble. Lu Ro is the one my brother cherishes the most. I could never intentionally cause him pain. However, Jijie is my most important family. A voice suddenly emerged, and Fu Lian turned to look, discovering it was Sister Mimi, whom she had encountered in the illusion. Seeing her again, she couldn't help but marvel. This person truly resembled me. Could it be that she is a me? Sister Mimi? Sister Mimi nodded at her in acknowledgement, and then turned her gaze to Lu Zhan, seemingly waiting for him to speak. "Lu Zhan, I apologize, but if given the choice again, within my capabilities, I would still unhesitatingly choose my brother. You care for your sister as well, so I believe you can understand my position. Enough said. Since I'm in a good mood, you should leave." "Lu Zhan, you." Emmy's words were abruptly cut off as a force threw her to the ground. Already injured by the illusion, she was now overwhelmed and collapsed, coughing violently and spitting up large amounts of blood. Lu Zhan's actions were not gentle. Upon witnessing this, she felt no anger, merely smiled, swallowed hard a couple of times, and then fainted. "Hey, are you all right?" Fu Lian exclaimed, her worry evident. She attempted to break free from Lu Zhan to check on Sister Mimi, but he held her hand tightly. "Brother Lu Zhan," Fu Lian frowned, aside from the blood oozing from her lips. What alarmed Fu Lian the most were the small wounds adorning the woman's body, which bled slowly like tiny orifices seeping crimson. Initially, these wounds were not very noticeable, but as the blood began to flow, they appeared as if red tongues were sprouting from her skin, a sight both frightening and unsettling. Chapter 110. Versailles airplane, do you intend to save her? Lu Zhan squinted, the storm within him lifting the hair from his forehead, revealing his deep, ink-like eyes. His face was taut, devoid of any superfluous expressions or movements, yet he exuded an undeniable aura of authority that was intensely oppressive. No, Fu Lian instinctively denied. Yet she did not want to abandon the woman. The misty forest was fraught with danger. She lay there unconscious, and should they truly leave her behind, calamity would surely ensue. However, it was evident that Lu Zhan had no intention of rescuing her, leaving Fu Lian in a state of utter dilemma. Fu Lian bit her lip, noticing that Lu Zhan's expression remained tense. Suddenly, her small mouth pouted, and tears streamed down her face. Lulu, why are you so fierce? Why are you shouting so loudly? Fu Lian feigned her tears, adding, I merely wish to express my gratitude. If it weren't for your timely rescue, I might have ended up like her, covered in countless small lacerations. Her voice gradually diminished, reflecting on how pitiful that girl appeared. If you want to save someone, just say it. I didn't, Fu Lian replied, her eyes brimming with tears as her tiny hand discreetly clutched the hem of Lu Zhan's shirt. Then let's go. Fu Lian took a deep breath and clenched her fist. The two walked for quite a while until Lu Zhan unexpectedly remarked, she won't die. Fu Lian's nude, her demeanor neither warm nor cold. Lu Zhan refrained from uttering another word. A profound silence enveloped the two. Given the enchanting properties of the moo flower, Luli was likely in the vicinity. The pair soon discovered her behind a cluster of towering weeds. Unbeknownst to her, she had already escaped the illusion, and was there wielding an axe to chop at the bouquet of moo flowers. As she became aware of their approach, Luli wiped the sweat from her brow, her gaze momentarily pausing upon the two before she raised her hand in greeting. Fu Lian noticed that her face was surrounded by a gigantic leaf, the stem tied into a tight knot at the back of her head. Luli wiped the sweat from her brow, setting down the axe she had used to crush the leaves into juice, and began sifting through the remnants on the ground, ultimately selecting one that appeared relatively decent. Beckoning Fu Lian to come over. Sister Li, what are you doing? She inquired. Come, let me adorn you with this. The leaf was as large as an elephant's ear, its surface glistening with greenish liquid, the veins undulating as if teeming with creeping insects, evoking a sense of discomfort. I don't want it. Just as she spoke, Fu Lian felt Lu Li before her begin to blur, her form twisting in a serpentine manner like rippling water. That vibrant face was obscured by a veil of green, revealing rows of glistening white teeth that lunged towards Fu Lian, resembling a monstrous creature poised to devour her. Fu Lian was startled and instinctively took a step back, only to inadvertently step on Lu Zhan's foot. He let out a soft hiss, but she remained oblivious, feeling as if she were trapped against an impenetrable wall. Desperately, she attempted to weave her way backward, only to have the wall collapse, jolting her into full awareness. A leaf, as large as a fan, fell to the ground, its sap merging into little streams that seeped into the earth. The forest was eerily silent, with only the gentle sound of breath brushing past her ear. She tumbled into Lu Zhan's embrace, her hands gripping his collar so tightly that it tore, revealing some unintended sights. The situation was undeniably awkward. However, Fu Lian was not one to shy away from uncomfortable moments. With deftness, she seized the fallen leaf and draped it over her face, then swiftly placed another over Lu Zhan's visage, inquiring Lu Li about its purpose. While posing her question, Fu Lian's hands were unceasing as she fashioned a delicate bow tie on Lu Zhan. By diverting her gaze, she ensured that attention would shift away from her and instead focus on the exquisite bow adorning Lu Zhan's face. Moo flower stamen is quite perilous, Lu Zhan finally spoke. His eyes fixed on a vial Lu Li held, his brow furrowing slightly. The stamen resembled a pink starfish, with a plumper lower half and a small yellow dot at its tip, which contained its pollen. As it swayed, the pollen danced within the glass, tinting it a soft yellow hue. This could prove beneficial for you, potentially alleviating your morbid emotional volatility, Lu Li suggested. glancing instinctively at Fu Lian before looking back at Lu Zhan. The apocalypse would not cease abruptly. It would persist relentlessly. Yet you both are still young, with a long future ahead of you. Lu Zhan fell silent again, quietly tightening his grip on Fu Lian's hand. She leaned her arm against his, squeezing his hand gently in a gesture of comfort. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to part from her, firmly holding her hand while using his left to cradle her against him, as if managing an unwieldy piece of luggage. They had located the vehicle, but having lingered too long near the mumu flower, the acidic roots had altered the terrain. The tires, ensnared in the acidic soil, were rendered useless, leaving the car askew and half-submerged in the earth, with a section of the hood flung open, revealing the wild growth of flora within. The vehicle was beyond repair, yet the misty forest still loomed ahead. The four of them retrieved essential supplies from the car, and Lu Zhan extracted 2 spare tires from the trunk, assembling a makeshift 2-wheeled cart on site, which resembled a wheelchair. It was relatively long, accommodating 2 individuals, with a metal shelf beneath like a drawer for storing provisions, and the seat could also bear additional items, primarily serving as a resting place for someone in need of care, such as Mi Jia, who lay unconscious. Fu Lian thoughtfully nodded as she assessed the makeshift wheelchair. Lu Li followed suit, but soon found herself puzzled, shaking her head in confusion. Surely, Lu Zhan wouldn't concern himself with others' fates unless that person was Fu Lian. Contemplating this, she glanced at Lu Zhan, who had just turned to her. Lian, come here, he called, having finished organizing the supplies. Fu Lian assumed she was being asked to assist in lifting Mi Jia, but to her surprise, as soon as she took a step, she tripped over a branch on the ground. In an instant, Lu Zhan swiftly moved beside her, steadying her while lifting her into his arms with seamless grace. He noticed the tear in her pant leg, furrowing his brow as his voice softened. You scraped yourself here. I'm fine, Fu Lian replied, observing Lu Li's expression, which resembled that of someone who had just tasted something unpleasant, causing her to feel a bit shy. She gently nudged his shoulder. Lu Zhan, why are you so considerate? It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Do you not like it? Lu Zhan remarked, lightly touching her face. I truly dislike it. Lu Li turned her face away, able to tolerate seeing them display affection, but hoping they wouldn't force it down her throat. I also dislike it. Someone who had been unceremoniously discarded by Lu Zhan had somehow sat up and echoed this sentiment, clutching their chest in agreement. Lu Zhan wore a look of displeasure. Fu Lian, covering her face with her hands, felt utterly embarrassed. However, what was this novel high-tech mobility device? Sister Mi, upon rising, noticed the small wheelchair before her and, in astonishment, shifted her weight, causing the wheelchair to collapse with a loud crash. The meticulously assembled wheelchair by Lu Zhan fell apart in an instant. Lu Zhan's expression grew increasingly impassive. Perhaps there was a hint of fragility beneath that stoic facade. Sister Mi patted her head, completely oblivious to the mischief she had caused. Mi Jia, our vehicle is broken. This was meant for transporting supplies, Fu Lian explained softly, gesturing towards the collapsed camper van ahead. Sister Mi flicked her hair and nonchalantly replied, Oh, it's nothing. I have an airplane that could take you a short distance. Please, no need for pretentiousness. But nonetheless, Fu Lian quickly responded with gratitude, smiling sweetly and nodding appreciatively. Regardless of the pretense, as long as they could escape the misty forest, they would be the best of friends. Chapter 111. Conversation Mi Jia, don't turn away. Just follow me. Her airplane hovered in midair, and upon entering, they discovered it was equipped with the most advanced intelligent operating system, aptly named the brain. Fu Lian recognized this computing system from her previous life. It was crafted by Brother Xia. After her departure, they continued to meet along the same paths. Fu Lian bit her lip, refraining from inquiring further about everyone. It wasn't that she lacked nostalgia or care. It was simply that this time, they were merely strangers crossing paths, destined to part ways after this journey. The airplane was well equipped, and with the supplies brought by Lu Zhan, the group enjoyed a pleasant 2-day journey together. Fu Lian, whose culinary skills aligned perfectly with Sister Mi's tastes, was warmly invited to settle in their small base. Through her storytelling, Fu Lian heard many familiar names. By the way, we also have someone named Fu Lian at our base. Isn't that a coincidence? Sister Me playfully nudged her shoulder. What kind of person is she? That girl is quite full of herself. When she first arrived at our base, she was such a mess. She acted like a princess with so many demands. I initially disliked her, finding her incessantly bothersome, relishing in the fact that she couldn't stand me, yet couldn't get rid of me. Fu Lian also smiled, taking a peanut to munch on. Lu Zhan, seated beside her, rested his chin on his hand, seemingly in a feigned slumber. Fu Lian noticed a flicker of green light in his eyes, and thus offered him the peanut. Lu Zhan shook his head, burying his face into the pillow. Fu Lian placed a blanket over him and continued to chat merrily with Mi Jia. Suddenly, she felt an itch on her neck, only to realize that Lu Zhan had leaned closer, his breathing steady, seemingly in slumber. However, she mused, he has now become a dear friend of mine. Fu Lian paused, gazing at her. Sister Mimi tilted her head back, golden light outlining her radiant features. Beneath her warm contours, Fu Lian observed Sister Mi's smile, a blend of resignation and playful reproach. This person was indeed the epitome of contradiction. You share a remarkable bond. Fu Lian sighed softly, reflecting on her once dearest friend. Now, she had found another friend, also named Fu Lian, yet this one was no longer her. Her eyes grew misty, and she quickly lowered her gaze, her nose betraying her with a familiar ache. It was a profound sadness, despite her attempts to reassure herself that their lack of shared experiences and emotions was entirely natural. Sister Mi had been her most cherished ally, one with whom she had faced life and death. She remembered vowing in her past life to persevere, regardless of the injustices dealt by fate or the world's cruelties. For this life, this flawed existence, belonged solely to her. She had once pulled herself from the depths of darkness, and those poignant memories would remain solely hers to cherish. Yet, Fu Lian would never forget the deeds Sister Mi had performed for her, nor the words she had spoken. Fu Lian wished for her to live well, hoping that this time she could peacefully traverse through life. Hey, what are you thinking about? Mi Jia se face sudendi lened incloser. Are you crying? Fu Lian blinked and shook her head, replying, No. Did I say something that reminded you of unpleasant memories? Mi Jia furrowed her brow and apologized. Fu Lian shook her head, expressing her deep envy towards her friend. I can no longer see my friends. Mi Ji genti patit has shrouded, mistakenly believing she was referring to the passing of her friends, and urged her not to be too sorrowful. Fu Lian nodded, refraining from further words. The airplane has landed. Have we arrived? Sister Mi stood up, stating, I shall go and take a look. Fu Lian supported Lu Zhan to the side, saying, I will go. Mi Jia, who had taken a few steps, paused upon hearing her voice and replied, Very well, you may go. Without further contemplation, Fu Lian exited the cabin in search of Lu Li in the cockpit. On the display screen, she observed the aircraft weaving through clusters of white clouds, which gleamed like silver mirrors, dazzling her eyes. She blinked and inquired, Sisterly, how much longer until we arrive? Soon, came a reply. Fu Lian settled into the passenger seat, gazing quietly out of the window. From her elevated vantage point, the world appeared resplendent, the sky a brilliant blue, clouds resembling cotton candy, arranged like the belly of a fish. Everything was exquisite and pure. The howls of zombies were inaudible, and the chaos of humanity was nowhere to be seen. Fu Lian, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. She seemed no different from her usual self. Yet Fu Lian could sense the gravity in her tone. It was something of great importance. This piqued her curiosity. What significant issue could Li Jie possibly want to address? Lu Li glanced around, then stood up to gently push the cabin door inward. It concerns the apocalypse. Immediately, Fu Lian felt a slender glass vial thrust into her hand. The vial, as thick as a pinky finger and a foot long, contained a vibrant crimson liquid, within which floated starfish-like creatures, gracefully waving their limbs. This was the essence of Mu Mu Hua's flower. Fu Lian gazed at Lu Li in confusion, yet Lu Li merely gestured for silence, signaling not to disclose anything to anyone. Fu Lian nodded, carefully stowing the slender vial away, and in a hushed voice, she inquired, What is its purpose? In the most perilous moments, you could discreetly sprinkle it upon others, and once applied, You will understand its utility. Lu Li leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear. Wow, that sounds extraordinarily powerful. Fu Lian continued in her whisper, her exaggerated tone causing her to let out a small, unintentional belch. Her Fu Lian was truly adorable. Lu Li couldn't help but pinch the soft flesh of Fu Lian's cheek. Wait, such a formidable item cannot be accepted by me. Sister Li, you should keep it for your own use. Lu Li playfully pinched her rosy cheek. I have plenty. This is a gift for you. Fu Lian shook her head like a rattle drum, declaring that she had her brother from the Marine Corps, rendering this matter virtually unnecessary. The Marine Corps? Just look at him now. He is undoubtedly the most perilous individual. As Lu Li's words fell, an unspoken agreement enveloped the two, and they fell silent in unison. Fu Lian blinked, slowly parting her lips. Li Jia, please do not speak like that. Lu Li remained silent, her expression icy, exuding an air of aloofness as if to keep others at bay. She lowered her voice and spoke with a rapid cadence. I will discuss this with you later. With that, she turned her face away, directing her gaze towards the undulating waves on the driving screen. Fu Lian nodded slightly, silently pulling Lu Li's hand over and slowly tracing his thoughts in her palm. The identity of the person he referred to was self-evident. Lu Li's pupils constricted as she gradually turned to look at Fu Lian, who did not raise his head. All she could see was the small whirl of his head and his long hair cascading down like a waterfall. She instinctively grasped Fu Lian's hand tightly. As the plane descended, it gradually entered a smooth landing phase, seemingly on the verge of a safe arrival. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and a piercing alarm blared throughout the cabin. Chapter 112. Fire. What was happening? Fu Lian immediately stood up, and Lu Li rose as well, her brow furrowing in caution. The plane was on fire. On fire. Fu Lian looked towards the cockpit screen, where the location of the fire flashed ominously. It was in the lounge, precisely where Fu Lian had just departed. Only Lu Zhan and Mi Jia were present there. Soon, Fu Lian sensed Lu Zhan's psychic energy, chaotic and furious, filled with palpable malice. A sense of dread washed over her as she swiftly stood and pulled open the door, only to be met by a tremendous wave of scorching heat, akin to the bloodied tongue of a demon, surging towards her. Fu Lian's pupils constricted, but fortunately, Lu Li acted quickly, shoving her aside just in time. Fu Lian barely had a chance to blink before the door was slammed shut again. The crimson heat surged against the cabin door, and the entire glass window was engulfed in blood-red hues and the remnants of charred ash. Just as they both exhaled in relief, the plane began to spin violently, causing their stomachs to lurch again. Such a significant fire on board meant that a crash was merely a matter of time. Staying here was not a solution. Fu Lian steadied herself and retrieved 2 parachutes from the side, handing one to Lu Li, ready to jump first. The other 2 individuals were a concern for another time. Moreover, based on her previous experience with a plane crash, Lu Zhan would undoubtedly be fine. As for Mi Jia, Fu Lian, what are you thinking? The plane can't hold on any longer. We must leave. Lu Li urged, gripping the doorknob. You go first, I will follow. Fu Lian replied. Lu Li nodded, opened the door, and leaped into the void. The airflow rushed in as the cabin door swung open, forming a swift current that whipped around Fu Lian, making it impossible for her to keep her eyes open. Her hair danced wildly in the air, as if yearning to break free from its earthly confines and embrace the vast, blue sky. With unwavering resolve, Fu Lian reached out to close the wide-open hatch. Turning around, she was confronted by Lu Zhan, who stood behind her, bloodied and gripping Mi Jia tightly. The door to the chamber had been utterly destroyed, yet the searing heat did not rush in. Instead, a few gusts of cold air surged forth. A quick glance from Fu Lian revealed a gaping hole in the fuselage, through which the hot air must have escaped into the atmosphere. The chilly, damp air pierced her exposed skin, swiftly coating her face with a layer of frost. Lu Zhan lifted the person in his grasp, as Mi Jia struggled, her hands clinging desperately to his arm, her eyes reddened from suffocation. Fu Lian was anxious about Mi Jia's safety, fully aware that the formidable creature before her, Lu Zhan, was not to be trifled with. Lu Zhan, where are you headed? She ventured softly. He tilted his head slightly, inquiring, Where do you intend to go? The question was astutely posed. One misstep could lead to a life-or-death scenario. And Fu Lian felt the tension coiling in her mind, a palpable anxiety saturating the air. To your heart, she blurted out unexpectedly, immediately regretting her words. Fu Lian felt a pang of frustration. What nonsense was she uttering? Lu Zhan was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard. Upon witnessing this, Fu Lian seized the opportunity to step forward, removing the parachute from her body and offering it to him. "Shall we go together?" she inquired. "No need," he replied, his tone icy, his downcast eyes concealing his thoughts. Fu Lian nodded, feigning a casual toss of the parachute into the corner. Yet in truth, it landed right before Mi Jie. Once she managed to free herself from her restraints, she could stride forward to seize the parachute and escape through the door. Of course, this was merely an idealized scenario in Fu Lian's mind. Although she was oblivious to the reasons behind the discord between the two, her desire to save Mi Jie was unwavering. She could not bear the thought of witnessing her demise. Presently, Lu Zhan's emotions were volatile, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate the precarious boundaries of the situation. A single misstep could provoke his fury, resulting in chaos that could annihilate everything in its path, reminiscent of the suffering endured by countless souls in the past. Consequently, successfully rescuing Mi Jie without inciting Lu Zhan's wrath seemed nearly impossible. This was a high-stakes game in which failure was not an option. Even the slightest error could lead to irretrievable consequences. She had to exercise utmost caution. With this thought in mind, Fu Lian approached, carefully observing Lu Zhan's reactions as she slowly pried Mi Jie's fingers from his arm before turning her attention to Lu Zhan's hand. He emitted a low sound, his tone rising, indicative of a warning. Fu Lian withdrew her hand and turned her gaze towards Lu Zhan. Her expression was devoid of emotion, while Lu Zhan appeared even colder. In the midst of this frigid air, the two engaged in a silent contest, seemingly competing to see who could succumb to the cold first. The first to falter was Sister Mi, who found herself grasped by the throat, her life hanging by a thread on the brink of collapse. Her bloodshot eyes darted around before settling on Fu Lian. Her lips moved, but Fu Lian could not discern her words. However, she understood from the shape of her mouth that she was urging her to run, even in her dire state. She still thought of Fu Lian's escape from peril. Fu Lian wept inconsolably. However, this was not the moment for matters of the heart. The aircraft was plummeting rapidly, and the three of them were in imminent peril. Fu Lian's mind raced at lightning speed. Just then, Lu Zhan suddenly released the person he was holding and lunged towards Fu Lian. In this fleeting moment of chaos, Sister Mi swiftly seized the parachute from the ground. Observing Lu Zhan's movements, she unhesitatingly grasped Fu Lian's arm and began to lead her towards the exit. Lu Zhan, moving with even greater swiftness, seized Fu Lian's calf just as the two plummeted, following her into the abyss. All of this transpired in a mere 10 seconds. Amidst this turmoil, the most unfortunate was undoubtedly Fu Lian. She felt herself being pulled in opposing directions. The two individuals engaged in a silent contest of strength, leaving her on the brink of tearing apart. As they began to speak, the fierce, howling wind rushed in, coupled with the frigid air at high altitude, rendering Fu Lian nearly numb with cold. The words she attempted to utter quickly dissipated into the roaring gusts. At that moment, Lu Zhan steadily wrapped his arms around her waist, moving upward along her calf, then suddenly struck at Sister Mi's wrist. She winced in pain, instinctively loosening her grip. Startled, she reached up again, only to encounter a transparent barrier that knocked into her, causing her to descend even more rapidly. Panic surged within her, yet she caught sight of Fu Lian signaling her to escape quickly. Both of them lacked parachutes, and their inevitable fall promised no chance of survival. Tears welled up in Sister Mi's eyes as she pointed to the parachute and shook her head at Fu Lian. Fu Lian smiled gently and waved her hand. Before she could utter a word, the man beside her suddenly turned her face towards him and leaned down to take a bite of her lips. It was a genuine bite, causing her immense pain. Unable to endure any longer, Fu Lian questioned whether this person was born under the sign of the dog, her anger surging as she fiercely resisted. Yet, he remained oblivious, delving deeper into her defiance, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Lu Zhan, Fu Lian called out with great effort. Lu Zhan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Do not speak. Damn it. Fu Lian turned her face away, but he leaned in closer. Overwhelmed, she swiftly covered his mouth. We are still in midair. Do you want us to perish? Lu Zhan blinked. No. After saying this, he leaned in toward her once more. Are you born under the sign of the dog? I do not know. You do not know? Fu Lian found herself somewhat speechless. I wish to be close. Lu Zhan moved closer, and upon finding no way to kiss her, he instead pressed his cheek against hers, his body cool, sending a shiver through Fu Lian. I want to be close, he murmured, his eyes half closed, lost in a daze. Fu Lian was trembling with cold, desperately attempting to distance herself from him, yet her efforts only seemed to exacerbate the situation. I like you, Lu Zhan declared, contorting her face into an adorable expression, his affection unmistakably profound. After a brief pause, he added, It doesn't matter if you don't like me. His words were uttered softly, yet they resonated distinctly in her ear. Despite his apparent daze, he retained a vivid clarity regarding this matter. Fu Lian's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. She bit her lip and turned to gently touch his cheek. Chapter 113. Rescued. On the airplane, why did you start fighting again? His level of decay had worsened significantly. Fu Lian could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The bubble enveloping them gradually thinned in the wake of the tumultuous changes in Lu Zhan's condition. As the descending wind whipped against her face, fierce enough to make it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. They possessed no parachutes, and at this rate, she would meet her demise before Lu Zhan succumbed to madness and devoured her. In these moments, she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her own frail body, lamenting the fact that she had not fortified her physical prowess like other endowed individuals. Fu Lian did not resign herself to despair. She attentively monitored the situation on the battlefield while keenly observing the surroundings below, seeking a means to break the deadlock. Between Country F and Country Z lay the vast expanse of the FC. Gazing out, apart from the veil of white clouds, the surface below appeared an endless cerulean. Their landing point was upon the ocean surface. Plummeting from several thousand meters high, the instantaneous pressure and anti-gravity upon impact with the water could obliterate them in an instant. Was this truly a stalemate? Was all his struggle leading to this moment of capitulation? Fu Lian bit her lip, her gaze once again fixed on Lu Zhan. She placed her hand upon the cool, dark skin of his neck, the intricate patterns chilling to the touch, as if frost had swiftly enveloped her palm. Lu Zhan, for heaven's sake, regain your senses, she implored. You had better awaken, or I shall resort to drastic measures. She tightened her grip on the patterns on his neck, though her hand trembled uncontrollably. His skin was simply too cold. Fu Lian's shivering was not born of fear, but rather from the biting chill. Lu Zhan emitted a strange, guttural sound, his dazed green eyes, as if poisoned, fixated upon Fu Lian, and he swiftly grasped her neck without a hint of mercy. Brother Lu Zhan, please. It's me. It's Lian. Did you not just profess your fondness for me? She murmured softly, her grip shifting from a clutch to a gentle pat. Lu Zhan hesitated for a brief moment, only to immediately tighten his hold once more. Fu Lian was compelled to lift her head, her complexion flushed and purplish from the lack of oxygen. She grasped Lu Zhan's hand, her gaze turning fierce. He was no longer her brother Lu Zhan. He had transformed into a zombie, devoid of humanity. I will fight you. Fu Lian struggled to utter a few words in that moment. Her will to survive surmounted all else, filling her entire being with strength, her mind becoming exhilarated and clear. Before her, Lu Zhan instantly dissolved into nothingness, leaving only an ethereal shadow. Through this translucent figure, Fu Lian could distinctly see the markings on his neck, which extended all the way to his arm, his entire limb now a deep shade of green. Fu Lian glanced at her hand, tightly gripping Lu Zhan's arm, feeling the immense and inexplicable power coursing through her. This was the first time, in such a lucid state, that she unleashed her extraordinary abilities. Moreover, her powers appeared to... Fu Lian suddenly grasped something, her eyes widening in astonishment, and she fainted amidst Lu Zhan's anguished groans. On the six-ring island, a man clad in a white lab coat, with eyes as thick as beer bottles, seemed to sense something and lifted his gaze. "Doctor, the experiment must not be interrupted. Please do not lose focus." A gentle voice interjected, laced with an undercurrent of threat and indifference. "Understood," the man replied, adjusting his glasses as he exchanged glances with the other man, who was also adjusting his spectacles. A glimmer of cold light flashed across the lenses. The two bore an uncanny resemblance, and they both smirked, uttering in unison, "The container has appeared." When Fu Lian regained consciousness, she found herself lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by cold mechanical instruments emitting a rhythmic beeping sound. A masked doctor loomed ominously over her, holding a syringe poised to inject, as red liquid surged from a needle. In a reflexive motion, Fu Lian seized a nearby object from the table and hurled it towards his head. The doctor, deftly tilting his head aside, swiftly caught her arm, and the syringe was expertly plunged in. Before Fu Lian could utter a word, the doctor, seemingly filled with trepidation, hurriedly administered the liquid into Fu Lian's body without wasting a single drop. "Should I be the one feeling afraid?" Fu Lian mused. "What is happening?" The door to the ward was suddenly kicked open, revealing a familiar face. It was Sister Mi. Whose territory is she referring to? Fu Lian had just awakened, her body still feeling feeble. As she prepared to speak, Sister Mi continued her incessant chatter, stating that she had expended a total of 40 packets of instant noodles, 20 pounds of rice, and 100 flower seeds to secure her, and had also enlisted the most skilled doctor at the base to treat her ailments. According to her calculations, Fu Lian would need to work off her debt for 3 years within their confines. What a remarkable predicament she found herself in. Judging by Sister Mi's words, this place must be a small base under her dominion. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for one person to procure such resources for her rescue. Previously, while on the plane, Fu Lian had saved Sister Mi's life, and, as a form of repayment, she had rescued her on her territory. But even among close kin, accounts must be settled. The resources expended on her treatment were substantial, and thus she must adhere to the terms of repayment. Within 3 years, she was to remain in the confines of the base and venture nowhere else. It was only natural that Sister Mi, who was at odds with Lu Zhan, would not purchase him. Fu Lian had yet to encounter him. Fu Lian was about to speak, but it seemed that Sister Mi already anticipated her words. "I have not encountered him, yet his formidable strength assures me of his survival. I can assist you in gathering information from various bases, though that would incur an additional cost." In essence, Sister Mi's implication was clear. She would not permit Fu Lian to leave this place. The reason might be connected to Lu Zhan. In recent years, Lu Zhan has crossed paths with Dr. K, marking a pivotal moment. I merely inquired, who truly cares for his well-being? He lusts after my beauty, coercing me to accompany him. You have witnessed his severe zombification and violent tendencies. I have long desired to escape and seek a stable, peaceful existence in a small base. Sister Mi, my dear sister, you are akin to my rebirth parents, my biological mother. Dear sister, you proclaim that should you chase me away, I would steadfastly remain here. One must learn to adopt a laid-back approach to life, to lie down wherever one goes, and at critical moments, to cling to a strong support. Lu Zhan is not a benevolent character. He will ultimately bring you harm. Seeing Fu Lian's elation, Sister Mi could not help but sigh and interject, "You are staying with me. You shall go nowhere, and this is for your own good." Fu Lian nodded earnestly, grasping Sister Mi's hand with tears of joy streaming down her face, completely regarding her as a savior. "Sister Mi, I am profoundly grateful to you. I truly thank you for causing Lu Zhan to be lost to me. I believe my life will flourish here." Fu Lian clenched her fist. "If Lu Zhan succumbs to darkness, we will all be doomed." Fu Lian silently raised her fist in resolve. "By the way, this is Dr. Kong from Lu Zhan Island." Sister Mi helped the trembling doctor to his feet. "His abilities are rather peculiar, but I hope you will not mind. Your condition is quite dire, and you will need to rely on him for your medical care." "Thank you," Fu Lian said, offering a warm and gentle smile, nodding at him. Lu Zhan Island is the territory of Dr. K. Lu Zhan must have been taken by Dr. K. "Are we currently at Lu Zhan Island?" Fu Lian inquired. Sister Mi shook her head. We are in a small town in Yinbian, Z country, not far from Lu Zhan Island. Fu Lian lowered her gaze in contemplation. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb your rest. I hope you recover swiftly, Mi Jie said with a friendly smile as she pushed the door and exited the room. Only Dr. Kong and Fu Lian remained in the room. Fu Lian arched her brows and smiled. Hello, my name is Fu Lian. What is your name? She extended her hand, tilting her head slightly, her expression pure and endearing. Dr. Kong widened his eyes in astonishment and dashed out in alarm. Did she seem difficult to get along with? Chapter 114. Another patient. Although it was a small base, the hospital here was well equipped with facilities. Fu Lian noticed that there was another bed adjacent to her room. On the table in the center, there lay an electrocardiogram machine and an oxygen supply device. In addition to these, a black device resembling a walkie-talkie was affixed to the edges of both beds, its screen dark, with 3 circular ports devoid of any data cables. Looking out the window by the door, she could see the bustling corridor where individuals in white coats hurried back and forth. This place was somewhat different from her recollections of her previous life. However, considering that she herself was a variable, it was only natural for the 2 lives to diverge. Yet, the attitude of Sister Mi was indeed suspect. Fu Lian wished to ponder for a while longer, yet her mind grew increasingly heavy and unmanageable, her eyelids beginning to flutter with fatigue. After struggling for a time, she ultimately succumbed to sleep, plunging into an abyss of darkness. Mi Jie, I'm Fine. It's merely a bite from a zombie on my arm. Look, it's just a tooth mark, not a severed limb. Still, it would be prudent for you to exercise a bit more caution. Fu Lian's sleep was light, and she was quickly roused by the noise. However, instead of immediately opening her eyes, she chose to eavesdrop on their conversation. Do you still want to go? Are you courting death? I think it would be wise for you to stay here quietly. Another creaking sound echoed as the door opened. Both individuals ceased their discussion, and Fu Lian discreetly opened her eyes a crack to peer outside. Initially, her vision was blurred, revealing only a white blur, but gradually her sight became clearer. Dr. Kong has arrived. You may leave. There is no need to worry about me. I will remain here, and I have a fellow patient beside me. Her gaze shifted to the right, where a woman clad in yellow sat on the adjacent bed. A prominent bite mark marred her arm, the pale flesh exposed and somewhat disconcerting. Mi Jie seemed poised to say something further, but ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. Once more, the door creaked as Mi Jie departed. Fu Lian noticed that the medication Dr. Kong administered was green. Although he trembled, he did not appear fearful, unlike her, who faced the situation with trepidation. He spoke little and left immediately after the injection. Why was Dr. Kong only afraid of her? How long do you intend to pretend to be asleep? A clear voice interrupted Fu Lian's thoughts. I am rather weak and prone to drowsiness. I only awakened upon hearing voices, she replied. The woman in yellow did not inquire further. She tidied the bed and leisurely lay down. Despite having one arm injured, her meticulous nature compelled her to arrange her sleeping space neatly. Fu Lian, I have just arrived at this base and am not yet familiar with it. You and Sister Mi are good friends, I presume? Fu Lian initiated the conversation. I was gravely injured, and I owe my recovery to Sister Mi. She is truly a benevolent soul. The woman in yellow cast a glance at her and said, Just call me Director Fu. Fu Lian understood that she was the Fu Lian referred to as Sister Mi, possessing a slight princess complex and a touch of obsession with cleanliness. At present, she did not seem to be the most agreeable individual. The injury on your arm appears quite severe. Was it inflicted by a zombie? Do not worry. I shall not undergo any mutations. Fu Lian understood the implication of her words. She would not transform into a zombie at night to devour others in this ward. Fu Lian still wished to inquire further, but she noticed that the other person had turned away, presenting her back. Reluctant to disturb the silence, she fell silent. The quiet hospital room, with its pale walls and cramped bed, conveyed a sense of suffocating oppression within its confined space. With nothing else to occupy her time, Fu Lian decided to experiment with her extraordinary ability. She concentrated intently, focusing her thoughts on her eyes as a wave of warmth surged forth, enveloping her gaze. Instantly, a thick fog gathered in her vision. She delicately manipulated her power, dispersing the fog before her. The heat caused her eyes to brim with tears, and as she blinked, the tears cascaded down towards her ears. Suddenly, a refreshing coolness enveloped her, and the figure before her faded, leaving only a silhouette, along with a distinct green bite mark on her right arm. If Fu Lian's deductions were correct, that mark indicated the presence of zombie venom. Indeed, her arm bore the unmistakable trace of a zombie's bite. Logically, a bite to the artery would likely transform even an ability user into a zombie. However, the venom within her body had not spread, remaining localized at the wound. Moreover, based on her earlier words, it was evident that they possessed a medication capable of suppressing the spread of the venom. Fu Lian recalled the green liquid that Dr. Kong had recently injected into her. In her previous life, there had been no such character in Sister Mi's small base, nor any medication to inhibit the spread of zombie venom. Fu Lian found herself momentarily unable to conceive of any changes in this life. Suddenly, a question struck her. What was the red liquid that Dr. Kong had injected her with? After receiving the medication, she had taken a nap, yet now she felt no improvement. Could it be that the medicine was flawed? If that were the case, this place might not resemble the small base from her memories of the previous life at all. And even Sister Mi might not be the same as she remembered. The fluttering of a butterfly's wings could very well precipitate a tsunami thousands of miles away. Contemplating this possibility sent a chill down Fu Lian's spine. She strained to sit up, making an effort not to disturb Director Fu in the adjacent bed. Throwing off the covers, she carefully rose to her feet and began to make her way towards the door. The sound of her slippers would inevitably produce a faint shuffling noise. Only bare feet could tread silently. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The door was tantalizingly near. "Where are you going?" came Director Fu's voice from behind. "I have a bit of discomfort in my stomach and wish to visit the restroom. Seeing you asleep, I did not want to disturb you," Fu Lian replied, clutching her abdomen and offering her a smile. Director Fu turned over and got out of bed. "How did you know where the restroom is on your first visit? Allow me to show you. Just moments ago, you were indifferent, and now you are so eager to help." Fu Lian lowered her head, concealing the thoughts swirling in her mind. As the two walked down the corridor, the white coats outside had diminished in number, with only a few lingering about. One person pushed a cart adorned with a long towel. Everyone kept their heads down, engrossed in their own tasks. The medical facilities here are remarkably comprehensive, rivaling those of a top-tier hospital. Although our base is small, I boldly assert that none can compare to us in terms of medical provisions. Living here must be quite safe. Fu Lian's eyes sparkled. "Director Fu, has Sister Mi spoken to you about my situation? I have been imprisoned by a wicked man, forced to wander, always hungry and cold, often teetering on the brink of death." As she spoke, tears welled up in Fu Lian's eyes, her voice choking with emotion. "I miss my parents so much. If it weren't for this apocalyptic world, I would still be at home, cherished as my parents' beloved child." From the information Sister Mi had previously divulged, it was evident that Director Fu was a pampered young lady, spoiled by her family. Perhaps sharing a similar experience would elicit her sympathy. Fu Lian urgently needed to obtain information about the base. If the Marine Corps were taken away by Dr. K, she dared not contemplate the consequences. After all, who isn't a cherished darling in their family? Upon hearing her words, Director Fu let out a cold laugh. "Huh?" Fu Lian paused, wiping away her tears. Since she had lost her loved ones, it was imperative to become independent and self-reliant, mastering a skill to survive in this chaotic world. What purpose did weeping serve? The direction of the story seemed to diverge from Fu Lian's expectations. Fu Lianji stifled her sobs and lifted her tear-filled eyes to gaze upon her. "I have heard from Sister Mi as well. You should hasten to recover from your injuries. Our hospital is currently short-staffed, and your assistance would not only be invaluable, but would also provide you with the opportunity to acquire some medical knowledge." Indeed, under her stern gaze, Fu Lianji hardly dared to breathe. "Given your slender arms and legs, it seems we cannot rely on you for any strenuous tasks. However, securing a stable position here will ensure that no man can dictate your fate in the future." Director Fu raised her chin, exuding an air of pride, declaring that no one could misbehave under her watch. "Director Fu," Fu Lianji exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face like rain. She embraced Director Fu's arm, her voice breaking with gratitude. You and Sister Me are truly remarkable individuals. I have made up my mind to settle here and rely on your guidance. I fear no one. After expressing her sentiments, Fu Lian inched closer to Director Fu and asked, since I will be living here from now on, could you possibly show me around to familiarize myself with the surroundings?